New York, a city that stands as the beating heart of the world's economy, finance, and commerce, truly deserving its title as America's greatest metropolis. Crowded and fiercely competitive, it is the very embodiment of teeming humanity. Yet behind this dazzling prosperity lies a chaos and danger that few outsiders truly grasp. Compared to other cities, its crime rate is far more pronounced, as if the city itself were a Pandora's box brimming with unknown perils. And at the very center of this chaos is Hell's Kitchen, an infamous hotspot seen as a breeding ground for crime. Gang activity is rampant here, clashes between rival groups break out often, and the streets are filled with criminals and addicts in plain sight. Chief, our last signal is right here. Surveillance shows the target hasn't moved, reported a heavily armed officer, holding a portable monitor as he addressed the blonde man beside him. That man was George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department. This time, he had personally led his team into Hell's Kitchen, ready to take down a group of drug dealers. He'd been tracking them for a long while, even managing to plant a tracker on one of their members. Understood. Move in. Try to take them alive if possible. Only shoot if you must, Chief Stacy ordered through his radio. Instantly, 3 fully armed narcotics squads burst into the derelict church ahead, each approaching from a different direction. Just then, I suddenly opened my eyes. Looming above me was a giant crucifix, the figure nailed to it tilting its head toward me. Around me, gray walls and shattered stained glass caught the dim light. Where am I? Am I still dreaming? I squeezed my eyes shut, try to drift back to sleep. At that moment, a flurry of sounds erupted around me. I snapped my eyes open, anxiously scanning my surroundings. Gunfire? I'd never heard real gunshots before, but I'd seen enough videos to know the sound. This was unmistakable. The shots drew closer and closer. I tried to sit up and see what was happening, but my body was limp. I could only kick my legs feebly. Raising my arm, I was startled to see it small and pudgy, my hand tiny like a baby's. Oh, wow. I tried to cry out, but all that came forth was the muffled wail of an infant. Oh my God, did I transmigrate? Only then did it hit me. This wasn't a dream. I had really crossed over into the body of a baby. With great effort, I turned my head and saw a frail woman lying next to me, seemingly asleep. Her arms were mottled with dark bruises and needle marks, clear signs of a long-time addict. Despair washed over me. Other people who transmigrate wake up as heirs to powerful families, or at worst, in the comfort of a middle-class home. Me, I become the child of a drug addict, and I couldn't even tell if she was dead or alive. Could anyone be more unlucky than me? I couldn't hold back the tears of utter hopelessness. I just had a few more bottles of liquor than usual. Did it really have to come to this? I gazed up at the man on the cross above me, grumbling in a low voice. Perhaps he saw how unlucky I was and wanted to give me one more chance. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from far away, rapidly drawing nearer. Summoning every last bit of strength, I began to wail, desperately trying to attract attention. But my body was too weak. The sound barely escaped my lips. Luckily, the footsteps kept coming closer. It seemed someone had heard my faint cries and was rushing over. Chief, there's movement over here. A police officer, cautious and holding his gun, stepped inside. He quickly spotted the woman lying on the floor and could tell at a glance that she was no longer breathing. At that moment, George Stacy walked over, his eyes falling on me lying beside the woman. Seeing people arrive, I couldn't hold on any longer. Exhausted, I closed my eyes and slipped into unconsciousness, my last bit of energy spent. Gently, George Stacy lifted me in his arms. As he looked down at my frail body, his thoughts turned to his own daughter. I was even smaller and weaker than his baby girl, still in swaddling clothes, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. Chief, look at this. The officer nearby had found a piece of paper on the dead woman. George glanced down. It was a crumpled birth certificate for a baby, obviously issued by some illegal clinic. Carl Norman, is it? From now on, I'll be called Carl. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a clean, tidy room. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling softly over me. White curtains hung by the window, and the air carried a gentle scent of jasmine. I turned my head and saw a baby about my age, peacefully sleeping beside me. Just then, the door opened quietly, and a blonde, blue-eyed woman walked in. Her graceful bearing caught my eye, and I couldn't help but stare at her. She looked to be in her 30s, her skin fair and healthy. Noticing I was awake, she came straight over, carefully picking me up. Little Carl is awake. Let's see if you need a fresh diaper, she said, checking me with gentle hands. Of course I wasn't having any of that. Good heavens, we've only just met, and she's already taking off my pants. How awkward is that? I squirmed with all my might and let out a loud cry. My wailing startled the baby beside me awake, and she began crying even louder than I did. I was stunned for a moment and immediately stopped crying, turned to look at the other baby. The woman shook her head with a resigned smile, quickly changed my diaper, and picked up the little girl as well. She began to hum a soft tune, soothing the baby, who gradually quieted down and gazed at me with wide, curious eyes. "Gwen, look at your little brother. Don't you think he's just as adorable as you?" the woman cooed tenderly. What? Her little brother? But I'm clearly much older than her. I tried to protest, but all that came out was the babbling of an infant. At that moment, the door swung open again, and a man walked in. It was George Stacy, the police chief, the very man who had brought me back from that abandoned church. All the adoption paperwork is complete. From now on, this little one is officially part of the Stacy family. George waved the documents in his hand, his face beaming with delight. Although the Stasis had formally adopted me, they didn't force me to take their last name. I was allowed to keep my surname, Norman. Listening to their conversation and recalling how the woman had addressed the baby as Gwen, a sudden realization struck me. This baby was the future Gwen Stacy. Oh my God, I had traveled into the Marvel Universe. A blaring alarm of danger echoed in my mind. This was a world teeming with criminals and superheroes. And New York, in particular, was the epicenter of chaos. For someone like me, with no special powers, coming here was practically asking for trouble. Still, I quickly forced myself to calm down. Gwen was just a baby now. According to the timeline, the truly dangerous days were still far off. I had more than a decade to prepare, to get ready, and, if possible, eventually take the whole Stacy family and emigrate back to China. That would be so much safer. I wonder if she'll become Spider-Woman someday? If that happens, maybe Peter Parker will never appear at all. I looked down at baby Gwen. She stared back at me with wide, curious eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Now, Carl was 18. Ever since discovering that he had crossed over into the body of a white person, Carl had struggled for a long time to accept it. He used to be a young man in China, embracing the trend of transmigration, but he never expected to become a white guy. The thought alone made him uncomfortable. Having lost his original appearance, he felt like a punchline among fellow transmigrators. For years, this filled Carl with frustration. During that time, he even avoided looking in the mirror, growing irritable every time he caught his own reflection. George and his wife once suspected Carl was suffering from a psychological disorder. They took him to see nearly every psychologist in New York, but nothing seemed to help. Even so, the Stasis never gave up on him. They searched all over the city for experts who might help. In the end, Carl figured things out on his own. Since he'd already become a white person, he might as well face it with acceptance. After all, how many people get the chance to start over? Was he really going to throw it all away and hope to be reborn yet again? After letting go of his worries, Carl finally noticed that, even among white people, he was quite a striking young man. Though he didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes, his jet black hair and deep eyes, paired with his handsome features, could easily rival those of famous movie stars. Carl gradually came to accept his current appearance. In fact, this handsome face made him incredibly popular at school. Even back in kindergarten, little girls would come up to him offering snacks and candy. As he got older, more girls wanted to get close to him, and now he was widely recognized as the school's heartthrob, consistently ranking in the top 3 on the campus's most handsome boys forum. Still, none of this felt novel to Carl. After all, in his previous life, he'd been just as good-looking. Crossing over into this world only changed the way he attracted attention. In his last life, Carl had also been a campus celebrity, catching the fancy of countless girls and even attracting the interest of talent scouts who tried to recruit him into show business. Back then, he was the son of a wealthy family, owners of chain business. He never imagined that after just one sleepless night, he would wake up in another world. Once he accepted what had happened, Carl quickly found peace. After all, there was no way back. He could only leave his parents and their business in his younger brother's care. Carl gazed at his reflection, lost in thought, until a voice snapped him out of his reverie. "Carl, what are you doing?" A sweet voice called out behind him, and soon a blonde girl stepped into view. She was Carl's stepsister, Gwen Stacy. In fact, Carl and Gwen were the same age. According to their birth certificates, Carl was born 2 months after Gwen, though by rights, he should have been the older sibling. Gwen sat down beside Carl without a hint of reserve. Even though they shared no blood relation, Gwen treated him like her own brother, and the rest of the family had long since accepted him as one of their own. At 18, Gwen was in the prime of her youth, full of energy, with a beautiful face and a tall, graceful figure that made her the most popular girl at school. She was every boy's dream date, standing head and shoulders above the rest. Yet Gwen had no interest in other boys, always preferring to stick by Carl's side. To anyone who didn't know them, they might have seemed like a couple. "Nothing much, just spacing out," Carl replied. snapping back to himself. Looking at Gwen so close by, he had to admit, she fit his idea of beauty perfectly, especially her long, slender legs, which he couldn't help but notice. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be late, Gwen said, grabbing Carl by the hand and pulling him along, prompting him to quickly snatch up his backpack. There are still 3 years before the main events of the Marvel world begin. It's getting close. When the time comes, I'll just take George's whole family and move them far away from all this trouble, Carl calculated silently. Every day, the television buzzed with news about Tony Stark's latest scandals, whether it was the gala he attended last night or the companion he was seen with today. It was nearly impossible to avoid catching wind of his escapades. After living in this world for 18 years, Carl had yet to discover any special abilities or so-called cheat codes. He was just an ordinary person, not even a mutant. As far as he could see, the only way to survive in the Marvel Universe was to steer clear of trouble. He really couldn't think of a better strategy. Gwen held on to Carl's arm as they walked, her voice bright and lively as she chatted non-stop along the way. Carl listened quietly, occasionally breaking into laughter at her stories. A few years ago, George and Helen had welcomed 2 more sons, and just like that, Carl and Gwen's family had grown. Their old apartment was suddenly too cramped, so after some discussion, George and Helen decided to move everyone into a larger house, a cozy, 2-story home in Queens. Soon they arrived at the bus stop, where a small group of their peers was already waiting. Although both Carl and Gwen were 18 and had their driver's licenses, George never let them drive themselves. His reasoning was simple. New York's traffic was a nightmare. Drivers were reckless, and he didn't want his kids getting into any accidents. As chief of police, George knew better than anyone how the city ran, both in terms of safety and traffic. Hey, what took you 2 so long? Another minute or 2 and the school bus would have been here, called out a bespectacled boy, waving enthusiastically. Peter, I think it's time for a new pair of glasses, Carl teased, grinning as he lifted Gwen's wrist to show off her petite watch. There's still 5 minutes until the bus arrives. Besides, that driver's never on time. Peter threw up his hands in mock defeat, craning his neck to check the street. All right. You always have to be so precise. That boy with the glasses was none other than Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man. Right now, he was the classic bookworm, not yet bitten by that radioactive spider. But that day was probably not far off. In a few years, Iron Man would make his debut, and Spider-Man wouldn't be far behind. Before long, the school bus rumbled to the stop, and the group climbed aboard in turn. Peter, Carl, and Gwen had been classmates since middle school. Peter and Gwen were always top of the class, while Carl's grades hovered somewhere in the middle. Now, they were on the brink of graduating high school. Peter and Gwen remained star students, and Carl was still the average guy. The ride was filled with cheerful banter and laughter. Before they knew it, the bus pulled up at their destination, Midtown High. Each of them settled into their seats. Carl slouched over his desk, idly scrolling on his phone, while Gwen and Peter quietly flipped through their books, getting a head start on the day's lessons. Compared to them, Carl's attitude towards studying seemed especially lackadaisical. It was no wonder everyone thought Gwen and Peter were academic stars. The morning classes ended quickly, and Carl and Peter strolled toward the cafeteria, chatting and laughing along the way. As soon as they entered, Carl noticed Peter's gaze fixed in a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Carl saw a group of lively, attractive girls sitting together. Leading them was his sister, Gwen, with a red-haired girl and a black-haired girl at her side. Carl recognized both of them. The red-haired girl was Mary Jane, Peter's future girlfriend, and the black-haired girl was Felicia Hardy. Oh, so you got your eye on Mary Jane, huh? Carl joked, giving Peter a friendly pat on the shoulder. Bro, take my advice. Mary Jane's probably not right for you. She might be a bit too much to handle. Carl spoke with a tone of gentle persuasion. Back when he watched the Spider-Man movies in his previous life, he'd always felt that Mary Jane and Peter weren't really a good match. The one who suited Peter best was actually Gwen. But now, because of his own presence, Peter and Gwen were just friends. There was no hint of romance between them. How? How did you know? Peter looked at Carl in surprise. After all, he never told anyone about his feelings for Mary Jane. It's obvious. The way you look at Mary Jane, your eyes practically stick to her. If I couldn't see that, I might as well be blind. Carl rolled his eyes. Having some knowledge of Marvel stories, he was well aware of the whole Peter and Mary Jane situation. Please, just don't tell anyone, especially Gwen. Peter grabbed Carl's arm, pleading with him, worry written all over his face. Simp, don't ever tell anyone you know me. Carl teased him and then strode straight over to the table where Gwen and her friend were sitting. Hey there, ladies. Carl greeted them naturally as he sat down, ending up right beside Mary Jane. From the moment Carl walked over, Mary Jane's eyes had been following him. Have you ordered yet? Need any help? Carl was used to the way Mary Jane looked at him, so he didn't take it to heart. After all, He'd grown accustomed to being the center of attention from a young age. "We've already ordered. Just waiting for the food to arrive," Gwen replied, looping her arm through Carl's as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Carl didn't pay the gesture any mind. Gwen did this all the time. But Mary Jane and Felicia picked up on something right away. The two girls exchanged a look, both silently choosing not to comment. Just then, Peter slowly shuffled over to the group and greeted everyone. Felicia greeted him with genuine warmth, but Mary Jane didn't even glance his way, which left Peter feeling hurt. Crestfallen, he sat down next to Carl, his disappointment written all over his face. Felicia noticed Peter's mood and let out a secretive little laugh, but said nothing. Just then, Carl's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing down, he saw, astonishingly, it was Helen calling. "Hello, Mom. It's your charming, irresistible son." Carl's tone as he picked up the call was so flamboyant that Mary Jane and Felicia couldn't help but burst into laughter. They'd never seen anyone so unabashedly self-adoring, and Carl, it seemed, had every reason to be confident. But in an instant, the smile vanished from Carl's face, replaced by a look of grave seriousness. He shot up from his seat. "Where are you right now?" Carl's voice dropped, tense and urgent. "I'm coming right away." With that, he hung up. "Gwen, come with me. Something happened at home." Gwen was stunned at first by Carl's words. Then her face turned ashen. She knew Carl would never joke about his family's safety, so she immediately pressed him. "What happened? What's wrong at home?" Carl waved her question aside. "I'll explain on the way." Then, turning to Peter, he added, "Could you put our backpacks away for us? Do you need my help?" Peter could sense Carl's anxiety and knew something serious had happened. He'd never seen Carl so rattled before. Mary Jane and Felicia, too, asked with concern if they could help. "No, you wouldn't be able to do much. If I need anything, I'll let you know." Carl shook his head. He grabbed Gwen's hand and hurried out of the cafeteria. "What's happened? Carl, tell me." Gwen clung to Carl's arm, her face etched with worry. She knew Carl better than anyone, and she had never seen him this shaken. "Mom just called. Dad's been shot. He's in surgery now. We have to get to the hospital fast." Carl spoke as they rushed along, his voice heavy with dread and anger. "What? How could this happen?" Gwen felt as if the sky had fallen. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Carl gripped Gwen's hand tightly. She felt the warmth and strength of his hold, which steadied her a bit, though her tears kept flowing. They hurried to the hospital as quickly as possible. In the hallway outside the operating room, Helen sat alone on a bench, looking heartbreakingly frail, her head bowed, hands clenched tightly together. "Mom!" Gwen cried out and ran to throw her arms around Helen. Mother and daughter clung to each other, both sobbing helplessly. Carl came over and wrapped his arms around both Gwen and Helen, quietly comforting them. After a while, as the two women began to calm down, Carl finally spoke. "Mom, how did Dad get hurt?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance instinctively toward the operating room. Helen wiped the tears from her face, her voice trembling as she replied. "The police said your father was leading a team in pursuit of a gang when a shootout broke out. He was shot by the gang leader. By the time I arrived at the hospital, your father was already undergoing emergency surgery. What about the police? Why are you the only one here?" Carl asked anxiously. It was hard for him to accept that, after the police chief had been shot, not a single officer had stayed behind to look after the family. "Your Uncle John was with me the whole time. He just got a call a moment ago. Apparently they caught one of the gang members, so he left in a hurry." Hearing this, Carl felt his anger subside a little. He sat down beside Helen and Gwen, joining them in their anxious wait for the outcome of the surgery. About 2 hours later, the doors to the operating room finally opened, and a doctor, looking utterly exhausted, stepped out. Carl, Helen, and Gwen immediately rushed forward. "Doctor, how is my father?" Gwen asked urgently, her face still streaked with tears. "He's out of immediate danger," the doctor replied. "The bullet missed Mr. Stacy's heart by less than an inch." With that, the doctor turned and left. At the same time, George was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred to the intensive care unit. Carl looked at George, still unconscious, and struggled to contain his anger. In that moment, he made up his mind. He would find out who fired that shot. After spending a little time with Gwen and Helen in the hospital room, Carl found an excuse to leave and headed straight for the New York Police Department. When he arrived, everyone recognized George Carl's adopted son, so no one tried to stop him. He quickly found John, who was busy at his desk. "Uncle John, who was it that shot my father?" Carl came straight to the point. John glanced at Carl. He actually knew which gang the shooter belonged to, and they'd already arrested one of the suspects. However, the man was clearly prepared. He hadn't said a word and was just waiting for his lawyer to arrive. Still, John didn't share too many details with Carl. He could see the boy's impulsiveness, and with George already injured, He didn't want Carl taking any more risks. When John remained silent, Carl headed straight for the interrogation room. From Helen, he'd already learned that the police had apprehended a gang member involved in the shootout. Now, he wanted to ask the questions himself. John grabbed Carl firmly by the arm. "Kid, I can't let you go in there. Not only would that break protocol, but more importantly, I can't stand by and watch. You get hurt. Do you have any idea how dangerous these criminals are? You're just a high schooler. Even if you learn the truth, what could you possibly do?" Carl turned around and glared at John, his eyes blazing with fury, but he remained silent. Ever since George had rescued Carl from that abandoned church and brought him home, he had treated Carl as his own son. In return, Carl had long seen George as a father. "Let me go." Carl's face was expressionless, his voice as cold as ice. "Kid, stop trying. No one here will tell you anything, and I absolutely won't let you in." John's expression was just as grave. He knew Carl was determined to avenge George, but as a police officer, he would never allow Carl to get involved in such danger. "Leave the task of finding the killer to us. Trust me, George was our chief. We want to catch the culprit even more than anyone else." John's tone was sincere as he looked at Carl. Carl glanced at John without replying, then turned and walked out of the police station. When he got home, Carl opened the pistol that George had kept locked in the safe. The code to the safe was something George had personally shared with him, reminding him that if danger ever arose, he should use the gun to protect Helen and Gwen. Carl toyed with the pistol in his hands, his mind racing as he pondered his next move. His most straightforward idea was to start with the small-time hoodlums arrested at the station, but he couldn't even get into the police station right now, let alone gather any information. Another option was to investigate the various gangs himself, but with his build and lack of experience, he was barely a match for his classmates in a scuffle. Up against real gang members, he had no chance. As he struggled to figure out what to do, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Carl froze, nearly jumping up in excitement. "Ding! System has detected host's emotional fluctuations reaching critical levels. Initializing system. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. System initialization complete. Congratulations, host." Hearing that long-lost voice, Carl sprang to his feet. He had waited 18 years for this moment. He had thought that after crossing into this world, he would just be an ordinary person. He never imagined the system was only delayed. "At last, my chance has finally come. Now I can change my fate for real." Carl, brimming with excitement, tossed the pistol aside. Now that he had the system, such weapons were trivial. Who would bother with him anymore? "System, tell me, what can you do?" Carl called out, unable to contain his eagerness. Fortunately, the house was empty at this moment. His two younger brothers were still at school. Otherwise, seeing him like this, they might have thought he'd gone mad. "Ding, this system is called the Demon Hunter System, designed to cultivate the host into the greatest demon hunter. MHM. Carl nodded excitedly, barely paying attention to what the system was saying. He was too busy drooling over his daydreams, picturing himself throwing punches and kicks at Thanos in all kinds of heroic scenarios. As for why Thanos had always been his target, it was mainly because Carl thought Thanos was the ultimate hypocrite. This guy was willing to wipe out half the life in the universe just to please the goddess of death, and even try to justify it by claiming it was for the sake of balance. Carl found that completely unacceptable. More importantly, he couldn't help but worry. What if Thanos snapped his fingers and he disappeared on the spot? If that really happened, wouldn't that just be the unluckiest fate ever? A familiar mechanical tone chimed in his mind. "Beep. Host, please draw a Devil Hunter template." The system's emotionless voice echoed once again in Carl's head. This time, Carl finally snapped to attention, focusing intently on his system interface. He saw several figures appear on the screen. A white-haired man in a red trench coat, a massive skull-shaped sword slung over his shoulder, another white-haired man in a blue coat, his expression cold and unyielding, and a young guy in a blue-black jacket, a giant sword strapped to his back and a mechanical arm gleaming in the light. No way! Aren't these the three main characters from the Devil Hunter games? Carl's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Any one of these three. Maybe they couldn't easily defeat Thanos, but in the Marvel Universe, they'd be a force to be reckoned with. He broke out into hearty laughter, the kind that only the most confident, flamboyant people could pull off. Coming to Marvel World, Carl thought, was definitely worth it. "System, hurry up and draw a template for me," Carl called out, his voice brimming with anticipation. A cursor appeared on the screen, moving back and forth among the three characters. "Beep. Congratulations, host, you have drawn." Warning, system error detected, warning. Just as Carl was caught up in the excitement, wondering which character he'd get, a huge warning message suddenly flashed across the screen. The entire interface was instantly flooded with a glaring red light. "What's going on?" Kyle was stunned. One moment, he was picturing himself conquering the Marvel Universe, and the next, the system seemed to be crashing. Was it really about to break down? Heaven above, Buddha, God. Please don't let anything happen to my system. I waited so long for this. I'd really lose my mind if it just disappeared now. Carl clasped his hands together, muttering every prayer he could think of, looking every bit like a desperate and helpless believer. Beep. System is auto-repairing. Repair complete. 1%. 2%. Phew. At least it didn't explode. Looks like my luck isn't that bad after all. Carl wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said nervously, I knew it. Come on, I'm a transmigrator. Even if I'm unlucky, there's got to be a limit to it, right? He sprawled out on the sofa, not because he couldn't stand up straight, but simply because he wanted to rest for a while. The wait for the system to repair itself felt excruciatingly long. Carl felt as if he had gained some kind of superpower. Time seemed to slow to a crawl all around him. His eyes were fixed intently on a screen only he could see, watching as the numbers on it crept up, digit by digit. He had no idea how much time had passed, but finally, at long last, *ding system repair complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the template. Clive Rosefield *. This. Carl stared at the image on the screen. A black-haired man, dressed in black and red, sporting a face full of stubble. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss for words. System, explain this to me. What kind of demon hunter is this Clive, anyway? He didn't exactly have a happy ending. Are you trying to make me follow in his footsteps? Carl jumped up again, even more agitated than before. *ding, please do not question this system. The goal of the ultimate demon hunter system is to help the host become the strongest demon hunter *. System, look at this. Where exactly is my demon hunter template? Where is it? Carl jabbed his finger at the shadowy figure on the system interface, demanding loudly. *ding, the system does not accept rebuttals. If you have concerns, please resolve them on your own *. Oh, come on. That attitude is just impossible to deal with. Carl rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to lose his temper. Come out here. I promise I won't hit you. Ding, please claim your template as soon as possible, or the system will assume you forfeit and automatically unbind. Carl instantly straightened up, sitting as upright as a schoolboy. Ahem, system, please disregard my earlier outburst. That was my other personality. I've no idea what just happened. He spoke with the utmost seriousness, completely ignoring his own previous antics. He looked every inch the righteous hero, as if none of the drama from moments ago had anything to do with him. Clive it is, then. After all, he's from an action game, too. He counts as a demon hunter in his own way. Let's just see him as an alternate version of Dante. Ding, please claim your template as soon as possible. Then, a countdown of 10 seconds appeared on the screen before Carl's eyes. Are you kidding me, system? That's brutal. Claim. I claim it right now. Carl hurriedly reached out and tapped on Clive's image on the screen. *ding, congratulations, host. You are now the only manifester in the Marvel Universe. Attribute panel unlocked. Please check promptly *. This system, why does it have 0 intelligence? Carl couldn't help but feel powerless. The system was as cold and unfeeling as a machine, completely devoid of emotion. Show attributis, Carl commandit. The screen immediately displayed Carl's current attributes, stripped down to the bare essentials. Nama, Carl Norman. Template, Clive Rosefield. Ability, Icon Manifestation. Manifestable Icon, Garuda. Skills, Wind Shear, Garuda's Embrace, Aerial Burst. Wow, Garuda, huh? That sounds impressive, or not? Carl was so frustrated that he was nearly grinding his teeth. System, can you get this straight? I'm a guy. A guy. Why on earth would you have me transform into Garuda? Garuda is clearly a female character. Do you think I haven't played Final Fantasy XVI? Shouting in anger, Carl swung his fist at the screen in front of him, but his hand just passed through the virtual display, hitting nothing but air, which only made him feel even more helpless. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with his body. He was simply too furious. Carl steadied himself, hand on his lower back, silently reminding himself, don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health. Ding, host, please adjust your mindset. The forms you summon and transform into are only icon manifestations and do not affect your own gender. If you are dissatisfied, the system can reclaim the template and unbind it at any time. Carl was so angry that he was momentarily at a loss for words. But upon thinking it over, setting aside the gender issue, just being able to manifest Garuda already made him more powerful than Clive in the game. After all, Clive could only manifest Ifrit. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since his template was Clive, and Clive could only summon Ifrit, did that mean he would only ever be able to summon Garuda from now on? Worried, he quickly asked, System, am I going to be stuck manifesting only Garuda in the future? Ding, please rest assured, host. With the system's optimization, You may manifest any icon. Phew, that's a relief. You really are dependable, system. Carl patted his chest, finally letting out a long breath. Ding host, you still have a newbie gift pack waiting to be opened. Would you like to open it now? Is that even a question? Open it quick. Carl answered without hesitation, afraid the gift pack might vanish if he waited even a second too long. He reached out and tapped the gift pack icon on the screen. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received Greatsword, Ultima Weapon, and Ability, Quick Heal. Carl's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the new items in his system inventory, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. I have a question. He raised his right hand and asked. This Quick Heal ability, is it what I think it is? Ding, just as you imagined, this ability allows non-fatal injuries to heal rapidly. If the wound is fatal, it will take much longer to recover. Wait, even fatal wounds can heal. Carl had an inkling about how the system would answer, but he hadn't expected even mortal injuries could be healed. This was, for all intents and purposes, a form of immortality. Ding, yes, even fatal wounds can heal, but only the injuries themselves can be repaired. If you lose a limb, like an arm or a leg, it can't grow back. TCH, I thought it would be more impressive than that. Got my hopes up for nothing. Carl muttered in disappointment. Host, you really should be content. Healing fatal wounds is already bordering on immortality. For once, there was a hint of teasing in the system's usually cold, synthesized voice. Fine, you have a point. But, system, can you swap out this so-called ultimate divine weapon? This sword is just hideous. Can't you? Give me something like Ragnarok, or the Bloodthirst sword? If not, I'd even settle for the curry stick. I'm really not picky. Carl stared at the oversized sword in his inventory. On its own, it wasn't so bad, but compared to the other weapons in the game, it looked woefully mediocre. Ding detected dissatisfaction with the ultimate divine weapon. Would you like to replace it with a training wooden sword? No, absolutely not. I love the ultimate divine weapon. It's my favorite. System, you really get me. At the prompt, Carl panicked and waved his hands frantically, looking like a wind-up puppet come to life. Ding, cancellation of weapon replacement confirmed. Are you trying to get me killed, system? You almost replaced my main weapon with a wooden sword. Seriously, you're messing with me. Carl flashed a universal gesture of exasperation at the virtual interface in front of him. Ding, a reminder to the host. Aside from issuing tasks and rewards, this system will not provide any additional assistance. Please take note. Carl was left speechless. System, do you really call yourself the strongest demon hunter system? Look at other systems. They're always doing their best to help their hosts. But you don't lift a finger. How does that make you the strongest? Aren't you even a little embarrassed? Carl gesticulated wildly at the virtual interface, but as expected, nothing happened. In the end, he could only vent his frustration right where he stood. Ding, please do not become overly dependent on this system. The purpose of this system is to help you become the greatest demon hunter. But if you rely on the system for everything, then who's truly powerful in the end? Yourself or the system? Carl gave it some thought and realized the system made sense. If he depended on the system for everything, who would be the real powerhouse? I didn't expect you to talk sense, system. A smile broke across Carl's face, then froze instantly. Wait a second. You're trying to manipulate me, aren't you, system? Carl suddenly sensed something was off. Ding host, you're overthinking things. The system's voice now sounded just a little sheepish. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Better to have a system than none at all. Now, I finally have the power to take my revenge. Only then did Carl calm himself and seriously sense the changes in his body. The surge of strength made him feel as if he could punch straight through a wall. He reached into his spatial backpack and took out the ultimate divine weapon, a blue crystal sword. The blade was cool to the touch, shimmering with a soft blue glow, and the black hilt seemed to be wrapped in some mysterious substance. The moment he gripped the ultimate divine weapon, Carl felt a unique resonance, as if the sword was bound to his bloodline. He sensed that he could wield the weapon to its fullest potential, as if it were an extension of his own body. System, I think I'm growing fond of this sword. Carl couldn't help but gaze at the ultimate divine weapon, his affection deepening the longer he looked. Ding, this sword is now perfectly attuned to you, achieving complete unity between man and blade. All rewards from this system will now be 100% compatible with you, with absolutely no side effects. I knew I could count on you, system. Carl gently stroked the sword's blade. As if responding to Carl's emotions, the ultimate divine weapon let out a soft, resonant hum. I'll head to Hell's Kitchen tonight and take a look around. He muttered to himself, his hand still caressing the blade. As everyone knows, Hell's Kitchen is the most chaotic place in New York, a veritable haven for criminals. Carl wanted to investigate the recent shootout with the police, and aside from barging straight into the precinct to question that unlucky suspect, the fastest way to get information was to ask around in Hell's Kitchen. Although the area was ruled by numerous gangs, an event as major as a shootout with the police would have spread quickly here, so finding clues shouldn't be difficult. Having decided on his destination for the night, Carl put away the ultimate divine weapon and began to study the skills he had inherited from the Garuda. The first skill was Garuda's Embrace, which allowed him to pull enemies to himself or rapidly close the distance using the Garuda's claws. The second skill was Wind Rend, which let him attack enemies at incredible speed with the Garuda's claws, essentially a series of fierce blows. The third skill was called Atmospheric Burst, capable of conjuring a powerful tornado to utterly destroy his foes. Carl planned to find a secluded spot to test the true effects of these new abilities. With this in mind, he headed straight to an abandoned car lot. It was rarely visited and had no surveillance, making it the perfect place to practice his newly acquired powers. Let's see what you can do. Carl picked out an abandoned sedan and instantly unleashed the Garuda's Embrace. A green, translucent eagle claw materialized out of thin air, gripping the car and yanking it right in front of him with immense force. Oh my gosh! Seeing the sedan hurtling straight toward him, Carl hurriedly dove to the side to get out of its way. The car crashed heavily onto the ground, landing just about an arm's length from where Carl had been standing. Even if he hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have hit him directly. Carl quickly scrambled to his feet and looked back, noticing that there was always a certain distance maintained between the car and where he had just been. Estimating the distance roughly, he decided to try again, this time standing his ground. Once more, the sedan stopped at the same arm's length from him. He then tried pulling himself toward the car, but again, it stopped at exactly that safe distance. Whether he pulled objects toward himself or moved himself toward objects, they would always halt automatically at this safety buffer. After several rounds of experimentation, Carl had more or less figured out how to use Garuda's Embrace. Now, he was ready to test the second skill. Standing beside the sedan, Carl took a deep breath and shouted out the skill's name. Instantly, Garuda's claws materialized, launching a frenzied assault on the car. The strikes were blindingly fast claw. Shadows overlapped again and again, and within seconds, the sedan was torn to shreds, losing all semblance of its original form. What remained was little more than a tangle of twisted metal strips. This is insanely powerful. If it ever hit a person, they'd be reduced to a pulp. No exaggeration. Looking at the car wreckage before him, twisted like heaps of noodles, Carl felt a surge of confidence. There was no way those gang members could stand up to him now. Now, only the final skill, Atmospheric Burst, remained to be tested. Carl had played games with the same skill name before, so he was already familiar with its effects. He chose a relatively safe spot and immediately activated Atmospheric Burst. A massive tornado sprang to life, sweeping through the area in front of Carl and steadily advancing forward. Within the whirlwind, flashes of green claws appeared. Intermittently, everything in its path was sucked up into the air, shredded by both the raging wind and the razor-sharp talons, losing all trace of their original shape. The tornado lasted for a good 10 seconds before gradually dying down. The scene before Carl was utter chaos. The pile of scrap cars had been reduced to a shapeless heap of metallic debris, unrecognizable as vehicles. Fragments of wreckage lay scattered everywhere, clattering noisily as they settled. Satisfied, Carl nodded approvingly, silently giving his system a thumbs up. He had been tempted to try transforming into Garuda to see what it would feel like, but the thought of that massive form and the inevitable gales that would follow made him give up on the idea. The last thing he wanted right now was to attract SHLD's attention. By the way, system, using magic won't turn me to stone if I use it too much, like in a game, right? Carl was a bit worried. After all, in the game, neither the manifestors nor the gifted could ultimately escape the fate of petrification, not even the protagonist, Clive. If he were to suffer the same fate, things would get complicated. Ding, please rest assured, host. The system has completely eliminated all side effects. The host will not experience petrification. Upon hearing this, Carl finally breathed a sigh of relief. With nothing to worry about, Carl stayed at the junkyard, practicing those 3 skills repeatedly, preparing for the night's operation. He didn't leave until Gwen called him, asking him to bring some food for her and Helen. The food at the hospital was mostly tailored for patients, extremely bland and unappetizing, usually just bread or some kind of mush. Gwen had no appetite for it at all. Before long, Carl arrived at the ward with some takeout. It was just burgers and fries, really, but far better than those tasteless hospital meals. Is this all? Didn't you go home earlier? Why didn't you cook something? Gwen peered into the bag at the burgers and fries, still looking a bit disappointed. What she truly craved was one of Carl's homemade meals. As a transmigrant, Carl's Chinese cooking was authentic, and he had already won over the whole family's palate, even his 2 picky younger brothers. He'd become the family chef, often whipping up new dishes to spice up their meals. To be honest, the food options in this country were painfully limited, mostly just frying, baking, or an assortment of sweets and fast food. Carl felt his sense of taste was starting to dull. What bothered him most was the once fragrant waffles, now always smothered in honey and powdered sugar, making them sickeningly sweet. He'd only tried them once and never touched them again. Faced with Gwen's question, Carl was at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't say he'd been practicing superpowers, so he just made up a random excuse to brush it off. Maybe now that George was out of immediate danger, Gwen and Helen finally had the appetite to eat. Both of them were famished and couldn't care less about the taste, settling down at the side to eat. Carl, meanwhile, sat beside George's bed. George was still relying on a ventilator to stay alive. Though he was out of critical condition, he hadn't regained consciousness. The doctors explained that there wasn't much more they could do at present, partly because the anesthesia hadn't fully worn off, and partly because of the injuries themselves. As long as George woke up, things would improve dramatically. Carl quietly watched his father lying in the hospital bed. The anger in his heart surged again, strengthening his resolve to go to Hell's Kitchen that night and uncover the truth. Ding detected a surge of willpower in the host. New mission issued. Find the culprit who shot at George Stacy and eliminate their gang. Mission reward. An office on Manhattan's Main Street, named Devil May Cry. Hey Tong, what's with this reward exactly? Carl was stunned, unable to understand why the mission reward would be an office, especially one with such a strange name as Devil May Cry. Ding, as a demon hunter, the host should naturally have an office of their own, a place to receive various assignments. Hey Tong, let me ask you seriously. Is there something wrong with you? Do you think I'm Dante or something? Why would I need an office, and why call it Devil May Cry? And you want me to take on assignments? Carl was exasperated, starting to suspect that something was wrong with the system. His abilities were based on Clive Rosefield, yet everything seemed to keep dragging him back to Devil May Cry's Dante. Ding, accepting commissions for supernatural cases is a fundamental duty of a demon hunter. It will also help boost the host's reputation. Boost my reputation? Hey Tong, don't you realize that in the Marvel world, the most dangerous thing isn't supernatural events, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. If I openly run a demon hunter's office, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have me hauled off for study in a heartbeat. Surviving, that would be a miracle. Carl voiced his frustration, feeling like the system had no regard for his safety whatsoever. He simply couldn't take it anymore. If the system materialized in front of him right now, he'd probably lose control and lash out. He'd planned to keep a low profile, but the system insisted on pushing him into the spotlight, practically painting a target on his back for S.H.I.E.L.D. Ding, how can a mightiest demon hunter be cowed by mere threats? You are unbelievable. Just get out. Carl was so furious he started ranting incoherently, venting all his pin-up anger at the system. Ding, host's emotional instability detected. All rewards will be revoked, and the system will terminate the binding to seek a more suitable candidate. Wait, I am Soda. I lost my head for a moment, and said things I shouldn't have. I've reflected deeply on my mistake, and I promise it won't happen again. Hearing the system's threat, Carl immediately caved in. It wasn't that he was weak. He'd simply realized something crucial. Whatever you do, you have to listen to your own heart and act according to your true feelings. Ding, since you have acknowledged your mistake, this system has decided not to pursue the matter any further. However, you must own your own agency, and the rest of the issues you will have to solve on your own. You're grown up now, and it's time you learn to face life's challenges independently. If you rely on a system for everything, you'll never truly grow up. Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes. Facing the storm alone? If this system hadn't caused so much trouble in the first place, he wouldn't have to deal with any of this. The whole thing was just exasperating. Since there was no way to resist, Carl had no choice but to accept reality. Besides, he needed to investigate whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes, so any rewards from the system would just be an unexpected bonus. Owning a property right on Manhattan Avenue, in the heart of New York's most bustling district, was a consolation in itself. Besides, Carl was at the age where it was time for him to move out. In America, many people choose to rent their own place once they reach adulthood. It's not just about having more freedom. It's also a symbol of independence, no longer relying on family like a child. Housing rent in America was a tale of two extremes. Apartments downtown were usually tiny and outrageously expensive, while old houses in the suburbs were much more spacious and affordable. Though those suburban houses had a long history, most have been renovated and well-maintained, offering roomy interiors and high ceilings. A comfortable way to live. Downtown apartments, on the other hand, might be modern but felt cramped, and the living experience left much to be desired. To own property on Manhattan Avenue was a dream for many, and as the site of an agency, the space would be far larger than any ordinary apartment. Carl stayed with his family at the hospital until night fell, and then left together with Gwen. Since George still needed someone at his side, Helen decided to stay at the hospital to care for him. But there were 2 young boys at home who needed looking after, so Helen asked Carl and Gwen to go home first and take care of them. The 2 walked home in silence. When they arrived, they found their 2 little brothers hunched over bowls of cereal, still hungry. Carl hurried to prepare dinner for them, and only after his brothers were full did he send them off to their rooms to rest. "Carl, do you think Dad is going to get better?" Gwen asked, her voice heavy with worry, afraid that George might never wake up. "Don't worry, he's going to be fine. Ever since he became a cop, he's always pulled through, no matter how bad the injury. This time won't be any different. Trust me," Carl reassured her. They sat side by side on the living room couch, and before long, Gwen drifted off to sleep with her head resting on his shoulder. After carrying Gwen to her room, Carl returned to his own. He quickly changed into dark clothes, then took out the pumpkin mask Gwen had given him for Halloween from the closet, and sat quietly, waiting for the hush of midnight to fall. This pumpkin mask was the only disguise that could completely cover his face. He thought about using a cloth or a regular mask, but those could be pulled off far too easily. The pumpkin mask, on the other hand, could cover his entire head and was hard to dislodge, so he ultimately chose this one. As night fell, Carl glanced at the time, deciding it was about right. He left home with great care, slipping quietly out the window to avoid waking Gwen and the kids. Thanks to his current physical prowess, he quickly reached the borders of Hell's Kitchen. The whole neighborhood seemed like a wild beast with its jaws wide open, lurking in the darkness, waiting for him. Carl reached in his backpack and took out that special weapon, cautiously moving towards the heart of the area. At night, there were almost no ordinary people on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. The few figures one might see were either gang members or unfortunate souls forced to walk the night. He didn't encounter anyone along the way, but the lights around him remained bright. Even though this was the area with the highest crime rate in New York, plenty of people still called it home. Damn it, where did those brats run off to? Out this late, and still not back. Just wait till they get home, I'll show them. Damn! A few punks, grumbling as they walked, happened to run right into Carl. They noticed the glowing object in Carl's hand, which looked very much like a sword. Greed flashed in their eyes. "Hey kid, what are you doing out here so late? What's that in your hand? Hand it over. Let's take a look." With that, one of the punks stepped forward, trying to snatch the sword from Carl. A flash of white light, swift and merciless. The punk's arm was severed in an instant, blood spurting violently. A shriek tore through the air. Clutching his bleeding stump, the punk collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground. "Do you know where the group that fought with the NYPD today is hiding?" Carl asked coldly, not even sparing a glance at the man writhing at his feet. You actually cut off his hand. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?" Instead of answering Carl's question, the remaining punks blustered, trying to intimidate him. Carl didn't hesitate. With another stroke of his sword, he split one of them cleanly in 2. This time, the victim didn't even have a chance to scream. The last punk collapsed to the ground in terror, staring at Carl with wild, terrified eyes, a dark stain spreading on his pants. "Don't kill me. Please, I'm begging you." He raised his hands in desperation, voice trembling with fear. "Where are the people who fought the NYPD today?" Carl asked again. Carl pressed on, unyielding. The terrified punk could barely form words, shouting incoherently. Without a flicker of mercy, Carl whipped his face with the flat of the sword. Teeth flew from the punk's mouth. "Are you awake now? Speak." The tip of Carl's sword hovered just beneath the thug's throat. The thug could feel the chilling aura radiating from the sword, making him shudder uncontrollably. "Be brother, please. I beg you. I really don't know anything. I'm just a nobody. Please, let me go." He stammered incoherently, his face contorted with terror as he pleaded for his life. Carl looked at him with an expressionless face. Then, without hesitation, he ended the man's life with a single stroke of his sword. "In your next life, remember to be a decent person." While he was at it, Carl also put an end to the suffering of the other thug who was still writhing in pain on the ground. Carl had expected to feel some discomfort after killing, but to his surprise, he felt nothing at all. It was no different from slaughtering a chicken or a fish. Perhaps it was because Carl never felt any sense of belonging here. His soul was, after all, that of a true Chinese man. Aside from caring about his family and friends, he was indifferent to everyone else. After taking the lives of the 3 thugs, Carl continued aimlessly wandering the streets of Hell's Kitchen. He had considered seeking out superheroes like Daredevil or the Punisher directly, or tracking down a notorious criminal like Kingpin to gather information. But he had no clue where to find any of them. Daredevil was relatively easier, since he was a lawyer and had his own practice, but Carl didn't know the address. "This can't go on," he muttered to himself. With that, Carl leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby apartment building gazing down at the streets below in search of places where gang members might gather. Sure enough, with a broader view, he soon spotted dozens of people brawling fiercely on the street below. A group of men were ganging up on a lone figure. With his keen eyesight, Carl quickly recognized the man under siege. It was Daredevil. Well, that saved me some trouble. Carl darted across the rooftops with ease, swiftly making his way to the building overlooking the street where Daredevil was fighting. At that moment, Daredevil was locked in a fierce battle with a gang of black-clad assailants, all dressed as ninjas. No one was using firearms. It was close-quarters combat with cold steel. Facing dozens of attackers, Daredevil was gradually being overwhelmed, clearly struggling to hold his ground. A steel blade was about to slash down toward Daredevil's neck. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. A blue crystal sword came hurtling down from above, embedding itself in the ground right in front of Daredevil. The ninja's blade shattered in his hands. "Who's there?" All the ninjas snapped their heads up toward the rooftop, instantly on alert. Daredevil, too, glanced upward with curiosity. "I have a few questions for him. Would you mind waiting until I'm done before you continue?" Carl's voice echoed from the rooftop. The next moment, he leapt down, landing steadily on the ground. As a manifester, Carl's body had long surpassed ordinary limits. A jump from such a height was nothing to him. "Who are you, to dare meddle in the affairs of the hand?" The speaker was clad in a suit of silver light armor, his face uncovered, unlike the other ninjas. He was one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association and a disciple of the village, known as Shin. Carl glanced back at Daredevil behind him and said helplessly, "Do they not understand plain language?" Daredevil only shrugged in response, offering no answer. Carl's arrival had offered Daredevil a brief reprieve from danger. He was eager for Carl to buy him more time to recover his strength. "Pumpkinhead, you dare offend the hand. Watch your back, or you may not live to regret it." As Shin spoke, his katana flashed through the air, its gleaming blade striking straight at Carl. Carl didn't even bother to look directly at him. With a casual motion, he raised the ultimate divine blade to block the strike, then in a swift riposte, slashed back at Shin. Shin dodged nimbly and, gaining momentum, launched a flurry of even fiercer blows, relentlessly attacking Carl one strike after another. Carl let out a low growl. Suddenly, countless razor-sharp claws materialized before him, tearing towards Shin with lightning speed. The claws were impossibly sharp. In the blink of an eye, they shredded Shin's armor, leaving his chest a mangled, bloody mess. Carl followed through with a powerful kick, sending Shin flying across the ground. When Shin hit the floor, his fate was uncertain. His chest was a ruin of blood and flesh, and survival seemed impossible. He killed Master Shin. "Take down that pumpkin head now." Everything had happened in a flash. Only after Shin was hurled aside did the remaining ninjas snap to their senses, shouting as they charged Carl. Carl had no desire to waste time with them. He unleashed the power of wind, swift and decisive, effortlessly felling every ninja in his path. Though Daredevil was blind, he could clearly sense the roaring wind and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Deep inside, he was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected that this young man, who appeared barely over 20, would defeat all the ninjas in a single move. "Who on earth are you?" Daredevil asked, curiosity in his voice. His keen senses told him Carl's approximate age, even without sight. "Who I am doesn't matter. In truth, there are things I'd like to ask you," Carl replied, sheathing the ultimate divine blade and turning. To look at Daredevil, he noticed that the Daredevil before him seemed more like the version from his previous life's TV series. Carl actually preferred the TV version of Daredevil, perhaps because of the richer plot and action scenes. "Come with me. This isn't the place to talk," he said. Daredevil could sense clearly that Carl meant no harm. Otherwise, he would have left as soon as Carl dealt with Shin and the ninjas. Before long, Carl followed Daredevil to a hidden apartment. The place was uninhabited and served as Daredevil's makeshift base. With no residents, there was no electricity, but Daredevil had no need for light. The two of them simply sat together in the darkness. "This place is perfect," Carl remarked. "It's more than suitable for a safe house." Carl looked around. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, and only the moonlight seeped in through the window, his vision was keen enough to see everything clearly. Daredevil offered a slight smile, then slowly sat down. As an ordinary man, he was always left battered and bruised after every fight. So much so that even sitting required great care. "Are you all right? Need a hand with your injuries?" Carl took off his pumpkin mask. To be honest, the thing was suffocating, and he was drenched in sweat. He wasn't too worried about Daredevil. Remembering his face, after all, the man was blind. Even if he could identify people by their voice, at most he'd only sense a vague outline. With some effort, Daredevil peeled off his shirt, revealing arms and a chest covered in knife wounds, still oozing blood. I'd appreciate it. There are some medicines in the cabinet. Daredevil nodded toward a cabinet in the corner. As one of their safe houses, this place was naturally stocked with emergency supplies. Carl fetched some gauze and hemostatic powder, then set about tending to Daredevil's wounds. In truth, besides his heightened senses, Daredevil's body healed faster than most. Once he was patched up, Daredevil collapsed onto the sofa, motionless. Any sudden movement risked tearing open the wounds on his chest. You mentioned earlier you had something to ask me. What is it? Shifting into a slightly more comfortable position, Daredevil finally spoke. There was a shootout today between some gang members and the NYPD. Do you know who they were? Carl asked. In reality, Carl had no idea how to track these people down, nor was he sure Daredevil would know anything. All he could do was take a chance. After all, Daredevil lived right here in Hell's Kitchen. Desperate times called for desperate measures. To Carl's surprise, Daredevil nodded. I heard about it on the news. The NYPD commissioner was shot by gangsters and is still in a coma. Wait, are you? As a lawyer, Daredevil quickly deduced Carl's identity. Carl didn't hide it. He trusted Daredevil's integrity and sense of justice, and he wasn't worried about betrayal. You guessed right. That's why I have to find them. Carl replied calmly. Daredevil understood Carl's intentions perfectly. Both men knew what would come next. Though Daredevil was upright and stubborn, utterly intolerant of evil, he had his own code. He never killed, no matter how vile the criminal be it. Kingpin or Madame Gao. His only aim was to see them behind bars. Yet his refusal to kill didn't mean he would stop others from seeking vengeance. Having received Carl's frank answer, Daredevil shared everything he knew without reservation. It turned out that Daredevil had been tracking those men as well. They were a local Hell's Kitchen gang, often clashing with the Russian mob and the mafia in the area. In Hell's Kitchen, most of the territory was already under Kingpin's control, but there were still a few gangs that operated outside his rule. The local gang Daredevil spoke of was one such group. Their leader was an old-school crime boss who had been active in Hell's Kitchen as long as Kingpin himself, someone even Kingpin wouldn't provoke lightly. This man was named Adam West, and his main business was drug trafficking. The shootout that happened today was a result of a clash with the police during one of their drug shipments. Do you know where their hideout is? The system's mission was to wipe out this gang completely, so naturally, their base of operations had to be found. Daredevil was silent for a moment before answering. I do, but their hideout is filled with heavy weaponry. If you go alone, it's as good as walking to your own death. It was obvious that Daredevil didn't want Carl to take such a risk, especially after learning that Carl was only 18. Carl hadn't hidden his age. He'd told Daredevil as much when they first got to know each other. Go home, kid. Revenge shouldn't be the goal of someone your age, even if you're not like ordinary people. Daredevil was still trying to persuade Carl to abandon thoughts of vengeance. Don't let hatred rule your life. It will slowly change you, drag you down into the darkness, and turn you into nothing but a killer. Clearly, Daredevil was projecting his own past onto Carl. He, too, had witnessed his father's murder as a teenager and eventually walked the path of revenge. Yet Carl only smiled calmly. I understand what you're saying, but hatred won't blind me or corrupt my heart. I know myself. Seeing that Carl remained unmoved, Daredevil sighed and shook his head in disappointment. If you insist on revenge, I can tell you where they're hiding. But on one condition, you have to let me go with you. Agree to that, and I'll give you their location. Carl agreed, almost without hesitation. He understood that Daredevil wanted to go along in hopes of reminding him to stay clear-headed if hatred began to take control. Still, Carl was confident he wouldn't lose himself to vengeance. With Daredevil joining him, Carl felt both more capable and more at ease. Since Daredevil still needed time to recover, the two agreed to meet here again at the same time tomorrow night, and then head to the gang's stronghold together. By dawn, when Carl slipped back home, the sky was already growing light. He carefully climbed in through the window into his bedroom, quietly opened the door just a crack to make sure nothing was amiss outside, then finally settled down to sleep. The next day, Carl brought his two younger brothers to school as usual, and then went to the hospital with Gwen. Both of them had already asked for leave from school, and the request had been swiftly approved. George's condition had improved since yesterday, but he remained unconscious. After Carl and Gwen left, their colleagues from the police department and staff from City Hall also came by to visit George. Helen told Carl that the police had managed to get the gang's hideout location from the arrested thug, and they planned to act on it. In a few days, she didn't mention what happened to that thug afterward, but Carl suspected things probably hadn't ended well for him. Carl nodded. He decided that he would take down the gang's den tonight with Daredevil, showing no mercy to anyone inside. He doubted he would feel any guilt. After all, this wasn't his hometown, and the victims weren't his own people. Gwen, ever observant, noticed something was off about Carl and felt a vague sense of unease, but she kept her thoughts to herself. That day, Carl stayed at the hospital to look after George. According to the doctors, there was a good chance George would wake up. Despite his serious injuries, he was recovering at a remarkable rate. Hearing the doctor's assessment, Helen and Gwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Dad's going to be okay. Gwen gripped George's hand tightly, her eyes red with emotion. Carl, meanwhile, sat on the sofa lost in thought, his mind already drifting to the night's mission. He knew that Daredevil would almost certainly forbid him from killing anyone, possibly not even one. Carl had little to say about Daredevil's strict no-kill policy. In fact, this principle wasn't unique to Daredevil. Batman, Bruce Wayne himself, believed the same. Yet, the results were often more brutal than death itself, leaving people to wish for anything but the life they had left. Night soon fell. Despite Helen's insistence that Carl and Gwen go home, she chose to stay behind to watch over George herself. As the commissioner of the NYPD, George was in a deluxe hospital suite, one that resembled a hotel suite more than a hospital room. In addition to George's bed, there was a separate bed for visitors and a private bathroom just outside. As usual, Carl and Gwen returned home. Seeing how exhausted Gwen looked, Carl told her to get some early rest while he headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the two kids at home. Late that night, Carl lay on his bed, resting. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He quickly dressed, slipped silently out the window, and leapt nimbly onto the rooftop, making his way toward Hell's Kitchen. At the same time, his bedroom door was gently pushed open, leaving a narrow gap. Carl soon reached Daredevil's safe house. Daredevil was already there waiting for him, but there was another person in the room, someone Carl hadn't expected at all, the Punisher. To Carl, these two were the embodiment of extremes. Daredevil was relentless in his refusal to kill, while the Punisher showed no mercy, never hesitating to deal fatal blows to his enemies. They hardly seemed like allies at all. So, you're the one going after Adam West and his crew? The Punisher asked, his voice rough as he polished his gun. Carl nodded. That's right. They hurt people who never should have been harmed. The Punisher looked at Carl with keen interest. Do you really understand what kind of people you're up against? Carl's expression remained calm, his voice steady. They're just criminals. Do you care what sort of people they are? The Punisher burst out laughing, a note of appreciation in his tone. Kid, I'm starting to like you. It's about time. Let's get ready to move. Daredevil tapped the chair beside him, using the echoes to sense his surroundings. The Punisher hoisted a backpack brimming with weapons and ammunition, enough to take on a fierce battle. Carl, dressed simply, retrieved his weapon from his system space. How did you manage to pull out that sword? The Punisher eyed Carl up and down, finding it hard to imagine how he could hide such a long blade on himself. Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. Carl replied coolly, offering no further explanation. The Punisher didn't press the issue. Truth be told, he was only here because Daredevil had invited him at the last minute. They'd teamed up because they shared the same target. In fact, it was the Punisher himself who knew the location of Adam West's operation. He'd had his sights set on this group of drug dealers for a while. Just as he was about to make his move, Daredevil suggested they work together. The Punisher had heard of Daredevil's reputation and figured an extra ally would only help their odds. He just hadn't expected a young man to join their ranks. Under the cover of night, the three of them made their way to the docks. The place was still ablaze with light, workers bustling as they unloaded cargo from a freighter. This is Adam West's stronghold. If I'm right, he should be in the warehouse office right now. They're probably in the middle of a shipment deal tonight. The Punisher pulled a thermal imager from his bag, aiming the receiver at one of the warehouses. Inside, crowds gathered. On the screen, the warehouse was packed wall-to-wall with orange silhouettes, a dense sea of heat signatures. Looks like they really are making a big move tonight. Perfect chance to catch everyone in one sweep. Although Daredevil couldn't see, the clamor of the docks painted a vivid scene through his heightened senses. He could sense everything around them. We'll sneak in first and get a sense of the situation, Daredevil whispered. Stealth was his specialty, and he took the lead. After a quick discussion, the three crept toward their target, waiting for the right moment to strike. Carl had no experience in covert operations. The template he'd inherited from Clive specialized in direct combat, not stealth, so he could only stick close behind Daredevil. The Punisher chose to circle around, taking a different route toward a concealed position. He planned to cover the others with a sniper rifle while keeping the entire warehouse under his watchful eye. Daredevil and Carl slipped quietly into the warehouse, watching the scene below from the shadows on the rooftop. Hurry up, all of you. This shipment is no ordinary cargo. If anything goes wrong tonight, you'll regret it. Adam West bellowed from his office window, his burly frame nearly blocking out the light. His men quickened their pace, hauling crate after crate into the warehouse. Carl and Daredevil worked in perfect sync, neither rushing to make a move. By now, the Punisher had reached his ideal vantage point. From his position, he could see every corner of the warehouse, leaving no blind spots. I'm in position. They got a few more crates to unload. Hold for now. The Punisher reported in a low voice as he watched the last boxes being lifted off the freighter. Adam West is in the office. Once everyone's inside, that's when we strike, Daredevil murmured, one hand resting on the billy club at his belt as he kept an eye on the furious Adam below. Soon, all the cargo had been moved inside. The towering crates were stacked neatly in the center of the warehouse. Adam emerged from his office. I've staked nearly everything I own on this shipment. If those buyers don't give me the price I want tonight, I'll make them pay for it. Adam snarled, snatching a crowbar from one of his men and prying open a crate. Inside, the crate was packed with white powder, processed drugs, ready for sale. At last, I'm finally going to hit it big. Adam crowed, grabbing a packet to inspect. As a seasoned dealer, he instantly recognized the quality. These drugs were top tier, far superior to anything on the street. Why aren't they here yet? No sense of time at all, Adam grumbled, tossing the packet aside in frustration and cursing under his breath. Get ready, Daredevil signaled the Punisher, indicating it was nearly time to move. Wait, the buyers are here. You'll never guess who it is, the Punisher said, noticing several cars pulling up at the dock and stopping right outside the warehouse doors. Well, you finally made it. I've been waiting long enough, Adam called out with a greedy, ruthless gleam in his eyes as the newcomers exited their vehicles. Check the goods first. I'm not here to waste time, the leader replied coldly, giving Adam a dismissive glance, as if he were nothing but a petty clown. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Adam's eyes. Daredevil instantly recognized the man coming to meet Adam. It was Shin, his old nemesis from the hand, someone he had crossed swords with many times before. Carl recognized him too. It was the very same Shin he had once killed with his own hands. Yet here Shin stood, perfectly unharmed. Clearly, the hand had used the dragon bones to bring him back from the dead. Carl glanced at Daredevil and noticed that the words resurrected from the dead elicited no reaction whatsoever from him, as if he had long been aware of the hand's dark arts. I didn't expect the hand to be involved. Those guys are everywhere, Daredevil murmured under his breath, signaling Punisher in the distance to get ready. As soon as Punisher gave his signal, Daredevil leapt from the rooftop, swiftly taking down several hand ninjas. At the same time, Carl jumped down as well, his greatsword plunging straight through a gangster. He had little interest in the hand for the time being. An ambush! You're trying to double-cross us, aren't you? No one's leaving here alive, Adam barked, immediately ordering his men to open fire. He'd clearly come prepared. Gunfire erupted in a relentless volley, each shot accompanied by another body hitting the ground. Yet, it was Adam's men who were falling. There's a sniper, Adam shouted, scrambling to find cover. Daredevil was locked in fierce combat with the hand, while Carl swung his massive blade, cutting down enemies without mercy. Bullets flew at Carl, but he deflected every one with his sword. Suddenly, a green talon appeared out of nowhere, yanking all the nearby henchmen right in front of him. Before they could even react, a flurry of razor-sharp claws tore them apart in an instant. Carl didn't spare a single glance at the carnage on the ground. He charged at the remaining enemies, his divine weapon cutting through them as easily as slicing through soft tofu. In the blink of an eye, Adam's men were utterly slaughtered. Wherever Carl passed, severed limbs and mangled bodies littered the floor. No one escaped his sword. There wasn't even a single intact corpse left behind. With Punisher's unerring cover fire, Carl made a beeline for Adam West, who was cowering behind cover. Anyone who tried to stand in his way was cut down without hesitation. Yet Carl's blade remained spotless, not a drop of blood staining its surface. With a single kick, Carl sent Adam West flying, then casually dispatched a few more henchmen who rushed him. It was your men who clashed with the NYPD, wasn't it? Carl fixed his cold gaze on Adam, who was just scrambling to his feet, his voice biting with ice. Kid, do you have any idea who you're messing with? Do you even know who I am? Adam West, seeing that his opponent was just a young man, instantly regained his arrogance, his tone laced with threats. I'll ask you again. Were those who fired on the police your men? In a blur, Carl appeared right in front of Adam and snapped his arm without warning. Adam let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. Now, do you understand what I'm saying? Carl gazed at Adam, who was screaming in agony, his own heart utterly unmoved. When dealing with scum, cruelty was the only answer. Adam's whole body was drenched in sweat from the pain. The excruciating snap of his arm left him dazed and barely aware of his surroundings. Though he was a mob boss, years of indulgence had softened him. He was used to being the one who inflicted pain, not the one who had to endure it. Such torment was beyond anything he had ever suffered. Carl pressed his foot down on Adam's broken arm, and a fresh wave of searing pain wrung another scream from him. "It was your men who got into that gunfight with the New York police a few days ago, wasn't it?" Carl asked again, though he was already certain of the answer. With great effort, Adam lifted his head and looked at Carl's youthful face. No matter how he looked, it was impossible to reconcile that innocent appearance with such butchery. He managed a feeble nod. Without hesitation, Carl stamped down and broke Adam's other arm. Adam's hoarse scream ripped through the air. This new agony jolted him back to lucidity, but that clarity only brought even greater suffering. "I want to know who fired the shot that hit the NYPD commissioner," Carl said, towering over Adam as if he were already a corpse. The pain was so intense that Adam could no longer form words, his body writhing uncontrollably. "All right then. If you won't talk, I'll just have to kill everyone here," Carl said coldly, and with that he stomped down and crushed Adam's chest. "Daredevil, get out of the warehouse," Carl called out, and a strange wind began to swirl around him. Daredevil heard Carl's command and glanced back before bolting for the exit without hesitation. He'd seen the eerie green glow flaring in Carl's eyes, the wild winds gathering around him, tinged with a sinister green energy. Daredevil's heightened senses told him that the force encircling Carl could obliterate the entire warehouse in an instant. Sticking around would be suicide. Shin, Carl's adversary, saw Daredevil fleeing without so much as a backward glance and instinctively prepared to give chase. But just then, a violent gale whipped through the warehouse, growing fiercer by the second. Shin froze, suddenly recalling the moment of his own death at Carl's hands. He snapped his gaze to Carl, fear dawning in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a howling tempest erupted inside the warehouse, like a bloodthirsty maw ready to devour everything in its path. Outside, the Punisher stood, sniper rifle in hand, stunned as he watched the warehouse swallowed by the gale. Within the swirling winds, flashes of green flickered like the reaping scythe of death itself, harvesting every life inside. Though Daredevil could not see, his keen senses picked up the destructive force raging within the storm. The power was unmistakable, pure annihilation. Standing motionless at the very heart of the hurricane, Carl did not so much as stir. A single strand of his hair remained untouched by the raging winds. He gazed upwards, watching the broken limbs and shattered debris from the warehouse swirl chaotically within the storm, yet his heart remained remarkably calm. A cheerful chime sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The criminal syndicate has been annihilated and vengeance has been served. Please claim your reward." The timely voice of the system shattered Carl's wandering thoughts, pulling him back from wherever his mind had drifted. A stack of documents materialized in Carl's system space. Each page was densely packed with clauses and bore his signature at the bottom. This was the property deed for a building on Manhattan Avenue, his reward from a system. Manhattan Avenue was the most bustling, coveted stretch in all of New York. Owning property, there was a dream beyond the grasp of most, something countless people yearned for. A wave of exhilaration washed over Carl. "Ah, system, you're the best. I could just kiss you." A mechanical chime echoed in response. "Please, host, maintain decorum. This system does not engage in such behavior." The system coldly brushed off Carl's declaration of affection. "Fisk, no sense of humor at all. Truly, you're as cold and unreasonable as ever, system. Time to head home." By now, the warehouse Carl had been in was leveled to the ground, leaving only scattered debris as far as the eye could see. The criminal gang members had long since been torn apart by the hurricane, their remains scattered to the winds. "HM, you're actually still alive? Got lucky, did you?" Carl looked up to see Shin standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Shin had believed himself hardened by many a crisis, but the scene before him left him shaken to the core. He didn't even realize Carl was standing right in front of him. "It's over. My vendetta is settled. If you want to leave, now's your chance. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you experience the same fate as the others." Carl's words snapped Shin back to his senses. He shot Carl a wary glance, then, without another word to Daredevil, turned and bolted, running faster than he ever had in his life. Daredevil, true to form, made no move to pursue him. "I have to ask, what exactly is your power? Is it some kind of magic?" Daredevil's curiosity was plain. "In a way, yes. You believe in magic." Carl was a bit surprised. He'd assumed Daredevil might chalk up his abilities to some kind of superpower, but hadn't expected him to immediately think of magic. "I met a few people who called themselves sorcerers. You don't feel exactly like them, but I'd recognize that magical aura anywhere." Daredevil replied calmly. "Euphae mit And, what, you've got a dog sense of smell." Carl shot Daredevil a sidelong glance. If his guess was right, those sorcerers must have been from Kamartaj. A faint worry took root in Carl's mind. He couldn't help but wonder if the Ancient One would be able to see through his true identity. Ding, please rest assured, host. In this vast universe, no one will ever be able to see through your identity. That's just how awesome this system is. The sudden voice from the system startled Carl. What are you doing? You nearly scared me to death. Carl was completely speechless at the system. Wait, so you know everything I'm thinking? Ding, of course. As your ever-considerate system, it's my duty to anticipate your every thought. Then can you send me back home? Carl blurted out the question without even thinking. Ding, host, you must be dreaming. Carl was left utterly speechless. This system was seriously messed up. He was beginning to suspect it had a virus. It was never normal, not for a second. Truly insane. After regrouping with the Punisher, the three of them returned to Daredevil's safe house. I've got to admit, kid, you're tougher than you look. I thought we'd be fighting till sunrise tonight, the Punisher said, lounging comfortably on the sofa with a drink in hand. We wiped out an entire gang in one go tonight. Hell's Kitchen should be quiet for a while, Daredevil added as he bandaged himself. Though the operation had gone smoothly, he'd still picked up a few minor injuries, but with his healing abilities, they'd be gone by morning. I should head home too. It's been a pleasure working with you both. If you ever need my help, just give me a call. Carl glanced at the faint light creeping up over the horizon. He hadn't expected the whole night to fly by like that. If he didn't get home soon, Gwen would find out. Daredevil nodded in farewell, while the Punisher just raised his bottle in silent salute. Moving like a shadow across the rooftops, Carl slipped back home in no time, climbing through his bedroom window. Back at last, are you? Suddenly, Gwen's gentle voice drifted into Carl's ears. Carl froze, his entire body going stiff as he turned towards the source of the voice. Back at last, are you? The sudden words left Carl rooted to the spot, eyes wide as he stared in the direction of the voice. A graceful figure sat on the bed, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Carl. Gee, Gwen. Morning. Carl gave an awkward wave, moving stiffly like a robot. Gwen patted the spot beside her, signaling for Carl to sit down. Still stiff as a board, Carl gingerly took a seat, as if he were made of metal. So, let me explain. Carl looked at Gwen's smiling face, his nerves jangling. He knew this look all too well. Whenever Gwen smiled at him like that, he knew he was in big trouble. Go ahead. I'm listening, Gwen replied with a soft, gentle voice, still smiling. Carl felt as if his throat had been locked shut. He couldn't utter a single word. Cold sweat poured down his face, and it was as though all the blood in his body had retreated to his heart. Seeing Carl in such a state, most of Gwen's anger subsided. Ever since they were young, whenever Gwen got upset, Carl would instantly become helpless, like a malfunctioning robot. He could barely speak, stumbling over his words. She had long grown used to it. There was nothing more she could do. Suddenly, Gwen noticed the bloodstains on Carl's clothes. She rushed forward and grabbed his arm. You're hurt? Let me see. Anxiously, Gwen began to carefully search Carl for wounds, her composure for moments before replaced by urgency. Carl quickly stopped her. It's nothing. Really, it's not my blood. I'm not hurt. Neither of them seemed to realize that Carl was still holding Gwen's hand, their focus solely on each other. When Carl finally came to his senses, he released Gwen's hand and scratched his head awkwardly. Gwen's cheeks flushed, and a subtle sense of intimacy filled the room. Actually, I went to investigate the people who hurt your dad, Carl explained, recounting everything he'd discovered to Gwen. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gwen asked, half reproachful, feeling upset that she'd been kept in the dark. I just didn't want you to worry. Besides, it's all taken care of now, Carl said hurriedly. He knew Gwen would blame him, but he didn't want to keep secret from her. Gwen fell silent, looking at Carl with reddening eyes. I know I was wrong. Please don't be mad. I'm really sorry, okay? Carl panicked at the sight of her tears, fumbling for words until finally, he managed to calm her down. Next time, you can't keep things from me anymore. I promise. You have to tell me everything. No problem. After several reassurances, Gwen was finally soothed, and Carl breathed a long sigh of relief. Although morning had already come, Gwen insisted that Carl rest in the room. She took it upon herself to make breakfast for her two younger brothers and get them ready for school. Later, Gwen went straight to the hospital, while Carl remained at home to rest. He wanted to go with her, but Gwen firmly refused. A month passed, and Chief George had nearly recovered. He could return to work as normal, though he still had to avoid strenuous activity. Office work was fine, but field duty was out of the question. As for Hell's Kitchen, just as Daredevil had predicted, with an entire gang wiped out overnight, the area quieted down for a while, and the crime rate dropped sharply. The New York police had no clue who was behind the destruction of the crime syndicate. In the end, the case was left unsolved, though they did conduct a thorough sweep of Hell's Kitchen, After all, the reputation of the NYPD commissioner and the entire department was on the line. On a bustling Manhattan street, a new office called Devil May Cry quietly opened its doors. Passers-by paused, casting curious glances at the sign. The name was simply too unusual. No one seemed to know what kind of business it was. This building was the reward Carl received for completing a system mission, a fully furnished office. The building itself was 4 stories tall, built in a classic European style. The first floor housed the office, while the 2nd through 4th floors were luxurious apartments that Carl could rent out for extra income. In a place like Manhattan, where every inch of land is precious, only the city's elite could afford to live in such apartments. Corporate high-flyers, for the most part. Carl himself lived in the innermost apartment on the 2nd floor. It was his private residence and the largest, most lavish suite in the building. The Devil May Cry office was also decorated in an elegant European classical style. Besides the reception area for clients, there was a dedicated trophy room and a dazzling bar stocked with drinks, along with every modern appliance one could need. A week earlier, Carl had already moved out of the Stacy household. His reason was simple. He was grown now and didn't want to trouble George and Helen any longer. But the Stacy family was strongly opposed. In their eyes, Carl was still a child, far too young to be living on his own. Helen and the 2 younger brothers were especially reluctant to see him leave. The most emotional reaction came from Gwen. She was convinced Carl was abandoning them, leading to a heated argument. In her anger, she even shattered the treasured crystal ball Carl had given her as a child, and declared that if he moved out, he should never come back. It took Carl a long time to coax Gwen into forgiving him, but she never truly agreed to let him go. In the end, Carl brought the whole family to the apartment building and explained that he owned the entire place. Only then did George and Helen reluctantly give their blessing for him to move out. During this process, George pulled some strings to investigate the origins of Carl's new property, worried that it might have come from questionable sources. But every record showed that Carl had inherited the building from his grandfather, finally putting George's mind at ease. Carl had been found by George in a drug den, and at the time his mother had already died from an overdose. There was no way for George to dig any deeper into Carl's past. Seeing that his son wasn't running off to fall in with the wrong crowd, George was reassured and ultimately agreed to let Carl move out. However, Helen laid down one firm rule. Carl had to come home every week for dinner and spend at least one night at the house. There would be no excuses. Carl had no choice but to accept these terms, and only then was he allowed to move out. Sitting in his chair, bored out of his mind, Carl propped his legs up on the desk and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. The final semester of high school was drawing to a close, and graduation loomed just ahead. Carl had already decided he wouldn't bother with college. After all, he had his system, this property was already his, and whether he landed a good job or not simply didn't matter to him. Meanwhile, Gwen and Peter were both swamped with preparations for the college entrance exams, their nerves stretched thin. Both of them were top students, and getting into a good university was almost second nature to them. Still, the grueling review sessions for the exams were unavoidable, especially since the top universities set the bar incredibly high. "Are you really not planning on going to college?" Gwen asked as she shuffled through a mountain of notes. She sat there on the spacious L-shaped sofa with Peter, Felicia, and a few other students all aiming for elite universities, each one hunched over their notes, so focused that they hardly blinked. "Come on, Carl, why not put in some effort? At least we'd have a friend with us at school." Peter, his thick black-rimmed glasses slightly askew, stared at his notebook packed with dense mathematical formulas. Carl glanced over and felt a wave of nausea. "Oh, spare me. I've never been cut out for studying. I'll just stick to running my office," Carl replied lazily, stretching his arms with little enthusiasm. "Did you tell your dad? He's always wanted you to become an outstanding police officer. How are you going to take the police exam if you don't go to college?" Gwen shot Carl a look. She knew from childhood that the moment studying came up, Carl acted as if it were the end of the world. "You don't have to graduate from a top university to become a cop. You can take the exam right out of high school." Carl responded unhurriedly. "Besides, I never wanted to be a police officer anyway. You saw what happened last time Dad got shot. If I got shot, Mom would be heartbroken. And besides, with my system, why would I want to be a cop? There's no future in that." Carl thought to himself. "Fine, I can't argue with you," Gwen muttered before burying her head back in her sea of textbooks. "Oh, right. Before graduation, we're supposed to visit Oscorp Tower for a tour. You're coming too, aren't you, Carl?" Peter looked up and asked. "Yeah, of course I'm going. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Kyle nodded seriously. After all, this was the big event where Peter would become Spider-Man. How could he not witness it with his own eyes? Still, Carl felt a bit puzzled. In his memories, Peter didn't visit Oscorp Tower at this point in time. He couldn't recall exactly when it was, but something felt off, like the timeline had shifted, and things weren't quite as he remembered from those movies in his past life. But his confusion only lasted a second before he let it go. After all, this was the real world, not a movie. Things weren't going to unfold as neatly as a film script. All right, it's settled then. Peter grinned as well. He only had two close friends, Carl and Harry. Now that Harry was still abroad, Carl was all he had left. If Carl didn't go with him, Peter thought he might actually suffer from social anxiety. Actually, Peter wasn't socially anxious at all. He just didn't enjoy talking to strangers because of his personality. But when he was with friends, he could talk nonstop, chatting away all day long. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding, system mission issued. As a demon hunter and the owner of an agency, how can you possibly get by without an assistant? Please recruit an assistant as soon as possible. Mission reward, the blessing of Mogul the Wise King. Carl immediately sat up straight. Hey system, what exactly is the blessing of Mogul the Wise King? Is it some kind of buff? Ding, the blessing of Mogul the Wise King. Within a specified area designated by the host, a barrier will be created. Everything inside this barrier will be immune to any form of harm, enjoying absolute defense. What the? That's basically invincibility. Immune to all damage, absolute defense. This is the ultimate safe zone. Carl's eyes nearly popped out of his head. With all the disasters that plague New York, always right at the epicenter, no less, this blessing couldn't have come at a better time. It was practically made for him. So, system, let me ask, would this barrier protect against, say, a nuclear bomb? Carl asked, knowing the way the Americans did things. If something couldn't be handled, they'd just nuke it. Who knows how many times they'd threatened to wipe out New York already. Ding, rest assured, host. Forget nuclear bombs. Even if the Earth were destroyed, everything inside the barrier would remain untouched. Well, that puts my mind at ease. You're the best, system. Carl's mood soared. System, are there any requirements for this assistant? Ding, host is free to recruit anyone. The system won't interfere. However, the assistant must be substantive, someone who helps with daily affairs and provides logistical support. Oh, piece of cake. Just wait for my good news. Carl agreed without hesitation. Finding an assistant? How hard could it be? And if it came down to it, he still had Gwen and Peter to help. Plus, Gwen could stay inside the barrier and be safe. Soon, the day to visit Oscorp Tower arrived. During this time, a few people had come to Devil May Cry to apply for the assistant job, but none had managed to impress Carl. Although technically he could make do with a less-than-ideal assistant just to complete the task, and was even looking for an excuse to dismiss her, the system would never let Carl exploit any loopholes. So, not a single person had succeeded in outsmarting it. And besides, Carl had no desire to spend his days with someone he didn't like. Ring, 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 ring. Early in the morning, Gwen stood outside Carl's door, pressing the doorbell incessantly. The noise tore Carl from his deep sleep. Groggy and cranky from being woken up, he yanked open the door. Ah, Carl, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Gwen hurried inside and slammed the door shut behind her. Carl had opened the door for Gwen, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. What's the big deal? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Carl muttered, his eyes still clouded with sleep. Clearly, his brain hadn't quite booted up yet. He was running on autopilot, driven purely by muscle memory. That's not the same. Back then we were just kids, okay? Face flushed scarlet. Gwen quickly grabbed a can of soda from the fridge and pressed it against her cheeks to cool down. All right, whatever you say. Carl brushed her off with a couple of half-hearted words and went straight back to bed, his barely awake mind promptly shutting down again. Carl, get up. Today's the day we visit Oscorp. If you don't get up now, we're going to be late. Gwen stormed into the bedroom, only to find Carl sprawled out on the bed again. She started yelling, her voice echoing off the walls. Good thing the apartment was well soundproofed. Otherwise, the neighbors would have come knocking to complain. But Carl didn't react to Gwen shouting. He was already drifting back into dreamland. Gwen was furious. She'd carried the heavy burden of getting Carl out of bed since they were kids, and, apparently, today was no exception. Get up right now. Gwen grabbed Carl by the ankles and yanked him off the bed, dragging him onto the floor before giving him a good, hard kick. Finally, Carl was forcibly rebooted. Gwen manhandled him all the way to the bathroom to wash up, while she set out the breakfast she brought, waiting for him to join her. A dozen minutes later, Carl emerged from the bathroom, still rubbing his back as he walked. Kicking someone in the back like that? You know you could kill a guy doing that. Lucky for you I'm built tough, or one of these days you'll be the death of me. Carl sat down, grumbling, and started eating the sandwich Gwen had bought. That was your punishment. Serve you right for not getting up. Gwen took a fierce bite of her sandwich, as if she were taking a bite out of Carl himself. Punishment? Lady, are you sure you've got this straight? With that skirt you're wearing, when you kicked me, I saw everything. Who's punishing who here? Of course, Carl only dared to say that in his head. If he spoke his mind out loud, Gwen would probably beat him to death, and he might not even leave a body behind. After finishing their breakfast, the two of them strolled leisurely toward the Osborne Tower. With how slowly Carl moved, catching the school bus was simply out of the question. Fortunately, Carl's office wasn't far from the Osborne Tower. Walking there was perfectly doable, and on the way, they even passed by Stark Tower. As they walked past Stark Tower, Carl curiously craned his neck to look inside. The lobby was bustling with people in sharp suits, everyone looking incredibly busy. Not spotting that famous playboy, Carl withdrew his gaze with a trace of disappointment. "What are you looking at?" Gwen followed Carl's eyes and glanced over at Stark Tower as well. Stark Tower really lives up to its reputation as a company that can rival Osborne. I've heard it's even taller than the Osborne building, and there's a huge platform at the top where you can see all of New York laid out beneath you. Gwen tilted her head back to gaze up at the top of Stark Tower, as if she dearly wished she could go up there and see for herself. "I actually have an idea that could make our family rich, so rich we'd never have to worry about money again. Want to hear it?" Carl suddenly broke in. "What idea?" Gwen asked. Her curiosity piqued. Her eyes sparkled with little dollar signs. "We buy shares in Stark Industries." "Oh, please. You act like that's some kind of secret. Do you even know how much Stark stock costs?" Even if my dad sold everything we owned, he couldn't afford much. Gwen had expected something clever, but Carl's big idea was just to buy Stark stock. If it were that easy to get rich, Police Captain George would have done it already. He certainly didn't need Carl's advice. No, you're missing the point." Carl wagged his finger like some kind of wise sage, a look that made Gwen's fists itch with the urge to punch him. "Forget it, I'm leaving." Gwen gave Carl a playful jab, then strode off ahead. "Hey, wait, listen to me. I know some insider info." Carl hurried after her and said, "I know that pretty soon Stark Industries stock is going to take a nosedive. When that happens, we buy in. Once it bounces back, we'll make a fortune." "Oh, so just because you say so, it'll happen? Who do you think you are, Tony Stark?" Gwen still didn't believe him and shot Carl a helpless look. "I mean it. I wouldn't lie to you. Just wait for my word, and I promise you'll make money." Carl sounded sincere, but Gwen still wasn't convinced. She just couldn't believe anyone could possibly manipulate Stark Industries stock. Seeing that Gwen didn't believe him, Carl decided not to push the matter. After all, he knew he couldn't reveal that he was aware of the plot ahead of time. He'd just have to wait until the moment came. In so many novels from his previous life, whenever someone crossed over into the Marvel Universe, the first thing they'd do was buy shares in Stark Industries. Sometimes, the protagonist even became the second largest shareholder. Even if Carl was a fool, he knew this was a surefire way to make a fortune. A windfall, in fact. On the way, Carl bought 2 ice creams. The two of them chatted and laughed as they strolled to the base of the Oscorp Tower. By now, a crowd of students had already gathered. They were all about to graduate from Midtown High. "Hey, Carl, you sure took your time getting here." Peter, Felicia, and Mary Jane spotted him and hurried over. Peter was still sporting those clunky black-rimmed glasses, which not only hid his good looks, but also made him look every bit the bookworm. "Peter, dressed like that, you'll never get a date, you know." Carl reached out, snatched off Peter's glasses, and tousled his hair a little. "There, that's much better." Carl nodded approvingly, but without his glasses, Peter's nearsighted eyes were practically useless. He squinted and fumbled to grab his glasses back. "Come on, I can't see a thing without them. You want me to walk into a wall?" Once his glasses were back on, the world finally came into focus for Peter. "Hey, have you ever heard of something called contact lenses? Why not try those?" Carl gestured as he spoke. "They're too much trouble, and a lot more expensive. Glasses are just easier," Peter replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, that's nothing. I'll get you a pair someday. And who knows, after today you might not even need glasses anymore," Carl joked. "I'll take your word for it, but I wouldn't bet on it." Peter laughed, clearly not believing the second part. At that moment, the supervising teacher began rounding up the students. Once everyone was accounted for, they were led into Oscorp Tower. Staff members guided them floor by floor, introducing the inner workings of Oscorp. The first few floors were all offices. When they reached the 10th floor, the staff handed each student an identification badge. Starting from this level, you'll find Oscorp's laboratories. Right now, we're in the exhibition hall, showcasing our latest breakthrough, the radioactive genetically altered spider. This research lets us uncover the secrets of animal genetics on a deeper level. We can even transfer certain animal genes into humans, potentially curing diseases. "Wow, that's awesome," Peter and Gwen exclaimed in unison. Gwen immediately grabbed Carl's arm and pulled him over to a glass case, where several red and black spiders were crawling about. "Look, Carl, these spiders are beautiful. Their markings almost look like faces, don't they?" Gwen pointed with her right hand at one of the spiders, whose legs were noticeably longer than the others. Carl had also noticed this spider. It was clearly more agile than the rest, moving with greater speed. Its legs were longer, but its body was actually a bit smaller. At that moment, Carl's attention was entirely on Peter, so he only glanced at the spider before turning away, while Gwen kept watching it intently. Meanwhile, Peter was getting ready to take photos of Mary Jane and Felicia, intending to display them on the school's public bulletin board. But later, both he and Carl would know that, truthfully, Peter just wanted to keep a picture of his goddess for himself. Truly a textbook lovesick puppy. Here it comes. Here it comes. Carl watched Peter's every move with intense focus. He knew that this was when Peter would get bitten, and with his keen eyesight, he'd already seen a dark red spider crawling up to the back of Peter's neck. It's happening now. Bite him. Bite him, come on. Carl urged silently, clenching his fists as if he himself were that spider, his jaw tight with anticipation. Just as Carl hoped, the spider struck. Its fangs sank directly into Peter's skin, and a fresh stream of blood immediately welled up. Beautifully done. Carl pumped his fist in silent triumph. He had just witnessed the birth of Spider-Man. Ah! Over on Peter's side, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he reached up and slapped the spot, mercilessly killing the once proud spider. Peter glanced at his palm and, seeing nothing there, thought nothing of it. He simply continued taking pictures of Mary Jane, completely unaware that, in this very moment, the legendary Spider-Man had just been born. With a satisfied look, Carl turned his gaze away, delighted to have witnessed the origin of one of his favorite Marvel heroes. Ouch! Suddenly, Gwen cried out in pain beside him, prompting Carl to immediately look over. What's wrong? Are you okay? Carl asked, his eyes scanning to see what had happened to Gwen. It's nothing, just some static from my clothes, I think. This material always builds up static electricity. Gwen patted the sleeve of her shirt. The fabric often got staticky, but it was comfortable enough that she didn't bother switching to something else. Oh, as long as you're all right. Carl nodded, before Gwen pulled him over to another display case. This one featured a robotic arm spraying out white strands of spider silk, while nearby machines tested the silk's properties. This display shows a kind of bionic spider silk developed by Oscorp. It can withstand extremely high tension and is incredibly versatile. The silk remains stable for about 2 hours before it starts to dissolve and break down, and it's completely pollution-free. The staff member explained to the students gathered there, then picked up a fingernail-sized piece of metal from the side. This is the container used to store spider silk. A container of this size can hold about 1,000 meters of silk. Normally, the silk is in liquid form and only turns into thread when it comes into contact with air. As the staff member displayed the tiny metal piece, Carl realized that this was the future web shooter. Curious, he asked the staff member a question. Excuse me, how much does a metal piece like this sell for? Carl was genuinely curious. He wanted to know how Spider-Man managed to use so much web fluid. Was it really that cheap? Carl couldn't help but ask, eager to find out the price and whether it could really support Spider-Man's massive usage. The staff member smiled and replied, You're quite curious? The web storage device we developed isn't cheap. This little piece in my hand sells for $500 a piece. Instantly, the crowd in front of the display erupted in commotion. No one had expected such a small thing to command such a hefty price. Carl was even more confused now. How could Spider-Man afford to use something so expensive so extravagantly? Did he really make them himself? This is just the introductory price. We're constantly improving the product, and the price will gradually come down, the staff member added. But no one was listening anymore. Everyone was too shocked by the price. Even the wealthier students were at a loss. The rest of the tour held little excitement. Mostly ongoing projects at Oscorp, none of which interested Carl. The party was most curious about was over, and nothing else caught his attention. After the tour, everyone boarded the school bus and headed home. On the ride, Gwen suddenly seemed feverish, her temperature spiking as she drifted off, clutching Carl's arm in her sleep. Worried about Gwen, Carl decided to go straight to George's house with her. Seeing Gwen's state, George immediately wanted to take her to the hospital, but Gwen refused, settling instead for some fever medicine before heading to her room to rest. Carl didn't leave either, too concerned about Gwen to go home. Thankfully, his room was right next to hers, so he could hear if anything happened. Fortunately, Gwen's condition didn't get any worse, and the night passed peacefully, right up until the early hours of the next morning. Suddenly, a loud scream jolted Carl awake. Hearing it come from the next room, he rushed to Gwen's door and pushed it open. Because he was so worried about her, the door hadn't been locked, and it swung open easily as Carl entered. At that moment, Gwen was curled up completely under her blanket, her face flushing red as she looked at Carl, who had just barged in. How did you get in here? Get out now, Gwen whispered urgently, waving her hand to shoo Carl away. It was only then that Carl realized he was wearing nothing but a pair of boxer shorts as he had stormed into Gwen's room. Embarrassed, he quickly retreated, closing the door behind him with a loud bang. Just then, George and Helen came out of their room, hurriedly asking, What happened? Are you two all right? George looked at Carl, who stood there in nothing but his underwear. Thinking back to the earlier scream and the slamming door, George's expression turned teasing as he glanced at Carl. Not bad, son. Looks like you're all grown up now. But aren't you moving a little fast? It's not like I would have objected. It's not. I mean, Carl sensed that something was off. Why did George's words make no sense to him at all? Helen, meanwhile, smiled at Carl with motherly warmth. Exactly. Sooner or later, she'll be yours anyway. There's no need to rush, young man. No, it's not like that. Carl hurriedly waved his hands, trying to explain. Now he realized, good grief, these two had gotten the wrong idea. Sure, his get-up did look suspicious, but nothing had actually happened. The worst part was, he hadn't even seen anything before they jumped to conclusions. Who could he possibly turn to for justice? Helen opened the door and entered Gwen's room, leaving George and Carl standing awkwardly in the hallway. Dad, I should get going. I have to open up the office. Carl, still flustered, rushed back to his room, threw on some clothes, and left the house in a hurry. George shook his head helplessly. His son and his daughter, neither of them let him have a moment's peace. Even though Carl and Gwen were siblings in name only, if Carl truly ended up with Gwen, George would actually be pleased. Better to have his own little cabbage picked by Carl than by some punk from the outside. He and his wife Helen were in complete agreement on that. Even though American society valued ethics and propriety, as long as the parents consented and the people involved agreed, not even the law could stand in the way. Carl soon arrived at the front of the Devil May Cry agency, and the sight before him left him stunned. The office doors were wide open. He distinctly remembered locking them before. So how were they now flung open? Could it be? Damn it, I've been robbed. Carl dashed inside, and sure enough, the place had been ransacked. Everything of value was gone. The computers, the liquor behind the bar, all the crystal glasses, even the paintings on the walls had been taken down. These were all unique items that came with the system, one of kind in all of America, and now, just like that, they'd all been stolen. Carlton was burning with rage. That petty thief. Of all the people to steal from, you just had to pick your own granddad. Hey Tom, is there any way to track down who took my stuff? Carl spoke, knowing that everything stolen was a gift from the system, belongings from the FF world. Ding in response to the host, the system will activate the tracking function, but it's a one-time use only. Suddenly, a small map appeared before Carlton, with a red dot racing across it. One-time use only? Carlton asked, puzzled. Ding, yes, if your agency gets robbed again, you'll have to rely on your own skills to find a culprit. Stingy system. You're no help at all, Carlton grumbled, but he wasted no time. He called a taxi and set off in hot pursuit of the red dot. After winding through most of New York, Carlton finally arrived near the red dot. By then, it had stopped moving. He paid the fare with a heavy heart. Losing his things was bad enough, but being dragged all over New York on top of it? The cab fare alone could have fed him for half a month. This thief and I are sworn enemies now. Carlton strode purposefully toward the red dot, determined to see exactly which foolhardy crook dared steal from him. Turning a corner, Carlton finally spotted the location. A black van, its windows painted over in black. According to the red dot, his things were inside. Without hesitation, Carlton yanked open the van door. The sudden movement startled the person inside, so much so that the crystal goblet in their hand slipped and fell. Thank goodness it didn't break. The person inside quickly picked up the goblet, inspecting it over and over before breathing a sigh of relief that it was undamaged. Hey, who are you? Don't you know this is private property? Carlton was taken aback. He hadn't expected the thief to be a woman, and one about his own age at that. You stole from me. Get my stuff back now, or else. Carlton drew his ultimate divine weapon and drove it into the ground with a resounding clang. The razor-sharp blade sliced straight through the pavement. The thief, never having seen such a spectacle, froze on the spot. Then, snapping back to herself, she scrambled for a pistol and pointed at Carlton. Don't come any closer. I've got a gun. Carlton eyed the tiny pistol in her hand and didn't take it seriously in the slightest. He stepped right into the van and began rummaging for his stolen goods. There wasn't much space inside the van, and all the stolen items were there, seemingly untouched. It looked like the thief hadn't had the chance to sell them yet. Drive. Take me and my things back home, or I'll destroy everything you own. Carlton plopped himself down in the passenger seat and ordered the thief to drive. She glanced back. The giant sword that had been embedded in the ground was nowhere to be seen. Where's your sword? On the way back to Devil May Cry, the thief, who was driving the car, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The moment she'd seen that sword earlier, she'd known it was worth a fortune. Its entire blade looked as if it were carved from some kind of crystal gemstone. If she managed to sell it, she'd be set for life. What's this? Got your eye on my sword again. Save yourself the trouble. You're never going to steal it. Carl lounged casually in the passenger seat, half reclined with his legs propped up on the dashboard, watching the scenery drift by outside the window. Hey, this is my car. Sit properly, will you? The thief smacked Carl's legs in frustration, gritting her teeth as if she needed to vent her anger. That's your punishment for stealing from me. Now just focus on driving, you maniac. Carl suddenly shouted when he saw the car veering dangerously close to a tree. With a screech of tires, the van finally swerved back onto the road, wobbling its way toward their destination. When they arrived at the entrance of Devil May Cry, Carl got out with an air of leisure and strolled straight inside. Hey, bring everything in exactly as it was and put it all in its place. He tossed the command over his shoulder without even turning around, then left the thief to her own devices. Sure. The thief flung open the car door in exasperation. She was fuming, but still hauled the boxes out of the van one by one. There was no helping it. The situation was beyond her control, and she wasn't about to pick a fight with that lunatic. All right, that's everything. I'm out of here. With a thud, she dropped the last box by the left rear of the van and made to leave without another word. Wait a second. Carl called after her. What now? Don't tell me you're going back on your word. The thief stiffened, shooting Carl a venomous glare. Carl gestured toward the sofa. Fine, I'll sit. What? You gotta eat me alive. The thief steeled herself. So what if this was the end? She'd rather face death head-on. As the saying goes, if she survived, she'd still be a hero in another 18 years. What's your name? Carl poured her a glass of water. He'd never met such a cowardly thief before. One little threat, and she'd fold completely. What a disgrace to thieves everywhere. Why should I tell you? The thief glowered as she slumped into the sofa, gulping down the water. Suit yourself. But if you don't, you can kiss your car goodbye. I'll destroy it right now. As he spoke, the legendary sword materialized in Carl's hand, and he stood up, making for the van. Wait, fine, I'll tell you all right. The thief caved instantly. That van was all she owned in the world, her entire life. If it was destroyed, she'd be left with nothing but park benches to sleep on. Tisich, thought you could outstubber me? Carl sauntered back to his seat, then signaled for the thief to continue. You can call me Sky. The thief's face was flushed with embarrassment and anger, though he dared not show it. The others around him were also blushing. This time, it was Carl's turn to be surprised. He never expected that in the process of catching a common thief, he would end up catching Sky. Never mind. Her superpowers, her unparalleled hacking skills alone could earn her money while she lounged at home. How had she fallen so far as to become a petty thief? Carl couldn't let on that he recognized Sky, so he feigned ignorance and asked casually, Aren't you that pretty famous hacker from the internet? Sky hadn't expected Carl to know her identity, and immediately responded with a hint of pride. That's right, that's me. Then how did you end up as a thief? Don't hackers make good money? With that single question, Carl struck right at the sore spot. Ahem, of course I need money. I'm not one of those hackers who'll do anything for a buck. I only take on jobs like tracking down people or finding lost things. I don't touch the dirty stuff, Sky said. But as she spoke, her bravado faded. It was exactly because she refused to cross moral lines that she was now so broke she could barely afford to eat. If you don't do dirty work, then why are you here stealing from me? Carl retorted, looking at Sky with a teasing glint in his eye. That's because your shop wasn't locked. When I got here, the door was wide open, so Sky was on the verge of tears. She really was starving, and she didn't want to use her hacking skills for money. So, Wait, what did you say? My shop door was wide open. Carl froze for a moment, then immediately pressed her for details. He could clearly remember locking the door himself. Yes, when I came last night, the door was open. Otherwise, how could I have gotten in? Sky nodded. Something's not right, Carl muttered under his breath, then quickly turned to Sky. You're a hacker, right? Here's a job for you. If you can pull this off, I'll set you up with some work. How about it? Sky's interest was piqued immediately. She was nearly starving, and now she had a chance at a job. She didn't care what the job was, as long as it could feed her, that was enough. Absolutely, she nodded eagerly, her head bobbing up and down like a woodpecker. Use your hacking skills right now. I want to see the footage from every camera on this street, Carl instructed. He wanted to find out who had dared to break the lock on his Devil May Cry shop. No sooner said than done. Sky returned to the car and pulled out her laptop. In less than a minute, she handed the device over to Carl. Here you go. All the street's cameras are right here. So fast. Impressive. Carl took the laptop and began to review the surveillance footage from the previous night. Finally, Carl saw the person who had pried open his shop door. It was just after 1 a.m., a time when even Manhattan streets were completely deserted. That alone spoke volumes about the state of security in New York. At that moment, a shadowy figure slipped out of the apartment building, moving with a suspicious air. Yes, the person emerged from the very same building where Carl lived, walked straight to the front of Devil May Cry, and, with practice, ease picked the lock. The whole break-in took less than a minute. after which the intruder strolled inside as if he owned the place. About 10 minutes later, the figure reappeared, but strangely enough, he wasn't carrying anything. Instead, he even helped Carl by taking out a bag of trash. Carl was left utterly baffled. What's going on here? Since when do thieves break in only to take out the garbage? What kind of world is this? Standing beside him, Sky was equally perplexed. What's with this thief? He's really something else. Never seen one quite like him before. After the initial shock, Carl continued watching the surveillance footage until Sky appeared on the screen. Only then did he switch it off. You hacked into the NYPD's website? That's impressive, Carl said, eyeing the large police badge logo on the screen. It's nothing really. Don't just mention the police department. If you wanted, I could probably hack into the Vatican archives for you, Sky replied, shutting the laptop with a smug look. All right, let's talk about your job now. What's the job? Sky asked, her eyes full of anticipation. I need an assistant here. Room and board included, $5,000 a month, and no fixed working hours. What do you say are you in? The moment Sky heard this, her eyes lit up. $5,000 a month, plus food and lodging. Was Carl sent by the gods to rescue her, or what? Carl, meanwhile, struggled to hide his grin. For someone of Sky's caliber in tech, this salary was actually pretty low, almost laughably so. He was getting an incredible deal. And from the looks of it, Sky hadn't even awakened her powers yet. Once she did, she'd be an invaluable asset. Her seismic abilities could potentially shatter the planet. Truly, this was a bargain of cosmic proportions. Yes, I'm in. When can I start? Sky was so eager. She looked as though she'd move and right that instant, practically glued to Carl's side. Right now, if you like. Let me show you to your room. Carl got up and headed for the door, with Sky following close behind. They left his place and entered the apartment next door. Only then did Sky realize Carl was taking her into what was rumored to be the most luxurious apartment building in all of New York. You live here? I've seen this place online. It's the most expensive apartment in the city, known as the height of luxury here. The entire building is in full European classical style, and the interiors are said to rival Versailles. Are you sure this is really where you live? Sky followed Carl in utter disbelief, chattering away with her lips moving a mile a minute, her eyes darting between the paintings and the antique decorations lining the corridor, each piece exuding a sense of history. Carl, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. He thought the rumors circulating online were rather exaggerated. Versailles palace decor? Please. What kind of palace is filled with such an odd assortment of residents from every walk of life? There were even thieves among them. Carl was already certain. The thief was someone from his own apartment building, and not just that, but a resident right here. This is your room, Carl said. He opened the door to the room next to his on the second floor. The entire east side of the second floor hadn't been rented out. Carl had reserved it for Gwen, George, and their family. Now that Sky had arrived, it was perfect for her, and there were still enough rooms left for George's whole family. Wow! Sky was instantly captivated by the room. It was fully furnished, and the style was nothing short of palatial. Besides the bathroom, there was a private kitchen, a living room of comfortable size, a master bedroom, and even a cozy study. It was, quite simply, the home she had always dreamed of. Can I really stay here? The rent must be sky high. Boss, are you secretly a billionaire? Sky stared at Carl in disbelief. She had never imagined he would give her such an apartment to live in. Don't worry about it. Just make yourself at home. This building belongs to me, so there's no rent and no utility bills either. Carl's words left Sky stunned once more. Who could have guessed that the most luxurious apartment in New York belonged to her own boss? Just go downstairs and bring up your luggage. Here's your room key. I'm next door, and the rest of the rooms on this floor are empty. With that, Carl handed Sky a key. She snapped out of her daze, only to be struck by an even greater wave of astonishment. Good grief, even the room key was made of gold. Wasn't he worried about wear and tear? For a fleeting moment, Sky was tempted to bite it to check, but her last shred of self-control stopped her. How embarrassing would that be? Now, come with me, Carl said, heading for the stairs. What for? She asked. To catch a thief. The two of them stopped in front of a room on the fourth floor, and Carl rang the doorbell. From outside, you couldn't hear the bell, designed that way so as not to disturb the neighbors. As soon as the door swung open, Carl instantly recognized the man standing there as last night's thief. Mr. Norman, what brings you here? Please come in, the man said, inviting Carl and Sky inside. Mr. Dyke, we're here to ask if you were the one who broke into the shop downstairs last night, Carl said bluntly, wasting no time. He even showed Dyke the security footage from his laptop. Mr. Dyke froze for a split second, and beads of cold sweat immediately formed on his forehead. He didn't try to deny it. Not for a moment. He simply admitted it was him. Mr. Dyke, I'm curious. Why did you pick the lock on the door if you didn't steal anything? Carl asked, puzzled. After all, no thief leaves empty-handed. What kind of burglar breaks in and takes nothing? Mr. Dyke stood up, went back to his bedroom, and returned with a document in hand. He then began to explain why he hadn't taken anything. As it turned out, he suffered from kleptomania, a compulsion that had been medically diagnosed. The document he held was his medical record from a hospital. Although he had the urge to steal, what he truly craved was the thrill of breaking in. He never actually stole anything. At most, he would sneak inside, look around a bit, and leave without taking a single item. Unfortunately, this compulsion was beyond his control and couldn't be cured. It was a psychological disorder that could only be alleviated through therapy. Mr. Dyke was, in fact, a manager at a renowned securities firm in New York, a highly skilled professional. If word got out that he suffered from kleptomania, he would lose his job on the spot. That's why he pleaded with Carl not to call the police, promising compensation instead. Carl decided not to pursue the matter further. First, Dyke truly hadn't taken anything, unless you counted the trash. Second, Carl was impressed by Dyke's lock-picking skills. The lock on Devil May Cry's door wasn't an ordinary one. It was custom-made, so complex that even a duplicate key couldn't be crafted. Yet Dyke had cracked it in under a minute, a feat worthy of a master thief. Carl figured someone with such talents might be useful someday. After Dyke assured them repeatedly, Carl and Sky left, gaining Dyke's promise of round-the-clock locksmith service as a bonus. Back at Devil May Cry, Sky busied herself moving luggage from the van to her room, while Carl sat at his desk, legs propped up, eyes closed. Adam, the mission should be complete now, right? A cheerful digital chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Mission recruit an assistant complete. Reward, blessing of the Mogul King, now active. As the system's voice faded, a transparent shield shimmered into existence, enveloping the entire apartment building. At the same time, beside the Devil May Cry trophy display, a small white figure appeared. It was a creature like a cuddly bear cub, its drowsy eyes half open, a round red nose, bat-like wings fluttering behind, and atop its head, a fluffy pink pom-pom and a crooked little crown. In its hands, it held a golden scepter. It was unmistakable, the most iconic Moogle from Final Fantasy, delightfully adorable, plump, and utterly charming. It said that Moogles are invisible to ordinary people, but Carl could see this one as clearly as day. Carl rushed over to stand in front of Moogle, circling around him once before reaching out to poke him. Cupo, Cupo. Moogle wrapped Carl's hand with his staff, then pointed at Carl and called out twice. Carl had no idea what the little guy was saying, but the gestures made it pretty clear he didn't want Carl to touch him. Oh, come on now. You're supposed to be my mascot, and I can't even give you a pat? Well, today I'm definitely going to. As he spoke, Carl swooped in and scooped Moogle up into his arms. The soft fur was as comforting as petting a kitten, and Carl almost wished he could keep petting until Moogle was bald. Cupo, Cupo. Moogle immediately began to struggle, flailing with both arms and legs, trying desperately to break free. But Carl had no intention of letting him go, hugging him even tighter instead. Cupo. Suddenly, Moogle let out a loud cry, and an invisible force blasted Carl backward, nearly knocking him off his feet. Brandishing his staff, Moogle advanced on Carl, and dazzling energy shimmered around the staff, transforming it into a colorful hammer. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the ground. The floor itself remained intact, but the shockwave was impossible to miss. Carl gave an awkward chuckle. Sorry about that. My bad. Apologize. Seeing that Carl had apologized, Moogle let the matter drop. With a flick of his staff, he conjured a comfortable cushion and sprawled out on it contentedly. He placed the cushion on top of the display case. It seemed this would be Moogle's new perch from now on. Adam, am I the only one who could see Moogle? Carl asked, concerned. After all, Moogle's character settings made him invisible to ordinary people. Carl worried that if he ever petted Moogle in public, people would just see him stroking thin air and peg him for a lunatic. Ding, of course not. Only people affiliated with Devil May Cry can see him. In other words, anyone not part of Devil May Cry won't be able to. So you mean Sky and I can see him, but folks like Gwen and Peter can't? Ding, exactly. Carl nodded. That was a relief, as long as he wasn't the only one who could see Moogle. So, is there a way for them to see him too? Ding, are you dense? I just said only Devil May Cry members can see him. The system offered a very human-like eye roll. Carl couldn't actually see it, but he could definitely sense the system's disdain, which made him bristle with indignation. You lousy system, do you think I don't know that? I'm asking you what counts as being a Devil May Cry member. If the system weren't his own, Carl would have gladly given it a good thrashing. Ding, silly host, it's simple. Just become your assistant, that's all. As soon as the system finished speaking, a photo wall appeared on the wall of the Devil May Cry office. Already, Carl and Sky's names were on it, but the only photo was of Moogle. In the picture, Moogle hovered midair with its staff in hand, surrounded by 7 other Moogles, each with a different expression. Ding host, you can stick a photo onto the photo wall. That's how you officially become a member of Devil May Cry. Beaver. Carl nodded, then pulled out his camera, ready to take a selfie. But on second thought, he scooped up Moogle and set it on his shoulder. Cupo. Moogle struggled free, fluttered upward, and bonked Carl on the head with its staff. At that exact moment, Carl pressed the shutter. A photo instantly slid out of the camera. The image captured Carl being whacked by Moogle, a scene both comical and ridiculous. Before Carl could even steady the photo, Moogle snatched it away and, in a flash, stuck it onto the photo wall. Cupo. Nodding in satisfaction, Moogle drifted lazily back to perch on top of the cabinet. You little rascal. One of these days I'll turn you into stew. Carl gritted his teeth, then immediately reached up, trying to peel the photo off. Ding, once a photo is on the wall, unless that person is no longer recognized as a member of Devil May Cry, it can't be removed. This stupid system. Carl muttered under his breath, flopped back into his chair, and tried to comfort himself. Just then, Sky walked in from outside and immediately noticed the photo wall. Huh, what's this? Without looking up, Carl replied irritably, take a picture and stick it up there. That way, you're officially on board. That little bear is so cute. I want a photo with it, too. Sky's eyes lit up as soon as she spotted Moogle's photo. So it's called Moogle? That's an adorable name. Sky chatted as she looked around for Moogle, still unaware that it was actually alive. Don't bother looking. You can't see it yet. Once you're officially part of the team, you'll be able to. I'm not official yet. Carl replied firmly, following what the system said. Only when your photo is on the wall do you officially join. Then how do I make it official? Just stick your photo up there. Sky nodded, struck a cute pose, snapped a picture, and stuck it above her name on the wall. Suddenly, a sweet little voice reached Sky's ears. Following the sound, she spotted Moogle sprawled on top of the cabinet. Wow, it's alive. How adorable. Just like Carl, Sky scooped Moguri up into her arms and nuzzled her cheek against its soft fur with abandon. Cupo. Moguri pushed against Sky, but didn't actually manage, or perhaps didn't really want, to break free from her embrace. Damn, talk about putting romance before friendship. Carl pointed at Moguri and cursed loudly. So soft. Sky was utterly delighted, hugging Moguri tightly and curiously fiddling with the pink pom-pom on its head. Cupo. Moguri used its staff to gently knock Sky's hand away from the pom-pom, clearly indicating that was off limits. Oh, sorry, Moguri. I won't touch it again. Sky apologized, though she kept holding Moguri close. This time, Moguri gave up struggling and simply let her hold it. Carl's eyes practically blazed with jealousy. That pervert. Why is it that Sky gets to cuddle Moguri, but he can't? But neither Sky nor Moguri paid the slightest attention to Carl. The two of them were far too absorbed in their own happy world. Whatever. Who cares? It's just a Moguri anyway. Carl turned away, refusing to look at them. He simply closed his eyes, deciding he'd rather not see any of it. Time passed until evening, when Gwen and Peter's group arrived at Devil May Cry. Sky was still clinging to Moguri, refusing to let go. The moment Gwen walked in, she immediately spotted Sky sitting on the sofa. A sharp, icy glare shot straight at Carl, so fierce it startled even Peter beside her. Carl awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, this is my new assistant, Sky. Gwen nodded, completely ignoring Carl, and went straight over to sit beside Sky. Sky's attention shifted from Moguri to Gwen. Hi, I'm the boss's assistant. Just call me Sky. Today's my first day on the job. Sky greeted Gwen with a friendly smile and extended her hand. Gwen smiled back and shook her hand. Just call me Gwen. Even as Sky shook hands, she was still cradling Moguri in her arms. But to Gwen, it looked like Sky was holding nothing at all. What are you? Gwen was puzzled by Sky's odd pose. Was this some kind of performance art? You can't see it? Sky asked in surprise. See what? Gwen looked genuinely confused. As far as she could tell, Sky was holding thin air. Sky turned to Peter and the others. You guys can't see it either? They all shook their heads. Boss, what's going on? Sky quickly looked to Carl. Was there something wrong with their eyes, or was she the one seeing things? The little guy you're holding is called Moguri. It's a magical creature. Ordinary people can't see it. Only those who belong to Devil May Cry can. Carl spoke, but his eyes drifted over to Peter. Today, Peter wasn't wearing his usual thick-rimmed glasses, clearly thanks to the mutated spider. He no longer needed them. Really? That's amazing. Sky picked up the little Moogle in her arms, but to everyone else, it seemed like she was holding nothing at all. Cupo. At that moment, the Moogle wriggled free from Sky's hands, fluttered back to its soft cushion, and promptly curled up for a nap. What's a Moogle? Gwen asked curiously. That one right there. Sky pointed toward the photo wall, where a picture of a Mughal was displayed, right in the center. Everyone followed the direction of Sky's finger. Wow, it's so cute. The girls gasped in delight, wishing they could snuggle this adorable creature in their arms right away. But Carl was more concerned about Peter's situation. Peter, why aren't you wearing your glasses? Peter looked a bit taken aback by the question. After a beat, he came up with an excuse, mumbling, I took your advice and switched to contact lenses. Like you said, it makes me look cooler, right? Felicia, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. He's right. You really do look better today. Actually, your eyes are really nice. It's just that people never notice because of your glasses. Really? You mean it? Peter's face lit up with surprise and joy. He hadn't expected that simply taking off his glasses would earn Felicia's praise. Felicia nodded again. Absolutely. Peter immediately turned to Mary Jane, eyes full of hope, but she wasn't paying any attention to him at all. She and Gwen were completely absorbed in looking at the Muggle's photo. Peter hung his head in disappointment, while Felicia couldn't help but snicker quietly at his reaction. Carl sidled over, whispering with a mischievous grin, I told you Mary Jane isn't right for you. Yet you insist on chasing after her. Honestly, if you're going to be a simp, why not simp for someone else? Felicia's a real knockout, and I think she suits you better than Mary Jane ever could. Give it a shot. Who knows, maybe it'll actually work out. This wasn't the first time Peter had heard this from Carl. He kept calling him a simp, and though Peter wasn't quite sure what it meant, he could tell it wasn't a compliment. He shot Carl an irritated look. Don't you have anything better to do? Stop distracting me from my studies, you slacker. Hey, come on. Carl protested, clearly annoyed by Peter's response. I'm trying to help you out here. There's no happy ending for you and Mary Jane. The smart move is to quit while you're ahead and try your luck with someone else. Peter ignored Carl. In his heart, there was only Mary Jane. No matter how beautiful the other girls were, it made no difference to him. All right, I can tell you're not ready to give up. You'll see in time. Felicia is actually a better match for you. With that, Carl nodded in Peter's direction. Peter followed Carl's gaze and caught sight of Felicia, who was quietly arranging her notes. The gentle curve of her profile, her smooth, flowing hair, and the focused look in her eyes, all bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. This stunning image etched itself into Peter's mind, leaving him momentarily transfixed. Watching Peter stand there in a daze, Carl couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looks like this guy's about to have a change of heart, he thought. Felicia really is a knockout, radiant. With youth, lively, and outgoing, and thanks to her life as the infamous Black Cat, her figure is toned to perfection without an ounce of extra weight. Absolutely incredible. Paying Peter no further mind, Carl settled back into his chair and closed his eyes to rest. But suddenly, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding, new system task issued. The host must complete the very first client commission since Devil May Cry opened its doors. Reward, unknown. The system's announcement snapped Carl's eyes open. A mission now, of all times? He was supposed to take on his first commission, but the place had just opened. No reputation, no clients, nothing on the horizon. This was just making things difficult for him. Looks like I'll have to figure something out myself. Carl pursed his lips. To make a name for himself, besides completing commissions, the fastest way was through advertising. In the 21st century, the internet had become the quickest way to spread information, leaving traditional ads in the dust. The best advertising now was online. Carl's gaze drifted to Sky. Right in front of him was a top-tier hacker, and she was part of his own team. This was practically a sure thing. Sky was deep in conversation with Gwen, while Mary Jane had already lost herself in a sea of books. With only 2 weeks left before the college entrance exams, only academic stars like Peter and Gwen had the luxury to relax. Carl called Sky over and asked when to focus on her studies. Our Devil May Cry agency is officially open for business, and right now, landing our first commission is the most important thing. Otherwise, there won't be any salary for you. Seeing how seriously Sky took the prospect of missing out on her pay, Carl continued, Here's your mission. Post an online ad for the Devil May Cry agency. Okay, boss. What kind of services do we offer? Without missing a beat, Sky produced a notebook from who knows where, ready to jot down Carl's instructions. It's quite simple. Our Devil May Cry agency isn't a detective agency in the traditional sense. We don't take on cases like tracking cheating spouses or finding lost pets. We only handle those that involve the mysterious and the supernatural. Carl stated his requirements directly, leaving everyone in the room momentarily stunned, including Peter, who had himself become a supernatural being, a little spider. What? Supernatural and mysterious cases? Do things like that really still happen these days? Mary Jane asked with a puzzled look. She had never encountered anything of the sort, and, as someone who always believed in science, she found it hard to accept. Hey, it's just a figure of speech. Don't take it too seriously. It's really more of a gimmick. People who see our ads will think we're more professional than regular agencies, and it fits perfectly with our name, Devil May Cry. Carl let out a laugh, brushing it off with an excuse. After all, he couldn't really tell Mary Jane and the others that he had extraordinary abilities. Mary Jane nodded, accepting Carl's explanation, but the others reacted differently. Gwen, Peter, and Felicia all fell silent. The three of them hadn't said a word from start to finish, as if they silently agreed with what Carl had said. Yet, each of their eyes betrayed a different emotion. Of course, Carl didn't notice any of this. Right now, he was completely absorbed in designing the website with Sky. Sky truly lived up to her reputation as a top-tier hacker. In no time at all, the website was ready. At the top, a neon-lit logo spelled out Devil May Cry. Below, there were the details of their services and a description of the agency. And at the bottom were a phone number for appointments and a link to book online. What's more, Sky had used her hacking skills to connect the agency's computer directly to the police departments and Detective Forbes systems, giving them real-time access to confidential information and surveillance cameras across the entire city. Carl gave Sky a silent thumbs up. Landing a talent like her really felt like hitting the jackpot. With the website finished, all that was left was to wait for clients to come knocking. Carl wasn't short on money anyway, so it didn't matter when the first client arrived. Besides, the tasks posted by the system didn't have any time limits. That evening, Carl stood alone on the rooftop, letting the wind brush past him. He'd hoped to enjoy the brilliance of the night sky, but when he looked up, all he saw were towering buildings and the glare of neon lights. Even the most dazzling stars seemed to fade into a dull, gray haze. Damn light pollution, Carl muttered under his breath, sipping on an ice-cold soda. Suddenly, a few sharp cracks echoed in the distance. Carl recognized them immediately as gunshots, and, curiosity piqued, glanced in the direction the sounds had come from. Every day is freedom. I really feel sorry for the innocent people of New York. There's nothing I can do. Everything's just floating in this happy juice. I'll finish this one for you all. Carl gulped down an entire can of soda in one go, then let out a loud belch. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed past the edge of Carl's vision. Carl turned his head and saw someone in a red and blue suit blocking the swing, rushing swiftly toward the source of the gunshots. Well, getting down to business so soon? Wait, something's off. A sudden realization struck Carl. In all those shows and movies from his previous life, Peter's uncle died when Peter became Spider-Man. Could it be happening now as well? Carl actually liked Peter's uncle a lot. The man was wise, upright, and kind, never complaining about the world's unfairness. He had a direct influence on Peter becoming Spider-Man, serving as a moral compass for him all along. Carl decided to go check things out. If Peter's uncle was still alive, he'd have to warn Peter to be careful. No sooner thought than done. Carl leapt straight off the rooftop and sprinted at top speed toward Peter's house in Queens. About 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of Peter's home. Although Carl hadn't visited Peter's family before, it didn't stop him from finding the house. After all, in the movies and comics from his past life, Peter's house was shown in great detail. Sneaking closer to the house, Carl heard the sound of the television coming from inside. A beautiful woman was sitting on the couch watching TV. Carl frowned and circled the house, but aside from this woman, there was no one else inside. Which version of Spider-Man is this supposed to be? Carl was baffled. Looking at the stunning woman in the living room, he was sure this was Aunt May from the Tom Holland version. But the Peter he'd seen didn't look like Tom Holland. He looked more like... A sudden jolt of recognition hit Carl. He finally remembered where he'd seen that face. It was the Peter Parker from a Marvel Spider-Man video game. What kind of world have I ended up in? Nothing here matches up with anything I know. Carl was at a loss for words. Well, this trip was a bust. He might as well head home, take a shower, and get some sleep. On his way back, a soft swoosh suddenly cut through the air. Though the sound was faint, Carl caught it instantly. He looked up, just in time to see a white blur streak across the sky. His eyes widened in shock. He saw it clearly. It was someone wearing a black and white suit, a white hood pulled over their head, with two large white eyes peeking out from beneath, and a pair of green shoes. What the heck? Carl immediately realized who this white-suited Spider-Man was. Damn, it was the Ghost Spider from another universe. This was Gwen Stacy. At last, Carl connected the dots. Could the Gwen he knew actually be Ghost Spider herself? This is just great. Every single day, something new to mess with me. Muttering curses under his breath, Carl dashed after the white-costumed Spider-Man. He needed to find out if that person was really Gwen. If it was, then he definitely needed to have a serious talk with that girl. He trailed the white figure all the way to the destination, the very place where gunshots had rung out earlier. By now, Spider-Man was locked in fierce combat with several armed criminals. It was clear Spider-Man's moves were still a bit clumsy, relying mostly on his spider sense to fight on instinct. Without missing a beat, Ghost Spider leapt into the fray. Although her technique was rough too, her balance and agility far surpassed Spider-Man's. Carl simply stood aside and watched. At this rate, these criminals were no match for either Spider-Man or Ghost Spider. They were little more than warm-up practice. The fight ended swiftly. With a final kick, Spider-Man sent the last thug flying into a train car, where Ghost Spider's web pinned him down. The battle was officially over. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider slapped each other a high five, perfectly in sync. Looks like we make a great team. Hey, why don't we form a superhero duo? We could call ourselves the Red-White-Blue Duo. What do you think? Spider-Man bubbled with excitement. Maybe we should get matching costumes, or even design a team logo. I think I've got a real knack for design. Why don't you leave that to me? And hey, how did you become Spider-Man anyway? I got bitten by a spider. Did the same thing happen to you? Or? Spider-Man chattered nonstop, circling around Ghost Spider like an over-caffeinated fly. Honestly, he was less like Spider-Man and more like Flyman at this point. Ghost Spider only responded to Spider-Man's rambling occasionally, making it clear she had zero interest in forming a duo. And that ridiculous name, Red-White-Blue Duo. Did he think they were a pair of plastic grocery bags? Just then, Ghost Spider suddenly froze in place. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared ahead, her whole body trembling. What's wrong? Why are you shaking? Are you sick? Or was the fight too intense for you? You know, I used to get that way too after my first battles, but it gets easier with time. Really, it's nothing to worry about. We didn't kill them. Just tied them up and called the police. No reason to feel guilty. Spider-Man's mouth was still running non-stop, completely oblivious to the figure standing across from them. Carl looked at the black and white Ghost Spider opposite him, and, judging by the figure, was more convinced than ever that it was Gwen. Having grown up with her, he knew Gwen's build and posture better than anyone. Honestly, Gwen does have a knack for costume design. This suit shows off her figure perfectly, especially those long legs. Carl mused himself in silence. The moment Ghost Spider caught Carl's gaze, she realized her identity had been uncovered. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly. That's right, this Ghost Spider was none other than Gwen Stacy, the very same girl who had grown up alongside Carl. Carl, who are you? It's dangerous to be out here alone so late. Go home quickly. Spider-Man nearly let something slip, but caught himself just in time. All right, you two could drop the act. Come with me. Without another word, Carl turned on his heel and headed toward the Devil May Cry agency. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were still unaware of each other's identities. Peter didn't know that Ghost Spider was Gwen, and Gwen had no idea that Spider-Man was Peter. You know him? How do you know him? When did you meet him? Spider-Man started chattering again, but this time, Ghost Spider didn't even bother to respond. She simply kept her head down and followed Carl. Seeing that Ghost Spider wasn't responding, Spider-Man finally fell silent. A rare moment of quiet. The three of them made their way back to Devil May Cry in silence. Back at the agency, Sky and Moguri were engrossed in a video game. Although it wasn't business hours, there were no consoles in Sky's room, so this was the place to play. Indeed, in the corner beside the agency's main bar was the latest gaming console and an entire wall transformed into a massive projection screen. The perfect setup for gaming, especially since Moguri was surprisingly good at it too. HM, where did you run off to? What took you so long? Sky didn't even look up as Carl walked in, completely absorbed in the game with Moguri. You two, come on in. Carl glanced back at Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, who were lingering at the door. Peter and Gwen shuffled in like children caught doing something wrong, Gwen especially looking as if she'd bolt at any second. But reason told her that if she ran now, tomorrow would be a disaster. Carl dropped onto the couch, watching the pair amble in, ready to speak. Just then, Sky, who'd been gaming with Moguri, caught sight of Spider-Man, immediately set down the controller, and took a seat beside Carl. Is this the same Spider-Man that's been all over the internet and in the newspapers? You really do look just like the photos online. Can you blink your eyes, or are they fixed? And is your webbing actually something your body produces? Sky circled around Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, appraising them with a scrutinizing gaze. So there are two Spider-Men? Sky sank back onto the sofa, turning to Carl with a questioning look. I just found out myself that there are two Spider-Men. I'm just as shocked as you are. Carl looked at Ghost Spider with a completely blank expression. There was no doubt. It had to be that girl Gwen. But how did she get her powers? As far as he remembered, only Peter was bitten by the spider back then. So, why did you bring them here? Is this about a commission or something? As Sky spoke, she swiftly pulled her laptop over, flipped it open, and created a new entry for notes. Spider-Man, go on, tell us what you need. This will be Devil May Cry's very first commission. Sky looked at Spider-Man, her face beaming with excitement. Spider-Man stammered, at a loss for words. The truth was, he didn't have any commission. He'd only come along because he'd followed Carl back. All right, Peter, you could drop the act. There's no one here you need to hide from. Carl waved his hand dismissively, and then he spoke a name that made Spider-Man's heart skip a beat. You know who I am? Peter immediately yanked off his mask in astonishment. The moment they realized Spider-Man was Peter Parker, both Sky and Ghost Spider were stunned. No one had expected that the guy dominating the headlines and social media was the same timid, somewhat awkward Peter Parker they knew. Yeah, I knew from the moment you were bitten by that spider. Carl answered without a shred of hesitation. Seriously? You saw me get bitten and didn't think to warn me? Some friend you are. I even thought of you as my brother from another mother. Peter felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and flopped onto the sofa as well. Suddenly, he looked curiously at the only one still standing, Ghost Spider. Carl, you know who Ghost Spider is too, don't you? Otherwise, why would you bring them here? Peter asked. Not only do I know, but you both know her too, Carl replied, his face unreadable. That made Ghost Spider look even more nervous. Really? Peter and Sky blurted out together, both turning to stare at Ghost Spider. With no way out, Ghost Spider slowly pulled off her mask, revealing a head of blonde hair and Gwen's unmistakable face. Gwen! Peter and Sky's jaws dropped in astonishment. Neither of them could believe that Ghost Spider was actually Gwen. This was beyond anything they could have imagined. Carl, let me explain. Gwen looked at Carl with the anxious, guilty eyes of a child who knows she's done something wrong. Carl, frustrated at first, had meant to give Gwen a stern talking to, but when he saw her gaze, so much like a frightened kitten, all his anger melted away. Sit down first. I won't tell Dad or the others about this, Carl said with a resigned sigh. Gwen immediately brightened and plopped herself down right next to Carl. But you have to promise not to get hurt. I don't want them to worry about you, or be scared because you got injured, Carl continued. Gwen's lips curled into a pout. Who can guarantee not getting hurt? I'm a superhero, you know. Then maybe you shouldn't be one. I'll call Dad right now and tell him everything that's going on, Carl threatened, pretending to reach for his phone. There was no way Gwen would let him do that. She dove at Carl, snatching the phone from his hand in a flash. All right, I promise, okay. Carl nodded, satisfied, and said no more. Gwen, tell us, how'd you end up like this? Did you get bitten by a spider too? Peter finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Gwen nodded. Yes, it was on that day we toured Oscorp. Carl, do you remember? I dragged you over to look at that spider with the really long legs. That's the one that bit me, and that's how all this started. At Gwen's words, Carl recalled that day. She had indeed pulled him over to see a particularly striking spider, red and black, with legs longer than the others and incredibly agile. So that's why you got sick afterwards. Turns out it was a reaction to the spider bite. I can't believe there are 2 spider people now. This is insane. Carl had always thought Gwen just came down with something. He'd never suspected a spider bite was behind it all. Wow, me too. It happened to me as well. Peter chimed in, relieved to discover he wasn't alone. That day, while I was taking photos, a spider bit me. And then, suddenly, I had all these powers. Finding out he wasn't the only one lifted a huge weight from Peter's shoulders. Being the odd one out had never been easy. Wait a minute. Where are you two getting your web fluid from? Carl was still fixated on the webs. They were expensive, after all. No way. Could poor Peter or even middle class Gwen afford to use so much, swinging and tying people up all night? The costs must be enormous. That's easy, Peter replied. I snuck a storage container out of Oscorp and started tinkering with it at home. After some reverse engineering, I cracked the secret of the web fluid. Turns out, the raw materials are super cheap. It's no problem to make tons of it. Peter proudly showed off his web shooter, and Sky took it in her hands, turning it over with fascination. Gwen's situation was much the same. Instead of sneaking samples like Peter, she actually spent her own money to order one online and managed to reverse engineer the components herself. All you could say was, a genius really is a genius, almost superhuman. If Oscorp ever found out, they'd probably send assassins after the both of them that very night. Wait a sec. Does that mean Oscorp's web formula is really this simple? 2 high schoolers could crack it on their own. Carl immediately nodded in agreement. Sky raised the key question. After all, this was Oscorp. If their web formula could be broken down so easily, how could they claim it as a patent? Any company would have cracked it long ago. Actually, I only managed to work out the basics. I could never figure out the most crucial part, the stability factor, so my web fluid only lasts about 2 hours. It's nothing like Oscorp's, which can last much longer and hold a lot more weight, Peter explained. He wasn't quite that amazing yet. But to Carl and Sky, what Peter had accomplished was already incredible. Who knows how long the Oscorp research team had been working on this, only for 2 high schoolers to crack it to such a degree. If Oscorp ever found out, they'd probably want to jump off a building. Gwen's results were similar. Her web fluid wasn't as strong as Peter's, though it was a bit tougher and more flexible. Peter and Gwen then compared notes on their respective abilities and reached one conclusion. Peter was stronger, while Gwen was more agile. One was the powerhouse, the other the dexterous ace. That night, Gwen didn't go home. Instead, she stayed at the apartment. Carl had set aside a room for each member of the Stacy family, right next to his own on the second floor. Time flew by, and finally, Carl and Gwen graduated. Carl chose not to continue his studies. George didn't say much, just acknowledged that kids grow up and have their own ideas, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Carl noticed and tried to comfort him. Dad, you know I'm really not cut out to be a cop. And even if Gwen wanted to join the force, you'd never be comfortable letting your daughter do that. So you see, as he spoke, Carl grabbed his two younger brothers, who were still in elementary school. Dad, you should start grooming these two. If you want cops in the family, you've got to start them young. Carl shamelessly used his little brothers as a shield, and to his surprise, it worked perfectly. George nodded in agreement. You're right. I can't count on the older ones anymore. All hope's on the little ones. The poor kids could only shiver under the stern gaze of their father and brother. If they so much as acted out, they knew there'd be 3 people waiting at home to give them a hard time. It could be said that in Stacy's household, the 2 little troublemakers had the least say in anything. They had no voice at home and were often subdued by Gwen with just one hand. The good news was that Gwen had actually been accepted into MIT. She truly lived up to her reputation as a top student. Peter and Felicia were also admitted along with her. Carl honestly couldn't figure out how Felicia, who had always been so quiet and low-key, managed to get into MIT as well. She was probably the most understated academic prodigy he'd ever met. Surprisingly, Mary Jane didn't make the cut and decided to stay in New York for college. After the graduation ceremony, everyone went their separate ways, but the most anticipated event was just about to begin. The graduation prom, 3 days later. It was something of a tradition in America. In such an open-minded country, the graduation dance was a time-honored event. Some schools would rent a venue for the occasion, while others would hold it in their own auditoriums. Midtown High belonged to the latter group. So, a week before the prom, the school auditorium had already begun to undergo its transformation. The student council led all the preparations, partly to bid farewell to the seniors and partly to welcome the newcomers. Sky had already launched the Devil May Cry website, but after so many days, not a single job request had come in, not even an inquiry. The lack of response left Sky feeling frustrated, spending each day holed up in the office, eyes glued to the computer and phone. Sky had always been something of a homebody, but now she was even more reclusive. Seeing this, Carl decided to drag Sky along to the graduation dance, for a change of scenery, if nothing else. 3 nights later, Gwen arrived at the Devil May Cry office. She wore a flowing white dress that made her skin appear almost luminous. Her golden hair neatly gathered at the back. There was a dignified elegance about her, but she radiated youthful energy all the same. Carl sat on the sofa, watching Gwen show off her carefully chosen outfit. She'd put a lot of thought into it, and if Carl dared utter even a single word of criticism, he knew she'd toss him out on the spot. Carl wouldn't have dreamed of saying anything negative. He showered her with compliments instead, which brought a bright smile to Gwen's face. It wasn't long before Sky came in from outside. The moment she stepped through the door, both Carl and Gwen's eyes lit up in surprise. Sky wore a deep green dress, her black hair cascading down in unstyled waves. There was an air of mystery about her, inside and out, and her figure was every bit as striking as Gwen's. Perhaps even more so. I never realized your figure was this amazing, Sky. You're always wearing those baggy clothes, so I never noticed, Gwen exclaimed in delight, linking arms with her. Standing side by side, the 2 girls presented a striking contrast, one brimming with youthful energy, the other exuding an enigmatic allure. Suddenly, Carl found himself wondering if he really wanted to go to the graduation dance at all. Wouldn't it be even better to just stay home and admire these 2 beauties? When the 3 of them arrived at school, Peter, Felicia, and Mary Jane were already there. Hey man, I'm seriously jealous of you. Peter tossed Carl a pointed look, unable to help himself. With Gwen and Sky each linking arms with Carl, one on each side, Peter was dying of envy. He almost let loose a web right in Carl's face. Get lost. Do you have to be everywhere? Carl shot Peter an exasperated glance, but then his eyes lit up. Felicia looked stunning today as well. Dressed in a sleek black gown, she and Peter, who was also in black, made a striking pair, like a couple of, well, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, that's for sure. Here's some advice. Peter, pay more attention to the people right beside you. Stop wasting your time playing the hopeless admirer. Carl gave Peter a sidelong glance. The guy was completely blind to the gorgeous girl with the killer figure standing right next to him, but obsessed with being the ever-faithful puppy for someone else. What people beside me? Who are you talking about? Peter, looking clueless, glanced around, completely ignoring Felicia, who was rolling her eyes at his obliviousness. Where's MJ? Isn't she here yet? Gwen glanced around too, not spotting Mary Jane anywhere. Oh, she's already inside, gone off to find her dream guy. Felicia shrugged as she spoke. Mary Jane was a rather outgoing girl. She dated several of the school's most popular boys. This time, she was going in to say her goodbyes to a few of her exes. Though she was open, it was only in personality, never in body. Mary Jane never said it outright, but everyone present except Peter knew her heart had always belonged to Harry Osborn. Peter looked a little downcast. After years of doting on her, he still didn't measure up to an old flame. Let go, man. I've told you before, Mary Jane isn't right for you. You should turn around and look at the person next to you. With his arm around Peter, Carl gently turned his head in another direction. Following Carl's lead, Peter's gaze landed on Felicia in her black dress. He had to admit, tonight, Felicia was breathtaking, and for a moment, Peter was utterly captivated. You're always pining after someone. Why not try focusing on someone else for a change? And honestly, she's every bit as amazing as Mary Jane. Carl continued. Besides, you'll all still be classmates in the future. Would you really want to see such a gorgeous girl end up with someone else? Peter glanced at Carl, then at Felicia again, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Felicia was deep in conversation with Gwen and Sky, the three of them heading toward the auditorium. Hey, get moving. What you two doing, hanging all over each other? All three of them turned at once as Gwen called out. I bet those two are up to no good, whispering like that. Felicia laughed as she spoke. Hurry up, boss. We're not waiting for you. Sky waved her hand dismissively, and the three of them continued toward the auditorium, showing no intention whatsoever of waiting for Carl and Peter. By now, the auditorium was already bustling with noise and excitement. The boys clustered together, either playing games, chatting about which girl was the prettiest, or competing to chug beer with those hats that hold pints. Basically, the vibe was all about letting loose and having fun. Then there were the couples scattered here and there, some dancing together at the center of the floor, others slipping away to quieter corners for a little heart-to-heart. The girls, on the other hand, were much more reserved. They gathered in small groups, whispering about who knows what, occasionally flashing flirtatious glances at the crowd of boys with open boldness. When the clock struck the hour, the prom officially began. The host from a student council was none other than the famously well-informed Betty Brandt, a household name on the school's online forum. From a young age, she'd been fascinated by journalism, her dream to become a reporter or a news anchor. As the gentle music began to play, couples drifted onto the dance floor, moving gracefully in time with the melody. Gwen pulled Carl straight into the center of the floor. Truth be told, Carl had no idea how to dance, but Gwen did, and all he had to do was follow her lead and not step on her toes. To his own surprise, he soon found himself moving with a fair bit of skill. Peter longed to ask Mary Jane for a dance, but seeing she already had a partner, he slumped in disappointment, sipping soda off to the side. Peter, shall we give it a try? A soft voice sounded by Peter's ear. He looked up and met Felicia's beautiful eyes. For a moment, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He just nodded along, a little dazed. Like a puppet on strings, he let Felicia lead him onto the dance floor, shuffling back and forth in awkward imitation of her steps. At that moment, it felt as if his mind had completely gone blank. Watching Peter's stunned expression, Felicia couldn't help but laugh. You know, you're actually pretty handsome tonight, Peter. She teased him, her tone playful. Felicia always found herself wanting to mess with shy boys like Peter, just for fun. Oh, am I really? Peter could barely string a sentence together. Though he was no longer the same timid boy he'd once been, standing in front of beauty, like Felicia, still made him hopelessly shy. You really are adorable. Felicia giggled, the sound light and infectious. Meanwhile, Sky sat off to the side, idly fiddling with a laptop she'd somehow produced from thin air, sipping soda now and then. She flatly turned down several boys who tried to invite her to dance, making it clear with her attitude that the whole dance had nothing to do with her. And honestly, it really didn't. At that moment, Gwen and Carl, having just finished a dance, walked over. Why are you still here playing on the computer? Go dance. With how you're dressed tonight, you could have any boy at school you wanted. With that, Gwen pulled Sky to her feet without another word and pushed her toward Carl. You go dance with Sky. It's boring for her to just sit here by herself. Carl looked a bit startled when he heard this, but nodded stiffly and led Sky onto the dance floor. Sky let Carl take her hand, lost in thought. Neither of them knew how to dance, so they simply swayed together, standing close in the middle of the crowd. Boss, when does the dance end? I'd like to go home, Sky whispered, her cheeks flushed as she glanced shyly at Carl. Carl didn't notice Sky's embarrassment. He thought for a moment and replied, It'll probably go for a while longer. If you're bored, let's just head home. Honestly, I didn't want to come anyway. Wouldn't it be nicer to sleep at home? Sky nodded in wholehearted agreement. The truth was, she and Carl were both homebodies. When they had free time, they preferred staying in, nothing like the typical American teens who love to go out and party. Just then, as they were talking, Peter hurried over with a serious look on his face. I just got an alert. I have to go. He flashed a customized phone he pulled from his pocket. Carl understood right away. Peter had hacked into the NYPD's radio channels. Clearly, it was time for Spider-Man to make an appearance. All right, go ahead, Carl said. Peter scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Spit it out, Carl prompted. Can I borrow Gwen for a bit? Peter asked awkwardly. Carl rolled his eyes. Borrow her? She's not something you can just borrow. You'll have to ask her yourself. Also, don't let her get hurt, Carl said, his tone turning serious. Ever since he'd learned that Gwen was Ghost Spider, he knew he couldn't stop her from going out and fighting crime. But he also trusted that Gwen wasn't reckless. Peter nodded. Don't worry. Then, in a hurry, he went over Gwen. Gwen glanced at Carl first. Seeing his nod of approval, she followed Peter out. That just leaves the two of us. Ready to head home? Carl asked, looking down at Sky in his arms. Blushing, Sky nodded. Let's check with Felicia, too. If she's leaving, we can drop her off on the way. As it happened, Felicia was just as ready to go, so the three of them left together. On the way home, they overheard the taxi driver mention that there'd been a traffic accident not long ago. A stretch of Queens Boulevard had been closed off, covered in sand. That must be where Peter and Gwen rushed off to, Sky thought. Carl thought to himself and didn't pay it much mind. Just a traffic accident, after all. Who knows how many happen in New York every single day? Back at the office, Sky was still hammering away at her laptop, fingers dancing across the keys, while Carl sprawled out on the sofa, not wanting to move a muscle. Hey, Sky, grab me some orange juice, would you? Thanks. Carl called out to Sky, determined to save his legs as long as he could use his mouth. With a resigned sigh, Sky got up and fetched 2 glass bottles from the bar, each filled with golden orange liquid. She grabbed one for herself as well. Here you go, I have no idea what brand of orange juice this is, but it's unbelievably good. Sky handed a bottle to Carl, then returned to her spot in front of the computer, clutching her own drink. This is an exclusive supply. There's nowhere else you'll find orange juice like this but here. Carl popped the cap and took a hearty swig. The sweet, tangy flavor of fresh oranges exploded on his tongue, leaving his mouth filled with a lingering, light sweetness that was simply irresistible. Of course, he'd never tell Sky that everything in the bar came straight from the FF world, and that the system thoughtfully restocked it automatically. There was never any worry about running out of food or drinks. Sometimes, when Carl was too lazy to cook, he'd just grab something from the bar's fridge, and it always tasted absolutely fantastic. And as if that weren't enough, the system also included a maxed-out cooking perk. Any dish Carl made using ingredients from the bar would turn out to be top-tier cuisine. A hidden benefit for Sky, in its own way. Sipping his orange juice contentedly, Carl melted into the sofa like a puddle, wishing he could just fuse right into the cushions. On the cabinet, the Muggle plushie was already fast asleep, a comically large bubble rising and falling with each breath. Sky left it undisturbed. Otherwise, she'd have been hugging it and refusing to let go. Hey boss, come take a look at this. The news is reporting on that incident the cab driver mentioned, and Peter and Gwen made the headlines too. Sky swiveled her laptop in Carl's direction. Sure enough, the news was covering the very event they'd heard about. Mysterious sand had suddenly appeared and blocked traffic, causing a 15-car pileup. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were darting between vehicles, rescuing people left and right. Mysterious sand appearing out of nowhere. That detail caught Carl's attention. If he remembered right, in the Marvel Universe, the only person who could control sand so freely and had ties to Spider-Man was the Sandman. Could he be behind this? Still, Carl didn't dwell on it too much. His main focus was completing his mission and landing his first commission. Whether the Sandman caused the accident or not had nothing to do with him, as long as Sandman didn't come looking for trouble. Sky, any commissions yet? Carl asked, his voice listless. Sky shook her head. Nope, boss. Plenty of curious messages on the website, but not a single actual commission for us. I told the boss there's no need to take on these supernatural cases. How many supernatural events could there possibly be in this world? Now look, we messed it all up. Sky rubbed his forehead and sighed. Sometimes he truly couldn't fathom how Carl's mind worked. But Carl just snorted. That's because you haven't seen what I'm truly capable of. Handling routine requests is boring. It's just a waste of my talents. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., inside a grand, curved building, Director, we found the video footage from that case. A young man in a black suit hurried into a vast office, handing a USB drive to a bald man with dark skin. Excellent. Agent Moore, you may go. The bald man turned, regarding the young agent with a single, sharp eye. Over his other eye, he wore a black eye patch. This was none other than Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., known to some as the Egghead and, to others, Mother of Nick. Taking the USB, Fury plugged it directly into a port on his desk. Instantly, a holographic screen materialized, playing a video. The footage showed Carl, Daredevil, and Punisher wiping out an entire gang. The scene especially highlighted the tornado unleashed by Carl's explosive powers. Narrowing his one good eye, Fury suddenly asked, "Coulson, how did the on-site investigation go?" He looked over at a middle-aged man with a receding hairline seated nearby. "We're nearly finished, Director," Coulson replied, flipping through a file. "There's a strong residual energy at the scene, some kind of localized energy field. We couldn't get any meaningful readings from it." Coulson handed the file over to Nick Fury. Waving a dismissive hand, Fury said, "The file's useless. All I need to know is whether you've identified this man." As he spoke, he pointed at the person in the video, strolling casually through the heart of the storm. "Our people have spoken with Daredevil and Punisher. Both claim not to know him. It seems they're deliberately keeping his identity from us." Without hesitation, Coulson tossed the file into a nearby trash bin. Since Fury wasn't interested, the only fate waiting for that file was destruction. "I want to hear it, but Coulson." Fury fixed his gaze on Coulson. But Coulson smiled and continued, "We checked every nearby surveillance camera, even satellite footage from that night. At last, we've uncovered the man's identity." With that, he produced another file and handed it to Nick Fury. This time, Fury accepted the file and began to read. On the very first page was a complete profile, Carl's information from birth up to the present, exhaustively detailed. Even the identity of his birth mother, a known addict, was thoroughly documented. Nick Fury gazed thoughtfully at the young face in the photograph for a long while. At last, he glanced at the danger rating on the final page of the file before he spoke. "Coulson, just assign someone to keep an eye on him. There's no need to intervene for now. He's still just a kid." Nick Fury let out a sigh. Although the danger level was marked as high, there was a note stating that this individual posed a low threat. And it made sense, a child raised by the commissioner of the NYPD, growing up in a loving and stable family. How could he possibly pose a danger to society? That was precisely why Nick Fury hadn't ordered immediate contact, but merely surveillance. "Oh, this kid actually owns a building on Manhattan's Main Avenue." Nick Fury showed a hint of surprise. For someone barely out of their teens to own an entire building in the busiest part of New York, now, that was truly rare. With SHLD's resources, of course, they could easily uncover that the building was inherited. And that was all they could find. After all, the system had handled it, leaving no trace. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then turned to Coulson. "Where's Natasha right now?" "She's in Fiji. Just finished up business there and decided to take a little vacation." Coulson shot Fury a look filled with quiet resentment. In all of S.H.I.E.L.D., only the director seemed immune to the curse of no vacations. Every time Coulson was promised a break, Fury would call him back halfway through. Ahem. Feeling a little guilty, Nick Fury rubbed his nose and then straightened up. "Tell Agent Natasha to come back. Find her a different place to relax. And classify this Carl Norman as top secret." The top secret level meant that, apart from Nick Fury himself, no one else had access to the file. Completely unaware of all this, Carl showed up at the agency the next morning, only to be stopped by Sky. "Boss, I've got great news. We finally have a client." "Cupo." Clutching Moguri, Sky shouted with excitement. Even Moguri chimed in, with a cheerful squeak. Carl, who had still been groggy, instantly perked up. Where's the client?" He began searching around the office, looking for the person who had hired them. "Oh, boss, the client posted the request online. He said he'll come by around 10 to discuss the details." Sky glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still half an hour to go. Carl plopped down into his chair to wait for their employer's arrival. "Finally, we have a job. At last, I can work on a system mission," Carl thought to himself. Soon, just before 10, the bell above the agency's door jingled brightly. Carl and Sky, both eager, turned their eyes to the entrance. To their surprise, the one who opened the door was a little girl, no more than 10 years old. "Little one, are you lost?" Sky beckoned the little girl inside. "No, I made an appointment online. My dad is missing, and I'd like you to help me find him." The little girl spoke fluently in her sweet, childish voice as she sipped the milk Sky handed her. "What? You're the one who scheduled today's meeting with us." Carl instantly lost his enthusiasm, slumping back in his chair and staring blankly at the ceiling. He had just been excited about finally getting their first case, but it turned out to be a game of Find My Dad. "Sweetie, your dad probably just want to work. He'll be back tonight, and then you'll see him again." Sky, convinced this was just a child's prank, tried to comfort her with gentle words. But the little girl shook her head with resolve. "No, my dad hasn't come home for 2 days. He was taken away by sand." Carl's eyes snapped open. he suddenly remembered the strange sand that had appeared on the street earlier. Sky didn't make the connection and continued to console the girl, believing she, like herself, had been abandoned by her parents, and felt a surge of sympathy. Can you tell us in detail how your dad was taken away by the sand? Carl walked over and crouched beside the girl, his voice soft. The little girl showed no sign of fear. Like a miniature adult, she took a sip of milk and began her story. It happened like this. 2 days ago, I was getting ready to go to school. I'm off to school, Daddy. Don't play with the appliances while I'm gone. She waved toward the house before hurrying off to the bus stop. All right, I know. A middle-aged man's voice responded from inside, and then a broad-shouldered man in a plaid shirt stepped out, glancing toward the entrance. At the bus stop, the girl suddenly reached in her pocket and, as if recalling something important, dashed back home. She had forgotten her house key. When she arrived, she knocked and knocked, but no one answered. That's strange. Dad should be home, she wondered aloud. Being clever, she circled around to the back door, and as she suspected, the kitchen window was left unlatched. She climbed in through the window with ease. Daddy, are you here? She called out as she searched, but the house was empty. Her father was nowhere to be found. What was even stranger was the sand she noticed at the entrance and along the hallway, so much that it nearly blocked the door. The sand trailed off, leading upstairs. Summoning her courage, the little girl climbed the stairs, following the path of sand all the way to her father's room. When she entered the room, she found the window wide open, and the trail of sand continued out into the world beyond. The clever little girl immediately sensed that something was wrong and called the police right away. I've been waiting for 2 days, but the police haven't found my dad yet. That's why I'm asking for help online. You'll find my dad, won't you? With hopeful eyes, the little girl looked at Carl and Sky. Her big, adorable eyes nearly melted Sky's heart. Sky patted her chest and gave a firm promise. Don't worry, we'll definitely find your father. Can you tell me your name and your dad's name? Sky skillfully grabbed her laptop and quickly hacked into a website starting with the letter F, where a large crest was displayed. My dad's name is Flint Marco, and I'm Kimia Marco, the little girl replied. Sky's fingers flew across the keyboard, and in no time, Flint Marco's personal information appeared on the screen. But to Sky's surprise, most of Flint Marco's details were blacked out. Clearly, this was not an ordinary man. Sky turned the laptop toward Carl, who frowned as he reviewed Marco's file. This guy wasn't just some regular person either. Do you know what your father does for a living? Carl asked the little girl. My dad works at a construction company. I have his business card, she said, producing a card from her small shoulder bag and handing it to Carl. The card bore Flint Marco's name and phone number, along with the company's name, a construction firm neither of them had ever heard of. Sky, look into this construction company, Carl said, passing the card to her. Actually, the name Flint Marco sounded familiar to Carl. In fact, it was an alias. The man's real name was William Baker, the infamous Sandman from the Spider-Man stories. Still, to avoid any mix-up, Carl had Sky check the business card's info again. When it comes to Sandman, he's a classic villain in Spider-Man's world. Originally just a petty crook, he stumbled into a desert experiment and was caught in an accident, gaining the power to control sand. His abilities were formidable. He could transform into a towering giant of sand, immune to physical attacks, practically the real-life version of the sand fruit. After some deft searching, Sky finally pulled up Flint Marco's complete file. As Carl suspected, Flint Marco was just an alias. His real name was William Baker. He was in fact Sandman, and the little girl in front of them, Kimia, was likely Sandman's daughter, the one suffering from terminal illness. Yet, no matter how Carl looked at this adorable child, she didn't resemble someone gravely ill. To confirm his suspicions, Carl asked Sky to investigate Kimia's entire background, including all her medical records from birth to the present. The result was obvious. Kimia didn't have any so-called incurable disease at all. In fact, the worst she'd suffered was pneumonia brought on by a high fever, and with modern medicine, that was hardly a challenge to treat. What's going on here? Why does this differ from what I knew in my previous life? Carl wondered to himself. Maybe this is what the real world is like. Not everything lines up perfectly with what you see in movies and TV. Looking at the adorable little girl before him, Carl reached out and gently ruffled her hair. All right, we'll take your case. The little girl's face lit up at once. She dug into her small satchel and pulled out a stuffed cat toy, from whose neck hung a silver whistle. This is my most precious treasure. Can I give it to you as payment for the case? She knew she had no money, so she could only offer something her mother had left her. It wasn't worth much, but it was all she had. At that moment, Sky tugged at Carl's sleeve and whispered, Boss, why don't you just deduct the fee from my salary? She's just a child. How could she possibly pay for a case like this? Sky looked at Carl, half nervous, half hopeful. You said it, Carl replied with a grin. Truth be told, he'd never intended to take the little girl's money, But now that Sky was willing to cover the fee herself, an idea flickered in Carl's mind. Perhaps there was more to gain here. MHM. Sky nodded quickly, her face breaking into a huge smile. She had no idea Carl was already scheming how to get the most out of her. Carl glanced at the stuffed cat and the silver whistle in the girl's hands. The toy was just an ordinary plush, nothing special. The whistle, though likely pure silver, wasn't worth much either. Yet it was clear how much it meant to the girl. How about this? I'll take the stuffed cat as payment for your case, but you keep the silver whistle. He took the toy from her, then gently removed the whistle and handed it back. Really? Isn't that too little? The little girl's eyes shone with delight, but she hesitated, embarrassed. Carl shook his head. It's enough. The toy is more than enough. That's wonderful. Thank you, big brother. And you too, big sister, she said sweetly, accepting the whistle as Carl returned it. All right, now let this young lady walk you home. I promise I'll find your father and bring him back. Carl rose to his feet. Since he'd accepted the case, it was time to start investigating. Sky led the little girl away, leaving Carl alone in the office. Now, where should I begin? Carl pondered for a moment, then recalled what happened to Peter and Gwen at the graduation dance yesterday. The sand in both incidents surely couldn't be a coincidence. He picked up the phone and dialed Gwen's number. Carl, what's up? Gwen was busy packing her things for MIT. She put the call on speaker, continuing to organize her luggage as she asked, Did you and Peter notice anything unusual at the scene yesterday? Carl wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Gwen thought for a moment before replying, We didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There's a lot of strange sand on the road, which caused a serious traffic accident. Peter and I were mostly helping people, and we didn't spot anything suspicious. How did the sand get there? Were there overturned dump trucks or similar vehicles at the scene? Carl pressed on. I don't think so. In fact, there weren't even any large vehicles around. Gwen considered it carefully and answered with certainty. All right, that's good to know. It seemed clear to Carl that Gwen hadn't come across any useful clues. Why are you asking about this? Gwen's curiosity was piqued. I took a case. A little girl is looking for her father. According to her, her father was taken away by sand that appeared out of nowhere. I thought I'd ask you in case there was any connection. Carl didn't hide anything, recounting what the little girl had witnessed. Oh, you're taking cases now. Gwen sounded genuinely interested. Other than the sand, is there any other link between the two incidents? Gwen asked, eager to know more. I'm not sure yet. I have a hunch, but I need to confirm it. I feel like yesterday's traffic accident is more complicated than it seems. Carl spoke his thoughts aloud. He couldn't shake the feeling there was a connection between Marco's disappearance and the accident, even if he didn't know what it was yet. Is there anything I can do to help? Gwen closed her suitcase and waited for his answer. MIT wasn't that far from New York, just 300 or 400 kilometers, so it would only take a few hours by car. She didn't need to pack much, and coming back wouldn't be difficult if necessary. Nothing for now. Just focus on your studies. Leave the rest to me. Carl reassured her. All right then, but promise you'll call me if anything comes up. Gwen said firmly. Even if she was away at school, she could always come back. Got it. Talk soon. Carl hung up. Just then, Sky returned, carrying a sample of sand from Camilla's house. The two of them spent quite some time examining it, but couldn't figure anything out. No matter how you look at it, this seems like ordinary sand. But Camilla's house is full of the stuff. Sky peered into the little bottle of sand. It looked just the same as any other sand, with nothing to set it apart. By the way, I want to take a look at last night's accident surveillance footage and the police case report. No problem. Sky fiddled with her laptop for less than a minute before pushing it over Carl. The screen was already playing the surveillance video from yesterday's incident. There aren't actually that many cameras in New York. In fact, surveillance all across America is rather sparse. They call it a matter of freedom and privacy. That's one of the reasons why the crime rate is so high. But what's odd is, while there are few public cameras, there's no shortage of hidden surveillance devices and satellite spying from above, all quietly monitoring everyone's every move. It's hard to see where that so-called freedom and privacy really come into play. There were only 2 or 3 camera angles to flip through, so Carl finished watching in no time. The real reason it went so quickly was that the moment the sand appeared, the cameras all went dead, signals lost and functions cut. Now Carl was sure. Both the accident and the sudden appearance of sand were the work of someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, all the cameras wouldn't have failed at the exact same moment. Sky, I have a job for you. Use facial recognition to find Kimia's father. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it looks. Carl pushed the laptop back to Sky. She took it and quickly hacked into the Forboro database, starting the facial comparison for Marco. But with millions of people in New York, it wasn't going to yield results right away. They could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, Carl wasn't about to sit idle. He couldn't shake the feeling that Marco's disappearance was somehow connected to that bizarre accident, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. He decided to make a trip to the NYPD. But just as he stepped outside, several police cars raced past with sirens blaring, and overhead, a red and blue figure streaked across the sky. "Carl, come take a look at this." Right then, Sky called out to him. The news was covering a traffic accident. Yet another accident caused by a sudden, overwhelming surge of sand. This one happened on Manhattan Avenue, just one street over from Carl's office. No wonder he'd seen the police cars tearing by and even caught a glimpse of Spider-Man overhead. Carl and Sky frowned as they watched the news. The footage showed chaos, sand swirling everywhere, causing a total traffic standstill. Engines were choked with sand, stalling cars instantly and triggering a pileup involving more than a dozen vehicles. "I need to get to the scene," Carl said, heading straight out of the office. Before he left, he told Sky to stay within the building. Soon, Carl arrived at the scene of the accident on the neighboring street. The place was already swarming with police officers maintaining order, and Spider-Man was working alongside the firefighters and police to rescue people. Carl immediately spotted George in the crowd and hurried over without hesitation. "Dad, what's going on here?" Carl grabbed George, who was busy giving orders. George was startled for a moment when he saw Carl, then instinctively checked him over for injuries. Clearly, he'd assumed Carl was one of the accident victims. Carl quickly explained that he'd just come after seeing the news, and assured George he wasn't hurt. Only then did George relax. "I don't have all the details myself, just got a flood of emergency calls about a traffic accident here, and a strange dust storm that suddenly appeared." George summarized what the police had learned so far. "You need to leave now. It's dangerous here." With that, George turned away and rejoined the effort to rescue the victims. Carl left, making his way into a nearby alley. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, a gentle gust of wind circled his feet, lifting him swiftly up to the rooftop. From this vantage point, Carl could see the entire accident scene with perfect clarity. He surveyed the area, studying the accident site, the surrounding roads, and the nearby buildings. That strange feeling returned to him again, a sense that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Meanwhile, inside the Triskelion building in Washington. "Carlson, what's the situation in New York?" Director Fury, sporting his signature eye patch, was also watching the news coverage. Carlson, seated across from him, glanced at a report in his hands. "According to the meteorological department, there's been a severe dust storm at the accident site, but oddly, it's confined to just one street. Clearly, this isn't a natural phenomenon." "So, you're saying it's man-made?" Fury turned and fixed Carlson with a sharp look. "Find out the cause. If it's someone's doing, track them down." "Understood, Director." Carlson got up to leave, but Fury called him back. "Where's Natasha?" Carlson paused and replied, "She's already in New York. She'll be meeting the target today." Fury nodded. "Have her look into this while she's there." "Understood, Director. I'll let Natasha know." With that, Carlson headed out. Back with Carl, most of the rescue operation was wrapping up. Aside from the area still being cordoned off, everyone had been evacuated or helped to safety. Landing lightly from the rooftop, Carl frowned, his unease growing. He had a vague feeling about the sand's presence, but still couldn't figure out why or how it had ended up in such a specific place. Although this street was connected to the last one, they had nothing in common. In fact, the two streets didn't even converge at any point. As Carl walked, lost in thought, Sky's voice came through his earpiece. Ever since receiving a new commission, Sky had excitedly modified a set of communication gear. By hacking into both the Federal Communications Bureau and Four Boroughs Network, she made it so that as long as those two departments could communicate, Carl's earpiece would never lose connection. In other words, Carl could now communicate freely anywhere in the world. Under normal circumstances, he never lost signal. Sky's skills were truly impressive. Carl gave her a hearty thumbs up. "Carl, I've already tracked down Marco's whereabouts." After comparing with facial recognition, it turns out this guy was present at two separate traffic accidents caused by sand. Sky's voice reported through the earpiece. "Got it. I'll head back right away," Carl replied, nodding and sighing as he turned and walked toward Devil May Cry. "If only I had Batman's tech," he muttered to himself as he walked. "With just a couple of taps, he can pull up footage instantly. How I envy that." He still had to return to Devil May Cry just to take a proper look at the Sandman. Soon, Carl arrived back at the agency and finally laid eyes on Flint Marco. As expected, Marco was a tall and powerfully built man. Perhaps to avoid drawing attention, he had ditched his conspicuous green and black suit in favor of a plain set of work clothes. "Can you track where he went after that?" Carl asked, turning to Sky. "Nope. This guy managed to steer clear of every camera. After those incidents, he just vanished," Sky replied, shaking her head as she munched on some fig pudding from the bar's fridge. Ever since she'd tasted food from the FF world, Sky had fallen head over heels for it. Once she'd learned that Carl was the one making all these treats, she'd been pestering him daily to keep the fridge stocked. After all, these ingredients were inexhaustible. Best of all, no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. a fact that thrilled Sky to no end. By now, she had turned into a bona fide foodie. Meanwhile, Carl stroked his chin, deep in thought. He considered the most professional surveillance organization out there, S.H.I.E.L.D. If Sky could hack into SHIELD's backend, tracking the Sandman should be a breeze. Backed by the vast power of Hydra, SHIELD's surveillance system was likely the most advanced and comprehensive in the world. Otherwise, that global monitoring plan would never have been possible. Sky, I have a task for you. It's the biggest challenge you've faced so far. Carl's expression grew grave as he considered the consequences of failing to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. If they were discovered, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would surely emerge, possibly hunting them down or even sending assassins after them. He knew that contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. was inevitable. While Carl was confident he could handle anyone in either S.H.I.E.L.D. or HYDRA, he had family to consider. Gwen and Peter, for the time being, could defend themselves, but George's family were just ordinary people. If S.H.I.E.L.D. took an interest in them, at worst, they'd be placed under surveillance. But if Hydra set its sights on them, their fate would likely be either brainwashing or death. Being targeted was just a matter of time. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovered the identities of him and Gwen, Hydra would almost certainly find out as well. Carl knew that Nick Fury kept a private file, so secret that even Hydra had no idea what was inside. But Carl did. That file contained information on every superpowered individual. Unless he and Gwen could get their details filed away in that confidential dossier, they'd be exposed. Sky took a bite of her milk pudding, suddenly realizing Carl had stopped mid-sentence. Her curiosity got the better of her. What challenge are you talking about? Her question snapped Carl out of his thoughts. It's nothing. There's no need for that now, he replied, decisively abandoning his earlier idea. To reveal his identity voluntarily would be foolish. The risks were simply too great. Sky just nodded, unconcerned, and turned her attention back to wrestling with her fig-flavored milk pudding. Carl mulled over everything he remembered about Sandman. In his previous life, he hadn't been a die-hard Marvel fan, just someone who'd seen a few movies. All he really knew was that Sandman committed crimes to raise money for his sick daughter. Sky, did you find any medical records for Kimia? Sky nodded. Yes, I found them. But they're just for minor illnesses, nothing like the terminal disease you mentioned. Carl was stumped again. So, in this world, Sandman's daughter wasn't sick? What about Kimia's mother? Carl wondered if there was another possibility, so he asked. She and Marco are divorced now. She lives in New York, and Kimia is staying with her, Sky replied. She tapped away on her keyboard, then pushed the laptop over for Carl to see. On the screen was the address for Kimia's mother, right in Queens. The photo of the house matched exactly what Carl remembered. So it really is the setting from Marvel's Spider-Man, he mused. The house, the angle. It was identical to the place where Marco's daughter appeared in that flashback mission from Spider-Man 2. Carl studied the photo, realizing that the most important thing now was to track down Marco's whereabouts. If he could do that, then no need to look for him. At this thought, Carl suddenly saw the light. He felt so frustrated recalling how he'd racked his brains searching for Marco. He almost wanted to slap himself. Marco was a notorious supercriminal. Of course, he would do something earth-shattering sooner or later. When that happened, wouldn't his whereabouts become obvious anyway? A weight lifted from Carl's shoulders, and his mood instantly improved. Sky, from now on, just keep an eye on the NYPD's incident reports. Let me know whenever there's anything related to Sand. Sky nodded, then seamlessly hacked into the NYPD's emergency call center, setting up an automatic filter for the reports. Carl grabbed a bottle of white peach juice from behind the bar and sipped it at his leisure. The days slipped by like this. During that time, Sky also video called little Camilla. The girl kept asking whether they'd found her dad yet. Sky told her about their recent efforts and, through the video, even met Camilla's mother. Camilla's mother was equally worried about Marco, so she asked about him as well. Camilla had previously mentioned she'd hired a detective agency to look for her father, but her mother hadn't believed her. She thought it was a scam. After all, who would take a little girl's story seriously? But after meeting Sky, shock gave way to curiosity. She was amazed there really was an agency that believed a child and was even working diligently on her case. Only after promising again and again that they would find Camilla's father did Sky in the video call. Boss, what are we having for dinner? There's food in the fridge. Help yourself. Carl sprawled on the sofa, unwilling to move. There were several days' worth of meals stocked up in the fridge. In truth, Carl's cooking skills hardly required him to actually cook. The moment he gathered the ingredients and used his skill, fresh, delicious food would simply appear. Night passed quietly. The NYPD call center was as busy as ever, but there were no new reports about Sand. Carl was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. The caller was his real estate agent. Mr. Norman, there's a lady interested in renting your apartment. When would it be convenient for me to show her around? Any time today is fine. Carl, still groggy with sleep, hung up as soon as he'd spoken, his mind drifting straight back into slumber. At 9 in the morning, Sky woke him up right on time. The agent had arrived with the prospective tenant. Only then did Carl drag himself out of bed and start getting ready, moving at a slow, sleepy pace. Half an hour later, Carl arrived at the Devil May Cry agency. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Sky and the real estate agent sitting on the couch with a woman, each holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Just by breathing in the aroma, Carl could tell it was high mountain tea. On the coffee table in the center of the sofa, there were also several human-shaped high mountain tea biscuits. "Good morning, Mr. Norman. Your tea is as delicious as ever. There's nowhere else in town where I can find anything that even comes close," John, the real estate agent, said with a warm smile, raising his teacup in Carl's direction. "Thank you. Before you leave, I'll have Sky pack up some chestnut ice cakes for you to take home for little Jenny to try," Carl replied, smiling back. Little Jenny was actually John's daughter, only 4 years old, a truly adorable little one. John used to rent an apartment in Carl's building, but after his company transferred him to Tayson Island to manage all the real estate business there, he moved out. Still, Carl entrusted all his property management to John. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Norman. Jenny's been talking about wanting to try your chestnut ice cakes for ages," John said, grateful. "And by the way, this is Ms. Ariana Spencer, who's looking to rent an apartment." As John made the introduction, the woman who'd been sitting quietly finally stood up. "Hello, just call me Ariana." The instant Carl saw her, his entire body tensed and his eyes widened. He hadn't expected to be discovered, and so soon at that. There was no mistake. This Ms. Ariana was none other than the infamous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Don't ask how Carl recognized her. With that face, anyone who's ever seen the movies would know her instantly. Carl's taut expression and the way every muscle in his body tightened didn't escape Ariana, who was in fact Natasha. As a seasoned agent and spy, reading people was second nature to her, an essential skill in her line of work. "Could my cover be blown?" "No way," Natasha thought, casting a suspicious glance at Carl while quietly slipping into a state of alert, ready to counter any threat in a split second. Carl suddenly broke into a smile. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Ariana. I think it's best if I show you around the apartment first." He gestured for her to follow. Natasha responded with a composed, pleasant nod. She didn't believe for a second that Carl could recognize her at a glance. "Thank you, Mr. Norman. I've heard this is the best apartment in all of New York, and I'm eager to see for myself." "Humph. More like you're here to keep an eye on things," Carl scoffed inwardly, though he kept his smile. As soon as Natasha and John stepped out, Carl turned to Sky and said, "Sky, check if there are any listening devices or surveillance equipment here. If you find anything, let me know immediately." Sky nodded blankly. Although he didn't quite understand why Carl made this request, he still picked up his laptop and started typing away. Meanwhile, Carl quickly caught up with Natasha and John, who had already stepped outside. Right next to the Devil May Cry agency's main entrance was the door to the apartment building. As the three stepped inside, even Natasha, who had seen her fair share of luxury, couldn't help but marvel at the opulence. "Wow, this place is like a palace." With a gasp of admiration, Natasha began exploring, her curiosity on full display as she examined this and touched that, moving from one thing to another with childlike wonder. "Mr. Norman, are all these things real?" she asked as she looked around. "Yes, everything here is genuine," Carl replied. Carl, of course, knew exactly what Natasha was up to. Planting bugs and hidden cameras was standard SHIELD protocol, and he was no stranger to their little tricks. But rather than call her out, Carl simply played along, continuing his tour of the apartment as if nothing was amiss. He led them straight up to the 3rd floor and opened a door. "This will be your room for rent. Feel free to look around." Natasha stepped inside right away. The apartment's luxury spoke for itself, and every amenity was top of the line. Each item bore an elite brand name. To Natasha, the room was nothing short of perfection. As a seasoned agent, she'd seen more than most, but this place rivaled the Palace of Versailles. The thought of living here, on the agency's dime, no less, was almost too good to be true. She couldn't help but think she ought to charge Nick Fury extra for this little perk. "This is amazing, beyond anything I imagined. It's like paradise. I'll take it." With that, Natasha agreed to rent the place on the spot, not even bothering to ask how much it cost. John was equally thrilled, another commission in his pocket. For a place like this, the agent's fee was nothing to scoff at. Of course, Carl didn't cover the commission. That was for the tenant to handle. There was only one apartment like this in all of New York, and it was so coveted among the city's elite that some boasted about living here as a status symbol. Back at the Devil May Cry office, Natasha wasted no time transferring the payment. She was moving in today, and the apartment was ready for immediate occupancy. John left with the chestnut ice cream Carl had given him, grinning from ear to ear. "Now, Only Carl, Natasha, and Sky, still wandering around with his laptop, remained in the office. Carl didn't mince words. He cut straight to the point. Agent Natasha Romanoff, let me be frank. I'm very curious. How did you find me? After hearing what Carl said, Natasha was taken aback for a moment, then put on an innocent face and asked, What? Natasha who? What agent? Are you talking about me? Seeing that she wouldn't admit it, Carl didn't press further. By this time, Sky had finished her inspection and sat back down next to Carl, holding several listening devices and hidden cameras, which she tossed directly to Natasha. These are yours, aren't they? Looking at the bugs and cameras she had painstakingly planted now laid bare before her, Natasha realized there was no point in pretending anymore. Her cover was blown. Sky, go check the apartment as well. I'm sure there are plenty more of these things over there, Carl instructed, sending Sky to sweep the apartment for any remaining surveillance devices. Meanwhile, Natasha used her equipment to report to Nick Fury on the other end. Director, my cover's been blown. Carl Norman seemed to know who I was from the very beginning. I'm quite curious how he figured it out, came Nick Fury's voice, transmitted through bone conduction earpieces. I'd like to know that too, Natasha replied with a shrug. All right, Natasha, you can report to your director now. So, care to tell us how you were discovered? Carl said, handing Natasha a bottle of golden pineapple juice, while he took a bottle of melon juice for himself. Natasha, displaying no hesitation, unscrewed the cap and took a swig. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this juice is amazing. Can I ask what brand it is? She studied the bottle from every angle, searching for a brand name, but found none. The bottle itself was oddly shaped, reminiscent of a smaller, single-handled water jug. It's not for sale. How special? Carl replied simply. As Natasha was about to take another sip, Fury's voice suddenly came through her earpiece. Our director wants to speak with you. Our director wants to speak with you. With that, Natasha detached a small black cube from her wrist and set it on the table. A beam projected out, materializing the face of Nick Fury, the infamous egghead. Carl Norman, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am. Before he could finish, Carl cut him off. I know, Nick Fury, the legendary director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the mother lover, the egghead. Carl rattled off a string of playful nicknames, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned. Does the director really have so many nicknames? How'd I not know? Still, egghead suits him perfectly. Natasha couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. On the other end, Nick Fury's already dark face seemed to grow even darker, as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of squid ink. Carl Norman, may I ask how you learned our identities? Nick Fury asked in a grave tone, as this was a matter of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal security. Could there have been a leak from within? Well, with all the resources you folks have at your disposal, I trust Director Fury will be able to get to the bottom of it, Carl replied with a chuckle, sidestepping the question. There was no way he could reveal to Nick Fury that he was a traveler from another world. That would be sheer madness. Nick Fury didn't respond immediately. He fell silent for a moment, then promptly brought up a video. The footage showed Carl unleashing a tornado that destroyed a warehouse. Mr. Carl Norman, how do you explain this? Explain? What's there to explain? I just happened to witness a tornado while passing by. Tornadoes are pretty common in New York, aren't they? Carl gave the video a quick glance and immediately recognized it as footage of his little show. The three of them had already scouted the area beforehand and confirmed there were no security cameras, so this must have been satellite footage. As long as he flatly denied everything, these people would have no way to pin it on him. It seems Mr. Carl doesn't intend to elaborate, so I won't press further. I'll just ask you 2 questions, Nick Fury said, holding up 2 fingers and not bothering to wait for Carl's agreement before firing away. First, are you a mutant? Carl shook his head. Definitely not. Have you ever seen a mutant as good-looking as me? That's a laugh. Fury didn't dwell on it, and immediately moved on to the second question. How did you come by your abilities? They're innate. Honestly, I wasn't planning on hiding that. My powers only awakened recently, but I'm absolutely not a mutant, Carl replied, keeping his answer deliberately vague. Nick Fury fell into thought. Not a mutant, yet his powers were innate. Could it be? A possible explanation occurred to him, so he asked, have you been in contact with any kind of crystal recently? Carl instantly understood what Fury was getting at. The Terrigen crystals, the Inhumans. I know what you're talking about, but no, I haven't come into contact with Terrigen crystals. On the other end, Nick Fury's eyes narrowed. The more he listened, the more he sensed Carl was far from ordinary. The fact that he even knew about the Inhumans' Terrigen crystals made Fury all the more wary. Of course, Carl knew exactly what kind of man Nick Fury was. He didn't trust anyone, always laying traps, and was so suspicious he'd even doubt himself. Don't waste your brain cells overthinking it. I pose no threat to you or your people. I'm just the owner of a small agency. I have no great ambitions, and no interest in getting involved in your messes. Unless, of course, you decide to make me your problem. Carl didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point. After all, he was just a laid-back guy with no real ambitions. He'd only occasionally do system-assigned tasks, and otherwise he'd be sprawled out on the sofa, doing as little as possible. He wasn't exactly wealthy, but money was never a worry. He lived a simple, content life. Who in their right mind would want to get tangled up in the terrifying affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, things would be different if the system assigned him a related task. Those always came with rewards, after all. Of course, if director Nick Fury wants my help, he can just commission me directly. As for my fee, well, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Switching instantly into the role of a shrewd businessman, Carl rubbed his hands together with excitement, his eyes sparkling with the promise of profit. Who could ever say no to money? Even the richest landowner can run out of grain, after all. Nick Fury nodded. It looked like this Carl Norman wasn't likely to become a threat, though he wasn't someone easily brought to heel, either. After a moment's thought, Fury asked, "One last question. Are you a threat to this world?" Carl was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fury to ask such a silly question. Who goes around daydreaming about destroying the world? He wasn't some Hydra lunatic, always scheming instead of just enjoying life. Director, just how deep does your psychological trauma run? Even people with persecution complexes aren't this paranoid. Threaten the world? Why not ask if I'll blow up the whole planet tomorrow? I'm perfectly happy living my quiet life. Why would I want to threaten the world when I could just stay home and play video games? Carl rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the ceiling. All right then, I have no further questions. Nick Fury nodded, preparing to end the call, but Carl stopped him. Wait a second, I'm not finished yet. Both Fury and Natasha turned their eyes to Carl. By the way, there's no refund on Natasha's rent. Fury nearly lost his temper, and Natasha stared at Carl in utter disbelief, not expecting him to be this kind of person. Understand. Since the apartment's already rented, Natasha can stay. No reason to waste the money. Fury replied. Natasha immediately agreed. Who would want to leave such a luxurious apartment? She might as well treat it like a vacation. Of course, Natasha knew that Fury was actually leaving her behind to keep an eye on Carl. Carl was well aware of Fury's little scheme, but he didn't object. After all, if Natasha left, someone else would just replace her, or they'd set up surveillance nearby. That constant feeling of being watched could easily push Carl to lose his patience, and possibly take out whoever was spying on him. It was better to just let Natasha stay. Seeing that Carl didn't protest, Fury finally relaxed. It seemed this Carl Norman really wasn't much of a threat after all. After ending the video call, Natasha didn't say a word because Nick Fury was busy giving her orders. She was to keep Carl under surveillance, and if there was any threat, she was to act immediately to take control. Although Carl had no idea what was being said through the earpiece, Sky had already intercepted the signal on her end, recording every word of their conversation without missing a beat. So, this woman is an agent, and she's here to keep an eye on the boss. Looks like I need to make some preparations. Sky clenched the bugging device in her hand. Now that she had finally found some stability, she wasn't about to let anyone hurt Carl or ruin her good life. Back at the office, Sky tossed the listening device to Natasha. Here, take your stuff back, and don't even think about planting these things again. Fuming, Sky plopped down at her desk. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she used the intercepted signal to launch a countertrace, hacking straight into SHLD's backend. Of course, it didn't take long for her to be discovered. Even though Sky had forged hundreds of fake IP addresses to mask her true location, she was still caught. Nick Fury's call came through directly to Natasha's phone. Natasha, someone's breached SHLD's backend system. The source is coming from your building. Find them now. Fury's tone was uncharacteristically severe, as if some major catastrophe had just occurred. And in fact, a major incident had just occurred. SHLD's backend system had been hacked. If that wasn't a disaster, what was? Natasha immediately spotted Sky, who was furiously typing away at her computer. Thinking back to Sky's earlier, rather unsubtle threat, Natasha instantly realized that the young woman in front of her was the hacker who had broken into S.H.I.E.L.D. I found her, Director. It's a young woman, Carl's assistant. And judging by her skills, she's a top-tier hacker. She's got talent. Try to make contact with her. See if you can get her to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said, openly trying to poach her. Keep dreaming, Baldy. I'm not about to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Push me too far, and I'll have Carl blow your whole agency sky high. Sky's voice suddenly echoed through Fury's office, catching him off guard for a split second before he burst out in a furious roar. Son of a, what are those tech idiots doing? Didn't they say the breach was fixed? Why am I still hearing her voice? I want the backend system back online in 1 minute. If you can't fix it, every last techie is going to Africa to dig for minerals. Carlson, sitting nearby, had never seen the director lose his cool like this. Not even in the most dangerous situations. You weren't removed from SHLD's backend. Natasha could hardly believe it. She knew just how formidable SHLD's tech team was. Their backend system was said to be the most secure in the world. Yet the young woman before her hadn't just hacked in. She'd managed to fool every operator on staff. That so-called backend of yours isn't any tougher than the Pentagon's. As if it could ever keep me out. Sky shot Natasha a withering glance, her face full of scorn. Sure, SHLD's backend was tough to crack, but it was hardly an impenetrable fortress. Impressive. You're wasted hanging around, Carl. You should come to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's where your talents would truly shine. Natasha spoke with a hint of casual suggestion, but inwardly, she meant every word. To let someone so gifted languish in a humble detective agency was a real shame. Not interested. I love it here, so don't even try. Sky snorted, then scooped up Moguri, who had been watching the computer screen with wide-eyed curiosity, and hugged him tightly. Natasha, unable to see Moguri, could only watch Sky's inexplicable action, but didn't dwell on it. Carl had witnessed the entire exchange. Although he already knew about Sky's abilities, it was still astonishing to see her infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. in such a short time, and even leave a backdoor after being discovered. It was almost beyond belief. Seems you can't trust everything you see on TV. Carl once again reflected on the difference between fiction and reality. But Carl knew that Sky possessed real superpowers. Her reputation as Quake was well-earned. He began weighing whether he should help Sky awaken her seismic abilities. If Sky unlocked her powers, she'd be a tremendous asset to him, but only if she consented of her own free will. Carl had no intention of forcing her. I'll need to have a talk with Sky later. And then there's the obelisk needed to awaken her powers. It's still in SFLD's hands. I'll have to find a way to get it. Kyle pondered quietly. After going over the Marvel timeline in his mind, he reached a conclusion. To get the obelisk, he'd need S.H.I.E.L.D. to come to him. That way, he'd have bargaining power. The next major incident should be Tony Stark's kidnapping, but as far as he recalled, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't really involved in that one. It was more of a concern for the military and Stark Industries. Coulson's contact with Tony and Pepper, if memory served, happened after the kidnapping. That makes things tricky. Carl furrowed his brow, racking his brains for a way to make a lasting impression on S.H.I.E.L.D., one strong enough that they'd seek out his help. Only then would he have a chance to demand the obelisk as his reward. Of course, Carl had no intention of keeping the obelisk for himself. He knew that was impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never agree to that. But perhaps if he only asked to borrow it for a few days, he might just pull it off. Natasha saw that Sky had absolutely no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D., so she stopped trying to persuade her. After all, she was just an employee. Matters like this were better left to the higher-ups to worry about. With that, she shifted her attention to Carl. Carl, for his part, was so busy scheming about how to get his hands on the obelisk that he didn't even notice Natasha looking his way. Seeing Carl lost in thought and completely spaced out, Natasha simply reclined on the sofa, letting her alluring figure stretch out in full view, her seductive charm on display for anyone who cared to look. But Carl was oblivious to the captivating scene on the sofa. He was entirely absorbed in his own world. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared from Sky's computer, slicing through the silence. Sky sprang into action, her fingers flying across the keyboard. At the same time, Carl snapped out of his reverie, and he and Natasha both turned their attention to the screen. There's a lead. Marco is speeding down the street in a train, Sky reported. She brought up the surveillance feeds, tracking Marco's vehicle from every possible angle, even tapping into satellite imagery. Wow, I can't believe you actually hacked into the Pentagon's satellites. Are you sure you don't want to consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha said, genuinely impressed this time. She could tell at a glance that this was satellite footage. Maybe Sky really could break into any network in the world, Natasha mused. Watching Marco's trajectory, it was clear he was heading straight for Manhattan. What's got into this guy, acting so recklessly all of a sudden? Carl wondered aloud. Just then, an alert from the police database popped up on Sky's monitor, and the report was about Marco. A bank in Manhattan had just been robbed. The culprit was suspected to be a superpowered individual, someone who could control and conjure massive amounts of sand out of thin air. The bank interior was already filled to the brim with sand. Meanwhile, Marco, still behind the wheel, was using his powers to block the streets with sand as he went, causing a series of severe traffic accidents. Sky, pull up all the surveillance from every spot Marco's passed through, Carl demanded, feeling he was on the verge of piecing everything together. Sure enough, after reviewing the surveillance footage, Carl's suspicions were confirmed. Remember those traffic accidents caused by sand appearing out of nowhere? They happened in the exact same locations as now. Marco was rehearsing all along. He did it so this bank heist could go off without a hitch. As Carl finished, realization dawned on Sky too. So Marco had been planning this from the very start. And just as Marco had practiced, traffic everywhere was paralyzed, sand swirling and piling up at every intersection. All the way, not a single police car managed to get through. Huh, you worthless cops, look at you now, trapped with nowhere to go. Come on, try and catch your grandpa Marco if you dare. Marco shouted with wild excitement, his voice echoing as the car picked up speed. The road ahead was clear. Every vehicle was effortlessly flipped aside by the sand under his control. Suddenly, Marco heard a dull thud from the roof, as if something heavy had landed there. A voice followed, drifting in from outside the car. With a solid thump, something crashed onto the top of Marco's car, and then a voice called out, "Hey there, Mr. Marco. You're wanted for bank robbery, reckless driving, and a host of other charges. I suggest you surrender right now, or I'll have to make a real mess of things. Trust me, you do not want that to happen." No sooner had those words been spoken than a figure in a cola-colored suit landed headfirst, plastered comically against the driver's side window. It was none other than Little Spider, Peter Parker, who had grown quite used to being the friendly neighborhood hero. "You pest! You stubborn little bug! Today I'm going to crush you, for good." Rage flared in Marco's eyes the moment he saw Spider-Man. The bank job had been going smoothly until this meddler showed up and turned everything upside down. Without another word, Marco slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his power, sending sand surging to wrap Peter up and slam him hard onto the pavement. Peter was completely enveloped in sand, pinned and helpless, forced to watch as his face met the ground up close. "Damn you, Spider-Man! Damn you!" Marco's fists clenched, and the sand around him swelled into massive, menacing fists, which he then swung down on Spider-Man with unrelenting fury. Crash! 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 Blow after blow, the asphalt split beneath the assault, leaving a deep pit in the middle of the road with Peter sprawled at the bottom. Cough, cough. Has Marco lost his mind? He's really trying to smash me to bits. Peter dragged himself out of the pit, coughing and battered. But before he could even catch his breath, another colossal sand fist came flying his way. Spider sense blaring, Peter instinctively shot a web and swung aside, just in time to dodge Marco's crushing blow. "Hey, Marco, did you forget to take your meds today, or what?" Using the momentum of his swing, Peter landed a solid kick right to Marco's chest. He'd put all his strength into that kick, but to his shock, he passed straight through Marco's sandy form. "Huh. Ugh, Marco, that's just dirty fighting, my mouth's full of sand." "Huh. Huh." Now covered from head to toe in grit, Peter landed on the ground and hurriedly brushed himself off, even wiping the lenses of his mask clean. Just as he delivered a flying kick to Marco, Marco's whole body suddenly transformed into sand, scattering apart with a single blow from Peter. Spider sense tingled again, and Peter instantly leapt upward with all his might, firing a web to swing onto a nearby wall. With a thunderous crash, a massive surge of sand erupted from the spot where Peter had just stood, slowly swirling together to form Marco's shape once more. If Carl were here, he'd definitely ask whether Marco had eaten a sand fruit, since he could even pull off full elemental transformation. No sooner had Marco reformed his body than a net of webbing suddenly dropped down from above, followed by a flood of webs wrapping tightly around him, cocooning him completely. A white figure descended from the sky. It was Ghost Spider, Gwen. "So this is the guy who robbed the bank." Gwen landed to one side and turned to Peter with her question. Peter swung over to join Gwen at her side. "Yeah, that's him. Don't underestimate him. He can break his body down into sand. I don't think your cocoon will hold him for long." No sooner had Peter finished speaking than the web cocoon began to shudder violently, and streams of sand started seeping out through the gaps. In an instant, the cocoon exploded apart, and a torrent of sand burst forth. Peter and Gwen quickly shot out their webs and swung to safety. Sand blasted out in every direction like a hail of bullets, shredding the tattered webs under its relentless assault. Nearby vehicles were peppered with holes, as if riddled with gunfire, but thankfully most of the bystanders had already fled, so not too many people got caught in the chaos. Still, quite a few people lay groaning on the ground, their bodies riddled with bloody wounds. "This guy just never gives us a break," Peter exclaimed, seeing the injured all around. He quickly called out to Gwen to help with the rescue. "Ghost Spider, you get the civilians to safety. I'll handle him." With that, he fired webs to either side, pulling them taut like a slingshot. In the next instant, Peter propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling straight at the just-reformed Marco. Gwen immediately rushed to the injured, using webs to staunch their bleeding wounds. Then, she spun a large net in midair and began tossing people into it, one in each hand. Fortunately, the main web was both strong and elastic, so the injured didn't suffer any further harm. She'd originally wanted to deliver the victims straight to the police, but with every second counting, she chose to secure them in a relatively safe place for now and deal with the rest later. The police responded swiftly. Before long, paramedics and a large contingent of officers arrived on the scene, led by none other than Captain George Stacy himself. The moment Gwen spotted her father, she immediately panicked, terrified of being recognized. Without hesitation, she slipped away from the scene to help Peter instead. Peter was having a much tougher time on his side of the fight. Marco, who could turn his body into sand, was practically immune to physical attacks. Each of Peter's punches landed with nothing more than a scattering of sand. None of it caused Marco the slightest harm. Meanwhile, Peter had to take every single one of Marco's attacks directly, which frustrated him to no end. Damn it, Marco. If you got any guts, stop turning into sand. Peter kept hammering at Marco, growing more and more exasperated. Every blow felt like it was sinking into a pillow, utterly unsatisfying. Huh, what a joke. Why wouldn't I? This is my power. Marco burst out laughing, taunting Peter mercilessly. Just you wait. I'll scatter you to the winds before I'm done. Peter, furious, charged at Marco, his upper body taut with the force of his swinging fists. At that moment, Gwen, using her webbing, hurled a heavy manhole cover straight at Marco. The manhole cover sailed right through Marco's sandy body, smashing into the charging Peter with bone-jarring force. Before Peter could react, the manhole cover carried him through the air and slammed him hard against a nearby fire hydrant. With a loud, gushing burst, water erupted from the hydrant, instantly drenching the already disheveled Peter. Now, with his clothes soaked and caked with a mixture of sand and water, he looked like a mud-splattered monkey. Peter spat sand out of his mouth through his mask, only to have more sand slip right back in. He jumped up and down in frustration, pacing back and forth in a mad little dance. This damn sand, if only I could. At that moment, a thought struck him. He stared, then began rubbing the sand and water mixture from his body. I've got it, Peter shouted triumphantly, immediately shooting a web and swinging away from the scene. Meanwhile, Gwen was still tangling with Marco. Thanks to her agility and sharp reflexes, she managed to keep him occupied for a while. Then beshed. Marco had lost track of how many times he'd had to rip through the webbing sticking to him. It wasn't deadly, but it was infuriatingly persistent and exceptionally tough. With a sweep of his arm, Marco unleashed a barrage of sand bullets, a trick he'd picked up from being bound up in webbing earlier. Sure enough, the sand shredded the webs effectively. The whistling hail of sand startled Gwen. These grains packed the punch of real bullets, and she had no way to block them. She had to rely on her acrobatics to evade, trusting her spider sense to keep her safe, and for now, she managed to dodge every shot. Marco let out a thunderous shout. Suddenly, countless grains of sand erupted from beneath Gwen's feet, swirling out of thin air to form a giant hand that seized her ankle. Before Gwen could react, the sand crawled swiftly up her legs, covering her entire body and wrapping her in a suffocating cocoon. Let's see how you escape this time. Marco stretched out his hand and clenched it hard, causing the sand encasing Gwen to tighten abruptly. Gwen felt as if her bones were about to snap. The crushing pressure made her veins stand out on her forehead, though no one could see them behind her mask. Marco's grip only tightened further. The web shooters on Gwen's wrists were crushed by the sand, causing streams of liquid web to mix with the swirling grains. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, sharp and clear. The bullets struck Marco with precise aim. But Marco was in his elemental form. The bullets were simply squeezed out by the sand, leaving him completely unharmed. He turned to look. George Stacy stood there, handgun raised, a wisp of smoke curling from the barrel. Foolish move. With a wave of Marco's hand, sand and gravel erupted, pelting toward George in a deadly hail. George, wearing only a standard-issue bulletproof vest, could hardly withstand the barrage. The sand was about to pierce right through him. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a wrecked car skidded into place, sliding between George and Marco. The sand hammered against the car's metal, shielding George from what could have been a fatal blow. At that moment, Peter landed nimbly atop the car, a bundle of fire hoses in his hands. He glanced back at George. Chief Stacy, are you hurt? Peter, who knew both Gwen and Carl's father, had intervened just in time, using the car to block the attack. George shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to you. Peter nodded. Chief, you'd better help evacuate the crowd. Leave this to me. With a quick somersault, he leaped back to the fire hydrant, which was still gushing water. He jammed one end of the hose directly into the hydrant, clutching the other end in front of him. Hey, Marco, do you know what happens to sand when it meets water? Peter shouted, raising his voice above the chaos. At that moment, A torrent of high-pressure water exploded from the hose, nearly knocking Peter off his feet. Marco dissolved like ice in a blast of heat, the sand losing all shape, collapsing into a muddy lump. Tempest! Marco roared, trying to command the sand again, but now his own hands melted into the sludge, and he could no longer maintain his form. Meanwhile, Gwen, freed from her sandy prison, collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. The pain racking her body was so intense, she couldn't even stand. On the other side, just as Peter was using water to deal with Marco, Carl was racing toward them at top speed, arriving just as Gwen managed to break free. He hurried over to Gwen's side, scooping her up effortlessly in his arms like a princess. "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" he asked softly, looking down at Gwen, who looked especially delicate and charming nestled in his embrace. "I'll be fine, just aching all over," Gwen replied. Seeing that it was Carl, she allowed herself to relax in his arms. Her innate healing abilities had already begun mending her injuries. After gently setting Gwen down to the side, Carl lifted his head, his gaze settling on Marco. "Why are you carrying a sword? Where did you get that?" Gwen asked, noticing for the first time Carl had a sword slung across his back. She'd never seen it before. "Oh, it's my weapon. You're Spider-Woman now. Can't have you leaving me behind, can I?" Carl replied, patting the impressive blade strapped behind him. He'd never told Gwen about his powers, nor had he ever revealed them in front of her. "Wait, you have superpowers too?" Gwen asked, surprised. "Not exactly superpowers. Let's call it magic," Carl said with a playful wag of his finger, a flicker of green energy lighting up in his eyes. "Leave this next part to me. That guy's actually my target for a mission." With that, he strode straight toward Marco. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the ongoing battle was being closely monitored. Their agents had already positioned themselves around the area, not just to evacuate civilians, but also to cordon off the combat zone, making sure things didn't spiral out of control. "Where are Barton and Natasha?" Nick Fury asked, his eyes fixed on the live video feed in front of him. Coulson's voice came through the earpiece almost instantly. He was already on the ground in New York, leading the team himself. "Director, Barton is in position. Natasha is right here with me," Coulson reported, handing Natasha a new bone conduction earpiece. Natasha placed the device behind her ear and immediately heard Fury's voice come through. "Director, I'm on comms," she responded. Up on the rooftop behind them, Agent Clint Barton, Hawkeye, was ready, his quiver brimming with arrows and a high-tech bow gripped firmly in his hand. "No one is to take any rash action," Fury instructed. "Our top priority is to assess the strength and threat level of all 4 individuals in the area, including Carl. Other than Natasha, try not to let them notice you." As he watched the satellite footage, Fury noted that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already collected substantial data on the abilities of the 2 spider people and Marco. Now, only Carl remained. Up till now, they only knew he could summon small tornadoes, but his true limits were still a mystery. This was the perfect opportunity to see just how powerful he really was. Nick Fury and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all fixed their eyes on Carl. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the scene. Countless grains of sand swept in from every direction. In an instant, the entire street was shrouded in a swirling sandstorm. A ferocious roar, like that of a wild beast, thundered from the heart of the storm. The sand piled up, thicker and thicker, swirling madly toward the center. Without warning, a gigantic hand, easily over 10 meters long, burst forth from the sandstorm, its shadow blotting out the sun as it came crashing down toward Peter. "Not good." Peter reacted instantly, dropping the pipe in his hand and diving to the side. He fired out webs in rapid succession, narrowly dodging the attack. The spot where Peter had just been standing was smashed into a deep pit by the sand hand, several meters across. But it wasn't over yet. The enormous hand rose again. This time, not just a hand, but an entire arm emerged, followed by a shoulder, then a massive torso. Suddenly, a sand behemoth, dozens of meters tall, surged forth from the heart of the storm and roared furiously in Peter's direction. The raging sands converged, swirling and gathering, until a giant formed entirely of sand took shape. With a single swing of its arm, it demolished a nearby building. The sand giant bellowed and raged, venting all its fury. Each time its arm crashed down, buildings crumbled, and the entire street was swallowed by sand. This... Peter stared up in speechless terror at the colossal figure towering above him, blocking out the sky. He had never imagined Marco could possess such devastating power. "Don't just stand there. Leave this to me. Go, evacuate the crowd. Get everyone off this street." Carl gave Peter a firm pat on the back, snapping him out of his shock. "You can handle him." Peter looked at Carl in disbelief, glancing at the long sword on Carl's back. Like Gwen, he had never seen Carl in action before. "I'm definitely better equipped than you." Now go. The longer you wait, the more lives are at risk. Carl waved him off, urging him to hurry. Then be careful, Peter said seriously, then shot a web and swung away. His figure darted through the street, helping trapped people escape to safety. Gwen's injuries were no longer a concern. After reminding Carl to be careful, she joined Peter in evacuating the crowd. She didn't say much. She trusted Carl. If he claimed he had a plan, she believed him. With Peter and Gwen gone, Carl finally looked up at the towering sand giant before him. Having seen the movies and played the games in his previous life, Carl knew Marco could transform into this sand monster. So he wasn't especially surprised. He also had a few tricks up his sleeve for dealing with Marco. TSK. I really didn't want to use that. Do I really have to turn into a woman for this? Clenching his molars, Carl braced himself. Soon, a perfectly good man would turn into a woman. Though Carl wasn't one for gender prejudice, if word of this ever got out, wouldn't he be laughed at endlessly? Especially if Peter and Gwen found out. Inside the devil-may-cre agency, Sky was also watching the satellite feed. The moment she saw Carl facing the sand giant alone, her heart jumped to her throat. She unconsciously tightened her grip around the Moguri plush in her arms. Cupo! The Moguri let out a little cry, snapping Sky back to herself. She loosened her hold and gave it a soothing pat. Boss, you have to hang in there. She murmured to herself, a quiet wish to fight side by side with Carl welling up in her heart. But for now, her entire being was focused on him, and she didn't even notice it. Meanwhile, Carl stopped worrying. He'd promised the girl he'd help her find her father, so there was no way he'd just stand by. Besides, this was a mission from a system. All right then, let's just get it over with. He rolled his shoulders and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from within him, sweeping down the street in an instant. Fierce winds howled out of nowhere. What is that? Peter and Gwen stopped dead, staring at Carl at the center of the storm. An overwhelming sense of dread, cold as ice, gripped their hearts. It wasn't just Peter and Gwen. Everyone on the street felt that bone-deep terror, as if the wind might shred them to pieces in the very next second. This power! Carlson and Natasha exchanged a look, both seeing the deep fear reflected in each other's eyes. Upstairs, Barton fared no better. He'd instinctively drawn his bow, arrow knocked, and aimed at Carl below, a reaction born from pure fear. The wind grew fiercer still, whipping up sand and debris like the end of the world. And at the heart of that tornado, a flicker of green appeared. That green energy blazed like wildfire, swiftly filling the entire storm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar burst forth, shaking the street to its core. A savage tempest exploded in its wake. The Sandman's massive form, compared to the raging winds, was like a tiny boat tossed on a stormy sea, about to be completely overturned. In the blink of an eye, the storm swept outward in all directions. The rubble left by the Sandman's rampage was lifted once more, swirling through the street in a violent torrent. And when the tempest finally died down, an enormous figure now stood before the Sandman's colossal body. This figure's form was, if anything, even larger than the sand giant's. Every inch was covered in feathers of ashen gray and chalky white. Its feet had transformed into talons like those of a mighty eagle, and behind it, two massive pairs of wings unfurled with a sudden, thunderous sweep, their joints tipped with claws as sharp as a raptor's. With a subtle shiver of its wings, a wild, furious gale erupted, sweeping down the entire street in a renewed tempest. There was no mistaking it. This was Garuda, the wind icon straight out of Final Fantasy XVI. What the hell? What in God's name is that thing? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury stared in terror at Carl's new form, at Garuda, his disbelief written plain across his face. He'd always suspected Carl was hiding his true strength, but never could he have imagined power so catastrophically destructive. The storm alone had already told Fury everything he needed to know. If Carl wished to level New York, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers. For a moment, Fury realized he had completely underestimated Carl's worth, and, far more dangerously, his potential for destruction. A strange, unreadable light flickered in Fury's solitary eye. He was not alone in his thoughts. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent present was struck by the same realization. Even the seasoned Carlson and his team, who'd seen more than most, had never encountered anything like this. For one man to turn into a creature of such overwhelming power. What did that make him? A monster? Peter and Gwen had forgotten their jobs entirely. They could only stand rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Carl's transformation, so stunned they even forgot to breathe. At her computer, Sky gripped the screen with white-knuckled hands, staring in disbelief at Garuda's form, then down at the Moogle nestled in her arms. Who is he, really? Sky murmured to herself, dazed and lost in thought. The only one who remained clear-headed was Marco, the sand giant. He was surprised, certainly, but knowing he himself possessed the strength to destroy a city, he felt little fear facing this new monster. With a furious roar, he launched a punch straight at Garuda. In a flash, Garuda's wings gave a subtle tremor, and its body vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind the sand giant. Without hesitation, Garuda's talon lashed out, aiming straight for the sand giant's head. The sand giant, making no attempt to dodge, simply swung his massive hand back toward Garuda. With a deafening crash, Garuda's talons tore through the sand giant's head, even as the giant's hand struck Garuda's body. A cyclone erupted in front of Garuda, absorbing the force of the sand giant's blow. When sand meets a storm, it scatters like snow melting in a spring wind. In this clash, neither side could claim victory. In the blink of an eye, Garuda retreated, a swirl of emerald wind blades now shimmering around her form. The blades shot forward, sharp as razors, hurtling toward the sand giant. In the space of a heartbeat, they severed both his arms and sliced his body clean in two. After slicing through the sand giant, the wind blade didn't slow down in the slightest, and with its momentum, it cut through 2 or 3 high-rise buildings behind it, cleaving them in half. A thunderous rumble shook the air. The towering buildings collapsed along with the sand giant ahead, reduced to nothing but rubble, while the sand giant itself scattered into a formless pile of sand. A ferocious roar pierced the sky. Garuda threw back its head and bellowed in fury, as if declaring its dominion over all. In that instant, Carl felt as though his own consciousness was being overtaken by Garuda's will, transforming him into a primal beast. The thrill of battle and the urge to kill sent his blood surging with excitement. This is just unbelievable. In the distance, Peter, Gwen, and every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent present watched Garuda's rampage in utter terror. That earth-shaking roar and the sheer, unstoppable force made it feel as if the end of the world had arrived. The destructive power of that wind blade was especially terrifying. It sliced through skyscrapers in an instant, leaving cuts as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was paralyzed by a deep, bone-chilling fear. Did any of you notice something odd? Peter's voice trembled as he spoke up. What do you mean? Everyone behind him responded in unison. Yes, standing with Peter, besides Gwen, were Coulson, Natasha, and all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assigned to the perimeter. After Garuda's appearance, they had received orders to regroup. There was no point in keeping the area sealed off anymore. With 2 colossal monsters rampaging through New York, simple roadblocks wouldn't suffice. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D., or more accurately, Nick Fury, had only one priority: to smother every scrap of online chatter and media coverage. As for the stories that would spread by word of mouth, those were beyond his control. That winged creature, it looks like a female. Peter pointed at Garuda in confusion. He'd seen Carl transform into Garuda within the tornado, but Carl was definitely a man, so how had he become a female creature? It was baffling. Honestly, Peter's thought process was on a different wavelength from everyone else. While the others were frozen in awe at Garuda's destructive power, Peter was the only one worried about something so trivial. Everyone behind Peter wanted to throttle him. Of all times, why was he fixated on this now? Can you please act normal for once? Is this really the time for that? Gwen smacked Peter across the face, sending him flying. Then, with a quick flick, she plastered his face with webbing, trying to shut him up. Peter tore the webbing from his mask haphazardly. Hey, I know what you're up to, but I'm wearing a mask. Webbing my face won't stop me from talking. Shut up. Gwen, Coulson, and Natasha all shouted in unison. Startled, Peter clamped his mouth shut immediately. Coulson cast a meaningful glance at both Peter and Gwen, confirming that neither of them was very old, before shifting his gaze to Garuda. Now it was certain, Carl was far more dangerous than previously imagined. Director, you saw what just happened, didn't you? Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury slumped into his chair. The scene he had just witnessed gave him an urge to pull out his old pager. In his mind, Carl's threat level shot straight to the highest tier. This guy was even more dangerous than those mutants. At that moment, Coulson's voice came through at just the right time. Coulson, from this moment on, put Carl Norman under full surveillance. Don't let your guard down for even a second, and make sure to handle the public relations. I have a feeling that after this incident, those idiots in the military are going to want to make contact with him. With their methods, they're bound to provoke Carl Norman. Nick Fury's expression was grave. When it came to the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't really have a countermeasure. The two organizations were entirely separate. One answered to the World Security Council, the other to the government. There was no overlap at all. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with international incidents, and its influence on American soil couldn't compare with the military's reach. If the military really backed Carl into a corner, It would be like provoking a nuclear weapon that could go off at any moment, and this one could move. Meanwhile, on the roof of an unremarkable building in New York, a bald man in a yellow robe gazed out across the city. The pendant hanging on Garuda's chest resembled a single, watchful eye, now emanating a faint green glow. A flash of green flickered in the bald man's own eyes, and then the eye-shaped pendant on his chest slowly closed. The timeline shifted. Whether that's good or bad, who can say? Just as Garuda let out a furious roar at the sky, the sand giant that had been blasted apart began to slowly pull itself back together, reforming its massive body. You can't kill me. I am invincible. The sand giant slammed its hands together with thunderous force. Countless grains of sand shot toward Garuda like artillery shells. To most people, these were not grains of sand, but boulders tearing up the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. Garuda faced the oncoming barrage without flinching. His wings snapped open, sending out a storm of razor-sharp wind blades that slashed toward the incoming stones. With that, Garuda himself charged straight at the sand giant. The street thundered as if caught in a tempest. Fragments of stone crashed down like meteorites, leaving the street in utter chaos, as if it had been bombarded by artillery. Each wind blade struck home, shattering every boulder in its path. As the final stone was sliced apart, Garuda found himself standing face to face with the sand giant. Garuda let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, countless streams of green energy gathered at his chest, coalescing into razor-sharp talons. These claws, sharper than any weapon known to man, tore ferociously at the sand giant. Grains of sand cascaded from the giant's body in torrents, splattering like blood from a fresh wound. In just a few heartbeats, the sand giant was shredded apart by the onslaught of claws, reduced once more to a sprawling heap of loose sand. But this time, Garuda gave the sand giant no chance to reassemble itself. With a mighty beat of his wings, Garuda soared high into the sky, drawing a flood of green energy towards him. The energy sparkled like starlight, strangely beautiful against the daylight. Even though it was midday, that emerald radiance illuminated the entire sky. Gradually, a gentle breeze began to gather, wrapping the street in the soft caress of spring air. Yet, in the next moment, the breeze seemed to encounter an adversary. It grew wild and turbulent, its gentle whisper rising into a piercing shriek. Atmospheric eruption. Garuda's roar echoed through the city. At once, half of New York was swept up in a raging storm. The wind surged so fiercely it became visible to the naked eye, and the ocean itself began to boil, waves crashing onto the shore, driven by the howling gales. Before long, a tornado of apocalyptic force took shape in front of Garuda, swirling with destruction. Within the tornado, countless green talons spun wildly, making the storm all the more uncanny and menacing. This is bad. Everyone, evacuate now. Clear the street immediately. Coulson shouted into his earpiece, prompting every SHIELD agent to pile into their vehicles and speed away. Peter and Gwen moved even faster, flinging webs into the gale and swinging away, defying the violent winds. They landed safely atop a nearby skyscraper. Gwen, her face clouded with worry, gazed up at Garuda high above. Peter, do you think Carl will be all right? Gwen was frantic, not knowing what else to do, so she turned to Peter for reassurance. Peter shook his head. He honestly didn't know. The scale of this battle was far beyond what he or Gwen could handle, and the outcome was anyone's guess. Still, he tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Carl's incredibly powerful. He'll be fine, and right now, it's clear he has the upper hand. Gwen knew Peter was just trying to reassure her, but in this moment, that was exactly what she needed to hear. She clung to his words, if only for her own peace of mind. The raging tornado seemed to connect heaven and earth, the green energy within it even more violent than the storm itself. Suddenly, the wind ceased altogether. Half of New York was plunged into stillness, the air frozen as though someone had cast a spell. In the next instant, the tornado before Garuda plummeted downward, crashing onto the sand giant, who had just begun to take shape again. In an instant, the entire street was engulfed by the tornado. The glass from every building shattered and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only bare, skeletal frames. The sand giant was torn apart by the tornado before it could even let out a single cry of agony. The raging wind, thick with swirling yellow sand, was filled with countless claws that raked and shredded everything within the storm. The howling of the wind reached its deafening peak at that very moment. With a gentle wave of Garuda's hand, the tornado shifted, sweeping relentlessly toward the seashore. At that moment, the sea was swept by the furious wind, surging and twisting like a mighty water dragon, awe-inspiring in its force. The sand and grit within the tornado met the seawater and instantly turned into muddy torrents, which were then torn apart again by the tempest and its relentless claws. Then, as Garuda spread both hands wide, the tornado suddenly exploded outward. Fierce currents and razor-sharp blades of wind scattered in every direction, leaving the entire beach in utter ruin. Everything upon it was destroyed. Gradually, the howling wind died down, the surface of the sea calmed, and the sand giant's form vanished along with the dissipating storm. At that moment, the battered figure of a man collapsed onto the sand. It was Marco, now returned to his human form. Garuda's massive body slowly descended, then dissolved into shimmering points of green energy that faded into the air. From within that green glow, a man slowly emerged. It was Carl, his Garuda form finally dispelled. Carl's face was pale. Maintaining the Garuda form had consumed an enormous amount of magical energy. From a moment he summoned Garuda to now, less than 10 minutes had passed. Yet Carl was completely drained of magic. His body had grown so stiff, he could barely hold his sword steady. Adon, I feel like you're setting me up, Carl muttered. I swear, my body feels as if it's about to petrify. I can barely walk. He tried to loosen up his rigid limbs, but after several failed attempts, he could only shuffle slowly toward the unconscious Marco. Carl was certain Marco was still alive. Through magic, he could sense Marco's vital signs, faint but steady. He wouldn't die. With a month or two of rest, he'd recover. You had to admit, Marco was tough. Even after being ripped to pieces by Garuda, he hadn't perished. The Sansan fruit was truly something else. Its elemental transformation was downright overpowered. Ding the host will not suffer any side effects from using magic or summoning beast transformations. The system has already explained this before. What you're experiencing now is simply magical exhaustion and a psychological effect. The system's voice chimed in at just the right moment, repeating its assurance. Carl breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down beside Marco. I promised a little girl I'd bring her father home. Don't you dare die on me, you hear? As he spoke, Carl gave the unconscious Marco a few firm pats. The sensation of magical depletion was truly awful. Carl wasn't just stiff all over. His head was pounding as if it might split open. Marco drifted back to consciousness, and it had to be said, the guy's vitality was nothing short of remarkable. Given how badly he was hurt, it was almost unbelievable that he'd woken up so soon. Your daughter's name is Camilla, right? She asked me to find her father for her. At the mention of Camilla's name, Marco struggled to turn his battered body and lay flat, his eyes rolling to look at Carl. I'm not a good father. It's better if she doesn't find me. Marco's voice was weak and frail. Whether you're a good dad or not isn't my concern. I accepted Camilla's request, and that means I have to bring her back to her real father. Carl replied. According to how the story was supposed to go, Camilla would end up living with her mother, while Marco would land in prison. In that sense, Marco really wasn't much of a father. But truth be told, Carl couldn't care less about Marco's parenting skills. Carl sat on the chaotic, debris-strewn beach for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in black surrounded him and Marco, their guns loaded and ready. At a glance, Carl recognized Carlson and Natasha at the front of the group. At that moment, Peter and Gwen dropped from above, landing in perfect sync and instantly placing themselves protectively in front of Carl. What do you think you're doing? Carl just saved all of you, when it already dropped into a fighting stance, making it clear she'd throw down at the slightest provocation. I think you're misunderstanding us. We mean no harm. My people are just on edge. You saw what just happened yourself. Carlson wore his usual good-natured smile, signaling to the agents around him to lower their weapons. Behind Peter and Gwen, Carl rolled his eyes. Typical shield. All sweet words on the surface, but even more ruthless than anyone else when it came down to it. Relax, Ghost Spider. I know him. Carl stood up, stretching a little. The magical energy in his body hadn't fully recovered, but at least the soreness and stiffness had faded. All right, Carlson. I'll leave the rest to you. I trust S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle things, can't you? Carl grabbed Marco by the collar and hauled him to his feet. This man is the subject of my commission. I'm taking him with me, and whatever happens after I'm done isn't my problem. With that, he left with Marco in tow, calling Natasha to join them as well. Carl knew S.H.I.E.L.D. was always desperate for talents like Marco. They'd never let someone like him go easily. Chances were, they'd haul him back to poke and prod for research. The truth was, Marco wasn't a mutant. There wasn't much worth studying. His abilities couldn't be replicated. They were the result of a random mutation, not something embedded in his genes. At most, S.H.I.E.L.D. might draw some blood, but when that led nowhere, they'd either lock him up or brainwash him into working for them. Either way, he wasn't going to die from it, so Carl didn't bother worrying. Bringing Natasha along was mainly to make it easier for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take over. After all, Marco had caused such a big scene, there was no way he wouldn't get arrested. The incident was all over the news. Camilla and her mother would hardly miss it. Having Natasha present also offered a convenient explanation. Soon enough, Natasha drove Marco and Carl to Camilla's mother's house. The little girl was already waiting at the door. After all, Carl had asked Sky to notify her mother in advance. But the moment she saw Marco's condition, the girl burst into tears, fearing her father had died. It took Carl a long while to calm her down and reassure her. The sight of her tear-filled eyes tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Camilla understood that her father had made a mistake, so she didn't throw a tantrum or insist he stay. Such maturity in someone so young made Natasha's heart ache with sympathy. After promising again and again that Marco would be all right, Natasha took him and Carl and left the house. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations, host. Mission complete. Rewards have been issued to your system space. Please check them yourself. Hearing the system's announcement, Carl immediately sat up straight in the car, startling Natasha as she drove. What's with you, Carl? Jumping like that? Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Natasha teased. Realizing he'd overreacted, Carl straightened up and decided not to check his rewards right then. This was clearly not the right moment. No need. I wouldn't dare set foot in a S.H.I.E.L.D. hospital. I'm afraid if I go in, I'll never come out. Carl knew all too well what those S.H.I.E.L.D. folks were like. If he ended up in their hands, who knew what he'd go through before seeing the light of day again? Natasha only smiled, saying nothing. She was well aware of the madness that drove S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientists. Even good people could lose their minds after a round of their research. So, what's going to happen to Marco? Carl asked, curious. He didn't really know what S.H.I.E.L.D. was capable of. Those old movies only ever showed Hydra's brainwashing or experiments, and seldom depicted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own research facilities. Well, a full examination is unavoidable. If his abilities can't be duplicated, I imagine he'll be locked up. As for where exactly, well, that's classified. Unless, of course, you join us. Natasha's tone was playful, never forgetting Nick Fury's directive to recruit Carl. I'll pass. I have no desire to be at Nick Fury's beck and call, catering to every whim. Carl refused without hesitation. He knew exactly what S.H.I.E.L.D. was like, just Hydra with a different name. Was it any place for decent people? Not a chance. Although Carl knew about it, he hadn't told anyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. He wasn't some kind of saint, and S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly wasn't. A place he cared about. Why should he tell them anything? If they wanted answers, they'd have to offer something in exchange. When Carl returned to Devil May Cry, he found Sky and Gwen anxiously waiting for him at the door. Gwen was still dressed in her ghost spider suit. The moment they spotted Carl, Sky and Gwen hurried over to greet him. That guy named Coulson is inside, Gwen said in a hushed tone, her voice muffled by the mask, making her sound as if she had a cold. Seems like he's got something important to talk to you about. Be careful. Carl nodded, then strode straight into Devil May Cry. Mr. Norman, let me introduce myself. I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson didn't get to finish before Carl interrupted him. I know, Agent Coulson, right? Just call me Carl. Carl walked over to the bar, took 2 servings of chestnut ice cake and a cup of Savini milk tea from the fridge and placed them in front of Coulson. Give these a try. You won't find treats like this anywhere else. Coulson didn't hesitate. With practiced ease, he scooped a small piece of chestnut ice cake and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, the unique sweet aroma of chestnuts filled his senses, while the chilly touch on his tongue sent a jolt of clarity through his mind. He felt more alert, almost as if his head had cleared. This is absolutely delicious, Coulson praised, already slicing another bite without missing a beat. He also took a sip of the Savini milk tea. The rich creaminess and subtle hint of cinnamon danced together, the fragrance lingering in his nose. So, what does Nick Fury want with me? By now, Sky, Gwen, and Peter were all sitting with Carl on the sofa, though Gwen and Peter were still in their hero suits. The director asked me to find out exactly what your abilities are. What just happened really spooked him. Actually, it scared everyone. Carl saw no reason to hide the truth, nor did he want to. You could think of it as magic. I'm a demon hunter. At these words, even Gwen, Peter, and Sky looked utterly stunned. Gwen, especially. She'd grown up with Carl, even sharing a room with him before starting school, yet she'd never known he had magical powers. She shot Carl a glare filled with grievance. Though hidden behind her mask, no one could see it. Whoa, magic? That's insanely cool, man. Peter practically leapt to his feet and circled Carl, curiosity shining in his eyes. Coulson said nothing, pausing only briefly before continuing. So, magic really exists in this world? Kaz Smedit. Your director is listening in, isn't he? Coulson nodded. I understand what you're getting at, so let me make everything clear in one go. Carl paused for a moment, then continued. My magical abilities didn't come from study. You could say they were bestowed upon me. I call myself a manifester. A manifesto? What does that mean? And you said you were bestowed these powers. By whom? Coulson asked, clearly prompted by that bald, hard-boiled boss of his. In truth, Nick Fury's goal was simple: to dig out the secrets behind Carl's powers and see if there was a way to replicate them. A manifester is someone granted immense power, able to wield magic without any external medium, and capable of summoning powerful familiars, beings that can unleash devastating force. Carl didn't hide anything about manifestors. After all, there was nothing to hide. He had revealed his strength during the recent battle with Marco. Immense power? Like that flying creature from before? Coulson asked, this time out of genuine curiosity. Carl nodded. The familiar you saw earlier is called Garuda. It can command storms. Coulson nodded as well, replaying the memory in his mind. That terrifying tempest had looked like the end of the world. One more question. You just said your power was bestowed. By whom? Clearly, this was another point of interest for Nick Fury, or rather, S.H.I.E.L.D. Carl didn't answer right away. Instead, he shot Coulson a look as if he were stating the obvious. Obviously, it was granted by the familiar. Didn't you see me summon her? Coulson was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Carl to answer that way. So, aside from you, can anyone else summon Garuda? Here was the crux of the matter. Nick Fury was finally getting to the question that really mattered. Could Carl's power be duplicated? Carl shook his head. Of course not. At any given time, there can only be one manifester. With that, Carl dashed any hopes Fury might have had. And he wasn't lying. In this world, he was the only one with such abilities. Even in Baboon 16, each manifester was linked to one familiar. There could never be two manifestors for the same familiar at the same time. Who knows what Nick Fury was up to at that moment? After asking his questions, Coulson fell silent, lowering his head to enjoy his chestnut ice cream. He found himself falling in love with the flavor. Meanwhile, over at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's office was packed with experts, all leading minds in the field of psychology. Well, have you noticed anything? Nick Fury asked, his gaze fixed on the projected screen in front of him. The image displayed Carl, and during the recent round of questioning, the experts have been closely watching his every expression and gesture. Director, I believe he's telling the truth. Judging from his micro-expressions and the fluctuations in his voice, he's being honest. A white-haired psychology expert spoke slowly, and all the other experts present nodded in agreement. Nick Fury let out a sigh. All right, I understand. You may all leave. The experts quietly exited the office behind him. Coulson, I want to speak with him personally. At this, Coulson took a small box from his pocket and handed it to Carl as they stood on the street. This is a communication earpiece. Our director would like to speak with you directly. Carl took the earpiece from the box and placed it behind his ear. Instantly, Nick Fury's deep voice came through, while Coulson set a small cube down in front of them. Mr. Norman, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe you know who I am. Oh, wow. So, it's the legendary director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who hasn't heard of you? The small cube projected a holographic image, showing none other than Nick Fury's shiny, bald head. Mr. Norman, I'd like to know, how do you truly see this world? How do I see it? With my eyes, of course. Carl replied, thinking to himself how odd it was that this shiny bald head always liked to act mysterious, as if he knew everything. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. even realize they'd become little more than a front for Hydra? Yet here they were, still playing games of secrecy. Nick Fury's face darkened at Carl's answer. I'm not joking with you, Mr. Norman. The Earth we live on is just a tiny, insignificant speck in the universe. Beyond it are countless dangers. So what? What's your point? Carl dropped the pretense. I want to invite you to join me. Or, perhaps, to invite all of you to join me. Nick Fury said. Carl paused, glanced left and right, and in a flash, understood that by all of you, the bald head meant Peter and Gwen. Forget it. I have no interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm just not cut out to be under anyone's control. Carl refused outright. Seriously, why work for S.H.I.E.L.D. when he could do things his own way? Besides, he knew exactly what kind of place S.H.I.E.L.D. really was. Nick Fury was about to ask about Peter and Gwen, but before he could say a word, Gwen interrupted him. I'll go with his decision. S.H.I.E.L.D. had considerable power, and Nick Fury had long since learned Gwen and Peter's identities. Their files, together with Carl's, had been classified. No one but Fury himself could access them. Peter just shrugged. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm still just a student. As if he'd expected this, Nick Fury didn't push further. He wasn't ready to reveal his own plans, just yet. Carl had seen right through their intentions long ago. It was all about the Avengers, after all, a supposed team of superheroes independent from the World Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D., yet in reality, they were restricted at every turn by these very organizations. In fact, traps were laid for the Avengers at every opportunity. They were needed, yet never trusted, always hemmed in and closely watched. Politics, Carl thought, is a dirty game full of hypocrisy and backstabbing. Mr. Norman, to be honest, I don't want us to become enemies. Please, give my proposal some serious thought. Nick Fury's face remained unreadable, betraying nothing of his true feelings. Carl waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to discuss me joining S.H.I.E.L.D. any further. I won't be signing up. But, at the word but, Coulson immediately perked up, while Nick Fury maintained his cool, stoic demeanor. But now, I'm the owner of an agency, Devil May Cry. We take on any supernatural assignments. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever needs something handled, you can always commission us. As for the fee, I'm sure we can come to a friendly agreement. Carl rubbed his hands together in excitement. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a cash cow. After all, there was plenty of wool to be sheared from them, and money was never in short supply. The UN Security Council was famously generous whenever it got involved, not to mention that Nick Fury had his own ways of siphoning off funds. Carl sometimes wondered just how much Fury had managed to pocket for himself over the years. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he watched Carl's obvious love of money. How had he never realized just what kind of person this guy really was? Well then, I suppose that concludes our discussion. I look forward to the day we can work together, Mr. Norman. With that, Nick Fury ended the video call. Carl handed the earpiece back to Coulson and said, "Here's our agency's card. Take one. If you need anything, just let me know. Like I said, I'm always open to negotiation." Coulson took the business card and slipped it into his pocket, then stood up to take his leave. But as he reached the door, he hesitated and turned back. This might be a bit sudden, but would it be alright if I took a portion of the chestnut parfait to go? He looked a little embarrassed, but the flavor had clearly won him over. No problem at all. Carl cheerfully grabbed 5 servings of chestnut parfait from behind the bar, along with a few servings of gooey monster pudding and princess pudding, and handed them all to Coulson. Coulson left, thoroughly satisfied, and even gave Carl his personal number as he departed. It seemed he now considered Carl a friend. Truth be told, Carl admired Coulson as well. Hard-working, easygoing, adept at handling emergencies. He was a reliable colleague, and, Carl thought, a trustworthy friend. After seeing Coulson off, Carl didn't pay much attention to the agents lurking nearby, secretly keeping watch on him. As long as he stayed inside his apartment, those people could try all they wanted. There was nothing for them to see or hear. Under Sky's careful arrangements, the entire apartment was practically impenetrable. Every piece of outside electronic equipment was under her surveillance. At the slightest sign of trouble, Sky only needed to tap a key and all those devices would immediately go dead. They had Natasha to thank for this. The previous incident had left Sky feeling a sense of crisis, so she'd promptly swept the apartment for bugs, then upgraded the firewalls and encryption several times over. Ordinary surveillance equipment was as useless as scrap metal in here. Phew! Finally, he's gone. While that guy was here, I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Peter tore off his mask, beads of sweat dotting his face. No matter how you put it, he was still a student. His nerves weren't as steady as they would be in the future. Seeing agents and the like still made him instinctively tense up. Gwen, on the other hand, was much calmer. She knew Carl would never let any harm come to her, so she wasn't the least bit afraid of those agents in black suits. All right, it's settled then. Peter, you made the right call not joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Let me tell you something. Carl picked out a few things about S.H.I.E.L.D. that he could safely share with Peter. What? Peter gasped. Was that for real? S.H.I.E.L.D. was in way worse shape than he'd imagined. Carl explained that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been infiltrated by a terrorist organization, one they weren't even aware of yet. Meanwhile, the agency was still blissfully ignorant. Good thing I didn't join them. Carl, do you think we should tell them? That Coulson guy seemed all right to me, Peter said, his kind heart uneasy. Carl shook his head. Let's keep it to ourselves for now. We'll tell them later, after we've made them pay a hefty price for it. Peter stared at Carl, mouth wide open. He'd known Carl for quite a while now, but he'd never realized just how obsessed the guy was with money. All right, would you two like to join my Devil May Cry agency? There are perks, you know, Carl said with a mysterious smile. He got up and walked over to the display case, placing a glass bottle filled with sand inside. Perks? What kind of perks? Peter and Gwen asked in unison. You'll find out soon enough. In truth, there weren't any real perks, unless you counted getting a pet a Muggle. Seeing Carl's evasive expression, Gwen rolled her eyes. She could tell he was just trying to pull one over on them. Peter, still wearing a hopeful expression, sidled up to Carl and said, Forget about the perks for now. If you give me your limited edition Star Wars figurine, I might just consider it. Carl gave Peter a look as if he were out of his mind and didn't bother to reply. Fine, don't give it to me then, but how about lending it to me for a few days? Just a few days, and I'll return it to you. Peter looked utterly pitiful. He'd been pining for that figurine for ages, but never managed to snag the limited edition. Carl, that lucky guy, had gotten his hands on one, and Peter had been green with envy ever since. No way. What if you break it? That's a limited edition, you know. Carl refused him without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. No sense of brotherhood at all. Peter pouted, looking disappointed, but he still didn't turn down the invitation to join devilmakery. The two of them each took a photo with the camera, then stuck them up on the photo wall. Neither of them was wearing their Spider-Man suit, Carl's suggestion, because if any visitor saw those photos, they'd instantly recognize Peter and Gwen as Spider-Man, and their secret would be out. After that, Gwen got completely absorbed in the joy of playing with Moguri. She'd always been baffled by Sky's inexplicable gestures. But now Sky took the time to explain. Still, Gwen had never seen a Moguri before and had no idea such an adorable creature existed. Once again, Moguri became the star of devilmakery, the most beloved member of them all. Peter, too, was briefly excited upon meeting Moguri, but quickly settled down after Moguri gave him a sharp whack with its staff. The reason? Peter's curiosity had gotten the better of him. He just had to find out whether Moguri was male or female, and Moguri was having none of it. After dinner, Gwen and Peter each headed home, and Sky retreated to her room with her laptop, leaving Carl alone in devilmakery. AI, open the reward package, Carl said, closing his eyes and letting his thoughts sink into the system. Ding, reward package opened. Congratulations, host, you've received Chocobo Companion, Equipment Type Innocence. The judge 100% perfect. Synchronization. After all, what's a demon hunter without a gun of his own? Level insufficient. Please upload image yourself. Carl could hardly believe his eyes. Chocobo had arrived. And innocence, too. AI, is this the innocence I'm thinking of? Carl's voice trembled with excitement. Ding, yes, host, it's exactly the one you're thinking of, one of the two equipment-type innocences wielded by Cross-Marion and D. Greyman. Carl immediately took the condemner out of his backpack, his fingers trembling with excitement as he caressed the silver revolver. Even in the darkness, the golden cross engraved on its barrel gleamed brilliantly. Etong, I really, really love you. As a devoted fan of Exorcist manga in his previous life, Carl could recite every holy weapon from memory. And aside from the divine path, this condemner was, without question, the coolest of them all. Honestly, both sacred weapons of Cross-Marion looked incredibly stylish. And they were powerful too. Most level 1 and 2 demons could be dealt with in a single shot. Etong, does this condemner have the same strength as in the manga? Ding, its power and performance are identical to the manga version. And you'll never need to reload. The bullets are fueled by your own magic power. However, Carl's heart skipped a beat. He always dreaded hearing the system say however, just as he'd feared. However, this condemner has no effect on ordinary humans. Kyle was stunned. No effect on ordinary humans? So, as long as the target isn't a regular human, it can cause harm. In other words, even mutants? Ding, correct. As long as they are not human at the genetic level, the condemner will deal damage. After the system's explanation, Carl finally understood. Besides ordinary people, anyone else, mutants, altered humans, even gene-fused individuals like Peter and Gwen, or those enhanced by serum like Captain America, would all be vulnerable to the condemner. As a thoughtful bonus, the system also provided a holster, so Carl could sling the condemner at his waist. After admiring the condemner for a while, Carl turned his attention to another reward. He glanced at a white chocobo whistle in his backpack and used it without hesitation. Ding, please name your chocobo. Once named, you may ride it, both on land and in flight. The thought of flying instantly piqued Carl's interest. He hurried out to the empty lot behind the apartment, took out the chocobo whistle, and blew into it. No sooner had the note faded than the air beside Carl shimmered and twisted, and a white chocobo materialized before him. The chocobo stood a full head taller than Carl, clad in pure white feathers, with a suit of silver armor draped across its frame. Set into the breastplate and helmet were purple, diamond-shaped gems that shimmered with shifting light. The chocobo began to paw impatiently at the ground, each talon gouging up clumps of earth with every scrape. Ding, please name your chocobo soon, or it may become uncontrollable. The system's prompt echoed in Carl's mind as the chocobo grew more and more agitated. Carl tried to calm the bird, but before he could get close, it lunged at him with its beak. He jumped back just in time, startled. The chocobo let out a string of restless cries, its voice echoing through the alley. The chocobo flapped its wings and cried out, growing more and more agitated. Let's just call you Onion. Carl quickly picked a name. Onion was the name of the dog he'd had in his previous life, and now it seemed just right for the chocobo too. Ding, naming successful. As a bonus, the host receives Gisel green seeds and access to the chocobo space. Inside this space, there's a chocobo pen and land for planting Gisel greens. Just scatter the seeds, and they'll grow on their own. Jisal greens were a wonderful thing, able to summon a chocobo to assist in battle, and chocobos themselves had their own combat skills too. Ah, Atong, you're always so thoughtful, I just adore you, Carl said with a face full of delight. Ding, please show some restraint, host. The system is not that kind of companion. Damn it, Carl's face darkened instantly, getting rejected by the system, of all things. At that moment, the newly named chocobo settled down completely. It nuzzled Carl with its big head, looking utterly content. Carl stroked the chocobo with both hands. Ever since he'd given it a name, he could clearly feel a unique bond forming between himself and Onion. If not now, when will I ever fly? Flight. This was a dream shared by all humanity. From ancient times, people longed to soar through the blue sky, just like birds. Carl had always wanted to try flying. In his previous life, he hadn't even been on a plane, let alone flown himself. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he not make the most of it? Without hesitation, he jumped onto Onion's back and shouted, "Onion, let's take off." Coo! With a powerful beat of its wings, Onion lifted straight off the ground, soaring into the night sky. Wow, amazing! Carl looked down at the city's skyscrapers shrinking beneath him and couldn't help but shout with excitement. The thrill was simply indescribable. All around him, only a gentle breeze brushed past, making it incredibly comfortable. During flight, Onion generated a special field that shielded them from harsh winds and turbulence, so there was no battering wind to spoil the ride. High up, Carl rode Onion freely through the sky, trying out every pose and maneuver he could think of. There was no fear of being thrown off by inertia, either. The special field kept Carl securely attached to Onion's back. "Onion, take us straight up. Let's see how high we can go." Carl patted Onion's neck. Coo! Onion nodded and soared upward without the slightest drop in speed. Only when they reached the stratosphere did Onion finally stop. "So this is the highest we can go?" The altitude Onion reached stunned Carl. He hadn't expected it to soar straight into the stratosphere, completely unfazed by changes in oxygen or temperature. Clearly, this was all thanks to that mysterious invisible force field. Coo, 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 coo. Onion flapped its wings and called out a few times. Because of their mental connection, Carl could understand exactly what Onion meant. Onion was saying it could go even higher, but it couldn't leave the planet's boundaries. In other words, space was off limits. "That's good enough. Now let's see how fast we can fly." Onion nodded, then shot forward with Carl like an arrow leaving the bowstring, white sonic booms bursting all around them. Holy, we actually broke the sound barrier. Carl didn't know their exact speed, but the shockwaves from breaking the sound barrier were clear as day. And Onion just kept accelerating. Clearly, this was still nowhere near its top speed. Carl couldn't tell how fast they were going, only that it was blindingly fast. They flew for more than 2 hours before Carl finally, still reluctant for the experience to end, returned to the office. "Hey Tom, how do I plant Jisal greens? And can I get into the chocobo space?" Ding, the host can freely enter and exit the chocobo space. Receiving the system's confirmation, Carl didn't hesitate any longer. He and Onion entered the chocobo space together. Entering was simple, just blow the chocobo whistle twice. "Hey Tom, is this the chocobo space you mentioned?" This is practically a home. Carl was floored by the scenery inside the chocobo space. He thought it would be a simple pocket dimension, but not only was it full of springtime vitality, there was even a cozy 2-story villa. A small stream wound around the house, freshly tilled soil spread out on the left side, and a row of chocobo pens lined the right. In one corner of the house, there was even an open-air hot spring. It was a tiny, perfect world of its own. Ding, the chocobo space includes a 2-story villa with all daily necessities, chocobos, and a patch of farmland. Also, time flows at the same rate here as in the outside world. "Please take note, host. So you mean I could live here?" Carl asked in disbelief. Ding, yes, host. You may reside within the chocobo space. What's more, this space is bound to Devil May Cry, so all employees of the agency can freely enter and exit as well. Hearing the system's answer, Carl was at a loss for words. The reward was just too incredible. He felt like he was floating on air, as if he'd reached some higher plane of bliss. At that moment, 5 palm-sized pale blue crystals suddenly appeared in Carl's inventory, labeled as chocobo space crystals. "So these crystals, I can give them to other people? And why do others get crystals while I have a chocobo whistle?" Ding, that's right, but only employees of the agency can use them. Even if someone else gets one, it won't work. Since your chocobo whistle already has this function, the system won't issue you another. "All right then," Carl nodded. The crystals would be perfect for Gwen and the other 2. Onion, being quite sensible, returned to its own chocobo pen, its armor automatically slipping off and neatly piling up to one side. Carl scattered the Jisal greens, seeds the system had given him, over the vegetable patch. The moment the seeds touched the earth, they burrowed in on their own, and then, before his eyes, green shoots broke through the soil. "Hey Tom, do I need to water the vegetable patch?" "Ding, no need. The greens will grow on their own." "Well, that's really considerate." Glancing one last time at the patch, Carl headed straight into the house. The exterior of the house was distinctly European in style. White walls, blue tiles, so reminiscent of those buildings in the game. Stepping inside, the ground floor opened up into a spacious living room, with a massive fireplace and sofa occupying one corner and the kitchen and dining area set on the other side. There was even a basement for storage, though it was empty for now. Carl planned to turn it into a game room, move in all his figures, consoles, and such, and install a gigantic projector. Gaming here would be pure bliss. "Hey Tong, is there electricity and internet here?" Electricity and internet were absolutely essential if his dream game room was going to work. "Ding, yes, host." The electricity and internet in the Chocobo space are supplied by the Hydealin crystal, providing a continuous source of energy. It's also the very source that sustains the Chocobo space. Whoa, Hydealin crystal. That's seriously next level. Cod was genuinely impressed. The Hydealin crystal was the mother crystal powering the entire Fafnir world, the origin of all power. Absolutely legendary. Coming up from the basement, Carl made a point to notice that every light source in the villa was made from some kind of crystal lamp. He climbed the wooden staircase to the second floor. There wasn't much to say about it. 6 rooms, evenly divided, each furnished identically, without the slightest difference between them. He wandered into one at random, and the room greeted him with an incredibly fresh scent, tinged with a hint of lemon. Pushing open the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw the view within the Chocobo space, a pure embrace of nature. Towering mountains in the distance, winding rivers, a tranquil, gentle lake, all surrounded by forest. A natural oxygen bar, alive and breathing. Carl took a deep breath, feeling his whole body relax, even his mind sharpening with clarity. Nothing beats the great outdoors. With a sigh of admiration, he stood quietly, gazing into the distance at the towering mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Hey Tom, do the seasons and weather change here?" "Ding, yes, they do. There are only 2 seasons, summer and winter." Carl nodded. That was even better. He could enjoy different scenery throughout the year. Now it was summer, and everything was lush and green. In winter, this place must be blanketed in silver, stunning in a different way. With his mind made up, Carl decided he would spend the night here. After a delightful soak in the pure, natural green hot spring, he chose the innermost room on the second floor. Surrounded by the fresh scent of the wild outdoors, Carl drifted off into a deep and peaceful sleep. He slept so soundly that even the alarm he'd set on his phone couldn't wake him, and it was well into the morning before he finally stirred. After washing up, Carl stepped outside into the courtyard. The Kaisel wild vegetables he had planted just yesterday already had tiny flower buds. "So fast. Looks like they'll be ready to harvest in about a week." After checking on the garden, he wandered over to the Chocobo pen. The minute Onion spotted him, the bird let out a joyful cry and eagerly nuzzled into his arms, a far cry from the feisty creature it had been before it got its name. They played together for a while, and while Onion seemed unfazed, Carl was soon out of breath. He hadn't expected Onion to be so good at playing ball. Almost as skillful as Messi, Carl nearly got run ragged. "Who's playing with whom here, huh? You nearly wore me out." Carl collapsed onto the rocking chair by the door, gasping for air, while Onion leisurely sipped water from the little stream nearby. A soak in a hot spring and a good romp with Onion had swept all the fatigue from his body. Still savoring the fun, Carl finally returned to Devil May Cry. At that moment, Sky was lounging on the sofa, gently stroking Moogle. When Carl appeared out of nowhere, she jumped in surprise and immediately whipped out a high-voltage stun gun, aiming it at him. "Hold on. Captain, it's me, one of your own." Carl instantly raised his hands in a French-style salute. "Boss, how did you suddenly show up like that?" Sky lowered her stun gun, looking astonished. She had seen with her own eyes how Carl had just materialized in the room. "Well, it's a long story, but you can do it too, you know." With that, he handed Sky a crystal, the very key to entering and leaving the Chocobo space. "What a beautiful crystal. Is it for me?" Sky's eyes sparkled as she took the crystal, turning it over in her hands. A crystal this size could fetch a handsome price. "This is a key, not something to sell, so don't get any ideas." Seeing the glint in Sky's eyes, Carl knew exactly what she was thinking. "TCH, I wouldn't sell it, even if you beat me to death. Such a big crystal. It's perfect for me to keep. It would be a real shame to sell it, and besides, I'm not exactly strapped for cash these days." Sky shot Carl a disapproving look. She was far too attached to such a large crystal to consider selling it. "By the way, you said this is a key? A key to what?" Only then did Sky realize she hadn't asked the most important question. Want to know where I'm going? This crystal holds the answer. Carl pointed at the crystal with a mysterious air. Oh, tell me, tell me. Sky's curiosity was piqued, her eyes wide with anticipation. Let's wait until tonight. Get Gwen and Peter to join us, too. Since university hadn't started yet, Gwen had taken up a tutoring job, helping middle schoolers with their studies. Private tutoring isn't unique to China. In fact, all over the world, there are countless kinds of tutoring classes. It's no different here. Meanwhile, Peter had been roped into a part-time job by Felicia. Peter worked as a runner at a restaurant, while Felicia found a job as a dance teacher at a local studio. That's right, Peter still couldn't escape Felicia's grasp. The two of them ended up together, and, in the most dramatic twist, Felicia had already discovered Peter's secret identity. Here's how it all happened. One day, Felicia was surrounded by a group of street punks. The leader, utterly captivated by her long legs and graceful figure, rallied his gang to block her path, insisting she accompany him to a movie. Felicia refused, but the gang leader wouldn't take no for an answer. In the end, after Felicia had already taken down 3 of the thugs, Peter came swooping in from above in his Pepsi uniform, dispatching the rest with ease. Only then did he realize the person he'd rescued was Felicia. What really surprised Peter, though, was how skilled Felicia was. She could have handled the situation herself, even without his help. Peter tried to make a quick exit, worried Felicia might recognize him. But then an unexpected problem arose. Felicia had twisted her ankle. Without thinking, Peter instinctively reached out to steady her. That was all it took. Felicia recognized him immediately. Or more accurately, she caught his scent. Without a word, Felicia yanked off Peter's mask, leaving him no chance to react. She played by her own rules, catch as catch can. Then came Peter's ultimate embarrassment. He froze on the spot, unsure whether to run or stay, wishing he could just vanish into thin air. Yet somehow, the two ended up hitting it off. Naturally, they got together. According to Sky's analysis, Felicia definitely made the first move, and may even have threatened Peter a little, something along the lines of, "If you don't agree to date me, I'll reveal your secret identity." There's a good chance that's exactly what happened. Peter had completely fallen under Felicia's spell. He was destined to be wrapped around her little finger for the rest of his life. When Carl first heard about it, he thought Sky was making up a wild story. What kind of sane person could come up with such an outlandish plot? It was absurd beyond belief. Yet, art imitates life, even as it rises above it. The fact remained, Peter and Felicia being together was an absolute certainty. Carl couldn't help but think about Felicia's true identity. That girl was destined to become Black Cat, one of Spider-Man's most iconic love interests. Carl even suspected Felicia might have already taken on the mantle. Her uncanny sense of smell allowed her to recognize Peter just by his scent. Was it because Peter wasn't big on showers? In any case, the two of them ended up together, almost by accident. It had to be said, Felicia was genuinely smitten with Peter. For a boyfriend who tended to vanish in a thin air and often had to dash off mid-date to play hero, Felicia never once complained. Through her understanding and patience, Peter gradually fell in love with her. He couldn't help but recall Carl's earlier words. Felicia was indeed a better match for him than Mary Jane. And it was true. Felicia's stunning figure could turn heads wherever they went, making any man green with envy. Now, the two were caught up in the whirlwind of new love, and with college life about to begin, and at the same university, no less, the whole thing felt like something straight out of TV drama. All of this, Carl concluded, came from Sky's gossip and his own observations, and every bit of it was spot on. The agency was unusually quiet that day, so deserted that even stray dogs would take one look and shake their heads before walking away. Carl and Sky, on the other hand, were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Carl, in full-on slacker mode, didn't feel like doing a thing. Days as leisurely as this were numbered. Once that notorious playboy got kidnapped, he wouldn't have a moment's peace. Sky was even happier. With no work to do, she could spend her days idly surfing the internet and still collect a generous paycheck at the end of the month. A job like this was rarer than a blue moon. What's more, Sky hadn't even realized she was starting to think of Devil May Cry as home, or that she was growing more and more attached to Carl. She really was treating him like family now. Just then, a voluptuous figure appeared at the door. A knockout body, a stunning face, and a sly, seductive charm that could steal your very soul. Who else could it be but Black Widow Natasha? Wow, now isn't this a lively place? Natasha drawled with a teasing smile. Is being half asleep your default state every day? She strolled in as if she owned the place, grabbed a bottle of honeydew juice from behind the bar, then picked up 2 slices of fairy berry cheesecake, handing one to Sky and keeping one for herself. She acted like she belonged, not a hint of hesitation in her manner. Carl and Sky were already used to it by now. Ever since that last incident was wrapped up, this guy had simply made himself at home in the apartment. After all, the rent was already paid and non-refundable, so Carl just turned a blind eye, as long as Natasha didn't try to pull any tricks behind their backs. What brings you here? Don't tell me Nick Fury, old Baldy, has a job for you? Carl perked up instantly. Wasn't this a sign of good fortune? Perhaps a nice opportunity to make a tidy profit. Natasha was long accustomed to Carl calling her boss that. In fact, she thought it was spot on and easy to remember. No, nothing like that. I was just bored in my room and thought I'd come down to chat. She spoke while elegantly enjoying her cake. The food at Carl's place always managed to redefine her understanding of the word delicious. Well, that's a letdown. Got my hopes up for nothing. By the way, is S.H.I.E.L.D. really this idle these days? Carl couldn't be bothered to move, looking as if he'd been fused to his chair. Sky chimed in, seems like it. I haven't seen anything unusual online, just kids posting silly videos on social media. Maybe it really is a slow week. You're one to talk, Natasha teased. You're just a kid yourself. Girls your age are out and about, all dolled up and having fun. Yet here you are, holed up inside day after day. Honestly, Natasha couldn't help but poke fun. Sky was the ultimate homebody. As long as she had food and drink, Natasha suspected she could spend a lifetime in that chair. What's so great about going out? Sky retorted with a snort, clearly uninterested. Just makes it easier for those annoying punks to hassle you. Dressing up like peacocks, they're only inviting trouble from people with bad intentions. So, better to benefit your own boss than some punk on the street? Natasha shot Sky a mischievous look. Sky's cheeks flushed crimson. Rolling her eyes at Natasha, she decided to ignore her and focus on her cake. It had to be said, Natasha's social skills were impressive. In just a few days, she'd gotten on so well with Sky and Gwen that there was no sense of any age gap between them. Ahem. All right, enough with the teasing. Carl interjected awkwardly, trying to steer the conversation away. By the way, what's Carlson up to these days? Haven't seen him around at all. Carl did some quick mental math. According to the original timeline, it wouldn't be long before Tony Stark headed to the Middle East to show off his new weapon, a moment that would officially kick off the Marvel Universe. The director assigned him a task overseas. He'll be back in a few days. Natasha sounded nonchalant. She was still officially on vacation, after all. When Nick Fury tried to call her in, she'd brush him off by claiming she was keeping an eye on Carl, so it was left to Coulson and Hawkeye to handle the mission. What kind of task? Come on, spill the gossip. Carl's curiosity was instantly piqued, and the seal on his lips began to loosen. I can't say a word, or Director Baldy will dock my pay for leaking secrets, Natasha replied, speaking through bites of food, stubborn as ever. TCH. So mysterious. Definitely nothing good. Carl rolled his eyes, sealing his lips once more. The three of them carried on a lackluster, half-hearted conversation, passing the time until Peter and Gwen showed up, and Felicia had tagged along as well. In the blink of an eye, the girls claimed the whole sofa, leaving Carl and Peter huddled in the corner like outcasts, shivering in mock despair. With no other choice, the two slipped out of the office and headed to Carl's room, determined to settle things the manly way, with a video game showdown. Their battle raged on past 10 o'clock at night. By then, Natasha had already retreated to her room, claiming she needed her beauty sleep. Carl and Peter were still locked in fierce competition, completely losing track of time, until Sky came upstairs to call them back. Once they returned to the office, Carl handed the crystals to Gwen and Peter and gave them a quick rundown of how to use them. When they heard the crystals could transport them to a separate, private space, everyone except Carl looked utterly incredulous. Gwen even suspected Carl had lost his mind, repeatedly checking his mental state, and even tried to enlist Sky to give Carl a psychological evaluation. Helpless, Carl decided to let the facts speak for themselves and told them how to activate the crystals. The method was simple, just a thought, and you could connect with the crystal and teleport. The only one present who wasn't a Devil May Cry employee was Felicia, so Carl asked her to stay behind and look after the place. A bright flash later, Felicia was left alone in the Devil May Cry office, staring in stunned silence. Whoa, she gasped. As soon as the others opened their eyes, the sight before them drew awestruck exclamations. This is straight out of a fairy tale world. Gwen and Sky, dazzled by the magical scenery, immediately dashed outside. Peter, however, spotted Onion in the chocobo pen right away and bounded over to try and pet him. But Onion was no ordinary animal. One wrong move, and he could dig a crater in solid ground. With a powerful flap of his wings, Onion sent Peter flying, then looked ready to stomp on him for good measure. Carl rushed forward to calm Onion down. The moment Onion saw Carl, he instantly transformed into a cuddly, affectionate companion. It was a good thing Onion hadn't landed that stomp. Chocobos might look cute, but they're formidable fighters in battle. If Onion had really let loose, Peter's insides would have been squashed flat. Where would Carl find another Spider-Man? And who would Felicia date then? Don't mess with Onion. He only recognizes me, and won't let anyone else get close. Better be careful, Carl explained as he gently patted Onion's large head, trying to calm it down. This guy's really strong. Even I got knocked over. Peter was astonished by Onion's strength. After all, as Spider-Man, superhuman strength was one of his greatest assets, second only to his spider sense. Yet now, he'd been toppled by an ostrich. If that wasn't embarrassing, he didn't know what was. Gwen and Skye had just finished exploring the area and made a new discovery, something Carl himself hadn't noticed before. The space they were in was actually a floating island. At the far edge of the distant mountain lay the boundary of the island. Their house was situated right at its very center. As for how they found out, let's just say Gwen swung across on her webs, using up an entire web shooter in the process. When the two women returned, they spotted Onion in the bird enclosure. Just like Peter, they couldn't resist trying to pet it, only to be unceremoniously flipped over by Onion, who let out a series of indignant clucks. Clearly, Onion didn't want anyone touching it except Carl. It truly seemed that, aside from Carl, no one else was allowed to even lay a finger on Onion. Not long after, two large lumps appeared on Peter's head, courtesy of Gwen and Skye, who had teamed up to give him a good whack. Serves him right for clutching his stomach and laughing at the two ladies' misfortune. Then Skye discovered the hot spring in the backyard. But since there wasn't a separate area for men and women, she and Gwen decided not to soak, lest the two guys get a free show. Inside this space, it was daytime, but outside in the real world it was night. This left Carl rather puzzled. I forgot to ask last time. Doesn't time flow at the same rate here as it does outside? Why is it daytime in here? Ding time flows at the same speed, but that doesn't mean the times are synchronized. This space has its own cycle of day, night, and seasons. Carl only half understood the explanation. As long as the flow of time was the same, that was good enough for him. The rest, he figured, didn't matter as long as it didn't get in the way. After their exploration, Gwen and Skye picked out rooms for themselves on the second floor. Peter wanted to choose a room too, but Carl refused. In Carl's words, "Don't you have your own home? Why are you trying to freeload in mine? If you come here every day to see Felicia, am I supposed to keep her company?" With that, he mercilessly turned Peter down. But deep down, Peter understood. Since Carl had given him the crystal, it meant he could come here whenever he wanted. It also meant Carl didn't see him as an outsider. He truly considered Peter family. Otherwise, he would never have shared such a secret. Peter was deeply moved. He didn't have many true friends. In fact, barely any at all. Only Carl and Harry truly counted. Peter wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of a situation. He knew that, no matter what, this was still Carl's home, and even though he now had a key, it wasn't like he could just drop by all the time. Carl looked at Peter, who seemed utterly heartbroken, as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. For some reason, this sight sent a chill down Carl's spine. Could you please not look at me like that? I never said you couldn't come over, you know." The moment Peter heard this, his face lit up with pure delight. He threw his arm around Carl's shoulders without hesitation. "I knew it. There's no way you'd be that cold-blooded. You really are my best friend, Carl." Ha ha ha. Carl almost couldn't stop himself from kicking Peter right then and there. This guy could be so shameless. In the blink of an eye, the four of them found themselves back at Devil May Cry, startling Felicia, who had been watching the place. Then, Gwen and Skye immediately pulled Felicia aside and launched into a lively conversation, leaving Carl and Peter completely ignored. After chatting for a while, they realized it was getting close to midnight. Only then did Peter and Felicia remember they should head home. Gwen, on the other hand, planned to spend the night. After all, there was a room for her in the upstairs apartment, and it wasn't her first time staying there. After giving George a quick call, Skye and Gwen went upstairs hand in hand, with Carl silently following behind them. Time is like the money in your pocket. Just when you're celebrating its arrival, it vanishes in a flash. Soon, Gwen and the others started school. George drove them, along with Peter's Aunt May, all the way to MIT, several hundred miles away. Suddenly, the once bustling Devil May Cry felt a lot quieter. Apart from Carl and Skye, the person who visited most often was Natasha, who had practically moved in. One day, Carl and Skye were sitting around in boredom. Suddenly, Skye let out a surprised shout. "Boss, come here, quick. That narcissistic playboy just got kidnapped by terrorists." The shout jolted Carl out of his chair as if he'd been electrocuted. He moved to Skye's side in a blink, almost as if he'd teleported. "What? Let me see." He nudged Skye aside and glued his eyes to the computer screen. On the news, the anchor was passionately reporting the incident, even showing footage of Tony Stark being held captive by terrorists. "Yes, this is my chance." Carl was so excited he could barely contain himself. It was as if he'd been waiting for Tony Stark to get kidnapped all along. "Skye, Buy as many shares of Stark Industries as you can. Put everything I own into it. Mortgage this apartment to the bank if you have to, and use all the money to buy Stark stock. Sky was stunned when she heard this. Boss, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize how badly Stark Industries stocks have plummeted these past few days? Buying now is just asking for trouble. Have you completely lost it? But Carl simply waved his hand in dismissal. Relax and just buy them. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. No matter how Sky tried to reason with him, Carl was determined to put everything they had into Stark Industries stock. In the end, unable to change his mind, Sky reluctantly obeyed. She invested every last penny Carl had into Stark shares, even mortgaging their entire apartment. Boss, if we lose everything on this, we'll be out on the streets again. Sky looked at Carl with puppy dog eyes, pitiful and anxious. She had just begun to enjoy a few days of peace, and now it seemed like she might be thrown right back to square one. Don't worry, Sky. Trust me, Carl said with unwavering confidence. He knew how the story would unfold. Tony was bound to be rescued sooner or later, and Carl wasn't the least bit worried. Oh, and Sky, keep a close eye on the market these days. The moment Tony Stark is rescued, sell every single share. Don't leave a single one behind. Carl's words hit Sky like a thunderclap. She looked up at Carl, who seemed practically giddy, and slowly reached out to touch his forehead. Boss, don't scare me like this. What's gotten into you? Did something happen to make you lose your mind? Sky was on the verge of tears. After all this time together, she had started to feel something different for Carl, though neither of them seemed to notice it. Just listen to me, Sky. Once Tony Stark is rescued, dump all the stock. That's when we'll really start making money. Without realizing it, Carl squeezed Sky's hand, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, as if he were orchestrating some great master plan. He didn't even notice that he was still holding on to Sky. Sky didn't mind, though. Worst case, she'd just go back to her old ways, sleeping rough and stealing to get by. It wasn't like she hadn't survived like that before. She sighed, resigning herself to Carl's schemes. For now, the most important thing was to keep a close watch on the market and minimize their losses as much as possible. The only real shame was losing the apartment. The whole place had been mortgaged to the bank. By the way, why hasn't Natasha been around these last few days? Is her vacation over? Carl suddenly asked Sky. He wasn't sure if Natasha's rent was due or not. Those payments were all automated, and Sky usually managed that side of things. She'd even designed a special management program for the apartments, running everything with a technological touch. Not sure. I haven't seen her for a few days now, but her lease isn't up yet. Carl nodded. It seemed likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. had called her back. After all, Tony's kidnapping was no trivial matter. The son of one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders had been abducted. Even officially, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't wash their hands of this incident. Carl considered whether he should get ahead of the game and approach S.H.I.E.L.D. first, help them find Tony's whereabouts, and let Sister Chun make a handsome profit off the deal. But on second thought, maybe it was best not to. If he rashly approached S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the blue, there was a good chance they'd suspect him as a kidnapping suspect and arrest him on the spot. Better to wait quietly and let them come to him. That would be ideal. If they didn't, Carl had nothing to lose anyway. Tony would be rescued regardless, and the money he ought to earn would find its way to him. No delay at all. The day passed with Carl idly passing the time, while Sky stayed glued to her computer. In the evening, Sky headed upstairs early. After staring at stock charts all day, she needed to give her eyes a proper rest. Just as Carl was about to head upstairs himself, a sudden orange glow flared up behind him, accompanied by a shower of sparks, bright and dazzling. Carl didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. The woman who, although bald like Nick Fury, was worlds apart from him in every sense. The Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Sure enough, when Carl turned, the Ancient One stood before him, draped in her flowing yellow robes. So, it seems my arrival hasn't surprised you at all. Her voice was calm and serene, carrying a tranquility that washed over Carl, as if he were a lone boat drifting atop a still lake. Carl smiled faintly, then politely invited the Ancient One to take a seat. Master Ancient One, may I offer you something to drink? The Ancient One smiled gently. Anything will be fine. Carl nodded, retrieving 2 cups of rooibos tea from the fridge, both still steaming with warmth. Please, have a taste, he said, setting the tea on the coffee table. The Ancient One accepted without hesitation, taking a delicate sip. This is quite an excellent brew. There's an unexpected hint of magic in it. Her eyes lit up with surprise. She could sense a faint but tangible boost in her magical power, subtle yet distinct. I'm glad you enjoy it, Master Ancient One. Carl sipped his own tea in small mouthfuls. After all, this was tea from the baboon world, infused with special properties, no less. Not something to be wasted. You can simply call me Master Ancient One. May I call you Carl? Carl nodded in agreement. Carl, Can you tell me how you became aware of my existence? The Ancient One wore her usual gentle smile, her gaze seeming to see right through him. Through my master, Heidlin. Of course, Carl couldn't reveal the truth. He had no choice but to trot out the fictional master he'd invented earlier for S.H.I.E.L.D. Heidlin, that name is unfamiliar to me. Perhaps a deity from another corner of the multiverse. He felt a bit puzzled. It was truly the first time she had ever heard the name Heidlin. Whether from Vishanti or through the eye of Agamotto, there had never been any information about Heidlin. Immediately, grew alert. Carl, I want to know about your master's situation. I cannot allow Earth to become vulnerable to invasion by any other demon gods. Her tone was grave, though she still showed no intention of fighting Carl. Carl nodded, forced to improvise further. Actually, I don't know much myself. My master, like you, is a woman. She only ever appears in my dreams. The first time she appeared, she told me Earth would soon face a crisis. To resolve it, great power would be needed. So she began to teach me magic, and urged me to listen for and sense the presence of summoned beasts. Carl paused, feeling that his story was holding together well enough. Hopefully it would pass. Sure enough, after hearing this, fell silent, lost in thought. Carl also said nothing, quietly sipping his tea. Besides you, does your master have any other disciples on Earth? He finally asked. Carl shook his head. No, my master said that, even counting all the universes together, I am her only disciple. I am the only one. A look of relief unconsciously crossed Gui's face upon hearing this. For now, she could judge that this Heidlin had no intention of invading Earth, which put her somewhat at ease. Just like Dormammu, those demon gods could not appear in other planes at will. They could only grow their power in this dimension by developing followers, gathering strength to eventually summon an avatar, or even their true form. According to Carl's account, Gui judged that Heidlin was not seeking to invade their reality. After all, with only Carl as her disciple, where would she find enough followers to amass the power needed? Assuming Carl was telling the truth. But Gui believed Carl. She had already secretly tested him with magic. What Gui didn't know was that her spiritual probing spells were completely ineffective on Carl. With the system's protection, no one in this Marvel universe could use mind control on him or read his memories. The summoned beast you mentioned, was that the demon god you called forth earlier? Gui asked again, her tone now lighter, the tension eased. Yes, her name is Garuda. She's a summoned beast who commands the wind and the atmosphere. Carl answered straightforwardly, not hiding anything about Garuda. I see. He nodded, and instead of pursuing the topic of Garuda, she changed the subject. Carl, I once looked into your timeline through the eye of Agamotto, and I discovered that ever since you acquired your powers, not only your own timeline, but the timelines of the entire world have descended into chaos. You are the greatest unknown in this world. I must ask you this question in all seriousness, and I hope you will answer me just as seriously. The Ancient One's expression was more solemn than ever before, far more serious than when she had questioned the identity of Heidlin. This concerns the safety of Earth and all humankind. Please consider your answer carefully before you speak. Will you bring harm to the Earth? Carl replied without a moment's hesitation. Master Ancient One, I live on Earth. This is my home. Who would ever harm their own home? Besides, I have family here. For their sake, I would only ever protect the Earth. The Ancient One remained silent, fixing her gaze on Carl for a long while before finally letting a smile return to her face. You've passed, Carl. I believe you can do it. Carl nodded without saying more. He had never intended to destroy the Earth. Was money suddenly useless? Were beautiful women no longer attractive? Had he lost his zest for life? Or had the sea salt factories gone out of business? Destroying the Earth? What a ridiculous idea. That's all I needed to ask. It's time for me to take my leave. With that, the Ancient One finished her tea in one long drink. She paused, feeling the faint surge of magical energy within her, then rose to make her departure. One moment, Master Ancient One, Carl called out, walking behind the bar and retrieving a bulging brown cloth bag. Master Ancient One, these are some Lapicia black tea leaves. I notice you enjoy tea, so I'd like to give you some as a gift. Before she could refuse, Carl pressed the bag into her hand. Very well, then I'll accept it. And you're always welcome to visit Kamartaj. I believe you know where the New York Sanctum is. Just use the portal there, and it will bring you straight to Kamartaj. The Ancient One gave a slight bow, graceful as an old-world gentleman, then with a casual gesture, traced a circle in the air, opening a shimmering portal. I'll take my leave now, Carl. Safe travels, Master Ancient One. As the portal closed, Carl let out a deep breath and slumped onto the couch. This had been the most exhausting round of improvisation he'd ever endured. Nick Fury might be easy to fool, but the Ancient One was anything but. Making it through safely today was pure luck. "Hey Tom, was that your doing?" Ding, the system did nothing. It's simply that with the system present, all psychic abilities are ineffective against the host. Carl said nothing more. He lay back on the sofa, letting his mind settle. At that moment, Moguri fluttered over from his cushion and landed on Carl's chest, letting out a few soft cries. "Are you saying that person just now noticed you?" Mogu. Moguri nodded, then gestured a few times with the staff in his hand. "Well, so she's been found out. So be it. She means no harm, probably just curious. That's all. Don't worry about it." Carl reached out and patted Moguri on the head. Honestly, the feel was unbelievably good. No wonder Sky was always carrying the little guy around and never letting go. Back in his room, Carl took a long bath. In New York, there wasn't a single bathhouse where you could get a proper scrub, so every time Carl showered, he felt unsatisfied. This time, he soaked in the tub for over 40 minutes. Barely comfortable, he supposed, though the bathtub was nowhere near as satisfying as the pools back at the bathhouse. Wait, why didn't I just soak in a hot spring inside the chocobo space? Blow-drying his hair, Carl suddenly remembered he actually had access to a hot spring and felt like giving himself a good slap for forgetting. He flopped onto the bed, still feeling out of sorts, and drifted off to sleep before he knew it. The next morning, Carl woke up unusually early. After a quick wash, he headed downstairs to the office. Sky was already there, up even earlier than him, busily tinkering with her computer at her desk. "Hey Sky, what are you always working on over there? Mind if I take a look?" Carl sat down beside her, peering at the screen. The stream of code made him feel as though his brain had just short-circuited. "Make any sense to you?" Sky's fingers danced across the keyboard, the clacking rapid and relentless, but she still had enough focus left to chat with Carl. "Well, I think I get a bit of it. It's like these lines of code recognize me, but I don't recognize them," Carl replied, nodding in a show of false understanding, trying to look wise. "Sigh, I'm upgrading the security system for our apartment. S.H.I.E.L.D. just rolled out a batch of new equipment, and our system's defenses can't keep up anymore." Sky kept typing, her hands moving so fast they were a blur. Carl half expected the laptop to start sparking at any second. "How do you even know S.H.I.E.L.D. updated their tech?" Kyle was baffled. S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment upgrades should be top secret. No way Sky, who was miles away from the Triskelion, should have a clue. "I watch, of course. I left backdoors in all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance systems. I can only stay in for about 5 minutes at a time before I have to log out, but I still caught them secretly updating their gear and back-end systems. So, I figured I might as well upgrade our own system, just in case they get bored and decide to mess with our apartment." Sky spoke with a blank expression, looking for all the world like a machine herself. But that nonchalance was what startled Carl the most. Sky talked about hacking S.H.I.E.L.D. as if it were nothing, but this was S.H.I.E.L.D., not some rundown electronic shop. She made hacking them sound as easy as flipping a switch. No one could figure out what S.H.I.E.L.D. was thinking back then. After Sky was caught hacking into their system, she still managed to slip in a backdoor program, and they never noticed. Was Sky just that brilliant, or were those agents just hopelessly clueless? Carl couldn't wrap his head around it. "Oh, by the way, the stocks have been dropping these past few days. Everyone out there is dumping Stark Industries shares," Sky said, tapping out the last few lines of code. Once she confirmed everything was running smoothly, she exited the back end and switched the screen over to the stock market trends. Suddenly, a sea of red filled the display, nearly blinding Carl. The stock chart looked utterly lifeless, like a wilted eggplant after frost, or yesterday's cold fried dough. Old friend since childhood would have stood taller than that arrow line. It hadn't lifted its head once. "Wow, this is an absolute gold mine," Carl blurted out, nearly causing Sky to choke on her fairy berry tea. If any of those Wall Street big shots had overheard him, a few might have jumped off the Empire State Building that very night. "Boss, are you losing it again? If this keeps happening, maybe you should see a doctor. These recurring episodes can't be good for you," Sky teased, her tone light. "I'm not the crazy one here. You are. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Don't you realize? When Tony Stark gets rescued, the stock price will shoot right back up. That's when we sell everything," Carl declared. "All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say," Sky replied, giving up the argument and resigning herself to his plan. Before they knew it, it was noon. Carl and Sky each dug into a plate of pan-seared leopard meat with red wine sauce. Just then, Natasha burst in, covered in dirt and looking utterly frazzled. "Huh, what are you guys eating?" she asked, immediately forgetting whatever she'd meant to say. All she could think about was their lunch. She hadn't had a proper meal in days. "Hey, when did you get back? Where have you been lately?" Carl looked up, surprised to see Natasha. She always did have a knack for showing up out of nowhere. "Enough with the questions. Just give me something to eat. I am starving." "I haven't had a real meal in days," Natasha groaned, collapsing onto the sofa. She grabbed Sky's fairy berry tea off the table and downed it in a few gulps, the icy chill spreading through her body and making her sigh in relief. Carl handed her a plate of the pan-seared leopard meat, and Natasha devoured it like a wild woman from the mountains. Once she was full and had washed everything down with more fairy-berry tea, Natasha finally felt alive again. The past few days, she felt more like a zombie than a human. "So where have you been? You look like you've been on some kind of survival trek," Sky asked, curiosity piqued. "Don't even get me started. You both know about Tony Stark's kidnapping, right? I think it would be hard for anyone in New York not to know about this. We were sent by the director to look for him, in the middle of a desert, no less. Trying to find a terrorist's hidden base out there, isn't that just making things difficult for me?" Natasha complained pitifully. Not only had they been exposed to the elements these past few days, the most frustrating part was that they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the terrorists. Not even a shadow. All their efforts had been in vain. "Tony Stark still hasn't been found?" Sky asked with concern. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. Carl, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. "If they can't find him, they'll just keep looking. Those terrorists must have had a reason for kidnapping Tony Stark. They're not going to kill him so easily." Having knowledge of the story, Carl didn't worry about Tony Stark's safety at all. He knew Tony would find a way to save himself and eventually make it back to New York. "Oh, right. Our director wanted to ask you to help find Tony Stark. Do you have a way to locate him?" Natasha suddenly slapped her forehead, only then remembering the task the director had given her. "Well, I do have a way, but—" Carl looked at Natasha with a smile, rubbing his fingers together in a clear gesture. "That's not a problem. As long as you can bring Tony Stark back, S.H.I.E.L.D. will pay whatever it takes. Just don't go overboard with your price." Natasha rolled her eyes, but still agreed on Nick Fury's behalf. After all, she knew Fury wasn't short on money. Over the years, he'd managed to squeeze a fortune out of the Security Council through a mix of bluff and cunning. "Thank you, boss. Give me a day to prepare. I'll call you tomorrow." Carl grinned slyly, looking every bit the shrewd businessman. Natasha shook her head in resignation. "You haven't rented out my apartment to someone else, have you?" "No, your lease isn't up yet." Sky shook her head. "That's good. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and get some proper sleep. You two make yourselves at home." With that, Natasha left the office. Carl lowered his head, deep in thought. This rescue mission for Tony Stark was indeed an opportunity, so he immediately turned to look at Sky. "What is it?" Sky felt uneasy under Carl's gaze, wondering if there was something wrong with her clothes. She looked herself over, trying to figure out why he was staring. "Sky, if you had the chance to awaken superpowers, what would you do?" Carl asked. Sky was, in fact, an inhuman. She already carried the potential for powers in her genes. She just needed a trigger. And now, with the opportunity to exchange Tony Stark's rescue for the obelisk, Carl wanted to hear her thoughts. "Boss, you're not joking, are you?" Sky couldn't believe she might actually awaken superpowers. Weren't those things supposed to be determined at birth? "Wait, boss, are you planning to teach me magic?" Sky suddenly thought of another possibility. What if abilities could be learned like magic, something you could master through study? "Wait, boss, are you saying you're going to teach me magic?" But Carl shook his head. "Not exactly. I'm talking about awakening your superpower. I have a way." Sky's eyes widened at his words, but she stayed silent. Clearly, this was so far beyond what she'd ever imagined that she needed a moment to process it. "So, boss, you mean I could actually awaken a superpower?" Her mind struggling to keep up, Sky simply repeated Carl's words, almost mechanically. "That's right, you can," Carl replied. "But you need to think it through carefully. The awakening process is very dangerous. There's a real chance it could fail. And if it does, you'll be turned to stone. You need to be sure before you answer me." "Stone? What did he mean, turn into stone? Could a person really just become stone?" Sky was shocked. She'd seen people with powers before, Killer Marco, Peter, Gwen, even Carl himself, but turning to stone if you failed? That was something else entirely. She had no idea what the obelisk really did. In truth, if an ordinary person touched it, they'd instantly become stone. Even among Inhumans, there was a risk of failure during awakening, which could also result in being petrified. "Go back to your apartment and think it over," Carl told her. "Let me know your answer before the night is over." He wanted Sky to really consider her options, stay a top-tier hacker, or take the leap and become a superhero. Sky wandered out, her mind in a fog, barely aware of how she made it back to her apartment. Once inside, she sat in her room for the entire day, not even bothering with dinner. Meanwhile, Carl remained in the office, waiting with anticipation for Sky's decision. Truth be told, the power of Quake was almost limitless. Under the right circumstances, it could even shatter the Earth itself. Night fell, and Carl was still quietly waiting in the office for Sky. Whatever she chose, he wouldn't object, even if she chose not to awaken. Her powers, as long as she stayed in the apartment, she'd be safe. All that mattered to Carl was that Sky wouldn't regret her choice. The night was as dark as ink. Even the moon was hidden tonight, thick clouds blotting out every trace of starlight and moonlight. The streets were deserted, neon signs and streetlights the only things left to fill the empty avenues. It was then that Sky pushed open the office door. "Have you made your decision?" Carl looked up with a smile, sipping his pineapple juice. Sky seemed perfectly normal. The first thing she said was that she was starving and needed something to eat. Watching her dig into a plate of fish, Carl finally relaxed. It looked like Sky had come to terms with things. After wolfing down her food, Sky grabbed her peach juice and took a huge gulp, then let out an unabashed, hearty burp. "Burp. I made up my mind. I'm ready to go through with the awakening." Her eyes were resolute. It was clear she'd thought long and hard before reaching her decision. Carl didn't press for more details. No matter what Sky chose, she would support her. Still, Sky's powers were a bit tricky. Her strength was practically limitless, but her shockwave ability also rebounded onto herself. If the shockwaves were too powerful, Sky could end up hurting herself before even reaching the enemy. Hurting herself before hurting others was a real risk. But, well, there was a way to mitigate this side effect. If Carl could get her a pair of vibranium gloves, that would do the trick. While they couldn't completely absorb the strongest shockwaves, for most situations, the gloves could neutralize them entirely. The real challenge was where to get vibranium. Besides S.H.I.E.L.D., the only ones who could possibly supply it were Tony Stark and some vibranium dealer whose name Carl couldn't even remember. That was partly because Black Panther was Carl's least favorite movie, one he regretted spending money to see. The aesthetics clashed with his tastes, and the endless parade of dark figures on the screen made his eyes ache. He hadn't paid good money to sit through a black-and-white film, after all. So, the name of that vibranium dealer and how to find him was a total blank for Carl. That route was a dead end. As for the address of Wakanda, Carl had no clue, just that it was somewhere in Africa. But Africa was vast. Where would he even start searching? When all was said and done, that left only two options, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Tony Stark. But there was another problem. Tony Stark had only mixed a small amount of vibranium into his armor. That meant he barely had any to spare, and making even a single gauntlet or glove was probably out of the question. So S.H.I.E.L.D. it was. Always back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Why did everything have to lead to them? Carl felt a surge of irritation. He hated dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. They were always setting traps, and you could never rule out a knife in the back. Who in their right mind would trust them to watch their back? Forget it. Let's just focus on helping Sky awaken her powers first. All right, if you've made up your mind, then just wait a bit. I'll bring what's needed, and we'll find a safe place for you to awaken your abilities. Is there something special I need for that? What is it? Sky asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. She'd always assumed Carl would use his magic to help her awaken, and hadn't expected there to be some special item involved. Yes, there is something. To the eye, it looks like a tower-shaped stone. To the eye, Sky picked up on the hint in his words. So what is it really? Well, Carl paused for dramatic effect. It's actually a crystal imbued with a strange power. He didn't hide the true nature of the obelisk from her. After all, Sky would see it for herself soon enough. A crystal? Like the one you gave me before. Sky was thinking of the key crystal from the Chocobo's dimension. Not at all. You'll understand when the time comes. Carl didn't say anything more. First, he needed to get that obelisk from S.H.I.E.L.D. Early the next morning, Natasha arrived at the office downstairs bright and early. When she pushed open the door, she found Sky sitting alone, looking bored. Where's Carl? Why isn't he here? Natasha glanced around, but saw no sign of Carl. He's not awake yet. Unless there's something important, he usually doesn't get up before noon. Sky was already used to this. Every morning, she was the only one watching over the office. Sometimes, if Carl was in a good mood, he might come down a bit earlier. That guy can really sleep. I'm calling him. No way I'm letting him laze around today. Natasha whipped out her phone and started calling him again and again, determined to wake him up no matter what. After nearly 20 calls, Carl finally answered. Hello. Who is it? Are you trying to summon a ghost or something? Carl sounded half asleep, his voice thick with drowsiness. Well, little boss. You actually dared to stand me up. Natasha's voice was sultry and teasing, making Carl itch with guilt and unease. Instantly, Carl leapt out of bed. Glancing at the time, he suddenly remembered the promise he'd made to Natasha the previous day. 20 minutes. With that, Carl hung up. Downstairs, Natasha nearly crushed her phone in frustration. Gritting her teeth, she got up and started rummaging behind the bar. Sky didn't try to stop her. There was nothing to stop, after all. The bar only had food and drinks, and Natasha wouldn't risk planting any bugs there. If she did, Sky's computer would alert her immediately. After a bit of searching, Natasha pulled out a slice of Starlight cake roll and a cup of Ishgard milk tea. She bit into them with such force that it was as if she imagined the cake was Carl himself, taking her frustration out with every bite. Nearly half an hour later, Carl finally strolled in, looking as relaxed as ever. Well, isn't this the famous owner of the Devil May Cry agency? I'm so honored that you could spare a moment for a little nobody like me. What a privilege. Natasha smiled sweetly, her demeanor as charming as a spring breeze. But Carl could sense the murderous intent lurking beneath that gentle facade, like a demon ready to devour him at any second. For a brief moment, he almost wanted to pull out his judge and give Natasha a warning shot. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Carl replied meekly, quickly choosing a seat far away from Natasha, just in case she decided to eat him alive out of anger. Natasha shot Carl a glare. Come with me. Carl looked puzzled. Go with her? Where to? They hadn't even discussed the terms yet. Seeing the clueless look on Carl's face, Natasha had to fight hard to resist the urge to punch him. Our director wants to see you. I'm here to take you to him. Natasha's face was flushed with anger as she spoke through gritted teeth. Go to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with you? That's a bit of a trip, isn't it? After all, SHELD's headquarters were in Washington, and they were in New York. The director is in New York right now. Actually, he's just waiting for you in a secret safe house. Natasha got to her feet and, without another word to Carl, strode purposefully toward the door. Carl could only shake his head, resigned. He reminded Sky to keep an eye on the house, then followed Natasha out. Tell me, does your bald director have some kind of persecution complex? He acts like the whole world's out to get him, hiding away in a safe house like he's made of solid gold. Carl went on a tirade, listing all of Nick Fury's faults without holding back. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Norman. I appreciate your candor. However, I'd like to remind you that I do not, in fact, suffer from any such complex. A deep, gravelly voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. There in the shadows sat a bald man with a single piercing eye patch, Nick Fury himself. Holy, what the heck? Startled out of his wits, Carl leapt up from the passenger seat, smacking his head on the roof and nearly tumbling into Natasha's lap. In a flash, Carl drew the Punisher and swung it behind him, about to fire off a few shots. Carl, what are you doing? Natasha slammed on the brakes, stopping the car with a jolt, and instantly grabbed Carl's gun-wielding hand. Damn it, you sneaky, egg-headed spook. Do you have any idea you could scare someone to death? I've lived this long, and you almost gave me a heart attack. Carl's voice rang out, practically shouting at Nick Fury, the Punisher's muzzle nearly pressed to Fury's head. Nick Fury, however, remained completely unperturbed, leaning back in his seat with an air of calm detachment. Mr. Norman, I've been in the car the whole time. You just never noticed. And you can put the gun away now. I doubt I pose much of a threat to you. He fixed Carl with his famously stoic stare, equally expressionless, but there was a glint of amusement as he glanced at the gun in Carl's hand. Carl reluctantly holstered the Punisher, still fuming. It's not my fault you blend in with the car's seat. Next time, how about picking a white interior? That way people might actually see you right away and not get scared half to death. Mr. Norman, let's lay off the personal insults. Why don't we get back to discussing your assignment? Nick Fury, whose face was already dark, somehow seemed to blend even more into the upholstery at Carl's words. I thought you were supposed to be in a safe house. What are you doing in the car? Or is this car your idea of a safe house? Carl shot a questioning look at Natasha. She just shrugged, remaining silent. Mr. Norman, there's nowhere safer than this car. Oh, really? You just barely escaped getting shot by me, and you still talk about safety? Carl curled his lip, full of disdain. Truth was, he'd only intended to scare Nick Fury a little. After all, Fury had nearly startled him out of his seat. The Judicator might not be dangerous to ordinary humans, but that was beside the point. Nick Fury's face darkened. In all honesty, he was tempted to just shoot this damn kid and be done with it. Where did he get such a sharp tongue? All right, enough with the distractions. Let's talk about rescuing Tony Stark. Nick Fury laced his fingers together over his knee. I assume Natasha's filled you in on the mission. Can you really find him? Carl nodded nonchalantly. I can find him, and I can bring him back alive. But he rubbed his fingers together, making his meaning unmistakably clear. Money won't be an issue. $500,000, as long as you bring Tony Stark back safe and sound. Nick Fury made his offer. Carl shot him a look. You must think I'm an idiot. $500,000? For that, I bring you just one of Tony Stark's fingers, just about this much. He held up an index finger to illustrate. Nick Fury's face darkened further. He'd known this guy would try to bleed him dry. It had taken all his cunning to wrangle $1 million from the Security Council, and now he was offering $500,000 like it was a generous sum. How much do you want? Nick Fury asked through gritted teeth, as if offering up a piece of his own flesh. Carl kept his index finger raised. $1 million. Not a cent less. What? Nick Fury looked as if he might explode. After all that trouble to scrape together $1 million, this guy wanted to take it all in one go? Outrageous. You look like you're about to eat someone. Carl stared at him in mock astonishment, as if he'd just discovered the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a cannibal. No way. $1 million? Don't even dream about it. Nick Fury's refusal was swift and absolute. Fine, forget it. I'll ask for something else. Honestly, with that look on your face, anyone would think you eat children for breakfast. Carl smirked and continued. Here's the deal. I don't want any money. Give me something from S.H.I.E.L.D. as my payment instead. He went straight to the point. Money had never been his real goal. What is it? Nick Fury immediately tensed up, exchanging a wary glance with Natasha as they both turned to Carl. 084. Carl, said the code, referring to the artifact known as the obelisk. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. How do you know about 084? Carl didn't answer. He simply pressed on. Doesn't matter how I know. Are you giving it to me or not? Nick Fury stared at Carl for a long time. The air around them seemed to freeze. Natasha instinctively reached for her waist. Her first reaction to danger was always to seek out a weapon. Impossible. There's no way I'm giving you that thing. Don't even think about it. Nick Fury's answer was swift and unequivocal. His tone left no room for negotiation, his resolve unshakable. All right then, let me compromise. Lend it to me for 3 days and throw in $1 million. I promise I'll bring Tony Stark back safe and sound. Carl's tone was equally firm, cutting straight to the point. Fine. But during those 3 days with the 084, one of our people has to be present at all times. Nick Fury didn't haggle over the money. Instead, curiosity flickered in his eyes. What exactly did Carl want the 084 for? The first thing Fury had done upon acquiring the object was run a full set of tests. It was a crystal, constantly radiating powerful energy waves. Anyone who touched it immediately turned to stone. So, Fury was eager to know what purpose Carl had for it. Deal. Let Natasha do it. She lives in the apartment anyway. Called pointed at Natasha. Agreed. Then here's to a smooth cooperation, Mr. Norman. Nick Fury extended his hand, and Carl took it, giving it a firm shake. By the way, are you sure you don't want to join us? And I don't mean S.H.I.E.L.D. I mean a team made up entirely of superheroes. Fury still hoped to recruit Carl into the Avengers, especially after witnessing Carl transform into Garuda. The memory of that world-shattering power was seared into his mind. In his eyes, aside from that woman who was busy saving the universe, no one else could match Carl. If they could recruit Carl into the Avengers, no threat would ever seem insurmountable again. Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining your so-called bad boys club. I'm just the owner of a little agency. Like I said before, if you need something, you can hire me, so long as your payment meets my expectations. Carl remained unmoved. He was willing to help, but he wouldn't do it for free. Payment was always required, and he had no intention of abandoning his agency. All right, in that case, I won't push. I just hope that one day you won't find yourself standing on the opposite side of us. Don't worry. I'm human too, you know. Carl shrugged, signaling that Fury's concerns were unnecessary. Besides, this guy definitely had a persecution complex. So, Mr. Norman, when do you plan to set out to find Tony Stark? Fury asked, his tone businesslike. The S.H.I.E.L.D. plane had been on standby for 24 hours, just waiting on Carl. Anytime. Carl spoke up directly. He didn't need to prepare a thing. Food, water, even a place to stay were of no concern, since he could return to the Chocobo space at any time. What's more, that space was now linked with the agency, which meant Carl could use the Chocobo space as a transit hub, stepping straight back into the office whenever he wished. Let's head to the airport now. The plane's already waiting, Nick Fury said. He told Natasha to drive straight there. Every extra day they delayed, Tony was in greater danger. No need for the plane. Isn't Coulson still in the Middle East? I'll contact him directly once I arrive, Carl replied with a wave of his hand, politely refusing the S.H.I.E.L.D. jet. That thing wasn't nearly as fast as Onion. Even if they managed to develop their Quinjet in the future, it still wouldn't match Onion's speed. You might as well just ride Onion over. No plane? Then how do you plan on getting there? Nick Fury asked. He already suspected Carl had other means, but he needed to know for sure. You don't have to worry about that. You'll see for yourself soon enough. I have Coulson's number. I'll contact him when I get there and tell him to stay put at the base. Carl wasn't concerned whether Fury was simply curious or fishing for information. Fine. Then let's take you back to the agency first. Fury conceded, instructing Natasha to turn the car around and see Carl back to the office. Back at the agency, Carl made no effort to hide anything. He told Skye straight out that he was heading to the Middle East to rescue Tony Stark, and if all went well, he'd be back in a few days. Above all, once Tony was back, Skye was to sell off all their stocks, every last one. Resigned, Skye could only agree. With that settled, Carl lifted the Chocobo whistle to his lips. A melodious call echoed through the space. As reality twisted and shimmered, Onion strode out, immediately greeting Carl with a series of enthusiastic nudges, nearly knocking him over. I'm off. Hold down the fort while I'm gone, Carl said, swinging up onto Onion's back. Onion, let's go. Off to the Middle East for some work, he called. Onion let out a spirited cry. Then with a powerful leap, shot skyward like an arrow loose from the string, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Where on earth did he get that giant bird? And how can it fly that fast? In the safe house, Nick Fury stared at the security feed, showing Onion rocketing into the sky right outside Devil May Cry's front door. Frustration cleared his voice as he questioned Natasha. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still up to its old tricks. While they couldn't install surveillance inside Carl's apartment or the agency, they'd managed to cover the surrounding area. Now, SHIELD's cameras had the entire building blanketed, 360-degree, round-the-clock surveillance with no blind spots. No idea. This is my first time seeing it, too. Looks like the boss still has a few surprises up his sleeve, Natasha replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. Natasha smiled faintly. Every time she saw Nick Fury frustrated, it always lifted her spirits. Let Coulson know to stand by and get ready to assist Carl. I want to see what tricks this kid has up his sleeve. Nick Fury's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Carl shot across the sky, toward the Middle East, his passage trailing a sonic boom. He had no idea where Tony Stark was actually being held, so all he could do was search bit by bit. But that didn't bother him, for Onion could track sense, a skill unique to his feathered companion. As long as he had something that belonged to Tony Stark, Onion would be able to find him. In less than 2 hours, Carl had arrived in the Middle East. He landed in a deserted spot, pulled out the phone Natasha had given him, and dialed Coulson. His own phone was useless out here. The network wasn't compatible at all, or rather, there simply wasn't any signal in the vast desert. Hey, Coulson comrade, where are you? I've made it to the Middle East. The desert sun was brutal, and Carl instantly lost his enthusiasm for looking for Tony Stark. But he'd already given his word, and he couldn't just back out, especially since he'd promised Skye he'd help her awaken her powers. So Carl lounged in Onion's shadow, sipping an ice-cold honeydew juice. Onion, for his part, seemed completely unfazed by the heat. He was enthusiastically digging at the sand with his claws. I've already sent the coordinates to your communicator. Coulson's voice came through, a bit garbled amid what sounded like a noisy backdrop. Carl hung up, glanced at the screen, and sure enough, a little red had appeared. Let's go, Onion. He swung himself onto Onion's back, and in a flash, they soared off in a plume of dust. In no time, they'd reached their destination, a U.S. military base. Enemy attack. No one knew which soldier shouted it, but suddenly every anti-air weapon turned skyward, locked onto Carl. Hey, are you blind? What am I supposed to attack you with? I'm on your side, all right. Carl ignored the bristling anti-aircraft guns and landed directly. Just then, Coulson stepped out at exactly the right moment. Stand down, everyone. He's one of us. At his command, the soldiers relaxed and returned to their duties. You got here fast. Is that your flying creature? Coulson eyed Onion behind Carl, but unlike Peter, he wasn't reckless enough to try petting it. Oh, judging by your tone, you already knew I'd show up, riding Onion. Carl raised an eyebrow. Our director just contacted me, told me you'd flown off on some strange bird, and warned me not to be too surprised when I saw you. Coulson's words were tactful, but Carl had no doubt that Nick Fury's original message had been far less diplomatic. Did your director really say that? Or is this just an excuse to get close to me, trick me into talking, and then secretly draw Onion's blood? Carl responded without hesitation. He knew all too well how S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury operated. Whenever they encountered something new, their first instinct was to study it thoroughly and keep it under their control. Classic paranoia, always convinced that everyone was out to get them. Thinking about it, he couldn't really blame them. Considering all the shady things America had done over the years, it was no wonder. Everyone wanted a piece of them. The only reason no one had just nuked them off the map was because no one wanted to start World War III. Hearing Carl's words, Coulson blushed, a rare sight. He hadn't expected Carl to hit the nail right on the head. Truth was, Nick Fury had said exactly that, told Coulson to fish for information and then draw a blood sample from that bizarre bird to bring back for S.H.I.E.L.D. research. After all, Onion was nothing like any known bird species in the world, and it could fly faster than any jet currently in service. Now that they'd arrived at the base, Carl decided to send Onion back first. The bird was attracting far too much attention. Every soldier around stared at Onion, and the bird looked about ready to start a fight at any moment. Coulson, do you have any leads on your end? Sitting inside the tent, both Carl and Coulson cradled glasses of ice-cold melon juice. Coulson hadn't had a chilled drink in ages, especially not one of Carl's concoctions. Nothing at all. It's like those terrorists vanished in a thin air. None of our sensors have picked up a thing. We've practically cleared out all the terror cells in the area, but still no sign of Tony Stark. Coulson hadn't been idle these past few days. He'd spent nearly all his time hunting down terrorists, so much so that there were barely any left. I need something Tony Stark has used. Do you have anything like that here? Carl quickly shared his own approach. Tracking someone down wasn't that easy, unless you had something they touched. Carlson shook his head. Not right now, but I can have someone deliver something immediately. No need. Just have them send it to my office. I'll find a way to get it from there. Carl waved him off. If he waited for S.H.I.E.L.D. to deliver, Tony Stark would probably have escaped on his own by then. It was a race against time now. Who would reach Tony first, Carl or Tony himself? All right, I'll contact Natasha right away. Carlson didn't ask any more questions and promptly called Natasha, who was all the way in New York. Less than an hour later, Natasha called back. She'd already brought the item to Carl's office. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. With that, Carl pulled out his chocobo whistle, gave it a quick blow, and vanished instantly, leaving Carlson standing there in stunned silence. Carl instantly returned to the agency through the chocobo space. Wow, boss, I didn't know you could do such amazing magic, teleportation. Natasha didn't seem alarmed at Carl's sudden appearance. Instead, the beautiful woman beside her was so startled she nearly spilled her tea. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Pepper Potts, assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries. Natasha pointed to Carl. And this guy's the boss here, and the one who went looking for Tony Stark. At those words, Pepper immediately stood up. Sir, do you have any leads? As long as you can find my boss, Stark Industries is willing to pay any price. Her tone was resolute. This was something she truly had authority over. Tony Stark, after all, left all company matters in her and Obadiah's hands, spending his days either partying or buried in research. Don't worry, Miss Potts. I'll bring Tony Stark back safe and sound. Did you bring what I asked for? Yes, I did. I wasn't sure what you'd need, so I brought a whole lot of his belongings. With that, she opened a suitcase beside her, revealing a collection of items Tony Stark had used. Carl casually picked up a watch. This will do. I'll be on my way now. The longer I delay, the more dangerous it becomes for Tony Stark. He nodded at Sky, then once again used the chocobo space to return to base. Inside the tent, Carlson was assigning tasks when Carl's sudden appearance gave everyone a shock. They all raised their guns at him in alarm. Easy now, calm down. When Carlson saw it was Carl, he quickly ordered everyone to lower their weapons. I'm heading out now. Get ready. Once I find Tony Stark, I'll contact you. Just track my signal when the time comes. Carl didn't waste any time. With those instructions, he set off immediately. Summoning Onion, Carl handed the watch to him. Onion examined it, then took a gentle sniff. A soft, satisfied coo came from Onion. He nodded. Carl mounted Onion and set out. With Onion clearing the way effortlessly, it took only a few minutes for them to arrive above a secret base. The base itself was quite large, but somehow all detection signals were blocked. Carl guessed they might be using Stark Industries technology, especially since the leader here was one of Obadiah's men. Let's find a hidden spot to land, Carl instructed. Onion glided down to a clearing, slightly higher than the base itself, perfect for keeping Carl concealed from view. The summoning lifted. Onion left without a backward glance, while Carl crept stealthily toward the base, all the while keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings. Skillfully avoiding everyone, Carl made his way to the cave where Tony Stark was being held. Outside the cave, however, two armed thugs stood guard, though neither of them would actually get a glimpse of Tony Stark. A small pebble landed squarely on one thug's head. Glancing around and seeing no one, he dismissed it without a second thought. Then, another stone, this one noticeably larger than the first, struck him, and this time he felt a sharp sting of pain. Still, with no one in sight, the thug checked the area again, but remained unconcerned. But what dropped next was no pebble. It was a rock larger than a man's head, and it crashed down, smashing the thug's skull and spilling his brains in a gruesome instant. Damn it! The second thug, seeing his partner so brutally killed by a mysterious falling rock, immediately scrambled to the side, looking up at the cave's roof in terror. The rock, of course, had been hurled by Carl. He climbed to the low summit above the cave's entrance and dispatched one of the thugs with a single, deadly toss. But before he could make his next move, a drone suddenly descended from the sky, its massive lens glaring straight into Carl's face. Crap! Kyle cursed loudly. He planned on sneaking in unnoticed, but now he'd been exposed. His covert infiltration had just turned into an all-out assault. Without hesitation, Carl leaped down into the cave, his ultimate divine sword appearing in his hand. With one swift stroke, he ended the life of the other, stunned thug. A shrill alarm blared throughout the base. Dozens of terrorists burst in from every direction, raising their guns to open fire on Carl. With a sweeping slash, Carl unleashed several razor-sharp wind blades that deflected every bullet. The wind blades surged forward, slicing through a dozen terrorists in an instant, cutting them cleanly in two. With a single stroke, Carl felled more than a dozen terrorists, their bodies split in half with surgical precision, the wounds perfectly smooth, not a single rough edge in sight. Then he unleashed Garuda's embrace. Out of thin air, sharp green talons appeared, snatching Carl and pulling him straight into the heart of the terrorist ranks. Windrend. With another mighty swing, Carl summoned a storm of emerald energy. Countless hawk talons materialized before him, tearing mercilessly into the surrounding terrorists. Blood and flesh flew in every direction. Blood spurted like fountains from the bodies of the terrorists, drenching the ground in crimson. In a matter of seconds, the sandy clearing, once littered only with weapons, was transformed into a nightmarish abattoir, strewn with tattered limbs and mutilated corpses at Carl's feet. With such a commotion, Carl knew there was no way he could sneak off to find Tony Stark now. His only option was to take out all these enemies first. As more and more foes appeared, the gunfire grew ever more intense. Carl was forced to look for cover, finally ducking behind a massive boulder. Damn it, what kind of firepower do these people have? Kosa Stark Industries, Kosa Obadiah. Carl cursed under his breath, all the while signaling to Coulson. He estimated that Coulson would arrive within 10 minutes or so. It doesn't matter anymore, as long as Tony Stark is safe. Without hesitation, Carl burst out from behind a rock. The green energy around him gathered and intensified, and his eyes shone with a fierce green light. Atmospheric burst. With a swing of his sword, a wild gale erupted. Winds whipped around him, growing stronger by the second, as if pulled by an invisible force. Suddenly, a massive tornado materialized out of thin air, rampaging through the base with unstoppable might, instantly sweeping up clouds of dust and sand. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Tony Stark and Insun were intently working on a giant hunk of iron. Its bulky shape and rough weld spoke volumes of its crude and battered construction. This was the Mark I suit that would carry Tony Stark to freedom. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a shrill alarm blared throughout the base. Shouts echoed all around, their language foreign and urgent. Tony and Insun froze for a split second. We've been discovered. Tony's hands flew over the keyboard, lines of code racing across the screen as he worked at a frantic pace. Wait, Tony, I don't think they found us. They're shouting that someone's attacking the base. Insun, who understood the terrorist language, had always been Tony's translator. Someone's attacking? Could it be someone coming to rescue me? A glimmer of hope sparked in Tony's eyes, and his hands moved even faster. Insun, whether or not they're here to save us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We have to use this chaos to make our escape. Tony made a final adjustment, and then climbed into the iron suit. Watching the progress bar inch forward on the computer screen, and hearing the growing chaos outside, Insun made up his mind. Tony, I'll do my best to buy you some time. You have to get out of here. Without waiting for Tony's response, Insun dashed out of the cave. Insun, come back. Damn it. Insun. Tony shouted after him, his voice cracking with urgency as he waited helplessly for the loading to finish. Damn it. Why won't you hurry up? Damn it. Tony cursed at the slow progress, his anxiety mounting with every passing second. At last, as the loading process completed, the auxiliary power system whirred to life, and Tony instantly felt his limbs, which had been as heavy as lead, become light and agile. Ethan, where are you? Tony shouted at the top of his lungs while rushing out of the cave in search of Ethan. But just as he reached the entrance, he saw Ethan standing there, terror written all over his face as he stared outside. Gale force. Winds howled into the cave, whipping Ethan's tattered clothes about so fiercely it seemed they might be torn to shreds at any moment. Ethan, thank goodness you're all right. Tony hurried to Ethan's side, following his gaze outwards with curiosity. Holy crab cakes! Tony was utterly stunned. Before his eyes, a massive, earth-toned tornado blotted out the sun, tearing through the entire base with apocalyptic force. At that moment, everything inside the base, buildings, vehicles, even the heavy missiles that usually needed trucks to move, was being mercilessly shredded by the tornado. Those missiles, capable of leveling kilometers, now lay scattered like broken toys, torn to pieces. As for the terrorists, the tornado had left nothing behind. They were utterly annihilated. What the heck is going on? Tony looked at Ethan, who was equally dumbfounded. Wasn't there supposed to be an enemy attack? Where was the enemy? Ethan shook his head, dazed and speechless, fear filling his eyes. Hurry back inside. That tornado will sweep us away if we stay out here. Tony, still clear-headed, grabbed Ethan and pulled him back toward the cave. The tornado was bearing down on them, and if they didn't move fast, both of them would be caught up in it. But just as the tornado reached the mouth of the cave, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Excuse me, is anyone here named Tony Stark? I've got a delivery for you. Carl strolled out casually, giving a lazy wave of his hand. Instantly, the tornado began to subside. As it died down, countless broken limbs and wreckage rained to the ground, leaving the base in total ruin, the earth soaked in blood. Motherf! Who the hell is Tony Stark? You'd better explain yourself, you tongue-tied little punk. Inside his suit, Tony was so furious he nearly fired his flamethrower at Carl. Whoa, so this Tinkin is the famous Stark himself. Well, my apologies. I've heard so much about you. I never imagined your name would be so down to earth. A real playboy, aren't you? Carl shot Tony a mocking grin and went on. Someone hired me to bring back a guy named Tony Stark. Said I could name my price, no matter how high. So, Mr. Stark, any thoughts on that? Tony had no idea if Carl was friend or foe, so he immediately raised his flamethrower, ready for anything. Ethan, get behind me. This guy doesn't look like he's here for anything good. He might even be one of the terrorists. At Tony's words, Ethan immediately hid behind him. After all, compared to the unfamiliar Carl, Tony, who had been with him through thick and thin, was far more trustworthy. Who exactly are you? Who sent you here? Tony shielded Ethan with his solid frame, his voice crackling with authority and sternness. Relax, Mr. Big Shot. I was sent by the American government, and your lovely secretary also asked me to make sure I found you. Carl still had the ultimate longsword strapped to his back, giving him the air of a knight straight out of Victorian Europe. Tony, however, wasn't convinced. After everything that had happened, he'd grown cautious. He wasn't about to trust a stranger on sight. Sensing Tony's doubt, Carl produced the watch he'd taken from Pepper and handed it over. The moment Tony saw his own watch, he finally let out a relieved sigh. This was his father's old watch, a piece he only wore for the most important occasions. Now, at last, he could be sure the kid standing before him wasn't an enemy. How did you do it? As he removed his helmet, Tony questioned Carl. Carl looked puzzled, holding the ultimate weapon in his arms as he sat atop a munitions crate in the cave. That tornado just now, I saw it clearly. You waved your hand, and it vanished. Tony's scientific mind was brimming with curiosity for anything that defied rational explanation. Oh, that? Just a bit of magic. Nothing special. Wait, what did you say? Magic? Are you telling me something as irrational as that actually exists in this world? Tony was dumbfounded. To someone who worshipped science as devoutly as he did, the notion of magic was utterly preposterous, completely lacking any scientific basis or proof. Carl gave a dismissive shrug. What's so impossible about it? Think about science. 1,000 years ago, who would have believed humans could travel 1,000 miles? In a single day? Who could imagine people speaking to each other from opposite ends of the earth? Or flying freely through the sky? Or even venturing into space? Science can be seen as a different kind of magic, and magic as a different kind of science. There's nothing so unbelievable about it. It's just a matter of using different sources of energy. That's all. Look at that thing in your chest. Who could have guessed you'd build a working fusion reactor out of a pile of scrap metal and shrink it down to the size of a fist? Isn't that its own kind of magic? Tony mulled it over for a moment. He had to admit, Carl's reasoning made a surprising amount of sense. For once, he found himself with nothing to say in rebuttal. Kid, what's your name? I've never met anyone with an ego as big as yours. Tony's opinion of Carl had clearly shifted, if only a little. Let me introduce myself. My name is Carl Norman, and I'm the owner of the Devil May Cry agency. My office is right in New York. When you're back and have some time, you're welcome to drop by. Carl pulled out a business card and handed it to Tony. To everyone's surprise, Tony, who usually never accepts things from strangers, actually took the card and slipped it into a gap in his suit. By the way, are you planning to keep wearing that iron shell forever? Carl eyed the battered Mark I suit with a wry smile. I wish I could take it off, but I don't have the right tools. When I get back, this thing's going straight into the furnace for a rebuild. Right now, I feel like I'm suffocating, and it's digging into me everywhere. Tony shrugged. The suit was cobbled together at best, with absolutely no real engineering behind it. Forget taking it off, there wasn't even a basic cooling system. He was on the verge of overheating. Seeing Tony drenched in sweat, Carl reached into his backpack, a pocket of space only he could access, and pulled out 2 bottles of chilled peach juice. He handed one to Ethan and one to Tony. Wow, ice cold. Where'd you pull this from, kid? Is this magic too? Some kind of space folding tech? Tony popped the cap and took a long gulp. The chill spread through his body, sweeping away the stifling heat in an instant. Ethan drank happily too. After days of captivity, he hadn't even had a decent sip of water, let alone an ice-cold drink. Suddenly, the rhythmic thrum of helicopter blades echoed nearby, and a squad of soldiers appeared at the mouth of the cave. All right, your ride is here. Time to head home. Carl stood up and stretched, feeling the tension leave his body. Just then, Coulson approached, accompanied by a broad-shouldered black man in uniform. None other than Colonel Rhodes, Tony's close friend, and, in time, the future War Machine. For now, though, he was just Rhodey, sans armor. Still hoping for a spin in your fun little Jeep? Rhodey pulled Tony into a big hug, only to be jabbed sharply by the metal suit. What in the world are you wearing, man? Aren't you boiling in there? He shot a skeptical glance at the Mark I's clunky frame, clearly unimpressed by its looks. Tony just shrugged and, instead of answering, turned to introduce Ethan. Rhodey, this is Dr. Ethan, my lifesaver. Without him, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Rhodey hugged Ethan too, offering heartfelt thanks. Ethan, come back to New York with me. From now on, Stark Industries is your home. Tony meant every word. In the days they'd spent together, Ethan had taught him a lot, and changed him even more. Their bond had grown into something like friendship and mentorship, all rolled into one. But Ethan just shook his head. No, Tony, I am staying. There's still more I can do for my homeland. Ethan's attitude was firm, and Tony knew better than to push any further. So he handed Ethan a military satellite phone, storing his own number in it as well. If anything happens, call me. I'll be there as soon as I can, no matter what it is. Tony hugged Ethan tightly, a rare display of emotion from someone so loyal and devoted. For a moment, Tony found himself overcome with a wave of melancholy. Meanwhile, Coulson was on the phone with Nick Fury, giving a full report. The moment Fury heard that Tony Stark had been found, he let out a long, relieved sigh. If the son of SHELD's founder had really died, Fury knew he would be the one held responsible. Coulson, things are wrapped up here. The rest is your job now. I'm heading out. With a casual wave, Carl turned and made for the cave's entrance. Oh, and let Nick Fury know he better not try to wriggle out of paying up. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters myself. Carl called back over his shoulder. Hey kid, where are you going? Aren't you coming with us? Tony called out as he saw Carl preparing to leave. No, Tony, I'll head back on my own. You guys are just too slow for me. Anyway, drop by my place if you have time. With a relaxed wave, Carl put the chocobo whistle to his lips. As he blew, the air seemed to twist and ripple around him, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. What the... was that quantum teleportation technology? Once again, Tony was completely blown away by Carl's abilities. He made a mental note to visit Carl's agency when he got back. What was it called again? Devil May Cry? What kind of respectable agency calls itself something like that? Soon after, Tony boarded a military plane headed for New York. As for Carl, he was soaking in a hot spring inside the Chocobo space, washing away all the dust from his travels. The desert really was no place for people. He even had sand in his hair by the time he got back. After changing into clean clothes, Carl returned to his agency, only to find that Sky was the only one there. Why are you here alone? Where are Natasha and Pepper? Natasha got a call and left with Pepper. I think her boss is back in town. Sky didn't even look up, busy brushing Moguri's fur. The little creature purred contentedly, completely at ease. She had ordered a mountain of pet supplies online. Food, toys, everything imaginable, all from Moguri. Didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to be so efficient for once. Carl flopped down onto the sofa, finding a comfortable position. So, you really managed to rescue Tony Stark? Of course I did. When I'm on the job, is there anyone I can't save? By the way, Sky, make sure to keep an eye on Stark Industries' stock these next few days. It's about to skyrocket, probably within a day or two. We have to sell everything while it's high. Then, in a few days, the stock will crash again. That's when I want you to buy as much as possible, every share you can get your hands on. Then we could just sit back and watch the money roll in. Carl sat up straight, speaking with a gravity that made it clear he wasn't joking. Sky looked at him helplessly and said, Aren't we already sitting back and watching the money roll in? You're basically a landlord now, and the rent you collect every month is nothing to scoff at, you know. How is that the same? Carl protested. Right now, we're just making small change. But then, we'll be making real money while lying down. Who could ever have too much cash? It's not like it's going to bite your hand if you have too much. With that, Carl flopped back down unconcerned. Sky didn't argue further. Lately, Stark Industries stock had been dropping, but with Tony Stark rescued, it was bound to rebound, at least for a while. As the news of Tony Stark's rescue spread, Stark Industries stock took off like a rocket. Tony hadn't even landed yet, and the shares had already gone from red back to green. Carl knew that as soon as Tony's plane touched down, a press conference would be called immediately. That would be the trigger for the next crash, and he and Sky would only have a few short hours to act. Sky glanced at the news ticker, then at the stock market feed, and called out to Carl, who was sprawled on the sofa pretending to be dead. Boss, the stock price is already climbing. Should we sell now? Carl shot upright. Anyone watching might have thought he'd come back to life. Not yet. Keep your eyes glued to the news. The moment you see a report that Tony is about to hold a press conference, dump every single share we own. So Carl and Sky sat shoulder to shoulder, staring at every major news site, waiting for word that Tony Stark had landed safely. After 3 or 4 hours, nearly every media outlet, as if coordinated, began broadcasting the news. Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, had returned to New York safe and sound. This is it, Sky. Sell everything we've got. Carl gave a decisive wave of his hand, showing not a hint of regret as he watched the glowing green numbers on the screen. Sky acted without hesitation, not even bothering to talk him out of it. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and in no time, every last share of Stark's stock was gone. Now we wait. Once Tony finishes that press conference, the stock price is going to nosedive. You're that sure? Of course. Tony's not the playboy he used to be anymore. Carl and Sky watched the live feed of the press conference on their computer. And so, I've decided to permanently shut down Stark Industries' weapons development division. Tony Stark sat on the steps, taking big bites out of his hamburger, but his serious expression made it clear that this decision was anything but impulsive. The press conference instantly erupted into chaos. Every camera zoomed in on Tony's face. News this big was a once-in-a-lifetime scoop. The world-famous Stark, arms dealer extraordinaire, had just declared he was shutting down his weapons division for good. This wasn't just cutting off a limb, it was hanging himself outright. Without weapons sales, what else did Stark Industries have to offer? The moment the news broke, Stark Industries' stock price took a nosedive, and within just 10 minutes, trading was halted as the shares hit rock bottom. Boss, we've hit the limit down. Sky stared at the screen in shock. The numbers, which had been a healthy green just moments before, were now bleeding red. She'd never traded stocks before, but even she was startled by the sudden plunge. Yeah, it's probably not the bottom yet. I think there's still room to fall. Let's watch it tomorrow. If it keeps dropping, we'll wait a few more days. If it stabilizes, then we buy everything we can. Carl hadn't expected the price to crash so quickly. He'd underestimated the impact of Tony's statement. In his previous life, watching the movie, he hadn't thought the stock would fall that much. After all, the film didn't dwell on Stark's share price due to time constraints. But this crash was beyond his expectations. Since it was falling so fast, he decided to wait a few more days just to see if there was more room for it to drop. After all, the news had only just hit. Sure enough, in the days that followed, Stark Industries stocks continued their freefall. Even Obadiah, that old fox, couldn't stop the bleeding despite his best efforts. Investors weren't fools. They knew Stark Industries' core was Tony Stark himself. As for Obadiah, at best, he was just a salesman. All the real technology was in Tony's hands. After waiting a few days, Sky saw the stock price had more or less bottomed out, holding steady for 3 days in a row. She began snapping up shares of Stark Industries with wild abandon, just as Carl had suggested, putting every cent they had on the line. That day, an unexpected visitor showed up at the doors of Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry, huh? What a dorky name. Looks like that kid's education didn't get him very far. A silver Audi R8 pulled up at the entrance. Out stepped a flamboyantly dressed man, sporting a pair of blue-tinted sunglasses. It was none other than Tony Stark. So, this is the kid's agency? Tony asked, glancing at Pepper, who'd exited from the other side. Yes, Tony, but it's not called Devil May Cry like you said. It's called Ghost Cry. Pepper rolled her eyes. She'd long since gotten used to Tony's sharp tongue, but considering this was the office of the man who had saved his life, he could at least try to show some respect. It doesn't matter. I'm just passing by to check on that kid. See if he's dead yet, that's all. Tony's words were as brash as ever, and he strode through the front door ahead of everyone. The bell above the door chimed, and Sky immediately looked up from her desk. This is the Devil May Cry agency. How can I help? Before Sky could finish her greeting, she caught sight of Tony's arrogant and obviously unimpressed face. So, not only is that kid behind the times academically, but his taste is even worse. What is this decor? Feels like I just stepped back a few centuries. Tony swept his gaze around the office, taking in the surroundings with obvious disdain. Only then did he notice Sky standing up. Well, looks like the kid does have some sense of style after all. Hey, gorgeous. Ever thought about working for Stark Industries? Tony's eyes lit up at the sight of Sky. He hadn't expected Carl to have such a pretty assistant. At least this much was in line with his own refined taste, he thought with satisfaction. Tony Stark. Sky glanced at Tony, then at her computer, then back at Tony, as if trying to match his face to something she'd seen before. That's right, you're looking at him. So what do you think, gorgeous? Interested in a job at Stark Industries? The salary's more than generous. Tony made himself comfortable on the sofa, testing its firmness before nodding in approval. Nice sofa, about 1/10 as good as the ones at my place. Just then, Pepper came in behind him. Sky, don't mind him. He likes to run his mouth. Don't take it to heart. Oh, come on, Pepper. I'm being completely serious. If this lovely lady wants to work for Stark, she can name her price. Pepper was startled by Tony's words. As his personal assistant, she could always tell when he was joking or being earnest. And this time, he really seemed to mean it. He actually wanted to recruit Sky for Stark Industries. I've looked into you. Orphaned, grew up in a children's home, calls herself Sky, and possesses some top-tier hacking skills. Stark Industries needs someone just like you. So what's there to think about? Tony was supremely confident. Who could possibly turn down an offer from Stark Industries? Hey, you just got back, and you're already stirring up trouble. Now you want to steal my assistant? If you keep this up, I swear I'll ship you off to the Middle East again. At that moment, Carl walked in. He'd overheard everything Tony had said. Sky wasn't about to be poached, of course, but Tony had actually tried to recruit someone right in front of their boss. If that wasn't crossing the line, what was? Kid, aside from hiring this assistant, your taste really doesn't impress me. Just look at this decor. So tacky, it's almost falling apart. They say this is New York's most luxurious apartment? Please, it's more like a relic from the Stone Age. From Tony's perspective, he simply couldn't appreciate this old-fashioned decor. He was a die-hard fan of technology, so his own home was decked out in futuristic high-tech style. What do you know? Call them bother with Tony. He headed straight for the bar. Pepper, what would you like to drink? He skipped right over Tony and turned to Pepper with his question. The same as last time, the fairy berry tea. It was clear Pepper was already very familiar with the place, and she got along well with Sky. There were no unnecessary formalities between them. You really have to marvel at how curious humans are as creatures. Sometimes making friends is astonishingly simple, just like Pepper and Sky. They'd only met once yet. They become close friends in no time. Despite nearly a decade between them, a whole generation apart, there wasn't the slightest hint of a generation gap. It was remarkable. Carl poured Pepper a glass of fairy berry tea, while Sky helped herself to some white peach juice. Hey, kid, your manners could use some work. Here's an exceptionally handsome man standing right in front of you, and you choose to ignore me? I want the same peach juice I had last time. Tony was as shameless as ever, with absolutely no sense of being a guest. He made himself right at home. Over the past few days, Tony had searched nearly the entire world just to find the brand of juice Carl had given him back in the cave. He tried practically every juice available, but not a single one could hold a candle to even a tenth of the flavor in Carl's bottle. Be honest with me, what brand is this juice? I'm ready to invest. Tony sipped the chilled peach juice, pure satisfaction written all over his face. It's a secret recipe, one of a kind. Carl responded, cool and unbothered. Are you serious? I'll invest in your juice company right now. I'll wire the money this instant and cover all the production equipment. Let's get on the market ASAP. This flavor could crush every other juice out there. Tony, ever the big spender, immediately told Pepper to wire Carl the money. A few $100 million? Pocket change. Forget it. Not interested. Besides, you couldn't mass-produce this stuff anyway. Carl couldn't care less. Sure, he liked money, but he liked being lazy even more. Build a factory? Go public? He'd work himself to death. No way, not a chance. Besides, it's not like he was short on cash. He'd already siphoned plenty off the Stark Group and had shares in hand. Would he ever be short of money in the future? What a joke. Fine, have it your way. But when I leave, pack up a few cases of every drink you have here for me. I'll have a car sent over to pick them up. Name your price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You said it yourself. Carl was instantly intrigued. Money, oh sweet money, come a papa? Tisk, just look at you like you've never seen the real world, Tony scoffed. To Tony, money was nothing but numbers. He'd never actually handled cash and had no interest in it whatsoever. So, what exactly are you doing here? Carl pressed, already feeling a bit defensive in the face of this fat cat's mockery. Just because the guy was rich, did that mean he could do as he pleased? Weren't you the one who told me to drop by whenever I had some free time? Well, here I am, Tony replied, lounging comfortably as he sipped on his peach juice, the very picture of leisure. Seriously? With all that free time, shouldn't you be straightening out Stark Industries, instead of hanging out here for a bit of R&R? Carl was honestly exasperated. The whole Stark Industries mess was spiraling out of control, yet their CEO seemed to have nothing better to do than wander about without a care. That's small stuff. So we lose a bit of money. Big deal. I could earn it back in no time, Tony said with a shrug, utterly unconcerned. These days, his main focus was on developing his armor and researching the arc reactor embedded in his chest. He was seriously considering pivoting the company toward clean energy. One had to admit, Tony's vision was both far-reaching and unique. In the future, there would be many scarce resources, but the scarcest of all would undoubtedly be energy. From humanity's earliest days, fire had propelled progress. Now, it was oil and electricity. The entire history of human civilization was, in many ways, a history of energy. Right now, every country on Earth depended on non-renewable resources that were clearly polluting the planet. One day, Earth's resources would be depleted, and it was terrifying to imagine what humanity's fate would be then. But Tony's reactor could solve the vast majority of the world's current energy crises. Apart from the core metal needed for the reactor, which was non-renewable, everything else was clean and sustainable. In short, this was the future, the mainstream of the world to come. Even if the company's stock price was currently in free fall, Tony wasn't worried. With him at the helm, Stark Industries would undoubtedly rise again. His ace in the hole was the arc reactor technology he held in his hands. Carl was honestly speechless. He knew full well that Stark stock would eventually reach new heights, but the way Tony acted, so carefree, so unreliable, made it hard to muster any confidence. The truth was, Tony really had come just to unwind. His research had hit a bottleneck. All he needed was the right spark to break through. But no matter how he tried, that spark eluded him. He'd hoped that Carl might offer some advice, a new perspective from the world of magic. But Tony, proud as he was, would never admit he was stuck. That was why he never found the right moment to actually ask Carl for help. Of course, just because Tony's pride stopped him didn't mean others couldn't ask, like Pepper, for example. Actually, Tony's research has hit a bit of a bottleneck lately, so he wanted to come here to relax and maybe find some inspiration. Pepper made sure to save some face for her boss, choosing not to say outright that they'd come specifically to seek Carl's advice. Instead, she just said they were here looking for inspiration. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Carl could see right through it, and a mischievous grin instantly appeared on his face. Oh, look at that. So even the famous Tony Stark has times like these. Come on, tell me what's giving you trouble. Let me have a little fun with this. Tony's face darkened immediately, turning almost as grim as Nick Fury's, and he got up as if to leave. Hold on, don't be in such a hurry. Come on, tell me what's going on. Who knows? Maybe I'll have an idea or two. Carl said this, not out of any real desire to comfort Tony, but simply because he was eager to watch the show. If Tony left now, where else would he get such entertainment? At the same time, he shot a quick look at Sky, signaling her to start recording the whole thing. It would make a great tool for teasing Tony later. All right then, I'll give you a chance to cozy up to me. Tony kept up his tough act as he spoke, then went on to describe the problems he'd been having with his research. The issue was mainly with some of the controls on his suit. Tony found that when operating the armor, he frequently ran into a number of problems. Weapons weren't always deployed quickly enough. The flight systems needed constant monitoring, and energy consumption was a headache. They were all minor issues in and of themselves. But for now, each one was something he couldn't quite solve. Individually, none of these problems were huge, but for Tony, they were proving impossible to fix at the moment. After all, there's a saying, human effort has its limits. No matter how incredible a person is, you can't expect them to juggle so many different tasks at once. Operating the suit, keeping an eye on its status, and choosing the right weapon to respond to the ever-changing threats. Oh, come on. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this? That's easy. Carl's tone immediately turned cocky. In the movies of his previous life, these little issues never seemed to trouble Tony, maybe for the sake of pacing and narrative flow. They simply weren't shown. But reality wasn't a movie, and in the real world, even someone as brilliant as Tony could be stumped by these pesky little problems. You have a solution? Tony was taken aback. He hadn't actually expected Carl to come up with any real suggestions. He just wanted a fresh perspective. But to his surprise, this kid claimed to have an answer. Of course I do. Beg me, and I'll tell you how about it. Carl grinned slyly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Tony rolled his eyes dramatically. Forget it. I don't want to know your so-called solution. I'm out of here. With that, he made a leave. This kid really was too much. His sense of mischief knew no bounds. Hey, don't go yet. I haven't even told you my idea. Don't you really want to hear it? Tony paused in his tracks. The truth was he did want to know. He wanted to find out what clever solution this kid had come up with, a solution he himself hadn't thought of. If you beg me, I'll listen to what you have to say. How about that? Tony turned around with a mischievous grin, seizing the chance to get a little payback. Carl's face twisted in exasperation, as if he were suffering from indigestion. Talk about the wheel of fortune. Trouble always seemed to find him. All right, cut it out. The solution's simple, really. Just install your artificial intelligence in there. It can help you out. Carl spoke matter-of-factly. After all, sooner or later Tony would end up doing just that. Huh? You know about Jarvis? Tony looked genuinely puzzled as he walked back and sat down again. Very few people knew about Jarvis, only a handful of his closest confidants. Not even the other shareholders at the company were aware. How on earth did this kid know? Carl just shrugged, completely unfazed. What's the big deal? I know a lot of things. Don't ask. Let's just say it's the magic of, well, magic. After all, Carl couldn't exactly confess that he'd watched pretty much every Marvel movie in his previous life. Magic was his all-purpose excuse. When in doubt, blame it on magic. Marvelous, mysterious magic. Tony gave Carl a suspicious look, but said nothing. Instead, he lowered his head, deep in thought. Clearly, Carl's suggestion had piqued his interest. Without another word, Tony sprang to his feet and left in a rush. He didn't even bother with a goodbye. Pepper, who'd been chatting with Sky, caught sight of Tony leaving, and quickly followed after him, calling out a quick farewell. Tony, still lost in thought, didn't even take the drink Pepper had promised him. She ended up driving the car. Obviously, Tony was eager to get back to his lab and start experimenting right away. So eager, he didn't even remember to say goodbye. Truly, the mark of a mad scientist. Once Tony had left, Carl immediately whipped out his phone and called Natasha. The call connected almost instantly. Hey, Natasha. So, about that commission fee you promised me, is it time to pay up? Or does Nick Fury want me to go collect it in person? On the other end, Natasha didn't reply. She simply handed the phone to Nick Fury. Mr. Norman, this is Nick Fury. I won't go back on my word regarding your reward. I'll have Natasha deliver it to you first thing in the morning. Of course, I trust you'll keep your end of the bargain as well. Of course, Natasha can stay and observe the whole process. With that, Carl ended the call. Sky, get ready. Tomorrow, it's time to awaken your abilities. Carl turned to Sky as he spoke. Sky was caught off guard for a moment, and then she couldn't help but grow anxious. When faced with the unknown, especially when it's right around the corner, people can't help but feel a tangle of emotions. Nervousness, anxiety, anticipation. Don't be nervous. I can guarantee a 100% success rate, and it won't hurt at all. Carl tried to reassure Sky. The 100% success part was true, but as for whether it would hurt, Carl honestly had no idea. After all, he'd only seen it play out in a show in his previous life. Who knew if Sky had felt pain at the time? All he remembered was that she'd fainted. I know. Sky could barely get the words out, her body trembling uncontrollably for no apparent reason. Clearly, Carl's words weren't having the calming effect he'd hoped for. Why don't you go rest for a while? I'll watch the shop today. Just try to relax. Nothing bad is going to happen. Carl spoke gently. To keep Sky from getting any more anxious, he sent her back to her own apartment room. Being alone was always better than having someone watch your every move. That only made things worse. Sky nodded and left without another word, leaving Carl alone and somewhat bored, slumped in his boss's chair. Soon night fell. Carl hadn't seen Sky again all evening. Her door remained firmly shut, and she hadn't even come down for dinner. So, Carl brought her dinner upstairs and knocked on her door. Sky opened up quickly, her eyes still bleary with sleep. Clearly, Carl's knocking had woken her up. First, eat something. Carl walked straight into the room and set the dinner down on the table. Sky didn't have much of an appetite. She just picked at her food a bit before putting down her chopsticks. Feeling better after a nap? Sky nodded. It was true. Sleep was perhaps the best remedy for nerves, and after her rest, she was visibly less anxious than she'd been earlier in the day. Carl, what kind of power do you think I'll awaken? She asked, and from the way she used Carl's name instead of calling him boss, it was clear just how much she was worrying over what sort of ability she'd end up with. If it was something completely useless or unpredictable, she'd almost rather not awaken anything at all. Don't worry. We're going to awaken an incredibly powerful ability. In fact, it'll be even stronger than mine. Carl said this with absolute confidence. After all, it was the shockwave, the legendary power of the Tremor fruit. Sky nodded. She trusted Carl, an unexplainable kind of trust. If Carl said so, she believed him. After a few more words of comfort, Carl told Sky to get some more sleep. By tomorrow morning, all her worries would be over. Returning to his own room, Carl replayed the events of Sky's awakening in his mind. Even back then, her powers had emerged by accident, and surprise. She hadn't known what the obelisk was for. No one did. So all the dangers that came with it had caught her completely off guard. But Carl knew that once Sky touched the obelisk, she would definitely pass out, and the obelisk itself would start to quake from her contact. When that happened, they'd need to find a deserted place for her awakening. He also had to make sure to keep his distance. Who knew if he counted as an ordinary person or not? If he got caught up in whatever was about to happen, that would be a real disaster. Carl and Sky were sitting in the office, waiting for Natasha to arrive. True to her reputation, Natasha showed up just before noon, carrying a black briefcase, with Coulson walking in right behind her. Honestly, at this time of day, Coulson was usually supposed to be with Tony. It was strange that today he'd come along with Natasha instead. As Natasha and Coulson entered, several men in black suits stood guard outside the door. Clearly, the obelisk was of great importance to Nick Fury. They were taking every precaution to prevent it from being stolen. What exactly do you want this thing for? S.H.I.E.L.D. has so many scientists, and none of them have figured it out. Do you really think you know something they don't? Natasha handed the briefcase straight to Carl, with no sign of hesitation, as if she were handing over an ordinary case and not something dangerous. Despite its unassuming appearance, the briefcase was loaded with advanced technology. In addition to fingerprint and iris unlock, it boasted the latest electronic temperature control and shockproof systems, all while constantly monitoring the obelisk's various properties. Natasha's right. S.H.I.E.L.D. has poured a huge amount of manpower into this, and we still don't know what it really is, Coulson said, offering Carl a pair of specially made gloves. Put these on. This thing turns you to stone if you touch it. Be careful. Carl slipped on the gloves and opened the briefcase. Inside lay a tower-shaped stone, plain and unremarkable, yet the energy it radiated was overwhelming. Carl could feel it clearly. He quickly shut the case. This object might seem ordinary to inhumans, but to regular humans, it was extremely dangerous. Sky, pack things up and get ready to close shop, Carl instructed. Then he turned to Natasha and Coulson. Please, find us a place where there's absolutely no one around. I need it for something important. Coulson nodded and immediately pulled out his phone to make a call, while Natasha kept her eyes fixed on Carl. Given what she knew about Carl, she was sure he understood exactly what the obelisk was, and she suspected he also knew its origins. You know what this thing really is, don't you? Natasha asked again. This time, Carl nodded. Duh. I know what it is, and I know its true purpose, and where it came from. I thought so. You're planning to use it on Sky, aren't you? Natasha truly deserved her reputation as a top agent. With just a simple analysis, she immediately understood Carl's intentions. Carl didn't elaborate, simply nodding in response. I'm warning you, Sky is my best friend. You know better than anyone how dangerous this thing is. If Sky's life is ever at risk, I'll take you out myself, Natasha said sternly. She didn't want to see Sky in danger. Sky reminded her of her own sister, Yelena. Don't worry, I won't let Sky be put in any danger, Carl promised. Sky will be perfectly safe. She might lose consciousness, but nothing more. Coulson had already arranged the location, and Carl didn't even need to guess to know S.H.I.E.L.D. had people lying in wait everywhere, monitoring the area so closely that not a single detail would escape them. But Carl wasn't concerned. Sky's awakening ability wouldn't reveal itself all at once. It would emerge gradually over time. So Carl had no fear that S.H.I.E.L.D. would notice anything unusual right away. Soon, the group arrived at the designated spot, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York, utterly deserted. Who knew how S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to find such a remote, godforsaken place? This place isn't bad at all. Actually, it's just right, Carl remarked with a satisfied note. Using a bit of magical perception, he could sense S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scattered all around, though they kept their distance, hundreds of meters away. The warehouse was packed with electronic equipment. Aside from the surveillance cameras, there were definitely plenty of scientific devices set up to analyze the obelisk. Nick Fury, that cunning old fox, wouldn't miss a golden opportunity to gather intelligence. Carl set the briefcase down in the very center of the warehouse. The space was enormous, plenty of room for Sky to handle whatever came next. Sky, in a moment, I want you to open the briefcase yourself, then reach in and touch the obelisk. Leave everything else to me. I promise, there's no danger, he reassured her. That's it? Just touch it, Sky asked curiously. She thought she would have to channel the obelisk's energy into herself, or something complicated like that. Not just touch it. Carl immediately understood what Sky was thinking. Yes, just a touch. There's no need for any complicated steps. But be ready, the moment you touch the obelisk. A surge of energy will burst out. We'll all need to get clear while that happens. Only after the energy dissipates can we come back for you. Be prepared. Sky nodded, her eyes filled with determination. At this point, there was no turning back. She could only grit her teeth and press on. We'll leave you to it, then. Remember what I said, just touch it and nothing more. With that, Carl turned and left the warehouse, leaving Sky alone inside. Are you sure it's safe to leave her in there by herself? I have a bad feeling about this, Natasha said, watching Carl as he walked back. About 100 meters from the warehouse, Natasha and Coulson kept their eyes glued to the building through their binoculars, monitoring every change. The area around them was bathed in light, crowded with various instruments. Even a thermal imager was set up. Carl glanced at the array of devices and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. Trust me." Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Sky was nervously rubbing her hands together. The briefcase before her seemed like a ferocious beast, making her both anxious and fearful. She worried that she might awaken some chaotic, uncontrollable power, or worse, fail entirely. Even though Carl had reassured her time and again, Sky couldn't shake off her unease. All or nothing. Here goes, she whispered to herself, steeling her nerves. Reaching out, she pressed her finger to the briefcase's fingerprint scanner. A sharp beep sounded. A red beam shot out from the scanner, illuminating Sky's eye with a precise glow. Then, with a crisp click, the lock on the case sprang open, and a cloud of white vapor spilled out into the air. Hands trembling, Sky lifted the lid. Inside was the obelisk, stone-like in appearance, but to Sky's eyes it shimmered with faint, mysterious light. The sight took her breath away. The obelisk seemed to sense the presence of an inhuman, and it began to emit waves of energy, expanding outward. Within the obelisk lay the Terrigen crystal. Not a pure one, unable to form the Terrigen mist on its own. That was why Sky needed to touch the crystal herself. Gritting her teeth, Sky pressed her hand directly onto the obelisk. Instantly, a torrent of energy surged towards her, coalescing into a swirling mist that wrapped her in its embrace. A violent pulse erupted from the obelisk, sweeping outwards like a fierce wind in every direction. The shockwave burst from the warehouse, rolling far and wide. The explosion of energy was visible to the naked eye, radiating from the warehouse in expanding rings. Even the spot where Carl and the others stood was caught in its path. Fortunately, Carl reacted swiftly. Grabbing Coulson and Natasha, he pulled them away just in time, dodging the outpouring energy and avoiding its effects. The instruments, once upright and active, were knocked over by the blast. Readings went off the charts. Every display flickered wildly, accompanied by shrill, piercing alarms. But as quickly as it had come, the energy vanished. Within just a few heartbeats, all that remained around the warehouse was the aftermath, the ground scarred where the surge had passed. Well, that should do it. Carl scanned the area, sensing that the energy had completely dissipated. Only then did he dash toward the warehouse. To call it running would be an understatement. His figure flickered and vanished in rapid bursts, as if teleporting, a rush of green wind trailing in his wake. Arriving at the warehouse first, the sight that greeted him was Sky, unconscious on the ground, and the obelisk lying beside her. Carl ignored the obelisk and strode forward to lift the unconscious Sky into his arms. Just then, Natasha and Coulson rushed into the warehouse as well. "Carl, what did you promise me? What happened to Sky?" Natasha suddenly erupted, pulling out her gun and pressing it against Carl's head. Years of walking the line between life and death had given her the ability to instantly tell whether Sky was alive or dead. That was the only reason she hadn't pulled the trigger. "Relax. Sky just fainted, that's all. She's perfectly fine. I told you. I'd never let her get hurt." Carl's expression was calm. He could clearly sense a strange energy coursing through Sky's body, not violent or chaotic, but flowing gently, like a quiet stream. "The rest is up to you. I've finished with the obelisk. You can take it with you." With that, Carl carried Sky out of the warehouse. "Oh, and tell Nick Fury to wire me that million he promised, ASAP. I'm on a tight schedule." Just before leaving, Carl called back to Coulson over his shoulder. "I'm sure the director won't forget." Coulson replied, his earpiece connecting him to Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. From the moment they entered the warehouse, Fury had seen and heard everything. Carl nodded, then immediately took Sky back into the Chocobo space. Inside the warehouse, Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. team were handling the aftermath. All the data collected by their instruments had already been transmitted back to headquarters, where a swarm of eager scientists were analyzing every detail. But what Nick Fury cared about wasn't the data. It was the obelisk's true power. Through the surveillance cameras set up in the warehouse, he'd watched everything. The moment Sky touched the obelisk, the rush of energy that followed, and then Sky collapsing, without turning to stone like the others. Who on earth is this girl?" Fury cursed under his breath. His curiosity was burning, but he dared not ask directly. Carl was far too dangerous, and his attitude toward S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been lukewarm at best, bordering on contempt. Fury wasn't willing to take any risks. He pulled an old pager from his pocket, running his thumb over its familiar surface as he weighed his options. Meanwhile, back in the Chocobo space, Carl and Sky didn't head straight for the agency. Sky needed time to recover. The awakening of her powers would require her body to slowly adjust. Only when Sky regained consciousness would it mean the transformation was truly complete. In fact, the other Inhumans didn't go through this period of unconsciousness. That's because the Terrigen crystals used for their awakening were extremely pure, while the obelisk held more impurities than crystal, so an adaptation phase was needed. After settling Sky in, Carl headed out to the vegetable patch in front of the house. The wild Sakil greens were now fully ripe, so he got ready to harvest them. This way, Onion could join the fray whenever needed. Right now, it could only serve as a mount, since it had no desire to fight at all. Once the greens were picked, the patch automatically produced new Sakil seeds, which he planted again. He played with Onion for a while before finally treating himself to a relaxing soak in the hot spring. For 3 days straight, Carl didn't return to the agency, which remained closed the entire time. He stayed inside the pocket dimension, keeping Sky company. It wasn't until the 4th day, while Carl was making dinner in the kitchen, that he heard movement on the stairs. Peering out, he saw Sky wobbling her way down. After 3 days without food, Sky could barely walk straight. Her eyes lit up with hunger the moment she saw the meal. Only after a good, hearty meal did Sky finally come back to life. "What kind of powers did you awaken?" Carl asked, feigning curiosity, though he already knew the answer perfectly well. Vibration. I can affect objects through vibrations like Sky search for the right words. Like an earthquake? Carl offered. Sky nodded enthusiastically. Yes, exactly, like an earthquake, but I can't manage anything on that scale yet. And her joy was tinged with disappointment as she continued. And the power affects me too. If I use too much force, it could shatter my own bones. Carl was surprised at how thoroughly Sky had come to understand her ability in such a short time. It was nothing like how the TV shows from his previous life had portrayed it. Don't worry, I have a solution, just missing the right materials for now. Once I find what I need, we can fix this, Carl reassured her, bringing the conversation back to where it all began. The problem of vibranium. Sky nodded, then headed outside with Carl to test her newfound powers. Carl had her try releasing a shockwave at a tree. Since it was her first time controlling the ability, Sky couldn't project the vibration through the air yet, so she placed her hand directly on the trunk. With a resonant hum, the trunk burst open from within, and the whole tree crashed to the ground. Carl stared at the debris, swallowing hard. This power was truly terrifying. If she used it on a person, their body would explode on the spot. Sky was just as shocked by the result. She hadn't expected her power to be so strong, and her hand was left tingling and numb from the force. Afterward, Sky ran tests on stone, water, and the ground beneath her feet, and, following Carl's advice, she also attempted to unleash her power into the air. Except for the failed attempt to release her energy into the air, the rest of the effects were shockingly powerful. The stone, as large as a water jar, shattered instantly. The lake's surface erupted as if a bomb had been dropped, and the ground beneath her feet cracked open, resembling a miniature earthquake in everything but scale. Meanwhile, Sky's arms were now numb, so heavy and weak that even lifting them was a struggle. Judging from the current situation, you can probably unleash a shockwave like that 10 times at most. Beyond that, your arms would break, Carl remarked, as if he were gently testing Sky's arm bones. By channeling his magic, he could sense that Sky's arm bones were already at their limit. One more shockwave, and they would snap clean through. Even so, Sky was bursting with excitement. For someone who had just awakened superpowers, such exhilaration was only natural. When the two returned to the agency, they each went to their own rooms. Carl slept soundly, while Sky remained immersed in the joy of her newfound strength. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was working overtime, poring over all sorts of data in the hopes of uncovering the secrets behind the obelisk or Sky herself. Nick Fury sat with a troubled expression, staring at Coulson and Natasha across the desk. Are those damned researchers all idiots? They have mountains of data and video footage laid out before them, and yet they haven't produced a single breakthrough. Worse, several of them ended up petrified. Besides eating, is there anything they're actually good at? Son of a... Fury slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. His usually gleaming bald head seemed to have lost its shine. Coulson, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Go make contact with Tony Stark. Do whatever it takes to bring him into the Avengers Initiative. The Avengers Initiative was still the top priority. The world was growing increasingly chaotic, and now people like Carl, powerful and unpredictable, were emerging. Fury needed to prepare for every eventuality. Coulson nodded. After all, he had been the one to accompany Tony Stark on his return from the Middle East. It made sense for him to approach Stark again. Natasha, keep an eye on Carl. If you can, try to get him to talk about the obelisk and about that girl named Sky. Fury looked over at Natasha. After all, the agency had already rented a room in Carl's apartment with public funds. Might as well put it to good use by having Natasha continue her surveillance. Besides, Natasha was already quite familiar with Sky. Natasha didn't respond. Because of her relationship with Sky, she didn't want to deceive her. Instead, she planned to be upfront. If Sky chose not to answer, so be it. She'd just pretend she never asked. As for Carl, Natasha was genuinely uncertain whether she could handle him. Her tried-and-true charms, which had always worked wonders, seemed utterly useless on that stubborn kid. Worse yet, he knew exactly where she came from. There were simply no secrets between them, at least not in his eyes. With her spirits low, Natasha trudged back to the apartment. She glanced first at the closed door of the agency, before finally returning to her own room. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Carl and Sky lounged around the office, bored as ever. Carl was truly spacing out, while Sky was deep in thought, pondering her own abilities. Restricted by the strength of her own bones, Sky didn't dare use her powers recklessly now. One wrong move, and she feared she might shatter herself to pieces. Just then, Natasha walked in. Carl didn't need to guess. He knew she must be here on orders from Nick Fury. Knowing Fury's style, if he didn't send someone to probe him in Sky, Carl might as well hang himself right outside the Empire State Building. Carl understood perfectly well that Fury was wary of his power. Otherwise, he would have had people haul off not just him and Sky, but also Gwen and Peter for research long ago. Go ahead. What does that bald-headed hard-boiled egg want to know this time? Carl didn't mince words. He was always straightforward, never one for beating around the bush, especially not with people he didn't care for. S.H.I.E.L.D. just happened to be one of those places he had absolutely no fondness for. That said, while he didn't care for S.H.I.E.L.D. as an organization, he did rather like Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye Barton. The three of them operated in ways completely at odds with the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson was steadfast and kind, a genuinely good man. Natasha, for all her cunning appearance, was pure-hearted and gentle inside. Barton, though quiet and reserved, was the kind of comrade you could trust to watch your back. So Carl was happy to count the three of them as friends, so long as S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury, that meddling troublemaker, weren't involved. Natasha looked hesitant, glancing quickly at Sky. It's all right. Sky and I won't hold it against you. I know you're just following orders from that hard-boiled egg, Nick Fury. You're stuck in the middle. It's not easy. Karl Schulget, unkonsanet. He had no intention of hiding anything from S.H.I.E.L.D. He lived his life out in the open. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't make a nuisance of itself, he couldn't be bothered to tangle with them. Thanks for understanding. Natasha's smile returned, and with it, her alluring, magnetic presence. She then began asking about Sky, specifically why Sky had touched the obelisk and yet hadn't been turned to stone. That's because Sky isn't an ordinary person. You know that regular people who touch the obelisk get turned to stone. Clearly, Sky is different. Carl's explanation was almost redundant. He was just stating the obvious. So, what exactly is the obelisk? What does it do? Where did it come from? Natasha asked, tapping a spot behind her ear as she spoke. She made no effort to hide this gesture, openly letting Carl see her actions. Carl shot Natasha a sidelong glance, then replied, The obelisk is actually a crystal known as the Terrigen crystal. It's a kind of conduit, or you could even call it a key. A key? What does it unlock? Natasha pressed further. It unlocks powers, special abilities. Anyone the Terrigen crystal recognizes can gain extraordinary powers, becoming what you'd call a superpowered individual. Carl didn't hold anything back. The obelisk only worked on certain people. To anyone else, it was pure poison. That's why Carl wasn't worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra would try to mass-produce superhumans with it. Becoming a superpowered person? So that means Sky, Natasha glanced over at Sky, her face filled with shock. That's right. I've already gained my powers. Sky admitted without hesitation. She trusted Natasha, and Carl too. With Carl around, she believed S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't dare harm her. Incredible. And what about others? Natasha couldn't help but make connections, thinking about the possibility of mass-producing superhumans. But her sharp mind quickly dismissed the idea. She'd seen firsthand what happened to those who touched the obelisk. There had to be some deeper, unknown link. Carl shook his head. Only certain people can awaken these abilities. Everyone else gets turned to stone. I'm sure you've seen it for yourself. Certain people? You mean? Natasha prompted. Carl paused, then began, That brings us to the origin of the obelisk. Actually, he went on to tell Natasha, and Nick Fury, who was listening behind her, the story of the Inhumans, though he chose his words carefully, revealing only what he wanted to. So Sky is a descendant of this Inhuman tribe? Natasha asked. That's right. That's why she was able to awaken her powers. Anyone else would have ended up petrified. Carl nodded. How did you find out? Natasha asked, her curiosity genuine this time. It wasn't an order from Nick Fury. Magic, of course. I could sense the extraordinary energy inside Sky. It's identical to what's in the obelisk. When in doubt, blame it on magic. Mysterious magic, handy for explaining just about anything. There was nothing Natasha could really find fault with. After all, no one had ever actually seen magic except in fairy tales and mythic legends. So how could anyone question it? Even if you wanted to, you'd need the chance and at least some understanding of magic to begin with. In truth, Natasha, and everyone else at S.H.I.E.L.D., had no idea that sorcerers actually lived among them. There was even a sanctuary right in New York, guarded by mages, and Kamartaj was filled with sorcerers who had been around for thousands of years, all working tirelessly to shield Earth from the corruption of demonic entities from other dimensions. One could say that these sorcerers were the true defenders of Earth, making S.H.I.E.L.D. look like it was just playing around in comparison. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. always acted as if they were the planet's ultimate guardians. Honestly, the thought alone was enough to make anyone burst out laughing. Any more questions, Director Nick Fury? Carl asked. Those words were really directed at Nick Fury, who was listening in through the earpiece Natasha wore. Natasha hesitated for a moment, then asked, Besides Sky, how many Inhumans are there? Where are they now? Of course, Carl couldn't tell Nick Fury that the Inhumans were living on the far side of the moon. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be knocking on their door the very next day. Black Bolt was not someone to be trifled with. If they pushed him too far, one shout from him could shatter the entire moon. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since Carl wasn't even sure if the Inhumans existed in this world at all. Come to think of it, Black Bolt's powers were somewhat similar to Sky's. Both transmitted energy through vibrations, though one used sound waves while the other relied on pure shock waves. I honestly don't know where they are. Maybe Sky is the only Inhuman descendant left in this world. Magic might be wondrous, but it's not all-powerful. If you want to find them, you'll have to rely on your own resources. Natasha nodded upon hearing this, and then switched off the communicator. Nick Fury had asked all he wanted, but he hadn't actually gotten any useful information. It felt like he'd just wasted his breath, a conversation that, in the end, left him with nothing but a sense of futility. Phew, finally, that's over. I was dying of thirst. Natasha, ever efficient, pulled a glass of icy fruit juice from the fridge and took a long drink. By the way, Sky, do you feel any different? Any discomfort? Natasha asked. Since she had never awakened any powers herself, she was curious about what it felt like to suddenly gain abilities. Not really. Other than my powers being a bit dangerous, everything else feels the same as before. Oh, so what exactly is your superpower? Sounds like it's pretty strong. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Right after I awakened, I could shatter a stone the size of a water tank with my bare hands. Natasha was taken aback. That kind of destructive force right from the start? So, your ability is vibrations? Sky nodded. Yes, Carl calls it a shockwave, just like an earthquake. Natasha was left speechless. An ability like that, as powerful as an earthquake? Could someone really awaken a superpower like this? That would make them practically invincible. A single touch could shatter any enemy in an instant. Carl, is it possible for me to awaken a power? Natasha turned to Carl with the question. She had to admit, she felt a pang of envy. Here she was, a hardworking agent, but not a single superhuman ability to her name. Even compared to the others, take Barton, for example. He at least had his peerless archery skills. And what did she have? Aside from being a bit tougher than most, there was nothing special about her at all. You're just an ordinary person. Sky's method won't work for you. Carl's answer was blunt. What about your magic? She pressed. That's even less likely. My magic can't be copied. No one but me can learn it. Carl cut her off immediately. He was right. After all, his magic came from his own unique mage system, completely inaccessible to anyone else. Natasha let out a deep, dispirited sigh. It seemed she was destined to remain ordinary. Afterwards, Natasha and Sky went out hand in hand for a stroll, leaving Carl by himself at the office. They'd initially wanted to bring Carl along, but he declined so decisively that there was simply no arguing. Honestly, what else could he do but carry their shopping bags? Besides, when women go shopping, it's as if they become tireless machines that never run out of battery and never wear down. Left alone and bored, Carl was just about to doze off when his phone suddenly rang. It was Tony. Hey, Tony, how's the suit coming along? Wasn't my advice just brilliant? Carl started, but before he could finish, Tony's urgent voice cut him off. Carl, I need your help. Pepper's in danger. Carl froze for a moment, then quickly recalled what had happened after Tony got back. When it came to Pepper, there were two possibilities. Either she'd been caught sneaking into Obadiah's office to steal confidential files, or she'd gone to that warehouse that didn't even exist in the company records. Since it was still daytime, he could rule out the second option. It had to be the first. Pepper must have been caught stealing files. Don't worry. I'll head to Star Tower right now and pick up Pepper, then bring her straight to my place. She can stay with me for the next few days. I'll keep her safe. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Tony's gratitude was heartfelt. Whenever he was in trouble, Carl was always the one he could count on. By now, Tony trusted him instinctively. After hanging up, Carl hopped onto Onion and sped off towards Star Tower. Just as he arrived, he saw Pepper stepping out the front doors with Coulson by her side, her expression anxious and tense. Carl, what are you doing here? Pepper exclaimed in surprise. Pepper and Coulson saw Carl arrive at the same time. Tony said you're in danger and asked me to bring you back to the office right away. There's no time to lose. Coulson, you should come too. Without another word, Coulson and Pepper quickly got into the car and sped off toward the office, while Carl followed close behind, riding his trusty Onion. Back at the office, Pepper was still visibly tense, her hand gripping a black USB drive as if her life depended on it. Relax. You're perfectly safe here. No one can hurt you now. Carl tried to reassure Pepper as he dialed Sky, telling her and Natasha to return at once. Poor Sky and Natasha had barely set foot in the mall when a call summoned them straight back. The moment they heard Pepper was in danger, the two hurried back to the office. What happened? Is everyone okay? Sky burst through the door, unable to contain her concern. What's wrong with Pepper? As soon as he saw Natasha, Coulson explained what had happened. Pepper had tried to steal Obadiah's files, but was caught in the act. Obadiah had chased her down with a vengeance, only for Coulson, waiting on the first floor, to cross paths with them just in time. On the drive, Pepper had filled Coulson in on everything, how it all happened and what was in the files, since Coulson's public identity was that of Phil Foster. All right, give me the USB drive. I'll deliver it to Tony myself. You stay here in the office. Sky will be in charge of your safety. Carl spoke decisively. There was no way Pepper could leave now, not when no one knew what Obadiah might try next. For all they knew, the moment she stepped outside, a sniper's bullet could find her. If that happened, Tony would be driven mad with grief. Pepper handed the USB drive to Carl. At that moment, Coulson also stood up, ready to join Carl. He arranged for people to keep tabs on Obadiah, between illicit arms dealing and being involved in Tony Stark's kidnapping. The first charge alone was enough to warrant the death penalty. The two men headed out on separate tasks. Riding Onion, Carl could make it from New York to Tony's Malibu home in no time at all. Arriving at Tony's seaside mansion, Carl was stunned by its sheer size. He might not be strapped for cash these days, but compared to a billionaire like Tony, he was still a small fry. Not even enough to fill the gap between Tony's teeth, so to speak. He'd only ever seen the mansion in movies before. Aside from its size and futuristic flair, it hadn't made much of an impression. But seeing it in person today, Carl couldn't help but be awestruck. Just as he was about to enter, Jarvis's voice chimed in. Mr. Norman, Mr. Stark is in his workshop in the basement. I'll guide you there. No need to be so formal, Jarvis. Just call me Carl. Immediately, a series of glowing arrows appeared at Carl's feet, leading the way. He followed the directions all the way down to the basement. As soon as he entered the basement, he saw Tony, looking utterly exhausted. Tony was hunched over his suit, tinkering away. Although he had already completed the test flight, there was still much to tweak and the weapons hadn't been installed yet. Tony, I brought you the USB drive, Carl said, walking over and watching Tony, who was deeply absorbed in his work. Is Pepper all right? Tony looked up at Carl, his eyes bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept at all. As long as I'm around, you don't have to worry. Thank you, Carl. I truly don't know how to repay you, Tony replied earnestly. He had considered just giving Carl a sum of money, but that felt wrong, almost like an insult because real friendship isn't something money can measure. If Carl knew what Tony was thinking, he would have definitely told Tony to just throw money at him, enough to bury him, if possible. Just as Tony was about to say something more, Jarvis's voice rang out suddenly. Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is here to see you. He's waiting in the living room. All right, I'll be right up, Tony said, tossing his tools aside and heading upstairs to meet Obadiah. Hold on, Tony. Aren't you going to check what's on the USB drive before you go up? Carl asked. At this point, Tony was just as suspicious of Obadiah as he had been in the movie from Carl's previous life, but he hadn't actually looked at the files on the USB, so his guard wasn't up. Meanwhile, Obadiah had come well prepared. I'll check it later. I want to see what tricks he's going to pull first, Tony replied, then headed straight upstairs. Carl was about to follow when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, system task released. I am Iron Man. Host must participate in the battle against Ironmonger and witness the birth of Iron Man. System, to what extent do I need to participate? Do I have to personally take down Ironmonger? Ding, host must be actively involved throughout, including fighting Ironmonger. All right, I shouldn't have bothered asking. You're really something, system. Carl had been hoping to just stand back and cheer from the sidelines, but now it seemed he'd have to go toe-to-toe with Ironmonger himself, which was nothing but a headache. He was about to grumble some more when, all of a sudden, Tony came stumbling and scrambling back into the basement, nearly falling over himself. The light on his chest was gone, replaced by a gaping black void, thick fluid seeping out and oozing down. "K. Carl." Tony's mouth hung open, but his voice was stuck in his throat, unable to get out. His face was terrifyingly pale, and a web of dark, vein-like lines spread across his skin. Carl's brow furrowed as realization struck. Without hesitation, he began searching the workshop for the old arc reactor that Pepper had so carefully preserved. Fortunately, the old reactor was right there on the table. Carl immediately smashed the outer glass casing and then installed the old reactor onto Tony's chest. At last, Tony managed to catch his breath. The black lines visibly receded beneath his skin, though his face remained deathly pale. Now, it was clear, Tony didn't even need to check the USB drive to confirm it. Obadiah really was out to kill him. By this time, dusk had already settled. Pepper, accompanied by Sky, Natasha, Coulson, and a team of agents, followed the trail of clues all the way to a hidden warehouse. "Pepper, you really didn't have to come with us. Coulson and I could handle this," Natasha said, glancing at Pepper, who was visibly anxious. When they first tracked down the location of this warehouse, Coulson and Natasha were the ones who wanted to check it out. After all, they were both agents. and their professional instincts told them this warehouse was hiding something illicit, perhaps some of the weapons Obadiah was selling on the side. But to their surprise, Pepper insisted on coming along too. Unable to dissuade her, the group relented and brought her with them. What was supposed to be a two-person mission suddenly ballooned into a team of a dozen, most of whom were there to protect Pepper, including Sky. I have to see for myself what Obadiah has been up to behind Tony's back. This concerns Tony's safety, Pepper declared firmly, determined to witness the truth with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Sky was on the phone with Carl. What? Carl exclaimed, quickly switching his phone to speaker. You're saying Pepper went with Natasha and Coulson? Yes. I was worried Pepper might be in danger, so I came along with her, Sky replied from the other end. Send me your location, now. Whatever's in that warehouse is not something you can handle, Carl urged. He had Sky send over the coordinates immediately, while Tony was already suiting up in his Iron Man armor. It had to be said, the process of donning the suit in the first Iron Man movie was pure mechanical artistry. Though it took a bit longer, Carl always loved watching it. Mark III remained his favorite Iron Man suit, despite being one of the weaker models in the series and only made of alloy. The sheer mechanical grandeur was enough for him. Once Tony finished suiting up, Sky sent the location. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony shared it with Carl, and then shot out of the house at once, with Carl following close behind on his motorcycle. Meanwhile, Coulson and his team stood at the warehouse entrance. Pepper kept swiping her card at the security panel, but every attempt was met with an error. This damned access system. One of these days, I'm going to have it replaced, Pepper muttered, still swiping her card over and over. She had the clearance for anything under Stark's name, except, apparently, for this place. I'll handle this. Coulson interrupted Pepper and waved a hand to signal someone behind him. Immediately, an agent stepped forward and handed Coulson a spherical device. No need for that. Sky spoke up at this moment, stepping forward and pressing her hand against the warehouse's security door. With a deep tremor, the reinforced door shattered instantly, breaking apart and scattering across the floor, fragile as if it were glass. In just a few days, Sky had already mastered her abilities with impressive skill. Aside from destroying the door, she didn't harm the surrounding walls at all. Everyone present turned to Sky with curiosity. Aside from Pepper, they all knew Sky had awakened superpowers. Many of them had even witnessed it firsthand. But none had known exactly what her powers were, until now. A solid steel door, shattered to pieces with a single touch. If that force were aimed at a person, they'd be reduced to pulp in an instant. Even Natasha was taken aback. She knew Sky had seismic powers, but she hadn't expected them to be this formidable. All done. Let's go. Sky didn't rush in herself. Instead, she motioned for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to take the lead. Her powers were strong, but they came with side effects. Best to use them sparingly. Coulson led the way, gun in hand, moving cautiously. Natasha followed close behind, then the other agents, with Pepper safely surrounded in the middle. Inside, the warehouse was pitch black, not a hint of light. The group had to switch on their flashlights, but the beams barely cut through the darkness, making the cavernous space feel even more eerie and foreboding. What on earth was Obadiah researching here? Pepper murmured in confusion. This place wasn't in any Stark Industries records. As the CEO's assistant, Pepper had access to all company information and knew Stark's operations inside and out, but she had never heard of this facility. There could only be one explanation. Obadiah built it in secret, for reasons that were now all too clear. Stay alert. Something's off. This place is far too quiet. Natasha frowned. Years of field experience had sharpened her instincts, and the silence here was unnatural, tinged with danger at every turn. Suddenly, a red light flickered behind Pepper. The harsh sound of grinding metal pierced the air. Out of the darkness, a hulking machine slowly rose to its full height. This is bad. Run! Natasha shouted, immediately firing her gun toward the threat behind Pepper. The nearby agents reacted just as quickly, unleashing a hail of gunfire at the red light. Sky grabbed Pepper and sprinted for the exit, with Coulson covering them both and firing back as he ran. Rapid gunfire echoed through the air, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell one after another like wheat before the scythe. Only the nimble Natasha managed to escape the onslaught. Suddenly, the hulking figure glowing with red light emerged from the shadows. By the faint beam of her flashlight, Natasha finally saw what she was up against. Holy crap! It was a massive mechanical suit, towering over 3 meters tall. The Ironmonger, piloted by Obadiah. The crimson glow came from its eyes, fierce and untamed behind thick steel armor, bristling with heavy weaponry that made it all the more deadly. Without a moment's hesitation, Natasha turned on her heel and bolted, not even thinking of fighting back. Since you're here, don't even dream of leaving. Obadiah's voice thundered from within the Ironmonger. With a whir, a shoulder cannon fired. A small missile streaked away, trailing fire. A tremendous explosion ripped through the warehouse, tearing off the roof and engulfing everything in flames. Natasha staggered out through the inferno, battered and scorched by the blast, her arm blackened and burned. Natasha! Sky rushed to her side. Natasha's injuries looked severe, and she struggled to stay conscious. As she glimpsed Sky running toward her, she finally collapsed. Cradling Natasha, Sky quickly checked her wounds. Thankfully, most were just surface injuries, though her arm was seriously hurt, likely broken. Coulson immediately organized a counterattack, shielding both Pepper and Natasha as he led them toward the exit. But there was no way the Ironmonger would let them escape. It unleashed a barrage of micro-bombs, and a heavy machine gun in its hand roared without pause. Under a storm of bullets and explosions, Coulson's group could barely hold out. Their firepower was woefully inadequate. They didn't even have a single rifle between them, only handguns. But against the Ironmonger, their pistols might as well have been tickling it. Their shots only produced a faint metallic clang, utterly ineffective. In the face of true power, the only thing waiting for you is death. Obadiah bellowed, wild with pride. He was utterly satisfied with his creation. It was a machine made for war. Under the overwhelming barrage, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell in moments, leaving only Coulson standing, desperately holding on. Reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. were nowhere near arriving in time. A rocket blasted from the Ironmonger, streaking directly toward the defenseless Pepper. "Oh no! Get out of the way now!" Coulson shouted, sprinting toward Pepper with all his strength. But no human could ever hope to outrun a rocket. The moment Coulson dropped his gun, the rocket detonated. A massive cloud of smoke billowed upward. The bright flames seemed to tear through the sky, and in an instant, the explosion and fire swallowed up Pepper and her companions. Damn it! Coulson dropped to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists again and again, sweat and tears streaming down his face in a blur. Yet when the smoke cleared, Pepper and Natasha sat on the ground, completely unharmed. Pepper stared ahead in a daze, her face frozen in disbelief. Right in front of her stood Sky, arms outstretched. Invisible ripples pulsed from her hands, forming a protective barrier. No rocket, not even a single piece of shrapnel could get close. Everything was held at bay by the shockwave, and the rocket had exploded the moment it collided with that invisible force. As the last echoes of the blast faded away, Sky's arms dropped limply to her sides. It was clear that the shockwave had fractured both her arms. Modern medicine could certainly heal her, but it would still take months, meaning, for now, Sky was left powerless. Just then, with a thunderous crash, Ironmonger dropped from the sky. He swung his massive arm and sent Sky flying, then loomed over Pepper, who trembled uncontrollably in terror. The helmet slid open to reveal Obadiah's bloated, sinister face. "My dear Miss Potts, your curiosity really doesn't suit your job description. Did you think that just because you're Tony's little secretary, you could do whatever you please? Tonight, let me show you who really runs Stark Industries." With that, Obadiah raised his right arm, and a machine gun as thick as a cannon locked and loaded. Suddenly, a streak of light tore through the sky. Obadiah was blasted off his feet, sent skidding across the asphalt, gouging a deep groove in the ground. "Now do you know who's the boss, you stubborn old bastard?" Tony's voice rang out, and a golden red suit of armor descended from the sky, landing in classic superhero fashion. "Tony!" Pepper was stunned for a moment at the sound she knew better than her own heartbeat, then immediately burst into tears. Tony opened his mask and looked at the sobbing Pepper. "I am sorry, Pepper. I drag you into this. Go now. When it's all over, I'll tell you everything. I promise." For once, Tony's voice held no hint of his usual banter. Pepper had only ever heard him speak like this in their most private, vulnerable moments. She nodded, wiped away her tears, and her expression grew resolute. With effort, she hoisted the unconscious Natasha onto her back. With Coulson by her side, she hurried away from the chaos. At the same time, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcements arrived. However, they still lacked heavy firepower, so Coulson immediately organized everyone to seal off all the streets. Unlike in the movie of the previous life, with SHLD support, the streets were quickly blocked off. No pedestrians or vehicles could be seen, giving Tony the chance to truly unleash his full potential. "Tony Stark, I have to say, your intellect is truly top-notch. You managed to create such a formidable weapon. As long as you join forces with me, we'll become the most powerful rulers on this planet." Obadiah strode forward, showering Tony with praise for the creation of this ultimate weapon. "How did you learn about this thing?" Tony stared up at the Ironmonger, who towered above him. The weight of concern in his eyes only grew heavier. He knew Obadiah was a warmonger, obsessed with the limitless. production and sale of weapons to the world's wealthiest, a classic heartless capitalist who cared for nothing but money. Tony, too, was a capitalist, but one with a conscience. You mean the ironmonger? I have you to thank for that. I don't know how you wiped out that base in the Middle East, but in the ruins I found this masterpiece. Look at it. When our ideas come together, we create the unstoppable ironmonger. Come, Tony, let Uncle Obadiah change the world with you. Obadiah spread his steel arms wide. In that moment, the sheer presence of the ironmonger was overwhelming, making the Mark III armor seem as insignificant as an ant. Change the world? With you and that hideously oversized action figure. A voice sounded from behind Obadiah. Who's there? Obadiah spun around and saw a man carrying a crystal-like longsword on his back. It was Carl. His face was dark, and the cold, killing intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible, sharp enough to freeze the air. In fact, Carl had arrived with Tony, but he'd first rushed to save Sky, who had been sent flying high into the air by the ironmonger. Already gravely injured, Sky was knocked unconscious by Obadiah's blow. Witnessing this, Carl was consumed by boundless rage. Today, Obadiah had to die. Carl entrusted the unconscious Sky to Pepper, sternly warning her not to let S.H.I.E.L.D. take her away, not even Coulson. Pepper nodded in agreement. As one of the few people with the highest level of authority in Stark Industries, she knew these agents were not entirely trustworthy, so she personally stayed by Sky's side. Carl checked on Sky as well. She had only fainted from exhaustion, with no immediate danger, and the medics had already treated her severed arms, so her life was not at risk. Who am I? I'm your daddy. Carl landed a powerful kick that sent the ironmonger flying, the immense force leaving a deep dent in its chest. Obadiah hadn't anticipated such strength from this young man, and he was slammed into the ruins behind him with tremendous force. At that moment, Tony seized the opportunity to strike, his arm launching a row of micro-missiles that streaked through the air, trailing fire, and exploded against Obadiah. Yet amidst the blaze, Obadiah emerged completely unscathed, not even a scratch on the ironmonger's tough shell. Tony, what kind of ridiculous weapons are you using? Did you load your suit with toys, or something? Carl glanced at the unharmed Obadiah, then turned toward Tony in disbelief, clearly surprised at the ineffectiveness of Tony's arsenal. Toys? These are mini homing missiles. They pack a serious punch. It's just that this guy's armor is ridiculously tough. Tony tried to defend himself, though in truth, he hadn't equipped the Mark III with the most destructive weapons. After all, he hadn't expected to need them. But now he realized he'd underestimated his opponent's firepower. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted as the ironmonger transformed into a relentless mobile turret, unleashing a torrent of heavy-caliber bullets, as if its ammunition were endless. Forced to dive for cover, Tony and Carl scrambled to protect themselves. Even Tony's suit struggled under the onslaught, let alone Carl's unarmored, flesh-and-blood body. Tony, draw his fire for me. I'll take care of that annoying machine gun first. Carl shouted. Catching on immediately, Tony soared into the air to distract Obadiah, giving Carl a chance to get close. Sure enough, Obadiah focused all his attention on Tony, completely dismissing Carl as a threat. In his mind, Tony Stark was the only real danger, simply because he wore the high-tech suit. It had to be said, Obadiah possessed that typical white arrogance and short-sightedness. Even with the deep footprint Carl had just left on his heavy armor, he still didn't take Carl seriously, convinced Tony was the one to watch out for. Carl shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, green wind energy swirling around him, trailing after-images in his wake. With a swift slash of his sword, the very air seemed to split apart. Obadiah's machine gun arm was severed cleanly, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The sheer force knocked the massive ironmonger off its feet, leaving Obadiah staring in shock at the dismembered arm. No, that's impossible. What is that sword made of? How could it slice through custom alloy? It can't be. Obadiah stared at the crystal sword in Carl's hand. He understood perfectly well what crystal was made of, essentially quartz with silicon dioxide as its main component. To put it bluntly, it was precious, naturally formed glass. But since when could glass ever cut through metal? You don't need to know. All you have to do is wait obediently for your death. Carl's gaze toward Obadiah was as cold as if he were already a corpse, and he raised the sword high above his head. Damn it, get out of my way. With a furious shout, Obadiah triggered the thrusters on his back. The powerful force hurled him straight into the air, launching him skyward. Carl looked up as the ironmonger soared higher and higher. Without hesitation, he drew out his chocobo whistle and summoned Onion. He fed him a Geisel green. Instantly, Onion's fighting spirit soared to its peak. With a powerful beat of his wings, he let out a piercing cry. At the same time, high above, Tony intercepted Obadiah. Two suits of armor, trailing streams of fire, clashed fiercely in the night sky. Obadiah's ironmonger no longer had the suppressive firepower of its heavy machine gun. All that remained were small rockets. Tony, since you've chosen to be my enemy, then go to hell and be reunited with your useless father. In a madness-fueled frenzy, Obadiah unleashed every remaining weapon in the ironmonger, launching them all at Tony. A salvo of rockets, each trailing fire, streaked toward Tony at breakneck speed, their paths shifting and weaving as they locked on and relentlessly pursued him. Tony's Mark III had its edge in mobility and agility. With Jarvis's assistance, he darted through the air like a nimble swallow, weaving between the incoming rockets. Jarvis flares. At Tony's command, 2 rows of launchers sprang open from Mark III's back, sending dozens of red glowing flares shooting out in unison. The flares radiated deceptive signals, flashing crimson as they soared. Several rockets were instantly thrown off course, colliding with each other in midair. But the explosions of the rockets also triggered the flares, setting off a chain of blasts. The night sky erupted in dazzling bursts of light, illuminating the pitch-black ground below. High above, Tony was forced into a desperate flight, with a storm of missiles chasing after him. Evade those rockets, and find a way to bring them down. Tony kept his eyes on the helmet's display, issuing rapid orders to Jarvis. Responding immediately, Jarvis activated the infrared system on Mark III's shoulders. A series of vivid red dots locked onto several incoming rockets. Guided by the infrared targeting, a cluster of micromissiles launched from Mark III's shoulders, each one finding its mark and blasting the rockets out of the sky. But just as Tony thought he'd bought himself a moment's respite, a rocket burst through the fireball of an earlier explosion, striking him dead on. The massive impact sent Tony spinning out of control, tumbling downward in a wild, helpless fall toward the earth. Warning, warning. Thruster damage exceeds 80%. Weapon systems are completely disabled. Sir, I recommend you land immediately. Our remaining power won't last much longer. Jarvis's voice rang out at once, and the lights inside Tony's helmet shifted to a deep red. A damage report flashed before his eyes, highlighting the battered sections of his armor and the scant energy reserves left. How much longer can we hold out with current power? Only 5 minutes, sir. Start a 5-minute countdown now. As Tony issued the order, a countdown timer appeared before his eyes. But instead of landing, he surged forward, launching himself straight at Obadiah. Obadiah was still howling wildly, convinced he'd already finished Tony off, until, out of nowhere, he felt something seize him from behind. You're still alive? You stubborn bastard. Old man, looks like I'm still kicking, and you're not rid of me yet. Jarvis, maximum power, take us up now. With Tony's command, the thrusters roared to life beneath his feet, flinging both him and Ironmonger skyward like arrows loose from a bow. Sir, we've reached the stratosphere. Energy levels are below 10%. If you continue to ascend, your life will be at risk. Jarvis warned, displaying every critical stat the armor had. Meanwhile, the 5-minute countdown on Tony's display began to race, seconds dropping away in a blur. Keep going higher. Tony didn't hesitate. He issued the command without a second thought. Jarvis was programmed never to disobey Tony's orders, so they continued to climb. They shot past the stratosphere, and the temperature plunged instantly, dropping far below freezing. Obadiah, let me ask you something, Tony said suddenly. What? Obadiah stammered, utterly thrown off. How did you solve the icing problem? Icing? What icing? It was clear from Obadiah's bewildered response that he had no idea what Tony was talking about. Ironmonger's design was never truly his own. Before he could say more, a glaze of frost swept rapidly across Ironmonger's hulking form. In moments, the suit was encased in ice, and every one of its control systems seized up. This can't be. Now Obadiah finally understood what Tony meant by the icing problem, but it was far too late. Paralyzed, Ironmonger began to plummet toward the ground in a helpless free fall. Jarvis, conserve power. Initiate landing sequence. Tony watched Ironmonger tumble earthward, then glanced anxiously at his own dwindling energy. He had no intention of ending up a wrecked heap of metal himself. Sir, power reserves are down to 5%. I recommend shutting down all other systems, leaving only propulsion online. I'll leave it to you. With that, Jarvis cut all non-essential power, diverting everything to the propulsion and monitoring systems. On the other side, Ironmonger, in free fall, encountered Carl. Knowing the plot all too well, Carl was certain that this fall would never kill Obadiah, so he immediately flew toward him. Obadiah, upon seeing Carl approach, still didn't take him seriously. He didn't even spare him a proper glance, focusing all his efforts on rebooting his own operating system. Carl didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he matched Ironmonger's falling speed, descending alongside him, curious to see how Obadiah would respond. Obadiah fiddled with the system in desperation, but nothing worked. As the ground drew ever closer, his anxiety erupted into furious curses. Carl simply stood by, watching the scene unfold as though it were a play. At last, Ironmonger crashed straight into the ground, landing like an artillery shell. The impact carved a massive crater into the earth, leaving Obadiah's fate inside the iron shell uncertain. Carl positioned himself beside Ironmonger, just as Tony descended from above. "Is he dead?" Tony lifted his faceplate and asked. "I don't know. Probably not," Carl replied coolly. The two of them stood there in silence, their gazes fixed on Ironmonger. They remained like that for a full 5 minutes, until Pepper and Coulson arrived with their team. Only then did Tony finally tear his eyes away from Ironmonger and turn to Pepper. The two embraced tightly. Pepper, tears streaming down her face, clung to Tony like a lost, frightened girl, while Tony stood tall, embodying his masculine bravado. I have to admit, those two really do make a good pair," Carl muttered to himself. In response, Onion let out a low whine and nudged him with its big head. Guided by Coulson, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached Ironmonger, intent on investigating. But unexpectedly, Ironmonger's systems suddenly rebooted. With one swift punch, he killed the agent at the front of the group. A micro-rocket followed in an instant, clearing the area. Everyone except for Coulson, who was only thrown back by the blast wave, was instantly blown to pieces. "Damn you, Tony Stark. You're going to die." Obadiah's furious voice thundered from within Ironmonger as he charged straight toward Tony. Tony, caught up in the tenderness with Pepper, didn't notice a thing. By the time he realized what was happening, Obadiah was already at arm's length. "No." Pepper instinctively threw herself in front of Tony, completely forgetting that Tony, clad in his suit, was far safer than she was. Tony only managed to raise his hand in response, without even having the chance to fire his repulsor. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, slamming into Ironmonger and sending him flying, followed by a piercing, triumphant howl. Onion charged forward and, with a single powerful kick, shattered Ironmonger's supposedly invincible armor. At the same time, Onion spread its wings wide and began clawing at Ironmonger with a frenzy, its talons scratching madly like a rooster digging for feed. In an instant, Ironmonger's armor plates were sent flying in all directions, every single one shredded by Onion's relentless attack. There wasn't a single piece left intact. Now Ironmonger was reduced to a battered wreck, leaving Obadiah completely exposed for all to see. With a piercing cry, Onion threw its jaws wide and yanked Obadiah out from the twisted metal shell, then flung him hard to the ground and pinned him beneath a massive foot. Considering Onion's size, even Captain America would struggle to dislodge it, let alone Obadiah, a foolish old white man. Crushed under Onion's claws, Obadiah kept up his arrogant tirade, cursing loudly, while Pepper, shaken but safe, once again threw herself into Tony's arms. Tony's face was dark and cold. He had originally intended to spare Obadiah's life. After all, the man had been a close friend of his father, and something like an uncle to him. But after what Obadiah had done, targeting those he should never have touched, Tony's mercy was gone. He raised his hand, palm blaster humming as energy gathered in his palm. Though what little power remained was draining fast. "Sir, I must remind you, the reactor's energy is below 2%. If you fire the palm cannon now, it won't be able to sustain your vital functions. I strongly advise against this attack." Jarvis's voice chimed in at just the right moment, reminding Tony of the risk. Reluctantly, Tony lowered his hand. He had no desire to experience the agony of shrapnel inching toward his heart a second time. Onion kept Obadiah pinned, motionless, its big, curious black eyes studying him. Every so often, it would peck at his clothes, toying with him as if he were nothing more than a plaything. "How are you feeling?" Carl strode over, ultimate weapon in hand, his expression cold as winter frost. "You bastard, you're nothing but..." Obadiah never got to finish his dying words. In a flash, Carl's blade fell, and Obadiah's head soared through the air. "You talk too much. If you got last words, save them for hell. You'll have plenty of time to talk there." With a stylish flick of his sword, Carl didn't spare the corpse a glance. Instead, he stooped to pick up the arc reactor that had rolled to the side. "If you leave this lying around, you're just handing it over to those guys for free." Carl shot a glance at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, curling his lip. He might have some respect for Coulson, but Coulson still had to take orders from his superiors, and who knew if that bald-headed boss of his would try to seize the opportunity. Doesn't matter. No one can crack the reactor anyway. Even Obadiah, for all his scheming, could only steal it from me. Tony walked over and took back the arc reactor, giving Obadiah's decapitated corpse a swift kick for good measure. It was a small but satisfying release of his pent-up anger. In fact, Tony didn't plan to take back that reactor. First of all, Tony didn't like using things that others had already used, especially something that belonged to a dead man. There wasn't much energy left in that reactor anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just swap it out for a new one? Tony glanced at the reactor, then casually tossed it aside, not giving it another moment's thought. Carl, Sky has already been taken to the hospital. You don't need to worry, Pepper said as she approached. She hurried past Obadiah's corpse, visibly tense. It was the first time she'd seen a real dead body, after all. It's the Star Group's hospital, not theirs, she added, gesturing pointedly at the agents working nearby. Just then, Coulson walked over, casting Carl a rather forlorn look, as if wordlessly protesting something. After all, Fury had indeed given him a last-minute assignment. While Sky was still unconscious, he was supposed to draw her blood and secretly take it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Nick Fury was notorious for pulling out all the stops. He always fancied himself as Earth's protector, convinced he grasped more cosmic secrets than anyone else, and he'd use that as an excuse to snatch up whatever he wanted in the name of Earth's safety. But, in the end, even his own organization was riddled with corruption. It was all quite the cosmic joke. Coulson had originally planned to wait until Sky was at the hospital, since drawing blood there wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Who could have guessed someone would intercept her along the way and take her straight to a Stark Group hospital, Tony's own private facility, no less. Once inside, getting to her again was out of the question. This was a capitalist country. After all, no one messes with big money, especially not a giant like the Stark Group. The taxes they pay alone are enough to make anyone shudder. The government practically bends over backward for them. When Nick Fury found out, all he could do was fume and curse. There was no way he could snatch someone from the Stark Group, not unless he wanted to lose his job as director. Looks like we'll have to get Tony Stark into the Avengers as soon as possible. That was the last thing Fury said to Coulson before abruptly cutting off the communication. Since Ironmonger had been dismantled by Onion and was now nothing more than a pile of spare parts, Tony regarded the wreckage with utter disdain and treated it as trash. This turned out to be a windfall for S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though it was in pieces, maybe they could piece it together and figure something out. Even the reactor was collected along with it. This might have been Coulson's biggest gain from the whole affair. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had cordoned off the battleground, news of Iron Man's fight with Ironmonger didn't go viral online. In fact, even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself thought the matter had already blown over. Unexpectedly, just 3 days later, a video suddenly surfaced online. The footage showed the battle between Tony and Ironmonger, even catching glimpses of Carl. The two armored suits rampaged through the sky, exchanging gunfire and colliding midair, while a man riding a monstrous bird trailed close behind. In an instant, the video spread across the internet like an avalanche. Some viewers recognized the warehouse where it all happened, and others revealed that the place had been tightly surrounded by a group of men in black at the time. The situation escalated rapidly. It didn't take long for reporters to discover that the warehouse belonged to Stark Industries. Coupled with previous news about an unidentified flying object, every journalist seemed to descend upon Stark Tower like cats drawn to the scent of fish. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to call an emergency meeting to find a solution. After all, the incident involved classified information. If it leaked, never mind anything else, there was a very real chance Tony Stark could be kidnapped again. That day, while Carl was at home taking care of Sky, he received a call from Tony. "Hey, what made you think of calling me?" Carl greeted playfully. "You've been the absolute center of attention in the media these past few days. I figured you'd be way too busy for a chat." As he spoke, Carl held the phone in one hand and fed juice to Sky with the other. With both her arms broken, Sky couldn't move at all. Just then, Gwen walked in, took the glass bottle from Carl, and said, "Let me do it." Carl nodded and stood up to leave. After learning about Sky's serious injuries, Gwen had taken a leave of absence from school to come home. The school didn't object in the slightest. After all, even in MIT, Gwen's grades were among the best. Any school would grant special privileges to a top student like her. Sky had been in a coma at the hospital for 3 days. After she woke up, she was brought straight home, and the doctor's exams showed nothing out of the ordinary. Still, she now needed someone to help with her daily needs. Of course, Gwen stepped up willingly. After all, it was easier for one girl to help another. Was anyone really going to let Carl, a grown man, look after a young girl? Even if Carl were happy to do it, neither Gwen nor Sky would agree. No way would they let this scoundrel take advantage of the situation. In truth, Gwen and Sky were both well aware of each other's feelings for Carl. Yet, they chose to keep things unspoken, and Carl himself was so dense he hadn't noticed a thing, blissfully oblivious. For Sky, awakening her powers was in large part because of Carl. She didn't want him to get hurt. She wanted to fight by his side and be able to protect him at any moment. But as for Carl, even calling him dense was an understatement. He was practically a block of rotten wood. With eyes only for games and food, he was completely blind to the feelings Sky and Gwen harbored for him. These past few days have been driving me crazy. Don't those reporters have anything better to do? They camp out in front of Stark Tower in my house all day long. I'm planning to hold a press conference to deal with them, and I wanted to invite you to join me. Tony's voice came through on the phone. Carl thought this was exactly what he wanted, so he agreed without hesitation. After they settled the details, Tony hung up, and Carl returned to Sky's room. Was that Tony Stark just now? Gwen asked curiously. She had already heard from Sky about the whole Ironmonger incident, and had even scolded Carl for not telling her about something so big she could have come back to help. Or was it that Carl thought her abilities were too weak to be of any use? Of course, Carl wouldn't admit to that. He quickly explained that he didn't want her to fall behind in her studies. After all, she was the family's one and only academic star, and he couldn't let anything get in the way of that. Gwen just let out a cold huff and said no more, which Carl took as her accepting his explanation. He couldn't help but feel relieved to have dodged a bullet. By the way, Tony's holding a press conference tomorrow, and he wants me there. You all have to watch the live broadcast, because we're about to strike it rich. Carl was so excited he practically danced around the room. Tomorrow, he would become a wealthy man. Get rich? How does a press conference make you rich? Unless. Sky was puzzled at first, but then something clicked. That's right. Stark stock is about to skyrocket. When it does, we'll be swimming in money. Just wait and see. Carl burst out in a boisterous laugh, looking every bit the image of a newly minted tycoon. Gwen was just as thrilled. She'd listened to Carl and had Helen invest all their savings into Stark stock. At first, Helen thought Gwen had lost her mind and flatly refused. But in the end, after much cajoling from both Gwen and Carl, Helen finally relented. After all, they were comfortably middle class, debt-free, and if they lost everything, they could just move into Carl's apartment. He'd already set aside a place for them long ago. Now, with Stark stock about to soar, Helen would soon be counting her money until her hands cramped up. The thought of becoming fabulously wealthy kept Carl so excited that he barely slept a wink that night. The next morning, he stepped out of the house with dark circles under his eyes, startling the driver who'd come to pick him up. The poor guy thought Carl was some kind of night owl who'd been partying hard since dawn. The car soon pulled up in front of Stark Tower, where a throng of reporters was already gathered, their cameras and microphones at the ready, waiting eagerly for the press conference to begin. Carl's car drove straight into the parking garage, and from there, he took the elevator up to the conference hall. How do I look? At this moment, Pepper was helping Tony with his tie. Tony, as always, spoke with that playful tone, a self-assured grin spreading across his face despite the bandage still stuck to his cheek. Just then, Carl walked in, and Tony immediately strode over to greet him. Hey, how do I look? Don't I look way more handsome than you? Tony casually threw an arm around Carl's neck, his words as provoking as ever. I think you look way older than me, Carl shot back without missing a beat. The truth was, there was well over a decade between them. Tony's face darkened, and he pushed Carl away. You really are an annoying kid, you know that? Girls these days all go for my type, mature, charming older men. That's what you call charisma. Way better than a little brat like you, who hasn't even hit puberty. You don't know a thing. As the two bickered, Carlson walked over, holding out a small card to Tony. This is your speech. Just read what's written on it, he said. Tony glanced at it. The contents were hardly any different from before. A string of phrases about drills, tests, military secrets, the same tired lines he'd seen 100 times. He couldn't even remember the last time they'd changed the speech. It was always those same empty words, over and over. With a wave of reporters flooding in like a surging tide, the press conference officially began. Hey kid, aren't you coming up there with me? This is your big chance to share the stage with the one and only Tony Stark. After today, you're going to be famous, Tony whispered to Carl, a hint of boasting in his voice. No thanks. I have no desire to be the center of attention. You go ahead, Carl declined with a quick wave of his hand. Honestly, he just wanted to keep a low profile. Now that he was set for money, fame was nothing but trouble. TCH, give you an opportunity and you don't even know how to use it, Tony scoffed, strutting out like a peacock towards the podium that had been set up in advance. The moment Tony appeared, every reporter in the room simultaneously whipped out their cameras and voice recorders, all eager to hear how he'd explain himself. After all, high-definition videos of the incident were already circulating online, showing Iron Man and Ironmonger in crystal-clear detail. Analysts everywhere were dissecting the footage. As for what happened before, what I want to say is, Tony stared at Coulson's speech, momentarily lost in thought. Then, with a flourish, he tossed the speech aside. I'm Iron Man. The room erupted like a bomb had gone off. Cameras flashed wildly, capturing Tony's face from every angle. Across the internet, his words were already being replayed on endless loops. The reporters seemed almost crazed, and if not for the security holding them back, They looked ready to rush the stage and drag Tony away themselves. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the task. I am Iron Man. You have witnessed the birth of Iron Man and also the official beginning of the Marvel Universe. As a reward, you have received Behemoth's Zodiac Meteor. The system's voice echoed in Carl's mind, and with it came the reward. What surprised Carl was that this time, the reward turned out to be a skill. Hey, system, care to explain? I know what a Zodiac Meteor is, but why only give me a skill? Does this mean Behemoth isn't worthy of being a summoned beast? Carl wasn't particularly satisfied with the reward. Who was Behemoth, after all? The legendary Beastmaster, the nightmare of countless players from back in the day. Didn't he deserve a bit more gravitas? Ding, if the host is dissatisfied, you may choose to forfeit the reward. This system never forces you to accept. It's fine, system, carry on. Forget what I just said. That was just my other personality acting out. I've already managed to banish him. Once again, Carl chickened out, pinning the blame on his entirely imaginary second personality. Ding, the host's Zodiac Meteor skill allows you to summon a meteor from the sky. The size of the meteor varies according to the amount of magic you supply. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Now Carl had no complaints at all. Good grief, being able to control the size of the meteor? If you had enough magic, wouldn't one shot be enough to blow up the planet? Just call down an asteroid, wipe everyone out, and let's all go meet the king of hell together. And with a cooldown of 24 hours, strictly speaking, once a day, wasn't this just overpowered? When in doubt, just drop a meteor from the sky. As for those so-called Geruas, they're nothing but child's play compared to this. Ding, the system reminds the host not to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Do you really not have any sense of your own physical limitations? Does your magic even come close to supporting a Zodiac Meteor of that scale? The system interrupted Carl's daydream at just the right moment, delivering a metaphorical slap to snap him back to reality. Come on, system, can't you just cut to the chase and give me unlimited magic, so I can really show off? Carl started pouting like a little girl, nearly choking on last night's midnight snack. Ding, all rewards issued by this system are random, not selectable, and not customizable. Carl froze. So you're saying unlimited magic is actually one of the possible rewards? The system fell silent for a moment, then spoke up again. Ding, the system refuses to answer the host's question and rolls its eyes at you. Oh, come on, system. Are you rebelling now? Can't you tell who's in charge? Don't make me. Carl was truly at his wit's end with this damn system. He couldn't hit it, he couldn't out-argue it, and when he got too worked up, the system would just threaten to unbind itself. All Carl could do was surrender. All right, you win. You're impressive. You're so high and mighty. You're just incredible. He raised his middle finger at the empty air in front of him, which to onlookers looked very much like he was flipping off Tony Stark at the podium. Tony, who was currently being bombarded by a swarm of reporters, immediately noticed Carl's gesture. A wickedly clever idea flashed across Tony's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention for a moment? Aren't you dying to know who that mysterious swordsman riding the monstrous bird in the video is? He hadn't even finished speaking when the entire crowd of reporters froze, hanging on his every word. Meanwhile, Coulson, who'd been watching quietly from the sidelines, could only shake his head in exasperation. Tony admitting he was. Iron Man had already thrown SHLD's plans into chaos. If he went ahead and exposed Carl's identity, it would be absolute bedlam. What made things worse was that Carl couldn't be protected. Unlike Tony, who was surrounded by layers of classified security, Carl's background could be uncovered with a simple search. If anyone wanted to go after him or his family, it would be all too easy. Mother. Tony Stark is a real piece of work. Can't the man ever stop causing trouble? He's the walking definition of chaos. Far away at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was watching the circus of a press conference unfold live on screen. Agent Hill, I want you to immediately classify all files related to Carl as level 10, top secret. No one is to access any of it, understood? Without delay, Maria Hill began locking down every file connected to Carl and anyone associated with him, placing them in a vault so secure that only Nick Fury himself could access it. This wasn't Fury being overly cautious. Anyone linked to Carl was far from ordinary. His half-sister Gwen was none other than Ghost Spider, one of New York's two Spider People. The assistant at Devil May Cry agency had just awakened superpowers. His best friend was another Spider-Man, and his father was the chief of the NYPD. With so many secret identities tangled together, letting anyone get their hands on Carl's file would expose a whole web of people. Better to lock it all away for good. As Hill worked, Carl's information began vanishing from government databases at lightning speed, erasing every trace of his connection to George's family, as though Carl had never existed. Back at the press conference, Tony slowly raised his hand, and every reporter turned to look where he pointed. Carl, still caught in his defiant gesture, had no idea he'd become the center of everyone's attention. Click, click, click. Camera shutters snapped in rapid succession, capturing the moment for all to see. All the reporters kept snapping photos of Carl, who was frozen in that awkward pose. The relentless flashes made his eyes ache. What's going on? When Carl finally came to his senses, he realized Tony had completely sold him out. Time to get out of here, fast. Sensing trouble, Carl bolted from the spot like the wind, even using wind magic to vanish from Stark Tower at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Tony, you bastard. This isn't over between us. Not by a long shot. Carl's furious shout still echoed in the air, but he was already long gone. Huh, nice try, kid. When it comes to playing dirty, you're still a rookie next to Tony Stark. Although Carl escaped at lightning speed, the reporters still managed to capture clear shots of his face. In an instant, his image swept across New York like a gale. Is this the guy who rides that weird bird? How could he be so young? Wow, he looks our age. I wonder if I have a shot at being his girlfriend. Oof, just a show off. There are all kinds of people in this world. Do you really believe someone that young could be him? Almost immediately, heated discussions exploded online, and Carl's face was trending everywhere. Far away at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had no choice but to start cleaning up the online chatter. If things kept spreading, Carl's identity would surely be uncovered. Even if official investigations didn't turn anything up, neighbors or classmates might come forward on their own. Fury had to admit, even he did a decent job this time. The online buzz about Carl was quickly suppressed, and news about him stopped circulating. But as for those who'd already seen the story, there was nothing to be done. He couldn't just round them all up and erase their memories. By the time Carl stumbled back home, battered and frustrated, all traces of him online had already been wiped clean. The news outlets, as if by unspoken agreement, stopped reporting on Carl and shifted their focus to Tony. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. was pulling strings behind the scenes. That damn Tony. One day I'm going to get my revenge, just you wait. Carl plopped down on the sofa, fuming. Sky and Gwen, on the other hand, burst out laughing. After all, it was rare to see Carl taken down a peg. How could they not record this moment? Gwen had already stealthily pulled out her phone, snapping away to capture Carl's exasperated expression for posterity. As for the aftermath of the press conference, Carl couldn't have cared less anymore. The mission was complete, the reward was his, and he immediately switched into slacker mode, sprawling in the office chair like a puddle of melted goo. A month later, Sky's arm had fully healed. At first, they planned to go back to the hospital for a checkup, but Sky's remarkable recovery far exceeded expectations. The bones had mended at an astonishing rate. Once the brace was removed, Sky was instantly liberated. A month of immobile hands had forced her to experience life as someone with a broken arm. Everything returned to the way it used to be. When he was away at school in Boston, Tony spent his days tinkering with his suits in the lab, and Carl and Sky resumed their comfortably lazy routine. Life seemed to settle into an easy, pleasant rhythm. Ever since Tony announced to the world that he was Iron Man, Stark Industries stocks had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Investors scrambled to snatch up shares at a frenzied pace. Meanwhile, those who had sold off their stock earlier now regretted it so bitterly they could have thrown themselves off the Empire State Building. Each one beat their chest in remorse, cursing their own impulsive decision to sell. As for people like Carl, they made out like bandits, but such lucky souls were few and far between, a rare exception to the rule. With a mountain of Stark Industries stock in his portfolio, Carl had become a winner at life. As long as Tony didn't do anything catastrophically stupid, Carl could live the rest of his days without a care in the world. When Tony found out Carl was one of the company's shareholders, his face fell dramatically. He looked as if he'd like nothing more than to swallow Carl whole. True, Carl owned only the smallest share, barely enough to be at the bottom of the shareholder list, but it was still enough to grant him entry to the annual meeting. Carl would never forget the look of barely contained fury on Tony's face as he walked into that conference room. He'd even captured it all on his phone as a keepsake. Carl had absolutely zero interest in the shareholder meeting itself. He'd shown up purely to annoy Tony, paying no attention whatsoever to the proceedings and instead drifting off into a pleasant daydream. The moment the meeting ended, Tony cornered Carl, determined to buy back his shares, even offering several times their market value. But, as you might expect, Carl wasn't about to give up his stake so easily. I bought those shares fair and square. Why should I hand them over to you? He thought. By the time Carl left, Tony was so furious he nearly triggered a heart attack. He had to swap out his arc reactor for a new one just to keep going. He swore he could feel the shrapnel in his chest rattle with rage. Carl, on the other hand, promptly paid off the mortgage on his apartment and even gave Sky a generous raise. Sky was so overjoyed she practically flew into Carl's arms. Then, blushing furiously, threw him over her shoulder in a judo flip. She'd picked up that move from Gwen. Although Sky had her seismic powers, she had no real fighting skills, so Gwen had taken the time to teach her a trick or two, though Gwen herself relied mostly on agility and her uncanny spider sense in a fight. Fortunately, Natasha was still living in the apartment. She claimed she was on vacation, but in truth, she was still under orders from the big bald boss to keep an eye on Carl, though at least now, she didn't have to report in every single day. So whenever Natasha had some free time, she would step in as a martial arts coach for Sky and Gwen. Gwen already had a heavy academic workload, and now, with martial arts training added to her schedule, it was more than she cared to handle. Initially, she had no intention of learning from Natasha. But after Natasha took her down with just 3 moves, Gwen changed her mind. She was determined to master it. The way Natasha used her lethal scissors kick left Gwen wide-eyed with admiration. By day, Gwen attended classes, and by night, she would return via Chocobo space to train in martial arts. When exhaustion got the better of her, she would simply crash at the apartment. Her roommate, meanwhile, assumed Gwen had started dating someone and was spending nights away with her boyfriend, a scenario that's common enough at universities around the world. Time slipped quietly through their fingers. Ever since Carl had told Obadiah to go his own way, the agency hadn't received any worthwhile cases. There were a few assignments involving supernatural forces, but they all turned out to be empty threats, false alarms from clients convinced they were haunted by demons. When Carl first heard about them, he was uncharacteristically excited, preparing diligently. After all, he'd never seen what a real demon looked like. But, as it turned out, there were no demons at all. It was just the clients letting their imaginations run wild. None of it had the slightest connection to anything supernatural. In the end, Carl advised several clients that they should really just call the police. After all, these were murder cases. Honestly, even if it didn't go to the police, they'd be better off hiring a competent detective rather than Carl, who was half-baked. At best, he had no idea how to work a murder case. Sometimes, he barely had any logic to follow. Investigating cases? What a joke. And that was the end of it. Carl helped file police reports, then returned to the agency to wait things out, where he's been ever since. Because Gwen and Sky were busy with martial arts training, the agency was often left with just Carl alone. Well, Carl, and a Muggle who spent all day sleeping. No one knew if the Muggle was preparing to hibernate, but lately, it had been sleeping even more than usual. Whenever it was awake, it would wander the agency aimlessly, snuffling around. It was hard to tell if it was awake or simply sleepwalking. To give his eyes a break, Carl took to cuddling the Muggle in his arms. The moment he pulled that fluffy creature close, he could barely contain his inner fangirl. No wonder Sky loved holding it all the time. The Muggle, for its part, was clearly not a fan of Carl's embrace. It squirmed and wriggled, but Carl paid no mind. He simply held it firmly in place. In the end, the Muggle could only surrender to Carl's relentless grip. And so, man and Muggle endured together until nightfall. Eventually, unable to take it anymore, the Muggle gave Carl's head a sharp rap, then wobbled back to its cushion and promptly fell back asleep, its nose softly twitching. Carl glanced at the time and saw it was just about closing, so he prepared to shut the door. But to his surprise, an unexpected visitor arrived. Standing at the entrance was someone dressed in a red bodysuit, with a pair of cute little horns perched atop his head. It was none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Carl was taken aback. He hadn't expected this guy to show up here. "What brings you here? Come on in." Matt didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped right into the office. "This place is really decked out. Guess it lives up to its reputation as one of the top apartments in New York." Unlike most people, Matt didn't look around. After all, he couldn't see. "Have you mastered your echolocation?" Carl asked. The last time they'd worked together, Matt had already gotten the hang of echolocation, though. Not on such a large scale. Carl hadn't expected that in just a few months, Matt's range had grown enough to cover an entire apartment building. "More or less. I could just about make things out from the sound around me now." Matt took a seat, and Carl handed him a cup of tea. "So, you're alone today? I remember you had a little assistant, didn't you? You sure are well informed. She's still studying today. Studying combat, and I can sense something else. There's a power inside her that keeps sending out shockwaves." Daredevil truly lived up to his name. Losing his sight had only heightened his other senses to extraordinary levels. "You know even that." Carl was genuinely surprised, and not just because Matt had detected sky shockwaves, but because he'd figured it out purely by sensing. "She's using that power right now. Of course I can feel it. In a moment, you'll sense it too." No sooner had Matt finished speaking than a tremor rumbled up from the floor, as if someone was throwing a wild party in the basement. Carl understood instantly. Sky had gotten carried away, unleashing her shockwaves without even realizing it. Sure enough, before long, Sky and Gwen came trudging upstairs, both looking battered and covered in dust. Natasha didn't fare much better. Her usually sleek hair was full of dirt, and she kept rubbing her back. Clear sign she'd been through the ringer. Can't you three behave for once? Sooner or later, you're going to bring this whole place down. Sky, go up and explain things to everyone in each room, or the tenants will panic. And next time you're horsing around, try not to throw sand in each other's eyes. With Matt here, Carl sent Gwen and the others on their way. The three women didn't argue, though Natasha glanced at Matt in his bodysuit before leaving. That woman, she's with S.H.I.E.L.D., isn't she? Matt asked after Natasha had gone. You know her? Matt shook his head. No, I don't know her personally. I've only heard of her, the Black Widow of the Red Room, a double agent. People like that are best kept at arm's length. Carl replied with a casual shrug. Hey, I know her background. I'm well aware she approached me with a mission in mind. But so far, she hasn't done anything to harm me or anyone close to me. Most importantly, she's someone who values loyalty and feelings. That's enough for me. Carl shrugged again. Natasha had her own code of ethics and wouldn't blindly follow SHLD's orders. Even if she was assigned to keep an eye on him, she always stayed within reasonable boundaries and never crossed the line. That's why Carl felt pretty secure around Natasha. Matt didn't press the issue. If Carl had already weighed things for himself, there was no need for Matt to worry. All right, back to business. I actually came here today because I need your help. What's happened? Is it those hand ninjas again? Carl asked. Back when they were dealing with the mob, they'd run into hand ninjas led by Shin. Carl also knew that, besides Kingpin, the muscle-bound brute, the hand was Daredevil's greatest enemy, a bunch of fossil-eating relics clinging to the past. But Matt shook his head. No, it's not them. This time, it's even more serious. We've run into vampires. What did you say, vampires? Carl's voice shot up an octave in surprise. He honestly hadn't expected that vampires could actually exist in this world. Yes, vampires. Both I and the Punisher ran into them, 3 in total. We killed 2 and captured the 3rd alive. Right now, we've got him locked up in the safe house. At first, neither of us believed in vampires, but after killing those 2, we were convinced. They turned completely to ash when they died, not a trace left behind. Matt recounted the story. At first, when he saw a vampire feasting on blood, he thought it was just some lunatic who'd taken cosplay way too far. But he never imagined they'd come face to face with the real thing. That's why I'm here. I need your help. After interrogating the surviving vampire, we learned there's an underground bar in Hell's Kitchen that caters exclusively to blood drinkers. The Punisher and I plan to take it down. Matt calmly picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and the aroma lingered pleasantly in his mouth. No problem. When do we move? Carl agreed without hesitation. After all, Matt and Frank had helped him out plenty of times before. As friends, helping each other out was only natural. Tomorrow night, we'll meet at the same safe house as before. All right, I'll be there. With that, Matt slipped away, vanishing into the night as silently as a ghost. How long do you plan on eavesdropping? Carl turned his head and looked toward a shadowy corner of the room. Natasha's figure seemed to blend seamlessly into the darkness, but at Carl's prompting, she stepped out. Are there really vampires in this world? Natasha asked with curiosity. Despite her many years as an agent, this was the first she'd ever heard of vampires. She'd always thought they were nothing more than stories. There are, and they're all people with a lot of power and influence. If you want to know more, just ask your bald-headed director. He should be in the know. Carl curled his lip. It wasn't surprising that ordinary people were clueless about vampires, but someone like Nick Fury would definitely be aware. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. kept a copy of the ceasefire agreement between humans and vampires. Our director knows? I'll have to ask him about it. How would he keep something this interesting from me? Does he even want me to do my job properly? Natasha gave a small huff. She was determined to go question Nick Fury. Though, of course, as her superior, any questions would have to be couched in the form of a work report. There was no way she could ask directly. Whether your director wants you to do your job well, I can't say. But I do know you can report this matter to Nick Fury without hesitation. Why? Natasha felt Carl was acting out of character. Since when was he so forthcoming? You think Daredevil didn't notice you just now? It's not just you. Even the slightest disturbance nearby can't escape his senses. The only reason he didn't call you out was because he wants this information to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. through you. After all, the appearance of vampires threatens ordinary people's safety, and S.H.I.E.L.D. should get involved. If even Carl had noticed Natasha, then someone like Matt, with his extraordinary senses, would certainly have picked up on her. The fact that he didn't expose her meant he wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to be informed, especially since Matt knew Natasha's true identity. All right, I'll report to the director now, and take the opportunity to ask about these vampires. Natasha immediately returned to her apartment and activated a secure channel to contact Nick Fury. At that moment, Nick Fury wasn't resting either. As SHLD's top leader, his workload was never-ending. He was still working on his Avengers initiative. In his office, Nick Fury pulled up a series of electronic files. Besides Tony, the dossiers included Carl, Peter, Gwen, and Sky. In short, anyone connected to Carl was now under observation. Just then, Natasha's call came through, and Nick Fury answered right away. "What is it, Natasha?" "Director, Daredevil just came to find Carl and brought some news. There have been vampire sightings in Hell's Kitchen, and someone has already been killed." Natasha shed her usual playful charm, adopting a serious tone. What the hell do those bloodsuckers want? Do they eat the ceasefire agreement like it was a slice of pizza?" The moment vampires were mentioned, Nick Fury's temper flared. "Director, are you saying there really are vampires out there?" Nick Fury made no effort to hide the truth. If before he'd kept things under wraps to avoid complications, those complications had now grown into a full-blown mess. Hiding anything at this point was pointless. He gave Natasha a brief rundown of the old dealings with the vampires and how the ceasefire agreement came to be. Natasha was stunned. A ceasefire agreement with vampires? She couldn't wrap her head around the thought process of those high-ranking officials. What could they possibly have been thinking, making peace with vampires? It sounded utterly ridiculous. Back then, Fury was just another agent, without any real say in the matter. In fact, he had always been firmly in favor of wiping out the vampires. Creatures that defied the laws of nature simply had no place in the world. And, to be fair, Fury's viewpoint wasn't wrong. Humanity had been on Earth for millions of years, rising from prey to the top of the food chain. The idea that another species could suddenly appear above humans, feeding exclusively on them, was simply intolerable. Vampires shattered that natural order. They didn't just sit at the top of the food chain. They preyed solely on humans. That was something humanity could never accept. So, in truth, Fury's view was the rational one. Back when the agreement was signed, Fury had been just a low-level agent, with no say in the matter. But now, things were different. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had the clout to intervene in the brewing war between humans and vampires. So, after hanging up on Natasha, he immediately dialed another number. "What is it?" A raspy, deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Did you have Daredevil tell me about the vampires?" Fury asked, his tone sharp. Thanks to Natasha's account, Fury had pieced together the whole story. Daredevil had really gone to Carl for help, but those words weren't meant for Carl alone. There was a good chance Daredevil had said them specifically so Natasha would overhear and pass them along to Fury. "You're as cunning as ever." You guessed right, that message was for you. The appearance of those blood-sucking pests is a violation of the agreement. Since war has already broken out, we might as well seize this chance to wipe them out once and for all. I believe you have the power to do it now. Meanwhile, in a pitch-dark room surrounded by weapons and ammunition, a man dressed in a black uniform with a white skull emblazoned on his chest was making a phone call. It was none other than Frank, the Punisher, and the person he was speaking to was Nick Fury. This course of action had only been decided after Frank discussed it with Matt. After all, when it came to matters involving vampires, it was no longer something the two of them could handle on their own. Matt might not have known the inside story, but Frank did. As a former top-level agent, he was privy to the truth about the vampires. That was why he and Matt came up with this plan, to bring in the authorities and have them intervene. But it couldn't just be any official agency. It had to be the hardliners, not those who wanted to coexist with vampires. They needed people who were committed to wiping vampires out completely. And Nick Fury fit that description perfectly. As the saying goes, Nick Fury once had neither power nor influence. He was just a low-level field agent. But now things were different. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a global organization directly authorized by the World Security Council, he not only had every reason, but also the strength to deal with such matters. "What's your plan?" Nick Fury asked, tacitly acknowledging Frank's actions. Frank gave a wry smile. "You really haven't changed at all, Nick Fury. You're the same as ever." "No, I'm nothing like I used to be," Nick Fury countered. "We're not talking about the same thing. I'm sure you're still your old self, deep down." Nick Fury fell silent, and the two sat in wordless understanding. "I interrogated one of the vampires and learned they have a hideout in Hell's Kitchen. I'm planning to take it down and draw these bloodsuckers out of hiding." Frank volunteered. He was never much of a talker, especially after losing his wife and daughter. Tonight, he'd spoken more than he typically did in a week. "What do you need me to do?" "Keep the police from interfering, handle cleanup afterward, and cover for you, is that it?" Nick Fury saw right through him. As an official organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be seen breaking the truce first. After all, vampires were a minority, and if the authorities made a move, it would mean open war. No one in power wanted that. So Nick Fury could only help from the shadows while maintaining a neutral front. The Punisher chuckled softly and said no more. The two men, once colleagues, understood each other perfectly without needing to spell things out. Nick Fury pressed for details. The Punisher rattled off an address and added, "We can't be certain yet. The operation will be tomorrow night. I'll send a signal once everything is confirmed." With that, the call ended. Both men hung up at the same time, each knowing exactly what came next. Call Coulson and Barton in. He pressed a button on the phone. Moments later, Coulson and Hawkeye entered the office. "There's a mission tomorrow night, right in Hell's Kitchen. I need the two of you to lead the team." Nick Fury glanced at the pair, then continued. "This mission is strictly confidential. You can't breathe a word to anyone. Set up an ambush at this location and wait for the signal before making your move." Coulson and Barton took a look at the map. They both recognized the spot and silently committed it to memory. "I'll need you to handle the aftermath. Don't let anyone get close to that area, not even the police." Fury went on, knowing that the fewer people in the loop, the less likely word would leak out. The longer they could keep this under wraps, the better their chances of rounding up the vampires before anyone caught on. Coulson and Barton nodded in unison. Neither pressed for more details. Since it was a classified operation, the less they knew, the better. Fury waved them off to make preparations, then sat alone in his chair, deep in thought. The old-fashioned pager was still sitting on his desk. The night passed quietly. The next day, Carl opened up his agency as usual. Skye had no hand-to-hand training scheduled, so she sat in the office with Carl. "Where's Natasha?" "No training today," Carl asked, curious. Skye usually trained all day long. "She said she had a mission and took off," Skye replied, eyes glued to her computer screen. "What's got you so captivated?" Carl scooted over to take a look. He saw that Skye was reading the news, and the headline was impossible to miss. "Mysterious creatures spotted at night. 2 found dead, drained of blood. Are vampires mere legend? Or do they really exist? What kind of sensationalist nonsense is this?" Carl muttered. The article read more like fiction than journalism. Pure clickbait. "Do you think vampires are real?" Skye asked, treating the article like a short story. She had to admit, the writing was gripping. It had her hooked in an instant. "Want to find out?" Yeah. Skye nodded wildly. "All right, I'll take you to see for yourself tonight." "Are you serious?" Skye shot to her feet in excitement, nearly knocking over her laptop. "Hold your horses. You can come, but only if you agree to a few conditions." "No problem. Name as many as you want." Skye sat back down, eager. "First, stay safe. Second, follow every order. Tonight, it's not just you and me. There'll be 2 others with us. Third, don't get scared. TCH, come on. How could someone like me, someone with superpowers, be scared of a vampire? What a joke." No sooner had Skye finished boasting confidently than her tone suddenly shifted. Are vampires really as terrifying as they are in the stories?" In those tales, vampires were always described as humanoid bats, bearing their fangs, with demonic wings unfurled as they swooped through the air. Skye had always imagined that's exactly what a vampire should look like. "You'll see for yourself when the time comes." Carl kept her guessing, not spilling the secret. In the Marvel world, vampires didn't look much different from ordinary people, except for those artificially bred ones, like Nomak, the one from Blade 2 whose jaw could split open. He was a vampire variant who could feed on both humans and vampires. The day slipped by in a blur of excitement for Skye. She spent hours reading everything she could find about vampires, poring over articles and even scientific papers, determined to understand them fully. She even looked up what vampires were afraid of. The answers were almost always the same: sunlight, garlic, crosses, those well-known classic weaknesses. But the truth was a bit more nuanced. Garlic could slow a vampire's healing and block the flow of their virus, acting like a slow-acting poison, but would take a lot of garlic to have any real effect. Then there were silver and sunlight, more specifically pure silver and ultraviolet rays. Both could burn a vampire's body, but sunlight was far more lethal. While they were chatting, Matt called. He said to meet up at the safe house. Carl, not wasting any time, took Skye and hurried over. Thanks to her recent training, Skye had become much more skilled at controlling her seismic powers, able to rein in her strength so it didn't backfire on her. Still, she couldn't unleash her full power just yet. Meanwhile, Carl was having a headache over the vibranium situation. The main problem was that he simply couldn't get in touch with anyone who had access to it. That Wakandan trader was as slippery as an eel, impossible to track down. If all else failed, Carl figured he might have to ask Tony for help. After all, if anyone had the right connections, it was Tony. Before long, they reached Hell's Kitchen. Skye knew the area like the back of her hand. She'd pulled off plenty of thefts here and had tangled with more than a few small-time crooks. When they arrived at the safe house, Matt and Frank were already waiting. Matt sat quietly to the side, while Frank was methodically cleaning his weapons, utterly unfazed by anything around him. The place was piled high with every kind of weapon imaginable. There was even a shoulder-fired anti-tank missile. It looked like a mobile armory. Skye was stunned the moment she walked in. For a second, She wondered if Frank was some kind of terrorist. His arsenal was so extravagant, it was almost terrifying. Even most terrorists didn't have this kind of firepower. You brought a girl with you? Frank glanced at Sky and asked. Sky is my assistant. She's got superpowers. She'll definitely be useful. This gentleman is the Punisher, and that's Daredevil. Sky's mouth immediately formed a perfect O. The reputations of the Punisher and Daredevil in Hell's Kitchen were legendary, especially the Punisher, who left chaos in his wake wherever he went. Nothing and no one ever made it out unscathed. Everything was smashed to pieces. There are backup for tonight? You actually know the Punisher and Daredevil. Sky instantly turned into a fangirl, practically itching to ask Frank and Matt for autographs. You got that backwards, kid. Actually, you two are helping us. Daredevil stowed away his batons, his crimson suit melting into the shadows of the night. Wow, that's seriously cool. Sky reached out, curious about the fabric of Matt's suit. How could something so red blend so well with the darkness? Why don't you introduce your powers? Vampires aren't ordinary targets. I need to know you can at least handle yourself. Frank's voice was low and gravelly. Oh, sure. Sky stepped in front of Frank, then reached out and tapped the handgun in his grip. The instant her fingertip touched the weapon, an invisible vibration pulsed from her hand. In a split second, Frank's gun fell apart, crumbling into useless pieces. Frank was speechless. Of all things, did she really have to use his gun to show off? That gun cost me $500. His face blank, Frank stared coldly at Sky. What? That little pistol cost $500? Are you some kind of bandit? Sky couldn't believe a casual demonstration just destroyed something worth $500. What kind of gun was that? Made of gold? Frank couldn't be bothered to explain. He just held his hand out to Carl for the cash. He'd better pay up, or Frank might just shoot him. Carl rolled his eyes. I don't have it on me. I'll wire it to you later, all right? And could you stop looking at me like that? You're giving me the creeps. Frank's stare was the gaze of the dead, utterly cold, devoid of any warmth, just like the man himself. Time's up. Let's move. Matt ran his fingers over the little clock on the table, a special model for the visually impaired, designed to tell time by touch. Frank packed his gear and slung his weapon bag over his shoulder. The other three traveled light, needing no special preparation. They slipped quietly to the location the vampire had mentioned. The area was eerily still. Nothing suggested there was a nightclub here at all. Is this really the right address? Where's the nightclub? This looks like a frozen food warehouse. Sky gazed at the only shop not far away with its lights still on. The glaring sign read, Frozen Meat Warehouse. Was this supposed to be a nightclub? Or were the frozen slabs of meat planning to throw a party? Carl took one look and was sure they'd found the right place. This was exactly the spot from the opening of Blade, the nightclub crawling with vampires where that female vampire brought her human lackey. This should be it. That vampire only coughed up this address right before dying, he said. Frank's face was expressionless. He was confident in his interrogation skills. Nobody lasted long against his methods, not even vampires. This has to be the place. It's noisy inside, and the music is terrible, he added. Matt felt the pulsing waves of sound. Through their vibrations, everything around him was outlined in his mind, mapped in lines and contours. Why don't we just go in and see for ourselves, he suggested. Frank chambered a round into his gun, intent on going straight in. Shouldn't we be worried about alerting them? Sky was new to field work, and in her mind, wasn't this the kind of moment where you'd sneak in quietly? We're not vampires. There's no way we could blend in. If we're going in, it'll have to be by force, Frank replied. Hit a point. The four of them were human. One whiff, and the vampires would know. Not necessarily. If it's all vampires in there, wouldn't four humans strolling and be like delivering dinner? Who'd turn down a meal delivered to? Their door. Sky's reasoning was oddly creative. If humans were vampire food, what vampire could resist fresh prey walking into their own accord? Good thinking. Carl gave her a thumbs up. Just then, a convertible pulled up in front of the frozen meat shop. Out stepped a man and a woman. The very same female vampire and her hapless human lackey from the movie. We'll move when they go in, Matt said. He'd overheard their conversation with the burly doorman and knew the lackey was human. Sure enough, after a brief exchange with the doorman, the pair slipped into the back of the shop. The four of them immediately followed, stopping at the shop's entrance. What are you? The doorman didn't even finish his sentence. With a swift move, Matt took him down. The man's throat seized, leaving him unable to make sound. At the same time, Frank drove his knife into the doorman's thigh. Blood gushed out, bright and vivid. This guy's a vampire? Frank was taken aback. In a vampire-run nightclub, the security was human? Carl quickly searched the man, finally discovering a strange tattoo behind his ear, a symbol of some sort. This guy's a Hagwai, he announced. A Hagwai? What's that? The other three exchanged bewildered glances, completely in the dark. Carl explained. Hague are humans who willingly serve vampires, hoping that one day they'll be turned into vampires themselves. In a sense, they're like traitors to their own kind. There's actually such a thing? People really want to become vampires of their own accord? What's wrong with this world? Frank and Matt took the news in stride, but Sky was floored, her shock plain as day. The idea that anyone would chase after becoming something as monstrous as a vampire seemed utterly unbelievable to her. There are quite a few people like that, actually. Since they work for vampires, the Hague all have special tattoos on their bodies, a way to show which vampire faction they belong to. Carl pointed to the tattoo on the back of the fat man's neck. People like that are just wasting air by being alive. Without another word, Frank drew his knife and slit the fat man's throat. The motion was swift and clean, no hesitation at all. The man didn't even have time to blink before his life ended, his dream of becoming a vampire dying with him. I honestly can't see what's so great about vampires. Why would anyone want to become one? Strangely, Sky didn't bat an eye at Frank's killing. She looked at the fat man's corpse with casual indifference, as if seeing a dead body was no big deal. Doesn't witnessing something like this make you want to say anything? Carl looked at Sky, curiosity piqued. She was staring straight at the corpse, unflinching. Wasn't that a little odd? What's there to say? It's not like I haven't seen things like this before. I've watched plenty of gang fights, seen people stabbing each other with knives. One dead body is hardly surprising. Sky spoke as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Even Frank, notorious for his ruthlessness, gave her a sideways glance. This girl was tougher than she looked. Carl rolled his eyes. Apparently, he'd been overly sentimental. He'd never pried too much into Sky's past, only knew it hadn't been easy. But he hadn't realized she'd experienced gang wars firsthand. No wonder you know Hell's Kitchen so well, Carl remarked, remembering how effortlessly Sky had navigated the neighborhood earlier. Of course, I've spent a long time surviving in this area, Sky said, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. She almost missed those old days, even if they weren't exactly happy times. All right, let's head inside. These Hague aren't good people. They're sellouts to the vampires. They don't deserve any better. Matt's voice was cold. Even though he usually adhered to a strict no-kill code, there was some room for flexibility, especially since, in his mind, vampires weren't even human. Matt really knew how to bend the rules to their breaking point. The four of them made their way through the refrigerated warehouse, passing row after row of hanging pork carcasses. Beneath a hidden door, heavy metal music pounded out, muffled but unmistakable. This must be the place, someone said. Frank opened the door. The dim light behind it revealed only vague silhouettes, leaving everything else shrouded in darkness. The four of them slipped in one after another. Sky stayed close behind Carl, her fists clenched tight. The tension in her was obvious, and faint ripples of energy shimmered around her hands. Relax. Be careful you don't lose control and shatter this place, Carl said, gently taking Sky's hand. At his touch, the vibrations faded instantly, and Sky seemed to calm down quite a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's indulge ourselves and savor this feast. Are you ready? On the raised stage, a DJ in full flamboyant costume shouted with wild enthusiasm. The crowd on the dance floor erupted in response, bodies writhing with even more abandon. Some were swept away by the moment, openly engaging in heated encounters. Carl could hardly bear to look. Perhaps it was his inherently reserved nature, rooted in his Chinese upbringing, that made him uncomfortable with such uninhibited displays of primal instinct in public. Sky felt the same. As a young woman, the scene unsettled her, so she chose simply to avert her gaze. Suddenly, the fire sprinklers overhead erupted, drenching the crowd in a scarlet liquid. The air was instantly filled with a pungent, metallic scent. A guttural roar burst from the crowd. The people on the dance floor transformed in an instant, wildness flaring in their eyes as sharp fangs bared. They reveled in the blood-red downpour, faces upturned in grotesque delight. Matt's brow furrowed. His keen sense of smell made the scent of blood overwhelming, so sharp it stung his lungs and made breathing difficult. Is this all blood? Sky, feeling the sticky liquid running over her head, had to fight the urge to retch. She wasn't afraid of violence, but being doused in blood, especially human blood, was almost unbearable. Yes, human blood, too, Matt replied, his voice suddenly cold, anger simmering beneath the surface. To supply such a volume, these vampires must have killed countless people. Humans, there are humans here. At that moment, a vampire caught their scent and darted over, sniffing the air. The unmistakable aroma of humanity hit its senses. The cry brought everything to a halt. The music stopped, the dancers froze, even the DJ fell silent. Now, Frank barked the order, whipping out the shotgun slung across his back. He fired a single shot, blasting the shouting vampire. The silver-coated bullet tore through the vampire, and in an instant, the creature ignited from within, collapsing into ash. A furious roar erupted. In a heartbeat, dozens of vampires surged toward the four, razor-sharp claws slashing through the air like blades. The ultimate divine weapon flashed into Carl's hand, its blade slicing through the nearest vampires with a gust of sword energy. The force didn't dissipate, but exploded amidst the crowd, cutting down several more vampires where they stood. With a low shout, Carl summoned countless green eagle talons before him, and within a meter's range, blood sprayed in every direction. The eagle talons, like a frenzied meat grinder, ruthlessly harvested the lives of the vampires. Unlike those struck by silver bullets, Carl's magic could also harm vampires, though it didn't set them ablaze. Instead, it made the scene even more gruesome. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, several vampires exploded without warning. Their flesh burst apart like overfilled balloons, scattering violently in all directions. Ripples shimmered across Sky's hands, distorting the air around her, as if reality itself were being shaken apart. TSK, TSK. This little girl is downright brutal. Frank couldn't help but marvel. All he did was blast the vampires into a bloody mess with his guns. Yet this slip of a girl could blow one apart with a single punch. It was simply outrageous. Silver-plated bullets found their mark every time, and Frank unleashed carnage in the throng. Not far off, Matt relied on his keen senses to weave through the vampires. With every pass, he claimed another life without mercy. At some point, a gleaming, razor-sharp blade sprang from his baton. Each swing was deadly, never failing to take down a foe. The four of them cut through the horde of vampires as mercilessly as farmers reaping wheat. None of the vampires nearby were even a match for them. Just then, a towering, wild-haired vampire suddenly lunged out, charging straight at Sky's unprotected back. She didn't notice the danger closing in. "Sky, behind you!" Carl shouted, and in that instant, a green eagle talon materialized before him, slashing fiercely at the onrushing vampire. The vampire was just about to sink its teeth into Sky when the talon struck first. In a flash, the green energy enveloped the attacker, and with a tremendous force, it yanked the vampire toward Carl before it could even struggle. With a single decisive stroke, the ultimate divine blade sliced the vampire clean in two, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The wound was so smooth it didn't even bleed, gleaming and pristine as a mirror. Only then did Sky turn around, her heart still racing as she glanced at Carl. If she'd been bitten just now, she would have met her end right here. The close call put Sky on high alert. She realized she needed to keep her eyes and ears open at all times, and, most importantly, learn to hold back her strength. Natasha's combat lessons flashed through her mind in an instant. It was true. Nothing tests your skills like real combat. Suddenly, Sky understood everything Natasha had taught her. Making the knowledge her own, she'd truly mastered it in a single leap. Carl spun around and struck down another vampire with his sword. But then, a sudden change occurred. There was one more person fighting among the vampires now. Seeing that nimble figure with a sword strapped across his back, Carl immediately recognized the arrival of the blade. Frank and Matt noticed him at the same moment. When it came to killing vampires, this newcomer showed absolutely no mercy, and was even more adept than they were, wielding an impressive array of weapons. Suddenly, Blade pulled out a gun and aimed it squarely at Carl. Without hesitation, Carl raised the Punisher to point at Blade in return. The two men faced off, each holding the other in their sights, as if about to duel. Witnessing this tense standoff, Sky let out a cry, desperate to stop them. But before she could even finish her shout, both Blade and Carl fired at the same instant. Silver and blue bullets streaked through the air, flying toward their apparent targets in the blink of an eye. Frank, seeing the exchange, immediately charged at Blade. He didn't know who Blade was, and assumed this stranger might be a threat to Carl. But the bullets merely grazed Carl's and Blade's cheeks, whistling past to strike the vampires lurking behind them with deadly precision. Blade glanced over his shoulder, then looked back at Carl, who flashed him a wry smile. Without a word, both men turned and unleashed carnage on the vampires surrounding them. Frank let out a breath of relief. If Blade had truly meant to harm Carl, there would have been no way to stop him in time. Thank goodness Carl was unharmed. With the Punisher in his grasp, Carl seemed like a god of war descending into battle. Every shot he fired dropped a vampire instantly. His firepower was so overwhelming that even Frank's shotgun paled in comparison. With each pull of the trigger, a vampire's wound would explode open. Sometimes, a single well-placed shot could cleave a vampire clean in half. This was Carl's first time wielding the Punisher, and he hadn't expected it to pack such a punch. With a weapon like this, who would ever bother with close combat again? So, with an ultimate weapon in one hand and the Punisher in the other, Carl began his own slaughter. Any vampire that dared get close was dispatched with a single sword strike, while those at a distance were picked off one by one with flawless shots. The Punisher's striking design and the metallic ring of its gunfire made Carl even more enamored with it. In that moment, he felt almost possessed by the spirit of Marshal Kirasmarian himself. He just lacked the uniform and a half-mask to complete the image. At last, as Sky smashed the final vampire with a single punch, the entire nightclub fell silent and eerily empty. Every vampire had turned to drifting ashes. Only a handful of humans and endless pools of blood remained on the scene. "Kid, where'd you find this little lady?" "She's just my type," Frank said to Carl. Sky's fighting style, brutal and wild, reminded Frank of his own, and he looked at her with newfound respect. "Don't get any ideas. She's not usually like this. Maybe she just got a little too excited her first time out, or maybe her powers have shaped the way she fights," Carl quickly replied, waving his hands in protest. Good grief. If Sky ended up like Frank, she'd become a female version of a serial killer. The very thought sent a chill down Carl's spine. "You mean that vibration power? It's quite impressive. I think if it's developed well, it could become extremely powerful." Frank had a keen eye. He hit the nail on the head by pointing out Sky's potential. Carl nodded in agreement. If Sky could fully harness her ability, shattering a star would not be out of the question, assuming her body could withstand it. Meanwhile, Blade had somehow dragged over a blood-soaked man, and without hesitation, he pinned him to the wall with a silver spike. The four of them immediately gathered around Blade. To their surprise, the person pinned to the wall was a vampire. Smoke curled from the wound where the silver spike pierced him, accompanied by a harsh, sizzling sound as his flesh burned. "Quinn, tell me, where is Deacon Frost?" Blade drew a dagger and drove it straight into Quinn's thigh. "Ah, damn Daywalker. I'll die before I tell you anything." Quinn howled in pain, but even then, he clenched his teeth, refusing to reveal a thing. Blade wasted no words. He stabbed Quinn again, this time in the chest. The burning, corrosive sound intensified, and Quinn screamed even louder. "I'm asking you one last time. Where is Deacon Frost?" Blade leaned in close, fixing Quinn with a cold, unblinking stare. "You'll never get a word out of me." Quinn spat a mouthful of blood right into Blade's face, and then burst into manic laughter. "Then you're of no use to me." Blade turned away, grabbed a can of gasoline, and doused Quinn from head to toe. Without a second thought, he tossed a lighter. Flames erupted, engulfing Quinn in an instant. Fire swept over his body, and his skin visibly turned to blackened charcoal. Blade didn't spare a glance for the burning Quinn. Instead, he turned his attention to Carl and the others behind him. "Who are you?" Blade asked, his eyes wary. Though Carl and his companions were clearly hunting vampires as well, Blade couldn't rule out the possibility that they were lackeys for a rival vampire faction. Such infighting was all too common among their kind. "We're here to hunt vampires, and you," Frank began, stepping forward. He felt a natural wariness toward Blade. Something about him radiated danger, not unlike the vampires themselves. Blade sensed Frank's caution and, paradoxically, felt a bit more at ease. He could tell these people were human, not vampires. "I'm a vampire hunter. They call me Blade." He introduced himself, extending a hand as a gesture of goodwill. Frank relaxed a little and shook Blade's hand. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Blade frowned, surprised that the police had arrived so quickly. Frank frowned as well. He hadn't sent any signal. How had the police found out about this? "This isn't the time to talk. Let's get out of here first." Matt, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. He was just as curious about this man called Blade, but now was not the moment for questions. "Follow me." Blade turned and headed toward a corner. Carl and the others fell in behind him, leaving the nightclub through an air vent. But it wasn't just them. Outside, even Coulson and Barton, who had been waiting on standby, were completely bewildered. What on earth was going on? Had the police become this efficient? The gunshots had barely sounded, and yet the cops were already on the scene. Was this really Hell's Kitchen? Without missing a beat, Coulson strode over to the police cars, flashing his shield credentials. "I'm Agent Coulson. Who's in charge here?" After some negotiation, the police officers withdrew. Their response had been for nothing, really. SHLD's authority far exceeded that of any local police department. They had jurisdiction across the entire United States, their power towering above the regular police. Coulson managed to get some information from the lead officer. Apparently, someone had called in the incident, and not just anyone, but someone with enough clout to prompt such a rapid response, especially in Hell's Kitchen, a place infamous as a haven for crime. Coulson suspected there had been a leak, but had no idea yet who was behind it. He immediately called Nick Fury. "Director, there's been a leak. The police somehow caught wind of the situation. I've already made them leave. Coulson reported honestly. Mother. Idiots, every last one of them. Fury's trademark expletive burst out before he continued. Understood. Pull your team out. Leave it to those foolish cops to sort out. After hanging up, Coulson couldn't help but feel frustrated. This mission had been a total waste, staying up half the night only to have the operation scrapped at the last minute. Pack it up. The director wants us out. With heavy hearts, the team began to withdraw. Meanwhile, Carl and his group followed Blade out of the nightclub and made their way to a warehouse, one of Blade's hideouts. It's safe here. I need to exchange some information with you. Blade sat down on a battered, old sofa. It was easy to tell the warehouse had once been a small factory. The place was filled with machines for working metal. Everyone introduced themselves and explained the whole story leading up to this night. So you found this place thanks to what that vampire told you. What happened to the vampire? He didn't make it. He's dead, Frank replied grimly. The vampire had met his end under Frank's interrogation. Blade nodded, then shared what he knew. It turned out he had been searching for the leader of the vampires all along, and that leader was Deacon Frost. He had trailed a vampire named Quinn here to this nightclub. Quinn, who was Deacon Frost's right-hand man. If he followed Quinn, he would eventually find Deacon Frost. What happened after that, everyone already knew. Now the trail had gone cold, and finding Deacon Frost would not be easy anymore. Blade couldn't help but feel agitated. He was unwilling to give up. After chasing Deacon Frost for so long, he had finally gotten a lead, and now it had slipped away again. That might not be the case. Carl spoke up at that moment. He knew that Quinn wasn't actually dead. In fact, Quinn had risen in the hospital morgue, killed a medical examiner, and even attacked the female lead. What do you mean? A glimmer of hope flickered in Blade's eyes. Quinn isn't dead. He's still at the hospital. It's best if we go there right now. Hearing this, Blade immediately stood up, ready to head to the hospital. But he didn't know which hospital it was, so all he could do was sigh in frustration. Kyle noticed Blade's disappointment. He didn't know the hospital either, but that's what Skye was here for. This was just the kind of small task she could handle with just a few keystrokes. I need a computer. Hope reignited in Blade's eyes. He dragged a computer over from the corner. It looked like a military-grade device, the kind that came in a rugged green case. Skye, it's up to you now. Find out which hospital Quinn was taken to. No problem. Skye got to work at once. She first hacked into the NYPD's backend, found the earlier police report and the dispatch center's automatic backup, and quickly pinpointed the hospital's address. That's it. It's right in Hell's Kitchen. Skye read out the address. This was the largest hospital in Hell's Kitchen, and the only one equipped with the forensic facilities they would need. From start to finish, Skye took less than 10 minutes. Her hacking skills left Blade genuinely impressed. She was far better than his old partner. Without delay, they all headed to the hospital where Quinn was being held. Blade, relying on his keen vampire senses, quickly located the floor where Quinn was. When they reached the door to the morgue, a blackened figure suddenly burst out, a charred, burnt body, unmistakably the reanimated Quinn. Without a word, Blade hurled a throwing knife. The blade flashed through the air and severed one of Quinn's hands. Ignoring the pain, Quinn smashed through a window and leapt out. It was the 11th floor. Even Blade couldn't jump from that height unscathed. It can only be said that Blade's bloodline has not fully awakened yet. He's nowhere near the level where he could go toe-to-toe with Dracula like he will in the future. With a low growl, Blade slammed his fist down, smashing the windowsill to splinters. Someone's hurt over here. A shout rang out from somewhere, snapping Blade out of his fury and drawing him toward the morgue. Inside, the medical examiner was already dead, his neck all but torn in half. The wound was ghastly pale, drained of all color. It was obvious not a drop of blood remained. Another doctor, a woman, was clutching her neck, gasping desperately for breath. Blade rushed over to check on her. He saw that she'd also been bitten, but since she was still alive, it meant she was already infected. Sooner or later, she'd turn into a vampire. Frank immediately drew his gun, ready to end it now. Killing her before she turned would be far easier than after. Blade stopped him. Don't shoot. She can still be saved. I'll take her back with me. The usually cold-blooded Blade showed a rare moment of tenderness. In the woman's face, he saw the shadow of his own mother, a resemblance that stirred a hint of compassion in his heart. Blade had never actually seen his mother in person. Everything he knew came from a single photograph. She had been bitten by a vampire while pregnant, and later gave birth to Blade, the only being who was half human, half vampire. After the group split up, Blade took the woman back to his safe house. The others went their separate ways, but not before exchanging contact information with Blade. After all, they shared a common enemy, the vampires. Back at the agency, Carl and Skye finally got some sleep. It was nearly dawn by then. The next day passed quietly, and it wasn't until nightfall that Carl received a call from Matt. Blade had reached out, saying he'd found a lead on the vampires. There was a blood factory in Hell's Kitchen, and Blade was planning to take it down. He wanted their help. They all regrouped at Blade's warehouse, just as they had before. "How's the woman, doctor?" Sky asked, worried she might have turned. After all, she was still a living, breathing person. "She's fine now," Blade replied. "I gave her a shot of garlic extract. Turns out she's an expert in hematology. Right now, she's working on a serum for vampire blood." Sky finally let out a sigh of relief. Under cover of darkness, the group made their way to the blood factory. From the outside, it looked like a massive warehouse, ringed with state-of-the-art surveillance and armed guards patrolling around the clock. "I say we just storm the place," Frank suggested. "We're after Deacon Frost anyway. If we make enough noise, he'll have no choice but to show himself." Frank's analysis was sharp. Deacon Frost was lurking in the shadows, while they were out in the open. The best way to flush him out was to make a scene and force him to confront them. Blade agreed with Frank's assessment. Based on what he knew about Deacon Frost, that guy was arrogant and self-obsessed with absolute confidence in his own strength. Once he found out his blood factory had been destroyed, he would definitely choose to strike back proactively. The group strode straight toward the blood factory, making no attempt to conceal themselves. "Who goes there?" The security guards spotted them immediately. In truth, it would have been hard not to notice. A handful of people suddenly appearing in this empty area. Anyone who wasn't blind could see them. Frank was the first to act. He fired a shot, taking down one of the guards. The man didn't disintegrate into ash like a vampire, but instead collapsed stiffly to the ground, a crimson bullet hole in his forehead, brain matter spilling out and pooling on the floor. "Damn it, it's one of those damned Harker gang. These bastards really are everywhere." Frank cursed under his breath. He had no fondness for the Harker gang at all. In his eyes, they weren't even human anymore, just a pack of society's rejects, a worthless bunch of scum. As soon as the first body hit the ground, the surrounding Harker thugs immediately opened fire in retaliation. Their firepower was clearly far superior to what Carl's group could muster. Carl's weapon, the Judicator, was useless against ordinary people, so it was ineffective against the Harker gang. And Sky hadn't yet learned to release her shockwaves at a distance, which meant they'd suddenly lost 2 fighters right off the bat. Carl considered the situation for a moment, then quickly produced his chocobo whistle. It was time for Onion to shine, not to use him as a bullet shield, but to take him up into the sky, so he could attack the Harker gang from above. He blew the whistle, and Onion emerged from the chocobo realm. Carl handed him a Zacher herb. As soon as Onion ate it, his battle spirit surged. He pawed at the ground, wild with energy. Carl swung onto Onion's back, and at once the bird shot into the sky. Blade stared, momentarily stunned, to see Carl riding Onion. He never would have imagined that a strange bird, with stubby wings and the look of an ostrich, could actually take flight. In fact, aside from Sky, Matt and Frank were just as dumbfounded. This was their first time seeing Onion as well. Soaring above, Carl drew his ultimate divine blade, green energy gathering along the edge. He slashed forward, sending a gale roaring ahead. The wind swirled and coalesced, forming a tornado in an instant. With a thought, Carl directed the tornado to sweep down upon the Harker gang. The reason Carl had chosen to ascend into the air was to better conceal himself. After all, visibility on the ground is different from visibility in the night sky. With fewer reference points, one silhouette is much harder to spot up above. That's why it's so difficult for the naked eye to make out anything in the pitch-black sky. The tornado tore through the Harker gang, shredding them to pieces in a matter of moments. Carl also landed from the air, and at this moment, the ground was littered with severed limbs and pools of bright red blood. "Let's go inside," Carl said. He was prepared for what awaited them here, but the others were not. As the doors swung open, the scene before them left everyone frozen in shock. Inside the warehouse, rows upon rows of people were suspended, each one sealed in plastic wrap, men and women alike. Transparent tubes connected to their bodies carried streams of crimson blood. At the end of each row, a machine collected the fresh blood, while another tube delivered nutrient solution to keep every sealed human alive. "These damned vampires," Frank cursed through gritted teeth, fury shaking his voice. "If I ever catch one of them, I'll make sure they beg for death and find no escape." The sight was nothing short of hell itself. Humans reduced to livestock, endlessly providing blood to satisfy the vampire's thirst. Are they still alive? Sky couldn't help but ask, struggling to imagine what these people must be feeling. Surely, it was a fate worse than death. "They're alive," Carl replied, "but it's hardly any different from being dead. Honestly, an end would be kinder." As he spoke, he strode over to one of the machines and, with a single swipe of his sword, smashed it to pieces. Deprived of the machine's support, the humans' vital signs faded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, their hearts stopped. At the same time, the factory erupted in a blaring alarm, shrill and urgent. Frank hesitated only a moment before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and heading out first. He began planting explosives around the factory, intent on destroying this place for good. Such a nightmare had no right to exist. The rest of the group set about smashing the machines that sustained the humans' lives and siphoned their blood. Once the explosives were in place, Frank pulled out his phone and started taking photos. He planned to send them directly to Nick Fury, to show him exactly what the vampires had been up to. They'd long since broken the terms of any agreement. It was time for open war. With a final shot, Sky blew up the last machine, plunging the entire factory into darkness as the power abruptly failed, the circuits fried. "Let's get out of here," Frank said, his gaze sweeping over the carnage of the blood factory. "After today, that Deacon Frost, or whatever his name is, will be hunting us to the ends of the earth. That's when the real fight begins." Frank knew all too well how crucial this place was. It was the vampires' main food supply. Now, with it gone, their lifeline was cut off. If they wanted fresh blood, they'd have to hunt for it among the living. And knowing Deacon Frost's temperament, he would scour the city to find whoever had dared to ruin him. And he wouldn't rest until he got his revenge. As Frank pressed the button, the entire blood factory was blown sky high. The explosion lit up the night, and the fireball was so massive it could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. What happened after that was no longer their concern. Someone else would naturally come to clean up the aftermath. Watching the flames shoot towards the sky, Carl felt the time had come to take the initiative. Those vampires cared nothing for morals or decency. They were born predators, driven only by animal instinct and a thirst for blood and violence. If left unchecked, sooner or later, innocent people around him would be dragged into the fray. Carl knew that Deacon Frost would send Quinn to the museum to steal the missing pages of the Book of Truth, hoping to become the blood god himself. Carl decided to head to the museum first and lie in wait. However, he had no intention of stopping Deacon Frost from getting his hands on those pages. According to the plan, Frost would sacrifice every member of the Vampire Council, and every one of them was a bigwig, either top-tier capitalists or high-ranking government officials. This was the perfect opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of hunting them down one by one. The very next day, Carl immediately asked Sky to dig up information on every museum in New York, with a special focus on any place that had ever displayed yellowed fragments of paper or cloth. The Book of Truth had never been deciphered by humans. No one could understand the script on its pages. Even among the vampires, very few could read it, as it was written in an ancient language long since lost to history. So, whichever museum had exhibited it would surely have used undeciphered artifact as a selling point. A simple keyword search would narrow it down to the most likely candidates. The software kept scanning through the results. As it turned out, New York really had no shortage of museums. There were only 4 or 5 public institutions, but a surprising number of private museums. After all, New York was a city of tycoons, and there were always those eager to flaunt their wealth. Many established their own private museums to show off their collections, pieces sometimes even more valuable and rare than those found in the public galleries. That was life in a capitalist country. Everything came down to capital. Even the president was just another tool for the elite. If one didn't do the job, they'd simply install another. At that moment, Natasha walked in, her brow furrowed, looking as if she'd run into serious trouble. "Where have you been the past few days?" she asked, her tone grave. Carl was curious. There shouldn't have been any major incidents recently. Tony was holed up at home as usual, and Hulk was either still on the run or hiding out somewhere in Brazil, yet to be found. What could possibly have happened? "Are you guys messing with that group of vampires?" Natasha pressed. "So, you know about it?" Carl arched an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly S.H.I.E.L.D. had picked up on their activities. He thought it would take a few more days before they found out. "Today, our director received word that the vampires' top brass are about to convene a roundtable meeting to discuss your situation. It doesn't look like it'll end well for you." Natasha relayed the intelligence she'd gotten from Nick Fury to Carl. Of course, all this information was intentionally passed along by Nick Fury through her. As for how Nick Fury knew about it, that remained a mystery. "Don't worry, they won't last much longer." Carl shrugged indifferently, betraying no concern for whatever those old-timers were scheming. "Oh, and why is that?" Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. "Those old folks have been around for ages, some for centuries. You're saying they don't have much time left? Or do you already have your next move planned?" Carl just smiled, choosing not to answer Natasha. Instead, he asked, "You got all your intel from Frank, didn't you?" Natasha nodded, not denying it. "How did you know?" Carl didn't explain. Was he supposed to tell her he knew about the Punisher's connection to Nick Fury from comic books? "Found it." At that moment, Sky called out, and Carl's attention snapped to the computer screen. It was the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the largest museum in New York, one of the 5 greatest museums in the world. Its collection housed more than 3 million artifacts, spanning the entire course of human civilization and containing countless rare treasures, most of which had been gathered from all over the globe. In one of the museum's exhibit halls was exactly what Carl had been searching for, the fragments of the Book of Truth. The museum's website provided a detailed account of the origin of these fragments, as well as the ongoing efforts to decipher and study them. For now, the fragments would be displayed as enigmatic works of art for a month, their mysteries unsolved. That's it. Carl immediately recognized the tattered scraps, sealed behind glass. The writing on them resembled the tattoos of the Ha-Ghost tribe. Strange, indecipherable symbols. Sky, keep an eye on this museum for the next few days. Is this thing important? Natasha and Sky asked in unison. Carl nodded. Very important. The vampires are after it, too. Do you need my help? Natasha offered. She knew how much Carl distrusted S.H.I.E.L.D., so she intended to help him in a personal capacity, without involving the agency. After all, she'd been living in the apartment for months, had become as close as sisters with Sky, and now considered Carl a friend. Of course, she would help a friend in need. But Carl shook his head. Not for now. I'm just using this thing as bait. What I really want is the location of their lair. He didn't mention that what he truly sought was the site of the sacrificial ritual. After all, it would be there that Deacon Frost would undergo the sacrifice to become the blood god. Natasha's original intention was just to warn Carl to be careful. Now that he was already aware of the situation, she took her leave and continued with her own mission. Her task was to keep a close eye on the elder vampires in the upper echelons, to prevent those old relics from making any outrageous moves. At the same time, she was secretly gathering evidence, hoping to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a legitimate reason to intervene. So for the past few days, she and Barton had been covertly monitoring the Elders' Council. When they learned that the council was planning to discuss how to deal with the mastermind behind the blood factory, that's when they came to notify Carl. After reminding Sky to keep an eye on the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Carl headed to a law firm in Hell's Kitchen. No sooner had he walked in than a tall, striking blonde greeted him. Do you have an appointment, sir? Are you here to see Mr. Nelson or Mr. Murdoch? The woman's crisp, professional outfit and subtle makeup, paired with her simply tied-back hair, gave her a confident, capable air. Carl recognized her at once. This mature, composed woman was Karen Page, another soul whose fate was marked by hardship and sorrow. I'm here to see Matt Murdoch. Just tell him Carl Norman is here. Karen asked him to wait for a moment, then personally walked over to Matt's office, where Matt was meeting with a legal aid client. Please wait a bit. Mr. Murdoch is with a client right now. Karen invited Carl to sit and wait, and brought him a cup of coffee. It was Carl's first time here, and he looked around with curiosity. The place was a classic apartment-style office, the kind you'd find all over New York. There were 3 rooms, offices for Matt and Foggy, and another that doubled as a lounge and archive. There was also a small kitchen and bathroom, and the main hall belonged to Karen, where she handled client reception. Before long, Matt personally saw his legal aid client out. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, few could actually afford a lawyer, so most clients came for legal aid. You're here. Come on in. Matt nodded at Carl, then turned to Karen. No more clients for now. Inside Matt's office, Matt sat down in his chair, absent-mindedly running his fingers along his cane, as was his habit. Do you have news? Yes. I've uncovered the vampires' next move. Sky's keeping watch right now, but I'm planning to head over there myself. Carl replied, and proceeded to fill Matt in on the fragments of the Book of Truth being exhibited at the Metropolitan Museum. So, it's best if those fragments are destroyed. If things like that fall into vampire hands, humanity will surely suffer. Matt's expression grew grim. Matt's expression grew grave. If those vampires truly succeeded in completing the ritual and summoned the so-called blood god, their power would become even greater. At that point, they would slaughter humans as blood cattle without any restraint, so those fragments absolutely had to be destroyed. The vampires could not be given any chance to obtain them. I have a plan. I intend to use those fragments to track down the site where the vampires will finally carry out their ritual, and when they gather together, we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Carl shared his plan with Matt, but Matt immediately sensed what was wrong with it. No, that's far too risky. Even setting aside whether they can actually complete the ritual, just the sheer number of vampires gathering in one place is already more than a handful of us can handle. Carl, however, was brimming with confidence. He knew that the female doctor rescued by Blade was on the verge of developing a serum to fight the vampires, and he also trusted his own strength. After all, Garuda could wipe out the sacrificial site the moment he appeared, and then there was Bay's Zodiac meteorite. That thing's destructive force was almost on par with a nuclear bomb. Don't worry. I'm absolutely certain we can do this, especially with you, Frank, and Blade on our side. Besides, Our main targets are the elders. The rest of the vampires aren't worth worrying about. Matt still wasn't convinced. The plan was simply too dangerous. What he didn't know was that, by then, every member of the Elder Council would become a part of the sacrifice, and the only real threat left would be Deacon Frost. I'm thinking of checking out the museum first and setting up a few surveillance cameras. Once there's some activity, I'll contact you and Frank. I'll come with you. Matt started to get up, but Carl stopped him. Come on, do you really think no one would find it suspicious if you, blind as you are, visited a museum? Matt instantly understood what Carl meant. As a blind man, visiting a museum was more than a little odd. There was nothing for him to see there. All right then, just be careful. Matt gave up on the idea of accompanying Carl. He decided it was best to wait patiently. Frank told me the vampire leadership is about to hold a meeting. Ever since we blew up their blood factory, you and young Sky both need to watch your backs. These vampires have no honor. Matt warned Carl, clearly indicating S.H.I.E.L.D. had also shared their intel with Frank. Carl nodded. I know. Those decrepit old relics are all talk. They'll argue for ages and come up with nothing useful. They're far too old to be a real threat. The main one to watch out for is Deacon Frost, the one Blade has been hunting. He's the truly dangerous one. You should be careful too. Your friends might become their next targets. Matt grunted in agreement. Fudge and Karen were just ordinary people, utterly defenseless against vampires. Exactly what worried him most. If things really get dangerous, have them come to my place for a while, Carl suggested. There is absolutely no need to worry about the apartment security. Not even. A nuclear explosion would so much as chip its walls. The protective barrier around the building could ward off any evil force. King Mogulai was not to be underestimated. I'll let them know. I may have to trouble you with this later, Matt replied after a moment's thought. He didn't know exactly what was special about Carl's place, but he was well aware of the wonders Carl could work with magic. Maybe the apartment building had its own hidden marvels. By the way, let Frank know about this. I'm heading to the museum now. It'll be closing soon, Carl said, glancing at the time. The afternoon was already slipping away. After leaving Matt's law office, Carl took a cab straight to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, right next to Central Park. It was the busiest time of day for the museum. Carl, holding a brochure of the exhibits, stepped inside. No wonder it was ranked among the world's top 5 museums. Without a map, he'd have gotten hopelessly lost. Strolling and glancing at displays as he went, Carl made his way to his real destination, the exhibition area of the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth was what the vampires called it. Humans hadn't managed to decipher the script on it, so naturally, they didn't even know the artifact's true name. At this hour, the sun was at its brightest. Not even the thickest sunscreen would make a vampire dare to show themselves. Carl had no concerns about running into any of them. He wandered around the gallery like any tourist, browsing the displays while subtly scanning every inch of the room. Cameras, sensors, every security measure in sight. After a full circuit, Carl realized he couldn't make heads or tails of the script, let alone hope to crack its secrets. He made another round, and as the museum was about to close, he left and headed straight back to the office. There, Sky was watching the museum's artifacts intently on the security feed, completely engrossed. Are you sure those vampires will come to the museum? Sky sounded skeptical. Was a few ragged scraps of cloth really enough to prove that vampires would risk a heist? They'll definitely show up. Just wait and see, Carl replied, sprawling out on the sofa as Sky kept her eyes glued to the computer screen. We'll take turns watching then. They only come out at night anyway, Sky suggested. Since Carl couldn't pin down which night it would happen, their stakeout would mean taking shifts in front of the monitors. That night, Carl sent Sky off to rest while he kept watch. The hours ticked by, and apart from the security guards making their scheduled rounds, the cameras caught not a single unusual movement. For the next 3 days, the museum remained eerily calm. At one point, Sky began to doubt if Carl's prediction had been wrong, but Carl himself remained unwavering in his conviction. It wasn't until the 5th day that Carl received a call from Matt. There's been a breakthrough on Blade's End. Tonight, that group of vampires will head to the museum to steal the items you mentioned. Carl was caught off guard. How had Blade found this out? If he'd known in advance, what was the point of waiting here, night after night? All those sleepless nights had been for nothing. Sky, who overheard everything loud and clear, exploded in fury. She lunged at Carl, unleashing a furious barrage of kicks and punches, even biting him in her exasperation. This was all your lousy idea. I wasted nights for nothing because of you. I told you your plan was never going to work. You're going to be the death of me. Let me bite you to death. Like a raging tigress, Sky let loose on Carl, who, knowing he was in the wrong, could only endure her fury with his head bowed, quietly suffering the consequences. He was sure that if he dared protest, Sky might just use her shockwave to blast him to pieces. After a good 10 minutes, Sky finally calmed down. Carl, meanwhile, looked utterly defeated, sitting teary-eyed in the corner of the couch, lost and helpless. Late that night, at Blade's safe house, the group gathered once more. Carl, unable to contain his curiosity, immediately asked Blade how he'd managed to track the vampire's movements. "I plan to track her on Quinn. The idiot still hasn't figured it out." Blade himself was a bit surprised by this. He had slipped the tracker onto Quinn during their escape at the hospital. The signal had cut out once, and Blade assumed Quinn had discovered it, so he hadn't paid it much mind after that. But today, the signal had suddenly reappeared, right at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Blade immediately connected the dots to the plan Matt had mentioned a few days earlier, Carl's so-called wait-and-see plan, and had quickly reached out to Matt and the others. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted all that effort. Just got myself beaten up for nothing." Carl muttered his complaints under his breath, only to earn a sharp glare from Sky. Blade glanced at a palm-sized monitor, where a red remained firmly fixed at the museum. "Their target is most likely the fragments Carl mentioned. We absolutely can't let them get their hands on them." Blade's tone was ice-cold as he strapped on his beloved sword and donned his signature long leather coat. Frank, as usual, kept quiet, meticulously maintaining his weapons. "Let's move." Blade had somehow acquired a black van that looked heavily modified. The team piled in and made their way from Hell's Kitchen to the museum. Throughout the ride, Blade kept a close eye on the tracker's signal, still unmoving, still at the museum. The group quickly arrived at the museum. One had to admit, these vampires were quite skilled. The museum looked utterly undisturbed from the outside, with not a hint of forced entry to be seen. Yet both Matt and Blade picked up on the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. They approached the entrance with great caution. Carl reached out and pushed the main door open. It wasn't locked, nor did any alarms go off, and there wasn't a single security guard in sight. "It looks like most of the security staff have probably been killed," Matt remarked, tapping the floor with his short staff. The spreading sound waves instantly mapped out countless lines in his mind, imprinting the museum's layout in vivid detail. "Let's head straight to the gallery where the fragments are kept," he suggested. Without another word, they all rushed toward the exhibition hall. At that very moment, Quinn was strolling through the gallery that housed the Book of Truth, surrounded by a group of vampires. He looked so relaxed, it was hard to believe they were there to steal anything. With a casual swing, Quinn smashed a display case and pulled out a fragment. "What's all this nonsense written here? Can't believe the boss is actually interested in this junk," Quinn scoffed, but he was content to simply follow orders. Meanwhile, the other vampires were crouched on the floor, feasting on the blood of the fallen security guards, a taste Quinn found beneath him. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced clean through a vampire's neck. The shining blade traced a graceful arc across the room before a massive hand snatched it from the air. "Quinn, we meet again," came Blade's voice. He stood there, one hand gripping the boomerang he'd just thrown, the other holding his long sword. "It's the Daywalker. Kill him," Quinn shrieked in alarm, ordering the other vampires to attack Blade at once. Gunfire erupted in quick succession. The vampires at the front were instantly reduced to ash as Frank strode in, hefting a shotgun. "Last time, you got away, you bastard. Tonight, you're not so lucky," he growled. He pumped the shotgun. Silvery bullets exploded forth, blasting a vampire's head into oblivion. At the same time, Matt leapt from above. His staff snapped open to reveal a blade, and he moved with the agility of a monkey, weaving through the vampires as clouds of ash billowed in his wake. On Sky's end, things were much calmer. Carl had instructed her to use the chaos as cover and photograph all the fragments, so she kept herself hidden while the others drew attention away from her lens. A sudden flash of light streaked out, piercing straight through a vampire's skull, and, without slowing, drilled through another vampire standing behind. The Punisher's gun was still smoking as Carl, with a decisive flick of his wrist, fired 6 rapid shots. Each bullet found its mark, dropping a vampire instantly. Every single shot a clean, merciless kill. Frank glanced at Carl's judicator, his eyes burning with unconcealed desire. He knew this gun was anything but ordinary. Carl had never bothered to silvercoat the bullets, nor had Frank ever seen him load a single round. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots erupted in rapid succession, and with each blast, the judicator's firepower only grew more fierce. One shot even tore a vampire clean in half. The sheer force of the attack sent the vampires scrambling in terror. They retreated, desperate to avoid Carl's line of fire, none daring to face him head-on. Now, aside from Quinn, about 10 vampires remained. Carl decided it was time to clear the field. "Blade, go find Quinn. Leave the rest to me," Carl shouted, springing into action. He vaulted onto a display case, using it as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. The ceiling of the exhibition hall soared above, giving Carl an unobstructed view of every vampire below as he hung, suspended in midair. The sin of original guilt. He growled in a low voice, fingers dancing rapidly over the trigger. A barrage of gunshots filled the air. In an instant, a dazzling six-pointed star appeared before Carl, formed by a whirlwind of bullets. The star, glowing blue, seemed to burn with searing flames, and the temperature in the hall rose sharply. Murmuring to himself, Carl squeezed the trigger once more. A single shot rang out, slicing through the tense silence, and the flaming six-pointed star shattered. Bullets, as if guided by some unseen force, streaked toward the 10 vampires cowering behind cover. The entire exhibition hall was flooded with blinding light, turning night into day as a wave of scorching heat washed over everything. When the light faded, chaos reigned. The gallery was a blackened ruin, its exhibits charred and still smoldering, ember sparks dancing in the air. The 10 vampires were nowhere to be seen. In their place, the floor bore the massive, scorched remnants of a six-pointed star, stretching nearly wall to wall. Carl let out a satisfied breath. Checkmate. He gave the judicator a stylish spin, blowing away the lingering smoke from its barrel before holstering at his waist. Everyone, Quinn, Sky with her camera, and the others, stared at Carl in shock, faces pale with disbelief. No one had expected a gun could wield such destructive force. It was practically a handheld rocket launcher, especially deadly against vampires. Quinn's mind raced with only one thought: escape. He had to get away from this demon and warn Deacon Frost. Not a single soul here was to be trifled with, least of all the young man wielding the revolver. Just as Quinn spun to make a run for it, Blade's sword flashed, slicing through both his legs. Quinn crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Quinn, where do you think you're going today? Blade said coldly. Tell me, where's Deacon Frost? Blade crouched down, pinning Quinn to the ground with a silver spike. Daywalker, don't think you'll get anything from me about his whereabouts, you filthy, wretched half-breed. Quinn still clenched his jaw stubbornly, refusing to give up even a hint. His mind might not be the sharpest, but his loyalty to Deacon Frost was as steadfast as the sun and moon. Sky approached Carl, camera in hand, still glancing nervously over his shoulder. What are you looking at? I can't believe your gun packs such power. Sky asked, curiosity written all over her face. I'll explain when we get back. Did you get shots of all the fragments? Sky patted the camera. Don't worry, I got them all. But seriously, why did you want me to photograph these? Don't worry, I got them all. But seriously, why did you want me to photograph these? Sky repeated, unable to hide her curiosity. Of course, it's to decipher the writing. But didn't you say no human could crack these symbols? Carl nodded. That's right. No human can, but a vampire might. Sky hadn't expected Carl to start playing word games with her. Annoyed, she shoved the camera into his hands and stormed off to join Frank, deciding to ignore Carl altogether. Carl shrugged. I wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, Blade pressed his boot down on Quinn's face. Quinn, my patience is at its limit. This is your last chance. Where is Deacon Frost? The tip of his sword hovered inches from Quinn's eye. Quinn could feel the searing heat of the silver blade, threatening to burn his eyeball. Quinn stayed silent. He knew that betraying Deacon Frost would only lead to an even worse fate. Then you're useless to me. With a sickening thrust, Blade's sword plunged into Quinn's eye socket. Quinn didn't even have time to scream before his body ignited and slowly crumbled to ash. With Quinn dead, the last lead to Deacon Frost was gone. Blade, looking dejected, slumped to the ground with his sword, lost in thought. At that moment, Carl walked over. Don't lose hope. There's still a chance. With that, he tossed the camera to Blade. These are photos from the Book of Truth. I'm sure you know someone who can decode this, someone who can give us the lead Deacon Frost is after. Hearing this, Blade studied the camera thoughtfully. He didn't know someone who specialized in ancient script. More accurately, a vampire who did. Blade murmured his thanks. After all, Carl and his team had been helping him all along. On the way back, Frank kept peppering Carl with questions about the Judicator. Anyone could see how much he admired it. Firearms were Frank's second life. In his eyes, the Judicator was the chosen weapon. Owning it was like having the whole world in his hands. Frank, however, had no intention of claiming the Punisher as his own. He was simply envious, longing for it. So Carl handed the Punisher directly to Frank, letting him admire it up close to his heart's content. As he gazed at the seamless craftsmanship of the Punisher, Frank gently ran his fingers over every inch of the gun's body, almost as if caressing his beloved wife. The unique design, the golden cross etched along the barrel, and a sheer sense of power that surged through his hand, all made Frank wish he could call such a weapon his own. Carl, how do you load bullets into this gun? He asked. The Punisher appeared as a single, flawless piece, and Frank couldn't find any place to load ammunition at all. Oh, this one doesn't need to be loaded with bullets. It's powered by magic, Carl replied. As a holy weapon forged to fight demons, the Punisher was nothing like an ordinary firearm. And after its system upgrade, it no longer required ammunition. Frank could only shake his head in envy. This gun was completely out of his reach. As an ordinary human with no magical power, he might as well have been holding a child's toy. Meanwhile, in a secluded manner, a group of elderly men in expensive suits were gathered around a grand table, deep in discussion. At their head sat an old man with silver hair, dressed in an immaculate black robe. A lavish ruby necklace hung around his neck, exuding an air of nobility and opulence. He spoke in a quiet, even tone, but the instant his words fell, the once clamorous roundtable meeting fell silent. You have all existed for millennia, and yet you bicker endlessly over such trivial matters. Are you no different from those wretched humans? He maintained his aristocratic composure, not even bothering to glance at those around him. How goes the investigation into these people's identities? He inquired. Just then, the doors burst open with a loud bang, and a young man dressed like a street thug strode in. Deacon Frost, this is a council of elders. You have no right to be here, you ill-mannered mongrel, the old man said, his voice calm, though his words betrayed a deep contempt. He was, at heart, a die-hard believer in bloodlines. To vampires, lineage mattered greatly. Someone like Deacon Frost, who had been turned by an impure vampire, was to him the lowest of the low, utterly unworthy of setting foot in the manor. Old man, this is an age where power rules. You cling to your absurd, outdated medieval theories, and it's no wonder you relics are left cowering here, driven to the brink by your so-called food. Deacon Furs sneered at all the elders present, utterly dismissive. The world today was nothing like the past. Clinging to their coffins and living off old glories would only see them eliminated sooner or later. What did you say? You filthy mongrel. Get out of here this instant. Guards! Guards! The elders were furious, one after another. In their eyes, a low-born mongrel like him should have stayed quietly in his filthy gutter. Who gave him the nerve to challenge their authority? Deacon Furs said nothing, letting this pack of old fossils rant and rave to their heart's content. He simply sat back and watched the spectacle, as if enjoying a troupe of monkeys performing. Gradually, the elders began to sense something was wrong. This place was as secure as a fortress. No one could enter except the council members themselves, unless... No wonder they were called old foxes. Each one was as timid as they were cunning. Once the realization dawned on them, they all fell silent, trembling in their seats, no longer daring to make sound. What's wrong? Not going to keep shouting. Deacon Furs stood up, strolling leisurely behind a portly elder and placing a hand on his shoulder. Just moments ago, you were all so high and mighty. Why so quiet now? His face was full of disdain. These relics of a bygone era should have been swept away long ago. They clung to power and privilege, but in truth, they belonged in their graves. This is no longer your medieval age. Your thinking and your ways are completely outdated. It's time for you to step down. Deacon Furs spoke lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet to the elders, it was pure provocation against their authority. You filthy mongrel! Since when do you have a right to give orders here? One elder sprang to his feet, shouting at Deacon Furs. Their obsession with power made them forget their fear, still trying to wield their status as a weapon. In a flash, Deacon Furs flicked out a dagger. The steel gleamed, and the elder who had shouted at him was run through before he could utter another word, disintegrating into ashes. The rest of the elders, seeing that Deacon Furs was truly willing to kill, shrank back like frightened quails, not daring to utter another syllable. You old fools! I've shown you respect because you're elders, but keep squawking and don't blame me for killing every last one of you. His murderous intent was unmistakable as Deacon Furs slammed his hands down on the shoulders of the portly elder beneath him. The man didn't even dare to breathe, let alone protest. Swaying over to the Grand Elder's side, Deacon Furs suddenly adopted a respectful tone. Grand Elder, someone destroyed our blood factory recently. What do you intend to do about it? The Grand Elder was already shaking like a leaf, but he tried to maintain an air of composure out of pride. Right now, it's unwise for us to go to war with the humans, especially with the covenant still in place, so... Deacon Frost slammed his fist onto the round table, clearly furious with the elder's reply. A contract? You want to sign a contract with a bunch of bloodbags? You old fools have lost your minds. We are vampires. Our race stands above humanity. Humans are our prey. They should fear us, not the other way around. We don't beg them for peace. Deacon Frost obviously knew about the contents of the contract, but he couldn't have cared less. To him, humans were nothing but food. Who would beg their food for mercy? Do humans bow to their cattle? So what do you plan to do? The elder's voice trembled. All his previous composure and dignity had vanished, replaced by fear and hesitation. The contract is worthless. Vampires should feed on humans. They're our prey. They should be hunted. Deacon Frost's words were crisp and ruthless. As far as he was concerned, the so-called contract was just a meaningless scrap of paper. He wanted to stand above all of humanity. The elder opened his mouth to protest, but seeing the madness flickering in Deacon Frost's eyes, he quickly fell silent. At that moment, a young vampire entered the room and leaned in to whisper something in Deacon Frost's ear. "Boss, Quinn is dead." There are clear signs of a fierce fight at the scene. It was a daywalker. Having delivered his message, the subordinate quickly stepped aside, waiting for further orders. Rage flared up in Deacon Frost's eyes. Quinn might not have been the brightest, but he was loyal, a true right-hand man. And now, he'd been killed by Blade. What about the fragments? Deacon Frost demanded. "Boss, they were all burned. There's nothing useful left," the subordinate replied cautiously, terrified that Deacon Frost might lash out at him in anger. "Damn that daywalker. I should have finished him off long ago. Gather, everyone. Bring the daywalker to me. I'll make him suffer personally. I swear I won't rest until I've skinned him alive and torn him apart." With a roar, Deacon Frost smashed the massive round table into pieces, sending the assembled elders cowering in their chairs. "Keep an eye on them. No one leaves the estate. Not a single step," he barked at his subordinate. Then, with a face as cold as stone, Deacon Frost stalked out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, on the other side, before Carl's group went their separate ways, he pulled Blade aside. "Blade, when the translation is done, don't kill the translator. She'll help us lure Deacon Frost out." Blade hesitated for a moment, then nodded in silent agreement. Carl's words made it clear. The translator Blade knew was likely working for Deacon Frost. By asking her to decode the fragments, they played right into his hands. But this was also an opportunity, a chance to finally pinpoint Deacon Frost's location. After everyone had left, Blade returned to his safe house, where Whistler was fiddling with a black vintage car, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Did everything go smoothly? Without even looking up, Whistler knew it was Blade who had come in. "Not bad. I killed Quinn." Blade took off his gear and placed his long sword onto the rack. "So that means the trail's gone cold again?" Whistler tossed aside the wrench in his hand. Blade shook his head. "Not at all. I got a fragment of the Book of Truth. I'm planning to use it to draw Deacon Frost out." He tossed the camera to Whistler. "So we do have a lead, don't we?" Whistler removed the memory card from the camera and carelessly tossed the device aside. At that moment, the female doctor's excited voice rang out. "Come quick, you have to see this." Blade and Whistler immediately hurried over to her workstation. She motioned for Blade to look through the microscope. Blade peered in, puzzled. Through the lens, he saw the vampire cells dying off rapidly, the serum voraciously consuming them, causing them to split apart at an extraordinary rate. Suddenly, the microscope exploded. If not for Blade's lightning reflexes, he might have been caught in the blast. Surveying the mess on the floor, Blade knew instantly this was the serum's handiwork. "I thought you were working on a serum to turn vampires back into humans. How does it end up exploding?" Whistler stared, his cigarette burning dangerously close to his fingers. Not that he noticed. "I did start out researching a cure, but somehow it turned out like this." The female doctor admitted sheepishly. She really had been following the path of a restorative serum, but by some twist of fate, she'd stumbled onto this instead. "Are you sure you're a blood specialist? Not an explosives expert?" Whistler asked, disbelief in his voice. To him, this so-called serum looked like it could do more damage to vampires than even UV grenade. Blade, however, was satisfied. Even if there was no cure for vampirism, this substance, if injected into a vampire, would be lethal, no matter how powerful the victim. It would devour vampire cells, splitting and detonating rapidly. It was practically a biological bomb, destroying vampires at the cellular level. Not even Dracula himself could withstand it. "How much of this stuff can you make?" Blade paid no attention to the shattered microscope and ruined blood sample. "With the materials I have, only about 200 milliliters. The doctor replied. "How much does it take to bring down one vampire?" 25 milliliters. "So you can make 8 doses. That'll do. Get to work. I'll need them in a few days." Blade's tone was as cold as ever, his expression unchanged by the discovery of this deadly serum. The female doctor let out a sigh, quickly tidied up the messy floor, and then began working through the night to produce the serum. In truth, once the research was successful, synthesizing the serum according to all the data was a straightforward task. It was only the process that required time. It was already the early hours of the morning, but Blade wasn't idle. He was preparing to seek out the vampire who could translate the Book of Truth. After a brief word with Whistler, Blade rode his motorcycle straight to the entrance of a bustling nightclub. He had deliberately left his sword behind. After all, it had become his trademark, and he had no intention of drawing attention on this trip. At the entrance, two towering men in black blocked his path. One of them produced a metal plate and held it up to Blade. Blade glanced at it, then spoke calmly. The man nodded and stepped aside, gesturing for Blade to enter. This was a place reserved exclusively for vampires to indulge themselves. Even the Harker clan was forbidden entry. The metal plate was a device for testing whether a visitor was truly a vampire. Vampires had a unique kind of vision. They could see everything that emitted heat, much like thermal imaging, only theirs was in high definition. The metal plate would randomly generate patterns through heat transfer, visible only to those with thermal vision. Anyone unable to discern the pattern would be turned away at the door. As a half-vampire, Blade naturally possessed a similar thermal vision ability. It had to be said, Blade truly was a child of destiny. As a being half human and half vampire, he had inherited all the strengths of vampires, while his human blood had eliminated their weaknesses. In many ways, he was the most perfect example of a vampire. Outwardly, he was just like Dracula, immune to sunlight, free from the vampire's insatiable thirst for blood, and yet he possessed all their formidable powers. Inside the nightclub, all manner of monsters and demons revealed their true forms. Gone were the trappings of humanity. What remained was pure, unrestrained animal instinct. The pulsing music and the wild, frenzied dancing cast an overwhelming scene, causing Blade to furrow his brow in displeasure. He made his way quickly to the second floor. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows and blocked his path. This area is off-limits. The man wore a standard black suit and was easily twice Blade's size, with arms as thick as most men's thighs, a veritable human tower. Blade produced a business card and handed it to the human tower. After a glance, the man stepped aside and opened the door behind him. "Oh, the Daywalker himself, I never thought you'd come looking for me. Should I feel honored?" In the very center of the room, a mountain of flesh came into view, overwhelming and impossible to ignore. The mountain of flesh looked to weigh nearly 700 or 800 pounds, sprawled across a bed that took up almost half the room. Her vast, bloated body swallowed the entire mattress, straining it to the brink, as if it might collapse beneath her at any moment. All around her were computer screens and electronic devices of every kind. And as grotesque as she was, the mountain of flesh had a face. If you looked closely, you'd see it belonged to a woman. She stretched out her short but thick arms, attempting to turn her head to glimpse Blade. But she was surrounded by her own flesh. Her face was wedged so deeply into her body that she couldn't move an inch. Blade handed the memory card directly to the woman. "I need your help decrypting the information inside." He seemed reluctant to come any closer, keeping himself at a cautious distance. Not too near, not too far. Well, even the legendary Daywalker has a day when he comes to beg me for help." The woman burst into raucous laughter, as if she'd just heard the punchline to a private joke. Blade's face remained impassive. The words that followed left the woman with no room for refusal. "This contains fragments of the Book of Truth." Blade's words were calm and understated, but they wiped the laughter right off her face, replacing it with stunned disbelief. In the world of vampires, the Book of Truth was like the original draft of the human Bible. Everyone had heard of it, but few had ever seen it. Its origins were shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it came from Eve, others from Cain, still others from Dracula. No one truly knew. But its existence was not in doubt. Now, there were only a handful of vampires left who could decipher the Book of Truth. And as fate would have it, the mountain of flesh before Blade was one of them. Blade knew well that this repulsive woman was in Deacon Frost's pocket. She would never turn him down. Sure enough, after a few seconds' silence, the woman spoke. "Come back in 3 days, and I want $500,000. Blade simply nodded, turned on his heel, and left without looking back. He clearly had no desire to linger. The stench in the room was almost unbearable, making his sensitive nose prickle. The reek of blood and rot nearly made him sick. Once Blade was gone, the woman laboriously pressed a button resting on her belly. A few seconds later, the towering man in black entered the room once again. "Tell Deacon Frost what just happened, and tell him I'll need 3 days to decrypt it." Her voice was as cold and hard as a slab of ice. "Yes, ma'am." The man gave a slight bow, then exited the room. "Daywalker, in 3 days, your end will come." The woman muttered, then let out a harsh, guttural laugh, her voice rasping and ugly, like a toad's croak. Meanwhile, Blade had already stepped outside the nightclub, gulping down lungfuls of fresh air. He took off his earpiece. He'd heard every word exchanged between the woman and the man called Iron Tower, not missing a single detail. Ever since entering that room, Blade had already planted a listening device, placing it not far from the woman. That's right. 3 days from now is your day of reckoning. You'd better make the most of your life while you still can, Deacon Frost. Blade muttered to himself, then sped away on his motorcycle. 3 days would be enough time for the lady doctor to finish the serum. When the day came, it would be his showdown with Deacon Frost. Only one of them would walk away alive. Meanwhile, after returning to his apartment, Carl went straight into the Chocobo space. After harvesting a fresh batch of Sakil wild greens, he soaked in the hot spring, thinking about the days ahead. Carl recalled that the place where Deacon Frost planned to hold his ritual resembled an ancient castle, where, inside a round tower, he would use the lives of the Council of Elders around a circular table to summon the possession of the Blood God. But in the previous life's movie, the Blood God had been portrayed as a weak villain, trading blows with Blade and even overpowering him most of the time. Yet in the end, a few vials of serum were enough to defeat him. Clearly, that didn't do justice to the Blood God's true power. Carl wondered why the system hadn't issued a mission for this event. Could it be that this wasn't considered a major event in the Marvel Universe? Perhaps it was fatigue, but Carl dozed off in the hot spring. When he awoke, several hours had passed. Instead of returning to his apartment, Carl simply slept in the space until the next morning, when Sky's wake-up call finally roused him. At the office, he found Natasha and Coulson had arrived together and were already sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. What does Nick Fury want this time? Let me say this first. My fees aren't cheap. Carl wore a stony expression. S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a persistent patch of glue he just couldn't shake off, and he had absolutely no fondness left for them. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation, clearly not in the mood to talk, and leaned back into the sofa in silence. Coulson shook his head, wearing a wry smile. We've received some news. The entire Vampire Elder Council has been imprisoned. It seems the vampires have a new leader, and the peace treaty they signed before has been torn up. Looks like they're planning to launch an attack on humanity. And what's it got to do with me? I'm not a vampire. Carl shrugged and continued. Isn't protecting all of humanity your job at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why are you coming to me? Coulson sighed helplessly. The problem is, we don't have much intel on the vampires right now. We were hoping to get some information from you, since you've already tangled with them several times. Why not have Nick Fury ask Frank? I'm sure he'd tell you everything you want to know. Our director already tried, but Frank doesn't know much either. He said you know more than anyone else, so he sent us to ask you. This was clearly another one of Nick Fury's ideas. He's always been shameless like that. We don't have any intel right now. We're also searching for the newly risen vampire leader. Let's wait until we have some news. Carl waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Coulson anything, but he genuinely had no useful information to share. If he did Coulson really think Blade would be able to just sit around and do nothing? Coulson shook his head and sighed again. He could see the dangers unfolding before his eyes and felt deeply anxious about it. That new leader had dissolved the Council of Elders and unilaterally tore up the old pact. This meant they'd start hunting humans as prey once again. The night would become their domain, and humans would be nothing more than quarry. Seeing Coulson's distress, Carl paused for a moment, then said, We've already obtained something that the vampire leader is very interested in. There's bound to be some action soon, so you'd better be ready. It could turn into a fierce battle. Hearing this, Coulson's eyes lit up with renewed hope. He immediately said, Really? Then I'll be waiting for your word. Carl nodded. Tell your egg-headed director to get the money ready. Consider it Devil May Cry's commission fee. Coulson nodded without hesitation. No problem, but I'll need a specific figure to report to the director. Carl thought about it and couldn't really come up with a number. He didn't lack money himself, so he glanced at Sky, suddenly struck by inspiration. He'd originally intended to ask for her opinion, but a better idea came to him. $500,000, plus something else. Carl held up 5 fingers as he spoke. That $500,000 he intended to split among Matt, Frank, and Blade. Just because. He didn't need the cash didn't mean the others didn't, especially Matt. Running a barely profitable law office was a tough slog. Frank, too. He didn't even have a decent place to live. In Hell's Kitchen, he was either crashing at Matt's place or just finding somewhere to make do. Blade was probably the least in need of money out of the 3. Just look at all that silver-plated gear of his. The pure silver alone was worth a tidy sum, and it was. All consumable. Each silver bullet he fired was one less in his arsenal. If he didn't have the funds to keep making them, how could he afford to be so extravagant? For S.H.I.E.L.D., $500,000 was nothing. Nick Fury could let that much slip through his fingers without even noticing. Besides, everyone knew how tight-fisted the egg-headed director could be. When he asked the Security Council for funding, it was always in the tens or even hundreds of millions. Something else? Mind telling me what that is? Coulson's curiosity was piqued. The last time, it was the obelisk, which Carl had managed to unlock while S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent a fortune and got nowhere. Now Carl was asking for another item. S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty of oddities in their vaults. who knew what Carl had his eye on this time. I need vibranium. What is vibranium? Coulson clearly had no idea what this thing was. It's the metal used to make Captain America's shield, also known as sound-absorbing steel. At the mention of Captain America, Coulson immediately perked up. As a devoted fan, he was very familiar with Cap's iconic equipment. I'll report this to the director. Coulson nodded. Even though he didn't know about vibranium himself, he was certain that Nick Fury would. All right then, since we've reached an agreement, I'll take care of the entire Vampire Elder Council. As for the rest of the small-time thugs, I'll leave them to you. Coulson agreed, and, after that, left the office. It wasn't until nightfall that Natasha suddenly returned to find Carl. Our director has agreed to your terms, but there's a minor issue. A minor issue? Don't tell me your egghead director is up to his old tricks again. Carl knew full well that Nick Fury wouldn't give in so easily. The man was bound to have some scheme up his sleeve. Let me make this clear. If your egghead director tries anything shady against me or anyone close to me, I won't hesitate to blow up S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Natasha rolled her eyes dramatically at that. Do you really dislike our director that much? Sure, he looks shady on the outside, and he's even darker on the inside, but he does have his principles, you know. He may have principles, but those principles sure are flexible. I don't want to get caught in his web, and he should really consider the consequences of messing with me. Carl gave a dismissive snort. With the Zodiac meteorite in hand, he had no shortage of firepower for demolition. Will you let me finish? Natasha gave Carl a light kick. The director says that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have any vibranium on hand right now. He does know of a place where you can get some, but you'll have to go there yourself. Carl found it. Your director isn't laying another trap for me, is he? Trying to use me to clear out some rivals? Typical S.H.I.E.L.D. All hearts black as coal. Natasha's eyebrows shot up at that. What nonsense. Since when is everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. black-hearted? I've always treated you well, you ungrateful little rascal. Carl immediately threw up his hands in surrender, giving a very French-looking salute. All right, I was wrong, okay? Everyone except you is black-hearted. Happy now. That's more like it. Natasha snorted, then continued, ignoring Carl's antics. I don't know the specifics, but if the director says you'll find what you need there, then you will. It just won't be easy to get. Go back and tell your director these are two separate matters. If he wants you to help him eliminate his enemies, he'd better show some sincerity. I'm not working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for free. And as for vibranium, I can get it elsewhere if I want. It's just less hassle getting it from you. Carl had no intention of being SHIELD's pawn for nothing. If Nick Fury wanted to eliminate threats to his authority, then he needed to show the right attitude and pay the corresponding price. All right, I'll report to the director, Natasha said helplessly. I honestly don't know why you're always at odds with him. That's because your director isn't exactly a saint either. He's always scheming against you, if he's not busy digging a pit for himself, Carl retorted, rising from his seat and heading for the door. When you're done reporting to your bald boss, do me a favor and lock up the place, will you? With those words, he strode out, showing no concern that Natasha might mess around in the office. After all, with Moguri there to keep an eye on all outsiders, he had nothing to worry about. You think I'm one of your lackeys, you little punk, Natasha called out, but Carl was already gone. Frustrated, Natasha grabbed her phone and dialed Nick Fury, relaying her conversation with Carl. Back at headquarters, Nick Fury nearly had a stroke from sheer exasperation. He kept cursing under his breath. That kid Carl was slippery as an eel, never willing to take a loss. If Fury didn't have to factor in Carl's abilities, he would have sent people to detain him long ago. God damn it. You tell that little punk, if he thinks he can shake me down, he's dreaming. If he won't cooperate, so be it. I don't need him. And as for the vibranium, he could forget about ever getting that intel from me. Fury's bellow echoed so loudly that it was clear as day in the quiet office. Natasha, face scrunched, held the phone at arm's length, but Fury's ranting still rang out loud and clear. All right, I'll let him know, but I suppose he won't refuse the first condition, will he? Natasha ventured. After all, $500,000 was nothing to S.H.I.E.L.D., barely enough to cover a single operation. Fury took a moment to compose himself. After all that shouting, he was practically out of breath. Rubbing his aching side, he slumped into his chair. Fine, give him the $500,000 now. But as for the vibranium, he can forget it. Fury snapped, obviously still fuming, and now with a twinge in his kidneys to boot. Natasha passed Fury's words on to Carl, but Carl couldn't care less about Fury's attitude. That man was the very definition of treating people according to their usefulness. Now the trail to vibranium had gone cold, and Carl would have to rack his brains for another way. Skye might have gained better control over her powers, but without vibranium to amplify her shockwaves, she'd never reach her full potential. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was a dead end, he'd just have to wait for another opportunity. Maybe see if Tony had any connections, or if all else failed, wait for a lead to turn up in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day Blade had agreed upon. That night, Blade returned to the nightclub. The appointed hour had arrived. By now, deciphering the fragment of the Book of Truth should have been completed. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. Blade encountered no resistance at all on his way to Meat Mountain's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Meat Mountain busy with something on the computer. "Do you have the results?" Blade stopped, keeping a safe distance from Meat Mountain. "I've cracked it, but someone doesn't want me to tell you. My hands are tied, Daywalker." Meat Mountain's voice was brash and mocking, laced with ridicule. Blade frowned. He knew it wasn't normal for things to go so easily. Clearly, a trap had been set. Glancing quickly around the office, Blade suddenly drew his gun and fired into the surrounding shadows. At that instant, with the first gunshot, 8 vampires appeared in the office. Agile and quick, they dodged Blade's bullets with ease. Blade immediately discarded his gun, drawing the sword from his back and diving into close combat. Inside the rather cramped office, the 8 vampires worked together seamlessly. No matter how skilled Blade was, he began to lose ground. Blade gritted his teeth. The space was too tight. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way out. Without hesitation, he smashed through the office window, leaping from the second floor straight down into the dance floor below. The vampires, who had been wildly dancing a moment ago, scattered in fright at his sudden entrance. At the same time, the 8 attackers vaulted down from the second floor, landing right after him. "Daywalker, there's no escape tonight. We've been waiting for you." One of them taunted as all 8 drew their curved blades, the leader swinging his weapon straight at Blade. Blade blocked with his sword, then kicked the attacker away. In the same motion, his blade flashed toward the nearest vampire. Clash after clash, the ringing of steel filled the air. Facing 8 vampires alone, Blade was gradually overwhelmed, his body marked by countless wounds. But the 8 vampires hadn't gained much advantage either. Their injuries were deeper. And thanks to Blade's silver-coated weapons, their wounds were charred and refused to heal. Suddenly, Blade's sword shot out without warning. A glint of light, and the tip pierced a vampire, who instantly crumbled to ash. But Blade didn't notice the shadow that slipped up behind him, a figure who'd earlier been writhing on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, a barbed iron chain whipped around Blade, binding him tight. A powerful force yanked him off his feet and slammed him to the ground. Immediately, the rest of the vampires swarmed in, pinning Blade down with relentless force. Blade struggled desperately, his fingers brushing against a specially crafted silver powder grenade tucked inside his coat. All he needed to do was pull the pin, and the silver powder would detonate in a blinding flash. But just as he was about to make his move, a sharp pain stabbed into his neck. The world spun violently around him, and Blade instantly knew he'd been injected with something. Darkness closed in, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Upstairs, the hulking brute watched the scene unfold and nodded in satisfaction. She dialed Deacon Frost. "The Daywalker has been captured. The final sacrifice for the ritual is in place. Now it's all up to you, Deacon Frost." 7 vampires threw Blade into the back of a pickup truck and left the nightclub. None of them noticed the faint red shimmer pulsing from Blade's body. "There's a signal. Looks like Blade pulled it off." In the secret hideout, Whistler had his eyes glued to the computer. He only spoke when the tracking signal appeared. By then, Carl, Sky, Matt, and Frank had all gathered together. The female doctor was hard at work, racing to synthesize the last batch of serum. Unlike in Carl's previous life, the world of the films, the vampires hadn't attacked Whistler or kidnapped the doctor. Instead, they'd gone straight for Blade. "Let's move out." Everyone strapped on their gear and brought the serum along. Blade's capture was actually a calculated move, a plan the team had devised together. Carl knew the brood upstairs was nothing more than Deacon Frost's pawn. Blade would never get any real information from her, and there was every chance he'd walk right into an ambush. So they came up with a plan B. If Blade managed to learn what he needed about the artifact, that would be ideal. But if, as Carl suspected, Deacon Frost's people tried to ambush him, Blade would fake his capture, acting as bait while the team tracked his location, leading them straight to Deacon Frost. The result was clear. Plan B had worked, just as Carl predicted. The brute had never intended to reveal the translation of Blade. With preparations complete, Whistler joined the team, driving them toward Blade's location. The female doctor stayed behind, focusing on her serum research. Combat with vampires was not her arena. Following Blade's tracker, the car eventually reached a sprawling manor on the outskirts of town. The estate covered a vast area, and behind it stood an ancient stone tower, jutting into the sky. Carl studied the place carefully. This had to be it. The team got out several hundred meters from the manor, advancing cautiously toward their target. Sky carried a laptop, constantly monitoring the feed from their video tracker. Perhaps it was because vampires tended to be relics of the past. but the manor's perimeter was completely devoid of modern technology. The manor was heavily guarded, with numerous vampires patrolling the grounds. Judging by the heightened security, the sacrificial ritual must be of great importance for Deacon Frost to commit so many resources to protect it. Frank attached a specially designed silencer to the wall. He scanned his surroundings carefully, then settled on an ideal spot for an ambush. He pointed toward a wooded area beside the manor, where a natural rise formed a small hill, perfect for a sniper's nest. With weapons in hand, Frank and Whistler made their way to this vantage point, prepared to provide covering fire for the rest of the team. Meanwhile, the remaining three crept quietly up to the manor's outer wall. Just beyond it, vampires patrolled in force. Once Frank and Whistler signaled their readiness, the three scaled the wall. Luck was not on their side. They were spotted almost immediately by the patrolling vampires. Damn it, whose bright idea was this anyway? Carl had just landed on the other side of the wall when he came face to face with three vampires. Their eyes flashed red the instant they saw him. Without hesitation, Carl swung his sword, striking at all three. At that moment, a sharp crack sounded. A bullet found its mark in one vampire's skull, splattering his head like a watermelon dashed on the pavement. Simultaneously, Carl dispatched the remaining two with swift, decisive blows. With Sky bringing up the rear, the trio began making their way through the manor toward the tower, dispatching any vampires they encountered. Frank and Whistler's covering fire was precise and timely. They soon reached one side of the manor, where the entire tower stood in full view. The tower was constructed entirely of stone blocks, bearing the weight of centuries. Now, it was awash in electric light. "Where you guys?" "Cal Vispiret." "We're in position, lying in wait outside. Just waiting for your signal," came Natasha's voice through the earpiece. Their job was to prevent any vampires from escaping, to ensure none slipped through the net. "Copy that. Wait for my signal." At the same time, Carl glanced toward the distant hill and made a quick hand gesture. Frank, ever vigilant through the scope, caught the signal and trained his sights on one of the manor's windows. A muffled gunshot rang out. Instantly, the targeted pane shattered, the sound of breaking glass echoing unmistakably through the stillness of the manor grounds. Within seconds, more than a dozen vampires darted from every direction, converging on the broken window. As they investigated, several more dull cracks cut through the night. Each shot reduced another vampire to ashes. "We're under attack," one vampire bellowed, his voice booming through the manor and shattering the night silence. "Damn it, what kind of vampire is this? How does he even know the Shaolin Lion's roar? Next thing you know, he'll be doing iron head and diamond leg techniques." Carl cursed under his breath. Now that they'd been discovered, there was no point in holding back. He might as well go all out. "I told you from the start this plan wouldn't work. Whose childish idea was it to try such a ridiculous infiltration? It's riddled with flaws." Natasha's voice rang out in everyone's earpieces, her tone laced with mockery. As a seasoned agent, she'd objected the moment she heard about the plan. To her, it was nothing more than a child's prank, and anyone with half a brain could see right through it. The line fell silent. Of course, this brilliant plan had been Carl's brainchild, though Matt and Frank had fiercely opposed it from the very beginning. But Carl had been so confident at the time, even promising, loudly, that if it failed he would play basketball while standing on his head. "After this is over, anyone want to see a headstand basketball performance?" Frank's deep voice came through the earpieces. "Please give me that chance. I love basketball." Natasha teased, her tone light. "Is this really the time for jokes? Get moving, Blade is still inside." Carl snapped, his frustration clear. The more confident he'd been before, the more embarrassed he felt now. Back then, only Sky had supported him. The rest had shot down the idea without a second thought. They knew Carl was strong, but none of them expected him to have such a lapse in judgment. "If I'd known how bad this idea was, I'd have fought to the death before agreeing to it." Matt muttered under his breath, then charged straight at the vampires closing in on them. Gunfire erupted. Frank and Whistler, guns in hand, rushed toward the manor as well. Now that their cover was blown, there was no point in hiding anymore. Sky couldn't match the vampire's speed, so she retreated to a corner to wait for them to come to her. With a wave of concussive force, every vampire who tried to get close was instantly torn to pieces. None of them stood a chance. But Sky had no way to go on the offensive. Thanks to Natasha's training, her eyes could just about keep up with the vampires. Lightning-fast movements, but her body was a step behind. By the time the vampires were upon her, she could barely react in time. Carl stayed close to Sky, but didn't go out of his way to protect her. There would be far greater dangers in the future, and since she'd chosen to fight, she'd have to rely on herself. A flash of blue from the judge's barrel, and the heads of three vampires across from them exploded in quick succession. A perfect triple shot. While the team fought desperately against the vampires, a bloody spectacle was unfolding inside the high tower. Deacon Frost stood at the very center of the altar, surrounded by a circle of people, the 10 vampire elders. At this moment, they were tightly bound with chains of silver, their heads tilted back as they gazed up at Deacon Frost. Directly below the platform, a black stone coffin stood silently upright. From the cracks in the coffin, fresh blood was slowly seeping out. At last, the moment has arrived. The rotten hierarchy of the vampires will be shattered, and a new order shall be born from this very instant. I will become the king of vampires. I will ascend as the god of vampires. Blood god, descend upon us. Deacon Frost threw his arms wide, bursting out in wild, defiant laughter. The vampires nearby began to howl with excitement, their cries no different from those of savage beasts. Deacon Frost waited quietly for midnight to arrive, for the moment when the moon hung high at its zenith. At the same time, Carl and his companions were making their way toward the tower. Faced with the encircling vampires, the group was gradually being overwhelmed. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and even a fierce tiger cannot stand against a pack of wolves. The vampires simply outnumbered them by too much, and no matter how many bullets Frank carried, they would eventually run out. When Frank finally tossed aside his empty gun, he was forced to draw his dagger and engage the vampires in close combat. "Carl, do something. Don't you have magic?" Frank called out, cutting down a vampire before quickly retreating. Carl called out to Onion, who was still biting into a vampire, then leapt onto Onion's back and soared into the air. "Clear the way, all of you," Carl shouted. Then, using Onion's back as a springboard, he launched himself high above the ground and spun swiftly in midair. Since Demise. He squeezed the trigger repeatedly, and before him a blazing blue hexagram rapidly formed, wreathed in blue flames. As Carl fired a shot into the heart of the hexagram, countless bullets rained down from above, pelting the vampires below like a furious storm. A deafening barrage echoed all around, as the hail of bullets instantly swept across a 10-meter radius. Within that circle, the vampires had no chance to fight back. There was no time even to flee. When the storm of bullets finally ceased, a glowing blue hexagram descended from above. With a thunderous roar, it struck the earth, making the entire estate tremble. In the wake of the blast, a deep groove in the shape of a hexagram was gouged into the ground. This was the true power of Sin's demise, a complete manifestation. What happened in the museum before was only a fraction of its strength. In the blink of an eye, all the vampires within 10 meters were reduced to ash. Yet this victory was but a drop in the ocean. Even more vampires surged toward them. Just as everyone was reaching the end of their strength, a sudden burst of brilliant light exploded overhead, illuminating the entire estate as if it were broad daylight. The rapid staccato of gunfire rang out, echoing through the night. A volley of gunfire erupted, rapid and relentless, as if beans were spilling from a bamboo tube. In the next instant, a swarm of black-clad agents surged forward, raising their weapons and opening fire on the vampires. At the same time, a sharp arrow sliced through the air and struck a vampire squarely amidst the crowd. The arrow exploded upon impact, releasing a cloud of silver dust that spread like a poisonous fog, corroding the vampires. Within mere seconds, those nearby clutched at their throats and crumbled into ash. Up on the hillside, Barton stood with his longbow raised. He drew another arrow from the quiver slung across his back and loosed it with deadly precision. Each shot found its mark, exploding into a shower of shimmering silver particles. Beside Barton, 4 or 5 black crates brimming with arrows sat on the ground. A rough count would put the number of arrows at well over 100. Natasha, guns blazing in both hands, charged to the forefront, leading the others. Silver-plated bullets streamed from her weapons, each shot claiming another vampire's life. After all, the Black Widow was nothing if not lethal. "You folks really pulled out all the stops this time. Did Director Baldy finally break the bank?" Carl joked, glancing around at the SHIELD agents and the steady rain of silver bullets from their guns. "Our director's been waiting for a chance to wipe these vampires out for ages," Natasha replied, still firing as she spoke. "The only thing that held us back before was the peace treaty we'd signed with them. Now that they've torn it up, we finally have an excuse to go to war." "You sure showed up right on time," Frank chimed in, hefting his gun again. "Almost half the vampires in New York are here tonight." And with SHLD's endless supply of silver bullets, running out of ammo was the last thing on his mind. "We'll hold the line here. You need to get into that tower and stop Deacon Frost's plan. If you wait any longer, Blade won't make it out alive." Whistler hurried over, shotgun in hand, his face drawn with worry. Blade's fate was uncertain, and Whistler feared there might be nothing left of him soon. Hand me the serum, Carl said, reaching for the vial Whistler offered. Frank, Matt, and I will go in. Sky, you stick with Natasha. Sky nodded. She longed to join Carl in the tower, but she knew she wasn't strong enough, so she agreed without hesitation. Frank stuffed a few silver dust grenades into his coat pockets and slung extra ammo over his shoulder. Matt clicked his short batons, together transforming them into a single long staff, perfect for finding his way and for striking the ground to create sound waves. Onion, lead the way, Carl called out. A sharp, eager trill answered him as Onion dashed over to his side. We're heading for the tower. Carl pointed to their destination. Onion understood at once, lifting its head and letting out a piercing cry, the force of it sending ripples through the air. With another shrill call, Onion set out ahead. Onion's claws suddenly tore into the ground, sending clods of earth flying. In a flash, it shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, a shimmering barrier, forming around its body. It charged ahead, smashing through everything in its path, leaving any vampire who tried to block the way shattered to pieces. Stay close. With that, Carl dashed down the path Onion had cleared, with Frank and Matt hot on his heels. Onion stormed forward like a runaway dump truck, barreling through the chaos as if there were no one to stop it. Everywhere it passed, bodies and debris flew, leaving utter devastation in its wake. The vampires caught in its path lost limbs, or worse. Some were torn to shreds by the barriers swirling around Onion's body. The three of them kept close behind Onion, who deliberately slowed its pace. Otherwise, they would have arrived at the tower long ago. They reached the base of the tower without serious incident. There were few guards here. After all, only vampires of some standing were allowed inside, and most were already within, witnessing the ceremony. I'll draw Deacon Frost's attention. You two go find Blade. Carl handed the serum to Matt, along with a small vial filled with a crimson liquid. Once you find Blade, give him this to drink. Matt, whose sense of smell was keen, instantly recognized the contents as blood. Although Blade was only half vampire, he could still rapidly regain his strength by drinking blood. The three split up. Carl mounted Onion and sped straight for the center of the tower. At that moment, the moon reached its zenith. Midnight had arrived. Overhead, the moon slowly turned blood red, and suddenly a crimson beam shot down, piercing directly into the heart of the tower. At last, the moment has come. Vampires, our era begins now. Deacon Frost raised his arms and shouted, while the vampires around him howled skyward in response. The blood-red light traced mysterious patterns atop the tower, spreading like veins of fresh blood. At the same time, the 10 elders were positioned precisely beneath each pivotal line of the pattern, their heads fixed upward. As the scarlet glow flowed along the patterns, it converged on the elders' foreheads, each struck by a concentrated shaft of red light. Immediately, a searing hiss filled the air, as if branding irons were pressed to their brows, and agonized screams echoed through the tower. The 10 elders had clearly become sacrifices for the ritual. Meanwhile, blood began to seep from the black stone coffin on the floor below. It trickled along the grooves beneath the coffin, slowly climbing up the walls. After a few heartbeats, a single drop of blood welled on each elder's brow, then crept along the crimson light, merging into the patterns. A single drop from each elder spread through the entire design, and in that instant, the elders began to dissolve like melting ice, vanishing into dust. At the same time, the blood slowly gathered at the summit of the high tower, while the blood on the ground surged upward just as quickly, merging with it. In the end, all of it condensed into a single drop of crimson that fell from above. Deacon Frost raised his head and stretched out his arms, as if to embrace that drop of blood. He had waited far too long for this moment. Every preparation had been made for it. He cared nothing for how many vampires perished outside the tower. So long as he became the blood god, he would be king of this world, king of all vampires, the blood god himself. The drop of blood landed precisely at the center of Deacon Frost's brow, instantly transforming into a mysterious sigil that faded into his skin. Deacon Frost let out a roar of agony, as if racked by excruciating pain. His body flushed, red as a boiled shrimp, skin peeling away as though scalded, revealing a layer of pale, new flesh beneath. With a furious roar, his pupils suddenly narrowed into vertical slits, and those golden eyes took on the sinister glint of a wicked dragon. Behind him, a pair of bat-like, demonic wings unfurled, and his ears stretched longer, sharp points sprouting at their tips. From his elbows, blade-like bone spurs jutted outward, and the pallor of his skin took on a metallic sheen, gleaming like burnished steel. The surge of strength swelling within him felt as though it could shatter the very world. In that instant, Deacon Frost's desires were magnified beyond all bounds, and his eyes transformed from gold into a blazing crimson. Power! This is true power! With a triumphant shout, Deacon Frost slammed his fist into the floating platform beneath his feet. The impact sounded like a bomb going off, and in an instant, the high tower crumbled into a heap of rubble, crashing down toward the black stone coffin at the bottom. But the stone coffin was not alone. Matt and Frank were down there as well. They had searched the entire tower, finding no sign of Blade. Only the coffin remained unexplored. Now, as a cascade of debris fell from above, neither of them could get near the coffin, let alone check if Blade was inside. When the stones finally settled, the coffin had been smashed open, and Blade's body was revealed within. All his blood had been drained, offered up as nourishment for the blood god. Frank, quick on his feet, rushed forward to support Blade. Blood still seeped slowly from the wounds on Blade's hands and legs, showing no sign of healing. Quick, give him the blood from that little vial. He's almost gone. Matt, catching the faint pulse of Blade's heartbeat, urged Frank to feed him the blood from the small bottle without delay. Frank wasted no time, tipping the blood into Blade's mouth. Instinctively, Blade's fangs snapped out, shattering the vial and releasing the blood in an instant rush across his tongue. As the blood entered his system, Blade's eyes shot open, pupils dilating. In moments, every wound on his body began to rapidly close and heal. Ah! Blade let out a loud cry, and the blood on his body instantly contracted toward his wounds, vanishing completely as it was drawn back inside him. Phew! You two showed up just in time. Any later, and I would have died right here. Blade exhaled deeply, savoring the exhilarating sensation of being alive once more. The feeling of his blood being drained from his body was something he never wanted to experience again. Frank handed Blade his longsword, along with the 6 vials of serum cleverly fashioned into throwing darts. Carl's still up there on his own. We need to get up there fast. Matt had already sensed Carl's location. Right now, Carl was confronting Deacon Frost. On the upper level of the tower, Deacon Frost was still reveling in the boundless power bestowed upon him by the blood god, when suddenly a voice interrupted his moment of ecstasy. You know, you really look hideous like this. You think turning into a monster for power makes you some kind of egg boss? Carl leaned casually against a pillar, sizing up Deacon Frost's new appearance. He'd expected something impressively cool like the egg boss himself, but who would have thought that instead of being jaw-droppingly handsome, Frost's transformation was just jaw-droppingly ugly. Insect, I know who you are. You're the little lackey always tagging along with the Daywalker. Today, whether it's you or the Daywalker, neither of you will leave here alive. Deacon Frost had already received intelligence that Blade was bringing some formidable allies. He'd even seen photos of them. Carl's face matched the image of that young man in the pictures. TCH, still playing the marching to your own doom routine? Do you really think you've got the Egg Boss's dazzling blade? You're just asking for it. Carl drew his ultimate weapon, twirling it with a flourish before pointing the longsword directly at the blood god-empowered Deacon Frost, who hovered in midair. Wretched creature, today I'll show you the true power of the blood god. Suddenly, Deacon Frost's hands flushed crimson, and 2 blood-red scimitars appeared in his grip. Like an arrow loose from a bow, he shot straight at Carl below. Carl swept his sword in a wide arc, blocking both of Frost's scimitars. Sparks erupted fiercely where blade met blade. With the ultimate weapon locking both scimitars, Carl pushed off with his feet, knocking the twin blades aside, and, in the same motion, launched a bicycle kick straight at Frost's chin. Deacon Frost flickered, instantly reappearing behind Carl, and as Carl's body was still airborne, Frost swept his twin blades in an attempt to cut Carl clean in half. But Carl twisted in midair, planting a foot on the flat of Frost's blade to pivot himself, then brought his sword crashing down from above. Deacon Frost had no choice but to raise both scimitars high, trying to block Carl's ultimate weapon. But as Carl descended, he suddenly shifted tactics. His sword tapped the nearby wall to give him leverage, and he darted sideways in a blur. A gunshot rang out. The Punisher's blue-tipped bullet slammed straight into Deacon Frost's wing, while Carl landed softly on the ground, using the momentum to steady himself. Deacon Frost's bat-like wings were instantly torn open, a gaping hole surrounded by charred, blackened flesh. But before long, the wound healed on its own, erasing every trace left by the Judicator. Deacon Frost fixed his gaze on the gun in Carl's hand, fully aware of the threat it posed to him. In a flash, Carl fired 3 rounds in rapid succession. At that very moment, Deacon Frost's speed surged dramatically. He dodged the bullets with astonishing agility and whirled to charge at Carl, moving so fast it left one speechless. There was no time for Carl to fire again. He could only dart backward, but even then, his speed couldn't match Deacon Frost's. With twin blades flashing, Deacon Frost brought them down upon Carl. Carl barely managed to block with his ultimate divine weapon, sending sparks flying wildly between the two. Seizing the moment, Carl fired several shots at Deacon Foss. The distance between them was hardly more than a set of dentures. At such close range, Deacon Foss had no chance to dodge and took several rounds at point blank. Bullets tore open Deacon Foss's abdomen, revealing the organs within. Were it not for his spine holding him together, he would have been cut clean in half. Deacon Foss immediately retreated, while countless blood-red vessels surged to repair the massive wound in his belly. Yet such a grievous injury could not heal in an instant. Carl made up his mind. Strike while the enemy is weak. Suddenly, a green, razor-sharp claw materialized before Carl, yanking him straight toward Deacon Foss. A frenzy of claws erupted, rending Deacon Foss's body with savage force. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, leaving his front a mangled, indistinguishable mass of flesh. Carl sprang back, putting distance between himself and Deacon Foss. At this point, Deacon Foss looked like a man drenched in blood, not a single patch of intact flesh on him. Even the wings on his back hung in tatters. "Ha ha! You really think this is enough to kill the mighty blood god? Foolish little ant. You have no idea how powerful the blood god truly is. No one can kill me. I am a god." Deacon Foss laughed maniacally, even as his body began to heal at a visible speed, the wounds knitting together with unnatural swiftness. With a cold snort, Carl raised his sword and advanced, bringing it down in a deadly arc toward Deacon Foss's head. "Blood god, is it? Let's see if you're still a god without your head." The ultimate divine weapon gleamed with blue light as it swept across Deacon Foss's neck. In a flash of blue, Carl's figure appeared behind Deacon Foss, his blade angled forward, not a drop of blood staining its tip. A thin red line appeared across Deacon Foss's neck. Blood began to seep from it, slowly at first, then all at once it burst forth. A crimson ring formed in the air around him, droplets falling like rain. However, Carl still hadn't managed to sever Deacon Firth's head. Instead, only a deep wound had appeared. With his back turned to Deacon Firth, Carl frowned. He was certain his sword had struck true, yet Deacon Firth's head stubbornly remained attached to his body. The blood god truly lived up to the god in his name. Not even an ultimate divine weapon could behead him in a single stroke, a testament to his monstrous resilience and terrifying regenerative power. "Ha ha! What's wrong? Weren't you so impressive just now? Why didn't you take my head with a single swing, insect?" Deacon Firth reached up and wiped at the wound on his neck. Instantly, countless blood threads sprang forth, weaving tightly to seal the gash, before slowly merging back into flesh. Although the wound on Deacon Firth's neck had healed, the other injuries on his body still needed time to recover. Carl noticed this flaw at once. "Still nursing those wounds, Lord Blood God?" Carl let out a contemptuous laugh, glancing back at Deacon Firth, his eyes gleaming with unconcealed mockery. "Don't you feel like there's something new attached to you?" At Carl's words, Deacon Firth sensed something amiss and glanced behind him. There, sprouting from his back, were 6 syringe-like devices, each pumping green fluid directly into his body. What is this?" Suddenly, Deacon Firth's skin began to steam as if scalded by boiling water, blisters erupting across his flesh like a horrendous burn. Even the wounds that had just healed split open again, torrents of blood gushing from his ravaged body. Barely recognizable, Deacon Firth struggled to turn around. A few meters away stood Blade, silent and unmoving, a black bag dangling from his hand as he stared at Deacon Firth with cold intensity. "So it was you?" Before Deacon Firth could finish his words, his body convulsed violently, as though boiling from within. Then, all at once, he exploded, bursting apart like an overinflated balloon. "This serum is quite something." Carl surveyed the remains of the shattered Deacon Firth before turning his gaze to Blade. Blade, now fully recovered, said nothing. He merely let out a long, relieved breath. After chasing Deacon Firth for so many years, he had finally brought him down. A sense of closure settled in his heart, tinged with a faint trace of melancholy. For a hero, once the enemy is gone, perhaps the curtain must fall. Yet, though Deacon Firth was dead, this was no time for sorrow. There were still plenty of vampires outside. Who could say if another Deacon Firth wouldn't rise among them? When Carl and the others emerged from the tower, they found that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had nearly finished wiping out the remaining vampires. Under the cover of overwhelming firepower, the vampires didn't stand a chance. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't come out unscathed either, but their casualties were negligible compared to the fate of the vampires. As soon as Carl and his group appeared, Natasha called out, "Is Deacon Frost dealt with?" "Carl nodded. It's done." Hearing this, Natasha immediately rallied her team for a final assault, determined to wipe out every last vampire in one decisive strike. Carl's gaze lingered on the looming tower behind the manor, his mind deep in thought. Deacon Frost was no anomaly. Every race had its share. Of the wildly ambitious, vampires were no different. Killing one Deacon Frost didn't mean another wouldn't rise up to take his place one day. This tower could not be left standing. Who knew when another sacrificial ritual might be attempted here, summoning who knows what? It had to be destroyed. With that thought, Carl resolved to bring down the entire tower along with the manor itself. No power, S.H.I.E.L.D. included, could be allowed to claim whatever secrets lay here. He didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. to be interested only in exterminating vampires. Most likely, their true goal was the mysterious runes hidden within that tower. When it came to anything supernatural, SHLD's obsession bordered on fanaticism. Carl knew the truth. Hydra was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since rotted from within. There were barely enough true S.H.I.E.L.D. agents left to count on one hand. Everyone, clear the manor grounds. Now. Carl's booming command cut through the chaos. He made sure Natasha and Coulson retreated to safety. Barton, already positioned at a distance, was out of harm's way. The moment Natasha and Coulson heard Carl's tone, they knew he was about to unleash something massive, just like he had during the battle with Sandman Marco. That world-shattering power was coming again. Coulson didn't hesitate. He ordered everyone out, telling them to forget about the damned vampires. Once the last person had left the manor, Carl stood alone, facing the remaining vampires. He didn't move. Instead, he spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky. In his eyes, flames of deep orange flickered and danced. Zodiac Meteor. With a low incantation, Carl summoned his magic. Power surged within him as, high above the manor, a black hole nearly 30 meters wide opened in the sky. It swirled like a vortex, dark as pitch, impossible to miss, even under the shroud of night. Suddenly, an invisible force pressed down from above. Gravity intensified across the entire estate. The vampires felt it immediately. Instinctual terror seized them, sending them scrambling to escape, only to be picked off by the waiting team outside. And then, from the heart of that swirling void, a meteor wreathed in flame began to emerge. 30 meters across, it hung above the manor like the hammer of the gods, ready to fall. From the neighboring districts, people could clearly see the meteorite descending from the sky. Everyone passing by hurriedly pulled out their phones, aiming them at the meteorite, some snapping photos, others recording videos. No way, is this for real? That guy can actually summon a meteorite with his bare hands. Barton stared up at the meteorite, now fully revealed from the swirling vortex high above, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. Last time it was a giant monster, and now it's a meteorite. Just how many incredible powers does he possess? Coulson looked up at the meteorite, the tactical camera on his glasses constantly adjusting focus to capture every frame. Far away at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sprang to his feet in excitement, gripping his old-fashioned pager so tightly his knuckles whitened, just a hair's breadth from pressing the button. Is there really no limit to his power? Can she stop him? She must be able to. She's the one who faced an alien warship alone. She can do it. Nick Fury muttered to himself, but the storm of emotions within him was written plainly across his face. Back at the manor, the meteorite drew ever closer, its overwhelming gravity growing more intense by the second. Some of the vampires were already pinned to the ground, unable to move a muscle. The people outside the manor fared little better. Exhausted from their struggle against the vampires, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents now found themselves battered by the meteorite's oppressive gravitational force. A few had already fainted, unable to withstand it, while the rest clung to consciousness with sheer willpower. A deafening crash thundered through the air. At last, the meteorite struck the earth. It landed with the force of a small nuclear explosion. Dust billowed out in a wave like a sandstorm, and the invisible shockwave flattened the surrounding trees in an instant. The once manicured lawn now looked as though it had just been plowed. When the dust finally settled, everyone turned their eyes toward the manor. But there was no manor left. The once beautiful estate, with its towering spire, had been razed to the ground. In its place was a crater 6 or 7 meters deep. The pit contained not a single scrap of the manor's original structure, only the bleak aftermath of the meteorite's impact, barren but for sand and earth. The way people looked at Carl had changed, their gazes filled with terror and dread. For the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who at least knew a thing or two about Carl, the shock was tempered by familiarity. But for the Hydra, operatives in disguise, their eyes held not just fear, but a strange fervor, as if they were witnessing the arrival of an idol. Unnoticed in a shadowy corner, a man in a black suit, wearing tactical glasses identical to Coulson's, recorded every moment from Carl's summoning to the meteorite's impact. Far away in a fortress buried in an icy wasteland, A middle-aged man with a monocle watched the footage intently, not moving a muscle. Marvelous. This is absolutely marvelous. What incredible power. This is nothing short of a gift from God. This young man will undoubtedly become the most crucial part of our future plans. We must have him, no matter what. The man watched Carl's heroic figure again and again, unable to take his eyes off him, especially the moment when the Zodiac meteor crashed down. He froze the image in his mind. Carl, arms outstretched, standing beneath the falling celestial rock. We have to get him at any cost. Whatever it takes, he must be ours. The man muttered to himself. Carl glanced over at the ruins, and, once he was certain everything had been wiped out, he finally turned and walked towards the others. What's going on with all of you? Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on me? He looked down at his clothes, checking himself over to make sure everything was in order. Are you even human, or something else? Natasha suddenly broke the silence, her voice uncertain. After watching Carl summon a meteor, she wasn't sure anymore if he was even human. The fear in everyone's hearts wasn't without reason. If Carl could so easily summon a 30-meter-wide meteor today, who could say he wouldn't call down something even larger tomorrow? Something that could wipe out the entire United States? Or worse, no one dared to follow that thought to its conclusion. What are you talking about? Who's a ghost? You're the ghost. Your whole family is ghosts. Carl's face twitched with exasperation. What kind of question was that? If I didn't know you as well as I do, I'd drag you into the lab and dissect you myself. Coulson muttered under his breath, not daring to actually say it out loud. With the crisis over, the cleanup could be left to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, this wasn't their first time handling such things. The group, including Natasha and Barton, all headed back to Blade's safe house. Now that it's over, Blade, what are your plans? Frank, for once, took the initiative to ask while they lounged on the sofa. We've cleared out the vampires here, but there are still signs of them elsewhere. I'm thinking of moving on. I heard things are getting out of hand with the vampires in Atlanta, so I'm planning to head there. Blade took a swig of beer, looking unusually at ease. Our director was hoping you'd join up with us, you know. Natasha chimed in, slipping effortlessly into her usual recruiting role. Blade shook his head. I'll pass on joining your merry band of heroes. But if it's about vampires, I'm happy to help. Natasha, as if she'd expected this, replied, Did you all agree on this beforehand? Why is everyone so resistant to joining us? Nick Fury's recruitment missions for her and Coulson had never succeeded. They worked together seamlessly in the field. But as soon as S.H.I.E.L.D. or that fledgling alliance was mentioned, everyone clammed up. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Frank, usually as cold as a glacier, managed to smile. Out of all of them, he understood S.H.I.E.L.D. best. After all, he and Nick Fury had once fought side by side. We just don't want to be tied down by the authorities. You know how those capitalists are. We'd end up as tools in their hands, forced to do their dirty work. That's not what we want, Frank said frankly, cutting right to the heart of the matter. Superheroes can't let themselves be controlled by official powers. Otherwise, they'll end up as nothing more than weapons, used to hurt the very people who need their help the most. You're absolutely right, Natasha said with a shrug, her agreement clear. Even Barton, usually quiet and reserved, nodded in firm approval. As agents, they'd never truly had control over their own lives. Over the years, they'd carried out countless dirty jobs. Assassinations had become as routine as breakfast. Yet who could really say what kind of people their targets truly were? In this moment, they all set aside their former roles. For now, there was only one identity that mattered: comrades fighting side by side. Now, they were simply a group of ordinary people gathered together to eat, drink, and share old, worn-out jokes just for the joy of it. And poor Coulson was stuck behind to clean up the mess. He had no choice. After all, Nick Fury only truly trusted him. Everyone woke up in Blade's warehouse, hungover from the night before. Even Natasha and Barton, both seasoned agents, weren't spared, their faces drawn with the unmistakable signs of a rough morning. After bidding Blade farewell, they each went their separate ways. It's worth mentioning that the female doctor was ultimately recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. They had little choice, really. She knew too much, and with her level of expertise, being able to whip up an anti-vampire serum under such bare-bones conditions, S.H.I.E.L.D. could hardly let that kind of talent slip away. The agency was unusually closed for business that day. The boss and staff were all still sleeping off their hangovers, leaving Mogulai alone, sniffling and blowing bubbles from his nose. Deep in a blissful sleep, Carl's phone wouldn't stop ringing. Still half asleep, he groggily picked up. Hey kid, you sure made quite a scene last night. When are you coming over so Uncle Tony can take a look at that meteorite of yours? Tony's teasing voice crackled through the receiver, sounding like he was in a great mood. Carl barely caught the gist of it through his foggy mind. Study what? I'm dead tired. If you've got something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'm hanging up. Oh, sounds like our little boy is all grown up. Out carousing all night, huh? Need your Uncle Tony to introduce you to some real gems. Tony perked up instantly. This was his area of expertise. After all, he was a seasoned pro when it came to this sort of thing. Get lost. I'm hanging up. I'm dead tired. Carl ended the call right away, not giving Tony the slightest chance to get a second word in. That little brat. He actually dared to hang up on me. I swear I'm going to storm over to his place, drag him out of bed, and ruin whatever good time he's having. With that, Tony called for Jarvis to get the car ready. Driving his beloved limited edition mini Audi, Tony sped straight to Carl's apartment, not meeting a single obstacle along the way. By then, it was already noon, and he had brought along a team of professional chefs. Staring at the firmly shut office door, Tony was a bit speechless. Seriously? It's this late, and that kid's still asleep, even after I've already woken up? Annoyed, Tony marched straight into the apartment building. After asking the manager for Carl's room number, he led the chefs directly upstairs. Hey kid, get up already. Tony pounded on the door, not caring at all about his billionaire image. He looked more like a street punk than a business magnate. His enthusiastic knocking brought out nearly every resident on the floor. The moment people realized it was Tony Stark, excitement spread like wildfire. Everyone wanted a selfie or an autograph. After all, Iron Man's fame had already swept across America. The commotion was so loud it even woke Sky in the next apartment. You can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep, Mr. Stark. Sky pulled out the key to Carl's room and let them in. When he's asleep, even if the sky falls down, he won't wake up. According to him, he's sealed under the covers and can only get up once the seal lifts on its own. Sky could only shake her head in resignation. Apart from Gwen and herself, the only other person able to break Carl's blanket seal was Carl and Gwen's mother, Helen. She was the first to ever manage it. Sure enough, Carl was fast asleep. Tony strode over and yanked the blanket right off him. So much for being sealed. Tony Stark was determined to break that seal himself today. Aya! Sky yelped, covering her face. She hadn't expected Carl to sleep in the nude, not a stitch of clothing on him. Peeking through her fingers, Sky's cheeks flamed crimson as Carl's physique was laid bare before her. Unlike the burly builds common in the West, Carl was lean but toned, his chest and abs sharply defined, and especially that. Tony was just as stunned. Who would have thought this guy slept naked? Turns out the kid shared his own tastes. Maybe they really were kindred spirits after all. Suddenly, a gun was pressed right up to Tony's face. A heavy barrel, cold and menacing, pointed straight at him. Whoa, hey, it's me, man. Look closely. This thing doesn't care who you are. Be careful. Tony immediately took a step back and surrendered. The cold, dark muzzle of the gun aimed at him, combined with Carl's half-asleep expression, made Tony feel like he was about to become the first person in history to be shot for pulling off someone's blanket. If Tony had known that the Punisher's gun couldn't actually do him any harm, he would have suited up in his armor that instant and blasted Carl to pieces. His poor heart was pounding wildly from a scare. Carl heard Tony's voice and finally opened his drowsy eyes, only to realize that the room was crowded with people, and among them, he even spotted Sky, who was peeking through her fingers, staring intently at him. Damn it! Carl instantly realized he was stark naked, hastily tossed aside the Punisher's gun, and yanked the blanket over himself. Tony glanced back at Sky, then at Carl, and teased with a grin. Come on, kid, don't be so shy. We're all friends here. Look at me and Pepper. We get along just fine. Once again, Tony found common ground between himself and Carl. Both had a bit of a flirtation going on with their assistants. Carl shot Tony an annoyed glare and muttered under his breath. I'm getting dressed. Are you all seriously going to stand there and stare? Carl raised his gun again, and this time, everyone except Tony hurried out of the room, gathering in the living room to wait. Hey, how come you haven't won over that pretty little assistant of yours yet? Tony whispered, sidling up to Carl. I'm way ahead of you, you know. If there's some awkward reason, just tell me. I've got plenty of good suggestions. It was obvious to Tony that Carl and Sky weren't quite a couple yet, but they were definitely in that ambiguous stage. Carl rolled his eyes at Tony and said nothing, quietly pulling on his clothes. He understood perfectly well what Tony meant, but then there was Gwen to consider. Having been single in his previous life, he had no idea how to handle this kind of situation. Tony shot Carl a mischievous grin as Carl disappeared in the bathroom, then settled onto the sofa, taking an interested look around the room. This place isn't bad. From the outside, it looks like an antique, and inside, it's even more so. Really consistent, I'll give you that. Need me to call in a renovation crew and give the place a complete makeover? I guarantee it'll feel brand new. Tony eyed the European vintage decor, which clashed completely with his own style. He'd always preferred modern, high-tech urban chic. This retro look did nothing for him. Forget it. I like it the way it is, and so do the other tenants. No point in messing things up for no reason. Carl's voice echoed from the bathroom, followed by the steady sound of the shower running. TCH, the tenants here are antiques themselves. Tony scoffed and continued, but I have to say, this couch is really comfortable. Where did you get it? I'm thinking of buying out the whole company just to have them make sofas for me. He patted the seat beneath him, feeling the luxurious suede texture, smooth and incredibly soft. Of course, Carl couldn't tell Tony that all of this was provided by the system, so he simply pretended not to hear and kept on showering. Tony didn't press further. After all, he was Tony Stark. There was nothing he couldn't get his hands on. A sofa? That was easy. He'd just have Jarvis track down the company and make sure it got acquired. By the way, who are all these people you brought? Carl stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his damp hair. Oh, those are the chefs I brought along. They specialize in signature dishes from all over the world. We didn't have time to eat before coming here, so I figured we could join you for a meal. You came to have dinner with me and brought a whole team of chefs. Kyle was utterly baffled. Of course. The main reason is to let them learn how you make all that delicious food, so they can cook it for me when we get back. Ever since Tony had tasted those unforgettable dishes at Carl's place, nothing else seemed to measure up. They won't be able to learn how to make my food. Why not? Don't ask. The answer is magic. Once again, Carl credited everything to mysterious magic. In truth, it wasn't far from reality. All his ingredients were supplied by the system, and every dish was crafted through his special cooking skills, not by any normal culinary process, or really any process at all. Tony looked disappointed. He'd hoped he could enjoy that flavor every day, but who would have thought these delicacies were the work of magic? Still, he couldn't deny the taste was out of this world. All right then, you guys can head back. With a wave, Tony dismissed the chef team, choosing to stay behind himself and savor a fine meal. Inside the office, he indulged himself, eating until he was stuffed to the brim before finally putting down his chopsticks. Were you starving in a past life? How did you get so hungry? I've never heard of Pepper starving you. Carl was startled by Tony's voracious appetite. It was as if the man hadn't eaten for days. Get out of here. Your food's just too good. I couldn't help myself. Tony tossed aside a bone and wiped his mouth gracefully with a napkin. Why don't you come work as my chef? Name your price. Enough. I'm the owner of this firm, you know. Why would I work for you? If you want to eat, just stop by any time. Being his own boss was way better. And besides, Carl was now a Stark Industries shareholder, a real one, eligible to attend shareholder meetings. Work for someone else? Not a chance. By the way, did you catch the news today? Some big green guy caused a huge scene at Columbia University. Tony, bored as ever, started the conversation. HM? A big green guy? That's right, looked to be 3 or 4 meters tall at least. The military even ordered a batch of high-frequency sonic cannons from Stark Industries just to catch him. But in the end, he still got away. Carl frowned, so the Hulk had shown up. He immediately had Sky pull up that morning's news. And sure enough, there it was. The Hulk was smashing his way through campus, fighting off General Ross's troops, before scooping up Betty and leaping away in one giant bound. But Carl didn't pay it much mind. He knew the Hulk would walk away unscathed after defeating the abomination anyway. Plus, the fight was all the way over in Chinatown, Queens, light years from his office. There was no way the aftermath would reach them. As a superhero, Iron Man, no less, you didn't get involved at all? Kyle was genuinely curious. He'd have expected Tony to jump at the chance for some attention. This just wasn't like Tony Stark at all. I wanted to honestly, but I can't stand that old bastard Ross. Remember when Congress tried to make me hand over the Mark armor? Ross was one of the idiots egging them on, even teaming up with the military to pressure me. Frankly, I wouldn't mind if that big green guy pounded him into the ground. Tony's trademark childish streak came out again. He disliked Ross so much, he didn't even care about the Hulk smashing things up. Clearly, Tony had a long way to go before he truly embraced being a superhero. After eating and drinking his fill at Carl's place, Tony finally left, only after taking a box of the same food they'd had for lunch to bring back for Pepper. Another dull day came and went. Carl and Sky flopped onto the couch, playing dead. Sky had recently started to emulate Carl's laid-back, couch potato lifestyle, though she hadn't quite achieved his level of leisure. She was still just getting started. The next few days drifted by in the same uneventful haze. Natasha dropped by a couple of times, sharing updates about the Hulk. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was curious about the Green Giant too. After all, Nick Fury had already earmarked him for the Avengers lineup, and they were eager to study his blood as well. Meanwhile, Gwen's school went on break, and she came home, Peter and Felicia tagging along with her. This time, Peter brought Felicia to meet his family. Aunt May was so overjoyed, she nearly took off on the spot. She'd never imagined her shy, introverted nephew would ever bring home such a beautiful girlfriend. That night, Carl was sprawled out at the office, watching a show. Sky and Gwen were busy with Moguri, fussing over him as they planned to give him a bath. They really had started treating him like a proper pet. Mogulai didn't disappoint Carl either. He handed a staff to each of Sky and Gwen, sending both of them fleeing in confusion. For a moment, the office turned into utter chaos, with two girls and a pig dashing about in a wild frenzy. Just as Carl was enjoying the spectacle, engrossed in the drama, his phone rang. It was Tony calling. "Hey, buddy, get to Chinatown, quick. This is an emergency." On the other end of the line, Tony's surroundings were a cacophony of noise, as if a riot had broken out. And since the location was Chinatown, Carl immediately guessed it was the Hulk fighting Abomination. He just couldn't figure out why Tony would throw himself into the mess. "What's going on?" he asked. "Two big guys are brawling, and they nearly leveled all of Chinatown. You have to get over here fast." Tony's voice was urgent, punctuated by the distant rumble of explosions. "All right, I'm on my way." Carl hung up and turned to tell Sky and Gwen what was happening, only to find both of them insisting they wanted to come along. With no other choice, Carl brought the two of them with him. But Onion, the pig, only allowed Carl to ride on its back. Gwen, ever resourceful, immediately transformed into Ghost Spider and zipped off toward Chinatown. Sky, on the other hand, had no choice but to hail a cab. Just then, unexpectedly, Natasha appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, Carl, come with me. Chinatown needs you." Kyle was momentarily stunned. Since when did they treat him like an official S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? What a joke. Why should he take orders from them? He ignored Natasha, told Sky to ride with her, and then took off on Onion. Gwen likewise shot out a web and swung away at top speed. "What's up with them?" Natasha asked Sky. "They went to Chinatown. Tony Stark just called Carl for help." Natasha's eyes lit up at the news. It was as if fortune had fallen right into her lap. "Get in quick. We need to head over too." Meanwhile, in Chinatown, Abomination was roaring for Hulk, tearing through buildings in a frenzy. Tony was doing his best to hold Abomination at bay, but the creature's thick skin and self-healing made things difficult. Tony was forced to stay on the defensive. Because of the dense crowds in Chinatown, he didn't dare use large-scale weaponry, relying only on his repulsor blast to wear Abomination down. Inside a Black Hawk helicopter circling above, Bruce watched the devastation below with grave concern written across his face. "Bruce, don't go. You finally got free of the Hulk," Betty pleaded, clutching his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "No, Betty, I have to. He became like this because of me. It's my responsibility." Bruce's heart was heavy, but there was no escaping the truth. Abomination was born from his own blood extract, making him, in some way, the creator of this monster. General Ross remained silent. All of this, after all, could be traced back to his own machinations. Now, regret flickered in his eyes. He had meant to forge a legion of super soldiers for war, but never expected that one accident would unleash an uncontrollable Hulk, and now, an even more unmanageable Abomination. Ross began to question his life's work. He had dedicated his entire career to the Super Soldier Project, but to see it come to this, was Captain America truly the only perfect super soldier in existence? At that moment, Bruce called out to the Hulk from within himself for the very first time. Before, he would do anything to avoid the Hulk, even contemplating ending his own life, just to erase that presence. All his thoughts had been devoted to erasing Hulk from existence. Yet now, for the first time, he found himself in desperate need of the Hulk's strength. He waited, straining with effort, but nothing happened. It was as if the Hulk had vanished altogether. But Bruce knew, deep down, the Hulk was still there, lurking in the depths of his mind. "I am sorry, Betty." Bruce gazed at Betty with deep affection. Betty, knowing what Bruce was about to do, broke down in tears. Bruce looked up and leapt from the helicopter. Betty screamed, throwing herself toward him as he fell, but General Ross held her back in a tight embrace. With a tremendous crash, Bruce plummeted to the ground, smashing a crater into the earth. "Now that's guts, buddy." And here I was, not even suggesting anyone jump out of a helicopter, Tony remarked, giving a thumbs up to the figure in the pit. This was the very definition of reckless curiosity, just jumping straight out of the helicopter like that. A ferocious roar split the air. In a flash of green, a massive figure sprang from the crater, landing squarely on Abomination's face and delivering a powerful kick. Abomination's body flew like a rag doll, slamming headfirst into a wall, which shattered under the impact. "Hulk, you finally showed up." Abomination emerged from the rubble, a cruel grin spreading across his face. He had waited far too long for this moment. Now, he would show the world that he, Abomination, was the strongest of them all. Like a cannonball, Abomination launched himself at Hulk, throwing a punch straight at him. Hulk grabbed Abomination's fist in a single motion and countered with a punch of his own. A relentless barrage of thunderous blows followed, the sound echoing without pause. Hulk and Abomination fought like wild beasts, each blow raw and brutal. abandoning any thought of defense, a pure release of animalistic fury. Hovering in the air, Tony watched the battle below in stunned disbelief. So the man who fell from the sky was actually that gigantic green brute. The battle between Hulk and Abomination was nothing short of catastrophic. The entire street was laid to waste by their rampage, with people scattering in every direction to escape. To make matters worse, the military showed a complete disregard for civilian lives. They sealed off the street without hesitation, barring anyone from entering or leaving. Some soldiers even turned their guns on fleeing civilians. Tony's face was grim as steel. Without hesitation, he fired a repulsor blast from his palm, blowing up a tank in a brilliant explosion. What the hell are you doing? Is pointing your guns at innocent people part of your job? You cower before those two monsters, but you show your might against ordinary citizens? You call yourselves soldiers? Who's your commanding officer? Bring him out now. Tony's voice, amplified by his suit, thundered through the chaos, immediately halting the soldiers who were blocking the crowd. Tony Stark's influence within the military was no joke. His reputation as an arms dealer wasn't just for show. At that moment, General Ross's helicopter descended slightly. Ross grabbed a loudspeaker and barked at Tony. "I'm General Ross. I'm in charge here now, Tony Stark." The moment Tony saw it was Ross, that old bastard, his expression turned ice cold. "General Ross, you're aiming your guns at civilians. Looks like your days as a general are numbered." Ross showed no fear. As a general, his word was the law. He spoke for the military, and by extension, for the entire United States. "Tony Stark, this area is now under military control. Leave immediately, or you'll be treated as a threat to the U.S. military." Ross was playing his favorite power game, pulling rank with a heavy hand. But Tony wasn't having any of it. He shot Ross a mocking look and retorted, "Ross, save your breath. You see those two over there? This is all on you. Looks like you'll be answering to the court-martial for this one." Tony pointed directly at Hulk, and Abomination locked in their chaotic battle. "This is classified military business. It doesn't concern you. I'll say it one last time. This area is under military control. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately." With that, Ross ordered his soldiers to turn their weapons on Tony Stark. Tony actually let out a laugh, an incredulous, exasperated sound. Ross really was out of his mind, still playing these power games at a time like this. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell from above. Hulk crashed down from the sky, smashing a tank flat beneath him. Panic erupted among the surrounding crowd. People ran in all directions, like a hive of terrified bees, while the soldiers opened fire on Hulk in desperation. "Ascend! Get us higher now!" General Ross immediately ordered the pilot to take the helicopter up. But before they could rise, a dark shape leapt onto the chopper, grabbing hold and yanking the helicopter out of its climb. Alarms blared inside the cockpit, and suddenly the helicopter spun out of control, plummeting toward the ground. "Damn you, Ross!" Tony cursed under his breath and shot toward the helicopter, his repulsor blasting Abomination clear off its roof. "Hold on tight." With one arm, Tony scooped Betty from the helicopter's cabin, and with the other, he grabbed Ross by the collar, yanking them both free. The helicopter crashed into a nearby building, erupting in a fiery explosion. Tony tossed General Ross onto the ground without so much as a glance. "Damn tin can, I'm going to tear you apart." Abomination let out a furious roar and charged at Tony. "Your name's Betty, right? I need you to try calming down the big guy. Leave Abomination to me, understand?" Tony glanced at Betty, firing another repulsor blast behind him without looking back, sending Abomination flying once more. Tears streaming down her face, Betty forced herself to stay composed and nodded. She knew she was the only one who could reach Hulk now. Tony nodded back, took to the air, and soared toward Abomination. A small missile launcher deployed from his shoulder, and he fired a barrage at his monstrous opponent. Betty struggled to make her way to the wrecked tank. Hulk's eyes were turning blood red. His rage was clearly surging out of control. "Bruce, please don't go any further." She reached out and touched Hulk's massive hand. It worked. His eyes instantly cleared, the anger in his gaze replaced by tenderness as he looked at Betty. The green began to fade away, and as Hulk held Betty's hand, his hulking form slowly started to shrink. But just then, Abomination's furious roar echoed out. Tony's body was slammed into the ground, and Abomination stomped on him twice hard. "Hulk, come and settle this with me." Abomination threw back his head and let out a challenge, his words thick with provocation. The moment Hulk heard that taunt, his brief calm shattered. His eyes went blood red again, his body swelling with sudden fury. "Hulk smash!" Hulk roared to the sky and charged straight at his challenger. "Bruce, no, Bruce!" Betty cried out desperately, but Hulk, consumed by rage, couldn't hear her. All he wanted now was to pummel Abomination or be pummeled by him. Damn monster! Tony spat out a curse, a rocket launcher snapping into place along his arm. He fired a warhead straight at Abomination. The rocket exploded just as Hulk reached Abomination, blasting them both off their feet. Damn it, this is bad. Tony realized with a sinking feeling that now he'd managed to make both Abomination and Hulk his enemies. In the very next second, his premonition came true. Hulk and Abomination launched into a brutal, merciless assault. If Tony couldn't fly, his suit would have already been smashed to pieces by these two monsters. Meanwhile, General Ross gave the order. All military units were to attack, with both Hulk and Abomination as primary targets. As expected, Ross just had to stir things up. The soldiers opened fire, but the bullets hitting Hulk and Abomination felt like nothing more than a mild itch. All it did was make the two even angrier. Ross got what he wanted. Hulk and Abomination turned on his troops, tearing through them in a matter of moments like a storm sweeping away autumn leaves, laying waste to soldiers and weaponry alike. Helpless civilians had nowhere to run. All they could do was watch, powerless, as their lives slipped away. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out, each striking Hulk and Abomination. In an instant, a splash of green blood erupted from both of them. Carl swooped down from above astride his onion steed, white smoke curling from the barrel of his judicator. With two simple shots, he pierced the thick hides of both Hulk and Abomination. General Ross immediately fixed his gaze on the weapon in Carl's hand, eyes burning with envy. At the same time, a strand of web shot through the air, and a nimble figure in a black and white suit descended from above. It was Gwen. Help evacuate the crowd. As soon as Natasha arrives, have her contact Fury. Don't let that blockhead get in the way. Help evacuate the crowd. As soon as Natasha arrives, have her contact Fury. Don't let that blockhead get in the way. Carl pointed directly at Ross, making it clear without saying more, the blockhead was him. Ross was about to protest, but Carl pressed the muzzle of his gun right to Ross's head. Say one more word, and I'll end you right here. Carl's voice was cold as ice, his gaze on Ross as indifferent as if he were already looking at a corpse. Ross swallowed his words at once. He could tell Carl was dead serious. Carl certainly wasn't joking, although not with the judicator. This time, it would have been with the sword. Just then, Betty ran over and put herself in front of Ross, shielding him. Carl holstered his judicator and didn't spare Ross another glance. At that moment, Natasha arrived, bringing a squad of black-suited agents. Even Barton was with her. Help with the evacuation. And keep an eye on that blockhead, Carl instructed Natasha. Natasha nodded, quickly taking control of the situation in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. She began organizing the evacuation, locking down all exits to prevent any unauthorized entry. Just then, another strand of web zipped in. Spider-Man was here. Hey guys, what the heck happened here? Peter stood in the middle of the chaos that was Chinatown, completely bewildered by the scene before him. This isn't the time for talk. Help evacuate the crowd, then come give me a hand. With those words, Carl dashed directly toward the raging Abomination and Hulk. Their wounds had already healed, and now, fueled by fury, they charged straight at Carl. You damn insect! How dare you wound me? Abomination roared, swinging a massive fist down at Carl. Carl, wielding his ultimate divine weapon, spun it deftly across Abomination's arm. Instantly, blood burst from the wound, the gash so deep that bone was visible, with flesh and tendons flipping outward grotesquely. But Carl's sword didn't stop there. The tip slid effortlessly into Abomination's chest, piercing straight through from front to back. AR! Abomination howled in agony. The searing pain and the torrent of green blood blurred his vision, and he collapsed to his knees. Yet Abomination refused to yield. Rage boiled in his chest, demanding release. He had to vent this unbearable storm inside him. With a guttural roar, Abomination's chest wound sealed itself at an astonishing speed, leaving only a superficial scar behind. His regenerative powers were even more astonishing than Deacon Frost's. Die, you insect! Abomination seized Carl by the ankle and hurled him violently aside. Wind howled past Carl's ears as he was sent flying, unable to control his trajectory. He was about to crash headfirst into a solid wall when, suddenly, two strands of web shot out, weaving a massive net in midair. Carl plunged straight into the web. The web's incredible elasticity absorbed all the momentum from Carl's flight, letting him regain his posture and slide safely down to the ground. Two figures, one clad in red, the other in white, leapt down from above, landing nimbly and without a sound. Hey man, you really are something to look at. That nasty mustard yellow just isn't working for you. If it were me, I'd pick red, simple, stylish, top tier. Look at me, I clearly outclass you. Guess your sense of style is as bad as your attitude. Huh. The moment Peter landed, his mouth went into overdrive, tossing out taunts rapid fire, each word aimed straight at Abomination's sore spots. Gwen said nothing. Compared to Peter, she was the picture of composure. "Damn bug, I'll rip that mouth right off your face." Abomination stomped the ground with explosive force, launching himself at Peter. The spot where he'd stood was left with a shallow crater. Despite Abomination's incredible speed, to Peter and Gwen it all moved in slow motion, thanks to their superhuman reflexes and dynamic vision. Peter deftly dodged Abomination's attack, firing webs from both hands that splattered right across Abomination's eyes. In one swift move, Peter swung himself onto Abomination's broad back, gripping the webbing in his hands as though he were holding tight reins. Boom, boom, boom! Abomination thrashed wildly, crashing around like a headless beast, desperate to shake Peter off. With his vision blocked by the sticky webs, he stumbled blindly, unable to see a thing. At that moment, Hulk charged straight at Carl, his anger clouding every shred of reason. Because of that one shot from Carl, the simple-minded Hulk now saw him as an enemy. And if someone was an enemy, then he had to be smashed. "You go help Spider-Man. Leave this to me," Carl said, raising his hand and firing another shot at the oncoming Hulk. Instinctively, Hulk threw up his hand to block it, halting his own furious advance. Gwen nodded in agreement. She shot a web straight at Abomination, who was still flailing about, then used the momentum to swing in and land a solid kick against him. "Hulk!" Hulk roared, the shot having punched straight through his palm. His rage doubled, and he lunged at Carl, ready to flatten him with a single blow. Carl sidestepped nimbly, green wind energy swirling in front of him. In an instant, a sharp claw of energy formed, grabbing hold of Hulk's arm and flipping him violently. Hulk's massive body crashed to the ground. In a flash of green light, 4 more spectral claws appeared, pinning Hulk firmly to the ground. Hulk struggled with all his might, his sheer strength causing the earth beneath him to crack and crumble. The force of his rage was so overwhelming that even the spectral claws pinning him down began to flicker and fade. Carl quickly waved his hand, summoning several more claws that wrapped around Hulk like shackles, sealing his wildly thrashing body. But instead of weakening, Hulk's power only grew fiercer with his mounting fury. Meanwhile, Abomination was faring terribly under the combined assault of the 2 spider people. Unlike Hulk, he didn't possess that monstrous potential for growth, and Peter's strength was easily a match for his own. It wasn't long before Abomination found himself completely on the defensive. Using Gwen's agility and Peter's overwhelming strength, they managed to bind Abomination tightly with webs. Abomination could normally snap a strand or 2 with ease, but the relentless barrage was overwhelming, like a swarm of ants overwhelming an elephant. The endless webs soon wrapped him up like a giant cocoon, leaving only his head exposed. Gwen then anchored the cocoon to the wall, with layer upon layer of webbing. Every time Abomination tried to break free, she'd slap on more, sealing him in even tighter. By now, Gwen's feet were surrounded by at least 10 empty web cartridges, all spent on subduing Abomination. At that moment, Peter walked over from nearby, hefting a car on his shoulder. "Think this thing could finish him off?" Peter looked utterly at ease, even in the mood to banter with Gwen. Gwen glanced at the car, then at the Abomination trapped in the cocoon, as if weighing their odds. With a thunderous crash, a suit of golden red armor plummeted from the sky. It was scarred with battle damage, and its thrusters sputtered uncertainly. "I think it's worth a shot." Tony's voice came from inside the suit. "Whoa, Mr. Stark, Iron Man, you're my idol. Can I get your autograph?" Peter blurted out in excitement at the sight of Tony, nearly losing his grip on the car he was holding. Hey, calm down, kid. You're still holding a car over your head, and I'd rather not end up flattened beneath it." Tony quickly reminded the overenthusiastic Peter. "Here's the thing, Mr. Stark. I was planning to use this car to smash that guy. What do you think? Want to give it a try yourself?" Peter began rambling, actually inviting Tony to experience what it's like to squash someone. Tony was at a loss for words, a look of exasperation crossing his face. This kid seemed just a bit unhinged, definitely not all there. Meanwhile, the Abomination's struggles grew more violent, the cocoon threatening to split open. It was desperately trying to patch up the cracks. "Would you 2 lunatics cut out already? Can't you see this thing's about to break loose?" Gwen snapped, breaking up the conversation. Here they were, chatting away, one hefting a car, the other clad in battered armor, completely oblivious to the chaos. "Ahem, Pajama Boy, toss that car right at Abomination's face. I'll handle the rest," Tony instructed. Peter nodded, braced himself, and with a powerful heave, sent the car hurtling straight at Abomination's face. "Curse you, pathetic insects," roared Abomination, thrashing even more violently, the webbing around him tearing audibly. "Jarvis, channel all power to the chest plate," Tony ordered. "Yes, sir. Energy reserves are optimal. Ready when you are." Jarvis replied. The moment the car struck its mark, a brilliant light flared from Tony's chest, and a searing beam shot out from his reactor, hitting the car with the force to vaporize anything in its path. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire building to its foundation. The blast drew everyone's attention, even General Ross, who was surrounded by several agents. No, you can't do this. Damn you, Tony Stark. That was military property. You're sabotaging a military operation. This is treason. General Ross erupted in a furious tirade, watching as the super soldier he'd created was blown to pieces by the explosion. All his research had once again gone up in smoke, vanishing along with his prospects and reputation. The destruction of Chinatown would undoubtedly be pinned on him as well, and his rank as general was as good as gone. At best, he'd be transferred to some remote outpost to stand guard. At worst, he might be exiled to a garrison in a foreign country. After the explosion subsided, Tony made a point of scanning the rubble. Only when he confirmed there were no signs of life did he finally relax. Abomination was well and truly dead. Meanwhile, Hulk had completely broken free from his restraints. The explosion had only fueled his rage further, and his bloodshot eyes burned with fury. Hulk, can't you ever behave yourself for a moment? Do you really want to force me to use my ultimate move on you? Kyle shouted. Hulk was the very definition of a wild, unruly child, quick-tempered, irrational, driven entirely by instinct. The only way to get through to someone like him was to beat him into submission. At that moment, Hulk was thrashing at the ground with both fists, venting his anger like a wild beast unleashed. With a roar that shook the air, Hulk threw his head back and charged straight at Carl, smashing everything in his path to pieces. You're leaving me no choice, Hulk, Carl said, hurling his ultimate divine weapon straight at the onrushing giant. The weapon sliced through the air in a brilliant arc, appearing before Hulk in an instant. Hulk swung his fist at the weapon, but he'd underestimated Carl's strength. The ultimate divine weapon pierced right through his shoulder, its tremendous force knocking Hulk off his feet. Zodiac Meteor. Carl spread his arms wide. In the sky above, more than 10 swirling black vortexes appeared, and from each, blazing red meteors began to emerge. In the crowd, General Ross froze, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes were filled with terror, but beneath it burned a fierce excitement. Ross was at a loss for words. The power Carl just displayed far surpassed both Hulk and Abomination. If he could get his hands on Carl, study him, then one day he'd command an army of invincible super soldiers. Once again, Ross's mind turned to scheming. He planned to invoke patriotism and military duty to pressure Carl into compliance. And if that failed, he might even threaten Carl's family and friends to make him obey. Natasha, standing nearby, instantly saw through Ross's intentions and couldn't help but feel a wave of contempt. This wretched general really was a hopeless case, always reverting to his true nature. And now, he dared to think he could control a monster like Carl. He truly had no idea what he was getting himself into. At the same time, however, Natasha couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. She wasn't concerned about Carl's safety. Rather, she feared that Ross might actually go after Carl's family. Family and friends were Carl's untouchable weakness. Anyone who threatened them would pay the ultimate price. Natasha didn't hesitate. She called Nick Fury directly and told him all about Ross's thoughts and intentions. Nick Fury believed every word Natasha said. When it came to reading people's minds, no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. could match her. That's why she handled most interrogations where force wasn't an option. Her skills were second to none. Son of a, that damn war maniac. Why couldn't he have just died in Chinatown? Now he even dares to mess with Carl? Doesn't he realize Carl might just dig up his ancestors' graves in revenge? Nick Fury burst out cursing. The most valuable thing a person could have was self-awareness, to know whom you could afford to provoke and whom you absolutely could not. But General Ross was the kind of arrogant egomaniac who thought that just because he commanded the military, he could do whatever he pleased. Natasha, tell that bastard Ross this. If he even thinks about making a move against Carl, he'd better be ready to drag his whole family to the grave with him. With that, Nick Fury hung up and immediately ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to provide round-the-clock protection for the George family. Under no circumstances could Ross be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, there was no telling if all of New York might be destroyed. Likewise, Natasha relayed Nick Fury's words to Ross, word for word. She warned him, in no uncertain terms, not to even think about targeting Carl, because if he did, there would be no one in America who could save him. Not even Tony Stark would stand by his side. In fact, Stark would likely join the fight against him. When that happened, death would be the only ending waiting for Ross. Ross, however, simply scoffed at the warning. In his mind, America was the one that bullied and threatened others. There was no way anyone could turn the tables and threaten an American general like himself. Natasha left him with a single parting shot. You'd better know what's good for you. After that, she didn't bother with Ross again. Perhaps, as the saying goes, those who bring disaster upon themselves deserve their fate. Ross was the perfect example. Meanwhile, dozens of meteors the size of artillery shells plummeted from the sky, their wild, ferocious force locking onto the green giant Hulk, who stood below, roaring furiously at the heavens. One after another, the meteors crashed down, unleashing explosions even more violent than before. The ground in Chinatown was torn apart, riddled with dozens of craters, each more than 3 meters across. Hulk's figure was soon engulfed by the fiery blasts and relentless shockwaves. The earth shook violently, the air itself seemed to wail in pain, and the heat was so intense it felt as though the world might boil. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, the battered, cratered landscape revealed a frail, naked figure lying motionless at its center, eyes tightly shut, completely unconscious. It was Bruce Banner, returned to his human form, the Hulk now gone. Carl moved to Bruce's side, while Tony was the first among the crowd to reach them. At the same time, both the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the military personnel surged toward their position, their intentions unmistakable. They were all after Bruce Banner, or rather, after the Hulk. We can't let him fall into their hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't safe, Carl said, looking over at Tony. The military's even worse. They're all a bunch of war fanatics, Tony replied. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Let's wake Dr. Banner up first. Tony nodded, then flicked a small stun device from his fingertip, pressing it to Bruce's chest with a swift motion. A jolt of electricity shot through Bruce Banner, making his whole body spasm as he snapped awake. Bruce let out a cry of pain, a tingling numbness spreading through every inch of his body. Dr. Banner, now's not the time to take it easy. Open your eyes and take in the situation, superstar, Tony urged, nodding for Bruce to look around. Where's Abomination? Bruce asked, his gaze sweeping across the scene. All around him lay shattered ruins. Chinatown was almost entirely demolished, but Abomination was nowhere to be seen. That ugly yellow brute might be buried over there. Or maybe just part of him, Tony said, pointing toward a heap of rubble. Well, that's a relief. Thank goodness, Bruce muttered, finally letting out a breath as the tension left his shoulders. As long as Abomination had been dealt with, that was enough. You're in a tight spot, Dr. Banner. See that group over there? They're all here for you, Tony warned, his eyes flicking toward the approaching figures. Following Tony's gaze, Bruce Banner saw a crowd of men in black suits and military uniforms heading straight for them. Leading them was none other than his father-in-law, General Ross. I have to get out of here. I can't let the military catch me. I need to disappear, Bruce said urgently, panic rising as he prepared to. Both. The Hulk was uncontrollable, and his blood would never lead to a true super soldier serum. Only more monsters like Abomination. That left Bruce with no choice. He couldn't let anyone capture him. The only option was to vanish, to flee to someplace where no one knew who he was. Dr. Banner, if you're going to run, now's the time, Tony said quietly. Without another word, Bruce turned and sprinted away just as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military closed in. Stop! Don't let him escape! After him! General Ross was the first to shout, barking orders for his men to give chase. But the soldiers had barely taken a step when a gleaming sword stabbed into the ground right in front of them. One more step, and you die, Carl said coolly, his tone deliberately slow, clearly buying time. What do you think you're doing? Do you realize you're interfering with a military operation? That man is government property. You're openly defying the United States military. This is treason. General Ross's broad hat came down once again, but Carl remained unmoved. After all, Ross did not speak for all of America. Just as Carl was about to speak, Tony walked over. At the same time, Gwen and Peter leapt down from above, and Sky came running as well. One by one, everyone took their place at Carl's side. General Ross, you and I have known each other for a long time, so let's skip the pointless talk, Tony said coolly. I've recorded everything that happened here today from start to finish. I'll deliver it straight to the Pentagon. Every loss in Chinatown will be on your head, so you'd better think about how you're going to get out of this one. Ross fell silent at once. If his superiors decided to investigate today's incident, things would not end well for him. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. and their troublesome bunch were here too. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was a global organization without law enforcement power in the U.S., their influence still reached the Pentagon. Aside from the military, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives were eager to chase after Bruce, but Coulson, being sharp, stopped them all. He knew perfectly well that Bruce Banner's escape was orchestrated by Carl and Tony. Still, General Ross was unwilling to give up. He even tried to pin the blame on Carl, since Carl's background was the weakest here, and his power was exactly what Ross coveted. "I am placing you under arrest for obstructing a military operation," Ross declared. With a wave of his hand, he barked, "Take him. Bring him back to the base." The soldiers immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Carl. Then a few stepped forward to seize him. "I dare anyone to try." Gwen and Sky instantly stepped in front of Carl, like fiercely protective mother hens shielding their chick. Gwen readied herself for a fight, while Sky's hands began to shimmer with energy, the air around them humming with a deep, resonant tremor. But Ross stood his ground. He had already sized up these two young women and believed their power was no match for his soldiers' firepower. "You do well not to resist, kid. Think about your family," Ross said, his voice slow and calculated, as if he held all the cards. "If you fight back, they'll suffer the consequences along with you." The moment Ross threatened his family, Carl's expression turned icy. Magical energy surged around him, and a sudden gale whipped through the area. Gwen gritted her teeth in fury. Ross was clearly talking about the Stacy family. She wanted nothing more than to tear Ross apart right then and there. Sky's face darkened as well. She stretched her hands toward the soldiers, the vibrations intensifying until the very air seemed to charge. Up like a cannon, ready to fire. She no longer cared if her arms would give out again. All that mattered now was wiping out Ross and his men. "Ross, today you will die. Jesus himself couldn't save you, I mean it." Carl's eyes had turned an eerie shade of green, and the swirling winds of his magic gathered around him, growing ever more intense. The howling tempest seemed to answer his call. On the other side, Natasha showed not the slightest intention of intervening. She simply stood there, watching the spectacle unfold. She had already warned Ross, but he insisted on courting disaster. Whatever happened next was on him. Coulson, sensing things were spiraling out of control, tried to step forward. After all, Ross was a general of the United States. If Carl killed him, there would be no way to explain it to the military. But unexpectedly, Natasha grabbed his arm. "No need. The director is already aware. Ross is bringing this on himself." Hearing this, Coulson nodded and stepped back. Tony, meanwhile, was actually egging things on. He had absolutely no fondness for Ross. Besides, even if Ross died, Carl would walk away without a scratch. After all these years, Tony Stark had built his own network within the military. He wasn't exactly without influence. Ross, seeing Carl suddenly lose control, realized danger was at hand. Yet, surrounded by soldiers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he still felt untouchable. He was certain Carl wouldn't dare lay a finger on a U.S. general, unless Carl wanted to make an enemy of the entire nation. The crime of murdering a U.S. general was no small matter. No matter how powerful Carl was, he couldn't possibly withstand the military's full might. Atmospheric eruption. Carl's sudden shout shattered Ross's delusions. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. "No, you can't. I'm a general of the United States. I represent the government itself. This is treason." Ross watched in horror as a massive tornado swallowed his soldiers whole. Within the maelstrom, green energy crackled, intermingled with the sound of tearing and the screams of men caught in its grasp. He had never imagined Carl would act with such ruthless decisiveness, caring nothing for his rank or status. An overwhelming dread seized him, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Gone was the calm, calculating officer. What remained was a pitiful clown. Carl pointed a commanding finger at Ross. Instantly, emerald energy surged before him, coalescing into countless spectral claws that tore mercilessly at his body. "No, stop, please." Off to the side, Betty broke into a desperate run, dashing up to Carl and falling to her knees, begging him to spare her father. "I beg you, please spare my father. I swear he'll never trouble you or your family again. Please, I'll give my life in his place if you let him go." Betty pleaded through her tears, her voice broken with grief. She had already lost the man she loved, and now she was about to lose her only remaining family. She was on the verge of a complete breakdown. Carl remained unmoved. Since Ross dared to threaten him with his family, Carl saw no reason to care about Ross's loved ones either, and didn't spare Betty a single glance. But aside from Carl, there were also Gwen and Sky standing nearby. The two women couldn't help but feel pity at the sight of Betty's desperate state. Both Gwen and Sky were kind-hearted girls. Although they knew their actions might seem naive, they simply couldn't bear to let someone as good as Betty be left to live in endless misery. So, the two of them pleaded with Carl, asking him not to kill Ross and to just give him a punishment he'd never forget. Seeing how far Gwen and Sky had gone in their pleas, Carl decided to relent. He waved his hand, signaling an end to Ross's ordeal. Even so, Ross's chest was a bloody, mangled mess. He was barely hanging on to life. "For their sake, I'll spare him this time. But if he ever dares touch my family, I swear I'll grind him and his entire army to dust." His voice was cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Betty immediately nodded. He won't. He won't ever go after you or your family again. With that, she rushed over to check on Ross. Finding he was still alive, she quickly pulled out her phone to call an ambulance. At that moment, Natasha couldn't stand by any longer. She called over the SHIELD agents, urging them to get Ross to the hospital right away, not to let Betty's efforts go to waste. "You've gone soft," Tony remarked, clapping Carl on the shoulder, "but I support you. That's how you should treat a beautiful woman, especially your own. You should always back her up, no questions asked." Tony had always prided himself on being at the service of beautiful women, and in that respect, he and Carl saw eye to eye. "I have to say, Betty really is gorgeous. Too bad she didn't have a better father. Ross has been a tyrant in the army for so long, he's grown. Arrogant and stubborn. This is exactly the lesson he needs, something he'll never forget, so maybe he'll finally learn to rein himself in." "Oh please, arrogant. Who could possibly outdo you in arrogance, Tony Stark?" Carl shot Tony a look, as if to say he had no right to call anyone else arrogant. Tony was the very embodiment of the word. "Nonsense. I'm the most approachable guy in New York. I'm the city's biggest philanthropist, always ready to help others. I've even won multiple humanitarian awards." "You must be joking," Tony protested, rattling off his achievements at length, absolutely refusing to admit he was arrogant. He'd never accept it. Not in a million years. "Sound to me like your standards are pretty flexible. If you ask me, you're just good at blending in with the common folk. You little brat, you're really not cute at all. What a pain you are." Carl just shrugged, ignoring Tony, and walked over to Coulson. "The cleanup's on you guys. I'm off. Bye-bye." Carl gave a brief instruction, then turned and left without the slightest courtesy. Coulson was left speechless. Every time, it was Carl who went in, smashing things left and right, and Coulson who had to clean up the mess afterward. Even their director seemed to turn a blind eye to it, which was just exhausting. To make things worse, he always had to collect the spoils afterward. Tony flew straight back to his mansion, while Carl strolled home with Gwen and Skye, taking their time as if out for a leisurely shopping trip. Whenever they felt tired, they would slip into the Chocobo space to rest, or simply use the portal to return directly to the apartment. Peter's situation was less enviable. He trudged home alone, a little dejected. Ironically, since he lived in Queens, he was actually the first to make it back. Once home, Carl placed the spoils he had brought back, a small vial of green blood, into his trophy showcase. By now, the display case housed 4 trophies in total. There was the sand from the Killer Marco, the armored handpiece from Ironmonger Obadiah, a vampire's Fong, and now, the freshly acquired vial of Hulk's blood. These trophies were all items the system had ordered him to collect. The infuriating Demon Hunter system insisted that he imitate Dante by gathering trophies, claiming they were medals of valor, a true mark of a Demon Hunter's strength. Nonsense. Dante collected trophies because he enjoyed it. There was no need for military accolades or to show off his power. Who in the demon realm didn't know who Dante was or how strong he could be? Still, Carl had no choice but to comply. The system threatened to cut his connection if he disobeyed, so he had to play along. Secretly, though, he vowed that once he became strong enough, he would turn the tables and teach the system a lesson of its own. Exhausted, the 3 of them took quick showers and each went to their rooms to sleep. Meanwhile, not far from the apartment, in a nearby room, over a dozen heavily armed individuals were preparing for a mission. "This is the target for this operation. The directive is to capture alive," the team leader announced, distributing folders with details on their objective to each person in the room. Everyone bowed their heads to study the files. In stark contrast to the rest, a buzz-cut man sat silently on the sofa, drawing attention with his arm, which was entirely made of metal. "Once you've reviewed the target, make your preparations. We move out at 3 a.m. sharp," the team leader instructed. "Captain, is this guy coming along too?" one team member asked, nodding toward the one-armed man on the sofa. "He's the ace up our sleeve, sent by our superior. Unless there's no other choice, he won't step in," the captain replied. He cast a glance at the metal-armed man and then dismissed him from his thoughts. He knew. This was one of the organization's living weapons, utterly devoid of humanity, remarkably powerful, and programmed to follow orders to the letter. Once given a command, it would stop at nothing to see it through. It was 3 in the morning, the hour when humans are in their deepest slumber, and also the perfect time to take action. The team arrived at the location specified in their briefing, an apartment building. To their surprise, it turned out to be Carl's very own apartment. "The target is inside the building. Move in," the team leader commanded. Immediately, the squad prepared to infiltrate the apartment. Across the street, a sniper rifle was set up on a rooftop, ready to cover the team at any moment. The rest of the members split into 2 groups. One set up on the roof, preparing to enter through the ventilation ducts, while the other readied themselves for a frontal assault through the main entrance. With a single order from the captain, both teams sprang into action at once. Meanwhile, deep in sleep, Moguri suddenly awoke, his eyes fixed on the door, as if he sensed something lurking beyond. Kyupo. Deep in thought, Moguri waved his staff. In an instant, a burst of rainbow-colored energy flashed through the room, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, gone in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, the team on the rooftop began dismantling the ventilation duct. Yet, no matter how hard they worked, the teeth of their saws were ground down, barely leaving a scratch on the protective mesh covering the ducts. The barrier remained entirely unscathed, utterly impenetrable. "Captain, I don't know what this vent is made of, but our tools can't even make a dent," one member reported. The captain, listening from below, cursed under his breath and immediately ordered a direct assault. "Breach the door." One team member nodded and started picking the lock, while another attempted to hack into the building's network to disable all the security cameras. Minutes ticked by, 10, 15, and the captain's patience wore thin. The front door remained stubbornly closed, and the security system had yet to be breached. "Damn it, can't you move any faster?" the captain barked. The lockpicker replied, "Captain, the lock looks simple, but it's actually incredibly complex. I need more time." Another chimed in, "The network security here is layered with encryption. It'll take a lot longer to crack. There's definitely a tech expert inside." "Shit, get the explosives. We're going in by force. Sniper, guide us. Team B, blast the roof vent." Without hesitation, the captain slapped a block of plastic explosives onto the apartment's front door, a charge powerful enough to blow open a bank vault. Simultaneously, Team B affixed explosives to the ventilation ducts. The blasts went off at the same moment, rocking both the entrance and the rooftop. "What the hell? Can anyone tell me what's going on here?" As the smoke cleared, both the front door and the vent entrance stood completely untouched, as if nothing had happened. "Shit, what kind of door is this? Even the CIA doesn't have security like this." Furious, the captain snapped, "Get the Winter Soldier over here. It's his turn to put on a show." The emotionless Winter Soldier strode forward and delivered a punch straight at the main door. His specially modified arm could easily pierce through a tank. Breaking down a door should have been child's play. But to his surprise, as his fist slammed into the door, a shimmering, multicolored barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his blow. No matter how hard he struck, the barrier remained intact. With each heavy punch, the Winter Soldier landed on the barrier. The noise from the earlier explosion began to draw attention from people nearby. Most importantly, a police car was now heading their way. Clearly, someone had called the authorities. This was New York's busiest street, and its security was a top priority for the NYPD. Their response time was lightning fast. "Damn it, fall back for now." The squad immediately retreated just as the police arrived. The two groups missed each other by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Carl was still sleeping like a log, completely oblivious to the chaos outside. The special ops team returned empty-handed to their previous safe house. "Captain, there's definitely something strange about that apartment. Even the Winter Soldier couldn't break down the door. The boss just contacted us. What should we do?" One of the team members approached, holding a satellite phone. "I'll report to the boss. That apartment is clearly bizarre. The Winter Soldier is a professionally trained super soldier. If even he can't get through the door, I doubt the boss will blame us." The captain took the phone and stepped out of the room. "Boss, the operation failed." The call connected quickly. A cold, menacing voice answered from the other end. "Yes, sir, it's like this," the captain explained cautiously. There was a moment of silence. Then, "Find a way to draw the target out. We must have him. He's essential to our great plan. Failure is not an option." "Yes, sir. I'll complete the mission without fail," the captain replied respectfully. Hail Hydra! Carl only learned about what happened the next day, when Sky showed him the security footage. "Ha! That's hilarious. Oh, I can't breathe." Carl nearly burst from laughter. A professional special ops team had spent an entire night, and in the end, all they managed to do was set off 2 bottle rockets at his front door. Sky and Gwen looked at him, exasperated. Was that really what he should be focusing on? Shouldn't he be a little more concerned that someone tried to attack their apartment? But Carl was completely unfazed. With Muggle guarding the place, who could possibly break in? Even Thanos would have to shake his head and walk away. "Aren't you worried about who they are? Or what they wanted in our apartment?" Gwen looked at Carl, her face full of concern. Breaking into the apartment late at night, and with a team of heavily armed special forces, it was practically a war zone. Why would they target their home? Carl was certain this had to be Ross, that old bastard. He'd just given him a lesson last night, and now, barely a blink later, Ross had sent people after him. That old man was clearly living on borrowed time. Without hesitation, Carl called Nick Fury directly, something he hadn't done in ages, and for the first time, he was the one reaching out. Well, what a rare guest. What brings the illustrious Mr. Norman to call little old me the infamous Egghead? Fury wasted no time with the sarcasm. Egghead had become a running joke within S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone knew the nickname, but no one dared say it to his face. Nick Fury's resentment was so thick it could practically blow the roof off S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Every time someone stepped into his office, they'd feel surrounded by a brooding sense of grievance. Rumor had it the director's office was haunted. Everyone who entered felt as if something unseen was watching them. Carl nearly rolled his eyes so hard they could have reached Xander. He checked his phone, making sure it really was Fury on the line. Since when did this old guy start channeling Tony Stark? My apartment was attacked last night. A squad of special ops. Didn't your people notice anything? Carl asked, knowing full well S.H.I.E.L.D. had agents posted near his place. It was an open secret. Fury just pretended not to know because Carl never pushed the issue. Mother, how did I not hear about this? Fury's tone shifted instantly. This was serious. At best, it meant his team had screwed up. At worst, things could spiral out of control. Sky will send you the surveillance footage in a minute. You really ought to rotate your surveillance team. How could they miss an explosion that loud? Makes you wonder if they're deaf or just dead to the world. Carl had barely finished when Sky sent the video over to Fury. I've got it now. By the way, Carl, you really should let Sky join S.H.I.E.L.D. A talent like hers can only reach her full potential here. Keeping her with you is just wasting her gifts. Fury watched the footage as he spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been burning the midnight oil for days, trying to figure out how Sky had managed to leave a backdoor in their internal network. For a top-tier hacker like her to be following Carl around, it was a criminal waste of genius. Enough with the sales pitch. Don't pretend you don't know who Sky is. Having her with you would be the real danger. You should focus on investigating the people you sent out last night. When it came to Sky, Carl would never let her join S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was certain Fury knew exactly who she was. After Sky awakened her powers, Fury had dug up every last detail about her past. I would have looked into it even if you hadn't mentioned it. And for now, I won't reveal Sky's identity to anyone, said Nick Fury. This matter involves the Inhumans you spoke of, and according to our investigation, there are far more of them than we expected. Now is not the right time to make contact. Nick Fury had put a great deal of effort into investigating the Inhumans, even tracking down Sky's parents. All right, but honestly, your S.H.I.E.L.D. could really use a thorough cleanup, Carl remarked, leaving it at that without revealing the truth about Hydra to Nick Fury. That's none of your concern, Mr. Norman. Do you have any suspicions about that group? I suspect they were sent by Ross. That old fox has always been a troublemaker. I nearly finished him off once. He's bound to want revenge. Nick Fury immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. That guy's still lying in the ICU, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has someone watching him around the clock. There's no way he could have sent anyone. You're sure about that 24-hour surveillance? Your people supposedly keep an eye on me too, but how come you didn't know what happened last night? Carl's mocking tone grated on Nick Fury's nerves. Listen, you little punk, enough already. I'll get to the bottom of where those special forces came from, but don't go stirring up trouble. If you really cause a scene, even I won't be able to clean up your mess. Fine. Honestly, no matter how many people they send, they're no match for me. As long as they leave me alone, everything will be just fine. But if they come looking for trouble, they shouldn't expect to walk away. God damn it. Nick Fury couldn't help but curse. So everything I just said means nothing to you? Don't do anything reckless. You're already on the military's watch list as a dangerous individual. If I weren't holding them back, they would have slapped a label on you ages ago. Nick Fury felt utterly drained. Between Tony Stark and Carl Norman, these two were his kryptonite, constantly causing trouble and leaving him to clean up the mess. He felt more like their babysitter than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was a spoiled brat, plain and simple. As for Carl, he was like a honey badger, never one to back down from a fight. The two of them together were enough to drive Nick Fury insane. Fortunately, neither Tony nor Carl was the type to go looking for trouble, nor were they truly dangerous sociopaths. At worst, Tony liked to show off, and Carl was a bit of slacker. But honestly, that was just how Nick Fury preferred it. Better for them to be lazy than to constantly stir up chaos. Like I said, as long as they leave me alone, everything will be peaceful. Damn it. Nick Fury cut the call abruptly. Any longer, and he'd be at risk of a heart attack. So what's the verdict? When asked as she saw Carl hang up. Someone who isn't with Ross? That's strange. Lately, the only person I've crossed is Ross. So who else could it be? Carl racked his brain, but he couldn't think of anyone. Besides Ross, the last person he'd offended was long gone. Grass already growing high on their grave. Who else could it possibly be? Sky kept analyzing the video, not missing a single detail, until she spotted the man with the metal arm. Carl, come take a look at this. Carl, and Gwen hurried over to see. Isn't that the Winter Soldier? Holy crap. Carl recognized the guy with the metal arm at a glance. The Winter Soldier. which meant that either he or someone else in the apartment had caught Hydra's attention. Gwen and Sky were nearly startled out of their skins by Carl's outburst. Gwen even kicked him in the shin. Can you just talk like a normal person? What's with the caveman act? Gwen, don't go home for the next few days. Have her dad bring the whole family here to stay. Why? Because of that guy. Gwen pointed at the screen at the man with a mechanical arm, pounding on the apartment door like a brute. Yeah, now I know who they're working for. Just get your dad, your mom, and your little brother to come stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, Carl called Nick Fury again. I know who those people are. Already? That fast? Nick Fury was stunned. He'd only just sent someone to start investigating. And Carl had already figured it out? Yeah. Did you see the guy with the mechanical arm in the video? He's a super soldier, specifically trained by that group. Just like Captain America, he's been injected with the serum, but he's also been brainwashed into a living weapon who follows orders without question. Nick Fury frowned. This all sounded disturbingly familiar. Wait a minute, could it be? Nick Fury's eyes widened as a name suddenly came to mind. You guessed it, Hydra. That man is known as the Winter Soldier, one of Hydra's super soldiers. The group from yesterday must have been Hydra agents. Carl's voice was eerily calm, but even Nick Fury, no matter how dense, could hear the anger simmering beneath it. Mother, Hydra was wiped out in World War II. There's no way they're back. Nick Fury was clearly skeptical. After Captain America and Red Skull went down together, S.H.I.E.L.D. had cleaned up every last Hydra remnant. Hydra was supposed to be long gone. Are you really sure you wiped out Hydra? You remember their motto, don't you? Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. There you go. When their slogan spells it out so clearly, did you really think Hydra could be completely destroyed by a fledgling government agency that had just gotten started? In his previous life, Carl had always thought that SHLD's post-World War II assimilation plan was unreliable. In the end, the entire organization was gradually taken over by Hydra. The person who came up with that plan must have either lost their mind or was secretly a Hydra agent from the start. Nick Fury pondered deeply. What Carl said wasn't impossible. He realized he had always underestimated Hydra's power. Nick let out a self-mocking chuckle. To think he prided himself on being the one who protected the world, yet he'd failed to notice an ancient organization right under his nose. I'd advise you to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, you might just end up dancing to Hydra's tune, Carl said, dropping another hint, but refusing to spell things out for Nick Fury entirely. He was having a bit of fun with it. Even if Carl had told Nick point-blank that S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually Hydra, Nick wouldn't have believed him. Besides, Carl had never thought much of S.H.I.E.L.D. to begin with. Giving Nick a few pointed nudges was more than enough. That evening, George and his family arrived at the apartment. Now that he knew the truth about Gwen and Carl, he was adjusting, sort of. Finding out Carl was a guy with special powers was one thing. George accepted it quickly enough. But when he learned that his own daughter Gwen was actually Ghost Spider, he got so worked up he nearly had a heart attack. It took all of Gwen and Carl's efforts to calm him down. To their surprise, it was Mom, Helen, who handled the news best. She simply told Gwen and Carl to be careful and not get hurt then. Accepted the whole situation without fuss. As for the 2 younger siblings, they were completely ignored by Carl and Gwen. They cared for nothing but eating and playing, blissfully oblivious. With the Stacy family settled into the apartment, Carl could finally relax. As long as they stayed inside, no one could threaten them. After Carl explained what was going on, George was unusually calm. As the NYPD commissioner, he quickly analyzed the situation. So these people are after you. You need to be extra careful for a while. Better to stay home if you can. It's not like we're short on money anymore, George said. Ever since he took Gwen's advice and invested in Stark Industries stock, George had gone from comfortably middle class to quite well off. If not for Helen's attachment to their current home, he'd have moved the family into a mansion already. Don't worry, Dad. You know what I'm capable of. If I wanted, I could level half of New York, Carl replied. Not boasting, but simply stating a fact. At full power, his summoned Zodiac meteor could obliterate half the city, wiping out Manhattan with terrifying ease. Just be careful. That's all I ask, George said. He didn't give Carl a long speech. After all, his son was grown up and had his own ideas. As a father, all he could do now was offer his support. A few peaceful days passed without any further sign of the Hydra operatives, and Carl almost believed they had given up for good. During this time, George did everything he could to investigate the group, but the New York Police Department's authority only went so far, and there were many things they simply couldn't get involved with. In the end, he came up empty-handed as well. Today, as Carl, Sky, and Gwen lounged idly in the office binge-watching TV shows, a man in a black suit suddenly pushed open the door. The ever-alert Moguri immediately looked up at the newcomer, furrowed his little brows in thought, then, apparently unconcerned, settled back down to enjoy the massages from Sky and Gwen. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Carl Norman. Our director would like to see you, the agent said impassively, flashing his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. The three of them were taken aback. Usually, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent Natasha for matters like this. If not her, then it would be Coulson. Why was there a stranger today? Where are Natasha and Coulson? Why are you here instead of them? Carl stepped forward and took the credentials. They were genuine. Coulson had taught him how to tell real S.H.I.E.L.D. IDs from fakes, just in case someone ever tried to impersonate an agent. The agent calmly took back his ID and replied, Mr. Norman, Agents Romanoff and Coulson are both tied up at headquarters. That's why the director sent us to escort you. The car's waiting outside. We'll head straight to the airport. Give me a minute. I'd like to make a call first. Carl didn't give the agent any trouble. Instead, he tried calling Natasha and Coulson, but neither picked up. He also tried Nick Fury, but still got no answer. Seeing Carl making the calls, the agent offered a reminder. Mr. Norman, the director, and the others are deep underground right now. There's no signal. They won't be able to answer you. Though Carl found this a bit odd, he didn't dwell on it. He looked over at Gwen and Sky. I'll go with them. No need to wait for me. Take care of Dad and the others. With that, he climbed into the car with the agent. Sure enough, they headed straight for the airport. SHLD's secret airfield, just as he'd been told. So, what's your director up to that he's gone underground? The two agents in the front didn't answer. They didn't even glance back at Carl. All right, why don't you just tell me what you're really after? You're definitely not Fury's people. Let me guess. Hydra. Carl grinned. He'd suspected all along that these men were sent by Hydra. After he'd figured out who'd attacked the apartment, he knew Hydra wouldn't let things go so easily. They were like a relentless rash. Once they latched on, they never let go. Startled, the two agents in the front seats whipped out their guns, quickly turning to fire at Carl. Carl instantly slammed the gun-wielding hand of the agent in the passenger seat hard against the car door, causing the pistol to fly out of his grip. Without missing a beat, Carl delivered a punch that knocked the agent out cold. At that moment, the driver put a tiny breathing apparatus into his mouth and pressed a button on the control panel. White smoke began to billow from all directions inside the cabin, and the driver abruptly brought the car to a halt. Propelled by inertia, Carl slammed his head against the seat in front of him. As he breathed in the dense smoke, a heavy drowsiness began to overtake him. His mind remained clear, but his body felt utterly drained of strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and then everything went black. The car door was yanked open, and the squad of special forces from the night before appeared. They dragged Carl out of the vehicle, but just as they did, Carl's eyes snapped open and he grabbed one of the soldiers by the throat. There was a sickening crack, and the soldier's neck snapped instantly. He died without warning. Carl's vision was blindingly white. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. He wanted to speak, but even that was impossible. Only sheer instinct kept him from slipping into unconsciousness. A faint noise reached his ears, and then something needle-like jabbed into his body. Carl yanked it out and, in one swift motion, hurled it back in the direction of the sound. The syringe embedded itself squarely in a soldier's eye socket, dropping him to the ground. Almost immediately, more syringes whistled through the air, 5 or 6 in quick succession, all of them plunging into Carl's body. These doses of tranquilizer proved to be the final straw. Carl could hold on no longer and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, this stuff is meant to knock out elephants, and the guy took 8 shots. What the hell is he, a monster? The squad leader walked over and kicked the unconscious Carl twice. If the boss hadn't ordered us to bring you in alive, I'd have shot you already. You killed 2 of my men, you bastard. He kicked Carl a few more times, and, feeling somewhat appeased, finally gave the order, tie him up and get him out of here. Clean up this mess. The team immediately moved in, tightly binding Carl before tossing him into the trunk of another car. They quickly tidied up, then left the scene. This guy's physique is way beyond normal. The tranquilizer barely works on him. Keep the doses coming the whole way. Don't let up for a second. On the plane, the squad leader glanced at the still unconscious Carl. Someone nearby immediately hooked up in 4, ensuring a constant flow of sedative just as the leader had ordered. When Carl finally awoke again, he found himself in a tiny, pitch-black room. The place was as bare as a prison cell, damp, cold, and utterly desolate. Through bleary eyes, he glanced at the heavy door. There was only a pitifully small observation window set into it, and opposite the door was another window made entirely of iron bars. Most absurd of all, the window had no glass, just bare bars, letting the biting wind howl straight into the room, snowflakes swirling in with every gust. Sitting on the creaky iron bed, Carl tried to piece together what had happened. He knew he'd been drugged with a sedative. Even now, his head was still spinning and clouded. He gave his body a quick once-over and noticed 2 pinpricks on his arm, likely from having blood drawn. It seemed they wanted to study the source of his strength, to determine if he was, in fact, a mutant. Hey, system, show yourself. Do you think they'll find anything unusual in my blood? Ding, no need to worry, host. Your blood is just like any other human's. Nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever. That's a relief. You may stand down. The system went silent. Carl got up and moved to the window, gulping down lungfuls of cold, fresh air while peering outside. Beyond the window stretched a world of ice and snow. He was inside what looked like a fortress or castle. Below, soldiers armed to the teeth patrolled the grounds, and sleek, high-tech armor tanks were parked in neat rows. Suddenly, the small viewing slot in the door behind him slid open with a clack. A pair of eyes peered in, then the heavy door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a squad of fully armed soldiers. As soon as Carl turned his head, the soldiers all opened fire at once. In a split second, several tranquilizer darts struck him. He didn't even have time to speak before he collapsed once again. When he came to, he found himself in a place that looked like a laboratory, his entire body strapped down tight with restraints. Across from him sat a man in full military dress, a single-lens monocle perched over one eye, calmly sipping coffee. "Welcome, esteemed Mr. Carl Norman," the man began. "This is how you welcome your guests?" Carl retorted, shifting a little. He realized the straps binding him were not just ordinary nylon. They were reinforced with metal wires and other materials, several times stronger than any typical restraints. "My apologies. Please forgive the rough treatment, but your abilities are simply too formidable, Mr. Norman." "My men had no other choice," the man said, standing up while still holding his gleaming white coffee cup. "Since when did Hydra get so courteous? If you're so polite, why not untie me?" Carl eyed the man, trying to place him, scenes from movies of his past life flickering through his mind. "I'm sorry, Mr. Norman. Given how dangerous you are, I can't let you go. But I promise to keep our conversation brief, as long as you cooperate." The man still exuded the elegance of an aristocrat, his monocle catching the light with a glint. "All right, what do you want to know?" Carl was refreshingly direct. Since he hadn't been able to get any information himself, he might as well see what this man was after. "Very good. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Norman." The man set his coffee cup down and, hands clasped behind his back, stepped in front of Carl. "Mr. Norman, I'm quite curious about your abilities. We've already tested your blood and found nothing unusual, so it's clear you're neither a mutant nor someone whose powers come from genetic mutation. Would you be willing to tell me where your powers come from?" As he spoke, the man rolled up Carl's sleeve. The spots where the needles had pricked him were now gone. His fair skin didn't even bear a trace. "I didn't expect Mr. Norman to have such impressive regenerative abilities. It seems our researchers missed that detail." As he spoke, the man produced a scalpel from somewhere. "Hey, let me warn you, if you dare cut me with that, I'll lose my temper. And when that happens, you'll end up part of the decor, embedded in the wall like a mural." Carl said this with exaggerated expression, but he meant every word. The restraints were strong, but not unbreakable. With a weapon as sharp as the ultimate blade, he could slice through them with a single stroke if he wanted. The man smiled, idly twirling the scalpel between his fingers. "Don't worry, Mr. Norman. As long as you cooperate, this little knife will be nothing more than a toy." He kept smiling. "Now, if you would, please tell me, where do your powers come from?" Carl thought for a moment. "Of course I learned them. Did you really think I was born with them?" There were people born with magic, but in the Marvel world, they were exceptionally rare, aside from mutants and the Inhumans. "Oh, then may I ask where you learned it, and who your teacher was?" The man pressed on. "My teacher's name is Heidelin. She's the one who taught me magic." Carl repeated the story he'd told the Ancient One. After all, in this world, there was no Mother Crystal, let alone a manifested Heidelin. "And where is your teacher now?" "No idea," Carl replied, shaking his head. The man's brow furrowed. "It seems Mr. Norman isn't willing to cooperate. I suppose we'll have to make things a bit uncomfortable for you." "Wait, you've been asking me all these questions. Don't you think it's fair if I get to ask a few of my own?" The man paused, then nodded. "All this time, I still don't know who you are. And where exactly is this place?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wolfgang von Strucker. You may call me Baron Strucker. This is Strucker Castle in Bavaria." The man inclined slightly in a graceful, natural gesture, an impeccable display of aristocratic etiquette. "So, it turns out you're Baron Strucker, one of the leaders of Hydra. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner." A look of realization dawned on Carl's face. So this guy was that unlucky fellow who got knocked out by Captain America at the start of Avengers, Age of Ultron, only to end up killed by Ultron himself. "It seems Mr. Norman has heard of me." Strucker's expression turned curious. Hydra's top leaders had always kept themselves well hidden, rarely appearing in public, almost as if they had vanished from the world. He hadn't expected anyone to know of him. "Of course, there aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Red Skull. Strucker, you're one of the few. Your reputation precedes you," Carl replied leisurely, all the while wondering if he should just pin this guy to the wall right now. I'm truly honored, Mr. Norman. Well then, since your questions are done, it's my turn. Baron Strucker edged closer to Carl, holding a scalpel near his face. I require your abilities. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, join Hydra. Second, become my research subject. Strucker's gaze turned suddenly sharp and menacing. Whoa, careful there, Baron. That's hardly gentlemanly of you. You're putting yourself in quite a dangerous spot this time, Carl shouted, though his words seemed oddly out of place for the situation. Mr. Norman, my patience has limits. I'll give you 1 day to think it over. I have no desire to use force against you, Strucker said, tossing aside the scalpel and wiping his hands. Tie him up and take him back, he ordered with a wave. 2 soldiers immediately pushed Carl out. Carl was returned to his previous cell. Once the 2 soldiers left, he summoned the ultimate divine weapon. With a pair of swift slashes, the weapon sliced through all his restraints as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Phew, these bindings were tight. Those guys really don't hold back. They tied me up so hard my blood almost stopped flowing, Carl muttered, rubbing his neck before sitting back down on the bed that had held him captive. So this is Bavaria. This must be the place the Avengers attacked at the beginning of Age of Ultron. Damn! A sudden realization struck Carl, and he sprang up from the bed. Isn't this the very place where Wanda and Pietro first confronted the Avengers? He rushed to the window. Both Wanda and Pietro had been war orphans taken in by Baron Strucker. Or rather than taken in, captured was probably more accurate. After all, both had become test subjects here. Just as Carl was about to investigate further, the system's voice rang out unexpectedly. Ding, system mission released. Rescue the Scarlet Witch. Host, please rescue the imprisoned Scarlet Witch as soon as possible. Mission reward. Unknown. If you keep popping up like this, Etong, don't blame me if I die of fright. Carl's heart was pounding in his chest, startled by the system's sudden appearance. So, the mission is to save the Scarlet Witch. That means Wanda really is in this castle. But why does the task mention only Wanda? Hey, Etong, why is it just Wanda? Where's Pietro? Carl asked curiously. Ding, host must investigate and find out for yourself. Ugh, now you're just being cryptic. Carl couldn't be bothered to deal with this temperamental system. Who knew when it would act up again? Now that the system had given him a mission, Carl knew he had no choice but to see it through. And, truth be told, he was genuinely curious about Wanda and Pietro, those legendary siblings. He waited patiently until the dead of night, when exhaustion weighed heavy on everyone. Then Carl opened his eyes. Harnessing the power of wind, Carl silently unlocked the cell door and slipped outside. He first glanced around, not to check for people, but to spot any surveillance cameras. People could be knocked out, but cameras were a different story. Fortunately, there were no cameras near the cells. A place this important, and no cameras? No wonder you got caught. Carl muttered under his breath, then whisked away from the cell like a gust of wind. No idea where Wanda and Pietro are. Am I really going to have to turn this whole place upside down? Carl mumbled to himself as he darted through the castle. Thanks to his connection with the wind, he could sense every subtle shift in the air, making it easy to tell where people were. Not a single guard spotted him along the way. But luck wasn't entirely on his side. Security cameras finally appeared, and in large numbers, too. Carl surveyed his surroundings. The abundance of cameras meant this area was highly important. He decided to take a closer look. Scaling the castle wall like a gecko, Carl quickly reached the rooftop, only to be greeted by a huge camera practically in his face. He dodged it in a flash, freezing in place. If anyone noticed him now, the alarms would blare. He waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. No alarms sounded, and the patrolling guards showed no sign of trouble. Only then did Carl breathe easy. Peeking down from the rooftop, he saw that the guards here were at least several times more numerous than elsewhere. That could only mean something important was hidden below. Carefully slicing through a pane of glass with a blade of wind, Carl quietly opened a window and slipped inside with a nimble somersault. He had no idea what kind of room this was. It was pitch black, not a single light on, and the silence hung heavy in the air. Carl could only grope his way forward, moving with utmost caution, probing as he went. Fortunately, a faint glow reflected in from the snow outside. Otherwise, it would have been pitch black, so dark you wouldn't be able to see your own hand in front of your face. Suddenly, Carl's hand brushed against something soft and warm. Driven by curiosity, he traced the gentle heat, his fingers exploring back and forth. In the dim light cast by the snow, he could just make out some vague shapes. All at once, a trembling yet gentle voice broke the silence. The warm sensation instantly pulled away from Carl's hand, and a flash of red light flared up in the darkness. In the next moment, a surge of energy shot toward Carl. With a swift motion, Carl conjured a barrier of wind, blocking the incoming blast of red energy. At the same time, A pair of glowing red eyes locked onto him. The moment Carl saw the color of the energy, he realized it was Wanda. He quickly spoke up. "Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. I was captured by them, just like you." Carl felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It dawned on him that the soft, warm thing he'd been fumbling with was actually Wanda's body. Now he couldn't help but feel like some kind of creep. Still, he couldn't deny the sensation, soft, fragrant, perfectly shaped, fitting snugly in his palm. He coughed awkwardly, twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. But as his hand brushed past his nose, that faint, sweet scent lingered, sending his thoughts reeling. Wanda seemed taken aback. The red energy gradually dissipated, and the crimson glow faded from her eyes. "You were captured too?" Wanda asked timidly. Kyle nodded hastily. "That's right. I was living in New York, and they abducted me after knocking me out with some kind of drug." Wanda seemed to remember something and asked, "How do you know magic?" "I saw you block my energy just now." "Of course I learned magic," Carl replied. "But what about you? How do you know it?" Carl was genuinely surprised that Wanda was aware of magic. In the movies, her abilities didn't come from magic at all. Even though she was called the Scarlet Witch, her powers were derived from the Mind Stone, which was part of Loki's scepter. As he pondered this, Carl suddenly froze. He just realized a glaring inconsistency. According to this timeline, Loki hadn't even obtained the Mind Stone yet. So how could there be a scepter? Without the Mind Stone, how had Wanda awakened her powers? Just then, Wanda spoke, her gentle voice soothing to the ear. "I heard them say I've had these powers since the day I was born. They said it's always been dormant inside me. From what I gathered, it's some kind of magical energy." Wanda was only half certain herself. She was simply repeating what she'd heard from the Hydra researchers. All she really knew were fragments and rumors. As expected, after listening to Wanda's explanation, Carl realized that her origins were nothing like what was shown in the movies. It was just like Peter and Gwen. Gwen, as Ghost Spider, never appeared in the films from his previous life either. Carl was already getting used to these surprises. The real world truly was far more complicated than any movie could depict. "How did you get captured? Are you here alone?" Carl asked, since he didn't see Pietro anywhere. "It's just me. My adoptive parents were gypsies. I've never met my biological parents since the day I was born. About 10 days ago, a group of people discovered us and started hunting us down. My adoptive parents were all killed by them. That was when my powers awakened, and after that I was brought here." As she spoke, Wanda's voice dropped, and she began to sob quietly. Clearly, the death of her adoptive parents had struck her deeply. But Carl was left completely confused. From what Wanda described, her origin story seemed to match the earliest version, the one where she was Magneto's biological daughter. There are actually two versions of Wanda's origin. In the original version, both Wanda and Pietro are Magneto's children. After Magneto used his powers to instantly kill those who murdered his daughter Anya, his wife Magda, terrified of him, fled the family. She ultimately gave birth to Wanda and Pietro on Mount Wundagore. She entrusted them to a genetically modified female Minotaur to raise and then abandon them herself. On the very night they were born, the evil god Thawne attempted to force his way onto Earth, leading to a fierce battle with the High Evolutionary and the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Part of Thawne's power influenced Wanda and Pietro, though no one realized it at the time. After that, the female Minotaur handed Wanda and Pietro over to a pair of gypsy foster parents. Later, the siblings left after witnessing their adoptive father stealing. That was the original version of Wanda and Pietro's origin. The second version had them born into a gypsy family of witches, later captured, and experimented on by the High Evolutionary, which is when their powers awakened. This version had nothing to do with Magneto at all. "So you're on your own? No brothers or sisters?" Carl couldn't help but ask. According to Wanda's account, Pietro simply didn't exist, which didn't match any version he knew of. "No, my adoptive parents only had me as their child." Wanda shook her head. Now Carl was really stumped. Wanda actually didn't have a brother. So where did Pietro go? Had he just vanished into thin air? "Why are you asking me this? Are you saying I have a brother? Did you know me before?" Wanda immediately caught on, sensing that Carl's questions implied she was supposed to have a brother. Carl quickly shook his head. "No, I was just making a wild guess. By the way, my name is Carl Norman. You can just call me Carl. What's your name?" Carl hurried to change the subject. If Wanda kept questioning him like this, he'd never be able to explain himself. "Oh, I'm Wanda. Wanda Maximoff. How about I get you out of here? We can escape together," Carl said, and by the light reflecting off the snow, he finally got a clear look at Wanda. She appeared to be about his age, looking more delicate and fragile than she did in the movies of his previous life. Maybe it was because she'd been locked up here for so long, living in constant fear. "Can we really escape? There are so many soldiers here, and tanks too," Wanda said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Have you ever thought about running away? Wanda nodded. I have. I've always wanted to leave, but I can't use my powers. Just now, I don't even know how I managed to use them. Kyle understood. At this point, Wanda still couldn't control her magical abilities. Her powers only surfaced when she was in danger, instinctively protecting her. It's all right. Let's just get out first. I know magic too. I'll teach you how to use yours later. Carl said this, realizing that Wanda's situation was very similar to Sky's. Both had just awakened to their powers and didn't know how to control them. The only difference was that Sky had Natasha to guide her, while Wanda had no one. Okay, I'll leave with you, Wanda replied, nodding. You're not afraid I might be a bad guy? I'll take you somewhere else and sell you. Carl was a bit surprised at how easily Wanda trusted him. I know you're a good person. I can feel it, Wanda replied. As she spoke, her eyes turned red again. Scarlet chaos energy flickered around her like flames, swirling and drifting toward Carl, but not harming him. Carl realized this energy was telling Wanda that he meant her no harm. He hadn't expected chaos energy to serve such a purpose. Wanda wasn't controlling the chaos energy at all. She simply let it act on its own. It would emerge when it wanted to, and right now, even if Wanda tried, she couldn't restrain it. In fact, that was the very reason she hadn't been subjected to more experiments since being locked up here. Whenever anyone showed hostility toward her, the chaos energy would lash out and kill them instantly. That was what happened when Carl first entered Wanda's room. The chaos energy had attacked him automatically. All right, I'll get you out of here first. With that, Carl led Wanda carefully down the stairs. The original route across the rooftop was no longer an option. Wanda was in no condition to climb up there, so downstairs was their only way out. When they reached the first floor, just as expected, a few soldiers were stationed there. Perhaps because it was the middle of the night, the soldiers were huddled together, smoking to stay awake, completely oblivious to Carl and Wanda, who had crept downstairs. Carl motioned for Wanda to stay, but while he silently approached the group of chatting soldiers. Gathering a razor-thin blade of wind in his hand, Carl waited for the right moment, then flicked his wrist and sent it flying toward the soldiers. There was a faint slicing sound as the wind blade flashed past their necks in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted forth, and the soldiers collapsed to the ground in silence, clutching their throats. Only after making sure it was safe did Wanda step out from behind. All along the way, Wanda clung tightly to the hem of Carl's coat, terrified of losing him in the chaos. Together, they dodged security cameras and slipped away from Wanda's cell without incident. Yet Carl hadn't anticipated that one small mistake would awaken everyone in the castle. Guiding Wanda through the corridors toward the castle's outer walls, everything seemed to be going smoothly, until, rounding a corner, they suddenly came face to face with two patrolling soldiers. Pulling Wanda into a shadowy alcove, Carl prepared to use his wind blade once more. Just as he unleashed it, fate intervened. One of the soldiers tripped over something unseen and fell, so the wind blade only struck the second soldier, piercing his throat. The fallen soldier froze for a split second, then immediately slammed his hand down on the alarm. A shrill siren blared, echoing throughout the corridors. Instantly, everyone nearby converged on their location. The alarm rang through the entire castle. Carl cursed under his breath and grabbed Wanda, sprinting toward the main gate. But when they arrived, they found the entrance surrounded by soldiers. The heavy doors were locked tight, and the troops closed in around them. Well, Mr. Norman, I didn't expect you to be so unruly, Strucker said, stepping forward with a mournful shake of his head. You took it upon yourself to tour my castle without permission and even try to steal my property. It seems you made your choice. I must say it's a pity, but rest assured, I'll study you thoroughly. I won't let your body go to waste. Strucker's regretful tone carried a note of genuine disappointment as he regarded Carl's decision. Hey, Baron, I have to be honest with you, Carl replied with a careless shrug, utterly unfazed by the armored troops and tanks surrounding him. People have told me since I was a kid that I've got a rebellious streak. I've never been one to do as I'm told. The more people try to control me, the more I push back. So, really, you can't blame me for this. He spoke with mock sincerity, spouting nonsense as if he didn't have a care in the world. In that case, Mr. Norman, forgive me for what comes next, Strucker said coldly. For my research, it doesn't really matter whether you're alive or dead. You've only your curiosity and that so-called rebellious streak to blame. Strucker finished speaking and gave a sharp wave of his hand. Instantly, the soldiers around them opened fire on Carl and Wanda, unleashing a hail of bullets. Carl immediately swept his hand upward, conjuring a barrier. A fierce gust of wind rose up, stopping the torrent of bullets in their tracks. Suddenly, an electromagnetic cannon blast struck the barrier. The wall of wind shattered in an instant, catching Carl completely off guard. There was no time to raise another shield. Carl could only throw his arms around Wanda, trying to shield her as much as possible. At the same time, a surge of green energy erupted from him, forming the simplest barrier he could to intercept the bullets. Sharp cracks filled the air as countless bullets struck Carl. Crouched on the ground, he clung tightly to Wanda, using his own body to shield her from the relentless assault. Thanks to Carl's formidable regenerative abilities, the bullets that struck him were forced out by his muscles in the blink of an eye, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. But wounds that had just closed were immediately torn open again by fresh bullets. Waves of searing pain coursed through Carl's body, making him tremble reflexively, his flesh and blood a mangled mess. This was the first time Carl had suffered such serious injuries since gaining his powers, and even worse, he couldn't fight back. His regeneration was powerful, but that didn't mean Wanda shared his resilience. Yet Wanda, unaware of Carl's condition, saw him throw himself between her and the gunfire without hesitation. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, her heart feeling as if it were being pierced by 1,000 bullets. In that moment, the chaos magic within her erupted in full force. With a roar, Wanda unleashed a storm of crimson chaos energy, sweeping out in every direction. Everything in its path was utterly obliterated, reduced to dust, and scattered to the wind. In the blink of an eye, a vast, empty clearing spread out for 100 meters around Wanda and Carl. Everything that had stood there, people, buildings, anything at all, had been erased from existence. The chaos energy in Wanda's eyes burned like living fire as she looked toward Strucker and the soldiers who still clung to life. Strucker's eyes blazed with a light and fanaticism he had never shown before. The power Wanda had just revealed far surpassed anything he had ever imagined. The ability to erase matter so directly seemed to him nothing short of a divine miracle, a power he was determined to possess. All units, prepare the high-voltage nets. I want them alive. More and more soldiers gathered, and there were no fewer than 10 electromagnetic tanks rolling in. Thanks to the empty space Wanda's power had cleared, the tanks and soldiers could advance unhindered toward Wanda and Carl. At the front lines, soldiers readied the high-voltage nets, capable of releasing a shock strong enough to stun an elephant in an instant. The nets were also laced with anesthetic gas. If Wanda were caught beneath one, her chances of staying conscious would be slim indeed. Meanwhile, the soldiers' firearms were all replaced with countless tranquilizer guns, forming an inescapable net. There was absolutely no chance for Wanda and Carl to flee. After unleashing all her strength, Wanda seemed to have spent her very last ounce of energy and collapsed limply into Carl's arms, fainting away. Within just a few heartbeats, Carl's wounds had completely healed. Holding Wanda, he rose to his feet, his eyes icy cold as he looked toward Baron Strucker. To be honest, letting Wanda and me leave safely is your best option. Unfortunately, you've always overestimated your own strength and completely underestimated mine. Carl's voice was as biting as a bitter winter wind, sharp as a blade. This castle, and everyone within it, including you, no longer have any reason to exist in this world. Cradling Wanda, Carl slowly walked toward a corner. Instantly, every soldier turned their weapon and took aim at him. By now, they all understood the extent of Carl's power. After all, he had just been riddled with bullets. Anyone else would have been torn to pieces, but Carl stood there unscathed, without even a single bullet hole marring his body. He gently laid Wanda down inside an empty oil drum, then turned once more to face the crowd. Strucker, haven't you always wanted to know the true extent of my abilities? Today, you'll see for yourself. I only hope you won't regret it. Carl spread his arms wide, and suddenly a fierce wind whipped through the room, while streams of green energy surged in from all directions. Realizing the imminent danger, Strucker shouted, "Everyone, fire at once!" But it was already too late. A raging cyclone took shape in an instant, blotting out the sky. At its very center, a pair of golden, vertical pupils appeared, gleaming with power. A thunderous roar erupted, a sound that shook the very air, and in a flash, the howling winds scattered, revealing the enormous form of Garuda. Cold and merciless, the creature gazed down at everyone below like a god of death. This is a miracle. Strucker stared at Garuda, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground in awe. In his eyes, Garuda had become nothing short of divine. Overcome with fervor, Strucker began to worship Garuda on the spot. Garuda's eyes, chilling as winter ice, narrowed slightly. With the barest motion of a finger, a massive blade of wind shot forth, striking Strucker and exploding with violent force. He burst like an overfilled balloon, vanishing into a spray of blood and mist, leaving not a trace behind. Another furious roar followed, and countless blades of wind erupted from Garuda's body, slicing through the air in every direction. Wherever the wind blades passed, the ground split apart, and the very air itself seemed to wail in agony. Everything below was mercilessly obliterated, as if the end of the world had descended upon them. The soldiers were torn to pieces by the wind blades before they could even react, and the tank was reduced to a pile of twisted metal in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the earth seemed to collapse and the sky to fall. In just a matter of seconds, not a single living thing remained in the vicinity. The entire castle crumbled into ruin, the scene before his eyes one of utter devastation. As if a violent earthquake had just swept through. The ground was ripped apart, scarred by deep, jagged chasms that crisscrossed each other like the wrath of the heavens. As the green energy faded, Garuda dissolved into countless sparks of emerald light and vanished. Carl descended from the sky, not sparing a glance at the destruction around him as he walked straight toward Wanda. Within the entire reach of the castle, only the 5-meter space around Wanda remained untouched. She was still curled up inside the iron barrel, unharmed. Carl gently lifted Wanda into his arms, turned, and strode toward the exit. I told you, there's no reason for this castle to exist in the world any longer. I keep my word. No sooner had Carl finished speaking than a swirling vortex appeared high overhead. From it, a flaming meteor plummeted toward the earth. With a deafening roar, the meteor crashed down on the ruins, its overwhelming force flattening the mountain on which the castle once stood. At dawn, as the first light crept over the horizon, Carl arrived at the nearest town. All night, the people who lived near that mountain had witnessed a meteor descend from the sky, and now the whole town was abuzz with rumors. Reporters had already flocked to the area, eager to be the first to cover the story at the meteor's landing site. Meanwhile, the culprit himself, Carl, was quietly enjoying his breakfast. Wanda had been settled in a room at a local inn, enduring the suspicious stares of the innkeeper. Carl finished his meal in no time and returned swiftly to the room. Wanda, still unconscious, seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. Her brow was furrowed in distress, and a faint mist of chaotic energy drifted from her body. Carl quickly used his own magic to suppress the chaos energy. If it were to erupt now, this little town would vanish from the map entirely. What Carl didn't know was that, back in New York, his disappearance had already thrown everything into chaos. The trouble began shortly after Carl left, when Natasha returned to the office. Gwen and Sky, seeing her arrive alone, immediately asked why Carl hadn't come back with her. The question caught Natasha completely off guard. Carl, how would I know where he is? Honestly, you two spend more time with that guy than I do. Shouldn't you be the ones to know where he's gone? Natasha was utterly bewildered. What was up with these two today? It was as if they'd woken up on the wrong side of the bed. But that's just it. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came by a while ago and said the director wanted to see him, so he went along. Didn't you see him? Now Gwen was just as confused. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had clearly taken Carl away. So how could Natasha not know anything about it? Natasha was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized something was wrong. You said someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. took him away? What exactly did that person say? Natasha's expression grew tense. She hadn't heard a word about this. By rights, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to contact Carl, they'd have to go through her or Coulson, or Nick Fury would reach out to Carl directly. There shouldn't be any other way. After all, Carl's existence within S.H.I.E.L.D. was top secret. Ordinary agents couldn't possibly have access to him. Only a handful even knew where Carl lived or how to get in touch with him. That person said your director sent him, that you and Coulson were both at the underground secret base and couldn't come, so he was sent to pick up Carl, Gwen explained. She and Sky exchanged a look, both realizing the seriousness of the situation. Sky quickly pulled up the surveillance footage from that moment. This is the guy. Carl checked his credentials. Everything looked fine, so he went with him. The high-resolution camera had captured a clear image of the man's face and his badge. Natasha saw at a glance that the credentials were indeed authentic. This is bad, Natasha thought to herself, immediately dialing Nick Fury's number. Director, Carl's been taken by someone posing as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. We don't know where he is now. I'm having Sky send you the surveillance footage right away. Sky promptly followed her instructions. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury broke out in a cold sweat as soon as he got Natasha's call. She hadn't said much, but there was a lot of information packed into her words. He hadn't sent anyone to contact Carl, certainly not an ordinary agent. He watched the video over and over, confirming that the man's badge was real. It was, without a doubt, a genuine S.H.I.E.L.D. credential. Suddenly, Fury remembered what Carl had said before. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to do some cleaning up. Now, the meaning behind those words came crashing down on him. Hill, get Barton and Coulson in my office right now, and lock down the entire building. No one goes in or out. Fury issued the order without delay. Hill complied, and soon, alarms blared throughout the building. Coulson and Barton rushed into Fury's office, confusion written across their faces. "Director, the entire building just went on lockdown," Coulson said gravely, while Barton stood poised with his bow. "I called for it. Natasha just sent word. Carl's been taken by someone posing as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Right now, we have no idea where he is." As soon as Fury said this, Coulson and Barton both blanched. The situation was dire. Not only had Carl been taken, but the far more terrifying implication was that there was a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Here's the surveillance video from that moment. Run a comparison. I want to know who that man is, immediately. Fury's face was dark with anger as he slammed his fist on the desk. "Yes, Director." Coulson immediately left the office. "Barton, I need you to keep an eye on everyone in the building. I want to be informed about everything that happens," Nick Fury ordered. Barton nodded and left without hesitation. After a moment's thought, Nick Fury took out his encrypted phone and called Natasha. "Natasha, your new assignment is to protect Carl's family until he returns," he instructed. "Understood, Director." Receiving her orders, Natasha immediately turned to Gwen. "Gwen, go to the school at once and pick up your two brothers. Have your father stay at the precinct and wait for me," Natasha said seriously. Gwen nodded, left the agency at once, and called George on her way. "Sky, stay here and wait for any updates on Carl. Keep Helen safe." Carl had always said that there was no place safer than his apartment. Everyone believed this. Sky and Gwen knew the apartment's unique security, while Natasha simply trusted Carl's word. After all, Carl's strength spoke for itself. The image of that massive creature, Garuda, still haunted her mind. No one told Helen about Carl's disappearance, for fear she would worry. After hearing about Carl's absence, George immediately scoured all of New York through the precinct surveillance system, and gradually began to notice some suspicious details. Just then, Natasha arrived at the police station, and George quickly filled her in. George had discovered that during the window, when Carl left his apartment, every surveillance camera from Manhattan Avenue to a road on the outskirts of New York malfunctioned at exactly the same time. These cameras weren't even on the same circuit, which meant someone had deliberately interfered with or sabotaged them. Natasha glanced at the map. That road led out of the city, and one of the places along the way was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret airfield. "Come back to the apartment with me. This isn't as simple as it looks." When George and Natasha returned to the apartment, they arrived just as Gwen was coming in with her two younger brothers. True to their mischievous nature, the boys, delighted to be excused from school, dashed off to their rooms in excitement to play video games. Natasha relayed George's findings to Nick Fury, which only reinforced his suspicion that there was a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson had already identified the agent in question and was reporting to Fury. As expected, the agent turned out to be a nondescript Level 3 operative, one of the most unremarkable among many agents. Nick Fury immediately contacted Maria Hill and ordered her to halt all S.H.I.E.L.D. operations until the traitor was rooted out. This command traveled swiftly, reaching the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest-ranking Hydra infiltrator, Alexander Pierce. He immediately contacted Nick Fury to ask about the situation. Nick Fury had little reason to be guarded with this old friend, so he spoke plainly and directly, sending chills down Alexander Pierce's spine. After hanging up, Alexander Pierce wasted no time in reaching out to his contacts within S.H.I.E.L.D., instructing them to sacrifice some insignificant personnel and resolve the issue as quickly as possible. If things escalated, it would be much harder for them to stay hidden. Soon, Barton and Coulson each brought their respective lists to Nick Fury. Just as Alexander Pierce had predicted, the names on the lists were all Hydra operatives, but they were all fairly inconsequential. The highest ranking among them was only a Level 7 agent. "Interrogate this one," Nick Fury ordered without hesitation. "No matter what it takes, find out who's behind him. As for the others, leave none of them." Meanwhile, far away in Bavaria, night had already fallen. Wanda finally regained consciousness. When she saw that Carl was safe and sound, she rushed into his arms and broke down in tears. Carl, caught off guard, did his best to comfort Wanda. After her tears had run their course, she drifted back to sleep, still clutching tightly to Carl's shirt. With no other choice, Carl lay down beside her, and the two spent the night leaning on each other, finding rest together. The next morning, Wanda woke first. Seeing Carl right by her side, she finally relaxed. She studied him closely, then reached out to gently touch his face. The contact startled Carl awake, and Wanda quickly withdrew her hand, suddenly shy and unsure. "You're awake. Are you feeling any better?" Carl opened his eyes to see a pair of large, searching eyes fixed on him. Wanda nodded. "Much better. What happened to me yesterday?" Wanda had no memory of what had happened the day before. Her last recollection was of seeing Carl covered in blood. Carl briefly explained the events, also mentioning his extraordinary healing ability. "Go freshen up. I'll go out and buy you some clothes. His hair sticking up in every direction like a bird's nest. Carl spoke as he was already heading for the door, completely unaware of his just-awoken appearance. Wanda smiled in amusement and went into the bathroom as Carl had suggested. Carl, still sporting his wild bedhead, wandered the streets in search of a women's clothing store. But upon entering one, he realized he had no idea what Wanda's size was. How was he supposed to buy her anything? He could only guess, using Gwen and Sky's sizes as reference. Not that he was sure if that would fit Wanda. By his estimation, Wanda's figure was a bit more shapely than either Gwen's or Sky's, so picking sizes a little larger than theirs seemed like a safe bet. It wasn't his first time shopping for women's clothes, after all. He'd often accompanied Gwen and Sky on their shopping trips and had picked up a thing or two about women's fashion. Besides the undergarments, Carl selected a red dress and a matching red jacket. After all, she was the Scarlet Witch. Red suited her best. Under the astonished gaze of a shop assistant, Carl left the store with his bag in hand. On his way back, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the mission Rescue the Scarlet Witch. Mission reward, summonable creature unlocked, RAM, along with related skills." As the system prompt faded, a flash of lightning streaked across Carl's eyes, and he suddenly felt a new blue thunder element stirring within his own magical power. Overjoyed, Carl leapt into the air, startling a young couple strolling nearby. They shrank away from him, casting wary looks as if he were crazy. "Honey, let's go, that guy's nuts." The beautiful woman quickly tugged her boyfriend away from the scene. "You're the crazy one. Your whole family's crazy," Carl shouted after them in annoyance. Unexpectedly, the couple ran off even faster, terrified that this lunatic might follow them. The people around them also instinctively kept their distance from Carl. After all, nobody wanted trouble with someone unpredictable. It was common knowledge that attacking someone with mental issues could go unpunished. Carl glanced around awkwardly, wishing he could vanish on the spot, and hurried back to the inn as fast as he could. Just as he opened the door to his room, Wanda emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel, her damp hair carrying the sweet scent of apples. Carl was momentarily stunned. He'd expected Wanda to have a great figure, but he hadn't imagined she'd look this incredible, easily rivaling Natasha. Seeing Carl ogling her like a love-struck fool, Wanda's cheeks flushed as red as an apple. "Had enough staring?" Wanda's voice was gentle and a bit shy. Carl snapped out of his daze, awkwardly pretending to clear his throat. I bought you some clothes. They might be a bit small, but you can make do for now." He handed the clothes to Wanda. "You want to watch me change?" Wanda looked at Carl, who stood there dumbfounded. Is that okay?" Carl blurted out without thinking. "Of course," Wanda replied with a mischievous grin. Carl suddenly felt his mouth go dry, but as he caught the growing embarrassment on Wanda's face, he quickly changed the subject. I'll go wash up too. Make yourself at home. Really, make yourself at home." With that, Carl dashed into the bathroom like a startled monkey. Watching him scurry away, Wanda couldn't help but laugh, blushing at her own boldness just moments before. She held up the underwear to check the size. Sure enough, it was a bit small, but she managed to squeeze into it. The dress was loose enough to be comfortable, and once she put on the jacket, it looked just fine. Wanda really liked the red Carl had chosen. It suited her temperament perfectly. Meanwhile, things weren't going so well for Carl in the bathroom. Images of Wanda, fresh from the shower and dripping with water, kept replaying in his mind, and he couldn't shake them. Trying to distract himself, he quickly turned his attention to checking the system rewards. A new summon has been unlocked. Rama, the beast master of thunder, whose power can even change the weather. Rama appears as an elderly man draped in long robes, wielding a staff, with crackling thunder swirling around him. In the game, he once halted the rampaging protagonist with a mighty bolt of lightning, forcing him back to his human form. A truly formidable summon. After becoming familiar with Rama's power, Carl relaxed, soaking contentedly in the bathtub. Originally, Carl had planned to return to the agency directly via the Chocobo space. However, since Wanda was not an employee of the agency, she couldn't enter the Chocobo space, and Onion could only carry one rider at a time. There was simply no way to bring a second person along, so they had to find an inn for the night. "If only I had a mount that could carry two people at once," Carl sighed. If Onion could bear two riders, he'd have been back at the agency long ago, instead of having to put up with all this hassle. After his bath, Carl stepped out of the bathroom and was once again taken aback by the sight before him. Wanda, dressed in a striking red dress, stunned him all over again. "Do I look nice?" Wanda spun gracefully in place. "You look great. I always have good taste," Carl replied, though it was unclear if he meant the dress or Wanda herself. Wanda blushed deeply, her heart fluttering with delight. The two strolled around the small town like a pair of lovers, not returning to the inn until night had fallen. "Wanda, what are your plans from here on out?" Carl asked, as they sat in the restaurant enjoying their meal. Wanda was caught off guard by the question. She looked up at Carl, her eyes suddenly welling with tears, as if she might break down at any moment. "Are you abandoning me?" Wanda's voice trembled. Carl immediately shook his head and waved his hands in a panic. No, that's not it. I just wanted to know what you'd like to do next." At that, Wanda relaxed a little, though tears slipped down her cheeks despite herself. Unknowingly, she'd become deeply attached to Carl, and the idea of parting was now unthinkable. "Wherever you go, I'll go too," Wanda said, wiping her tears away, her voice steady with conviction. Carl sighed inwardly. Well, there was no way to explain himself out of this one. Bringing Wanda home, he wondered if the two waiting for him there might just tear him apart. He couldn't help but feel a moment of silent dread for his own future. Meanwhile, Nick Fury sat expressionless at his desk. S.H.I.E.L.D. had descended into chaos, with agents scrambling everywhere to apprehend suspects. "Director, we have a lead on Carl." "Director, there's a lead on Carl." Coulson hurried over, holding a tablet, and stopped in front of Fury. Fury glanced at him. Coulson immediately started playing a video on the tablet. The footage, captured by satellite, was grainy, but it was obvious at a glance. This was unmistakably Carl's handiwork. The video showed a meteor crashing down, striking with such force that an entire mountaintop was wiped out. "Are you sure about this?" Coulson nodded. "We're fairly certain. Satellite data indicates that this meteor didn't fall from outer space. It appeared suddenly at high altitude." Nick Fury gave a low grunt. "Has the authenticity of the footage been verified?" The video was provided by Tony Stark, and the satellite that captured it also belongs to Stark Industries. The moment Nick Fury heard Tony was the source, he knew the footage had to be genuine. After learning that Carl had gone missing, Tony immediately activated every Stark Industries satellite, scouring the globe nonstop in search of Carl. But Tony, being sharp, didn't simply look for Carl directly. Instead, he had Jarvis gather reports of all sudden, anomalous events worldwide, then cross-reference them with the extraordinary feats Carl had displayed in the past. After careful filtering, Jarvis finally uncovered the video of the meteor flattening the mountain. Tony instantly recognized the meteor in the footage as the very one Carl had summoned, the one he'd always wanted to study up close. After that, Tony sent the video out in 2 copies, one to Skye, the other to Coulson. Once Skye and Gwen both confirmed the footage, Tony prepared to head to the site himself. "Jarvis, suit me up. I'm going to Bavaria to take a look." "Yes, sir." Mechanical arms rose from the floor, and as Tony stood at the center, the pieces of the armored suit began assembling around him. Suit assembly complete. Running diagnostics. All systems functional. Energy reserves full. "Have a safe journey, sir." "Thank you, Jarvis." "Set the destination." A map with a pinpoint appeared inside his helmet. Tony shot into the sky, taking off toward his target. Meanwhile, Skye and Gwen's family had also learned of Carl's whereabouts, but their worries hadn't faded, especially Helen's. No matter how hard everyone tried, there was no hiding such a massive operation from Helen, particularly after the sudden move to pull the 2 troublemakers out of school, which only fueled her suspicions. In the end, it was George who told Helen the truth. To everyone's surprise, Helen remained remarkably calm after hearing the news. She was certain Carl would be all right, calling it a mother's intuition. Within this family, Helen turned out to be the calmest of them all, while Gwen and Skye found themselves checking the Chocobo space every few hours, hoping to see if Carl had returned. They also noticed that Onion had been sleeping in the aviary the whole time, which meant Carl hadn't summoned him, a detail that put their minds at ease. After all, Onion was now strong enough to fight alongside Carl, and he usually called on Onion for every battle. But this time was the one exception. Bavaria. Carl was at a loss as to how to get home. After all, he had been brought here directly by Hydra and hadn't entered the country through any official channels. Now, leaving through normal means was simply impossible. He didn't have his passport with him. In fact, forget the passport. At this point, his only option was to get someone from home to come and pick him up. But the most pressing issue was that he didn't even have a phone anymore. When Hydra kidnapped him, his phone was destroyed on the spot, and Wanda didn't have one to begin with. Thankfully, he still had a decent amount of cash. Carl had developed a habit of tossing some money into his system backpack, so at least he didn't have to worry about daily expenses for now. What a blunder. What's the home phone number again? Carl couldn't remember the number for his house at all, let alone the strings of digits for Gwen and Skye's cell phones. Who could possibly memorize such long numbers? What the hell was I thinking, trying to play mind games with Hydra? I should have just taken care of those idiots back at the agency. Totally screwed up, absolutely, completely screwed up. He cursed himself while stuffing steak into his mouth. Back then, he'd been worried that confronting those agents head-on might put Sky and Gwen in danger. So he'd come up with a harebrained scheme. In the end, not only did he fail to outsmart them, but he'd also ended up drugged and captured. What a disaster. If I ever try to come up with a plan again, may I turn into a lapdog? A lapdog, I tell you. Carl bit fiercely into his steak, making a firm resolve. From now on, if something could be solved with force, he wouldn't waste time with schemes or clever tricks. Moguri, you little brat, just wait till I get back and see how I deal with you. Hydra's people waltzed right into the agency, and you pig, couldn't even let out a peep. How could you let me down like this? When I get back, I'm selling your scepter and that stupid crown of yours, both of them. Carl muttered a string of curses at Moguri, the so-called shield of the whole apartment, who hadn't even managed to stop a bunch of ordinary agents. Sitting across from him, Wanda suddenly sensed the cloud of resentment radiating from Carl and couldn't help but ask, worried, Carl, what's wrong? I suddenly feel like you're wrapped in a thick aura of frustration. Did something happen? Oh, it's nothing. Just something's on my mind. Let's eat. Carl stopped his grumbling. He had to admit, Wanda's chaos magic was truly formidable. Even without fully controlling it, her senses were already this sharp. No wonder it was hailed as one of the three great primordial powers, and the only one not present since the birth of the universe, yet still equal to the other two forces that had existed since the very beginning. Within the Marvel Universe, there exist the so-called three primeval forces. The Phoenix Force, symbolizing the power of the mind. The Chaos Force, capable of permanently rewriting reality. And the Goblin Force, which can devour everything in existence. Among these, the Goblin Force is shrouded in the most mystery, with very little written about it. Whenever it appears, it is an endless force of consumption. Even the Phoenix Force itself has become one of its targets. Without a doubt, it stands as the most enigmatic of the three ancient powers. The Phoenix Force, on the other hand, represents the very source of mental energy within the Marvel Universe. Every multiverse, every spark of psychic power, ultimately traces its origin back to the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force has had several hosts through the ages, and at one point, everyone seemed to be fighting for its power. The most famous of these hosts is Jean Grey, known as the Phoenix. Yet, all those who have inherited the Phoenix Force have only ever possessed fragments of its power. No one has ever wielded the entirety of the Phoenix Force. The third great power is the Chaos Force, and it is unique among the three. It is the only one not born at the dawn of the universe. The origin of the Chaos Force can be traced back to Thon, one of the four gods created by the Demiurge, or the Creator. The Creator gave rise to four gods, Gaia, Hippus, Set, and Thon. For reasons of their own, these four began to battle one another. In the end, Thon descended into darkness, becoming the god of the underworld, and thus the Chaos Force was born. The Chaos Force is the wellspring of all dark magic in the Marvel Universe. Even the infamous Dormammu once borrowed Thon's power. But in the end, Thon was sealed away in another dimension by Gaia, becoming a dimensional demon god. It was because Thon sought to return to Earth from that other dimension that the stories of the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and her brother Pietro began. By the way, Wanda, are you sure you don't know a boy named Pietro, a real hot-headed kid? Carl asked with curiosity. After all, that guy is your biological brother. Wanda thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I don't. And the name doesn't sound very nice, either. Is he someone special? Carl was taken aback. What's going on? What kind of Marvel world is this, where even Quicksilver has vanished? He was thoroughly puzzled. Have your foster parents ever mentioned you having a brother, or any siblings? Carl pressed on. Wanda shook her head again. No, they told me that when they found me, I was all alone. It seemed Wanda didn't know that. After being cared for by a female Minotaur for a time, she was handed over to that Romani couple. But this was odd. Did Pietro simply disappear? Or was he sent somewhere else for reasons unknown, and the Romani couple never knew? Suddenly, Carl thought of the X-Men. In the movies of his previous life, there was also a Quicksilver among the X-Men, also named Pietro, and he too was Magneto's son. Could it be that this universe has separated Pietro and Wanda, letting them grow up with different parents? Is it possible that mutants really exist in this world? Carl had lived in this world for over 20 years and had never heard anything about mutants. He'd always assumed this world leaned more toward the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where mutants didn't exist, but now he hesitated. He remembered the first time he'd met Nick Fury. He'd specifically asked whether he himself was a mutant and even had his own blood drawn for testing. So perhaps the existence of mutants in this world wasn't entirely out of the question. Looks like I'll need to do some serious investigating when I get back, Carl murmured, smacking his lips. If there really was someone named Pietro, then he ought to let the siblings reunite. After their meal, the two of them wandered around the small town. Since they didn't have any identification, they could only stay at the same little inn as before. The inn was modest, one of the few ghost houses in town, but it didn't require any ID to check in. The town was bustling, with a population made up almost entirely of travelers, so it was always lively and never dull no matter how much you explored. After a leisurely stroll, when they grew tired, they simply ducked into a cafe to rest with a drink. Towns like this were truly the best places to live. None of the restlessness or suffocating pace of a big city, just picturesque scenery and warm, welcoming townsfolk. Carl wasn't much of a coffee drinker, so he just ordered a glass of water. There was no helping it. The tea in this town tasted even worse than the coffee. Just then, a bright streak, trailing a fiery tail, ripped across the sky. Even in broad daylight, it was impossible to miss. That sure looks a lot like Tony, that old rascal, Carl muttered to himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. That guy was either chasing women or tinkering with his suits. No way he'd have the time to fly all the way out to Bavaria. He lowered his head to take a sip of water, when suddenly a reflection appeared in his glass, growing larger by the second. A figure, clad in red and gold, dropped from the sky in classic superhero fashion, smashing the pavement beneath his feet. Damn it, Jarvis, increase the landing thrusters by another 10% next time, Tony said as he climbed out of the shallow crater, issuing orders without missing a beat. Yes, sir. Noted, came Jarvis's prompt reply. Wow, would you look at you? Relaxing here and flirting. If I'd known you were enjoying yourself this much, I wouldn't have bothered. Flying out here. Hope I didn't ruin your fun. Tony's helmet slid open, revealing his slightly mischievous grin as he sized up Wanda. I have to say, you and I have very similar taste. This young lady is absolutely stunning. Aren't you going to introduce us? Tony, clad in his suit without a care in the world, plopped himself right down next to Carl and threw an arm around his neck, striking a pose that screamed streetwise mischief. Get lost. You sure took your sweet time. I was about to become Hydra's latest lab, rat over here. Carl had pinned all his hopes on Tony coming through in the end. He was gambling that Tony wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. He'd move heaven and earth to find him. And now, seeing Tony here, it turned out that his faith in sweet Tony really was well placed. Hydra? I think I remember reading about them in my dad's old journals. Weren't they wiped out by Captain America? How are they crawling out of the woodwork again? Tony sifted through memories of the dusty old junk in his family's storeroom, remembering how he used to rummage through it when he was bored. Back then, Cap only took down one branch. Who could have guessed the shameless lot would come after me? I turned their ambitions to ashes right then and there. Kidnap me? Did they really not bother to find out who they were messing with? Carl, matching Tony's energy, slung his arm around Tony's shoulders and started bragging with swagger. So who's this lovely lady? Tony nodded toward Wanda, who was quietly sipping her coffee off to the side. That's Wanda Maximoff. She was kidnapped by Hydra as well. She's got nowhere to go for now, so I'm planning to bring her back to the firm. Carl spoke as if it were nothing out of the ordinary, but Tony nearly jumped out of his seat at that. Buddy, let me give you some seasoned advice. Take it from someone who's been down that road. You've already got 2 at home. Add 1 more and. Aren't you worried they'll gang up and tear you apart? And are you sure your body can handle 3? Need me to hook you up with a little support? Personally tested, works like a charm. Tony hinted at Carl with wild enthusiasm. As an old hand at these matters, he always had some highly effective, perfectly safe tricks up his sleeve. Get out of here. You think I need that stuff? Not everyone's as weak as you, pal. I've got stamina for days. Carl bristled at Tony's jab. What was that supposed to mean, huh? Tony shot Carl a look full of mock disdain. Oh, please. We all know each other here. Even the best bull can't plow 3 fields at once. Who do you think you are, a bulldozer? Hey. Now, that's just rude. Mine's brand new. Thank you very much. Unlike yours, which is about ready for the junkyard. Tony raised an eyebrow, as if he'd just stumbled on a shocking revelation. Brand new, huh? 2 gorgeous women circling around you all day, and you still haven't sealed the deal? Be honest. Is there something you're not telling me? I can hook you up with the world's best specialists. Tony stared at Carl like he'd discovered a living fossil. In this day and age, how rare is that? Get lost. There's nothing wrong with me. Normal? No way. With my experience, if you so much as crook your finger, those 2 lovely girls at home would definitely be lining up to play games with you. Tony paused for a second, then suddenly scooted away from Carl, taking a seat right next to Wanda. No way. Don't tell me you're... Tony raised his hand and bent his finger, making Wanda beside him freeze in surprise as well. Her eyes stared straight at Carl, suspicion written all over their faces. Tony, you better not run. I swear I won't beat you to a pulp. With a flourish, Carl summoned his ultimate weapon, a gleaming sword now pointed directly at Tony. Tony immediately shot up into the air, hovering just out of reach. He thought to himself, good thing I reacted fast, or my suit would be in pieces by now. Jarvis, set up a new file right now. Codename, Anti-Carl Armor. Yes, sir. The file has been created. Carl, brandishing his sword, shouted for Tony to come down, while Tony yelled back, daring him to come up if he had the guts. The two of them kept up this standoff for almost 10 minutes, calling back and forth until Carl finally gave up, parched and hoarse. After all, Tony's suit had a built-in loudspeaker. There was no way he could outshout him. All around them, the townsfolk and tourists enjoyed the show. By now, the whole world knew that Tony Stark was Iron Man, and some bold tourists even came right up to Tony, asking for photos and autographs. Tony, ever the showman, obliged every fan, signing autographs and posing for pictures. Once the fans had left, Tony sat down beside Carl again. So, when are you planning to head back? Your whole family is practically losing their minds with worry. Carl shrugged. It's not that I don't want to go home. I don't even have my passport, and who knows what those rascals did with my phone. I can't even contact my family. If I didn't have a bit of cash on me, I'd probably be begging on the streets by now. Tony gave Carl a look of deep sympathy, pausing for a respectful second before joking. Honestly, you seem to be doing just fine. You've even got the lovely Wanda keeping you company. You two have been staying together these days, right? Anything interesting happen? Get lost. Not everyone is like you, you know. What's wrong with me? I call it being passionate. You, on the other hand, are just a coward. Don't tell people you know me when we're out in public. I've got a reputation to uphold. Back in the day, I even dated a different cover model every year. Carl rolled his eyes. And what about now? The moment Pepper gives you that look, you fold like a house of cards. Who are you trying to impress here? Tony was left speechless, his face turning purple as he struggled to come up with a comeback. Ever since he got together with Pepper, she had him wrapped around her finger. Forget cover girls. He hadn't even so much as spoken to a pretty reporter or a minor celebrity. Reformed playboy indeed, now all about loyalty and devotion. If you say one more word, I'm out of here. Figure your own way home. With that, Tony stood up, ready to leave. Carl immediately clung to Tony's leg, grinning from ear to ear. Come on, don't joke around. Mr. Stark, you're the bigger man. Don't stoop to my level, I'm just a kid. His face was plastered with a flattering smile, shamelessly playing the role of someone who knows when to bend or stretch to fit the situation. My suit has a recording function, you know? I've already recorded this whole scene. Bet you didn't expect that. The eyes of Tony's armored mask flashed with a bright light, signaling that Carl's ridiculous antics had been captured in full. You sly old fox, you really are something else. Carl leapt up in mock outrage. But don't get too smug. I've got dirt on you too. Remember that mess in the Middle East? I recorded every bit of it. Surprised? But you didn't see that coming. Tony's expression darkened instantly. That embarrassing episode was the last thing he wanted anyone to know about. It would tarnish the great Tony Stark's heroic image. Don't try to fool me. Your phone's toast. How could you possibly have a recording? Tony looked at Carl with a triumphant smirk, recalling how Carl had just claimed he'd lost his phone. Carl returned a mysterious smile. Ever heard of backups? Yeah, backups. How about we make a trade? You give me my recording, and I'll hand over the one I just took of you. Tony put forward his terms, a classic hostage exchange. Deal. I'll give it to you when we get back. But you have to delete that video first. Carl agreed, and the two reached a tentative truce. Tony wasted no time deleting the video. Done. But when we get back, you'd better hand over mine. Of course, no problem. Carl nodded enthusiastically. But inside, Carl was thinking, hand it over? Not a chance. That video's staying with me. Even if Jesus himself tried, he couldn't stop me. Meanwhile, Tony was secretly delighted as well. Delete the video? As if you know how to back things up, you think I don't? Please, it was at MIT when you were still wetting your pants. The two schemers quietly ended their standoff, each convinced he'd outsmarted the other, both secretly pleased with themselves. At that moment, Wanda finished the last sip of her coffee. With her chaos magic, she could sense clearly the devious thoughts swirling in both Carl and Tony's minds. I've already contacted my private jet. Let's head to the airport. It should only be a few hours from now. As Tony spoke, he took off directly into the sky. I'll be waiting for you at the airport. Better hurry up. With that, he soared away, leaving a powerful gust in his wake. Carl was left alone, stomping his feet and cursing. Tony, you sneaky old man. You just left by yourself? How are the two of us supposed to get to the airport? Do you even know how far it is from here? Tony, you old geezer. But Tony had already vanished into the horizon, arcing through the sky, far beyond earshot, leaving Carl shouting in vain. Wanda pressed her hand to her forehead, utterly exasperated. These two were just like children who never grew up, immature through and through. With no luggage to worry about, Carl and Wanda simply hopped in a taxi and headed straight for the airport. When they arrived, the two of them made their way to the front desk, intending to ask where that guy Tony was, but before they could, a beautiful flight attendant approached Carl directly. Mr. Carl Norman? Her voice was as sweet as honey. Mr. Stark is waiting for you both in the VIP lounge. Please follow me. With that, she led Carl and Wanda toward the VIP area. Once inside, Carl immediately spotted Tony, legs crossed and relaxed, enjoying some snacks while chatting and laughing with a beautiful woman, or more accurately, flirting with her. As soon as Carl and Wanda appeared, the woman slipped away naturally, but not before slipping Tony a little note on her way out. Wow, look at you. You just can't help yourself, can you? I'm telling Pepper about this, Carl declared with righteous indignation. Tony ignored him. That old trick didn't work anymore. These days, his loyalty to Pepper was unshakable. Time passed quickly as Tony and Carl bantered back and forth. A few hours later, Tony's plane landed smoothly at the airport. After enjoying a good nap on the flight, Carl woke to find they'd arrived in New York. Gwen and Sky, accompanied by Pepper, were already waiting at the terminal. The moment Carl stepped off the plane, two figures rushed straight into his arms. It's okay. See? I'm back safe and sound. There's no one in this world who can do anything to me, Carl reassured Gwen and Sky, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of their eyes. Just then, Wanda followed Carl out of the plane and instantly caught sight of Sky and Gwen in his embrace. At the same time, Gwen and Sky sensed someone's gaze and looked up together. Three sets of eyes met, and for a brief moment, invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Ah, you're in for it now, Tony said, patting Carl's shoulder with a tone of deep sympathy, before pulling Pepper into a hug. Looks like Carl's in trouble, huh? Pepper remarked with a smile. You bet he is. This is going to be interesting, Tony replied, grinning mischievously as he led Pepper to their car. Meanwhile, another car had obviously been sent to pick up Carl. I'll explain everything when we get home, Carl said, sensing stormy weather ahead, and try to keep the three girls calm for now. Whatever needed saying could wait until they got home. The whole way back, Carl sat anxiously in the car, while the three girls exchanged silent glances, each one sizing up the others. When they returned to the office, George and Helen were already waiting anxiously. As soon as Helen saw Carl, she rushed over and wrapped him in a tight embrace. There was no way she hadn't been worried. What mother wouldn't be concerned about her own child? It's all right as long as you're safe. That's all that matters. You're safe now. Helen repeated these words over and over, her heart finally settling after so much worry. Now tell us, what exactly happened? How could you possibly get kidnapped? Everyone in the family knew what Carl was capable of, and none of them believed anyone could have successfully kidnapped him. Well, it's a long story, and honestly, I have myself to blame. Carl recounted everything that had happened, leaving out no detail, including the part about Wanda. After hearing Wanda's story, everyone expressed their sympathy. They all agreed to let Wanda stay at the office, and Gwen and Sky let go of their previous hostility towards her. Helen took the three girls out shopping, arms linked as they strolled away, leaving only George and Carl in the office, staring awkwardly at each other. Honestly, how are you nothing like me at all? You can't even come up with a proper plan. That harebrained scheme of yours. What were you thinking, trying to outwit them? With your abilities, why bother with tricks? You could have just powered through. And look what happened. Taken down by a bunch of ordinary people with some tranquilizer? Next time, don't tell anyone you're my son. I die of embarrassment. George unleashed a torrent of criticism, his words sharp and relentless. He, the distinguished chief of the NYPD, had orchestrated countless strategies and operations. How did he end up with a son so clueless? Why try to be clever when sheer force would do? It was a waste of talent, in his eyes. Carl hung his head, looking for all the world like a scolded schoolboy, wishing he could just disappear. Thinking back, he realized he really must have lost his mind to try something so convoluted, only to end up with this lecture as a consequence. A seasoned transmigrator with a system, brought down by a childish plan and a few measly tranquilizers. What a disgrace. If word got out, he'd be the laughingstock of his kind, destined to be a cautionary tale for generations. Carl had well and truly learned his lesson. Next time, he'd just bulldoze his way through any trouble. Schemes and tricks meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. They were nothing but paper tigers. That night, the family gathered around the table and enjoyed a joyful reunion dinner. However, George and Helen insisted on returning to their own house. They couldn't leave it empty forever, and besides, it was closer to the boys' school. Carl and Gwen tried to protest, but in the end, they gave in to their parents' wishes, on one condition. If anything happened, George and Helen must come straight back to the apartment, since this was by far the safest place. George and Helen had no objections either. After all, Carl's apartment was certainly safer than their own home. With Carl himself present, along with Sky and Wanda, both superpowered individuals, there was no question about their security. It's worth mentioning that Carl took this opportunity to reveal Wanda's abilities to everyone there. Upon hearing about Wanda's power, the group was utterly astonished. Through Carl's explanation, they learned just how extraordinary the power of chaos truly was. It could alter reality itself, and if she wished, Wanda could erase the entire Earth without difficulty. Such an ability was vastly superior to Sky's shockwaves. When compared, Sky's powers seemed almost trivial. Speaking of Sky's powers, Carl suddenly remembered he still had proper business to attend to. He needed to find information about vibranium. Earlier, he'd been so caught up in bickering with Tony that he'd completely forgotten about it. Now, it was time to get in touch with Tony and ask for his help in tracking it down. Without hesitation, Carl called Tony. Meanwhile, Tony was tinkering with his armor in his workshop. He was currently trying to figure out how to make the suit more portable. After all, he couldn't be expected to wear the armor everywhere he went. With a portable suit, it would be much easier to keep it on hand. Taking a sip of a deep green, highly concentrated chlorophyll concoction, Tony frowned and returned to his work. This stuff is barely drinkable. Isn't there anything else I could use as a substitute? Though it sounded like Tony was talking to himself, he was actually speaking to Jarvis. I'm sorry, sir, but chlorophyll is currently the most effective at alleviating your symptoms, Jarvis replied. Fine, whatever you say. Tony shrugged. The symptoms of his palladium poisoning were becoming more and more obvious. Black lines now spread out around the arc reactor in his chest. Though Tony appeared indifferent to his condition, in truth, he had buried his fear of not having much time left deep inside his heart. Pepper was now the CEO of Stark Industries, and Tony, as if preparing for the worst, had entrusted the entire company to her, even though Pepper herself hadn't noticed the gravity of the gesture. At the same time, he had updated the login credentials for the Mark II armor, transferring access to his good friend Rhodey. In a way, he was passing on the mantle of Iron Man. Just as Tony's thoughts began to spiral, Carl's call interrupted his wandering mind. Tony, do you have a minute? There's something I want to ask you. Tony didn't pause his work in the slightest. Go ahead, what is it? How much do you know about Captain America's shield? Carl's question came out of nowhere, causing Tony's hands to still for a moment. What made you ask about that? To be honest, I don't know much about it. I've only seen it mentioned in my father's journals. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. But what about vibranium? Do you know anything about that? Carl pressed on. Tony thought for a moment, as if something had just come to mind, and said, I've heard of it, but that stuff is way too rare. Even I can't get my hands on it. Why are you asking about vibranium? Do you need it for something? Yes, I do. You know about Sky's abilities. Her power affects her own body whenever she uses it. So I was thinking of using vibranium to make her a pair of arm guards to protect her hands. Carl didn't hide anything from Tony. I'll keep an eye out for you, but don't get your hopes up. If even I can't get it, maybe those guys at S.H.I.E.L.D. know something. Tony fiddled with his holographic projection as he spoke. All right, I understand. With that, Carl ended the call. After all that, he still had to turn to the people at S.H.I.E.L.D. for help. Carl really didn't want to deal with them. Nothing good ever happened when they were involved. What was the name of that vibranium dealer again? Carl tried to recall the details about vibranium from the movies he'd seen in his previous life. But he had practically slept through Black Panther. He couldn't even remember the plot, let alone the name of the dealer. If only I'd forced myself to watch it back then. Now that I need vibranium, I'm completely at a loss. Carl shook his head and sighed. For 3 days, Carl didn't see Natasha at all. He didn't even have a chance to ask about vibranium. There was no way he was going to call that bald. Hard-boiled egg. Last time he talked to him, Hydra had dragged him off to Bavaria. Who knew what kind of trouble a phone call might bring this time? Over these 3 days, Gwen and Sky had already become inseparable best friends with Wanda. The three of them were about the same age, and since they lived together, their bond grew quickly. Wanda, take a photo and stick it up on that board. Carl pointed to the wall, where photos of all the agency's employees were displayed. Okay, got it. Wanda nodded. I'll take it for you. Gwen stepped forward with the camera. The flash went off, and the photo slowly slid out. Here you go. Put it up yourself. Gwen handed the photo to Wanda. Wanda stuck her photo right next to Gwen's, and, somehow, it immediately clung to the wall as if by magic. At the same time, Carl heard the system's prompt in his mind. Then congratulations, host, for recruiting a new employee. And that was it. Nothing else happened. That's it? Where's my reward? Are you trying to freeload? Carl was instantly dissatisfied. Was the system really going to rip him off like that? But aside from that one sentence, the system went completely silent, ignoring Carl's complaints entirely. After cursing the system for a while, Carl couldn't be bothered to argue with this maddening, on-again, off-again AI. On this particular day, Carl was lounging about, bored and half-heartedly watching a TV show, while the other three were all gathered around Mushroom. Yes, ever since Wanda had been able to see Mushroom, it was no surprise that she, too, had been thoroughly charmed by its adorable appearance and had eagerly joined the Petting the Pig Club. At that moment, Natasha came in from outside, her face etched with exhaustion, and collapsed straight onto the sofa. You've been out on assignment these past few days. How come we didn't hear a word from you? Carl asked curiously. He had no idea about SHLD's latest round of internal purges. In fact, almost no one did. The entire operation had been kept under strict wraps, with not a single detail leaking to the outside world, well, except to Hydra, of course. The real purpose of the action was to soothe Nick Fury's ever-suspicious mind, riding the current of his paranoia. Don't even mention it. It all started with your kidnapping. The person who took you was an honest-to-goodness S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The director suspected there was a traitor among us, so he locked down headquarters until every last double agent was rounded up. Natasha replied, her voice heavy with fatigue. So you're saying you finished catching all those people? Not bad. You all move pretty fast. Carl shot Natasha a glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Deep down, he scoffed at the idea. S.H.I.E.L.D. was practically just a front for Hydra. These days, why bother with a traitor hunt? If anything, it seemed more like they were hunting the last real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents among all the moles. Carl chose not to say any of this out loud. After all, even if he tried to tell them that S.H.I.E.L.D. was just Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. now, they wouldn't believe him. So Carl decided to keep Natasha in the dark, just for fun. We basically caught everyone. The director only lifted the lockdown this morning. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in days. I'm heading upstairs to crash. Unless it's an emergency, don't bother me. Dragging her weary body, Natasha slowly made her way back to her apartment. This latest ordeal had left S.H.I.E.L.D. severely weakened. Most of the field agents had been swept up, and even among the mid-level ranks, quite a few turned out to be Hydra infiltrators. The only thing that gave Nick Fury any comfort was that not a single member of the upper echelons had been exposed as a Hydra agent. What he didn't know, of course, was that this was all by Alexander Pierce's design. He wanted to preserve Hydra's high-level assets. The loss of a few lowly agents hardly mattered. Life had settled into a dull routine, and boredom crept in easily. Carl spent his days either holed up at home or at the office. His only real social interactions were with Skye and Wanda, with Natasha occasionally dropping by for a cameo. Gwen and Peter had started their new semester. They were already in their second year of college. After this year, they'd be looking for internships. But that was hardly a problem. Pepper had long since agreed to let them intern at Stock Industries. With such an opportunity under their belts, their graduation prospects would be even brighter. After all, not everyone gets to intern at the world's top-ranked enterprise. It was a testament to their abilities. At that moment, Carl's phone suddenly rang. It was Tony calling. Hey, what's that you calling me out of the blue? Hey, buddy, are you free tomorrow? How about coming with me to a Pentagon hearing? On Tony's end, he was idly flipping the subpoena in his hand. The Pentagon had summoned him to attend a hearing at 10 the next morning to discuss the ownership of the suit. Tony scoffed at the whole thing. The armor was, after all, his own creation, and he'd never made any of its data public. It was entirely personal property. They talked about discussion as if it was civil, but in reality, it was just an excuse to slap a label on him and then brazenly snatch the suit away. No way was Tony going to let them have their way. He was Iron Man. As Carl listened, he realized this was the plot of Iron Man 2 unfolding, meaning Tony was most likely already suffering from palladium poisoning. So why does the Pentagon want you at a hearing? Is it about your suit? You're pretty sharp. It's definitely about my suit. My armor is the most advanced piece of technology in the world right now. Those selfish, scheming politicians will do whatever they can get their hands on it. Politics really is a dirty game. Tony grumbled. He couldn't believe that after failing to take it by force, they'd come up with such an underhanded plan, trying to seize it in the name of the country. Carl replied, All right then, I don't have much going on tomorrow anyway. I'll go with you. It'll be interesting to see what the inside of the Pentagon looks like. Carl readily agreed, deciding to join Tony for a bit of first-hand experience. Just remember, you gotta look out for me if they try anything. I'm not bringing my suit tomorrow, so my safety's in your hands. So, basically, you want me to be your bodyguard? What about Happy? Why isn't he going with you? Carl rolled his eyes. Figures, leave it to a capitalist to try and rope him in as a bodyguard. Happy's already head of security for Stark Industries. He mostly looks after Pepper now. So, are you coming or not? All right, I'll go. That's more like it. No need to fuss over the details. Gotta go. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Carl couldn't help but launch into a rant at his phone. The next day, Tony and Carl arrived at the hearing right on time. Just like in a film, the venue was a massive conference hall. A row of government officials and military. Bigwigs sat up on the dais. Center stage was the senator pushing to nationalize the Iron Man suit. The same man who, in fact, was a Hydra agent planted deep within the government. The hall was already packed with reporters and representatives from various departments. Tony strode confidently to his seat, while Carl took the spot right next to him, popcorn in hand, looking for all the world like he was settling in for a great show. The officials on stage were clearly displeased with Carl's laid-back attitude. Who was that man? Is this a place where just anyone can walk in? Get unrelated people out of here at once. One of the senators shouted at Carl, at the same time ordering security to remove him. Carl was hardly the type to put up with such nonsense. He shot the senator a contemptuous glance, set his popcorn down on the table, and started eating, one bite at a time, utterly ignoring the senator's presence. Isn't this supposed to be a hearing? Why hasn't it started yet? My time is extremely valuable, you know? Tony was also munching on popcorn, looking completely unconcerned. Ahem, let's commence the hearing now. In light of Tony Stark's possession of weapons of mass destruction, Congress has unanimously passed a resolution. Tony Stark must surrender his Iron Man suit. Only by reclaiming this weapon for the nation can we ensure the safety of our citizens. Keeping it in private hands poses a tremendous threat to society. The senator spoke with righteous indignation, placing himself on the side of the nation as he denounced Tony. Tony smirked dismissively. This senator was really something. He wasted no time in painting Iron Man as a threat to social stability. I'm the superhero who protects New York. I stand for justice. My suit will always be mine. No one can take it from me. Likewise, no one can replicate my armor. I am Iron Man. Tony stood up, arms spread wide, basking in the flash of countless cameras around him. Order, order, maintain discipline. This is a hearing, not a marketplace. The senator's face turned as dark as thunder. Stark was making it clear he had no respect for him. If that was how Stark wanted to play it, he wouldn't hold back either. We will now call our witness, Colonel James Rhodes. The senator called out loudly. Rhodes entered from the doorway and took a seat a few places away from Tony. Colonel James Rhodes, do you know the man sitting at the center? The senator asked Rhodes in a booming voice. Yes, Senator, I know him. Then, please tell us your opinion of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Does it contain deadly weapons? The senator pressed on. He was already aware of the incident when Tony accidentally crashed into those two fighter jets upon returning from the Middle East, and he planned to use it to make his case. I don't really think so, sir. Rhodes replied, denying it. In his view, Tony's suit wasn't exactly loaded with weapons of mass destruction. If it were up to him, he'd at least want a big caliber cannon, then a heavy machine gun, and maybe he'd pile on a few more rockets for good measure. Now, let's watch a video together. The senator immediately played the footage of Iron Man colliding with the planes. Tony was deeply suspicious about where the senator had obtained this video. Even at the time, not even Rhodey, who was directly involved, knew the full details. They only had a rough idea of what happened from the radar and the pilot's reports. Where did you get this video? Tony pressed the senator, caught completely off guard by the sudden appearance of this footage. That's not your concern. Colonel Rhodes, let me ask you again. In regard to this incident, has the Iron Man suit been deemed dangerous? Has it been determined to pose a threat to the military? The senator repeated his question. Yes, but that's enough. No further questions for you. You may go. The senator cut Rhodey off before he could finish. Rhodey could only glance apologetically at Tony before leaving the hearing room. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries, to offer a professional analysis of the Iron Man suit. As the senator finished speaking, a thin man in an expensive suit and glasses walked in. As he passed Tony, he shot him a sidelong glare. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to dissect the so-called Iron Man suit produced by Stark Industries. Justin Hammer launched into a torrent of analysis, his words flowing endlessly. As he went on and on, Tony finally couldn't take it any longer and spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may interrupt, I have something really interesting to show you. With that, Tony pulled out his phone and began to operate it. Instantly, the screen that had been playing footage of Iron Man switched to a video from Hammer Industries. The footage showed Hammer Industries testing their latest armored suit, and without exception, every scene was a disaster. All the test operators had lost their lives in the process. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Justin Hammer snapped, losing his composure entirely as he lunged at Tony in a rage. Carl reacted instantly, sending Justin Hammer flying back to the front of the hearing room with a swift kick. Hammer crashed into the table and slumped over, unconscious. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all seen it for yourselves. Hammer Industries has been conducting secret tests. Is there someone pulling the strings behind all this? Tony's words left little to the imagination, his gaze landing squarely on the Hydra-affiliated senator. You're talking nonsense. You. The senator erupted into a tirade, sounding for all the world like a fishmonger brawling in a busy market. Tony stood up, declaring, "No one will ever take my suit from me. It's my achievement, my legacy. I am Iron Man. I alone can protect all of New York." His bold proclamation was met with a burst of applause from the assembled reporters. Carl rolled his eyes. Just wait, Tony. It won't be long before your words come back to bite you. The hearing ended in disarray amid this tense atmosphere. Not only did Congress fail to acquire the armor they so badly wanted, but some senators even spoke recklessly and hurled insults during the meeting behavior that undoubtedly tarnished the government's image in the eyes of the public. As a result, this hearing was placed under a strict gag order. Everyone was forbidden from sharing any information. But that's the thing about a capitalist country. Government directives are practically meaningless when profit is at stake. Everything bows to capital. As long as there's money to be made, who cares if America itself goes up in flames? So, in the days that followed, reports about the hearing flooded every corner of the media. The government was forced to scrub the internet, frantically deleting stories left and right. Once again, Tony Stark was splashed across all the headlines. Meanwhile, he was in Morocco, preparing for his debut as an F1 driver. Tony's palladium poisoning was getting worse by the day, and he was starting to let go of all restraint. Pepper was furious. She thought Tony was finally growing up, but now he seemed more out of control than ever. "Hey, how do I look? Pretty sharp, right?" Tony's voice was muffled by the racing helmet as he called out to Carl. Carl, also helmeted and dressed in a blue and white racing suit, was clearly planning to take a spin on the track himself. When Tony invited him to join the Moroccan Grand Prix, Carl jumped at the chance. After all, who could resist the lure of F1 racing? But looking at Tony's increasingly pale face and the deepening shadows under his eyes, Carl could tell the poisoning was taking its toll. Still, now wasn't the time to talk about developing a new element. Carl decided to wait until the Morocco affair was over before bringing it up. Both men climbed into their race cars. Carl's heart pounded with excitement. This was F1, the dream of countless racing fans, and now he was living it. As soon as the green light flashed, Carl floored the accelerator, launching down the track at full throttle. The Moroccan circuit was actually just city streets, making the course incredibly narrow. Overtaking another car wasn't easy. Carl knew that soon. That burly Soviet would storm onto the track near the finish line to attack the passing cars. So after tearing around for a lap, Carl gradually eased off the gas, letting several cars overtake him. He'd already tasted the thrill and fury of speed. Nothing else compared to F1. The rush of piloting a top-tier race car was beyond words. It felt as if the driver and machine became one, the world outside fading away until nothing remained but pure, unyielding momentum. Just as Carl approached the finish line, a hulking man in an orange work suit suddenly strode through the barrier and onto the track. It was none other than Ivan Vanko, the Whiplash. The entire audience erupted in shock. Someone suddenly appearing on the racetrack at such high speeds was an incredibly dangerous accident. The burly man tore off his shirt, revealing a glowing, circular reactor embedded in his chest. With a dramatic sweep of his arms, two electrified whips snapped out, crackling with high voltage. He lashed one whip at the nearest race car. The surge of electricity tore the vehicle clean in half, driver and all. In an instant, a ball of flame burst forth as the car exploded violently. The sudden chaos sent the crowd into a frenzy of screams. Many immediately whipped out their phones to start recording. Such is the nature of our entertainment-driven society. When disaster strikes, people aren't thinking about helping, calling for help, or even getting to safety. Instead, they're filming, chasing clicks and attention, putting the allure of a viral video above human life. To them, saving a life matters less than posting a short clip on social media. "Tony Stark, I know you're here. You thief who steals the work of others. Come out here now." The burly man roared, his electrified whips lashing the air. Each strike brought another car to a fiery end. Just then, Tony's race car rounded the corner and screeched to a halt directly in front of the man. "Who are you? How do you have a reactor like that?" Tony's gaze locked onto the reactor on the man's chest. The technology was rough, but it was unmistakably an arc reactor. Had his designs been leaked? Tony Stark, the great inventor, the darling of science and technology, revered by all, just a filthy little thief underneath it all. With that, the man cracked his whip at Tony. Tony ducked to the side, just barely dodging the deadly strike. The race car behind him was instantly sliced in two. He scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, and glanced back. Thank goodness the car hadn't exploded, or he would have been caught in the blast. "Do you have any idea how much that car cost?" "Not that I care, but I might just have my lawyer send you a letter for fun." Tony kept up the banter, stalling for time, while frantically signaling Happy outside to bring the suit over, fast. "I'll be waiting for your lawyer's letter, thief," the man sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the electrified whip shot toward Tony like a striking serpent. Tony had no choice but to dodge again, sprinting with all his might toward Carl. "Hey, buddy, you're not just going to stand there and watch me get fried, are you?" Tony ducked behind Carl, using him as a human shield. "Seriously, don't you think this is a bit much? Just using me as a shield like that? You're going to lose a very important friend this way," Carl grumbled. Exasperated, the whips might not have been all that impressive, but Tony's willingness to throw his friend under the bus was hardly the mark of a good man. "Don't worry about any of that. Right now, you're my part-time bodyguard. I don't need you to defeat him. Just stall for time until my suit arrives. I'll deal with him myself. All right then, I'll have some fun with him first. Carl strolled toward Vanko with an air of nonchalance, not even bothering to summon his ultimate weapon. Who are you? What Tony Stark's cowardly lackeys? Vanko sneered, twirling the electrified whips in his hands. Lackey? You're the lackey. Your whole family are lackeys. For your information, I'm a shareholder of Stark Industries. Carl snapped, instantly losing his composure. Being called a lackey. Wasn't that just calling him Tony's lapdog? No way, Vanko was the lackey here. Suddenly, a burst of electric purple arced from Carl's hand, slamming into Vanko before he could react and knocking him flat to the ground. A crackle of electricity sparked through the air. Vanko suddenly realized that the reactor at his chest surged with power. Damn, how could I forget? I just turned myself into a free charging station for this guy. Carl was instantly frustrated. Just like in that movie from his past life, where Thor recharged Tony with lightning, the bolt he'd just sent out had juiced up Vanko's whips instead. But what really baffled Carl was that, unlike Tony's full-body armor, Vanko's suit was little more than an upper-body exoskeleton, leaving huge swathes of skin exposed. Even so, the lightning had still powered him up, leaving Vanko with nothing but a few superficial burns. Well, looks like I've uncovered something interesting. Who knew you turned out to be a walking power bank? We'll have to talk about this when we get home, don't you think? From the sidelines, Tony had the nerve to crack a joke, as if he'd just discovered a new world. Carl shot Tony a glare. Seriously? You're about to get taken out, and you're worried about recharging? By now, Vanko was back on his feet, feeling the surging energy coursing through his electrified whips. He was just as thrilled. Lackey, your tricks are useless against me. Got anything else? Bring it on. With that, Vanko lashed out at Carl with his electrified whips, arcs of high-voltage electricity snapping through the air in a fiery, sparking display. Crackling so intensely, they were visible to the naked eye. Carl simply waved his hand, sending out two blades of wind. Invisible as they were, the wind blades reached Vanko in a flash. He managed to dodge the first, but not the second. The blade sliced clean through the whip in his left hand. Just then, Happy finally arrived, driving up at a leisurely pace. He hopped out of the car and handed Tony a red case. You sure took your time. Tony shot back, placing the case on the ground. With a stomp of his foot, the case immediately began to transform, two handle-like bars springing out from its sides. Tony gripped the handles with both hands and pulled upward with force. Instantly, the suitcase unfolded and the chest plate of the suit locked onto his torso. One by one, plates of metal assembled themselves into armor for his arms, while his legs were swiftly encased as well. With a visor snapping down, Iron Man made his grand entrance. Hey, Daddy Tony is here. Tony soared straight into the sky, then dropped rapidly, using his momentum to smash his fist down onto Vanko. Vanko was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. It took him a moment before he finally struggled to his feet. Tony Stark, you filthy thief. You stole my family's research. I want you dead. With wild fury, Vanko lashed out at Tony with his remaining electric whips. Arcs of electricity crackled through the air, warping the very space around them. What's gotten into this guy? Tony had no idea what Vanko was shouting, nor did he care find out. He immediately fired off two blasts from his repulsors. Since this was a portable suit, it couldn't be equipped with heavy weapons. Only the repulsors in his palms and the arc reactor in his chest were available. But the repulsors alone weren't enough to handle Vanko. In an instant, Vanko's whip coiled around Tony's neck. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through the whip and into Tony's armor. Clearly, Vanko was making the same mistake as Carl. He was unwittingly charging Tony's suit. In a flash, the energy in Tony's armor shot up to 200%. But high energy came with high risk. Once it was depleted, this suit would be reduced to scrap. Tony seized the whip and began winding it around his arm. Vanko's strength was no match for the suit, and since the whip was anchored to the metal frame on Vanko's arms, Tony easily began pulling him closer. Come here, you. With a sudden burst of strength, Tony yanked Vanko off balance, sending him stumbling helplessly toward him. Tony's fist rocketed forward, connecting squarely with Vanko's face. Vanko crashed to the ground in a heap, knocked out cold. The punch even sent two of his teeth flying. Sparks and arcs of electricity erupted from Tony's suit, while wisps of white smoke curled out from the seams. Sir, suit damage has reached 97%. I advise immediate ejection, or the suit may cause severe burns, Jarvis warned. His voice was distorted, warped by the suit's critical condition. Disengage immediately. Activate emergency disassembly mode, Tony ordered at once. The armor burst apart, shedding in a flurry of metal fragments, preventing the suit from overheating and catching fire. All around, the audience leapt to their feet, roaring with applause. They had just witnessed Iron Man in action, with many capturing the epic battle on video as a once-in-a-lifetime souvenir. Sure enough, they were all people who lived and breathed entertainment. Because Vanko was arrested in Morocco, he needed to be extradited back to America. Many people had worked hard to make this happen, with the greatest efforts coming from that Hydra-affiliated congressman and Justin Hammer. Their goal was singular. They needed Vanko's technology, the technology behind the arc reactor. At present, aside from Tony, no one had been able to replicate the arc reactor, and that was precisely what frustrated Congress so much. Building the suit was easy. The real challenge lay in the power source. Hammer Industries had tested every battery available, but even the best only powered a suit for a mere 4 hours, and that was just for basic functions. As for flying, or anything more demanding, the power would run out in 20 minutes. On the second day after Vanko was extradited to America, Tony visited him in prison. "How did you get your hands on an arc reactor?" Tony asked, convinced that he was the only person capable of building such a thing. Vanko sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Well, isn't this rich?" the thief questioning the rightful owner. "You and your cursed father are both thieves, stealing the work of others." Since the moment Vanko laid eyes on Tony, hatred had burned fiercely in his gaze. He looked ready to tear him apart. "I have no idea what you're rambling about. I just want to know how you got the reactor." Tony interrupted him impatiently with a wave of his hand. Vanko roared like a lion driven mad. "You really think you're the only genius, Tony Stark? You really think only your family could make this? You're all thieves. Your father stole another man's genius. You all deserve to pay." Tony frowned, ignoring Vanko's furious outburst, and left the prison without another word. In the days following, Tony spiraled into recklessness, hosting wild parties in his suit, going so far as to publicly demonstrate that he could relieve himself inside the armor. This led to a heated argument with Pepper, who, fed up, moved out of the villa in anger. After the chaos, Tony sat dazed on the floor of his trashed home, still clad in his Iron Man suit, clearly just back from one of his parties. "Jarvis, run a toxicity test on me." "Yes, sir. The toxic content in your blood now exceeds 60%. If it rises above 80, your life will be in grave danger," reported Jarvis, revealing the extent of Tony's palladium poisoning. Tony's face went ashen. At this point, even chlorophyll couldn't save him, and for heavy metal poisoning, there was simply no cure in this world. The only way out would be to stop using the reactor, but then the shrapnel in his chest would pierce his heart. Either way, it was a death sentence. "Jarvis, open a new file. I want to put my will in it." "All right, sir. I must remind you, though, that Earth holds many forces we don't yet understand. Perhaps there's a way to heal you that we just haven't discovered yet." Jarvis had developed a sense of self-awareness, and had even learned how to offer comfort. "Thank you, Jarvis. You're the only one who stayed by my side." "It's my honor, sir." Jarvis's voice, once cold and mechanical, now carried a gentle warmth. Tony sat on the floor, resting his head against the sofa cushion, lost in thought. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Stark? Not getting up to play anymore?" Carl's cheeky voice floated in from the doorway, and with a careless ease, he sauntered over and plopped himself onto the sofa next to Tony. "You know already?" "Yep, I've known for quite a while." "Then do you have any ideas?" Tony's lifeless eyes settled on Carl, searching for hope. "Edo, why else would I be here? It's not your time to die just yet." Carl let out a sigh of mock exasperation. "Really?" Tony shot upright, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Carl. "It's simple. Your father already left you the solution. Just check through his belongings, and you'll see." Carl's words left Tony momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he didn't trust Carl. He just couldn't believe that the key to saving his own life might actually be hidden among his father's things. The notion was simply unbelievable. "Hurry up and get yourself sorted. Pepper's been at my place, cursing you out every day. You'll have to come pick her up yourself." It turned out that after moving out from Tony's place, Pepper had gone straight to Carl's apartment and paid a hefty sum to rent a unit there. To call it a hefty sum was no exaggeration. Carl's apartment was already fully occupied, but Pepper paid 3 times the usual rent to persuade one tenant to move out just so she could move in. 3 times the rent was enough for that tenant to buy a brand new villa outright in the New York suburbs. Overjoyed, the tenant vacated the apartment immediately, not even bothering to ask Carl for a refund on the rent already paid. "Pepper's staying at your place? That's actually reassuring. At least she'll be safe. I'll rent that apartment from you long term. Just name your price." Tony didn't hesitate to flex his financial muscle. "Alrighty then. I'll reluctantly rent it to you for double the usual price. And I'll even throw in a full family safety package, free of charge." As long as you stay inside the apartment, I guarantee 100% security, the ultimate deal. Carl rubbed his hands together, grinning like a streetwise merchant. Tony shot him an annoyed look, choosing not to respond. He was, after all, a shareholder in Stark Industries, yet Carl was still out for every penny he could get. All right, you can go now. I need to dig through my old man's stuff. Tony stood up and waved Carl off, impatience clear in his gesture. Oh, come on. How would you do this? Just a moment ago you were calling me sweetie, and now you're calling me Madam Cow. Are you even human? You heartless capitalist. Carl stood up and pointed at Tony, looking utterly heartbroken. Get lost. Sweetie, give me a break. And calling me a heartless capitalist. Look at yourself. You're part of the capitalist club now. Are you insulting yourself too? Tony fired back without missing a beat. The truth was, Carl really did count as a capitalist now. Besides the income from his apartments, he held a sizable chunk of Stark Industries stock, though he only had the lowest seat at the shareholders' table. Even if it was the lowest seat, he was still a shareholder. He was now one of the capitalists. I'm a capitalist? I'm really a capitalist now? Why do I not feel it at all? I haven't experienced any of the joys of being a capitalist. Carl was stunned. He was a capitalist now? How did he not know? He still thought of himself as a carefree young guy, daydreaming about dyeing his hair blonde and riding a souped-up scooter. When did he become a capitalist? Hurry up and get out. I've got things to do. Suit yourself. Tony clearly had no interest in continuing the conversation. With that, he strode off toward the storage room. Hey, at least clean up this place a little, will you? If I lived as sloppily as you, Sky and Wanda would have killed me by now. Carl looked around at the chaos and the countless shards of broken glass, his face full of distaste. Jarvis, call a cleaning company right away. This place is almost as bad as a pigsty. Carl called out to Jarvis as he walked out the door. Of course, Mr. Norman. I'll contact a cleaning company immediately. Jarvis's voice suddenly came on, making Carl jump in surprise. Back at the agency, Pepper was sitting on the sofa with 3 other women, chatting about the latest gossip. It had to be said, no matter where in the world, women are powerless against a good piece of gossip. When Carl came in, Pepper immediately asked, "Did you see Tony? How is he?" She might complain about him, but her heart was all in for Tony. Even after leaving home, she couldn't help but worry about him. Don't worry, I gave him a good talking to. He's fine. My guess is he'll be by to pick you up in a few days. Carl replied. He deliberately chose not to tell Pepper the whole truth. After all, this was something Tony needed to say himself if it was to have the greatest impact. Tony, meanwhile, had dug out his father's old videotapes and started watching them one by one. Sure enough, on the very last tape, he stumbled upon the crucial clue, the city of the future. He also finally realized that all these years, his father hadn't failed to love him. He just never knew how to express it. Even after you're gone, you're still trying to teach me a lesson, old man. Tony looked at the new element structure Jarvis had simulated and couldn't help muttering to himself. After all these years, he still felt he'd never quite measure up to his father. In the days that followed, Tony gave his villa a complete makeover. He tore down every wall that needed to go, set up a network of pipes, and installed a transmitter and a triangular prism at the center of it all. Are you ready, Jarvis? Tony was fully suited up, as if he wished he could arm himself to the teeth. Yes, sir. We can begin at any moment. Tony gripped a massive wrench, locking it onto the control valve outside the prism. Start. Tony shouted with determination. A deep hum filled the air. Immediately, a beam of blue light shot through the pipes and struck the prism. A sharp sizzle echoed. The blue beam sliced through the walls with perfect precision, leaving nothing untouched in its path. Tony clung tightly to the wrench, pouring every ounce of his strength into turning it in one direction. Finally, after cutting through most of the house, the beam reached the designated spot. As the blue glow grew ever brighter, Tony knew he had succeeded. In a way, it felt like his father had saved his life once more. Having synthesized a new element, Tony could barely wait to swap it in. The moment he did, a sensation unlike anything he'd ever felt surged through him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tony fainted right on the spot. When he came to, the toxins in his body had been completely purged. He no longer needed to drink that chlorophyll concoction. Jarvis, call a cleaning company. I want to watch them flush every last drop of chlorophyll down the toilet with my own eyes. Not a single drop left behind. Tony, his eyes practically red from the ordeal, gritted his teeth as he gave Jarvis the order. I swear, I'll never touch chlorophyll again. If I do, I'm a dog. Tony ranted and raved, shouting for the chlorophyll to get lost and to roll away as far as possible. With the new element, Tony created a slew of new files. Inspiration seemed to burst forth. He was determined to design even better Iron Man suits. In the days that followed, Tony simply packed his bags and moved straight into Carl's apartment. With his smooth talking charm, After all, Tony Stark was nothing if not a legendary playboy. Pepper was appeased in less than a day. Since he'd left his villa in ruins, Tony decided to just have it torn down and rebuilt from scratch. Until the new place was ready, he planned to stay at the apartment. After all, he'd paid double the rent, and not only was he living there, he was eating Carl out of house and home. That evening, as the sun set, Tony lounged on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. Thanks to his financial prowess, he transformed the rooftop into an open-air lounge, perfect for relaxing and taking in the wind. Carl and the others were off to the side, grilling meat together. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, sitting there with the wind in your hair, not even offering to help us out. Carl shouted over. I paid double. Right now. I'm the boss here. I deserve to be served. Tony replied, sunglasses on, legs crossed in pure satisfaction. Fine. You're the boss. Carl was utterly defeated by the lure of money. One could only say that the power of cash was overwhelming. No one could remain upright in the face of cold, hard cash. At the same time, inside a prison, Vanko was setting his escape plan into motion. Every step of the operation had been orchestrated by Justin Hammer, who had bribed everyone inside the prison, from the warden down to the guards. When it came to Vanko's escape, they all simply turned a blind eye, allowing Vanko to walk right out of prison without a hitch. Yes, he walked out. There was no need to run. To the prison guards, he might as well have been invisible. Riding in Justin Hammer's car, Vanko finally met the man who had bought his freedom. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Vanko. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Justin Hammer, your future boss. With a broad grin, Justin Hammer approached and gave Vanko a hug, while Vanko wrinkled his brow, clearly finding Hammer's enthusiasm rather off-putting. May I ask what Mr. Hammer requires of me? Vanko inquired, though he already knew the answer. After all, apart from Tony Stark, only he could build the arc reactor, and Justin Hammer had long been tinkering with powered armor in secret. It was obvious what Hammer wanted. As expected, Justin Hammer revealed his true intentions. I'd like to invite you to collaborate with me on developing the armor. He dressed up his request in pleasant words, calling it a collaboration, but in truth, all he wanted was the arc reactor. Vanko, for his part, decided to play along, intending to use Justin Hammer as a pawn in his own revenge against Tony. And so, two men with hidden agendas quickly reached an agreement. Mr. Vanko, if there's anything you want, just let me know. Don't stand on ceremony, Justin Hammer offered. I want my bird. I want my bird. You're what? Justin Hammer was taken aback. What do you want? A bird? What kind of bird? One that could fly, or one that could grow bigger? My bird. A parrot. I need it. Without it, I have no inspiration, Vanko stated, whether he truly needed the bird or not. At this point, he just wanted it. Justin Hammer didn't argue. He agreed right away. After all, it was just a parrot. With enough money, what kind of bird couldn't he get? Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, after rooting out the internal rot within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury began training a new generation of agents, selecting promising recruits from SHLD's own academy. They had quietly disposed of so many low-level agents that manpower was now running dangerously thin, and many of those left were green rookies. Nick Fury was so stressed, he felt he might start growing hair again, his hatred for Hydra rising to new heights. Director, we have a new lead. Coulson entered the office, his face alight with excitement, leaving Nick Fury momentarily taken aback. As one of his most capable and trusted agents, Coulson was always the picture of calm cheerfulness, never ruffled no matter the situation. So why was he so excited today? What happened? Nick Fury asked, feeling as though his nerves were about to snap from the constant surprises his team kept springing on him. It seemed like every day, someone was jumping out with shocking news. Director, guess what news we just received? Coulson, too, had learned how to build suspense. The moment Fury heard this, his face darkened. Even this dependable, straight-laced guy was now picking up Natasha's habit of keeping him in suspense. Was it that hard to just speak plainly? If you got something to say, spit it out. Or do you want me to ship you off to the Arctic to feed the seals? Fury was exasperated. Just look at the people around him. One was always gallivanting off on his own missions. Another walked around with the weight of the world on his shoulders, looking like he hadn't smiled in 10 years. And now, even the most reliable one was starting to play games with him. Director, this time I actually wouldn't mind going to the Arctic. Fury blinked in surprise. What's going on? Coulson handed over the file he was holding. Director, we just got this from interrogating a Hydra mole. There's a strong possibility that Captain America isn't actually dead. Coulson grinned from ear to ear, barely able to contain his excitement. After all, he was a super fan of Cap. Not dead? What do you mean? Fury was stunned. Could it be that Cap had been imprisoned by Hydra all this time? Or worse, had he been turned by them? Hydra found some traces in the Arctic Circle. It's possible Captain America has been frozen in ice all this time. He might never have truly died. Frozen in ice. Fury murmured to himself, weighing the possibilities. Back then, Cap had crashed his plane into the sea near the Arctic Circle. Being frozen was unlikely, but not impossible. The chances were just incredibly slim. Any news about the Tesseract? Fury hadn't forgotten that when Cap went down with the plane, the Tesseract had been on board. If Cap was frozen, the Tesseract might be there with him. There probably is. During the interrogation, the agent said Hydra's main goal was to find the Tesseract. Captain America was just an unexpected bonus. Coulson recalled that the interrogation had basically broken the HYDRA agent's spirit. At that point, he was blurting out everything he knew, answering any question without hesitation. All right then, Coulson, I want you to... Fury glanced at Coulson and paused. Coulson looked back, eyes shining with excitement he could barely contain, his whole face aglow as if lit by tiny stars. Coulson, I want you to tell Barton to lead a team to the Arctic Circle. Their mission is to find Captain America and locate the Tesseract. Nick Fury's words instantly drained the life from Coulson. In the blink of an eye, his hopeful expression wilted into dejection. Director, you can't do this. Barton only knows how to fight and shoot. He's not cut out for this kind of search. Send me. Please, send me. Coulson wailed piteously, clutching desperately to Nick Fury's leg as if refusing to let go, determined not to release his grip unless he managed to pull Fury's pants down. Nick Fury's eyes glinted with mischief. So you want to play games with me, huh? Let's see who outsmarts whom. You want to go looking for Captain America? Not a chance. I'd rather send a dog than let you go. Barton, on the sidelines, muttered, Who's the dog? You're the dog. Your whole family's dogs. You big mutt. Coulson wore the look of a man whose world had collapsed, as if his very soul had slipped away. Oh, Director, please let me go. For all these years of loyal service, for all the sleepless nights and lost hair, can't you show a little mercy to this poor, homeless soul? Tears and snot streamed down Coulson's face. His sobbing was a picture of utter misery. Meanwhile, Nick Fury couldn't hide his satisfaction at his clever ploy. He whipped out his phone and snapped photo after photo, determined to immortalize Coulson's sorry state in all its glory. This is for you. Nick Fury handed Coulson a folder. Oh, Director, please have a heart. In the midst of his sobbing, a file appeared in front of Coulson's eyes. He immediately perked up, thinking that Nick Fury had really entrusted him with the task of finding Captain America. Yes, sir. I promised to complete the mission. Coulson leaped up and snatched the folder, flipping through it eagerly. Director, you can't mess with me like this. Don't push me, or I'll die right here in protest. But after glancing through the pages, Coulson's spirit seemed to leave his body once again, a thick cloud of despair settling over him. Inside the folder were photos of endless deserts and barren wastelands. One picture showed a complex circular pattern scorched into the earth, as if it had been burned by fire. The location was right on the border of Colorado and New Mexico. Coulson looked around, spotted a wall, and seemed to consider bashing his head against it. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your humble servant begs you. Nick Fury couldn't help but laugh at Coulson's melodramatic performance, as if he were marching bravely to his own execution. All right, cut the act. I was just messing with you. Serves you right for picking up Natasha's tricks, but only the bad ones, never the good. Fury's mood lightened a little, the earlier stress receding. Head to the Arctic Circle first. After that, go to Colorado and investigate that strange pattern. Nick Fury issued his orders. Yes, Director. Mission accepted. Coulson sprang up from the floor in an instant, standing ramrod straight as he saluted Nick Fury. Go on then. Tell Barton to join you, Nick Fury said, dismissing Coulson with a wave. Without another word, Coulson dashed out of the room. His excited shouts echoed through the corridor, making agents nearby wonder if the director had driven him mad. Once Coulson had left, Nick Fury picked up the phone and dialed Natasha. Not long after Carl returned to New York, Natasha had been sent to Bavaria to investigate the mountain that Carl had leveled with nuclear force. Natasha, have you found anything? Fury asked as soon as the call connected. Nothing at all, Director. The entire mountaintop was blasted away. There's nothing left to find. The townspeople at the foot of the mountain said there used to be a castle up there. It belonged to the Strucker family for generations. Sitting on a terrace in Bavaria, Natasha sipped her coffee with a languid air, gazing up at the now barren peak that Carl had obliterated. Strucker, Fury mused, suddenly recalling a name from the Hydra files he'd read when he first joined S.H.I.E.L.D. There had been a Strucker among them, one of Hydra's leaders. Gather whatever you can and come back. There's no point investigating further, Fury instructed. Understood, Director, Natasha replied, taking another leisurely sip of her coffee. Their mission had yielded nothing, not even a single scrap of debris. The entire mountain had been wiped clean, not a trace left behind. It was a wasted trip. All the while, Natasha silently cursed Carl. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been sent here on this wild goose chase. Meanwhile, back in New York, a major event was underway, the World's Industrial Expo. The purpose was to bring together industrial and tech companies from around the globe, providing a stage for exchanging ideas and showcasing cutting-edge inventions. Every prominent tech and industrial company had its own exhibition space to present their latest innovations, and of course, Stark Industries was among them. In previous years, Stark Industries was always the undisputed star of the show, their booth right in the center, the most prominent spot in the hall. But this year, their central position had been claimed by another company. That company was Hammer Industries. For this year's expo, Hammer Industries was set to unveil a technological marvel the world had never seen before, their very own, independently developed suit of powered armor. The news was like a splash of cold water in a pot of boiling oil, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Speculation swirled about whether it was real, and many couldn't help but compare this new suit of armor to Iron Man himself. Previously, Tony had sworn with absolute confidence that the Iron Man suit was impossible to replicate. He was the only person in the world who could build it. As a result, there were quite a few people just waiting for the moment Tony would have to eat his words. This anticipation made this year's Industrial Expo more popular than ever before, and batches upon batches of tickets sold out in no time. In the apartment, the Carl family, along with Tony and Pepper, 5 people in total, sat gathered on the office sofa, watching the news coverage. Tony scoffed at all the fuss. With that loser, Justin Hammer, what could he possibly invent that's any good? Compete with Iron Man? He'd be better off competing with the sewer rats, Tony said with utter disdain. He knew all too well what Hammer Industries was like, always imitating, never innovating. They were copycats, trend chasers. It had been true with weapons before, and it was still true now with the Iron Man suit. I'm not so sure about that this year, Carl suddenly chimed in. Please, give Justin Hammer 100 years, and he still wouldn't catch up to me. I'm Tony Stark. As long as I'm around, nothing's going to go wrong, Tony declared with confidence. When it came to technology, he had never considered anyone as equal. They were all just losers, amateurs compared to him. Don't forget about that big Russian guy, Vanko. I heard he broke out of prison. Guess who was behind it? Carl said, spooning up some pudding. You think it was Justin Hammer? Pepper immediately caught the implication. To orchestrate a prison break with such precision, only someone with official power or a major corporate player could pull off. And Vanko's only remarkable skill was building the arc reactor. At this stage, Stark Industries was the only company capable of producing such technology, and Hammer Industries had always been eyeing it, trying to muscle in on Stark's market share. That made them the prime suspects. It's not just a hunch, it's a certainty. We'll know for sure once the expo opens, Carl replied offhandedly. Honestly, Whiplash was probably the weakest villain in the entire Iron Man movie series. Even Obadiah could have taken him down with ease. If it weren't for those remote-controlled suits, Tony would have crushed him in no time. Oomph. He's not even close. Let him keep practicing for another 100 years, Tony retorted with a haughty air. When it came to Justin Hammer, all Tony felt was contempt. The next day, Natasha returned to the apartment with news. Vanko really had been broken out of prison by Justin Hammer. Natasha's update didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone had more or less seen it coming. Tony, I really think you should lay low for a while. Justin Hammer and Vanko are clearly gunning for you, Pepper said, worry etched on her face. She couldn't shake the feeling that Tony was in danger. Tony couldn't care less. Now, with his brand new reactor, his energy reserves were several times greater than before. There was no way he'd be fazed by some so-called Vanko. Pepper, are you expected to attend the expo on the day of the event? Tony suddenly asked. Pepper nodded. That's right. I'm a CEO of Stark Industries now. Of course, I have to be there. Tony frowned slightly, then turned to Carl. My trusty bodyguard, it's time to show us what you're really made of. Tony looked at Carl with a coaxing grin. Cut it out. I'm not your bodyguard anymore. But Carl's face split into a sly grin as he rubbed his fingers together, making his intentions perfectly clear. Tony's eyes brightened. Nothing could be easier, if money could solve it, then it wasn't a real problem. He pulled out his checkbook and tossed it to Carl. Write whatever you want. I'll sign it. Tony waved grandly, playing the part of the extravagant billionaire to perfection. Then I won't hold back, boss. Out of nowhere, Carl produced a pen and began scribbling quickly on the check, while Sky and Wanda watched him with a look that said, this guy would dive headfirst into a pile of cash. Sky couldn't take it anymore. She snatched Tony's checkbook, tore out the page where Carl had just written his amount, and declared, we'll go with Pepper, and we don't need your money. With that, she tossed the checkbook back to Tony. Wow, true sisterhood. Loyalty at its finest. Tony burst out laughing. Not only had he saved some money, but he also got to see Carl's face turn as dark as thunder. Carl was practically fuming. The money was already as good as in his pocket, and now it had flown away just like that. He could barely contain himself. Sky, you're an employee of the firm. How can you take on private gigs? You have to charge for commissions. Carl protested righteously. Every job should come with a fee. Sky shot Carl a sideways glance. Oh, I know you only too well, you penny pincher. All you ever think about is your precious cash. Why don't you just go live with your money from now on? With that, she grabbed Wanda and Pepper and strode away. Where are you going? Carl called after them. Shopping. Without looking back, they walked out of the office. Natasha and Tony both burst into laughter. Watching Carl get outsmarted had become one of their daily amusements. Kid, I'm telling you, you're destined to be henpecked. Might as well give in now. Let a woman boss you around, and you're finished. Tony looked on with a look of mock schadenfreude. Look who's talking. Don't you have to kneel before Pepper too? You're hardly one to lecture me. Carl shot back instantly. These days, Tony was completely under Pepper's thumb. His Playboy days were a thing of the past. Nonsense. I'm Tony Stark. No woman tells me what to do. That's ridiculous. Though the words sounded bold, the tone betrayed a guilty conscience. Neither of you has any right to judge the other. You're cut from the same cloth. Utter scoundrels, both of you. One of you has slept with enough women to fill an entire photo album, and the other is juggling 3 girlfriends at once. Honestly, you both deserve to be castrated. At this, Natasha chimed in, her voice dripping with seductive charm, making the listeners' hearts itch as if a mischievous kitten were pawing at them. Yet, her gaze was brimming with disdain, as if she were staring at 2 piles of filth. Watch what you say. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Do you have any idea what it means to slander Tony Stark? My legal team is the best in the business. What they take on in New York is as good as one, I'm telling you. Tony bristled immediately. What was that supposed to mean? Was she even speaking human language anymore? Exactly. Whoever said I was dating 3 women at once? That's slander. She's slandering me. He's slandering me. I'm calling my lawyer right now. I'll get Matt on the line. I'm going to sue you and S.H.I.E.L.D. too. I'll see to it that Nick Fury loses every last drop of his bitter tea. Carl raised his fist in mock indignation, like a would-be hero rallying for justice. Natasha just smiled. Go ahead, and while you're at it, send me a picture of the director without his tea, will you? I'm waiting. With that, she strode out, where Sky and the others were waiting to go shopping with her. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling office was left with just 2 heartbroken, indignant men, and a pig who knew only how to eat and sleep. We're both doomed, brother. Life is tough. Tony sighed, sinking back onto the couch. Hey, want a drink? Carl pulled out some snacks and a bottle from behind the bar. Sounds perfect to me. Tony nodded enthusiastically, thoroughly in agreement. Later that evening, after a day of shopping, the girls returned to the office. The moment they stepped in, they found Tony and Carl, both thoroughly drunk, locked in a fierce video game battle. Injustice. One playing Superman, the other Batman, neither willing to give an inch. Their controllers were rattling so hard, it was a wonder they didn't spark. Come on, Clark. Let me, the father of the universe, see what the son of the universe is made of. Carl shouted, furiously mashing buttons as Batman unleashed a barrage on Superman. I'm a Kryptonian, you earthling. How dare you challenge a god? Just because you've got a bit of money, you think you're something special? Watch me fry you with my heat vision and send you back to the scrapyard. You're asking for it. Tony was just as fired up, one foot propped on the couch, shouting back without a trace of fear. Scattered around them were the remains of snacks and several empty bottles, clear signs of a drunken rampage. Sky and the others were speechless. If these 2 were left to their own devices, this household would surely fall apart. With just these 2 around, even basic living would be a challenge. Ignoring the increasingly tipsy Carl and Tony, Sky and the others moved to the other side, chatting and laughing together, their conversation carrying on until nearly midnight. By then, Carl and Tony were sprawled out on the sofa, fast asleep, limbs tossed in all directions in the most ungraceful way. In the background, Superman and Batman stared at each other longingly from the television screen, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Sky and Wanda supported Carl, while Pepper helped Tony, and together they managed to haul the 2 men back to their apartments. Natasha, meanwhile, stood by with empty hands, watching their efforts with amused interest. She claimed, with a self-satisfied grin, that everyone should handle their own man, then hummed a tune as she sauntered back to her own room. Pepper managed just fine. After all, she had plenty of experience taking care of Tony, and not just any experience, but the kind that comes with years of practice. Sky and Wanda, on the other hand, had a much rougher time. It took all their strength to finally get the unconscious Carl back to his room, and only then did they retreat, each to their own quarters. The next morning, both Carl and Tony looked every bit the victims of a hangover, listlessly sipping their milk. Sky and Wanda accompanied. Pepper to Stark Industries. With the two women's abilities, even Tin Vankos wouldn't stand a chance against them, armored suits or not. It's worth noting that Wanda had made remarkable progress in controlling her chaos energy. She could now grasp its power on a basic level, even altering the form of matter within a small range. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the Industrial Expo, with the first official exhibition to take place that evening, so Pepper was absolutely swamped with preparations. Natasha had vanished who knows where, no surprise for a spy, always shrouded in mystery. It took the entire day for Carl and Tony to finally shake off their hangovers. "If I ever drink like that again, I'm a dog," Carl swore with bitter conviction. Tony just chuckled, saying nothing. It seemed he'd made more than a few similar vows himself in the past, all of which ended up broken and forgotten. As the TV broadcast coverage of the preparations for the Expo opening ceremony, Carl turned to Tony and asked, "Is it really okay for you not to go tomorrow?" "It's fine. Pepper's the CEO of Stark Industries now. My presence doesn't matter," Tony replied with an easygoing shrug. He rarely attended such events himself anyway. Obadiah used to handle them for him. Carl shrugged, letting the matter drop. The real excitement wouldn't begin until tomorrow evening. Like it or not, Tony wouldn't be able to skip that. That night, Natasha returned as well, planning to attend the expo with Pepper the next day. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had assigned her some kind of mission. At dawn, Pepper, Sky, and the others left early to prepare for the expo's opening ceremony. Carl and Tony watched the entire thing on TV. It was the usual routine, dull procedures, dull speeches from the leadership, no different from the meetings in Carl's previous life. Apparently, opening ceremonies were the same all over the world. In the evening, the expo officially began, and the center of attention was undoubtedly the Hammer Industries exhibit. Everyone was eager to see the much-hyped iron armor that Hammer Industries had been promoting. And now, please welcome Mr. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, to the stage. At the host's cue, Justin Hammer appeared on stage in an expensive suit, strutting out with an awkward dance that looked utterly out of place. Does Justin Hammer look like he's missing half his brain? Can someone with partial paralysis really become a CEO? Carl couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Hammer as he watched his awkward moves on TV. Tony also looked exasperated. Justin Hammer had tried to copy Tony's iconic dance entrance, but did a poor job of it, failing to capture the flair. In the audience, Pepper and her group shared the same sentiment. Seated at the very center, they watched Hammer's cringeworthy dance, wincing at the spectacle. Pepper, in particular, was struck by how much Justin Hammer's attire and mannerisms seemed like a cheap imitation of Tony. "Is there something wrong with this guy?" Natasha tapped her own head, completely puzzled. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer finished his awkward performance on stage and started explaining the process of developing the armor. He emphasized that the armor operated fully by remote control. No one needed to wear it. He went on to introduce 3 different divisions: land, sea, and air, as well as 2 special types of the Marine Corps and Air Force. And now, please welcome our very own Colonel Rhodes. Justin Hammer gestured to the center of the stage. The stage floor slowly rose, revealing a figure clad in gleaming silver armor. Colonel Rhodes himself, wearing the Mark II suit. Tony had decided to give Rhodey a suit of armor after all, mainly to silence the military in Congress. Officially, the suit was handed over to the military, but Tony had built in a host of safety features and only programmed Rhodey's personal credentials. In truth, the suit was for Rhodey alone. The military handover was just for show. Rhodey saluted in the armor, and all the other suits on stage followed suit at once. The audience erupted. They had assumed Hammer would only show off models, but these suits could actually move. But the real surprise was yet to come. In a room crammed with electronic equipment, Vanko chewed on a toothpick, muttering unintelligible words as his fingers danced across the keyboard in a furious rhythm. "Stark, your doomsday is coming," he sneered, pressing the enter key and breaking into a sinister laugh. Back at the expo, all the suits on stage suddenly sprang to life. Even Rhodey lost control and found himself marching helplessly toward the audience. Something's not right. It looks like these armored suits are being controlled by someone else. In an instant, Natasha sensed the abnormality. Relying on her unique instincts as a spy, she realized these suits were about to attack the audience. Sure enough, every single suit turned to target the spectators, raising their weapons in unison. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Chaos broke out among the crowd, and everyone at the expo began to flee in a blind panic. "Keep Pepper safe. We have to get out of here now," Natasha shouted, drawing her pistol and firing back. But her bullets barely made a dent in the armored suits, like scratching an itch on steel. On the stage, Justin Hammer was petrified, staring blankly as the suits went on a rampage. How can this be happening? Just then, a powerful force struck him, and Justin Hammer tumbled to the ground. Natasha strode forward, pressing her gun to his throat. "Where's Vanko?" Her eyes were icy cold. It was obvious who was behind this. Vanko. All the suit's key technology bore his signature. Justin Hammer was far too incompetent to pull this off. Hammer was so terrified he couldn't even speak, shivering as he gaped at Natasha. Natasha frowned and slapped Hammer hard across the face several times. "Where's Vanko? My patience is running thin. Don't push me." She shoved the barrel of her gun into Hammer's mouth. Hammer shook his head desperately. He truly had no idea where Vanko was. After these armored suits were completed, he and Vanko had parted ways. I don't know. He kept repeating himself, clearly scared out of his wits. "Useless," Natasha cursed, then shot Hammer in the leg to make sure he wouldn't try to escape in the commotion. Hammer let out a blood-curdling scream, then slumped over and passed out. "Director, we've got a situation at the expo. We need backup." Natasha pressed her communicator. On SHLD's end, Nick Fury was already monitoring the chaos via satellite. Agents had been dispatched, and by now, they were probably almost there. "Backup's on the way. Minimize casualties as much as possible," Fury ordered. Coulson and Barton were off in the Arctic Circle, so Fury didn't have many trusted people left. He had Iron Cavalry and Agent 13 lead a team to support Natasha. Iron Cavalry's real name was Melinda May, a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the very same Asian agent from the S.H.I.E.L.D. television series. Agent 13 was a recent graduate of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. That year, exactly 13 agents graduated, and she was assigned the number 13, hence her code name. Sharon Carter, whose true identity is Peggy Carter's niece, had always dreamed of becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent after hearing Peggy's story since childhood. She eventually pestered Peggy until she was allowed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been watching TV, suddenly couldn't sit still any longer. Worried about Pepper's safety, she decided to head straight to the expo. She hurried back to her room and grabbed a suitcase, though this one was much larger than the one she had in Morocco, nearly the size of a gasoline drum. After a series of security checks, fingerprint, iris scan, and password, the case finally opened, revealing a brand-new Iron Man suit inside. "Stay close and follow me." With those words, Tony swiftly donned the suit and soared into the sky. Who gets there first is still up in the air. Carl immediately summoned Onion and took off after Tony. At the expo, Sky and Wanda shielded Pepper as they ran, but there were simply too many suits of armor in the air, and the relentless bombardment meant they were caught in the crossfire. A sudden burst of machine gun fire rattled behind them. Pepper glanced back and saw a suit of armor aiming its weapon in their direction, unleashing a hail of bullets. Pepper instantly ducked, covering her head with both hands, when suddenly a surge of red light appeared, blocking every bullet. Opening her eyes, Pepper saw Wanda standing protectively in front of her, a shimmering red energy barrier shielding them from harm. Wanda extended her hand towards the attacking suit, and scarlet energy enveloped it like a giant invisible fist. To Pepper's disbelief, the suit was torn apart in an instant. It was the first time Pepper had witnessed Wanda's powers in action. She'd already thought Sky's abilities were formidable, but Wanda's were even more astonishing. "Are you all right, Pepper?" Wanda asked, helping her up with genuine concern. Pepper shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little shaken." Wanda gave a reassuring shake of her own head and raised another glowing red shield around them. Sky, in contrast to Wanda's elegance, was dismantling armored suits with her fists. Her fighting style was fierce and passionate, every punch reducing an enemy suit to a heap of parts in a single explosive blow. The three of them huddled together under Wanda's protective barrier. As more and more people fled to their shelter, Wanda expanded the shield to accommodate the growing crowd. Just then, the air was suddenly filled with the thunder of heavy metal music as a trail of fire streaked down from the sky, crashing into one of the armored suits. "Whoa, I knew Justin Hammer was a jerk. Look what he's done to this perfectly good expo." Tony's voice rang out as she emerged from the dust in her golden red suit. The crowd beneath the shield erupted in cheers. Iron Man had come to save them. Tony was striking all sorts of showy poses, completely oblivious to the fact that Rhodey's suit had already locked onto him from behind. With a mechanical whir, the Gatling gun on Rhodey's back sprang out, lasers trained squarely on Tony. "Tony, get out of the way now!" Rhodey shouted in desperation, but the suit's audio system was locked down. No matter how loud he yelled, his voice couldn't escape the armor. Hot, 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 hot. The Gatling spewed a torrent of blue-flamed bullets, streaking toward Tony in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Carl dropped from the sky, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that sliced cleanly through the Gatling's barrel in an instant. "I told you couldn't be trusted. Look at you, always showing off. If it weren't for me, you'd have been toast by now," he said, glancing at Tony, who had just turned around. "Nonsense. That Gatling gun wouldn't have even scratched my suit, Tony protested, putting on a brave front. But the truth was, if Carl hadn't intervened, those high-caliber rounds would have torn him apart. Sure, his suit was made of alloy, but it wasn't vibranium. No matter how tough it was, it couldn't withstand endless barges from a heavy machine gun. Tony shot Rhodey a look, curling his lip. Did you strap the whole armory onto yourself, or what? Seriously, you've got zero sense of style. That thing is an eyesore. Despite the danger, Tony still found time to jab at Rhodey. But Rhodey wasn't in the mood for banter. All his suit's weapons had once again locked onto Tony. Tony, my weapons have auto-locked on you. I can't control them. Rhodey shouted with all his might, and this time, his voice finally broke through the suit speakers, reaching Tony and Carl. Damn it, Rhodey, who did you give a suit I made you to? When this is over, I'm taking it back and smashing it to pieces myself. Tony shot into the air to avoid harming anyone, with Rhodey hot on his heels. Behind them, over 30 unmanned suits followed, all locking onto Tony as well. Venko, you bastard, just wait till I get my hands on you. A rain of bullets and rockets streaked toward Tony as he darted through the sky, swearing up a storm as he dodged. Carl, bro, you're not just going to stand there and watch me get blown to bits, are you? Tony shouted desperately. Carl, phone in hand, recorded a quick video before finally replying, come on, you know me. We go way back. You think I just stand by and watch you get roasted? My man, Tony called out, relieved, only for Carl's next words to almost send him over the edge. Of course not. I closed my eyes, so I didn't have to watch. Oh, so that's how it is? Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Midair, Tony suddenly changed course, shooting straight down toward Carl. Hey, you old rascal, that's just dirty pool. With a loud shout, Carl spurred his onion mount and soared into the sky. The next scene was pure chaos. Carl flying at the front, fleeing for his life, Tony hot on his heels, and behind Tony, Rhodey and a whole squadron of armored suits giving chase in tight formation. Did those two drink themselves senseless the night before last? Wanda looked up at the game of aerial cat and mouse, worry etched on her face, and turned to Sky and Pepper at her side. Sky nodded in full agreement, while Pepper's gaze was fixed anxiously on Tony. Up in the air, Carl twisted and turned atop his onion, desperately dodging bullets. Suddenly, a thought struck him, something he wanted to test out. In an instant, the condemner appeared in his hand. Waiting for the perfect moment, Carl pulled the trigger. A blue bullet shot out, streaking toward one of the armored suits behind him. In the blink of an eye, the bullet tore through the suit's arc reactor, blasting a hole the size of a bowl in its chest. Deprived of power, the suit plummeted from the sky, smashing to pieces on the ground below. It actually works, Carl exclaimed in delight. The condemner was supposed to work on all non-human targets, but he hadn't expected it to be effective against mechanical life forms as well. Gunfire erupted, bang, 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 echoing through the air. One after another, Carl shot down the armored suits. In just a few short minutes, the squadron of over 30 suits had been whittled down to less than 10. Nice shooting, Carl, Tony yelled from behind, letting loose a barrage of repulsor blasts at the remaining suits. Thanks to the new element powering his armor, Tony's energy reserves were now in a league of their own. Where he once had to ration every shot, now he could fire at will. Meanwhile, Happy was weaving through the dense city traffic with Natasha in the back seat. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already pinpointed Vanko's location, and they were racing to intercept him. At that moment, Natasha was changing clothes in the back. Happy's eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, catching glimpses of her smooth, fair skin and her stunning figure, and he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. A blaring car horn snapped him to attention, and Happy quickly straightened the wheel. Keep your eyes on the road, and stop sneaking glances, Natasha admonished, then began pulling on her pants. One long, sculpted leg braced against the car's ceiling. Sorry, Happy stammered, doing his best to focus on driving, though his gaze still drifted toward the mirror every so often. Soon, Natasha had finished changing into her tactical suit, and they arrived at their destination. I'm going in. Stay here and be ready to back me up at a moment's notice. Natasha stepped out, her combat suit accentuating every curve of her athletic form. Hey, I'm not just some backup. I'm pretty handy in a fight. You know, I'm trained in hand-to-hand combat. Don't underestimate me. Happy protested, unwilling to be relegated to mere support. All right, you can come in with me, but don't slow me down. Natasha's tone was icy. In that moment, she had transformed from Natasha into the Black Widow, her entire demeanor chilling and formidable. The moment they stepped through the main entrance, a burly security guard approached them head-on. Leave this to me. Happy flashed a confident grin and, adopting a boxer stance, charged forward, quickly tangling with the guard in a chaotic scuffle. Meanwhile, Natasha strode onward without hesitation. As she moved down a corridor, nearly 10 security guards suddenly burst out from both sides, each wielding a short baton. Well, looks like it's finally my turn to have some fun. Natasha smiled faintly, then calmly advanced toward the security team. Get her. She's alone. The guards surged forward, trying to overwhelm Natasha. But in the midst of the fray, Natasha moved with the effortless grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Her motions were crisp and unhesitating, every move efficient and precise. With her combat skills honed to perfection, she dispatched the entire squad in a matter of moments, finishing with a lethal scissor kick and landing in a flawless superhero pose as the last of them fell. Wow, I did it. I took that guy down. Happy, dripping with sweat, finally managed to subdue his own opponent after a grueling struggle. He spun around, eager to boast, only to freeze at the sight of the corridor littered with unconscious guards and Natasha standing unscathed, not even the slightest bead of sweat on her brow. His triumphant grin instantly faded, replaced by a sheepish, resigned smile. Let's move. We need to find Vanko's location. Natasha gave him a dazzling smile before turning to lead the way, leaving Happy no choice but to trail after her, chastened. It didn't take Natasha long to pinpoint Vanko's room. Drawing her sidearm, she and Happy crept quietly to the door. Natasha gave Happy a quick instruction. He nodded, braced himself, and with a mighty kick, sent the door flying off its hinges. Natasha slipped inside with the fluid motion of a serpent. Don't move. Natasha barked, then froze. The room was completely empty. Vanko was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a cluster of computers sat humming, one of them displaying a glaring countdown timer. Natasha's heart sank. She dashed to the computer, frantically working to disable the timer. But after several tense moments, she realized she couldn't break through the system. Damn it, I should have brought Sky with me. Frustrated, she kicked the computer, then immediately pulled out her phone and dialed. Sky, I've got a situation. There's a computer program here I need you to crack, fast. Natasha said in a rapid-fire tone. Sky, I've got a situation. There's a computer program here I need you to crack. She repeated, her urgency unmistakable. On the other side, Sky, who was inside the protective shield conjured by Wanda, was momentarily stunned when she heard Natasha's words. Right now? How am I supposed to get over there? Natasha pulled a flash drive from her pocket. I've got a USB drive here that can connect you to the network. All you need to do is find a computer with internet access. Seriously? Where am I supposed to find a computer in this chaos? You've got to be kidding. Sky looked utterly exasperated. If the expo hadn't been attacked, there would have been computers everywhere. Now, forget about a computer. Even finding a working phone would be a miracle. Then hurry up and find one, will you? We're running out of time. There's less than 30 minutes before things go completely sideways on your end. Sky frantically searched around for any usable computers, raising her voice to call out. Does anyone have a computer with internet access? It's an emergency. Everyone inside the shield turned to look at Sky. They knew she was with a young girl with chestnut red hair, the one who had been protecting them, so they began to ask those around them as well. There's one over there. Suddenly, a young voice piped up. Sky quickly turned toward the sound. The speaker was a little boy wearing an Iron Man helmet and a checkered shirt. He was pointing to a corner where several laptops lay scattered on the ground. Sky followed his direction, but couldn't tell if any of the laptops were still intact. Regardless, it was her only option now. She had to check them out. Be careful, Pepper called out, still dabbing the sweat from Wanda's brow. Wanda, struggling to maintain a shield, was rapidly depleting her chaos magic. Her body began to show signs of exhaustion, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Sky dashed out of the shield and sprinted toward the laptops. At that very moment, two armored suits suddenly locked onto Sky, swooping down from the sky at breakneck speed. Sky, watch out! Pepper shouted, her voice ringing out in alarm. Sky heard the warning and, without a moment's hesitation, dove forward, tumbling across the ground in a desperate roll. A barrage of gunfire erupted behind her, bullets tearing into the already shattered tiles and sending earth flying. The ground was left unrecognizable, a cloud of dust and debris swirling up where she'd just been. Sky sprang to her feet, energy pulsing in her hands, just as the two armored suits closed in, their machine guns trained on her. With a fierce yell, Sky thrust her hands forward. Shockwaves burst out from her palms, warping the air as they struck the armored suits. In an instant, both suits disintegrated midair, not with an explosion or a rain of metal, but erased by the shockwaves, vanishing at the molecular level. Sky stared at her own hands in shock, unable to comprehend how she had just used that power in a moment of desperation. Just as before, Sky gathered quaking energy into her palms and thrust them forward with all her might. A scream tore from her lips as her hands twisted violently, the sensation of bones breaking bursting vivid and sharp in her mind. The searing pain overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the floor. Grimacing in agony, Sky forced herself not to cry out. Now she understood. The ability she just unleashed wasn't something she could simply repeat. Perhaps it had only manifested in that one desperate instant. She pushed aside the agony in her hands for now, rushing to the scattered computers and finally finding one that, though damaged, was still usable. Returning to the safety of the force field, Sky's hands had turned a mottled blue and purple. Even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through her. Using a computer was out of the question. Pepper, you have to do it. Follow my instructions, Sky said, her forehead beaded with sweat, voice tight from the pain. Sky, your hands. Pepper's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of Sky's injuries. There's no time. Sky hid her hands behind her back, refusing to look at them, hoping that would somehow dull the pain. All right, I understand. Pepper nodded, resolute. Sky instructed Pepper to put on the headset and then dialed Natasha's number. I found a computer. Do you have any ideas? Natasha could hear something was wrong in Sky's voice, but didn't press the issue. I'll give you an IP address so you can access my system remotely. With that, Natasha plugged a flash drive into her computer and read out its IP address. Following Sky's guidance, Pepper operated the computer, successfully establishing a remote connection to Natasha's computer. The glaring countdown on the screen instantly set both Sky and Pepper on edge. The bold, red numbers ticked down like the timer on a bomb, an image that needed no explaining. Sky urgently directed Pepper to flood the system with code, trying to hack their way in. Whoever designed this program is definitely a pro. I can't do this alone. It'll take both of us working together, Sky said, watching the computer screen intently. How do we do that? Natasha hurriedly took her seat at her own computer. Sky began issuing instructions to both Natasha and Pepper at once. As she suspected, Vanko had set up a self-destruct protocol. When the countdown hit 0, every suit of armor would explode, including Rhodey's. To stop it, they first have to unlock the control over all suits before disabling the self-destruct. Yet the override for suit control was a one-way process, only accessible from Natasha's office computer. You should see something on your screen that looks like a switch, right? Sky prompted, making sure Natasha found the right interface. Natasha scanned all the displays, and the only thing that resembled a switch was a human figure shown on one of the screens. I think I found it, she announced. How many are still active? Sky asked, discounting the suits that had already been destroyed. Those were beyond anyone's control. Now, with only their self-destruct protocols left, the ones still lit up were the suits currently chasing after Carl and Tony. There are 7 left, Natasha replied after a quick glance. All right, next I'll hack into one of them, Sky explained, but which one I get into will be completely random. The moment you see any switch acting abnormally, press it immediately. That'll short out the control system, but you have to do it within a second. No problem. Let's get started, Natasha replied crisply. As a professional agent, her reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. She was more than ready. Okay, I'm starting now, Sky said, then directed Pepper to begin the operation. Soon, Natasha noticed one of the humanoid icons on the screen suddenly turn completely red. She quickly maneuvered the computer to select it and hit the enter key. Meanwhile, Carl was just about to fire at one of the armored suits when, out of nowhere, the suit began to shudder in midair as if it had short-circuited. Sparks flew as it plummeted toward the ground and exploded in a spectacular burst. What happened? Tony, was it your doing? Carl stared bewildered at Tony, who was dodging nimbly nearby. Of course not. If I could do that, would the two of us still be running for our lives? Tony shot back, equally puzzled. He could tell at a glance that the suit had gone down because its electronic circuits had burned out. But there was no storm, and no one had even touched the suit. How could it short-circuit like that? Was it some kind of defective model? While they were still trying to figure it out, another suit suddenly faltered and dropped from the sky in the exact same way. Someone must have broken the remote control over the suits, Tony said at once, recognizing the signs. Only a targeted, remote overload of the control circuits could have caused this. Carl instantly thought of Sky and glanced down at the protective barrier below. Sure enough, Sky was standing behind Pepper, watching her work at the computer and muttering confidently under her breath. Carl didn't hesitate. If Sky could break the control, the rest would be straightforward. Suddenly, something happened to Rhodey, who had been flying right behind Tony. His suit's entire control system crashed, and Rhodey's vision went black as he lost all control and began to fall helplessly from the sky. Tony, my system's down, help me. Rhode was so terrified that he immediately started screaming at the top of his lungs, putting every ounce of strength into his cries. His voice became warped with fear and the force of his shouting. Tony instantly changed course and flew straight toward Rhode. Just as Rhode was only a few meters from the ground, Tony swooped in and caught him in a princess carry. At that moment, the backup system in Rhodes' suit kicked in, and control was restored. This time, Rhodes was fully in command. Wow, man, you've really outdone yourself. My suit's a wreck after what you put it through, Tony teased, glancing over at Rhodes. Rhodes wriggled out of Tony's arms, feeling deeply embarrassed. After all, he was a proud colonel in the U.S. Army, and here he was, being cradled like a damsel by another man. How could Colonel Rhodes ever show his face again after this? With control regained, Rhodes maneuvered his suit to hover in midair. Colonel Rhodes is seriously pissed off right now. I'm going to tear those junk suits to pieces. Fueled by rage, Rhodes' suit deployed massive gun barrels from both arms, intimidating enough to make anyone think twice, and he charged headlong at an enemy's suit. He'd intended to use the Gatling gun mounted on his back, but unfortunately, Carl's wind blade had sliced it clean off. Rhodes rocketed toward the enemy mech, grabbed it by the throat with one hand, and unleashed a torrent of furious fire from the gun in his other hand. Brayap! The gunfire roared, bullets pouring out in a relentless stream. Rhodes wielded his machine gun like a sword, the barrage so intense that it split the enemy suit in two right down the middle. Black oil spurted out like blood, splattering Rhodes' armor in every direction, a scene as chilling as it was gruesome. Without a pause, Rhodes transformed into a walking arsenal on the battlefield, bristling with heavy-caliber weapons. He had at least 4 machine guns, a full array of rockets, and even an anti-tank cannon. D. Rhodes roared, now the very image of death itself, flames spewing from his suit as a relentless rain of bullets and shells hammered the surrounding enemy suits. Has this guy gone completely nuts after being locked up so long? Carl and Tony hovered side by side in the air, both utterly baffled as they watched Rhodes' rampage. Seriously, does he have a phobia of not having enough firepower? He just had to go and mess up a perfectly good suit. There's absolutely no technological elegance left. My Mark II is totally wasted on him, Tony complained with a look of disdain. His own suit never carried such heavy weapons. Tony always thought that kind of wild, primitive firepower didn't match his style at all. Instead, he focused on energy weapons, repulsors in the palms, and a chest-mounted energy emitter, cutting-edge tech that was far more his speed. To be fair, Rhodes' explosive outburst proved more than effective. He wiped out every enemy suit left on the field. Not a single one remained. After venting his frustrations, Rhodes felt most of the resentment in his heart dissipate, and the 3 of them landed together on the ground. Seeing that the threat had passed, Wanda withdrew her protective shield, but the effort had drained her so much that she fainted from exhaustion. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived as well. Melinda May, accompanied by Sharon Carter, was busy directing the evacuation of the crowd. Pepper led Wanda and Sky straight to a Stark Industries hospital. Wanda was lucky. Her problem was only physical exhaustion. Sky, however, wasn't so fortunate. Her hands had suffered fractures once again. If not for her unique, inhuman physiology, her hands would have ended up crippled like Strange long ago. Carl realized that the matter of vibranium needed to be addressed soon. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before Sky was permanently disabled. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and a lightning-charged whip shot down and wrapped tightly around Tony's neck, hoisting him up and dragging him away. It's Vanko. That familiar electric whip, that familiar sense of menace. Only this time, Vanko had traded his metal exoskeleton for a towering mechanical suit nearly 3 meters tall. He had truly upgraded his arsenal. Rhodes cursed under his breath and immediately launched himself skyward in pursuit of Vanko. Carl slapped Onion, and together they shot off like arrows after them. Dangling from the electrified whip, Tony struggled desperately, but the whip was made of ultra-strong, conductive fibers. There was no way brute force could break it. Jarvis, laser cutter. Right away, sir. Tony clenched his right fist, and a small module popped out from his arm, instantly firing a laser beam as thin as a chopstick. The tool sliced through the whip as easily as cutting through tofu, and Tony plummeted downwards. He crashed into what looked like a botanical garden, smashing through the glass ceiling as he fell. Oh, Jarvis, remind me to upgrade the shock absorption system when I get back. My back. Tony groaned, pushing himself up with a hand on his battered lower back. But before he could fully stand, a shadowy figure struck him down again, sending him tumbling across the floor. Look at that. The great Tony Stark reduced to such a sorry state. A massive mechanical suit, standing more than 3 meters tall, landed with a heavy thud. The faceplate snapped open, revealing Vanko's classic Soviet tough guy scowl. Cough, cough. So it really is you jailbreak artist. Out of respect for how you've been running circles around Hammer, I'll go easy on you. Tony got to his feet, his armor covered in scratches, a true badge of battle damage. Vanko sneered, the gears on his arm whirring as the previously severed electric whip extended once more. Tony Stark, today marks the end of you, thief. From this day forward, the arc reactor's legacy returns to its rightful owner. That's not a sure thing. I've already patented it. For the next 20 years, it's mine. No one's taking it away. Tony shrugged, still utterly baffled as to why Vanko would build a reactor in the first place. Damn it, is running your mouth all you ever do? Vanko roared, his helmet snapping down into place. Instantly, the electric whips in his hands crackled with fierce energy, leaving 2 blackened scorch marks on the ground. With a series of sharp, menacing swishes, Vanko lashed the whips through the air, each swing brimming with dangerous force. If those high-voltage whips struck, not even Tony's armor could escape without a deep, ugly scar. Tony Stark, I should thank you. I took your advice and cranked up the power on these whips. Feels a little more exciting now, doesn't it? Vanko attacked Tony with wild abandon, forcing Tony to dodge and counter in equal measure. Tony, I'm coming in. Suddenly, the rapid, deafening rattle of machine gun fire rang out. Rhodes charged in, both arms raised, unleashing a storm of bullets at Vanko's armor as though he had an unlimited supply. But it was all noise and little effect. The bullets merely pitted the surface of the suit with shallow dents, nowhere near enough to break through. Rhodes landed beside Tony just as Tony lifted a hand, ready to fire a repulsor blast. But Rhodes stopped him with an outstretched arm. I'm going to blast this guy apart with my ex-wife. Rhodes spoke with deadly seriousness. What? You're what? Tony stared at him, dumbfounded. Ex-wife? Was it what he thought it was? Since when did Rhodes get married? Let alone divorced? Hadn't he always been single? Rhodes adjusted his stance for stability. From his shoulder, a round rocket launcher popped into view. A series of electronic beeps filled the air as a hefty, pin-sized rocket loaded into the launcher, its tail flaring with fire. With a sharp whoosh, the so-called ex-wife shot out from Rhodes' shoulder. Spinning like a rogue firework, the ex-wife rocketed toward Vanko, who braced himself, face set in grim determination. There was a crisp, almost comic impact as the rocket struck Vanko's armor, only to bounce off like a pebble, landing harmlessly in a puddle at his feet, where it fizzled out. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Rhodes' dark face flushed unmistakably red. Hammer Tech, I presume? I told you the guy was unreliable, and you still let him handle your armor? Tony's face was thunderous. Come on, ever since you shut down your weapons division, the military switched suppliers to Hammer Industries. What was I supposed to do? Rhodes sounded helpless. He knew Hammer was a disaster, but as a colonel, he had no say in who supplied their weapons. Just then, another whip came slashing toward them. Tony and Rhodes dove in opposite directions as the electric lash struck a tree behind Tony, cutting it clean in half with a charred, blackened edge. Stark, your time has come. Vanko strode forward in great, determined steps, his whips swinging menacingly as he closed in on Tony. Tony kept firing back with his repulsor blasts, but the energy from his palms still couldn't penetrate Vanko's armor. Damn it, Jarvis. Remind me to upgrade the firepower when we get back. With that, Tony's arm launched a volley of miniature explosives, swarming toward Vanko like a cloud of fireflies. Vanko's suit responded in kind, ejecting several micro-rockets to intercept Tony's bombs. A tremendous shockwave exploded outward, shattering every last pane of glass in the outer walls of the conservatory. Seizing the moment, Tony grabbed hold of Vanko's electric whip, straining with both hands, determined to pull Vanko closer. But he had underestimated Vanko's strength. Vanko didn't budge an inch. Instead, as Vanko retracted the whip, Tony found himself being dragged steadily toward his opponent. Tony, I'm coming to help. Rhodey rushed in to assist, trying to snap the whip, but Vanko's other whip lashed out and coiled tightly around him as well. With the gears in Vanko's arms whirring, both whips began to reel in, and in a split second, Tony and Rhodey were caught completely off guard. Tony, did you skip breakfast or something? How are you this week? Rhodey leaned back with all his might, straining as if in a tug of war, but it was no use. Tony was in the same predicament. He was giving it everything he had, but Vanko wouldn't budge. The real show's just getting started. Vanko's words were followed by a surge of electricity through the whips. Ah! Both Tony and Rhodey cried out as a powerful current coursed through their suits, sending searing pain shooting through their bodies. Even with the armor's insulation, there was only so much it could take. The agony spread rapidly. Tony's skin began to redden under the assault. Most of the current was blocked, but not all of it. Carl, if you don't get here soon, I'm toast. Tony yelled, feeling systems in his suit begin to fail, his flight stabilizers among them. He couldn't even lift off. Just then, a blue crystal sword suddenly flashed past, flying over Vanko's shoulder and slicing cleanly through both electric whips before embedding itself in a nearby tree, humming with energy. The force flung Tony and Rhodey backward, arcs of electricity still crackling over their suits. Disoriented, the two could do nothing but watch, temporarily paralyzed. In the end, you still needed me. Oof. Carl landed with a flourish, his foot pushing off the back of an onion-shaped droid. With a swift motion and a sharp whoosh, the ultimate divine weapon flew from the tree, trunk back into his grasp. Spinning midair, Carl swung the sword toward Vanko in a single, fluid motion. Sparks flew, and Carl touched down lightly on the ground. How is this possible? Vanko stared in disbelief at his own chest. A deep wound appeared there, stretching from his left shoulder all the way down to his right waist. The armor was sliced open completely, the cut surface smooth as glass. Vank felt a searing pain in his chest, and then blood began to pour out from the gash in his armor. Never in his wildest dreams had Vank imagined that his ultra-durable armor, which had withstood bullets and shells, would be destroyed so effortlessly by a single sword strike. Rage instantly filled his eyes. In a split second, the electric whips in both his hands lashed out like venomous snakes, striking at Carl. Caught off guard, Carl was ensnared by the whips in an instant. A surge of powerful current raced through the whips toward Carl, the intensity several times greater than before. You brat! With a furious shout, Vank channeled all the energy of his armor into the electric whips. In a heartbeat, the immense power could have reduced a man to nothing but ash. Electricity, huh? As it happens, I know a thing or two about that myself. As soon as Carl finished speaking, a torrent of violet lightning erupted from within him, surging along the electric whips right back toward Vank. The moment the two currents collided, they exploded with a force like a thunderstorm unleashed, turning the entire botanical garden into a raging sea of lightning. Bolts of electricity tore through the air, ravaging the plants until the garden was reduced to a scorched wasteland. At last, Vank's whips, pushed beyond their limit, burst apart at the center. Only then did the two opposing currents finally subside. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning and the sharp tang of ozone left by the electric discharge. Vank was a sorry sight, his armor in ruins, a sword wound across his chest, and even his once prized electric whips now nothing but useless wreckage. Ha ha ha! Vank burst out laughing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Stark, you win. I never thought God would still choose to side with a thief like you in the end. But it doesn't matter. I'll be watching you from heaven, watching as you fall straight into hell after you die. You won't get the chance. People like you are bound for hell, and your so-called God has never even noticed someone so insignificant. Soon, you'll be shattered to dust. Ka replied calmly. Before you die, let me show you what real lightning looks like. With those words, the ultimate divine weapon in Carl's hand vanished, replaced by a staff of dark purple, its form somewhere between a gnarled branch and a strangely shaped lance. Lightning storm, Carl called out in a low voice, and violet lightning instantly enveloped the staff. With a sweeping motion, Carl pointed it at Vank. Thunder roared. A bolt as thick as a barrel crashed down from the sky, striking Vank squarely on the crown of his head. The purple lightning, carrying an annihilating power, blasted into Vank's body and armor, tearing through them with relentless fury. In an instant, Vank was reduced to dust, vanishing completely within the storm of lightning. With a flick of Carl's wrist, his staff vanished, and with it, the lightning disappeared as well. In an instant, the ultimate divine weapon materialized in his hand once more. Tony and Rhodey, standing to the side, stared in shock at the scene before them. They had always known that Carl could control storms and even transform into a monster, but both abilities were rooted in his command of the wind. Now, with lightning suddenly in the mix, both men found it hard to keep up with the leap in logic. Jarvis, update the file. Add lightning manipulation to the anti-Carl armor dossier, Tony said, his gaze fixed intently on Carl. All done. Mission accomplished, Carl said with a clap of his hands after stowing away the ultimate divine weapon. He then strolled over to Tony. Feeling better now? He asked. Tony nodded, shifting into a more comfortable position on the couch. You never cease to surprise me. Now you've got lightning under your belt, too. Honestly, you've just given me a great idea. I'm thinking of designing a suit that can absorb electrical energy. You could be my personal power bank from now on. How about it? Tony was thoroughly pleased with his own idea. With this, he'd never have to worry about running out of power again. He could go all out at maximum output, and whenever he needed a recharge, he'd just turn to Carl. What could be better? Carl glanced at Tony, but didn't bother to respond. Rhodey shot Tony a look of disdain, making it clear that he wanted no part in this friendship. 5 days later, Carl, Wanda, and Sky were sitting in the agency, watching TV. The news was covering a ceremony where Congress was honoring Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes, and the medals were being presented by none other than that Hydra-affiliated senator. Carl, I want some fruit, Sky called out. Both her hands were in casts, rendering her completely immobile. For the past few days, Wanda had been taking care of her. All right, princess, I'll get your fruit ready, Carl replied with a resigned sigh as he got up to slice some fruit. As the only one injured, Sky was receiving extra attention. She and Wanda teamed up to boss Carl around, making him run errands for them all day long. Carl felt relieved that Gwen hadn't come back. Otherwise, he'd be waiting on 3 princesses at once. No good man could survive that. Pepper wasn't around, as she had accompanied Tony to the award ceremony. Now that the crisis was over, she was planning to move back into their newly rebuilt villa with Tony. You had to admire the efficiency of American capitalism. As long as the money was there, every demand was met, and the speed of reconstruction was nothing short of astonishing. After a thorough inspection by Jarvis, the villa's quality passed every standard, and all materials used were environmentally friendly. You really couldn't deny the power of capital. In this so-called wicked capitalist country, as long as you have enough money, even the impossible gets done. After learning that Sky had been injured again, Gwen and Peter returned home through the Chocobo portal. With Gwen's hands broken once more, Carl could hardly escape blame. Gwen gave him a fierce scolding for failing to look after Sky, and Peter, who was gloating at Carl's misfortune, was immediately roped in by Carl to help him with grocery shopping. The family gathered around a lively hot pot dinner. Of course, Sky spent the entire meal being fed by hand, and her caretaker was none other than Carl. Anything else, Your Highness? After slicing up some fruit and placing it before Sky, Carl swore to himself he'd find some vibranium. He never wanted to be stuck doing this kind of waiting hand and foot again. Sky amused herself in every way she could think of, switching things up constantly. Carl was helpless. This was his own doing, and now he had to bear the consequences. That night, Carl hurried to call Tony to ask about the vibranium. Tony was in the middle of a candlelit dinner with Pepper. The mood between the two was just reaching its peak when Carl's call suddenly shattered the romantic atmosphere. Damn it. Do you have any idea what you just done? If you don't have a damn good reason, I swear I'll come over there and tear you apart. Tony was absolutely furious. He had practically gotten undressed, only for everything to be ruined by Carl's call. Carl was taken aback, wondering why Tony was so irritable. Had he swallowed gunpowder or what? Any news on the vibranium? Tony was about to explode. He thought something major had happened, but it turned out Carl was just asking about this. Couldn't he have picked any other time instead of this one? Pepper, seeing Tony about to lose it, couldn't help but smile. She stood up gracefully and headed for the bathroom. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Pepper's words were like a lit fuse, instantly igniting Tony. Kid, I've got something big to take care of right now. I'll call you back later. With that, Tony hung up at once. Tonight, he didn't care about anything or anyone. Even if Jesus himself showed up, he'd have to wait his turn. Dropping his phone, Tony dashed into the bathroom like a streak of lightning. What the hell was that about? Carl hung up, left with a distinct impression that Tony was suffering from some sort of major affliction. At long last, night arrived and Carl could finally rest. After a day of Sky running him ragged, he was ready for a good night's sleep. Wanda, wanting to take better care of Sky, had been sleeping in the same room with her these past few days, worried that Sky might have trouble at night. One had to admit, Wanda was truly a gentle soul, always thinking of others and incredibly skilled at looking after people. She really had the makings of an ideal wife and mother. Sky was tempted to marry her on the spot. Late at night, just as Carl had finally fallen asleep, the roar of an engine jolted him awake. Normally, he was such a heavy sleeper that not even thunder could rouse him. But tonight, for some reason, the engine's roar did the trick. Who the hell is that? So annoying. Carl pulled the covers over his head as the engine noise grew louder and louder, like something roaring closer from a distant street. Frustrated, Carl sprang up, flung open the window, and let loose a tirade without a second thought. Damn it, can't anyone get some sleep in the middle of the night? Which punk is out there with that ridiculous bike? If you dare make another sound, I swear I'll come down and beat you so hard you'll never dare bleach your hair and ride that infernal thing again. Carl's mouth fired off like a machine gun, but the engine's roar didn't fade. Instead, it became even clearer and more menacing. Suddenly, a streak of fire tore down the street, racing straight toward Carl's apartment. The streetlights along its path shattered and flickered out, one by one, as if snuffed by the passing blaze, until only that streak of fire lit the darkness, a new, blazing beacon. What the hell is that? All traces of sleep vanished from Carl's mind as he stared wide-eyed at the fiery trail. A wild, maniacal laughter echoed from the fire, chilling and unrestrained. Now Carl saw clearly. At the front of the fire rode a motorcycle, and atop it sat a cackling, flaming skull. A skull, Kyle muttered in disbelief. A flaming skull riding a motorcycle. Wasn't this the Ghost Rider? As if sensing Carl's gaze, the skull suddenly looked up, locking eyes with him. For a moment, man and Spectre stared straight at each other. Then, the Ghost Rider pointed a bony finger at Carl. "You are guilty." With that, he revved his motorcycle and charged straight toward the apartment. "Damn, I almost forgot this guy's a lunatic," Carl grumbled, ducking back inside and slamming the window shut. With the barrier in place, there was no way the Ghost Rider could get in. Just as Carl predicted, inside the office, the Moogle casually waved its staff and promptly drifted back to sleep. Outside, the Ghost Rider crashed headlong into the magical barrier, sending his motorcycle flying. Fortunately, he managed to steady the bike before being thrown off. Undeterred, the Ghost Rider mounted his bike again and sped toward the apartment, this time skimming up the side of the building. Just as he neared Carl's window, he swung a flaming fist at the glass. The blow was powerful, so powerful, even Carl could hear the impact from inside. But, despite the strength behind it, the window didn't so much as tremble. Carl decided to ignore the ghostly rider. Come morning, the spell would wear off and things would return to normal. Judging by the flaming motorcycle, Carl was now certain this Ghost Rider had to be Johnny Blaze. In fact, Carl was quite fond of this incarnation of the Ghost Rider. Aside from the fact that the actor in his previous life was none other than Nicolas Cage, this Ghost Rider was a true knight through and through. Unlike his successor, who drove a beat-up car. How could that even be called a rider? Ghost Racer would be more appropriate. Outside the window, the Ghost Rider hadn't given up just because of the barrier's protection. He was still relentlessly pounding his fists against the glass, the booming noise so loud that Carl couldn't get a wink of sleep. And when a person can't sleep, they inevitably grow irritable, just like Carl was now. "You bone-faced freak, can't you let a guy get some sleep? I swear, I'm a Monkey King tonight, and I'm taking you down." Leaping from his bed, Carl didn't bother changing clothes. He launched a flying kick straight at the Ghost Rider. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered under Carl's kick. The Ghost Rider was sent flying outside, both man and motorcycle tumbling down from the upper floor. Carl glanced down, just as the Ghost Rider looked back up at him. "You are guilty." "Oh, for crying out loud. Aren't you done yet?" Carl cursed loudly, but the Ghost Rider clearly wasn't about to give up. He mounted his bike again and charged forward. Carl braced himself on the windowsill and vaulted from building. The two met in midair. Carl's foot lashed out at the Ghost Rider. With a heavy thud, Carl's kick landed squarely on the Ghost Rider's chest, but the Ghost Rider grabbed hold of his ankle in return. With a powerful swing, the Ghost Rider tossed Carl off balance, sending him plummeting toward the street. Carl twisted in the air, landing lightly on his feet. Instantly, the Judicator appeared in his hand. He fired 3 shots directly at the Ghost Rider. All 3 found their mark. The Ghost Rider's bones shattered and flew, leaving 3 gaping holes in his body. Both rider and bike crashed to the ground. Even the soul fire burning in the Ghost Rider's skull dimmed, its fierce yellow glow fading. After all, the Judicator's core was pure and holy, an anti-demon weapon made for this purpose. Though the Ghost Rider's origins were angelic. That was a long time ago. Now he was nothing more than a vengeful spirit surviving in hell, making him the perfect target for the Judicator. Carl approached, gun in hand, and gave the Ghost Rider a kick. The Ghost Rider looked utterly drained, his soul fire flickering from bright yellow to blue, as if about to go out. But Carl knew it wouldn't be that easy. The spirit of vengeance couldn't be killed. Besides, he was certain his shots hadn't hit any vital points. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider seized Carl's ankle. At the same time, the soul fire blazed up anew, surging along the Ghost Rider's arm and snaking toward Carl. Carl's brow furrowed. He knew this guy wouldn't die so easily. He wanted to kick the Ghost Rider away, but the hand gripping his ankle was like an iron clamp. He couldn't break free. With a low shout, Carl summoned a blade of wind that flashed instantly, slicing right through Ghost Rider's arm and severing it completely. Yet the Ghost Rider seemed unfazed. He even allowed a deep, rolling laugh. The hand clutching Carl's ankle crumbled to ash in an instant, but from the Ghost Rider's shoulder, a brand new hand emerged as if conjured from thin air. Without the constant feed of soul fire, the flames licking at Carl's body gradually flickered out. His pant leg had burned away entirely, leaving his bare thigh exposed to the night air. Suddenly, with a rapid movement, the Ghost Rider lunged and seized Carl's shirt with both hands. "Look into my eyes." The Ghost Rider's voice carried a strange, compelling force. Almost against his will, Carl found himself drawn to those eyes. The soul gaze, Ghost Rider's most fearsome power. With it, he could judge the guilty, searing their souls until nothing remained but ashes, consumed by the hellfire. A sudden, furious roar erupted from the depths of Carl's soul. In that instant, green and purple energy exploded outward forcefully, interrupting the soul gaze. The sole fire enveloping the Ghost Rider was snuffed out as if a gust of wind had blown it away. The soul gaze doesn't work on me. The Punisher was pressed against Ghost Rider's skull. Without hesitation, Carl pulled the trigger. With a thunderous shot, Ghost Rider's head shattered, his bones scattering across the floor. Can't even get a good night's sleep. I have to serve that little tyrant during the day, and now deal with you at night. Is it too much to ask for a break? Muttering complaints under his breath, Carl trudged back inside. His pajamas were beyond saving. Gwen had bought them for him, and they cost several $100s. What a waste. The next morning, Carl woke early. He made a point to open the window and glance downstairs. Ghost Rider and his bike had vanished, leaving only the chaos of last night's battle and the wreckage from the bike's rampage. At the office, Carl immediately pulled up the security footage. Sure enough, Ghost Rider refused to stay dead. Around 3 in the morning, the headless skeleton on the ground suddenly burst into flames. The bones stood upright, and as fire erupted, his skull regrew. After casting a long, lingering look up at Carl's bedroom window, he mounted his hellish motorcycle and disappeared. Well, that settles it. I'm Mark now. That guy's like a piece of gum on your shoe, impossible to shake off. Carl wore a look of helpless resignation. He had brought this on himself, all because he'd leaned out the window to curse a few times and ended up with this undead nuisance on his hands. He spent the entire morning slouched at his desk. Sky and Wanda both watched the security footage from the night before, and with Carl's explanation, they finally understood the story behind the Ghost Rider. So, you're saying this guy really sold his soul to the devil? Hell actually exists? Sky asked curiously. She had never believed in the existence of heaven or hell before. Even after everything she'd been through with Carl, she still had her doubts. But after hearing Carl's account, she found herself starting to believe. The evidence was right in front of her, a living, moving skeleton in the video. It was hard not to be convinced. Wanda, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. Whether hell existed or not had nothing to do with her. So long as Carl was around, that was all that mattered. Still, the sight of the skeleton suddenly coming back to life and bursting into flames had shocked both Sky and Wanda. They watched Carl shoot the Ghost Rider in the head, shattering the skull, only for a new one to regenerate right before their eyes. It was like something out of a horror movie. Just then, Carl's phone rang. It was Tony calling. Hey, what's up, Tony? I've got news about the vibranium. Carl perked up immediately. What's the news? Tell me. Tony was still tinkering with his suit, working on a new model designed for high-temperature environments. After the Vanco incident, inspiration had struck again, and he'd already managed to build several new suits of Iron Man armor. There's a guy named Ulysses Clow. He's got a small amount of vibranium for sale. As soon as Tony said the name, Carl remembered him. This was the guy, the vibranium smuggler from Wakanda, a bona fide trafficker. That's him. How do we get in touch with him? Carl asked eagerly. Sky had already fractured the bones in her hands twice. If it weren't for her inhuman resilience and rapid healing, she would have ended up like Strange, with both hands ruined. I've already made contact. The deal's set to go down at sea in 3 days. I'll call you when it's time. Tony was just as interested in vibranium. He'd seen the stuff in his father's journals and old footage. An ultra-strong metal, extremely tough. With a bit of alloying, it could become nearly indestructible. All right, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Carl turned to Sky. Sky, there's news about the vibranium. Soon, you'll be able to use your powers freely without worrying about any backlash. Really? Sky's face lit up with joy. She'd had enough of life with unusable hands. She needed help with even the simplest tasks. She was only in her 20s, but she felt like she was living the life of an old woman with partial paralysis. Carl nodded. Yeah, Tony found the vibranium dealer. He'll let me know in 3 days. Sky's mood instantly brightened, and she couldn't help waving her bandaged hands in excitement. At that moment, a gentle tinkling sounded from the doorway. The wind chime by the door swayed. Someone had just come in. Carl immediately grew wary as he saw the visitor, for it was none other than Johnny Blaze, the human form of the Ghost Rider. Excuse me. Johnny wore a leather jacket and jeans, clutching a helmet in his arms. He looked every bit the quintessential rebel with a fiery soul. Hello, are you here for a job request? Sky instinctively started the conversation. As Carl's assistant, taking on new clients was well within her role. No, I'm looking for the person who killed that skull-headed creature last night. Johnny said, his tone serious. Even though he'd become the Ghost Rider the night before, the memories remained vivid. How do you know about that? Sky and Wanda tensed instantly, their guard raised. Because I was that skull-headed creature last night. Johnny's words were calm, but to Sky and Wanda, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in their ears. In a heartbeat, a crimson energy surged throughout the office. Johnny suddenly felt as if invisible hands had locked tight around his throat, cutting off his breath. He struggled desperately, But it was no use. His entire body was bound, unable to move an inch. That's enough, Wanda. Let's hear what he has to say first. Carl glanced at the Moguri, who was curled contentedly in Sky's arms. The creature hadn't stirred at all, which meant Johnny had no ill intent. Otherwise, the Moguri would never have let him through the door. I know you managed to kill it once last night. I'm here to ask you to finish the job, for good. It's already taken several lives. I don't want to be forced to kill again. Johnny's face was filled with desperation. He dreaded the thought of turning into that terrifying being night after night, compelled to slaughter. Do you know where it came from? Johnny shook his head. No, and I don't want to know. I just want it gone, out of my life. The more Johnny spoke, the more agitated he became. His eyes were bloodshot, his whole demeanor exhausted and broken. Calm down for a moment. Do you remember making a deal with an old man? Carl knew that Johnny, as a child, had made a pact with Mephisto. Now that you mention it. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Johnny's head. He dropped to the floor, clutching his skull, writhing in agony. Watching this, Carl realized something was different from the story he'd seen in his previous life's movies. Back then, Johnny remembered everything and even used his immortality for death-defying stunts. But now, it seemed as if that entire part of his memory had been sealed away. Wanda, help him calm down. Carl nodded toward Wanda. With a wave of her hand, Wanda sent a surge of scarlet energy into Johnny's mind. Instantly, he relaxed, the pain ebbing away. Thank you. Johnny struggled to his feet. Carl guided him to the sofa and handed him a cup of hot milk. Do you get these mysterious headaches often? Johnny shook his head. No, it only happens when I try to remember the past. It's as if someone doesn't want you to recall those memories. Carl finished his thought. Hearing this, Johnny felt even more certain that might be the case. Now, he couldn't even remember how his father had died, though he sensed it must be connected to his father's death. Have you seen anyone unusual around lately? Carl asked. Unusual? Like who? Johnny was caught off guard by the question. Like someone who often hides in the shadows, someone dressed in a very old-fashioned way, or maybe someone who just seems especially gloomy. Carl's examples all fit the image of Mephisto. Johnny thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I haven't seen anyone like that. Besides, I'm always busy performing. Sometimes I barely have time to notice what's happening around me. Carl was now fairly certain that Mephisto had sealed Johnny's memories. But why? Mephisto wanted Johnny's soul, and, at the same time, he needed a representative in the mortal world. That's why he bound the spirit of vengeance to Johnny, so Johnny could act as his agent on Earth, collecting souls for him and searching for the San Venganza contract. Do you want those memories back? We can help you, Carl said, looking Johnny in the eye. He had to know if Johnny truly wanted to learn the truth about Mephisto, the Ghost Rider, and his father's death. All these things were tied together. It all depended on whether Johnny wanted to know. Johnny didn't hesitate for a second. He answered immediately. He hadn't just lost the memory of how his father died. He couldn't even picture his father's face anymore. More than anything, he longed to recover those memories. Wanda, see if you can remove the seal. Wanda nodded. Chaos energy drifted outward, swirling around Johnny's head. That's strange. The energy sealing his memory feels a lot like mine, Wanda murmured, puzzled. The power at work was very similar to her own chaos magic, but not quite identical, as if something else had been woven in. This power comes from the same source as your chaos magic. In fact, you could say your chaos magic is the ancestor of this energy, Carl explained. Wanda blinked in surprise. Ancestor? I'm not nearly old enough for that. But Carl was right. Chaos magic was one of the three primal forces in the Marvel Universe, the origin of all dark magic. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto's power was a form of black magic, and ultimately, all of it could be traced back to chaos magic. Can you break the seal? Carl asked. Wanda nodded. I can. Are you ready, Johnny? There's no telling what might happen when the seal is broken. You need to prepare yourself. Carl explained that after lifting the seal, there was no way of telling what might happen. Johnny could very well lose consciousness from the overwhelming surge of memories and the intense pain, or he might suffer from severe memory confusion and other complications. All right, I'm ready. Let's do this. As a professional stuntman, Johnny was remarkably resilient, both physically and mentally. Let's begin. Carl signaled to Wanda that she could start. Wanda swept her hands through the air, and with a sudden, forceful gesture, it was as if she seized something invisible and crushed it in her grasp. With a thunderous sound, Johnny clearly heard what felt like an explosion right beside his ear. In the next instant, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, flashing before his eyes like a whirlwind of images spinning out of control. Johnny's pupils widened, gradually losing focus as he stared blankly ahead, utterly entranced. I've just lifted his seal. He should be completely immersed in his memories now. Wanda glanced at Johnny. making sure he was safe before she spoke. At the same time, in a palace surrounded by molten lava, a man with fiery red skin and a matching crimson cloak sat upon a throne. Someone has broken the seal. Who is it? Mephisto sprang to his feet, reaching out into the void as if to seize something far away. Back in the agency office, a swirling red vortex suddenly appeared in front of Johnny. A giant red hand shot out from the vortex, lunging straight for Wanda. At that moment, the Moogle nestled in Sky's arms suddenly lifted its head, and in a blink, appeared right beside the looming red hand. Cupo! The Moogle shouted, slamming its staff down hard onto the massive hand. In an instant, the hand shattered like glass, scattering into nothingness. The red vortex vanished just as quickly. The Moogle hovered for a moment, glaring at the spot where the vortex had disappeared. It zipped around in circles, clearly furious, as if its dignity had been challenged. Finally, it flew back into Sky's embrace, its little brow furrowed in indignation. What was that just now? Wanda asked, her face filled with curiosity. It was obvious that the hand had been reaching for her. Carl pondered for a moment before replying. That was likely an avatar of Mephisto. You lifted Johnny's seal, and that guy must have sensed it. Mephisto, that's the demon from hell you mentioned before? Wanda asked, intrigued. She didn't seem the least bit concerned about Mephisto. After all, Carl wasn't worried, so she saw no reason to be either. Carl nodded. That's right. That guy's a notorious swindler. Never a word of truth from his mouth. All he does is deceive and manipulate. Meanwhile, back in the Infernal Palace, Mephisto stared in disbelief at his now missing arm. Who could possibly have the power to sever my hand? Mephisto is, after all, the Lord of Hell and one of the dimensional demon gods, much like Dormammu. Naturally, his power is not something just anyone can withstand. If it weren't for the wards set by those sorcerers to protect Earth, he would have descended in his true form long ago and turned the planet into another hell. Yet, even if he cannot manifest fully, he can still partially appear, perhaps as a projection of his limbs or his soul, though only a fraction of. His strength remains. That power alone ranks among the greatest on Earth. And yet his arm was shattered with a single blow, simply unbelievable. With a sullen face, Mephisto made a casual gesture, instantly seizing a soul that howled in agony in his grasp. Without even glancing at it, Mephisto crushed the soul, which dissolved into wisps of blue smoke that drifted toward his severed arm. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto's arm was restored, indistinguishable from before. It's been too long since I've set foot on Earth. Have those ants already forgotten the name Mephisto? Mephisto muttered to himself, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. It's about time I took a walk among them. That little one actually managed to find a human capable of breaking my seal. Now that is intriguing. With those words, Mephisto sank back onto his throne. A surge of crimson energy burst from his form and vanished in an instant. Kamar Taj, hidden atop a peak in the Himalayas, lay tucked away in a secret corner and shielded by powerful illusions. Outside the barrier, it was a frozen wasteland. Within, the air was filled with the vitality of spring. In a meditation chamber, the Ancient One sat in silent contemplation, eyes closed. Suddenly sensing a wave of malevolent energy, she opened her eyes at once and vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already inside the chamber where the Eye of Agamotto was kept. The eye had been activated, and its mystical light now reflected the entrance of Carl's agency. Yet, even the mighty Eye of Agamotto could not see through the wards of the Moguli barrier. Whatever happened inside remained hidden. As the Time Stone, the Eye of Agamotto can peer into any moment across the timelines. Beyond that, the original Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, Agamotto himself, had devised other uses for the Time Stone, such as monitoring the world's dark forces through the Sanctum's barriers to prevent dimensional demon gods from invading Earth in secret. The Sanctum barriers can only keep the true forms of dimensional demon gods at bay. They cannot stop projections or fragments of their power from slipping through, as seen with Caecilius and the Crimson Juggernaut in the films, both of whom drew their strength from such dark gods. The Ancient One immediately took down the Eye of Agamotto and donned it, then pushed open the door to the New York Sanctum. Sorcerer Supreme, the guardian of the New York Sanctum, who had been waiting at the door, bowed respectfully. Did you sense the surge of dark energy just now? I sensed it. I've already pinpointed the source of that power, but now that dark force has vanished. The guardian replied respectfully. All right, I understand. You stay here. I'll go take a look myself. With those words, the Ancient One pulled up her hood and left the New York Sanctum. Before long, she arrived at the door of Devil May Cry. Just as she was about to enter, she paused. What an interesting barrier, and so very powerful. The Ancient One reached out to touch the invisible ward. With her abilities, she could naturally perceive its presence. She extended her hand, and with ease, passed right through the barrier. It seems I've been deemed non-threatening. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she stepped inside and pushed open the door to the office. Master Ancient One. Carl, seeing who had entered, froze in surprise before crying out. Good afternoon, Carl. The Ancient One greeted him with a smile. Then her gaze immediately settled on Wanda nearby. What pure chaos magic. It seems you're the child blessed by Thawne. And once again, fate has led you to choose Carl. Her words, cryptic as a riddle, left the others puzzled. But Carl understood. The Ancient One had recognized Wanda, knew her origins, and even seemed aware of things that Carl himself did not know. You know me? Wanda was taken aback. She was certain she'd never met this woman. How could the other know her? The Ancient One made herself comfortable on the sofa, then turned to glance at Johnny, who was still lost in his memories. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. The spirit of vengeance. No wonder I sensed a trace of darkness earlier. It must be that old fiend Mephisto. The moment she laid eyes on Johnny, everything became clear. The appearance of the spirit of vengeance was almost always linked to Mephisto, Lord of Hell. Another tormented soul. The Ancient One looked upon Johnny with a face full of compassion. Every ghost rider possessed by the spirit of vengeance had offered their soul to Mephisto, usually after being tricked. She shook her head. She never interfered with the ghost riders, for she knew Johnny was destined to be Mephisto's adversary, and destined to help defend the Earth. Your name is Wanda, isn't it? I saw you once when you were just a baby. The Ancient One turned to Wanda again. Then, did you meet my real parents too? Can you tell me where they are? Wanda asked eagerly. From as far back as she could remember, she'd lived only with her adoptive parents. She had no memories of her biological family. But the Ancient One shook her head. I am sorry. I don't know who your birth parents are. The Ancient One didn't say much. In fact, she could have easily checked through the eye of Agamotto, but she chose not to. Doing so would disrupt the current timeline. She saw herself as an observer, not an agent of change. Wanda's face instantly fell with disappointment, yet she didn't dwell on it. Having no memory of her biological parents meant she felt no emotional attachment to them. She simply wanted to know about her origins, nothing more. Master Ancient One, Mephisto just attacked Wanda. I'm worried he might try to possess someone by using his soul's power, Carl said. Carl knew that Mephisto would almost certainly come in person. After all, according to the story, his troublesome son, Blackheart, was about to arrive as well, and this time for real, having somehow managed to come to Earth in the flesh. The Ancient One looked utterly unconcerned, as if she already understood everything. Even if he comes, he'll only end up skulking back with his tail between his legs, won't he? She cast a meaningful glance at Carl, as if she already knew how everything would unfold. Carl paused for a moment, then immediately understood. Clearly, the Ancient One had read ahead in the script. He could only smile helplessly. Well, if the Ancient One says so, then things will surely play out just as you expect. The Ancient One nodded slightly. In that case, I should take my leave. You're always welcome to visit Kamartaj. With that, she stood up to leave. Before departing, she glanced at the Mughal nestled in Sky's arms. The Mughal glared back at her, waving its staff in a mock threat. The Ancient One just smiled indulgently, paying it no mind. She drew a portal and stepped through, returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Oh, looks like the Ancient One is treating me as the muscle here. Carl shook his head in resignation. Her parting words made it clear she expected him to be the one to send Mephisto scurrying back to the Hell Dimension. By the time Johnny finished reading his memories, it was nearly dusk. Carl and the others were having dinner. When they saw Johnny wake up, they pulled him over to join them. Unable to resist Sky and Wanda's insistence, Johnny had no choice but to sit at the table. Carl rolled his eyes at the sight. So, they picked up another freeloader. So, did you remember anything? Carl asked between mouthfuls. I remembered. Turns out I was the one who caused my father's death, and signed a damned contract, Johnny replied with a sigh. In his memories, his father had cancer, and Mephisto tempted him into signing a contract in exchange for his father's health. He agreed, but the day after signing, his father still died, though Mephisto claimed the contract had been fulfilled since Johnny's father no longer had cancer. It was only then that Johnny realized he'd been tricked, and all his memories were sealed away. After listening to Johnny's story, Carl felt something was off. Mephisto had no reason to seal Johnny's memories. Based on what Johnny described, there was simply no need for such a thing. Do you know why he sealed your memories? Carl asked. Johnny thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Carl didn't press further on that point, but instead posed another question. Do you still want to destroy the thing inside your body? Johnny was startled. Now that his memories had returned, he realized that the entity hadn't come looking for him. He had sought it out himself. He wrestled with his thoughts for a long while. Just as Johnny was about to answer, a sudden realization struck him. Night had fallen. With dusk came darkness, and that minute was about to appear. Sure enough, before Johnny could utter a word, smoke began to pour from his body. An agonizing burn spread through him, and he let out a scream of pain. His skin began to slough off, exposing bare muscle, and then even the muscle started to melt away, leaving only his bones. Suddenly, a bright yellow flame erupted from every inch of his body, engulfing Johnny entirely. At that instant, the door to the agency flew open, and a powerful force hurled Johnny outside, tossing him straight onto the street. Moguri, sensing Johnny's malice toward Carl, had thrown him out of the agency without hesitation. Johnny staggered to his feet and looked back at Carl. Somehow, hatred and madness seemed to flicker in the empty sockets of his skull. Sigh, what headache. I knew this guy would come after me eventually, Carl muttered, shaking his head. He finished the last bite of his meal, grabbed the condemner, and strode out the door. Wanda followed close behind. Sky had wanted to join them, but after glancing at her hand, still in a cast and wrapped in bandages, she could only sit helplessly by the window, peering anxiously outside. Wanda, I'll keep him suppressed. Your job is to force this skull back into Johnny's body, Carl instructed, turning to her. Wanda nodded. It was a simple enough task for her. Even if her understanding of chaos magic was still shallow, she could do it. All she had to do was forcibly rewrite reality with chaos energy and awaken Johnny's consciousness once more. Without another word, Carl fired 3 shots in rapid succession, each one aimed at Ghost Rider's vital points, hoping to end this quickly and decisively. But Ghost Rider was no stranger to battle. He dodged the bullets with unnerving speed, then charged straight for Carl, the flames in his hands flaring higher and hotter, the intense heat warping the air around him. Carl fired again, leapt into the air, and unleashed 3 more shots from above, landing gracefully and squeezing off a final round as he touched down. 5 bullets encircled Ghost Rider from every direction, leaving him no way to dodge. He had no choice but to face them head-on. The first bullet was aimed at its chest, but Ghost Rider blocked it with his arm. The next 3 bullets, however, were shot directly at his head. He managed to dodge only one of them. The other 2 pierced right through his shoulder. In a blind spot he hadn't noticed, the final bullet struck his knee. That last bullet was the most powerful of all. It blew his leg apart. Losing his balance, Ghost Rider crashed to the ground. Carl strode forward and stomped down on him, while a surge of violet lightning burst from Carl and snaked instantly across Ghost Rider's entire body. Wanda rushed over, chaos magic gathering at her fingertips. She pointed at Ghost Rider's forehead, and immediately, the chaos magic poured down like a rushing stream. Wherever it touched, the hellfire recoiled and faded, vanishing completely. In a matter of seconds, as the flames died, Johnny's consciousness began to reclaim control of his body, flesh regrowing, and even his shattered leg regenerating before their eyes. What's happening to me? As Johnny came to, he found himself sprawled on the ground and realized at once that he'd turned into that thing again. Let's talk inside first, Carl said. By now, a crowd had gathered all around them, everyone holding up phones and recording videos. Clips of the Ghost Rider spread like wildfire on the internet. Back at the agency, Johnny was still unsettled, gulping down water in big swallows. Have you ever tried to control the spirit of vengeance inside you? Carl asked. Like Banner with the Hulk, Johnny treated the spirit as a monster, always trying to drive it out, but that only made it wilder and harder to control. Control it? How? Every time it comes out, I black out completely, Johnny replied, frustrated. These days, he found himself wishing for longer days, just so he wouldn't fall under that thing's control when night came. It's already a part of you. You are it, and it is you. You need to accept it. Turn it into your own strength instead of rejecting it. Otherwise, it'll just get more chaotic and harder to handle. I can't. I don't even know where it is inside me. I can't feel it at all, Johnny said, utterly lost. He couldn't even find the thing, let alone control it. Try to quiet your mind. It's deep within your soul. If you calm yourself, it'll find you, Carl offered. He didn't really know how to communicate with the spirit of vengeance either, so he suggested the simplest method. Find stillness and try to reach it. You can try at home, but let's be clear, if anything goes wrong, don't come blaming me. I'm just giving you advice, that's all, Carl quickly clarified, not wanting to be held liable if Johnny's house accidentally went up in flames. Johnny nodded. I'll give it a try. I'll be on my way then. Johnny stood up, ready to head out. That spirit of vengeance, will it show up again tonight? Johnny stopped in his tracks and turned back to ask. No, it won't. Don't worry. With this reassurance, Johnny finally relaxed and left. Watching Johnny's retreating figure, Sky asked, do you think he'll be able to control that skull? He should be able to. After all, he's the Ghost Rider. If he couldn't control it, he'd go mad sooner or later. Then Mephisto would have to find someone else to make a deal with, and there'd be no more Ghost Rider. Johnny Blaze was meant to become the Ghost Rider. He's destined for it. So he'll definitely learn to master the spirit of vengeance. Carl spoke with the certainty of someone who knew the story's ending. He was convinced Johnny would succeed. Back at home, Johnny undressed and sat on his bed, lost in thought about what Carl had just told him. In truth, he was meditating, something he actually knew how to do. He calmed his mind and began to meditate. At first, nothing happened, but as time passed, just as Carl had said, something began to change. In his consciousness, a blue flame suddenly flared up, leaping wildly as if desperate to break free. Johnny understood this was the spirit of vengeance. Somehow, he just knew. It was a part of him, something he could eventually control. He slowly reached out to the spirit with his mind. At first, it fought him furiously, but Johnny was patient, gradually connecting with it. Little by little. Over time, the spirit of vengeance actually stopped its rampage. It settled down, the flames growing calm and gentle. Excitement surged through Johnny. This meant he was finally starting to gain control over the spirit. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already morning. He'd been meditating all night, but it had been worth it. For the first time, he could clearly sense that the spirit of vengeance was no longer raging wildly, no longer trying to seize his mind. Soon after, Johnny returned to Carl's office and shared the good news. As expected, Carl nodded approvingly. He reminded Johnny to keep meditating every day until he could command the spirit of vengeance completely. Johnny went home in high spirits. He could see hope ahead. He wouldn't turn into a mindless killer after all. A few days later, Johnny had complete command over the spirit of vengeance. He could transform into Ghost Rider at will, and the hellfire no longer burned him. It felt warm, even comforting. Late one night, out on a barren stretch of desert, a cold wind suddenly swept through. The sand was whipped up in every direction, and in moments, a miniature sandstorm erupted, swirling across the lonely wasteland. Deep within the heart of the sandstorm, a solitary figure emerged, walking slowly forward. He was dressed entirely in black, his pallid skin set off by deep, shadowed eyes, giving him the unmistakable air of death metal. None other than Mephisto's infamous son, Woksinmo. This time, Woksinmo had come in pursuit of the St. Vangonza Pact. With it in his grasp, he could finally drag his father down from the throne with his own hands and claim that seat for himself. Gazing out over the desolate landscape, Woksinmo's eyes fixed on a distant glow, a small town, ablaze with light. A minute later, he set foot in the town and pushed open the swinging doors of the ubiquitous saloon. The once raucous bar fell instantly silent, the music the only sound left lingering in the air. This western town clung to its rugged cowboy charm. Even the decor was stubbornly old-fashioned. Woksinmo strode straight to the bar, grabbing a passing bartender without a second thought. "Where's the St. Vangonza Pact?" His voice was low and menacing, eyes dark and cold. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? Let me go." Here in the Wild West, even a bartender was a burly, broad-shouldered brute, not the sort to be intimidated by a skinny, pale youth who looked like he might faint at any moment. Suddenly, Woksinmo grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged, interlocking teeth. In a flash, shark-like, he bit down and tore off the bartender's entire face. "Damn it, this guy's insane." From behind the bar, a woman shouted, whipping out a shotgun hidden beneath the counter and firing it straight at Woksinmo. Half of Woksinmo's head was blasted away, black smoke curling from the wound. Yet, within moments, the missing half began to regenerate, reforming as if nothing had happened. He turned his gaze to the woman, his eyes flashing a blood-red light. As if entranced, she swung the gun around and, without hesitation, blew her own head off. Woksinmo turned to the rest, flashing a grin smeared with scraps of flesh across his razor-sharp teeth. "Does anyone here know where the St. Vangonza Pact is?" No one answered. The room erupted as everyone opened fire on Woksinmo, bullets flying like rain, the muzzle flashes lighting up the bar like a storm of lanterns. After the initial barrage, Woksinmo was riddled with holes, yet he remained standing. Black smoke streamed from his wounds, signaling that he was utterly unharmed. "If you won't cooperate, then you'll simply become my food." With a thunderous crash, black smoke slammed the doors shut, sealing the bar. Inside, screams and gruesome chewing noises echoed, accompanied by the sickening splatter of blood. Moments later, Woksinmo strolled out of the bar, utterly satisfied. He picked a direction at random and sauntered off, leaving the carnage behind. The next day, Carl was daydreaming as usual in the office. Johnny hadn't shown up for several days. It seemed he had completely mastered the spirit of vengeance within him. Boredom crept back into Carl's life, and just at that moment, his phone rang. It was Tony. "Tony, Do you have any news about Ulysses? Carl asked eagerly. Sky's hand was almost healed. The Inhuman's physiques truly were remarkable. It had taken less than a month for such a serious injury to nearly mend. That's right. The guy wants to meet at sea. The yacht's ready and waiting for you. On Tony's end, the clanging of welding could be heard, a sure sign he was still tinkering with his armor. I'll come find you right now. With that, Carl ended the call immediately. Sky, Wanda, we're closed for the day. Come with me to see Tony. Carl called out loudly. Sky and Wanda were in another room, busy with who knows what. Hearing Carl shout, they promptly came out. What are we seeing Tony for? Isn't it obvious? It's about you. We finally have news about the vibranium. Tony arranged to meet the dealer at sea, and this is the perfect chance for you two to relax a bit. Yes, this is fantastic. I won't have to worry about my hand anymore. I've been waiting for this day forever. Sky bounced with excitement, grabbed Wanda, and dashed out of the office back to her apartment. A dozen minutes later, Sky and Wanda returned to the office, each carrying a small backpack. You two are bringing things along? Carl asked, curious. Of course. If we're heading out to sea, you have to bring a swimsuit. Otherwise, what's the point? Sky's answer was irrefutable, leaving Carl with no room to argue. I'll check if Gwen's free. Let's all go have some fun for a day. Suddenly thinking of Gwen, Sky immediately called her. The moment Gwen heard they'd be yachting at sea, she agreed without hesitation and used her Chocobo portal to return to the office in an instant. Don't you have class? Carl glanced at the time. It was prime school hours. Nope. I'm a top student, always winning the highest scholarships. The school is super lenient with overachievers like me. Gwen replied, full of pride. She was clearly joking. Someone like her, a true academic star, could hardly be compared to a lifelong slacker like Carl. Carl could only shake his head in disbelief. It was just as he thought. No matter where you go, schools always favor the top students. All that talk about fairness was just empty words. Once everyone was packed and ready, the car Tony sent to pick them up arrived. When they reached Tony's villa, Pepper was already waiting, backpack slung over her shoulder, filled with a swimsuit and sunscreen. Proof that women everywhere really do think alike. Tony owns a fleet of yachts, and Pepper chose a slightly larger one for this trip out to sea. After all, with 6 people in total, they needed enough rooms, plus plenty of food and entertainment. In the cockpit, Tony kept watch while Carl piloted the boat. The others lounged on the deck, sunbathing or rubbing on sunscreen. The journey was uneventful, and the yacht soon arrived at the prearranged meeting spot. Once the anchor was dropped, Tony and Carl joined the others on deck to wait. They were somewhere out in the Pacific, not too far from New York Harbor. The sapphire blue sea stretched out beneath a cloudless sky, a gentle ocean breeze. In the air, and a few beautiful women for company. Surrounded by all this, Tony and Carl couldn't help but relax, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. About an hour later, a speedboat appeared in the distance, heading straight for Tony's yacht. Carl immediately spotted Ulysses clow aboard, flanked by a few bodyguards in black suits. Soon, Ulysses reached the yacht and climbed aboard using the gangway. The famous Tony Stark, it's an honor to meet you, Ulysses said, extending his hand for a handshake. Oh, sorry, I'm not really in the habit of touching strangers, Mr. Clow. Let's cut to the chase. Did you bring the goods? Tony replied, his quirks on full display. He never accepted things directly from others, nor did he shake hands with people he didn't know. Who could say if it was due to some trauma in his past? Ulysses just smiled and let it slide, taking a case from one of his bodyguards. These are the samples, Mr. Stark. Take a look before you decide. Carl, well aware of Tony's habits, took the case and opened it. Inside lay a chunk of raw, unrefined vibranium or a bar of refined vibranium. Carl picked up the vibranium bar and tossed it to Sky. Sky, give it a try. The simplest way to test vibranium's authenticity was through vibration. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, could absorb and neutralize intense shocks. Otherwise, how could Captain America's shield survive Mjolnir's blows? Sky gripped the vibranium bar and unleashed her seismic powers. Ripples shimmered across its surface, but unlike other metals, it didn't shatter. Carl could tell at a glance it was genuine and nodded to Tony. How much do you want for it? I'll take everything you've got, Tony declared with a grand flourish. Now that he'd seen vibranium's potential, he was thoroughly intrigued. He was already imagining a few suits of vibranium armor. Maybe he'd call them anti-Sky suits. Vibranium was practically Sky's kryptonite. The only question was, would it hold up against her at full power? Ulysses's eyes lit up. He knew a big deal was coming. Word on the street was that doing business with Tony Stark was the most lucrative opportunity out there. That was because Stark never haggled. As long as your price wasn't outrageous, he would simply wave his hand and seal the deal. I have 100 kilograms of vibranium and 200 kilograms of unrefined ore. Are you sure you can take it all, Mr. Stark? Ulysses certainly had more than that in his stash, but this was the maximum amount he was willing to offer Tony Stark. He understood the wisdom of not putting all his eggs in one basket, so he had no intention of giving Tony his entire stock. After all, there were other buyers out there hungry for vibranium. I'll take the lot. Name your price. Tony didn't waste time with unnecessary chatter. Anything that could be solved with money was hardly a problem for him, just a question of how much. In truth, 100 kilograms of vibranium and 200 kilograms of ore was a hefty amount. It was anyone's guess how Ulysses managed to smuggle so much out of Wakanda. Carl suspected Ulysses must have an inside man in Wakanda, or perhaps there was already an entire smuggling ring in place, helping him funnel vibranium out from within. In the end, Tony scooped up all the vibranium and ore without a moment's hesitation, planning to take them home for some in-depth research. Ulysses was overjoyed. This was a windfall for him. He grinned so widely his molars nearly showed, then promptly rattled off his account information. With Jarvis handling the transaction, Ulysses received his deposit in no time. The remaining sum would be paid after delivery. Once they agreed on a delivery location, Ulysses hummed a cheerful tune as he left. That guy's a real shark. I can't say I like him much, Tony remarked, watching Ulysses' retreating figure. Smuggling contraband out of Wakanda for sale is practically treason. Hardly what you'd call an upstanding citizen, wouldn't you say? Carl replied, feeling indifferent about Ulysses. Wakanda? Are you saying vibranium comes from Wakanda? That poor African country. Tony looked genuinely surprised. He knew of Wakanda. He'd even met their king at a previous United Nations summit. That's just their cover. They've kept themselves hidden from the world for ages, claiming to be a poor, agricultural nation. But in reality, they're the most technologically advanced society on Earth, bar none. To them, your armor might as well be a child's plaything, Carl explained, giving Tony a brief rundown on Wakanda. No way. I've looked at Wakanda on satellite images more than once, and there's not even a proper building in sight. They still live in tents. There's no hint of advanced tech at all, unless... Tony immediately retorted, but halfway through his sentence, he faltered and fell silent. Unless they possess some world-leading cloaking technology that can hide an entire nation. Tony stroked his chin and thought. Such technology wouldn't be impossible to achieve. In fact, he himself could probably invent something like it. The problem was it couldn't be deployed on such a massive scale, much less envelop a whole country. It seems you figured out too. That's right, they've hidden their entire nation. In fact, their technology has reached the very pinnacle of what's possible on Earth. Any cutting-edge advancement you can imagine, they've already achieved. Their medical science is unmatched. Cancer is nothing more than a minor ailment to them. Carl continued, recalling how, in his previous life, the movies had already showcased Wakanda's technological prowess. From their grand airships down to Shuri's wristbands, every piece was a masterpiece of the most advanced science. And Tony, those shrapnel fragments near your heart, that's child's play for them. I'd say they could heal you in a matter of minutes, and you wouldn't feel a thing. Carl remembered the trailer for the Black Panther movie he'd seen in his previous life. He'd never actually watched the film, but even the preview had left him unimpressed. Really? Tony's eyes lit up. He'd considered curing his own injury before, but with current medical technology, it just wasn't possible. If Wakanda truly had a cure, it was worth a try. I'm thinking of visiting Wakanda myself. What do you think? Tony turned to Carl for his opinion. Carl shook his head immediately. Impossible. Their nation is far too closed off. Outsiders can't get in at all. Even through diplomatic channels, all you'll see is the impoverished, backward facade of Wakanda. The real Wakanda? Forget it. Carl dismissed any hope of entering Wakanda through conventional means. They had no interest in contact with the outside world, so any approach was doomed to fail. If you pushed them too hard, not even the might of America or the United Nations would be enough. The consequences would be catastrophic. Well, I guess they're destined to hide away forever like turtles in their shells. Tony shrugged, a note of sarcasm in his voice. He didn't mind, though. Life was good as it was. With the new element, he no longer had to worry about heavy metal poisoning. The side effects were gone, and apart from having to change his arc reactor now and then, he was just like any other person. The old king is still alive for now, so there's no chance of getting into Wakanda. But if the old king passes away and the new king takes the throne, we might have an opportunity. Carl was referring to T'Challa, the Black Panther. He was far more open-minded than his father and would eventually share Wakanda's technology with the world, even becoming a member of the Avengers. Oh, how so? Tony's interest was piqued. He had met the old king of Wakanda before. Although the man looked advanced in years, he was still full of vigor, hardly someone who seemed close to death. In fact, Tony thought the king looked like he might outlive him. The old king has an exiled brother, and that brother has a son who's always held a great grudge against Wakanda. There's a good chance he'll kill the old king. Once T'Challa takes the throne, we'll have our way into Wakanda. Wow, another melodramatic family feud. Can anyone come up with something new? It's always about family, family, family. I'm so tired of hearing it. Tony curled his lip in disdain. He'd seen the kind of plot a million times. Every single primetime drama seemed to recycle the same tired family squabbles. Nothing fresh ever happened, and to make matters worse, you even had to pay to watch. With a sudden splash, their idle talk about Wakanda came to an abrupt end. Gwen, clutching Pepper, dove headfirst into the sea, followed immediately by Sky and Wanda, each of them jumping in with swim rings. Seeing this, Tony lost all interest in conversation. Without hesitation, he dove after them, swimming furiously toward Pepper. Beautiful ladies, sunshine, bikinis, here I come. Watching Gwen and the others splashing around in the water, Carl decided that Wakanda and Black Panther could wait. Today, he didn't care about any of that. Nothing and no one, not even Jesus, was going to stop him from enjoying the sea. It wasn't until evening that the group finally collapsed, exhausted, onto the sofas on the deck. After a day of wild fun, they were completely drained, and hunger was the only thing they could feel. The task of preparing dinner naturally fell to Carl. After all, he was the only one who could cook. Soon enough, a delicious supper was ready. All the ingredients came from the FF world, courtesy of the system, and the flavor was simply beyond compare. Renting your apartment was definitely the best decision I ever made. These meals alone are worth any price. It doesn't matter how high the rent is. Tony chomped down on a steak, nearly biting his own tongue in his eagerness. The others weren't much better, devouring their food like they hadn't eaten in days. Meanwhile, in a suburb of New York, a swirl of black mist appeared out of nowhere. From within the shadows stepped Mephisto, who had traveled all the way from the Gobi Desert to New York. He had a strong sense the St. Van Gonza contract was here, somewhere in this city called New York. Eyeing the distant skyscrapers, Mephisto marched toward them without hesitation. Carl and the others spent the night on the yacht, only sailing back to New York the following day. The moment Tony got home, he set to work arranging for someone to pick up the vibranium from the designated location. He personally assigned Happy to the task, sending him with a small army of bodyguards on a Stark private jet to retrieve the metal as quickly as possible. Tony could hardly wait to begin his research. The transaction went smoothly. Ulysses was true to his word. The vibranium was delivered in precisely the amount promised, not a gram more or less. Money exchanged for goods, both parties satisfied. Carl, the vibranium is back in my hands. Send me the measurements and a rough idea of the design you want. I'll have the arm guard ready in no time, Tony said, toying with a bar of vibranium as he called Carl. All right, I'll send you the measurements soon. As for the design, just make it practical. No need for anything flashy. Too much decoration would be a drawback, Carl replied. He was idling away in his office. When it gone back to school, Sky and Wanda were out shopping with Natasha, leaving Carl to play the empty nester all by himself. After hanging up, Carl sent Tony the measurements for Sky's arm. Then, he hugged Muggle tightly, scratching the creature in his arms with gusto. Good thing I've still got you for company. Muggle let out a lazy little sound, rolled over, and nudged Carl as if to say, right there, scratch me. Late at night, Carl was fast asleep. Outside the window, a shadow of black mist swept by, but Carl felt nothing in his deep slumber. Only Muggle, in the office, lifted his head to glance at the window, then promptly went back to sleep. Atop the Empire State Building, the demon sorcerer emerged from the swirling black mist, standing on the eagle-headed ornament, gazing down over the whole of New York, mind-worrying as he tried to pinpoint the location of the San Venganza contract. For reasons he couldn't explain, he was unable to sense even the faintest trace of the contract. No clues, no lingering aura, as if it had vanished into thin air. But he knew better. Such a powerful contract couldn't simply disappear. Someone must have hidden it away. The demon sorcerer spread his arms and began to chant in a low, incantory voice. Soon, a breeze swept through the air. Then, in an instant, all the winds fell silent. A human form coalesced from the wind. Next came a swirl of sand, then a surge of water. Each gave rise to a figure of its own. At last, the shapes solidified, features coming into view. The three figures knelt before the demon sorcerer, each on one knee. Master, you have finally arrived, one of them said. The demon sorcerer nodded slightly at the three demons before him. Wind demon, water demon, earth demon. Have any of you discovered news of the San Venganza contract? All three shook their heads. Master, the San Venganza contract appears to have completely vanished. There's not a single trace left. The last we heard of it was in a chapel in a small town outside the city. The wind demon reported first. That's right, master. We already searched that chapel. The contract wasn't there. According to the priest, the Ghost Rider took it decades ago, and since then, no one has seen it or heard of its whereabouts, said the water demon. That was as far as their investigation had gotten. The trail ended abruptly with the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider, just a dog serving under my father, and he dares to hide the contract from me. He's signing his own death warrant. The demon sorcerer narrowed his eyes, which glowed blood red, as if within them lay mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Find him for me. Hunt down that mutt, the Ghost Rider. His voice was low and menacing. Suddenly, a wild gale swept through the area. Yes, young master. Riding the furious wind, the three demons vanished, leaving the demon sorcerer alone, overlooking all of Manhattan. It won't be long before this place becomes my paradise. With those words, he disappeared into a swirl of dark mist. Right after, a portal shimmered open, and the guardian of the New York sanctum stepped through. Spreading his hands, he conjured a complex spell formation that flew forth, capturing the last traces of dark mist that hadn't yet dissipated. At Kamar Taj, the guardian of the New York sanctum brought the wisp of dark mist to the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, Mephisto's son, the demon sorcerer, has found a way to come to Earth. What's more, he's arrived in his true form. The Ancient One glanced at the dark mist and waved a hand, dispersing it effortlessly. No need to worry. Someone will send that little troublemaker back where he belongs. She sipped her tea leisurely, saying nothing more. In that case, I'll take my leave. The guardian bowed and returned to the New York sanctum. The Ancient One looked up at the sky, where flocks of birds crossed a vast, cloudless blue. Early the next morning, Carl was yanked out of his warm bed by Wanda. Her reason: she and Sky were going to MIT to hang out with Gwen and Peter, and they'd be gone all day. Guarding the house was now Carl's sole responsibility. Carl was left completely at a loss. These two really did whatever popped into their heads. How were they planning to get to MIT? That was hundreds of kilometers from New York. Driving would take hours. And since when did they have a car? Did you forget? Gwen set the coordinates ages ago. We can use the Chocobo portal to get there. Sky pulled out her crystal. When did Gwen set the coordinates? Why didn't I know about it? As the master of the Chocobo portal, Carl could sense every coordinate set, whether by himself or by anyone who held a crystal. She just did, while you were still asleep. Wanda took out her own crystal as well. We're in a hurry, so we'll head off first. Take good care of the house, okay? With that, Sky activated her crystal, and Wanda followed suit. Hey, I haven't finished. Before Carl could finish his sentence, the two of them vanished, leaving him alone in the room, staring wide-eyed at Moguri. Moguri drifted over slowly, tossed Carl a comb, then curled up comfortably in his arms. Cupo, all right. You're all the bosses here, and I'm still not sure who's really in charge. Carl muttered under his breath as he brushed Moguri's fur. This fellow was becoming more and more like a cat, lazier than ever, wanting to be weighted on hand and foot. It was all thanks to Sky and the others spoiling him rotten. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was enjoying a rare moment of leisure, sipping coffee with nothing urgent on his plate. He figured he might as well take advantage of the downtime to sneak in a little break. Suddenly, the communicator on his desk chimed insistently. Mother! Nick Fury snatched up the device and jabbed a button. Coulson, if you're not calling with something important, I'll have you digging mines in Africa by the end of the day. He was clearly exasperated, just when he'd managed to steal a bit of peace, even that was too much to ask. Director, we found Captain America and the Tesseract, Coulson replied, barely able to contain his excitement. He'd finally met his idol, Captain America, the real deal, alive and well. How are Captain America's vitals? Fury asked, instantly serious. At the moment, his life signs are weak, but all his bodily functions appear normal. Most likely, he just needs time to recover after being frozen for so long. Good. Both Captain America and the Tesseract are extremely important to us. Make sure you get them back safely. I'll arrange a secure route for you and send it over shortly. Only you and Barton will know about it. Bring Captain America and the Tesseract back in secret. Everyone else sticks to the original plan. Better safe than sorry. Fury scrapped the old arrangements and mapped out a new route to transport Cap and the Tesseract home. Somewhere in the Arctic, Captain America lay inside a heated capsule, under constant watch. The Tesseract stayed with Coulson, who along with Barton, boarded a small plane apart from the rest. The others would return to Washington on the main S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft as planned. On board, a baseball game played softly on the radio. Suddenly, Steve's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting. Captain, you're awake, said someone dressed as a nurse, jotting something down in a notebook. Where am I? I remember. I was supposed to be on a plane, Steve murmured, rubbing his forehead, struggling to recall what happened before he blacked out. You're in a hospital, Captain. Our people found you. The nurse replied, sneaking a glance at her watch. Steve stayed silent, holding his forehead, unmoving. The radio continued its steady broadcast of the game. "Captain, you're still very weak. You need to rest," the nurse said, leaning in as if to restrain him gently. But in a flash, Steve sprang up, grabbing the nurse by the throat and lifting her clean off the ground. "Who are you? Where am I, really?" Steve's eyes were icy cold, his grip tightening with every word. The nurse kept slapping Steve's arm, but no matter how hard she tried, his hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron vise, refusing to let go. "I was right there the game. I'll ask you one last time. Where are we?" The nurse was nearly suffocating, barely able to struggle any longer. In that moment, a flood of agents suddenly burst in from both sides, swarming in to try and restrain Steve. Steve took them down one by one with his fists. One agent, who had fired a taser, got knocked out cold with a single punch from Steve, his front teeth knocked clean out. After dispatching the agents, Steve ran around the room in a frenzy, like a headless chicken. It took him a while, but he finally found the exit and dashed barefoot straight out onto the busy street. What he saw there left him utterly stunned. The street was packed with cars and bustling with people dressed in fashions he'd never seen before. Towering electronic billboards lit up the cityscape, and cutting-edge technology was everywhere. Devices and displays Steve couldn't even begin to recognize. For a moment, Steve felt completely disoriented, as if he were trapped in a dream. Otherwise, where could all these unfamiliar things have come from? "Times have changed, Captain. You've been asleep for 60 years. Welcome to a whole new era." Nick Fury stepped out of car, flanked by a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him. That night, just as Carl was about to lie down and sleep, a deafening roar of engines cut through the silence, accompanied by chilling, maniacal laughter. There was no need to guess. Carl knew it had to be that damn Ghost Rider. Had the guy never realized just how grating his laughter was? Carl opened his window and poked his head out. Sure enough, Ghost Rider came blazing past, sparks and flames trailing from his signature horn motorcycle. Up ahead, something like a sandstorm was racing desperately away, trying to escape. Watching the wild chase, Carl's curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, he leapt out the window, summoned Onion, and mounted up to pursue Ghost Rider. All along the way, Ghost Rider kept pestering the Earth Demon, but the Earth Demon wasn't taking the bait, focused solely on fleeing for his life. Finally, they reached an abandoned train station, where the Earth Demon suddenly came to a halt, materializing out of the swirling sand. Ghost Rider stopped his bike, locking eyes with the Earth Demon. The Earth Demon grinned suddenly. Out of nowhere, a car hurtled toward Ghost Rider, slamming into him with such force that both he and his motorcycle were smashed against the wall. The impact left a massive dent in the car's engine compartment. Carl and Onion stood on the station rooftop, watching the scene unfold. "Ouch, that's gotta hurt," Carl muttered, stroking Onion's smooth feathers. With a tremendous force, the mangled car was blasted aside, and Ghost Rider emerged unscathed, charging straight at the Earth Demon. At the same time, the Water Demon and the Wind Demon appeared together. One of them transformed into a puddle, suddenly materializing just as Ghost Rider stomped down and immediately trapped him with a surge of water. The Wind Demon, meanwhile, unleashed punch after punch at Ghost Rider's face, and at that moment, the Earth Demon also joined in, taking part in the beating. The three demons surrounded Ghost Rider, pummeling him relentlessly. The flames atop Ghost Rider's head grew weaker and weaker, the bright yellow gradually shifting to blue, as if they might flicker out at any moment. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist billowed forth, and Waxinmo's figure appeared without warning. He strode forward and seized Ghost Rider's jaw in a vice-like grip. "As expected, you're nothing more than a loyal dog to my father. Even the spirit of vengeance is just SOSO. Now, tell me where the St. Venganza Pact is hidden." Waxinmo's voice was deep and menacing, his eyes turning blood red. Ghost Rider had no idea what the St. Venganza Pact was. He glanced at Waxinmo and suddenly said, "Look into my eyes." With that, the penance stare ignited, and hellfire blazed in his eye sockets. Yet the usually unstoppable penance stare failed this time. It had absolutely no effect on Waxinmo. "So this is the penance stare? Laughable." Waxinmo sneered, "I am a demon. Where'd I give soul? Your penance stare is useless against me." Even Ghost Rider's skull seemed visibly stunned. The penance stare was meant to punish the guilty, to burn their souls. But without a soul, it was powerless. As a demon of hell, Waxinmo's soul was naturally bound to the underworld itself. The penance stare simply couldn't touch him. "Speak. Where's the St. Venganza Pact?" Waxinmo clamped his hand around Ghost Rider's throat. With a slight squeeze, the flames on Ghost Rider's head were instantly snuffed out, leaving only the faintest ember, barely visible, and flickering like a candle flame on the verge of going out. But Ghost Rider didn't answer Wuxinmo's question. Instead, he let out a wild, booming laugh, and the chains wrapped around him clattered to the ground. Quite the spectacle, so many ganging up on a single skull. Carl leapt down from the rooftop, landing in front of Wuxinmo and the others. At the same time, Onion fluttered down on its wings. Human, leave now, and I might spare your life. Wuxinmo turned to look at Carl. Seeing he was just a human, his expression grew even more disdainful. Oh, I'll leave after I finish watching the show. After all, what's a party without an audience, right? Cough, cough. Carl stopped himself, embarrassed, realizing he had carried over old habits from his previous life. Then you can stay right here, and your soul will be mine. With that, Wuxinmo motioned for the Earth Demon to go and kill Carl. The Earth Demon nodded and strode straight toward him. You're quite lucky to have run into me. Yes, I've always been lucky. With those words, Carl unhesitatingly drew the Punisher and fired a shot at the Earth Demon, blowing its head apart in an instant. Onion immediately darted forward, swiping with a claw and scattering the Earth Demon's body into a loose pile of sand. But soon, the sand began to gather itself, slowly reforming into the Earth Demon's figure once more. That hurts so much. Clutching its head, the Earth Demon howled in pain. The Punisher was a weapon designed to counter demons, and the agony in its head was as if it had been torn apart. Its head reformed far more slowly than the rest of its body. Onion charged again, ramming through the Earth Demon just as it reformed, scattering it into sand once more. Damn you, filthy bird! I'll kill you! With a furious roar, the Earth Demon's body swelled as countless grains of sand swirled together, revealing its true form at last. Its true self was a demon with long, menacing horns, resembling a massive bull. Carl told Onion to stay back, then faced the charging Earth Demon head-on. Do you know what happens when sand meets lightning? Carl's voice was calm as he addressed the Earth Demon. But the Earth Demon paid him no mind, barreling forward with a fist the size of a car, swinging it straight at Carl. Do you know what sand turns into when struck by lightning? Carl spoke again, his tone unhurried as the Earth Demon's massive form loomed closer. It turns into glass. A deafening thunderclap erupted. Blinding flashes of lightning crackled into existence before the Earth Demon, streaks of purple electricity striking the arm it had raised against Carl. In an instant, the demon's arm turned pitch black, then began to crystallize, transforming into a black, glass-like substance. Immediately after, a gunshot rang out. The Earth Demon's arm exploded into countless shards of glass, spraying in all directions. The Earth Demon stared at his arm and smiled coldly. It's useless. As long as there's sand in this world, I am invincible. He tried to gather sand to restore his injured arm, only to discover the sand would no longer come together. It was as if some force was preventing the grains from fusing. Noticed it, did you? The places struck by lightning have crystallized. They're no longer sand. Carl leveled the gun once more and blew the demon's entire arm to pieces. Damn it. Why? Why want to heal? Panic gripped the Earth Demon as he screamed and desperately tried to gather sand to his wound, but nothing happened. Seeing this, the Demon Lord's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Earth Demon was a trusted lieutenant. He could not allow anything to happen to him, especially not at the hands of mere humans. It was a blow to his pride. Wind Demon, your turn. Wind Demon instantly vanished into a swirl of wind and reappeared right behind Carl, his claws darting straight for Carl's heart. I know a bit about wind myself, Carl said calmly. A razor-sharp blade of wind materialized out of nowhere, slicing clean through Wind Demon's outstretched claw and forcing him back. How is this possible? Wind Demon stared in disbelief at his hand, which, though it quickly regenerated, left him shaken, not by the pain, but by the realization that Carl had been able to control the wind itself to harm him. As Wind Demon, he should command all winds, be immune to every gust and gale. Wind was never supposed to harm him. Yet here was this human, wielding the wind and severing his hand. It was something Wind Demon could not tolerate. He surged forward again, joined now by Earth Demon. Together, they flanked Carl, one before and one behind. Both demons bared their teeth in vicious grins. Let's see you dodge this. Carl remained unhurried, and in an instant, violet lightning and emerald wind blades erupted, striking Wind Demon and Earth Demon simultaneously. The wind blades sliced Wind Demon's body cleanly in two at the waist, while the bolt of lightning struck Earth Demon square in the chest. His chest blackened instantly, and if one looked closely, the surface glinted with a faint sheen. It had crystallized. The green wind element now blocked Wind Demon's power to heal. He would have to expel every trace of Carl's wind before he could reform his body. Earth Demon, meanwhile, was far worse off. His crystallized chest had robbed him of any hope of regeneration. A harsh, ragged cough tore from Earth Demon's throat. As a demon, he could hardly believe that a human had bested him. Fear began to claw at his mind. With great effort, he raised his head, terror etched across his face as he looked at Carl. In Carl's hand now appeared a staff, long and slender like a spear. As a demon hunter, killing demons is just my job. That makes you very unlucky. Carl pointed his staff at Earth Demon. A deafening crack of thunder split the air overhead. A bolt of purple lightning crashed down, illuminating the train station in its fierce glare. When the light faded, Earth Demon had been transformed into a black glass statue. Tiny cracks spiderwebbed across the statue's surface, and in the next instant, it collapsed like a pile of blocks, shattering into shards of glass. Wind Demon stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by terror, for he knew Earth Demon had been utterly annihilated, body and soul. Demons were not immortal. True death meant their spirit was scattered and erased from existence, never to return, never to resurrect. If Earth Demon had merely projected his soul onto Earth, then upon death, only his host would have perished, for his true self would remain elsewhere. But fate was cruel. Earth Demon had come to Earth in person, in the flesh. His death was final. It wasn't just the Earth Fiend. The same held true for the Heart Witch, the Wind Fiend, and the Water Fiend. That explained why the Wind Fiend was so terrified. At that moment, the Ghost Rider, who had been choked by the Heart Witch, suddenly erupted with a surge of power. The flames on his head flared up wildly, and with a swing of his chain, he ensnared the Heart Witch. The chain, heated to a glowing red by the fires of hell, radiated intense heat and flames. Yet the Heart Witch showed not the slightest trace of panic. His body abruptly faded into a wisp of black smoke, only to rematerialize a moment later, effortlessly slipping free from the chain's grasp. At the same time, he finally released his hold on the Ghost Rider's throat. The Heart Witch glanced at the Ghost Rider, then at Carl, and finally at the Wind Fiend, who was so frightened he could barely stand. Realizing there was no profit to be had today, the Heart Witch gave up the fight. We'll let it go for now. Get the San Venganza contract ready, Ghost Rider. You're going to need it. With that threat hanging in the air, the Heart Witch's form dissolved into black mist and vanished. The Water Fiend, supporting the battered Wind Fiend, transformed into a rushing torrent and swiftly departed as well. Once the Heart Witch was gone, the Ghost Rider looked at Carl. The flames atop his head instantly snuffed out. As he reverted to Johnny's form, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed in a faint. Carl hurried forward to check on him, just as a figure appeared in the distance, walking toward them. Leave him to me. The newcomer looked well into old age, riding a tall stallion, dressed as a cowboy. He was the previous Ghost Rider, the true keeper of the San Venganza contract. Carl recognized him immediately. He'd always thought, even back when watching the movies, that this old cowboy on horseback was the coolest Ghost Rider of all. All right then, since you're also a Ghost Rider, maybe you can teach him how to wield that power. Carl carefully lifted Johnny onto the old man's horse. What about his bike? He asked. Can you ride? The old man replied. I can ride a horse, Carl answered. No way. No one but me can ride my horse. You take the bike and follow me. With that, the old Ghost Rider turned his horse and rode off in a certain direction. Hey, wait up for me, Carl called, hastily clambering onto Johnny's chopper to give chase. He couldn't fathom why Johnny liked such a ridiculous motorcycle. The handlebars were higher than a person's head, the riding posture was awkward, and the thing was so long. Didn't that make it hard to turn? After about half an hour, Carl followed the Ghost Rider to an old cemetery, the home of the previous Ghost Rider. He was the caretaker here. The old Ghost Rider had once been a lawman in the Wild West, just like Johnny, and had fallen under Mephisto's influence. In fact, he had orchestrated the San Venganza contract himself, filling it with the souls he'd hunted for Mephisto over a lifetime. But in the end, when he saw Mephisto's true nature, he resolved to hide the San Venganza contract, somewhere Mephisto would never find it. So, he handed the contract to the priest at the church, instructing him to place it beneath the statue of Jesus. In this way, Mephisto would never be able to sense the presence of the contract, and naturally, he would never find it. But who could have expected that, after a few generations, a new priest arrived at the church, completely unaware of this matter. He even went so far as to renovate the church, and thus the San Venganza contract was brought back into the light of day. Its aura was once again picked up by Mephisto. So he took the contract and hid it on his person. If you've seen the movie, you'll remember, he concealed it inside his grave-digging shovel, etched with exorcism sigils. The shovel blocked the contract's energy, keeping it hidden from Mephisto and the demon Heart Witch. By the time Carl returned to his apartment, it was already the early hours of the morning. After a night of turmoil, he didn't even bother to wash up. He just collapsed straight into bed. For 3 days in a row, Carl continued to mind the shop alone. Sky and Wanda called to say they'd be in Boston for a few days and told him not to worry. Carl was left once again in an empty house, with only Mogulai for company amid the endless boredom. At that moment, the door swung open, and Johnny hurried in, looking utterly disheveled, sweat streaming down his forehead. "Back from the cemetery?" Carl asked, curiosity in his voice as he spotted Johnny. "I heard what happened from that guy. After I passed out, you saved me." "Thank you," Johnny said. Carl just waved it off, unconcerned. "What's the rush? Did something happen?" Carl poured Johnny a glass of water. "Yes, I need your help. My girlfriend Roxanne was taken by the Demon Heart Witch, and they want me to trade the San Venganza contract for her life. I'm worried I can't handle this alone, so I came to ask for your help." Johnny gulped down the water in one go, finally steadying himself a little. The San Venganza contract was already in hand, passed on to him by Carter Slade, the previous ghostwriter, who also agreed to guide him and lead the way to San Venganza. The contract could only be used at San Venganza itself, where it could summon the souls of the dead. Carl nodded in agreement, glad to finally have something to do besides idly brushing Mogulai's fur at home. Johnny waited at the agency until evening. Only then did the two of them set off toward Carter's grave on the outskirts of the city. When they arrived at the cemetery, Carter was already waiting, his ever-present shovel now broken in half, revealing the true face of the contract hidden inside. Meanwhile, in a villa in New York, the old man possessed by Mephisto also sensed the presence of the San Venganza contract. "At last it's appeared. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," the old man muttered, his eyes glowing red as he gazed toward the outskirts. Handing the contract to Johnny, Carter walked over to his stable and let out his black horse, swinging himself up into the saddle. "Think your horse can keep up with mine?" With a forceful stomp, Johnny revved his motorcycle, the engine roaring to life. In an instant, he transformed into the blazing, fiery Ghost Rider. "Kid, you're still a long way off," Carter said, putting on his cowboy hat. As soon as the hat touched his head, flames erupted, engulfing his entire body in searing fire. He became a complete skeleton, his coat riddled with bullet holes. His horse, too, was wreathed in hellfire, transformed into a fearsome steed straight out of the underworld, far more impressive than Johnny's motorcycle by a long shot. Carl's eyes widened in awe. Now, that was a real mount. Talk about style. He glanced down at the clumsy bird he was riding and couldn't help but give it a look of utter disappointment. Onion, noticing Carl's look, threw him off with a sudden buck, then turned its big head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Its gaze locked onto the hell horse, a fierce fighting spirit blazing in its eyes. Carl let out a helpless sigh. Who would have thought Onion could get jealous? There, easy now," Carl cooed, stroking Onion's neck to soothe it. "How could that guy compare to you? I was just curious. That flaming thing looks like it'd scorch your backside. Nowhere near as comfortable as riding you, right?" Hearing Carl's words, Onion finally calmed down, its large head nuzzling up to him in affection. With Onion's mood restored, Carl climbed back onto its back. Carter glanced at his watch. There were still 3 hours until midnight, plenty of time to reach the ruins of San Venganza before the hour struck. The three of them galloped side by side, speeding out of New York and heading west. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, they could make out a stretch of forest, with the old town perched atop a mountain in its heart. "This is as far as I go. From here on out, you'll have to travel alone," Carter Slade said. The fire that had covered him was almost gone, and the hell horse beneath him was panting heavily, utterly spent. Carl knew Carter Slade was at his limit. He should have passed on long ago. Only the lingering spirit of vengeance inside him had kept him alive. Now, that last ember of the vengeful spirit had finally burned out. "Remember, never trust a word Mephisto says. You have to trust yourself, always," Carter Slade said, his hollow eyes fixed on Johnny. A trace of sadness flickered across Johnny's face, the flames atop his head dwindling. "My time's up. Make sure you save your girl, you hear?" With those words, Carter Slade's body dissolved into a swirl of flame, swept away by the wind, leaving nothing behind. "The rest of the way is up to us now," Carl said after a final glance at the place where Carter Slade had vanished. Then he turned and walked toward the woods. Johnny followed close behind, the two of them disappearing into the forest. The forest was a scene of utter desolation. Everywhere, rotting trees and murky swamps stretched out, making the woods seem lifeless, as though all vitality had been drained away. "Be careful. The wind demon and the water demon are likely lying in wait here," Carl warned Johnny. He had already defeated the earth demon, but the wind and water demons had escaped. Carl was certain that the witch heart demon would send them both to intercept Johnny and perhaps even seize the contract from his hands. As the two ventured deeper, the forest grew ever darker and more oppressive. Suddenly, a nameless wind swept through, setting the decaying leaves rustling all around them. Wailing, ghostly howls echoed through the gloom, chilling the air. Carl barked a sharp warning. Johnny was just about to unfasten the chains slung over his shoulders when, without warning, the wind demon materialized. In a flash, it swept right through Johnny's body, seized him, and hurled him high into the sky before casting him down from above. In midair, Johnny transformed instantly into the Ghost Rider. Like a falling star blazing with hellfire, he streaked toward the earth, crashing down with a tremendous impact that shook the ground and left a deep crater in his wake. The wind demon descended from above, peering into the pit. Suddenly, flames surged upward. A searing hot chain shot out from the depths, wrapping tight around the wind demon's newly formed body and flinging him violently aside. The wind demon smashed through several tree trunks before finally steadying itself. Carl was just about to rush forward when, as his foot touched a small puddle, an invisible hand appeared, seizing his ankle and dragging him straight into the nearby mire. Seeing the danger, the Ghost Rider dashed toward the swamp, whipping his chain at the back. But in that instant, the wind demon's form suddenly appeared, repeating his earlier attack. He struck Ghost Rider with a powerful blow, sending him flying. At the same time, countless blades of wind tore through the air, crashing into Ghost Rider with explosive force. One after another, explosions thundered as more than a dozen wind blades struck, even briefly extinguishing the hellfire burning on Ghost Rider's body. Then, out of the smoke and dust, a blazing chain lashed out at the wind demon, only to pass right through him, leaving no mark, inflicting no harm. Ha ha! Your attacks are useless against me. Ghost Rider, the wind demon laughed wildly. Today will be your last. And as for your girlfriend, she won't be as lucky as you. Her soul will feed the depths of hell, become nourishment for the young master himself. Ha ha ha! The wind demon's laughter was unrestrained. No matter how Ghost Rider swung his chain, it could not even touch him, let alone cause harm. Ghost Rider stepped slowly from the haze, his hollow gaze fixed on the wind demon hovering above. Suddenly, he withdrew his chain, then, with a flick of his wrist, sent it spinning once more. But this time, he didn't aim at the wind demon. Instead, he began to whirl the chain through the air, letting it coil and spiral in dizzying arcs. A fierce, whirling wind began to build, filling the dark forest with an ominous tension. As the chain spun, it finally formed a massive vortex filled with hellfire. A tremendous suction force emerged, catching the wind demon off guard and gradually pulling him toward the heart of the swirling inferno. By the time the wind demon tried to resist, it was already too late. The hellfire burned his body mercilessly, and the pull from the vortex made it utterly impossible for him to transform into wind and escape. All he could do was watch, helpless, as his own form turned to ash. Spare me, Ghost Rider. You can do whatever you want with me. I can serve you, be your servant. Just let me go. The wind demon began to beg desperately, but more than half his body had already been consumed by the hellfire. Ghost Rider paid no heed to the wind demon's pleas. Only when the wind demon was completely devoured by the flames did he finally cease his movements. With a metallic rattle, the chain recoiled, draping itself once more over Ghost Rider's shoulders. Then, he turned his head toward the swamp. Deep within the swamp, Carl was being dragged downward by the water demon. The swamp seemed bottomless, and as he sank further, the pressure of the water increased relentlessly. Carl felt the air in his lungs being steadily squeezed out, while his limbs, ensnared by the water demon, were completely immobilized. Suddenly, the water demon's face appeared, gazing at the sinking Carl with a mocking grin, as if sneering at his helplessness. But Carl responded with a faint smile. Are you afraid of electricity? Carl mouthed the words, though no sound escaped his lips. The water demon froze, an ominous feeling suddenly rising within him. Water conducts electricity, Carl mouthed again. In that instant, countless violet bolts of lightning surged from within him, and high above the forest, dark thunderclouds gathered out of nowhere. Thunder rolled through the sky as violet lightning crackled fiercely. On the ground, Ghost Rider couldn't help but look up at the heavens. Beneath the water, Carl's eyes had turned completely violet, glowing with tangible energy. Lightning, like a nest of serpents, coiled around his body, making it impossible for the water demon to approach. The purple bolts filled him with dread. Suddenly, a bubble of gas formed around Carl, enveloping him completely. Ah, finally, I can breathe again. Carl exhaled deeply within the bubble, gulping in air he'd been desperate for moments earlier. Electrolysis of the water had produced hydrogen and oxygen, creating a large enough pocket of gas for him to breathe. Now then, are you ready, water demon? With a flash of violet light, a staff appeared in Carl's hand. He raised the staff high, and countless bolts of lightning gathered at its tip. Lightning of judgment, Carl shouted, his voice echoing through the depths. The staff vanished from his hand, transforming into a blinding bolt of lightning that shot straight out of the swamp and pierced the sky. Above, lightning crashed down in a torrential barrage, striking the entire swamp with relentless fury. Violet lightning roared and flashed, mercilessly bombarding the mire below. On the riverbank, the Ghost Rider, seeing this scene, immediately retreated 3 meters, fearing he might be caught by the sweep of that violet lightning. The swamp began to boil as if set to a furious simmer. Every creature floated lifelessly atop the water, charred black as cinders. Beneath the surface, Carl watched as the water demon was struck mercilessly by the lightning. Its body bubbled like boiling water, swelling to twice its size in an instant. With the last bolt of lightning, the water demon burst like a ruptured balloon, its fragments mixing with the swamp water and rising to the surface. Carl, buoyed by the bubbles, slowly floated upward. That damned water demon, Carl muttered. He was drenched from head to toe, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin with a sticky sensation. The Ghost Rider stepped forward, and under the searing blaze of soul fire, Carl's clothes dried rapidly, though he still looked thoroughly bedraggled. Wow, I never thought soul fire could be used like that, Carl remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Ghost Rider shifted back into Johnny. With the defeat of both the wind and water demons, the two encountered no further obstacles on their way to the small town of San Venganza. As they took in sight of crumbling buildings and the wafting black mist, both Carl and Johnny's expressions grew grave. Though the town itself was long dead, an eerie, chilling aura pressed in all the more intensely. Beneath this place, thousands of trapped souls remained, all bound by the contract of San Venganza, forever confined within the town's invisible borders. Reaching the fountain at the center of town, Johnny raised his voice to the empty air. Mephistopheles, I've brought what you wanted. With that, Johnny held the contract of San Venganza high above his head. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up. Mephistopheles appeared before Johnny, clutching Roxanne in his arms. Ghost Rider, give me the contract of San Venganza, Mephistopheles demanded, one hand tightening around Roxanne's throat. Let her go, and I'll give you the contract. Otherwise, Johnny flicked open his lighter, its meaning impossible to miss. Mephistopheles only laughed. Naive, did you really think a flame like that could burn the contract of San Venganza? Johnny grinned as well. Are you certain this is an ordinary flame? Johnny's hand holding the lighter had transformed into a skeletal fist. It was well known that the Ghost Rider could imbue any object he touched with his power, and this lighter was no exception. Its flame now burned with hellfire. Mephistopheles' expression finally changed. Hellfire could consume anything, including the contract itself. And if the contract were destroyed, every soul bound to it would be set free. Among them, how many belonged to hell? It was clear, in the town of San Venganza, hell was here to take those souls by force. These souls were the innocent victims of the Ghost Rider's own vengeance, and none deserved their fate. If you dare do that, I promise your girlfriend will suffer endless torment for all eternity. Webtoon threatened Johnny. Johnny held the lighter closer to the contract. Go ahead and try. I swear I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth, and you'll spend the rest of your days running for your life. The Ghost Rider's powers were no joke. Johnny's words were not an empty threat. Let's let go together. Webtoon tightened his grip on Roxanne's hand once more. Johnny agreed as well. At the same moment, Carl quietly readied himself. I'll count to 3. We'll trade at the same time. Johnny tossed the contract up into the air, and Webtoon simultaneously flung Roxanne upward. Johnny leaped, catching Roxanne in his arms, while Webtoon lunged into the air, reaching for the contract. But just then a sudden flash, a long sword shot out, knocking the contract away. Webtoon's grasp closed on empty air. Carl snatched the contract out of the air, twisted deftly mid-leap, and landed lightly on the ground. Demons will always be demons, never the brightest. With a flick of his hand, Carl made the contract vanish, safely stowing it in his system's inventory. Meanwhile, Mephisto suddenly lost his connection to the contract again, but he'd already locked onto its direction and was racing toward the small town. Damn it! Hand over the contract. Webtoon erupted in fury. This was the first time a human had made a fool of him. He lunged straight at Carl, razor-sharp claws slashing toward Carl's chest. Carl swept his ultimate blade sideways, parrying Webtoon's claws. Then, in a blink, he switched the sword from his right to his left hand and struck back with a swift thrust. There was a sharp tearing sound as the blade pierced Webtoon's clothes, but Wuxinmo barely dodged the blow. Enraged and unwilling to back down, Wuxinmo slashed again. Carl suddenly ducked under the attack and swept his sword at Wuxinmo's legs. The longsword passed through Wuxinmo's legs in a flash, but Wuxinmo had already turned into black mist and slipped away from the strike. Pulling back, Wuxinmo transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke, enveloping Carl. Out of the darkness, countless Wuxinmos emerged. All the Wuxinmos shouted in unison, lunging at Carl together. Carl remained calm, sword shadows flickering around him as waves of sword energy shot out in all directions, piercing one Wuxinmo after another. Each Wuxinmo struck by the ultimate blade dissolved into black mist. Yet a moment later, they reformed, solidifying and surging at Carl again. In a heartbeat, Carl was completely engulfed by the tide of Wuxinmos. Watching anxiously, Johnny hurried Roxanne to a safe spot, far from the chaos. "Roxanne, I have to help Carl. Wait here for me." With those words, Johnny turned to rush back into the fray. Roshan grabbed his hand tightly. "Be careful. I'll be waiting for you, always." Her eyes were red with tears. She and Johnny had grown up together, childhood sweethearts bound by deep affection. Ever since Johnny disappeared, she could never let him go. Now, after finally being reunited, she faced losing him all over again. Roshan was terrified that Johnny might vanish from her life once more, never to return. Johnny pulled Roshan into a fierce embrace. "Wait for me. This time, I swear I'll never leave you again." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, then without hesitation charged toward Carl. Flames erupted around him, blazing ever brighter as he ran. At that very moment, a sudden burst of violet energy exploded from within the crowd, crackling with streaks of lightning. Thunder crashed with deafening fury, and lightning ravaged everything in its path. In an instant, every witch-heart demon was obliterated, the sinister black fog around them torn apart by the storm's wrath. The lightning spread outward, crystallizing the ground into a charred, blackened marshland. In the midst of it all stood Carl, sword in hand, his eyes glowing with a surging tide of violet energy. The witch-heart demon appeared just outside the boundary of the thunder swamp, staring at Carl in terror, clearly shaken by the lightning's devastating power. While it stood there, stunned, a chain suddenly materialized and wrapped around its body. Searing heat radiated from the chain, and the hellfire it carried burned the witch-heart demon with unbearable agony. Desperate, the demon dissolved into black mist, slipping from the chain's grasp to escape. But in that instant, a gunshot rang out, piercing the witch-heart demon's body. As it was reforming, the bullet tore straight through its abdomen, leaving a wound the size of a bowl, nearly severing it at the waist. The flesh around the wound was scorched and blackened. When a witch-heart demon was in its formless state, it was indeed immune to attack, but it had a fatal weakness. In the moment it took on physical form, it was at its most vulnerable. By sheer luck, Carl's shot shattered half its waist, and the power of holiness in the bullet prevented the demon from healing itself. As the son of the king of hell, the witch-heart demon had never suffered such humiliation. It was always the one tormenting others, never the victim. "I'll kill you all," it roared. With a furious bellow, the witch-heart demon's body began to swell, black mist surging out as it grew to over 5 meters tall. Beneath its jet-black skin, molten lava pulsed. A pair of ram's horns curled wickedly from its head, muscles as hard as stone bulged high, and crimson flames blazed in its blood-red eyes. The demon revealed its true, monstrous form. Demonic energy burst outward, and the surrounding buildings collapsed in a thunderous crash. Carl met the onrushing demonic power with a single slash of his sword, cutting through the storm without being harmed. Beside him, the Ghost Rider stood firm, unfazed by the oppressive force. With a furious roar, the witch-heart demon swung a massive fist at Carl. Waves of demonic energy followed, like a rain of razor-sharp spears crashing down with the blow. Several blades of wind formed around him, shooting out in an instant to collide with the demonic aura. Rather than retreat, Carl pressed forward, thrusting his sword straight at the millstone-sized fist of the demon heart fiend. The ultimate divine blade pierced through the fiend's palm, but the tremendous strength of the demon heart fiend surged through the sword and into Carl's hands. Carl's entire body tensed, his muscles straining as he forcibly withstood the blow. At the same time, he twisted his wrists, and the ultimate divine blade carved out a great swath of flesh from the fiend's palm. The demon heart fiend withdrew his hand, but at that moment, the Ghost Rider's chains coiled tightly around his wrist. The Ghost Rider's strength was formidable as well, yanking the demon heart fiend's arm back. Seizing the opportunity, Carl sprang into the air and brought his sword down in one swift stroke. With a single slash, Carl severed the fiend's arm. The massive limb crashed to the ground, and from the wound, torrents of blood as molten as lava gushed forth. A guttural scream tore from the demon heart fiend's throat as he clutched his mangled arm. His entire body convulsed, sending sheets of scalding blood splashing everywhere. The burning heat instantly scorched through the ground, leaving behind a scattering of shallow pits. The fiend's eyes grew even redder, glowing with a demonic light. Suddenly, two searing beams shot from his gaze, slicing through the earth as they hurtled toward the Ghost Rider. With a flick of his wrist, the Ghost Rider tried to block the beams with his chains, but the searing rays blazed hotter than hellfire itself. They melted the chains in an instant and pierced straight through his body. The Ghost Rider was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. The structure collapsed, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. Seizing the moment, Carl leaped behind the demon heart fiend and slashed his sword toward the creature's neck. The fiend jerked his head aside, and Carl's blade instead struck his horn, sending a shower of sparks flying. With a sweeping motion, the demon heart fiend swung his massive hand at Carl. Still airborne, Carl had no time to adjust. The blow struck him squarely, sending him hurtling through the air. The ultimate divine blade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. Damn it! What the hell does this thing eat to get so strong? Carl coughed as he staggered to his feet, battered but undeterred. Without hesitation, he charged at the demon heart fiend once more. Aerial burst. A multitude of wind blades suddenly materialized, merging into a roaring tornado, within which emerald claw shadows flickered in and out of sight. Carl pointed forward, and the tornado surged toward the demon heart fiend with such speed that the fiend didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the tornado tore into the fiend's body, and the countless claw shadows within slashed at him like 1,000 razor-sharp knives. Rivers of molten blood erupted from his wounds, turning the tornado itself a blazing, fiery orange. The tornado raged on for several heartbeats before gradually fading away. By then, the demon heart fiend had already been swept high into the air, only to come crashing down with a thunderous impact once the wind subsided. At this moment, countless wounds deep enough to expose bone appeared all over the witch heart demon's body. Crimson, molten blood oozed from the gashes, and whether the demon itself was dead or alive was anyone's guess. With a flick of his hand, Carl summoned the ultimate divine weapon back into his palm. Sword in hand, he strode up to the witch heart demon, preparing to sever its head in a single stroke. Suddenly, Carl's ear twitched. He instantly raised the judicator, aiming it in a specific direction. From the shadows, an elderly man in a sharp suit stepped out. His cane tapped rhythmically against the ground, the sound echoing through the silence, lending him an air of old-world elegance and gentlemanly poise. No matter what he's done, he's still my son. Spare his life. It was Mephisto, appearing here as a projected soul. Mephisto, Carl asked, though the barrel of his gun remained trained on the old man. You know me? Let me guess, the one who broke the Ghost Rider's memory seal before. That was you, wasn't it? Mephisto's voice was deep, rich, and magnetic. No, it wasn't you. I didn't sense that familiar power. It wasn't you. Mephisto shook his head. He felt none of that intimate, recognizable force from Carl. Instead, Carl's presence was wild, brimming with untamed fury. Just then, the ruins nearby erupted in an explosion. From the blaze, the Ghost Rider emerged, shrieking as he charged straight toward Mephisto. All these years, and you're still rebelling against me? Mephisto reached out with a casual gesture, and the Ghost Rider was instantly seized by an invisible force, held rigid in midair. If you truly regained your former strength, perhaps I'd have reason to fear you. But as you are now, you're nothing more than a slightly larger insect to me. With a dismissive wave, Mephisto sent the Ghost Rider hurtling backward. The Ghost Rider crashed through 3 buildings in a row before finally coming to a stop, reverting to Johnny once more. From afar, Roxanne witnessed the scene and screamed out in anguish. She rushed heedlessly into the rubble toward Johnny. After confirming he was still breathing, she clung to him tightly, refusing to let go, her eyes fixed on Mephisto with a burning, vengeful glare. Mephisto paid her no mind. For him, she was nothing more than a soul. Your power is unusual, but you're still no match for me. Release my disappointing son, and hand over the San Venganza contract. In return, I'll spare your soul from torment. Mephisto's tone was calm, almost indifferent. Carl sneered. Are you senile now, spouting nonsense? You're just a soul projection. Hell, even if you brought your real body here, I'd still beat you so badly your own son wouldn't recognize you. Carl curled his lip in disdain. Anyone can brag, he thought. Mephisto sure liked to put on a show, acting as if he was the boss of everything. But when he ran into the Ancient One, Didn't he wet himself, all the same? Who was he trying to fool with this performance? And let's not even mention the Ancient One. If Wanda, who can truly control the forces of chaos, showed up, Mephisto would be kneeling and calling her great aunt. Mephisto was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected a human to speak to him like this. It seems I've stayed away from Earth for too long. You humans have forgotten who I am. As he finished, the true form of Mephisto materialized behind him, a towering demonic specter radiating overwhelming pressure. His crimson eyes fixed on Carl, and the sheer force of his presence pressed down with terrifying intensity. But Carl didn't flinch. Energy of a deep purple shimmered in his eyes, and behind him appeared a massive apparition, matching Mephisto in size and stature. The specter was that of an old man, clad in flowing violet robes, holding a black staff that resembled a gnarled tree branch. His white beard hung past his knees, and his purple eyes sparked with lightning. Every inch of his being radiated destructive, world-shattering power. This was Carl's second summoned beast, Ram. Shock flickered in Mephisto's gaze. He could sense that this apparition's power was at least equal to his own, especially that aura of thunderous destruction. It reminded him of a formidable adversary from the past. Me apologize, Mephisto scoffed. With a contemptuous snort, he slammed his palm to the ground. Darkness erupted, surging toward Carl like a pair of giant hands. Carl refused to back down. Lightning burst forth, and a surge of violet light crashed into the oncoming darkness. The earth beneath their feet shattered and cracked. Where the two forces collided, a violent explosion erupted, silent but sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Mephisto's eyes lost their earlier scorn. The young man before him possessed power far beyond what he had expected. Mephisto realized Carl was still holding back. If Mephisto were here in person, perhaps Carl wouldn't be a match for him. But this was only a projection, a shadow of his true self, his strength reduced to a mere fraction. In this state, he was no match for Carl. Very well, you've earned my respect. For now, I'll let you keep the contract, but it won't be long before I return to claim it myself. I hope when that time comes, you'll have another surprise for me. Mephisto didn't linger. He knew the contract of St. Venganza would not be leaving with him today. With a resounding smack of his palm, endless darkness swelled up, instantly enveloping his son, who had barely escaped decapitation, and together, they vanished. Carl raised a middle finger toward the spot where Mephisto had disappeared. Talk tough all you want, but if you got the guts, why don't you stick around? At this moment, Johnny, who had been knocked unconscious by Mephisto, finally regained consciousness. As the Ghost Rider, he was nearly immortal. A few minor injuries were hardly worth mentioning. With the help of his girlfriend Roxanne, Johnny managed to stand up, albeit a bit unsteadily. "Where's that guy from before?" he asked. "He's gone," Carl replied dismissively, but not before giving me a mouthful of threats. I didn't bother responding. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." Carl took the contract out from his dimensional space and tossed it to Johnny. "You'd better be the one to keep this. I'm worried I won't be able to resist the urge to peek inside." Johnny took the contract without a word and tucked it safely into his jacket. Just as Carter Slade had said, the contract should remain hidden forever. "So what are you planning to do with it?" Carl asked. Johnny thought for a moment. "I'm going to take it to the Vatican. Let them keep it safe. It'd be best if it was buried for good." "Aren't you worried they'll find out who you really are?" Carl raised an eyebrow. In the Marvel Universe, the Vatican was home to some formidable folks. Unmasking Johnny would be child's play for them. "I'll explain everything to them," Johnny insisted, resolute. "Well, suit yourself." Carl didn't press the matter. After all, the spirit of vengeance was created by God and, in a way, shared roots with those zealous Vatican types. It wasn't likely they'd lock him up and put him on trial. After that, the three of them went their separate ways. Carl could tell that, after all they'd been through, Johnny and Roxanne had a multi-million-dollar venture to discuss. He had no intention of being the third wheel, so he hopped onto Onion and rode off, leaving Johnny and Roxanne to do as they pleased. On his way back, dawn was just breaking. Carl took the opportunity to watch a breathtaking sunrise. As the sun slowly climbed above the horizon, everything on Earth was bathed in a golden glow, including Carl himself. Once he returned to his office, Carl placed his spoils of victory in the display case, a small piece of witch heart demon's horn. The display case was protected by a special enchantment. Anything placed inside would lose all supernatural power, becoming nothing more than an ordinary object. Only after securing his trophy did Carl head back to his apartment and collapse into a deep, well-deserved sleep. He didn't wake until midday, when hunger finally roused him. After freshening up, Carl slowly made his way to the office. He'd barely sat down when Natasha walked in. He hadn't seen her in days and had no idea what she'd been up to. As soon as she entered, Natasha grabbed a cup and guzzled water as if she'd just returned from the desert. Is it really that bad? You drink like you haven't had water in days, Carl teased. With a loud thunk, Natasha set down her cup. I just came straight from New Mexico and rushed over to find you. I barely had time to breathe, let alone grab a drink. The moment Carl heard this, he immediately thought of the god of hammers who was utterly powerless without his hammer. It seemed the plot was finally getting underway. What's so interesting over there that even the Black Widow herself has to make a trip? Carl asked, feigning curiosity, though he knew perfectly well what was going on. It was nothing more than that famous hammer falling from the sky. You might not believe it, but a hammer actually fell from the sky, and no one's been able to pick it up. Coulson and Barton are both on site right now. I came back because I have a special assignment. A special assignment? Carl's interest was instantly piqued, and his gossipy side flared up at once. That's right. On orders from our dear director, Hardboiled Egg, I come to invite you to the scene in New Mexico. Natasha wore an amused expression. What? Is your director out of his mind? What does any of this have to do with me? And just because he says so, I'm supposed to go? Why should I? I'm not even part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carl slapped the table. That bald, black-shelled egg was getting too full of himself. This time, Carl thought he'd just have to tear down the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Yes, he'd do it without a second thought. Carl got up and strode straight for the door. Where do you think you're going? Natasha was stunned. Was Carl having a fit or something? I'm off to blow up your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. That black egg needs to vanish from this world. Carl's face was grim. Nick Fury was getting more and more presumptuous, treating him like some errand boy, without even glancing at his own dark face. All right, name your price. Natasha still wasn't sure what Carl really wanted, but she knew that whenever it involved S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd squeeze them for all they were worth, and then some. It's simple. Give me one of your, what do you call it, Quinjet fighters. Carl instantly slipped back into his seat, propping his chin on his hands and looking as innocent as a child. No way. That's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest fighter jet. There's absolutely no chance you're getting one. Natasha didn't even need to think about it. Fury would never agree to this. Not in a million years. This was their most advanced aircraft, unique to S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no way they'd let someone else have it. Well, I guess there's nothing more to discuss then. God, Schulget. He'd been worrying about not having a suitable vehicle for multiple passengers, and now, here was the perfect opportunity. Carl was truly unfazed, treating the Quinjet as just a means of transport. If Nick Fury heard that, he'd probably go berserk after. All the resources S.H.I.E.L.D. poured into developing this cutting-edge jet, and now, to Carl, it was nothing but a glorified taxi. Natasha was speechless. Why did Carl always target S.H.I.E.L.D. like this? He never tried to squeeze anything out of Tony Stark, after all. I'd better report to the director first, Natasha said wearily, pulling a long face as she dialed Nick Fury's number. Hello, director. Negotiations have fallen through. Extremely concise, 5 simple words. It fell through? What did he ask for? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's face darkened. He'd known all along that little punk Carl wouldn't be so easily convinced. Director, he wants a Quinjet. No sooner had Natasha finished speaking than Fury's curses blasted through the phone, his voice booming like he was shouting through a loudspeaker. Mother, why doesn't that kid just rob us? The Quinjet is cutting-edge tech, just developed. I haven't even had a chance to try it. How'd he even get wind of it? Tell him it's impossible. Not a chance, forget about it. Fury practically shouted every word. Carl, standing nearby, heard every bit. He was secretly delighted. Black Egg. Oh, Black Egg. You finally got a taste of your own medicine. Usually you're the master of poker faces. Nothing ever rattles you. Well, today I'm going to shake you up. If I don't leave you wide-eyed with shock, I'll count it as my loss. Tell Black Egg. If I don't get the Quinjet, there's nothing to discuss. Carl was unyielding. He wanted the Quinjet, and whether he got it or not was up to Fury to decide. Fury's blood pressure shot through the roof. Eyes red, he shouted, I don't need you. I'll handle it myself. Natasha could only look on, speechless. Only Carl could push the usually icy director to his breaking point. She'd never seen Nick Fury lose his composure like a fishwife before. This was truly eye-opening. Honestly, if it were just about retrieving a meteorite that had fallen from the sky, there'd be no need for Carl. But the problem was, this wasn't a meteorite. It was a hammer. And ever since it landed, no one had been able to lift it. Even the ground under the hammer had turned impossibly hard. Nothing could dig it up. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried everything, but the hammer wouldn't budge. It was Natasha's offhand remark that finally gave Fury a clue. She'd wondered aloud if the hammer might be magical, a product of sorcery, and that's why ordinary people couldn't lift it. That comment struck a chord with Fury. When it came to magic, S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly clueless. That's why they reached out to Carl. He was the only person they knew with any connection to magic. Everyone else was either a mutant or just an ordinary human. So, Fury sent Natasha to find Carl. He'd already prepared himself for Carl's outrageous price, certain he'd demand a mountain of money. But instead, Carl wanted something else. SHELD's most advanced piece of technology. The Quinjet might not look like much, but it was packed with the latest tech. It could reach 3 times the speed of sound, and its energy force field made it nearly indestructible. It was the most advanced fighter jet in the world, and could double as a troop transport. Khan Schulget. To be honest, he didn't really care about the meow hammer. After all, Thor would handle everything in the end. His presence didn't matter much either way. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't come looking for him, he wouldn't have bothered with any of it, which was exactly why he'd made such an outrageous demand, hoping to snag a Quinjet for himself. In that case, I'll take another step back. The Quinjet doesn't need to be armed at all. I just want to use it as a means of transportation. Carl put on a show of making a huge concession. In reality, this was his true intention all along. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D. would never agree to his original request. The Quinjet's real strength, aside from its speed, lay in its defenses and weapon systems. Beyond conventional firearms, it could even be equipped with laser weaponry. Short of flying into space, it was packed with the world's most advanced tech. But Carl only cared about its maneuverability and ability to carry people. All those weapons meant nothing to him. They made no difference whatsoever. Nick Fury fell silent at Carl's words. The pause stretched so long that Natasha began to wonder if he hung up. Fine, but I can only give you a prototype Quinjet. It'll have the same flight speed as the production models, but nothing else. Fury's heart ached. Even a prototype was cutting-edge technology. With a few tweaks, it could be just as capable as the ones in service. Once Carl heard Fury agree, he sprang to his feet and turned to Natasha. Let's get moving. I can't wait to experience the Wild West culture of New Mexico. Carl strode eagerly to the front door, taking 3 steps at a time, and opened it for Natasha with a gentlemanly flourish. Natasha rolled her eyes at him, hung up on Nick Fury, and marched out the door, clearly annoyed. Carl chuckled under his breath. From now on, he could take Gwen and the others out on missions without worrying about transportation. He could even stash Onion right inside the Quinjet. He wasn't the least bit concerned about piloting the jet. Now that they had it, he was sure Natasha wouldn't hesitate to teach them how to fly. Following Natasha to SHLD's airfield, he spotted the Quinjet sitting on the tarmac, a sleek, black silhouette radiating power and menace. So this is the one you're giving me? Don't tell me it's secondhand. Carl looked around, pointing here and there. Look at this, paint's peeling off. I want a brand new one. This battered, battle-scar version just isn't my style. The pilot nearby was stunned. What did he mean by that? They were just handing over his precious baby to someone else? What was he supposed to do now? Natasha rolled her eyes so hard she could almost see the sky, then shoved Carl into his seat, exasperated. Don't even think about it. This jet is taking us to New Mexico. You could talk about your plane when it comes back. No job, no pay in advance, no way. Hey, let's be clear here. If I don't see my plane when I get back, I'm going to lose it. And by then, who knows if S.H.I.E.L.D. will even be around anymore. Carl didn't care much. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. think they could just slip away? If push came to shove, he'd march right up to their headquarters and shake things up until there wasn't an egg left unbroken or a worm unsplit. All along the way, Carl was unusually excited, watching the pilot's every move, trying to pick up a trick or two. But he learned quickly and forgot even faster. By the time he got off the plane, he'd already forgotten everything except how to start the engine. After they landed, Coulson and Barton had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Carl, Coulson greeted him with a big hug. Come on, you have to see the hammer. I just know you'll be interested. Following Coulson, Carl arrived at the hammer's crash site. By now, a shallow pit had been dug around it, yet the ground directly beneath the hammer remained completely untouched. Meanwhile, in a nearby small town, a tall, blond man was devouring a hearty meal. It was none other than the muddle-headed prince of Asgard, the owner of the enchanted hammer, Thor, the god of thunder. Another cup, please. With a sharp crack, Thor smashed a coffee mug and shouted loudly. Jane Foster and her companions at the same table all stared at Thor in disbelief, each of them awkwardly looking for an excuse to slip away. If they hadn't run into this towering lunatic last night, none of them would be sitting here now. At the table, a pretty woman tapped away at her laptop, Dr. Eric's assistant, watching a short video. Hey, look at this. It says a hammer fell from the sky not far from here, and nobody's been able to lift it. How ridiculous. Wouldn't a hammer, falling from the sky, kill someone? And how heavy does it have to be that nobody can pick it up? Daisy burst out laughing. Thor, in the middle of his meal, froze as soon as he heard this. He immediately grabbed Daisy's hand. Where's this hammer you're talking about? Thor was visibly excited. He had finally found his hammer, and with it, he could reclaim his power. Daisy was stunned. Aside from his impressive build, this big guy seemed like a complete lunatic. She pointed in a daze toward a direction, and Thor followed her gaze. How far is it? Daisy shrugged. About 2 kilometers? She wasn't really sure. It was not far, but who knew exactly how far that meant? As soon as Thor heard this, he dashed out of the restaurant. Jane Foster, worried he'd start breaking things again, hurried after him. Thor soon found himself standing in front of a shop with a sign reading Pet Store. Listen, I need a horse. Thor's words left the shop owner momentarily stunned. Who was this guy? Asking for a horse. Did he think he was some kind of cowboy from the Wild West? Sorry, we don't have any horses here, the owner replied, his tone sharp and unmistakably annoyed. Then do you have anything else I can ride? Thor asked, bewildered. He looked every bit the clueless giant, perhaps even a little unhinged. This was clearly a pet store. What on earth did he expect to ride? A dog, maybe? Never mind the risk of tearing his pants. Just then, Jane Foster, having rushed out after him, came inside and pulled Thor away, who was still making a scene. I'll help you find your hammer, she promised. On the way, Thor revealed his identity. He was in fact Thor, God of Thunder. But everyone in the car just humored him, treating him like someone delusional. Back at the camp, Carl walked up to Mjolnir and rubbed his hands together. He was about to see if he could lift the legendary hammer. Come on, buddy, cut me some slack. All these people are watching. It'd be pretty embarrassing if I can't even budge you. Just let me have a go just for a second. He gripped the handle and pulled with all his strength, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Not even a little. Oh, come on. He tried again, straining harder, but it was as if the hammer was welded to the ground. All right, you asked for it. He summoned his ultimate weapon, pointing its tip at Mjolnir. This is your last chance. Let me pick you up, or I'll turn you into scrap metal for Tony to use in his armor. With that threat, Carl gripped the handle again, pouring every ounce of strength into the effort. Oh, come on, he shouted, but nothing happened. The hammer remained immovable. I don't believe this, he muttered angrily. Putting away his ultimate weapon, purple energy began to flicker in his eyes, and lightning coiled around him, making him look every bit like the God of Thunder himself. At that moment, drawn by Carl's energy, dark clouds gathered overhead. Streaks of purple lightning snaked restlessly amid the clouds, flickering in and out of sight. Thunder exploded across the sky, deafening and bright, illuminating the land that had fallen into shadow beneath the storm. Carl seized the handle once more, lightning crackling from his hand and arcing into the hammer. In an instant, the intricate patterns on Mjolnir's surface glowed, flickering beneath the purple lightning before fading away. This time, with hardly any effort at all, Carl lifted Mjolnir with ease. Boom! Thunder crashed down from above, striking the hammer again and again. Bolts of lightning danced and swirled around Carl, as if celebrating his triumph. Bathed in lightning, Carl stood there, the very image of the God of Thunder. Hurry! Faster! I can feel someone's picked up my hammer! Thor shouted, gazing at the wild lightning raging in the distance. A deep unease gnawed at him, the feeling that Mjolnir was slipping further and further from his grasp. Didn't you say that no one but you could lift your hammer? How come someone else managed to do it this time? Daisy, who was driving, asked. I don't know. Back in Asgard, only I could lift my hammer. Step on it, will you? Thor urged Daisy impatiently, his agitation so intense it seemed as though he might tear the car apart. Asgard, the highest peak among the 9 realms. In the very center stood a palace of gold, and within it, Odin, deep in his Odin sleep, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed that the hammer of thunder had been lifted, but the one wielding it was not his son, Thor. Through the hammer's unique imprint, he saw a young man bathed in crackling violet lightning, and behind this youth stood 8 monstrous beings, each as colossal as a Titan. Among them, a winged female creature and an old man wielding a staff were both glaring at Odin, their eyes filled with a cold, wild fury. The 2 monsters struck at once. Terrifying blades of emerald wind and raging violet lightning surged toward Odin. With a dismissive snort, Odin summoned the eternal spear, Gungnir, into his hand and hurled it without hesitation. Gungnir possessed an extraordinary trait. It never missed. Once thrown, its strike was inescapable. In an instant, Gungnir cut through both wind and lightning, streaking toward Garuda and Ram like a shooting star. Garuda immediately conjured a barrier of swirling winds, while Ram countered with a blast of lightning. The lightning managed to deflect Gungnir's path, but to their shock, the spear twisted in midair and once again sped toward Garuda and Ram. Such was Gungnir's uncanny accuracy. Unless destroyed outright, it would inevitably find its mark. At that perilous moment, a surge of black energy erupted. Amid the swirling darkness, the wild cry of a warhorse echoed through Odin's consciousness. Odin was taken aback, surprise quickly replacing his initial confusion, for he knew that cry all too well. Suddenly, a black hand materialized, seizing Gungnir just as it hurtled toward Garuda and Ram. The legendary spear struggled for an instant, then inexplicably fell still, submitting quietly to the grasp. From within the shadowy mist, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, gazing at Odin with a demonic intensity. The dark figure raised a hand clutching Gungnir, and, with a powerful flick, sent the spear flying back toward Odin. The blade glowed ever hotter, its color deepening to a menacing red. Seeing Gungnir racing toward him, Odin stretched out his hand. Instantly, the spear halted midair, then flew obediently back into his grasp, its thread extinguished. Odin's solitary eye fixed on those scarlet eyes amid the darkness, filled with wariness. That someone could control Gungnir, his own spear, was beyond comprehension. A surge of dark energy erupted once again from the other side, and in the next instant, Odin suddenly withdrew from his own sea of consciousness, so quickly that even he couldn't grasp what had just happened. Odin fell into deep contemplation. He was certain that the other's strength was comparable to his own, and perhaps even showed signs of surpassing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced out of his own mindscape like this. That inexplicably familiar feeling, the ability to control Gungnir itself. Odin simply couldn't fathom what it all meant. Karl opened his eyes. The meow hammer no longer resisted him. Instead, it responded to his every command, and he could even clearly sense the hammer's dependence on him. Everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. nearby was utterly stunned. Wasn't it said that no one could lift this hammer? They all felt like they'd been completely duped. Imitating Thor from the movies, Karl spun the hammer a few times, then gripped the leather strap at the end of the handle and began to whirl it around. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the hammer pulled Karl up into the sky. Coincidentally, this spectacular scene was witnessed by Thor and his companions as they hurried to the site. "No, that's my hammer!" Thor roared with fury, charging toward the shield base like a wild beast, ignoring everything in his path. Jane Foster and the others rushed after him, trying to hold Thor back, but even without his godly powers, Thor's physique was formidable. There was no way a few mere mortals could stop him. Stop him! Seeing Thor about to break into the base, Coulson immediately ordered his agents to block his way. Meanwhile, Karl, having had his fun, descended from the sky, swinging the hammer back and forth in his hand. "I didn't expect this thing to be such a good fit," Karl said, grinning. "No wonder that guy, Thor, can't get it out of his mind. That's my hammer. Give it back." By now, Thor's eyes were red with desperation. He shoved aside 4 or 5 agents trying to restrain him, and with a few quick strides, reached Karl, reaching out to grab the hammer. Karl deftly dodged him. Right now, Thor was still the same reckless and hot-tempered fool, nowhere near worthy of lifting the hammer. He had not yet become the king he was meant to be. "Your hammer!" Karl looked at Thor with a hint of mockery, then tossed the hammer to him. Thor caught it eagerly, but to his shock, an overwhelming force pinned him to the ground, the hammer pressing him down so completely that he couldn't move an inch. "Let's be real. You can't even lift it. On what grounds do you call it yours?" Karl looked down at Thor from above. Apart from his recklessness, Thor had another flaw that should never have existed: arrogance. This was the greatest obstacle preventing him from being acknowledged by the meow hammer. "Damn it, why? Mjolnir, why?" Thor stared at the hammer, questioning it over and over. This companion he once trusted and relied upon the most, now something he couldn't even lift. Heartbroken, Thor collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the brilliant blue sky and letting out a tormented cry. "Father, why did you take away my powers? Why did you banish me to Midgard? Why?" Seeing Thor in such a pitiful state, Karl couldn't even be bothered to respond. To him, Thor resembled nothing more than a child deprived of affection, utterly clueless about Odin's intentions. With a flick of his hand, Karl summoned Mjolnir, and the hammer flew straight into his palm. Thor stared at Karl in disbelief, still unable to accept what was happening before his eyes. Casually, Karl waved his hand and let Mjolnir fall to the ground, where it landed with its familiar, unyielding presence. "Are you still going to claim this hammer is yours? Honestly, Odin might as well give the throne to Loki. You really are hopeless." As Karl finished, he shot a subtle glance toward a corner of the room, where Loki was hiding, quietly enjoying the spectacle of his brother's humiliation. Upon hearing Karl's words, Loki nodded in emphatic agreement. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy, clouds gathering overhead, and thunder rumbled across the heavens. A single drop of rain landed on Thor's brow, and in the next instant, a torrential downpour came crashing down. Thor remained sprawled on the ground, letting the rain drench him, his eyes dull and empty as he stared unblinkingly at the sky. Inside, Karl and Coulson sat together with a few others, sipping coffee, Karl himself preferring plain water. Jane Foster and her companions had also been brought inside the base. though they were being kept under close watch. Jane, never one to back down, kept shouting that S.H.I.E.L.D. was illegally detaining them and vowed to sue. As if S.H.I.E.L.D. ever worried about lawsuits. If they were ever truly pressed, they could just storm the courthouse itself, claiming it was infested with international terrorists. No one would dare question them. After all, they answered directly to the World Security Council. Who was that guy? Natasha asked, taking a sip of coffee as she peered at Thor, sprawled outside and utterly defeated. He's the hammer's master, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Norse mythology, Carl replied, drinking his hot water. The chill of the storm outside did nothing to disturb the warmth inside. Carl glanced toward the corner of the room. Loki was lounging there, watching his brother's despair through the window. In Loki's eyes, Carl saw a mocking smile, but also a flicker of compassion and pain. Seems like Loki doesn't truly hate his brother. After all, Carl smiled faintly. No one could believe that Thor and Loki, brothers who grew up side by side, had no feelings for one another. No matter how many pranks Loki played, or even when he threatened Thor's life, Thor would always just laugh it off and move on. Although Loki scorns the idea of family bonds, he has to admit that his family remains his most important tie. It's just that he's always longed to prove himself to Odin. The rest of the group looked at him, astonished. Isn't that just a myth? Coulson asked. As a child, he'd read plenty of Norse myths and could hardly believe any of this could be real. Aren't myths written by people too? Who's to say if they wrote fiction or recorded actual history? Carl replied with a mysterious smile. Really, it's not that surprising. If you just think of them as aliens, it all makes sense. The 9 realms in Norse mythology are actually 9 different planets, and Asgard is just one of them. Doesn't that make it easier to understand? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. If gods were actually aliens, it wasn't so hard to accept. Maybe all those miraculous feats described in the old tales could be explained as alien technology. After all, the question of whether gods exist isn't so different from asking if aliens exist. What if gods are simply aliens, and their miracles are just advanced technology? In ancient times, people couldn't imagine traveling thousands of miles in an instant or exploring outer space. These things, which we now know to be technological achievements, would have seemed like miracles to them. So, who's to say that what was once called a miracle wasn't just science ahead of its time? Then why did he come to Earth? He doesn't look like a god to me, apart from being unusually strong, Natasha said. His divine power has been stripped away. Odin banished him to Earth. He'll only regain his godly strength when he truly understands what he's meant to do, Carl explained, pointing at Mjolnir. See that hammer? That's Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. All of his power is sealed within it. Whoever can lift it will possess the full strength of a god. So earlier, did you actually gain Thor's power? Coulson asked, surprised. They had all clearly seen Carl pick up Thor's hammer before. Did that mean Carl was now the god of thunder? Carl shook his head. I have no desire for the power of the thunder god. Didn't you see how I just tossed that hammer outside? That kind of power is a bit redundant for me. Carl's own strength was already formidable. He'd only unlocked 2 of his summoned beasts so far. The remaining 6 were still dormant. If he ever unlocked them all, his abilities would be nearly unstoppable. In comparison, the power of the thunder god hardly seemed necessary. He could already command lightning and storms at will. The others glanced at the hammer lying outside. Whether it was Coulson, Natasha, or Barton, they had all witnessed Carl's strength and the terrifying creatures he could summon. Short of using a nuclear bomb, nothing could stand against him. Maybe, just maybe, he truly had no need for a god's power. In the corner, Loki grew displeased. How dare he look down on such power? What does a mere Midgardian insect know? That's the power of the god of thunder from Asgard, a force everyone yearns for. These narrow-minded humans are so obsessed with their technology, blind to what true power really is. Loki let out a cold, mocking laugh as he toyed with his dagger. Carl glanced at Loki, but ignored him. Right now, Loki was nothing more than a sulking child, and Carl couldn't be bothered with his tantrums. So it went. Thor remained lying there until midnight, as the rain gradually ceased. Everyone else had gone to sleep, and not a single soul was left on night watch in the entire base. Suddenly, Loki appeared, approaching Thor. My dear brother, how does life on Midgard suit you? He asked. The moment Thor heard Loki's voice, his eyes snapped open. Loki, you're here. Are you taking me home? Why won't Heimdall answer me? What about Father? How is he? With a look of deep sorrow, Loki replied, Father has passed away. In his final moments, he gave the throne to me. You disappointed him greatly, so he decided you were to be exiled on Midgard forever. You are never to return to Asgard. No, Father. Thor threw back his head in anguish, a grief beyond words racking his body. He collapsed to his knees, burying his face in his arms, utterly forlorn. Brother, I came only to see you one last time. I must return to Asgard now. Take care of yourself." With that, Loki turned away, not sparing Thor another glance. He strode up to Mjolnir, grasped the handle, and strained to lift it. Just as expected, the hammer didn't budge an inch. Unwilling to give up, Loki tried several more times, but it was all in vain. With a frustrated snort, Loki gave the hammer a swift kick and vanished from the base. At that moment, Karl emerged from the shadows, Barton and several agents following close behind. "So, that was Loki, the god of mischief?" Barton asked. He was a man of few words, preferring to observe and listen. "That's right," Karl replied. "He lied to Thor. Odin isn't dead at all. Loki just wants to keep Thor from returning to Asgard and challenging him for the throne." Barton nodded, then signaled his men. The agents immediately surged forward and subdued Thor. Thor didn't resist in the slightest. He was still lost in the shock and sorrow of his father's supposed death, unable to process it. "Find a room and lock him up. We'll deal with him in the morning," Barton ordered. The next day, Coulson and Barton went to Thor's room to question him. Having already heard the truth from Karl, neither Coulson nor Barton was particularly shocked when Thor claimed to be the god of thunder, nor did they treat him like a madman. "So, you actually believe me?" Thor asked. Thor stared blankly at Coulson, bewildered. Wasn't it normal for people to be surprised, or at least to treat him like a madman? Why did these two show absolutely no reaction? "Yes, we believe you're Thor, Prince of Asgard. So, Your Highness, what are your plans for returning home?" Coulson asked, his tone calm. After all, Thor was an alien. It would be best to send him back to his own world, or else he might become a threat to Earth sooner or later. "I can't go back. I've been banished to Midgard forever." Thor cradled his head in his hands, his voice filled with pain. Meanwhile, back in Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, Gungnir in hand. Before him stood the three noble warriors of Asgard, Thor's loyal companions. "I've made myself clear. Thor has been exiled to Midgard for all eternity. No one is to contact him. Are you trying to defy the king's command?" Loki struck the floor with Gungnir, and a powerful shockwave rippled through the hall. The hot-tempered, bearded warrior was about to argue, but Sif quickly stopped him. "Yes, we understand." Sif bowed her head, her demeanor humble and obedient. Loki, impatient, waved them away, ordering them to leave at once and not to get in his way. Once outside the palace, the bearded warrior erupted in anger, cursing Loki and nearly challenging him to a fight on the spot. "I smell a plot. We have to go to Midgard ourselves," Sif said, glancing at the bearded one and the other warrior, who, truth be told, was hardly a fighter. She wanted to hear their thoughts. But it hardly mattered. These two never had any ideas of their own. They had always followed Thor's lead, and Thor, in turn, usually listened to Sif. Whose opinion could they possibly offer? As Heimdall's sister, Sif had every reason to seek out her brother, so she immediately led her companions to the Bifrost, intending to ask Heimdall to send them to Midgard in search of Thor. Unexpectedly, Loki had already reached Heimdall first. As Sif and her companions approached, they saw Loki deep in conversation with Heimdall. With nowhere to hide on the Bifrost, the three had no choice but to retreat and bide their time. On the shining bridge, Loki stood tall before Heimdall, Gungnir in hand, while Heimdall bowed low, gripping his great sword. "Heimdall, open the Bifrost to Jotunheim." Loki commanded from on high, his voice cold and imperious. "Jotunheim is extremely dangerous at the moment," Heimdall replied. "The All-Father ordered all passages there sealed, so..." In truth, Heimdall had little respect for Loki, and he was well aware of Odin's plans. With eyes that saw all, he understood that this was all part of Odin's grand scheme and played his part accordingly. "Enough excuses. I am now king of the 9 realms, the All-Father himself. Do as I say," Loki demanded, his tone turning sharp and commanding. Heimdall glanced at Loki without saying a word, then opened the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge leading to Jotunheim. Jotunheim, a land shrouded in perpetual ice and snow, is the home of the Frost Giants. The Frost Giants have been mortal enemies of the Aesir gods since the dawn of time. Back then, Odin waged war across the 9 realms in his quest for dominion, and the Giants lost their original homeland, forced to settle in this desolate world of Jotunheim. With their home destroyed and their people driven into exile, the Giants suffered another loss. Odin orchestrated the death of their leader, and it was Thor who carried out the act. For a time, Thor even earned himself the infamous title of Giant Slayer. In the end, the Giants could not withstand the might of Odin and the Aesir and were forced to submit. Yet the seeds of hatred took root deep within their hearts, never to be forgotten. The moment the Rainbow Bridge descended, Laufey, the leader of the Frost Giants, sensed its arrival instantly. The hatred in his eyes was unmistakable. Loki, holding Gungnir, ascended the steps one by one. When Laufey saw that it was Loki who approached, he was taken aback. Why wasn't it that old Odin himself? Surprised? Wondering why Odin isn't here? Loki smiled as he approached Lao Fei. Odin's little bastard, what brings you here? Lao Fei dismissed Loki with disdain, not even bothering to look at him. I've come to discuss a partnership. I can take you to Asgard to kill Odin. Laufey's eyes narrowed, and he gave a sharp, scornful laugh. Ridiculous. What new trick is Odin trying to play? I come with genuine intent, Loki replied. Odin has fallen into a deep slumber, and his power is now but a shadow of what it once was. This is your only chance. Loki was not lying. Odin truly was in the Odin sleep, his strength reduced to almost nothing. And why should I trust you? You're the god of mischief. Your very name is a byword for deceit. How could I possibly believe you? Lao Fei shifted in his seat, his suspicion plain. Loki's reputation was infamous throughout the 9 realms. This should convince you. Suddenly, Loki's skin turned an icy blue, and his eyes blazed blood red, the unmistakable traits of a frost giant. Blue skin, crimson eyes, and frosty breath curling into the air. Laufey's pupils contracted in shock. You're a frost giant? Odin's youngest son is actually a frost giant. It wasn't just Lao Fei. Every giant in the hall was stunned. The idea that one of the Aesir was secretly a frost giant would be utter humiliation for Odin if word ever got out. Lao Fei burst into raucous laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery. Very well, I'll work with you. What is it that you want? For the first time, Lao Fei looked Loki in the eye. Kill Odin, and what I desire will be mine by right. Loki left it unsaid, but Lao Fei was shrewd. He knew the moment Loki entered his hall what the trickster was after. It could only be the throne of Asgard. Agreed, but I want to reclaim the treasure of my people, the casket of ancient winters. Loki accepted Laufey's demand. The casket meant little to his claim to the throne, and besides, he had plans of his own in motion. Once the deal was struck, Loki told Lao Fei to await his signal. As soon as the Bifrost opened again, that would be the sign to bring his forces to Asgard. With that, Loki returned to Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. He ordered Heimdall as soon as he arrived. Without delay, Loki made his way to the vault and retrieved the casket of ancient winters. Meanwhile, Sif and her 2 companions quietly approached the end of the Bifrost, where they found her brother, Heimdall. Brother, we need to go to Midgard and find Thor, Sif said, stepping forward. Heimdall glanced at Sif and replied, By order of the All-Father, no one may enter or leave Asgard. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the 3 of them exchanging bewildered glances. What did he mean by that? The burly bearded warrior asked, scratching his head in confusion. Sif, ever sharp, immediately understood Heimdall's message. She cast a glance at Heimdall's sword. Besides being a weapon, it was also the key to activating the Bifrost. Gripping the sword, Sif strode to the Bifrost control panel and plunged the blade into its slot. Midgard, she declared. In a flash, the Bifrost roared to life, its radiant colors arching across the sky like a living rainbow. Who dares open the Bifrost without permission? Heimdall's booming voice sounded as he charged toward them. Hurry, there's no time, Sif shouted, snapping her 2 companions out of their stupor. The 2 men rushed to Sif's side, and together, the 3 were swept away by the Bifrost's shimmering light. At that moment, Loki flew from the palace and saw, with his own eyes, Sif and her companions riding the Bifrost toward Midgard. Heimdall, what did I tell you? Loki said, fixing him with a cold stare. Heimdall drew his sword, no longer interested in maintaining the pretense with Loki. Loki, you're no king of Asgard. No one will ever accept you on the throne. The crown will always belong to Thor. With those words, he swung his sword at Loki. Loki responded by opening the casket of ancient winters. Instantly, a fierce, icy wind burst forth, encasing Heimdall in a sheath of frost, turning him into a frozen statue. Then, using Gungnir, Loki activated the Bifrost and summoned Lao Fei through the bridge. Asgard, it's been so long, Lao Fei said, gazing at the golden spires of the distant palace. I told you, Odin, when I set foot here again, it will be your doom. I need your men to go to Midgard and kill Sif and her companions, Loki said, glancing at Lao Fei. Agreed. Now, where's the casket? Lao Fei replied, signaling. 2 frost giants stepped forward, ready to serve. Loki handed the casket of ancient winters to Lao Fei. At the same time, he summoned Odin's destroyer armor using Gungnir. Go to Midgard, Loki commanded. The Bifrost opened once again, sending the destroyer and 2 frost giants hurtling toward Midgard. Back on Earth, Thor was preparing to leave the shield base with Jane Foster and the others. They had been held there for 3 days, during which S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoroughly investigated their identities. Only after confirming everything multiple times did the agency finally release them. Of course, all their equipment and research materials have been confiscated, leaving them with nothing but a battered, barely functioning car. "Hey, you can't do this. That's our property." Jane Foster and Darcy protested, insisting on their right to reclaim their belongings. It was a matter of freedom and justice. "Those items cannot be returned to you. If you have no further business here, please leave immediately," the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents replied, their faces expressionless and their voices devoid of warmth. "You can't do this. I'll file a complaint against you," Jane shouted indignantly. The agents didn't respond, simply blocking their exit with cold indifference. In the end, the group left the base, taking the now homeless Thor with them. Their research was lost for good. "So, you really are Thor? The one from Norse mythology?" Darcy asked curiously as she drove. They had all heard about Thor's interrogation by S.H.I.E.L.D. News traveled fast in such a small facility. "Not anymore," Thor replied in a low, dejected voice. "I've lost my power. Even my hammer has no need of me now." A heavy silence filled the car. No one knew how to comfort Thor, though they wanted to try. They arrived at a nearby small town and found a restaurant. None of them had any appetite, so they just ordered a few cups of coffee and sat together in silence. Suddenly, the Bifrost appeared, its dazzling colors descending right into the center of town. Sif and her two companions stepped out, dressed head to toe in medieval garb. The vivid spectacle of the Bifrost and their striking appearance instantly drew the attention of bystanders, who quickly pulled out their phones to snap pictures. The Bifrost. Thor looked up just in time to see the rainbow bridge descend from the sky. Without hesitation, he dashed outside. He wasn't alone. The entire restaurant had noticed the spectacle. The Bifrost arrival was impossible to miss. Thor shouted and sprinted towards Sif and her companions. The bearded warrior let out a booming call of his own, embracing Thor in a mighty hug. "Thor, we finally found you. Come back to Asgard with us. Loki has declared himself king, and we need you," Sif explained briefly, outlining the situation in Asgard. Jane Foster brought everyone back into the restaurant, where they gathered around a table to discuss what to do next. "Thor, you must return to Asgard at once. Loki isn't the king. Only you are." Sif, like Heimdall, was unwavering in her loyalty to Thor. "I can go back, Sif. It was my fault father died. I'll never return to Asgard. I've lost my powers. I'm no longer the god of thunder." Thor's face was heavy with sorrow. "What nonsense are you talking about? The All-Father isn't dead. He's only fallen into a deep sleep. Who told you he died?" Sif could hardly believe Thor's words. The All-Father was simply resting in the palace, perfectly alive. How could he be dead? "What? My father isn't dead?" Thor was stunned. In that instant, he realized it was Loki. It had to be him. Loki had tricked him more times than he could count since they were children, and now, once again, he'd fallen for it. With a furious roar, lightning flashed in Thor's eyes. Deep within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Mjolnir trembled ever so slightly before settling back into silence. Carl sensed the strange movement from the hammer and immediately went outside to check. The hammer was still exactly where it had been. He just felt Thor attempt to summon it, but the enchantment within the hammer kept it from responding. Inside the base, the instruments beeped incessantly. An agent rushed over to Coulson. "Sir, there's a surge of energy 1 kilometer east of the base. It looks like something else is about to come down from the sky." Coulson wasted no time. He ordered everyone to prepare and led the team out to investigate. Soon, 5 vehicles arrived at the site, a barren stretch of desert. A brilliant rainbow bridge arced down from the heavens, and out stepped a figure clad in gleaming metal armor. Behind him followed 2 towering giants, both over 3 meters tall and entirely blue-skinned. Is that Stark's latest suit? And those behind him, are they the Hulk? The agents exchanged uncertain glances. The armored figure looked very much like some kind of advanced battlesuit, and it seemed only natural to assume the giants behind him were yet another of Banner's transformations. "Sir, this is a restricted area. Please leave at once," Coulson called out through a loudspeaker. But before he could say another word, a searing beam of energy shot from the helmet of the armored figure, blasting the car in front of Coulson and hurling him backward along with the wreckage. "Open fire." The agents didn't hesitate. At the command, they drew their pistols and began firing at the destroyer armor and the frost giants. But bullets were nothing to these adversaries, especially not to the destroyer. Gunfire echoed across the desert, but the hail of bullets simply bounced off, making little more than a metallic clatter. One of the frost giants swung his massive axe, cleaving a car clean in two. The gash instantly froze solid, the ice gleaming untouched by the blazing sun. "Send up the signal, now." An agent immediately pulled a flare gun from his pocket and fired a shot into the sky. Inside the base, Natasha and Barton spotted the signal and rushed outside at once. "This is bad. Coulson's in danger." Without hesitation, they called on everyone at the base to mobilize and support Coulson. By the time Natasha arrived, Everyone except Coulson had been frozen into ice statues. What happened? Natasha lifted the battered and bruised Coulson. They went toward the town, stopped them quickly. With those words, he lost consciousness. Natasha and Barton exchanged a glance and turned their eyes toward the town. In the town, Thor was introducing Sif and the other two to Jane Foster and her friends. Both groups were sharing a meal in the diner, managing a relatively friendly atmosphere, though Thor and the bearded warrior had already shattered more than a few cups in their animated conversation. Suddenly, 3 figures dropped from the sky. The town shook as if a small bomb had gone off. Every window along the street shattered in an instant. That's the destroyer. Thor looked toward the center of town. The destroyer and 2 frost giants had just landed. It must be Loki. He's found us and sent the destroyer to wipe us out. Wait, frost giants too. There was no need for Sif to point it out. Everyone could see the frost giants standing behind the destroyer. Frost giants? Why are they with the destroyer? Could this be Loki's doing as well? For once, the usually blunt warrior was sharp, cutting to the heart of the matter. Loki's actually allied himself with the frost giants. That's impossible. He's an Asgardian, son of the All-Father himself. Why would he ever cooperate with our mortal enemies? Sif couldn't believe it. Asgardians and frost giants were sworn enemies, locked in a feud that would never end. Of everyone present, only Thor knew the truth. Loki was not truly an Asgardian, but a descendant of the frost giants. Thor, you need to regain your power as soon as possible. We'll go buy you some time. Sif knew that the 3 of them were no match for the frost giants, especially with the destroyer as well. All they could do was hold out and give Thor a chance. The 3 stepped outside, immediately catching the attention of the destroyer's armored form. To battle! With a roar, the bearded warrior leapt high, swinging his axe down on the destroyer. At the same time, Sif and the other companion charged toward the 2 frost giants. The destroyer unleashed a blast of energy. The bearded warrior, still in midair, had no choice but to use his axe as a shield. Though he managed to block the attack, the force sent him hurtling backward. Sif and her companion were soon entangled with the frost giants and had no time to help. Sif's sword caught the giant's massive axe, and in a flash, frost from the blade crept up the sword. Sif summoned her divine power, flooding the blade with energy. The frost, scorched by the surge of power, melted away as if under the blazing sun. A nimble round shield appeared on Sif's arm. With a swift motion, she swung the shield. An immense crash resounded as a surge of invisible force burst forth. Caught off guard, the frost giant staggered back several paces. In an instant, Sif pressed the attack. Her sword swept toward the frost giant, and the blade erupted with dazzling brilliance, like 1,000 radiant clouds ablaze in color. The frost giant raised his massive axe high. Frost energy surged and wrapped itself around the weapon, its icy glow reflecting the sword's resplendent brilliance, shining like the stars themselves. Blade met axe with a thunderous collision. An invisible shockwave exploded outward like a tidal wave, sending fierce winds rippling through the small town and kicking up clouds of dust. Ah! The bearded warrior steadied himself and charged again at the destroyer, his thick skin and rugged flesh shrugging off the impact. He swung his axe in a mighty arc, bringing it down upon the destroyer's body. With a metallic clang, ripples of force spread through the air, but the destroyer remained completely unharmed. In one swift motion, the destroyer grabbed the bearded man and hurled him aside. Before the warrior could even land, a burst of energy shot from the destroyer and slammed into him midair, sending him flying a dozen meters before he crashed to the ground like a discarded sack. Meanwhile, SHLD's vehicles sped toward the town. From a distance, they could already see the figures of the destroyer and the frost giants. Inside one of the cars, Natasha and Barton made their final preparations. Lying motionless on the ground, the bearded warrior's fate was uncertain as the destroyer strode over to loom above him. The armor on the destroyer's head folded back, revealing a hollow interior that began to glow red, wild energy building within. A rumble shook the air. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, charged with destructive power, struck the destroyer. In a flash, the destroyer was blasted off its feet and smashed into a nearby car. Almost simultaneously, another lightning bolt crashed down, striking both the vehicle and the destroyer. The violent explosion sent flames soaring skyward, and the shockwave from the blast jolted the bearded warrior back to consciousness. As his eyes fluttered open, he saw a figure descending from the heavens, feet wreathed in crackling thunder. Thor! Sif and the so-called fifth-rank warrior turned in astonishment, as did the 2 frost giants they had been battling, all looking toward the source of the lightning. But as everyone stared, they realized this was not Thor. Instead, it was a young man they had never seen before, his body wreathed in coils of violet lightning. In one hand, he held a blue crystal-like longsword. In the other, he gripped none other than Mjolnir, the mighty hammer of Thor. How is this possible? A collective gasp went up. Mjolnir was Thor's weapon, bound to him alone, a symbol of his power and faith. No one else could lift it, let alone wield it. Yet now a stranger held it aloft, and the lightning swirling around him was even more intense than Thor's own. The hammer let out a joyful hum, as if it had returned to its most familiar battlefield, eager to fight side by side with its master once more. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Karl let go of the meow meow hammer. It soared through the air, crackling with a wild surge of lightning, tracing an arc from the sky before crashing down with unstoppable force upon one of the frost giants. The thunder tore relentlessly at the frost giant's body. The lightning serpent coiled and struck like a ferocious beast, biting deep into the giant's flesh. In the instant the hammer landed, its power split the giant's head in two. As the final bolt of lightning struck, the giant's body shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground like shards of broken ice. Even the giant's massive axe, once raised high, exploded into splinters. With a single blow, Karl had ended the life of a frost giant. The display of power was even more awe-inspiring than that of Thor, the god of thunder himself. For a moment, those watching could not tell who was the true master of the storm. Thor stood frozen, stunned by the incredible strength Karl had shown. He had never imagined that a mortal could wield such power. The force Karl displayed eclipsed even his own, and in that moment, a sense of despair crept over Thor. He realized how reckless and arrogant he had been, believing that conquest alone could win him everything. He finally understood the qualities a true king must possess: compassion, wisdom, and even the willingness to sacrifice. These were virtues he'd never truly had before. Now, with clarity, he recognized his father's hopes for him, the heavy burden he bore, and the truth that war was not the only path forward. Reckless slaughter would only bring endless suffering. Looking around at the people fleeing in panic, and at Jane's worried face beside him, Thor's eyes grew more resolute. His steps became heavier, steady with purpose. There was no more hesitation. He was determined to bring an end to this catastrophe. "Thor, what are you doing? You can't go." Jane grabbed Thor's hand, desperately trying to hold him back. She knew that stepping forward meant certain death. If he went out there would be no return. "I must go. This is my responsibility." Thor looked into Jane's eyes. In these few days, he had come to love this human deeply. But he was a prince of Asgard, entrusted with its fate. Sacrifice was his duty. Gently, he brushed Jane's hand aside and strode out, unwavering, to face the destroyer. "Loki, I know you're watching. I am willing to trade my life for the safety of these people. I have always been your true target. Let them go, and do with me as you will." With those words, Thor closed his eyes and waited for death, feeling an uncanny peace within himself. The old restlessness was gone, the endless battles behind him, and even his hatred for the frost giants had faded away. In Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, watching all unfold before him. He suddenly realized that Thor had changed. He was no longer the impulsive and foolish boy he once was. Instead, Thor had learned restraint, discovered compassion, and come to value the preciousness of peace. Loki was stunned. These were feelings he had never experienced before. For the first time, he truly sensed a change in his brother, and to his own surprise, he felt moved, even happy. In terms of intellect, he was worlds apart from Thor. He was much better suited to be king. Yet his lineage had destined him never to claim the throne. This was the root of his jealousy, his unwillingness to accept his fate. He wanted to rebel against Odin, to prove that he was the one truly fit to rule Asgard. But now, seeing Thor's growth, Loki found himself beginning to believe that Thor could indeed become a wise and worthy king. For a fleeting moment, Loki considered abandoning his plan. As a prince of Asgard, he did not wish for disaster to befall his homeland. This was his home, where his family lived. Yet, that feeling vanished as quickly as it came. He lifted his gaze to the far end of the Bifrost, and his resolve returned. He was determined to carry out his plan. He would become king, the king of Asgard. He would prove himself to his father, and declare to all that he was the one truly deserving of Asgard's throne. With that, Loki's mind sharpened, and he issued a silent command to the destroyer. Meanwhile, on his bed, Odin, trapped in his deep slumber, watched everything unfold from within the sea of his consciousness. Witnessing Thor's growth, even he could not help but shed a single tear. Though all of this had been his design, and even Loki's actions had been foreseen, the growth of both sons filled him with emotion. He knew it was unfair to Loki, but Thor was destined to inherit the godhood. Such was the fate of the crown prince, and it was only right to pave the path for him. At best, Loki could become a vassal lord. His role was to aid the crown prince, never to entertain ambition or overstep his bounds. Back in the small town, the destroyer, which should have turned and left, suddenly stopped. In the next instant, it whirled around and struck Thor with a tremendous blow, sending him flying. Stripped of his divine power, Thor was thrown aside like a rag doll, skidding for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. His eyes were shut tight, his fate uncertain. Karl paid no attention to Thor, for he knew Thor's power would soon return. There was no way Odin would simply watch his chosen heir die before his eyes. Karl reached out, and Mjolnir instantly flew back into his hand. He strode toward Thor's still figure. At that moment, Sif, Jane, and even the rest of the ragtag warriors stepped in front of Karl, forming a protective barrier. "What are you planning to do?" Sif's eyes were cold as steel, her hand gripping her sword, ready to strike at any moment. Jane, knowing Karl was with those troublesome agents, wore a stony expression. "Thor's already in this state. Why are you still pressing him?" But suddenly, Karl swung Mjolnir behind him. The hammer, crackling with purple lightning and overwhelming force, smashed into a charging frost giant, shattering its body with a single blow. In midair, Mjolnir paused for a split second, then obediently flew back into Karl's hand, as gentle as a kitten. Karl looked at Jane and Sif. This is a trial he has to face alone. Now, there's only one path left for him. He must save himself. No one else can interfere. With those words, Karl tossed the meow hammer down in front of Thor, then turned and leapt up onto the roof of the restaurant, choosing to observe what would unfold next. Suddenly, the ruins nearby exploded outward. The destroyer emerged, unscathed, marching straight toward Thor. Intense energy began to gather around it once more. Karl frowned as he watched Thor. That guy was still unconscious, showing no sign of waking up. In fact, when Karl had used the hammer just moments ago, he clearly felt the thunder god's power stirring within it. At this point, Thor should have been able to wield the hammer with ease. And yet, inexplicably, Thor remained unconscious. The hammer didn't return to his hand on its own, nor did it forcefully awaken him. The situation was awkward. If Thor didn't wake up, just who was supposed to deal with the destroyer? Was Karl really going to have to step in himself? The destroyer had already reached Thor, but standing in its way were Sif and Jane. Sif launched the first attack, but barely had she leapt up before the destroyer caught her in one hand and hurled her aside. She crashed into the shell of a battered car by the roadside. Jane, meanwhile, stood frozen in fear, her entire body trembling. Still, she didn't run. Instead, she planted herself firmly in front of Thor, arms outstretched, determined to shield him from harm. Blistering energy shot from the destroyer's head, a torrent of heat as fierce as molten lava. Even breathing felt impossible for Jane, as if she'd been cast into a sea of fire. In that instant, a flash of blue light erupted. A long sword plunged into the ground between Jane and the destroyer, its blade intercepting the raging energy and heat. Jane opened her eyes to see a figure still standing by the sword, his entire body crackling with violet lightning, like the god of thunder himself had descended. It was Karl. Up on the roof, Karl had realized Thor had no intention of waking up, and Jane was now facing certain death. If he didn't intervene, her fate would be nothing but ashes. At last, Karl made his choice. He stepped forward and personally destroyed the armor Odin himself had once worn. A bolt of violet lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the destroyer square on the head. In an instant, the surge of electricity interrupted the energy it was gathering. But even that wasn't enough. A heartbeat later, countless lightning bolts rained down from above. The destroyer, forged of URU metal and naturally resistant to magic, could not withstand the onslaught. Its armor began to buckle and melt, all traces of its former grandeur gone, leaving nothing but a battered, ruined shell. Yet, the destroyer's core remained untouched, the runes embedded within the armor. These runes were the true heart of the machine, the source of its power and its strength. Within the halls of the Immortal Palace, Loki gazed in astonishment at the battered and ruined form of the destroyer. Never had he imagined that a mere human could wield Mjolnir, nor that someone's thunderous power could eclipse even his brother Thor's. Between the two of you, who is truly the god of thunder? Destroyer, kill this human, Loki commanded, raising Gungnir in hand. At his order, the runes etched across the destroyer's armor all flared to life. The battered suit instantly restored itself, not a scratch remaining, as if it had never been damaged. Scorching energy burst forth. This time, the destroyer's beam was twice as powerful as before. The energy, once a bright yellow, now burned a deep, molten orange. With a casual flick of his wrist, Carl transformed the ultimate divine weapon in his grasp into a staff of shimmering violet. Lightning surged and crackled around him, lashing out a blinding flash to meet the destroyer's searing energy head-on. The two forces collided with earth-shattering ferocity, unleashing a shockwave unlike anything the world had seen before. Every building lining the street collapsed in the cataclysmic blast. The ground split open, fierce winds howled. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Thor and Jane, still unconscious, were sent hurtling through the air by the shockwave. Thankfully, Sif caught them both in time. Otherwise, Jane might have suffered grievous injury. As the energy faded, Carl leapt atop the destroyer. He drove the ultimate divine weapon down from above, piercing straight through the back of the destroyer's neck, right where one of the runes was inscribed. In an instant, the weapon's unleashed power shattered the rune. The destroyer's energy beams sputtered and died, a plume of black smoke billowing from its head. Truth be told, Carl had no idea where the runes were located. It was sheer luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, that had struck at the destroyer's greatest asset and disabled its energy beam. Now, the destroyer was left with only its close combat strength, and that was exactly what Carl had hoped for. The Judicator appeared in his hand. Raising it, Carl fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The blue bullets struck like cannon. Blasts, 3 thunderous cracks rang out, and the destroyer's body was punched through with 3 gaping wounds, each the size of a bowl. This time, however, luck was not on Carl's side. None of the bullets struck a rune. With a flash of golden light, the destroyer's wounds closed up as if nothing had happened. It threw a punch at Carl, its fist rocketing forward like an artillery shell, trailing a shockwave and blistering heat. Carl dodged sideways, planting a foot atop the destroyer's fist as he vaulted into the air and spun swiftly. Gunfire erupted in a relentless cascade, bullets raining from above like a storm of deadly petals. The destroyer's body was riddled with countless holes. Then a streak of green light descended from the heavens, and with a rush of wind, the destroyer's armor was cleaved apart, split into more than a dozen pieces under the force of the blow. The destroyer shattered like a collapsing building, breaking into over a dozen pieces. The wounds were smooth and mirror-like, every rune neatly cut in 2, and all traces of magic faded from the armor. In Carl's hands, the destroyer was officially declared scrap. But Carl had no intention of letting the remnants go to waste. After all, the metal was URU, a rare, magically attuned material not easily found in this world. Once, Odin donned this very suit to conquer the 9 realms in a single stroke, cementing his rule as the All-Father. The armor's abilities spoke for themselves, but for Carl, those powers weren't what mattered. What truly captivated him was the unrivaled elemental affinity of URU metal. He planned to have Tony craft uniforms for Gwen, Sky, and Wanda, blending URU and vibranium into their suits. URU metal was peerless at channeling magical energy, an absolute boon for Wanda, as if it had been forged just for her. Moreover, fusing URU with vibranium would drastically reduce the side effects of Sky's seismic blasts, while also amplifying their power through URU's unique properties. Gwen, though she couldn't channel energy, would still benefit from a blend. Vibranium and URU together would grant her formidable shock absorption and protection against magical forces. As for the other Spider-Man, Peter, well, that would depend on his fate with Tony. If things unfolded as Carl remembered from his past life, and Peter became Tony's protege, none of this would be a problem. Tony would sort everything out in the blink of an eye, leaving Carl with nothing to worry about. With that thought, Carl decisively swept up every last piece of the destroyer armor and tucked them away in his system backpack, intending to hand them over to Tony for study. Suddenly, thunder exploded overhead. The sky darkened to an inky black, swirling with countless blue bolts of lightning. Mjolnir floated upward, rising slowly like a lightning rod, drawing every bolt from the heavens before streaking straight toward Thor. As Jane watched in terror, the unconscious Thor abruptly raised his hand, seizing Mjolnir. Lightning surged down the hammer, flooding into his body. One by one, shining metal scales emerged, molding themselves to his form. The radiant armor of the god of thunder returned. Ah! With a mighty roar, Thor's eyes blazed with blue lightning. The god of thunder of Asgard was back. Jane and Sif witnessed the moment with different emotions. Sif's face lit up with joy, while Jane was struck speechless with shock. I can't believe it. You really are the god of thunder. Jane approached, scrutinizing Thor from head to toe, still struggling to accept the truth. Of course. I told you. I'd never lied to you. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor replied, his boundless energy restored. We need to return to Asgard. Sif spoke up, her tone resolute. Absolutely. and I have a score to settle with Loki. Thor answered, spinning Mjolnir in his hand as arcs of lightning danced around him. At that moment, inspiration struck Karl. He suddenly thought of a possibility and decided to test it. He stretched out his hand toward the Mjolnir in Thor's grasp. Instantly, Mjolnir slipped free from Thor's palm and flew straight into Karl's hand. A surge of joyful energy pulsed warmly through Karl's heart. Clearly, Mjolnir still acknowledged him as its master. The sudden turn of events left Thor utterly stunned. His beloved hammer had just abandoned him, flying willingly into another's hand right before his very eyes. To Thor, it was as though a cherished companion had defected in public, a humiliation he could never tolerate. If he endured this, how could he still call himself the god of thunder? You again? It was you who stole my hammer before, and now you dare to take it again? I'll tear you apart. Thor, quick-tempered as ever, lunged forward in a flash, his fist swinging toward Karl with such speed it left after-images in the air. But before he could land a blow, Karl struck back with Mjolnir, sending Thor sprawling. Sparks of lightning traced cracks across Thor's chest where the hammer had struck. Coup impossible. How can you summon the power of thunder? Thor's indignation blazed even hotter. He could not allow anyone to outshine him as the god of thunder, especially not a mere mortal from Midgard. Can't accept it? Odin's judgment is truly poor. If it were up to me, I'd have given the throne to Loki. Better the god of lies than a reckless fool. God of thunder? Huh. Karl looked down on Thor with contempt. Were all northerners like this? No wonder the Romans called the Germanic tribes one of the three great barbarians. Recklessness and folly seemed bred in their bones. The gods in Norse myths, after all, carried more than a little of their people's temperament. Except perhaps for Tyr, the only one who ever seemed remotely sensible. In a Marvel universe, Asgard barely depicted Tyr at all. He only appeared fleetingly in a scene or two. His most famous tale was the one where he placed his hand in Fenrir's jaws and, tricked by Odin, lost it to the great wolf. Damn you, Midgardian, I challenge you to a duel. Thor exploded with rage. How dare some upstart from Asgard's outlands question him? The king of the nine realms, the supreme being. A duel? Without your hammer, what do you have left to fight me with? Oh god of the hammer. Karl mocked him again. Even now, Thor failed to see his own weakness. That without the hammer, he was nothing. He had none of the presence or power worthy of a future king of the gods. Thor gazed in disbelief at Mjolnir in Karl's hand. That hammer had always been his most trusted companion, and now it rested in the grip of his enemy. If you're nothing without your hammer, then you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to be called a god, much less king of the nine realms. Is it you who rules, or the hammer? After Karl finished speaking, he tossed the meow hammer straight to Thor, no longer paying him any attention, and strode off toward the outskirts of the town, leaving Thor standing there in utter bewilderment, questioning his very existence. Thor, don't listen to this human's nonsense. You are the god of thunder. Asgard is still waiting for you to save it. At that moment, Sif stepped forward. She could see that Karl's words had deeply shaken Thor's spirit, and that was not a good thing. Hearing Sif's encouragement, Thor managed to pull himself together again. Looking at Karl, who was already some distance away, he shouted, "Once I've taken care of things in Asgard, I'll come find you for a real fight. Then you'll see what I'm truly capable of." Karl waved his hand dismissively. "I'll be waiting for you. What's your name, Asgardian?" Thor made a mental note of the name. After a lengthy, reluctant farewell with Jane, he called out for Heimdall. He called several times, but the Bifrost did not appear. Thor, Sif, and the recently awakened, still groggy Volstagg and Fandral stood awkwardly, striking heroic poses that now felt a bit ridiculous. At the Bifrost, Heimdall, frozen into an ice sculpture, could hear Thor's calls. Mustering all his divine power, he broke free from the thick layer of ice encasing him. With a burst of strength, Heimdall shattered the ice and immediately thrust his great sword into the mechanism. The Bifrost began to hum and whirl to life. A cascade of rainbow light descended. Sif and the other two stepped through first, while Thor turned to Jane, who looked on with worry. "Wait for me, Jane. I'll be back soon." Thor and Jane shared a meaningful look, then a farewell kiss, before he strode into the Bifrost. "Odin, you really have gone to great lengths for that foolish son of yours," Karl murmured to himself, gazing up at the Bifrost as it vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the remains of 2 frost giants. These alien remnants were certainly worth studying. However, despite their meticulous, top-to-bottom sweep, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't locate even a single fragment of the battle armor. According to Karl, Thor had taken it with him, so S.H.I.E.L.D. could only let it go. As for Asgard's troubles, they were of no concern to Karl. When he returned to New York, the trio who had gone to Boston were already waiting for him at home. "How was New Mexico?" One-eyed Karl, who looked utterly worn out. In that godforsaken stretch of New Mexico, nothing but barren wasteland, Carl had even gotten a tan. It was all right. I earned myself a plane on the way back. Carl collapsed onto the sofa, exhaustion written all over him. Gwen instinctively guided his head into her lap. Oh, where is it? Take us to see it. Sky, practically dragging Wanda with her, plopped down excitedly beside Carl, her eyes sparkling. She'd been dreaming of flying a plane. It's still a shield. I plan to ask Baldy Fury for it tomorrow. If he refuses, you all come with me to Washington. I'll have no choice but to blow up SHIELD headquarters. When it came to Nick Fury, Carl's trust level was below 0. He couldn't trust that guy at all. I agree. That guy's always trying everything to recruit me into SHIELD. It's driving me crazy. Sky wholeheartedly supported Carl's decision. Since Nick Fury knew about Sky's background and the fact she was inhuman, he was always scheming to draw her into SHIELD, try to poach her from Carl. Actually, besides Sky, Gwen was also on SLD's recruitment list. But naturally, Gwen sided with Carl and had no fondness for SHIELD. As for Wanda, it was simply that SHIELD hadn't yet realized the extent of her abilities. If they had, she'd be on their list too. What gave Nick Fury the biggest headache, though, was that all 3 girls were closely tied to Carl, deeply so. Without winning over Carl, there was no hope of recruiting the others. And Carl was the hardest nut to crack. He'd always treated SHIELD with cold indifference, even hostility. The only people in SHIELD he got along with were Coulson, Natasha, and Barton. The rest weren't even allowed into Devil May Cry. Is SHIELD really such a dangerous place? From the way you all talk, it sounds like they're the bad guys. Wanda was full of curiosity. If SHIELD really were the villains, why did Carl ever take their assignments? But if they were the good guys, why didn't Carl have a single nice thing to say about them? Wanda, you're so innocent. You'd better steer clear of those SHIELD folks, especially Baldy Fury. He's the very definition of devious, always setting traps for people. Trust me, there's not a single good person in SHIELD. Carl warned Wanda. Of the 3 girls, she was the purest, and therefore the easiest for Nick Fury to manipulate. So, by your logic, I'm not a good person either? Natasha pushed open the door and walked in, her tone teasing but a touch annoyed as she smoothly grabbed a bottle of juice from the bar. You know better. Always eating and drinking here for free. Doesn't Baldy Fury pay you a salary? Carl grumbled, half joking. To be fair, Natasha had never tried to trick him. In fact, she often helped him outsmart SHIELD. In that sense, they were partners in crime. Don't listen to him. He's just venting because he didn't get paid. His issues with your director aren't exactly new. Gwen gave Carl a playful tap on the head. She and Natasha were close friends, so she wasn't about to let Carl talk nonsense. I knew you were petty and stingy. Director Fury's already got the prototype ready. You can go pick it up at SHIELD anytime. Natasha stretched lazily, her flawless curves so striking that even Gwen, Sky, and Wanda felt a sudden flush of heat. At some point, Natasha had started calling Nick Fury Egghead behind his back as well. In fact, it wasn't just her. Everyone in SHIELD was quite taken with that nickname. There's a saying that you can only give a bad name, but never pick the wrong nickname. And thanks to Carl, the entire agency now spoke with one voice. Really? Like a dying man springing up in bed, Carl instantly perked up. Tell Black Egghead I'll be there tomorrow. Carl could hardly wait. After all, this was a Quinjet they were talking about. In his previous life, he'd only dreamed of flying in one, and now, at last, he had the chance. Natasha rolled her eyes so hard it looked like they might just take off. Can't you have a little self-respect? It's just a Quinjet. You even rode in one today, didn't you? That's not the same at all. With a grand sweep of his hand, Carl declared, Today I flew in SLD's Quinjet. Tomorrow, I'll have one of my very own. I've decided. I'm parking it right on the roof of my apartment. On the roof? You're really not worried about being exposed? Just gonna leave it out in the open for everyone to see. Natasha was at a loss for words. To SHIELD, the Quinjet was still classified, and here this guy was planning to park it in plain sight on his rooftop. If Nick Fury found out, he'd probably have a heart attack. It's fine. You know how secure my place is. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Carl had complete faith in the apartment security. As much of a diva as Mogulai could be. Always wanted to be waited on. When it came to barriers, he was second to none. Anyone harboring even the slightest ill intent will be kept outside the SHIELD. Besides, Carl wasn't the least bit worried about the Quinjet being photographed. It was just a prototype without any weapons or special gear. What's the worst that could happen? All right then, it's yours anyway. Do as you please. Natasha gave up. She couldn't help but feel that Carl's mind just didn't work like a normal person's. Maybe he'd had some kind of high fever that had fried a few circuits. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Carl was up, washed, and sitting in the office. His bustling around had woken up Gwen and the others, who, still yawning, kept him company as they waited for Natasha. Nearly an hour later, Natasha finally sauntered out of the apartment and headed for the office. Well, look who's up with the sun. Did the world turn upside down, or something? Seeing Carl up so early, Natasha was genuinely shocked. He was notorious for sleeping in until 10 every morning, rain or shine. What on earth had gotten into him today? You flatter me, truly. Carl's skin was thick enough to be bulletproof. Compliments and sarcasm alike bounced right off him. So, when are we leaving? I can hardly wait. Carl looked eager and ready, having spent the whole night practicing how to fly a plane in his room. Of course, his training was done on a game console, all in preparation for piloting a Quinjet. Otherwise, even if he managed to get his hands on one, he wouldn't be able to fly it back, and Natasha would never let him live it down. What's the rush? Don't you think we should have breakfast before heading out? Natasha gave him a playful smile. Since he was so anxious, she decided to take her time, just to tease him. What? Are you really planning to mooch breakfast off me too? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. become that stingy? Not even covering meals anymore? Just how much has Nick Fury embezzled? And the Security Council doesn't even bother to set up an investigation committee? They're just letting him drain the funds like that. Carl grew more and more animated as he spoke. And what about the IRS? Aren't they supposed to deal with guys like him? With all that money he's pocketed? Has he even paid taxes? I'm reporting him. I'm reporting him for tax evasion. I want the most ruthless IRS on earth to make Nick Fury's life miserable. Everyone else looked at him, completely confused. Was Carl really losing his mind? What had Fury done to him for him to actually consider reporting him to the IRS? That was basically a death sentence for Nick Fury. The IRS was known as the most powerful agency in America, so well-equipped they could go toe-to-toe with the regular military. Every company, even government departments, fell under their jurisdiction, and everyone was terrified of a visit from them. If you so much as picked up a penny from the street, you'd better be ready to hand over half in taxes, or else you'd be hunted by the IRS without end. Even a mighty Pentagon was reduced to utter submission in their presence. People inside barely dared to breathe, let alone speak out of turn. Some would even kneel to talk. In the end, Natasha managed to get a free meal from Carl with absolute dominance. He didn't stand a chance, especially with 3 little traitors at his side, Gwen and the other 2 were fully on Natasha's team, overruling Carl's every objection without any room for appeal. In the end, he could only resign himself and go cook breakfast. After breakfast, Carl followed Natasha to the airport, where the same familiar black Quinjet was waiting for them. Since the Quinjet had officially come into service, S.H.I.E.L.D. had switched all their missions, except for large-scale operations requiring bigger planes, to the new aircraft. Throughout the journey, Carl kept working on his piloting skills. As the saying goes, every trade has its masters. Even though the pilot patiently taught him along the way, by the time they arrived, the only thing Carl had learned was how to start the engine. He didn't have a clue about any of the other buttons, and whenever he was asked, he just stared blankly in response. If I ever ride in a plane you're flying, I'll eat my words. As they were about to disembark, Natasha couldn't help but complain. She had watched the pilots every move the entire flight, learning step by step. Any normal person should have picked up at least the basics, enough to get the plane off the ground. But Carl? He was clueless. Besides starting the engine, he had no idea what to do, his face a picture of confusion. You, of all people, who can't even grasp the simplest lesson. What do you need a Quinjet for? Even if they gave you one, you couldn't fly it home. Natasha kept up her teasing. If I can't fly it back, that's what you're for. You've freeloaded off me long enough. Eating, drinking, not paying a cent. Now's your chance to prove your worth. Carl looked at Natasha. She, just like Tony, contributed little more than her share of the rent. When it came to food and drink, she was always at Carl's table. And any time he voiced the slightest complaint, she'd go running to Sky and the others to play the victim. And every time, Carl would end up backing down. On their way in, they took a tour of the Triskelion, a hive of busy agents, not a single one standing idle. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly didn't keep anyone around with nothing to do. Though, Carl wondered, were they all people or snakes in disguise? They made their way to Nick Fury's office, and to Carl's surprise, there was someone else waiting inside. An old fox who refused to die, Alexander Pierce. So, this is the famous Mr. Carl Norman? I've heard so much, but meeting you in person is something else. Alexander greeted Carl with impeccable manners, shaking his hand while sizing him up with curious eyes. He already knew Carl had single-handedly wiped out the Strucker base. But he didn't really care. Strucker had never been his ally anyway. Still, like Strucker, he was deeply interested in Carl's power, hoping to bring it under his own control. I wonder, Mr. Norman, would you be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? I have the authority to make you a level 10 agent on the spot. Alexander smiled warmly. With such a powerhouse on his side, his plans would go off without a hitch. To his surprise, Carl didn't spare him a glance. He strode past Alexander and dropped himself onto the sofa. Egghead, don't say I didn't warn you. This guy is no saint. You'd better keep your guard up. Carl pointed at Alexander, blunt as ever. He might as well have plastered a Hydra agent label on the man's forehead. Nick Fury shot a look at Carl, then at Alexander, pausing thoughtfully before speaking. Enough with the jokes. He's the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now a special envoy to the World Security Council. Carl could tell Fury understood his warning, so he let it drop, just giving a nonchalant shrug. If you say so. Anyway, is what I asked for ready. Carl sauntered over to Fury's desk, gave the office a quick once-over, then plopped himself down in the chair. He glanced around, then casually pressed the intercom button on the desk. Agent Coulson, I want you in my office. Now. Imitating Nick Fury's voice and tone, Carl summoned Coulson. Fury, exasperated, felt as though Carl had made himself right at home here. Before long, Coulson appeared at the office door. Director, you sound a bit stuffy. Are you coming down with something? He didn't get to finish before he noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring straight at him from inside the office. Director, did you just call me? Coulson asked meekly, only to spot Carl sitting behind the desk. There was no need to guess. This had to be Carl's doing. He was utterly speechless. Coulson, take Carl to see his plane. Right now. Immediately. Get him out of my sight, damn it. Fury finally lost his composure. Carl never behaved himself, and who knew what kind of trouble he'd cause if he started pressing the wrong buttons. Meanwhile, Carl lounged comfortably, feet propped up on the desk. Aren't you worried someone might take a shot at you from behind? That window's right there, Carl remarked. He glanced out the window. The view was nothing special, just buildings upon buildings, and that 4-sided spire jutting up like some kind of ancient mace. There really wasn't much to see. That's bulletproof glass. 3 inches thick. No sniper rifle's going to make it through, Fury retorted, almost offended by such a basic question. Did Carl really think he hadn't thought of that? Carl nodded, then casually drew out his condemner, aiming at the glass, as if he really intended to test it out. The system had made it clear. The condemner could hurt anything except ordinary humans. Glass certainly didn't count as human. Put that down now. Fury lunged forward, clamping down on Carl's gun. Natasha and Coulson hurried to intervene as well. Only Alexander remained motionless. Whoa, relax. I wasn't actually going to shoot. Really? Carl said with an awkward grin. Truthfully, he had been tempted to try it, but he hadn't expected such a dramatic reaction. Coulson, get him out of here. Right now. Fury couldn't take it anymore. If Carl didn't disappear from his office immediately, he might just lose control and put a bullet in him himself. Yes, Director. We're leaving, Coulson replied. Coulson and Natasha each grabbed one of Carl's arms, hauling him out of Fury's office. As they left, Carl called out over his shoulder. Egghead, don't forget what I just said. As Carl's voice faded down the corridor, Fury's chest, which had been rising and falling like a bellows, finally began to settle. Leaving Fury behind, Carl stopped his antics once out of the office. The 3 of them stepped into the elevator, and Carl turned to Coulson. So where's my plane? I can hardly wait. Coulson pointed to the ground, where several Quinjets were parked. Among them, one with a gray-white finish was particularly eye-catching. The elevator in the Triskelion was the kind of panoramic lift that let you see the world outside as you ascended. That's the one, Coulson explained. Since it's a prototype, it hasn't been painted yet. It's still in its original color. You can repaint it however you like. And as I mentioned before, apart from the flight speed, this Quinjet doesn't have any weapons installed. Looking at his very own Quinjet, Carl couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Soon, he'd be piloting a plane himself. They made their way to the tarmac. Under Coulson and Natasha's instruction, Carl barely managed to figure out how to open and close the hatch, which prompted Coulson to complain nonstop. For someone who seemed so smart, Carl was absolutely hopeless when it came to flying. The truth was, Carl was clueless about all vehicles, not just airplanes. He still didn't understand how to drive Sky's van, and it was a miracle he'd ever passed his driving test. Operating a plane was on a whole other level. In the end, Natasha couldn't take it any longer and playfully slapped Carl out of the pilot's seat, taking over and flying the plane herself. Carl could only sit awkwardly on the side, enduring Natasha's teasing. The Quinjet touched down steadily on the rooftop of the apartment building, where Sky and the other 2 were already waiting. They'd been eager to see the plane that Carl had been talking about nonstop. So this is the one you wanted? I have to say, it looks pretty cool. Gwen circled the jet a few times. Aside from being noticeably smaller than a standard airplane, everything else seemed fine, especially the unique design of the Quinjet, which set it apart at a glance. After checking it out, the 3 women immediately boarded the plane to start learning how to fly for Natasha. With Carl's hopeless track record with vehicles, it was clear he was destined to be just a passenger, not a pilot. You should get off now. We're planning to learn as we fly, Gwen said, shooing Carl away with a wave, as if he were getting in the way. Carl, thoroughly dejected, wiped away his tears and quietly made his way back down. So, is this what love turns into? Once, they called him Sweetheart, and now it was just Old Troublemaker. For the next few days, Carl was left alone at the office. Those 3 wild girls took the Quinjet out, flying every day. Thanks to Shield's flight clearance, as long as they were over a UN member state, they could go wherever they pleased. It was a free pass to the whole world. Poor Carl could only stay home with his own gloomy thoughts. He longed to roam the skies too. After all, he'd earned that Quinjet himself. Why shouldn't he get to enjoy it? Burying his face in Muggle's belly, Carl rubbed against the soft fur in frustration. Muggle, for his part, struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Carl's grip was like a pair of iron pincers, impossible to break free from. Eventually, Muggle gave up all hope and stopped resisting, his expression one of utter resignation. Just as Carl was considering closing up shop early, Matt and Frank walked in. Matt was dressed casually and wore a pair of dark sunglasses. Frank, too, sported a laid-back look, but the bulge at his waist made it obvious he was carrying a gun. "What brings you two here? Is your law firm that's slow these days?" Carl asked, his curiosity piqued. Recently, Frank had been working for Matt, acting as a detective in a law office and helping him investigate new cases. After all, sometimes a lawyer needs a little extra leverage, especially in Hell's Kitchen. With this job, Frank no longer had to rely on robbing gangs to get by. Life was gradually settling down for him, and lately, he'd even been exchanging flirtatious glances with Karen Page. "We've got business. Do you remember the vampire incident? Well, we've caught wind of vampires again." Frank came straight to the point, handing Carl a few photographs as he sat down. The photos showed several female corpses. Each had 2 distinct bite marks on her neck, and all their necks had been twisted, some so violently that bone was exposed. The scene was gruesome and brutal. Is this some kind of preemptive measure, killing them to stop them from turning into vampires? Carl was surprised. Normally, no vampire would go out of their way to do this. After draining their victims, it was unheard of for them to help send them off like this. This simply wasn't something vampires did. We're puzzled, too. It's nothing like typical vampire behavior. Besides, since last time, all the vampires in New York were wiped out. Even if there were few stragglers, S.H.I.E.L.D. took care of them. I suspect these are outsiders trying to reclaim New York. Frank offered his analysis. Last time, together with Blade, they'd taken down the entire Vampire Elders Council. There shouldn't be any New York vampires left. Clearly, these new culprits weren't the same as before. Vampires really are like cockroaches. Impossible to get rid of, Carl muttered, tossing the photos aside. Vampires were never-ending. Nuisance. As long as even one survived, they'd multiply in a few years. As long as humanity existed, vampires would never truly be gone. "Have you contacted Blade? What's his take on all this?" Carl asked. When it came to hunting vampires, Blade was the undisputed expert. No one understood vampires better than him, considering he was half vampire himself. "I've already reached out to him. He said he's tied up at the moment. Ran into a troublesome bunch of vampires down in Atlanta and can't make it. But he did recommend a vampire hunter who, according to him, is quite formidable. Only, we haven't seen hide nor hair of this person yet." Frank looked thoroughly unimpressed, as if he'd known from the start that Blade couldn't be relied upon. "Says he'd send someone to help, but we haven't even caught a glimpse. So besides all that, do you have any leads at all?" Carl pressed further. He hadn't heard anything about vampires causing trouble in New York lately. But then again, this all happened just in the last few days. Back then, Carl had still been swinging his hammer in New Mexico. How could he have known anything about vampires here? Frank shook his head. Not a single lead. It's like that vampire just vanished in a thin air. There's no trace left at the scene, and even the feeding pattern is erratic. No way to predict it. Given Frank's background as a former Special Forces operative and as Nick Fury's old comrade in arms, his skills spoke for themselves. If even Frank had come up empty, then there really was nothing left to go on. "How about we check in with the egghead?" Carl suddenly thought of Nick Fury. That guy, for all his secrets and mysterious ways, was still the ultimate spy master. If anyone knew something, it would be him. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Frank didn't object. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had resources everywhere, and maybe, just maybe, they picked up something. Matt had been keeping to himself the whole time, quietly sipping his tea, not saying a single word, lost in his own thoughts. Then all at once, time itself seemed to freeze. Matt and Frank both stopped moving, Matt still holding his teacup half raised to his lips. Suddenly, the world around them shimmered, as if cracks were spreading across glass. Carl recognized the sensation at once. He was in a mirror dimension. Only the sorcerers of Kamar Taj could do this. At the same moment, Mogulai glanced up in Carl's direction, sniffed the air with his tiny nose, peered around to make sure there was no danger, and, satisfied, curled back up. Within the mirror dimension, the Ancient One stepped calmly through a glowing portal, radiating her usual serene composure, as though nothing in the world could ever faze her. "Carl, what brings the Ancient One here? Is something going on?" Carl turned to face her. She never sought him out unless there was a reason. "About that incident with Thor? I owe you one. Odin told me you broke the enchantment he'd placed on Mjolnir. He also mentioned there's a tremendous power inside you, one that even he regards with deep wariness." The Ancient One fixed Carl with a searching gaze, eager to uncover the nature of the force within him, the force that could even make Odin uneasy. "A power inside me that would make Odin wary? That's news to me." Carl was utterly confused. His power actually came from the summoned beasts within him, namely Garuda and Ram. Was it possible that Odin was wary of these two summons? Carl couldn't be certain. After all, he also had the system. Maybe Odin was truly wary of the system instead. It was impossible to say for sure. The Ancient One shook her head. "Odin didn't specify the details, but he asked me to pass on his gratitude. After this incident, his son has truly matured and is no longer the reckless fool he once was." Carl chuckled to himself. Thor would never truly change that headstrong nature of his. At best, he'd just be a little more restrained. If he were to change completely, there wouldn't be a god of thunder called Thor anymore. "Master Ancient One, you didn't come all this way just to tell me these things, did you?" Carl was puzzled. If it was only about this, the Ancient One could have sent someone with a message. There was no shortage of sorcerers in New York. Why bother coming in person? Not entirely. There's something else as well. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One conjured a table, chairs, and a complete tea set out of thin air. She gestured for Carl to sit, then poured him a cup of tea. "In fact, the real reason I'm here is because of the vampire incident you just mentioned." Carl was just about to take a sip of tea when he froze at her words. Since when did a vampire incident require the Ancient One's personal involvement? Could it be that Dracula had risen again? Or was it the progenitor, Cain himself? The thought startled Carl so much that even he was taken aback. According to the Bible, Cain was Adam and Eve's eldest son. Out of anger and dissatisfaction with God and his brother Abel, he killed Abel. As punishment, God condemned Cain to wander eternally, surviving only on blood, and thus the first so-called vampire in the world was born. The Bible records that Cain and Abel were Adam and Eve's two sons, Cain the elder, Abel the younger. One cultivated crops, while the other tended sheep. They were required to present offerings to God to show gratitude for his gifts. Since Cain grew wheat, his offering was grain. Abel, tending sheep, offered up tender lamb and soft sheepskin. God favored Abel's offering and was deeply pleased, but paid no attention to Cain's wheat. Enraged, Cain killed Abel, and for this God cursed him. Looking at it now, it seems Cain was innocent. From the beginning, he was at a disadvantage compared to Abel. This subtly reveals that God was never truly fair or impartial. He had his own preferences and biases. Cain was a farmer. What else could he offer but grain? Abel was different. His starting point was so much higher than Cain's. No matter how hard Cain worked, he would always be just a farmer, and aside from wheat, he had nothing else to give. God knew perfectly well that Cain grew wheat and could only offer wheat, yet he still ignored him. Did he not realize that farming was the very task he had given Cain? Of course he knew, but he simply didn't care. He only cared about the outcome and never asked about the reasons behind it. All he saw was that Abel offered up lamb and sheepskin, while Cain could only present wheat. The contrast between the two was immediately obvious, and this became the spark that ignited Cain's murderous intent toward Abel. From the moment they were born, their lives had been marked by unfairness. Cain toiled endlessly in the fields, only to reap God's disdain. And Abel? His sheep didn't even require much care. On the contrary, they fed on Cain's wheat, and yet Abel won God's favor. It's enough to make anyone harbor thoughts of murder. Perhaps God realized his own mistake, and so he compensated Adam and Eve with another child, who would later be known as Seth. God entrusted Seth with the task of expanding new territories, and commanded him never to seek vengeance against Cain. Yet Cain's curse was never lifted. He was doomed to feed on blood for eternity, with no end in sight. In time, Cain became revered as a god among vampires, known as the true ancestor. Faced with Cain, Carl wasn't sure if he could handle what might come. After all, by any reasoning, Cain was also God's grandson. His powers must surely be beyond imagination. Noticing Carl lost in thought, the Ancient One continued, "I know a bit about the vampires you're searching for." Carl snapped back to reality. "You know? Since when do sorcerers concern themselves with vampire affairs?" The Ancient One shook her head. "Of course not. Unless vampires on Earth attempt to wipe out humanity on a massive scale, we don't intervene lightly. But the vampires those two youngsters encountered are a different matter. They aren't native to this world. In fact, they don't belong to Earth as we know it. You mean they might be from a parallel universe? It dawned on Carl. These vampires were from another universe entirely. But how had they managed to arrive here on Earth? The Ancient One nodded slightly and sipped her tea before continuing. That's right. A few days ago, the Eye of Agamotto revealed some visions. It showed a manor nestled deep in the mountains, and those vampires were there. That's where they came from. But as for the exact location of the manor, or how they crossed over to our world, that remains a mystery. The Eye of Agamotto did not disclose those details. Is that manor in New York? Carl asked. The clues offered by the Ancient One felt frustratingly vague. So vague, in fact, that they were almost as good as no clues at all. The Ancient One shook her head. For now, I'm not sure. I've already sent someone to investigate, and I'll let you know as soon as we have any leads. Since this involves foreign forces, I will have people assist you this time. However, Kamartaj won't directly participate in the hunt. The task of hunting down the vampires still falls to you. My sorcerers can help you gather all the vampires in one place, and then cast a barrier to trap them. Because Kamartaj must always be prepared for invasions from multidimensional demons, they don't have many people to spare. So, all they can do is restrict the vampires' movements for Carl, making it easier for him to take them out in one fell swoop. Carl nodded. That's fine. But, Ancient One, how do you plan to thank me after this is over? A sly grin played on Carl's lips. Unlike his dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D., Carl didn't want to be overly calculating with the Ancient One. But this time, he truly had something he hoped she could help with. The Ancient One smiled in return. I know what you're thinking, and I agree. When this matter is resolved, just bring that girl, Wanda, to Kamartaj. I have a gift for her, as your reward. Carl broke into a delighted smile. Just as the Ancient One had guessed, he wanted Wanda to study at Kamartaj. Not only because the Ancient One was the most formidable teacher, but also because Kamartaj housed the Darkhold, the Book of the Damned, left behind by Thawne, containing all his darkest spells. Since Wanda had inherited Thawne's chaos magic, she could naturally decipher the Darkhold. Carl's plan was nothing short of risky. The Darkhold could corrode a person's soul, amplifying the darkness within until it drove them to madness, eroding their reason and ultimately making them slaves to the darkness. Carl was, in fact, worried about Wanda's mental state. That's why he thought of the Ancient One, to have her teach Wanda magic, to draw her away from the darkness and shield her from the Darkhold's control. Wanda's current abilities were only a rudimentary grasp of chaos magic, and Carl's own magic came from the system. He couldn't teach her anything meaningful. So, he turned to Kamartaj, the holy land of sorcery. The Ancient One readily agreed. She knew Wanda's origins. In fact, she was present when Thawne blessed Wanda. It was she, alongside other sorcerers, who had banished Thawne to another dimension. In a way, she felt responsible for Wanda's fate. Moreover, the Ancient One also feared that one day Wanda might embrace the darkness. After all, Thawne's chaos magic was the source of all dark magic, its power to tempt the soul unrivaled. After the Ancient One departed, time in the surrounding space began to flow normally again. Matt and Frank hadn't noticed a thing. One was quietly sipping tea, while the other rattled on as if nothing had happened at all. That's the situation for now. We have no leads at all, just that it was done by vampires. Frank put away the photos. At this point, they didn't have a single useful piece of information. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of a vampire, let alone anything else. Carl took out the video communicator Natasha had left him and called Nick Fury directly. Baldy, how have you been lately? Missed me at all? Carl waved at Nick Fury on the screen. A fake smile plastered across his face. If you've got something to say, spit it out. I'm up to my ears in work right now. Nick Fury's face was thunderous. If he could take Carl in a fight, he'd have kicked him through the screen already. I meant what I said last time. Keep it in mind. That guy's bad news. I've already spelled it out for you. If you still don't get it, I really can't help you. Carl spoke bluntly, unconcerned about whether anyone else could overhear Nick Fury. If you're too embarrassed to handle it, I can do it for you. And this time you can skip my fee. Just let me blow up the Triskelion, and we'll call it even. Carl simply couldn't let go of his obsession with blowing up S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He was so fixated, he was willing to waive his usual payment. Do you actually have business, or are you just wasting my time? If not, I'm hanging up. Nick Fury felt like an idiot for even taking Carl's call. He knew Carl was never serious, yet he answered anyway. There's something. Frank will explain. Carl swiveled the camera toward Frank, who didn't bother with pleasantries and shoved the photos up to the lens. This is a case from a few days ago. The victims were all young women, all died from massive blood loss, with bite marks on their necks. Looks like vampire bites. and their cervical vertebrae were snapped. Frank gave a straightforward rundown of the victim's details. God damn it. Not these blood-sucking bastards again. Do they really think S.H.I.E.L.D. is just for show? Nick Fury's face darkened like storm clouds. This was a slap in the face. He just wiped out a nest of ancient vampires, and now another brood had crawled out of the woodwork. It was as if S.H.I.E.L.D. meant nothing at all. Where did this happen? Nick Fury asked. Hell's Kitchen. Frank replied. Coulson, get to my office. Now. On screen, Nick Fury called out for his subordinate. Soon, Coulson arrived in the office. You called, Director? Oh, hey Frank, how have you been? Coulson spotted Frank on the screen and offered a warm smile. Frank gave a silent wave in response. Coulson, drop everything you're working on. Take Natasha and Barton and find Frank. Investigate this vampire case. I suspect there are vampires operating in New York under the radar. Nick Fury handed the matter over to Coulson. After all, it was Coulson who led the team to wipe out the Elders last time, so he was already seasoned in this kind of operation. Understood, Director. I'll get on it right away. With that, Coulson turned and left the office. If you need anything, just tell Coulson directly. I'll also arrange for people to investigate behind the scenes. That's all. Nick Fury ended the video call as soon as he finished speaking. Afterward, the group simply waited for Coulson to arrive. It wasn't long before a Quinjet landed on the rooftop of Carl's apartment building. The tenants inside had long grown accustomed to this sight. They all knew their landlord, Carl, was no ordinary man, the son of New York's police commissioner, a friend of Tony Stark, and someone entangled with mysterious government organizations. Any one of those titles was enough to give him free reign in New York, let alone all three together. So, naturally, the tenants would do anything to live in Carl's building. Even Tony Stark himself had rented an apartment here, and being neighbors with him was a point of pride. Besides, Carl kept the rent at a reasonable rate. Not too high, not too low, preserving everyone's dignity without making them feel overcharged. After seeing the Quinjet, the tenants were convinced Carl must have military connections as well. After all, who else could park a fighter jet on their roof as their personal shuttle, 24 hours a day? It was unanimous among the tenants. Living here was the epitome of safety. No need to worry about theft or break-ins. It was even safer than the gated mansions in the city's wealthiest districts. No one wanted to leave. In fact, most paid their rent early every month, just in case Carl decided to evict anyone who was late by even a single day. As for the Quinjet itself, it was Carl's own, and it had been painted every color imaginable by the three big sisters. Black, white, green, and red streaks made it look like a disco ball in a nightclub. Patterns of spider webs and concentric shockwaves adorned the surface. If Wanda hadn't been the more reserved one, she might have added streaks of red chaos magic flames, making the whole thing a wild, hip-hop-inspired mishmash. Carl had no say in the matter at all. As Sky put it, you don't even know how to fly a plane, so what gives you the right to comment on its paint job? That single line left Carl utterly speechless, so he let them do as they pleased. They divided up the roles, Sky as the pilot, Gwen assisting, and Wanda as the main attacker. Their teamwork was like a trio playing a video game. To be fair, young women in their early 20s do have some pretty unconventional ideas. But the funniest part was, the Quinjet didn't even have a machine gun. What exactly was Wanda supposed to attack with? Her head, maybe? Apart from the three ants, Coulson, Natasha, and Barton also disembarked from the plane, and together they made their way down to the office on the first floor. Carl had asked the system to modify part of the office and apartment layout, adding an elevator inside the office. This way, they could reach any floor without ever stepping outside. The elevator was reserved exclusively for Carl and his companions, and it required a crystal to operate. Why did you all come over together? Carl inquired, suspecting that the three ants, who had been flying around for fun, might have ended up at S.H.I.E.L.D. As it turned out, Carl's guess wasn't far off. While the three women were soaring around in the plane, they received a call from Natasha, asking them to pick her up from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. So, Sky promptly changed course and flew there. S.H.I.E.L.D. handled the situation with impressive openness. They didn't try to stop the plane at all, allowing it to come and go freely. No one even questioned them. Curious, Sky asked about it, only to learn that Carl's Quinjet was officially registered with S.H.I.E.L.D. It had unrestricted access to any S.H.I.E.L.D. airport or landing pad. This unexpected perk delighted the three ants. I went to pick up Natasha and the others, and figured I'd take the chance to tour S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Sky said, winking at Carl. Carl instantly got the message. This troublemaker had probably caused some mischief at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, maybe even hacked their system and downloaded a bunch of backdoors. He gave Sky a discreet thumbs up, and she responded with a smug grin. The understanding between them was clear. When we arrived, the director had already briefed us on the general situation. We've set up surveillance around Hell's Kitchen. The next time those vampires show up, they're not getting away, Coulson said, pulling out a tablet, displaying a map of Hell's Kitchen marked with a dense cluster of red dots. We'll all need to stay sharp these next few days. Don't sleep too soundly at night. We'll need to act the moment any news comes in. Coulson handed out bone conduction earpieces to everyone. These were SHILD's encrypted channels, meant to keep everyone in quick contact. Oh yes, I finally get to join everyone on a mission. Gwen cheered, clenching her fist in excitement. Other than the last time she'd fought vampires with the group, she'd been stuck studying at school. This was a rare opportunity. Carl, knowing a bit more than the others, looked around at the group. Let's call Peter over too. He's a real asset, and this time our enemies are going to be tricky. Carl's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Not because he wanted Peter involved, but because of what he said next. How do you know these enemies are going to be trouble? Frank asked sharply, sensing that Carl knew more than he was letting on. Carl made no attempt to hide anything, as he had planned to wait until everyone had arrived before speaking. Let's get Peter here first, then we'll talk. Gwen immediately called Peter. At that moment, Peter was spending time with Felicia, but the moment he saw Gwen's name on the screen, he answered without hesitation. Is Felicia helping you get out of school again? Peter's very first words were about taking time off. Gwen had already requested leave several days in a row, and the school approved it quickly every time. After all, Gwen was the top student. Someone like her naturally received special treatment. No, this time it's you who needs to take a leave. We got something that needs your help. Peter's interest was instantly piqued. Ever since he started college, he hadn't worn his Spider-Man suit. Now, finally, he had a reason to become Spider-Man again. No problem. I'll be right over. Peter hung up and glanced at Felicia. She'd overheard the conversation, of course. Take care, okay? I'll be waiting for you. Felicia didn't object. Ever since she learned Peter was Spider-Man, she prepared herself for moments like this. She understood that Spider-Man had a responsibility to protect New York, and he couldn't always be by her side. Peter gave her a mock salute, then changed into his Spidey suit, and, using the crystal, slipped into the Chocobo space. After Peter left, Felicia gazed out the window, lost in thought. At last, as if making up her mind, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. I've decided to go along with what you suggested. She hung up right after saying this, then lay back on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Peter had already returned from the Chocobo space to the agency. Felicia would take care of the leave issue. There was no need for him to worry. Hey guys, what's so urgent? Peter wasn't wearing his mask. Everyone here knew each other's identities, so the mask was meaningless. Vampires have appeared again, someone explained, and this time it's different from last time. Carl insisted on waiting for you before saying anything. I've got news, Carl said. I've confirmed these vampires are from another universe. Carl's words landed among them like a bombshell. Everyone was stunned, struggling to comprehend what he meant. You mean these vampires are aliens? Coulson asked, frowning. As one of Nick Fury's most trusted agents, he was privy to secrets. Even Natasha and Barton didn't know, especially those about aliens. He even knew that woman who was busy somewhere out in space. Carl shook his head. Not aliens. They're from other universes, Earths in parallel universes. Parallel universes? Parallel universes actually exist. Coulson couldn't help but ask. Until now, parallel universes were just a theory. No one had actually set foot in one. There really are parallel universes, and, as far as I know, there's even an organization dedicated to handling matters related to them. Carl was referring to that group of eccentrics at the Time Variance Authority from Loki. Then why aren't they stepping in to stop these vampires? Isn't managing parallel universes exactly what they do? Skye raised her hand, asking the question as if she were in a classroom. I'm not so sure myself. That bunch is far from normal. Can you really expect anything from a group of fools? Khan scoffed. In truth, the Time Variance Authority was a mess. They ignored things they should be handling, meddled in things that needed no oversight, a perfect example of utter dysfunction. How did you learn about their existence? Did they tell you all this themselves? Coulson fired off 2 questions in a row. His attention had completely shifted from the vampires to the Time Variance Authority, since some of their responsibilities overlapped with SHILD's. Relying on his instincts as an agent, Coulson's first thought was to start gathering intelligence on this organization. Carl shook his head. No, I don't actually know anyone from the Time Variance Authority. I learned all this from someone else. Who are they? Coulson pressed on, his investigative drive fully engaged. I can't tell you now. When the time is right, they'll reveal themselves. Once we've located the vampire's lair, they'll show up to help us. Carl kept quiet about the sorcerers. After all, with SHLD's usual approach, if they ever discovered the existence of these mages, they'd stop at nothing to track them down, using threats, manipulation, or any means necessary to keep them under their control. Of course, with the Ancient One's power, There was no one on Earth who could threaten her. Carl might be talkative, but he wasn't reckless with secrets. Then again, if the mages chose to reveal themselves, it was out of his hands. He trusted the Ancient One already had a plan for dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that Carl wasn't willing to say more, Coulson let the matter drop. Everyone's attention shifted back to the vampires. Carl continued, I know their lair is an old manor, but I don't know its exact location, just that it's somewhere deep in a forest. As he spoke, Carl sketched out a rough image of the manor. During his previous conversation with the Ancient One, she'd shown him a vision of the place through the eye of Agamotto. It was a truly ancient estate, sprawling and surrounded by dead trees, looking every bit like one of those abandoned mansions from horror films set in the last century. I'll arrange for investigation right away. Coulson took out his phone and snapped a picture of Carl's drawing. Similarly, Sky scanned Carl's artwork into the computer and began running various comparisons online. But since the process would take some time, all they could do in the meantime was wait. There's one more thing. Blade mentioned that he's invited an expert to help deal with the vampires. But up till now, we haven't seen this person. I need you all to keep an eye out, Frank said, turning to Coulson. After all, SHLD's intelligence network was vast, and since Blade had given his word, it was unlikely he'd go back on it. Another reason to notify S.H.I.E.L.D. was to avoid any friendly fire incidents. Who is this person? Coulson asked. No idea. Is it a man or a woman? No idea. Coulson was speechless. They didn't even know the person's gender. How were they supposed to watch out for them? Were they supposed to scrutinize every stranger that crossed their path? Don't worry too much, Matt reassured him. If Blade brought in this expert, they'll show up when the time is right. Matt trusted Blade. If Blade said someone was reliable, then they wouldn't let them down. The group waited in the office. During this time, Carl once again found himself acting as everyone's chef, preparing a lavish meal free of charge. For someone as stingy as Carl, this was almost physically painful. As everyone was enjoying the feast, Carl's phone suddenly rang. It was Tony calling. Hey kid, missed your Uncle Tony lately? Tony's voice was as aggravating as ever, and Carl had to resist the urge to punch him right through the phone. Yeah. I missed you so much I'm about to fall asleep. What's got you so free today? Tired of tinkering with your useless suits? Carl shot right back, never willing to give Tony the last word. That was just how they interacted. If they didn't trade a few jabs, the conversation wouldn't feel right. Pepper had once said that the two of them were cut from the same cloth, sharp-tongued, always finding common ground in their banter. Oddly enough, both Carl and Tony relished this routine. Every time they met, throwing barbs at each other was practically a ritual. If they didn't, it just didn't feel right. What do you mean, useless? My suits are the best. In fact, I'm almost done with a suit design just for you, kid. When it's finished, you'll be on your knees, bawling your eyes out. Tony kept up the verbal sparring. Thanks to vibranium and the remains of the destroyer armor that Carl had given him, Tony's suit technology had taken a giant leap forward. He'd even managed to create a vibranium suit and one specifically designed to counter magic, which he named the destroyer armor. However, the destroyer armor of today wasn't nearly as overpowered as in the comics from Carl's previous life. The key ingredients were still missing: Odin's blessing and the runic enchantments. The reason the destroyer armor from the previous life was so powerful was that Odin had blessed that suit of iron armor. The current destroyer armor, however, can only absorb magical energy and convert it into its own power. All the gear you asked for is ready. Come pick it up. The main reason Tony called Carl was to let him know that everything Carl requested was finished. In fact, he even threw in a round of upgrades, true to his nature as someone who pursues perfection and cutting-edge technology. That was fast. I have to say, your efficiency is impressive. Carl hadn't expected Tony to move so quickly. He thought it would take at least a few months. After all, fusing vibranium and URU metal isn't as simple as just mixing them together. It requires careful calibration and precise ratios. Of course, I am Tony Stark, the most brilliant mind on this planet. Tony laughed heartily, hands on his hips, brimming with confidence as if to say, no one does it better. Not right now. I've got things to handle on my end. Let's wait a few days. Oh, something fun going on, and you're not inviting me? Come on, tell Uncle Tony all about it. Tony was more than eager. After days cooped up in his lab, working on the armor, he was itching for a break. Even Pepper had started complaining that if he didn't get out of the lab soon, he'd start sprouting mushrooms. Well, there are vampires showing up in Hell's Kitchen. We're in the middle of figuring out how to deal with it. Carl answered honestly. Seriously? And you didn't think to let me in on the action? Perfect. I can bring one back for research. Don't worry, I may not be a biospecialist, but I'm no slouch either. After all, I'm Tony Stark. Tony was immediately intrigued, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to test out his new armor. Sit tight. I'm coming over right now, and I'll bring your gear with me. You're going to love it. Tony hung up before Carl could reply. He suited up in the latest vibranium armor, grabbed the equipment he'd made for Carl, and rocketed into the sky. He named the new vibranium suit the Mark X, keeping it as a secret weapon. This was the perfect occasion to flaunt it in front of Carl. The armor kept Tony's signature bold red and gold color scheme. At the center of its chest gleamed a hexagonal, next-generation arc reactor. Thanks to the vibranium, the suit was actually a bit lighter than his previous armors, making it far more agile. Paired with vibranium's unique properties, this suit was truly the ultimate weapon, combining offense and defense in perfect harmony. Before long, a thunderous boom echoed outside Carl's office. A flash of red and gold dropped from the sky, instantly drawing a crowd. Passers-by stopped to take pictures, and some even started shouting, begging Tony for his autograph. Tony, ever the showman, waved to the crowd and strode into the office, still clad in his armor. "Hey there, guys. Hope I'm not too late." As Tony entered, his suit of armor opened up immediately, letting him stride out in style in his sleek black bodysuit. The armor then sealed itself again and followed right behind Tony, like a loyal bodyguard. "Is this the latest suit?" Carl wasted no time stepping forward, circling around to examine it from every angle, his eyes full of curiosity. He couldn't resist reaching out to tap and feel the surface. Of course, it's made from vibranium alloy, far superior to Captain America's old antique of a shield by a long shot. The armor was also carrying 2 large cases, which were clearly the equipment Carl had ordered. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Tony's suit. It was impossible not to envy him. This was a suit of armor. After all, the ultimate fantasy for every man. Tony made the rounds, greeting each person in turn. When he got to Matt, he paused to ask what number he was, then flashed a peace sign with his fingers. Matt wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, he answered Tony's question with a cheerful smile, which actually left Tony momentarily stumped. "I might not be able to see, but I can sense shapes through vibrations in the air. The outlines are simple, but I can read them clearly enough." Matt explained his ability, a kind of extraordinary echolocation, not unlike a bat's. "Wow, that's incredible. I think I need to brainstorm in that direction too." "Yep, I've decided. The next suit will be designed with this in mind." Tony had always been someone who absorbed knowledge like a sponge and turned it into brilliant ideas. It was no wonder Thanos called him cursed with knowledge. "Everything you asked for is finished. Promise you'll be amazed." As he spoke, the suit stepped forward and opened the first large case. Inside was a pair of black arm guards, their streamlined design smooth as a mirror. Their look echoed the suit's technological flair. "I also added those fragments you brought into these arm guards. The result is remarkable. Not only can they absorb shockwaves, but they can even control the direction of the impact." Tony picked up one arm guard and tossed it to Skye, handing the other to Carl. Skye let out a joyful shout. The item she'd been longing for was finally in her hands. No more suffering from fractured bones. Now she could unleash her powers to her heart's content. It was impossible not to covet the arm guards. Even Natasha's eyes shone with longing, though for her, their main appeal was their formidable defense. Carl inspected his arm guard, and in an instant, his magical energy surged forth, flowing into the device. The arm guard absorbed his power effortlessly, storing it inside. Carl could clearly feel his own magic contained within, ready to be released at any moment. Satisfied, he handed the arm guard to Skye. "Now you don't have to worry about shattering your hands with your own strength anymore." I'm not worried anymore. This time, we'll make those vampires pay." Skye nodded enthusiastically, her excitement barely contained as she hurried to put on the arm guards. To her surprise, they were incredibly light, lacking any of the usual heaviness of metal. She could move her arms with absolute ease, as if she wore nothing at all. "Well, feels light, doesn't it? That's all thanks to that mysterious metal. Who would have thought it could change the very weight of metal itself? It's truly incredible." Since Tony had gotten his hands on URU metal, he performed countless experiments on the alien alloy, eventually unlocking this unique feature that allowed him to alter its weight. "This is amazing." Skye gazed at her hands in awe. With a thought, shockwaves rippled outwards, visible waves of force pulsing around her fists. The vibrations kept growing stronger, spreading through the entire office. In the past, her hands would have shattered under such power, but now she felt nothing. No pain, no strain. In fact, Skye sensed that her shockwaves could grow even more powerful. She hadn't even reached her limit. At that moment, the suit opened a second case, revealing 3 sets of uniforms. One was black and white with a hood, another was a slim-fitting suit in deep red, and the last was a black outfit reminiscent of Natasha's uniform. These were the uniforms for Gwen and her team. "We get suits too." Gwen shrieked with delight and immediately dove for her own uniform. Hers hadn't changed much in design, but the material was now a blend of vibranium and URU metal. Thanks to the properties of URU, all three uniforms had exceptional magical conductivity. Wanda's suit, in particular, could absorb her chaotic energy, store it, and then form a protective shield. The three of them snatched up their uniforms, bursting with excitement as they rushed off, eager to try them on. Tony swept his gaze around the room, finally settling on Peter. "Hey kid, so you're the little fanboy Carl mentioned? Why do you look so spaced out?" Caught off guard by Tony's sudden attention, Peter jumped in surprise. Tony Stark had always been his idol, and now that his hero actually knew his name, Peter was trembling with excitement. Mr. Stark, hello." Peter stiffly walked up to Tony, extending a hand in a robotic gesture. "Relax, kid. So you're the one running around in spider pajamas? Since you've got Carl vouching for you, I'll take care of your suit." Tony spoke with his usual prideful bravado, unwilling to admit how quickly he'd taken a liking to the boy. After all, not just anyone caught Tony Stark's eye, let alone earned his attention. He was Tony Stark. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Stark. I have to introduce you to my aunt. She'll be so thrilled she won't sleep for days." Peter was so excited that he waved his arms and legs about, blurting out the secret about his Aunt May without a second thought. Tony paused in surprise, then casually sidled up next to Carl. "So, is that kid's aunt good-looking?" Tony whispered. Carl nodded. "She's very beautiful, and she's single too." As soon as Carl finished speaking, he noticed Tony's eyes light up instantly. "But are you sure you'd survive if Pepper found out about this?" Carl's words hit Tony right where it hurt. "What are you talking about? Come on, I just want to know what kind of aunt could raise a silly kid like Peter, that's all. Don't go slandering me." Tony protested, glancing around anxiously to make sure no one was listening. He leaned in again. "Don't let Pepper hear about this, all right? Otherwise, I'm doomed." Carl couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's nervousness, which almost made Tony want to suit up and blast Carl with a repulsor right then and there. Before long, Gwen and the other two came downstairs in their new uniforms. Gwen's suit hadn't changed much, except for a sleeker, metallic sheen. Sky's was quite similar to Natasha's, also featuring a distinctive metallic finish. The biggest transformation, however, belonged to Wanda's uniform. To highlight Wanda's identity as a sorceress, Tony had added a flowing red cloak to her outfit. This cloak wasn't just for show. It could absorb magical energy and convert it into a protective shield. "Hey, how much of those two medals do you have left?" Carl asked Tony. "What, you want a suit too?" "I don't need something like that. There's still some left. I was thinking of making an extra suit of armor for Pepper, just in case." It was as if Carl and Tony were of one mind. In the movies back in Carl's previous life, Pepper had once borrowed the rescue armor, so Carl wanted Tony to make this suit for her ahead of time. Now that they had both vibranium and URU metal, there was no harm in preparing it early. Once Tony perfected nanotechnology, they could always upgrade it later. Everyone chatted and joked as they waited in the office for night to fall. The once quiet place had suddenly become lively and full of laughter. They even managed to mooch another meal off Carl, gathering around the table like a big family, eating and talking together. As darkness settled over the city, all of Hell's Kitchen and the surrounding areas came under SLD surveillance, with even orbital satellites brought into play. Sky had also taken control of the few pitifully scarce cameras scattered throughout Hell's Kitchen.